before becoming the unparalleled sword god. You had a dream. In the dream, you struck fear into the hearts of the demonic cultivators, but a newly entered junior brother falsely accused you of being a great demon. The master not only unjustly crippled your cultivation, but also took out your chaotic sword bone and gave it to that junior brother, and finally fed you to a monster. The feeling of being dismembered spread throughout your body, causing you to wake up in pain instantly. Unexpectedly, when you looked up, you heard the indifferent voice of the ethereal true person. Are you willing to become my disciple? The fear of the tragic ending in the dream made you shudder involuntarily, since the heavens have let you dream of the tragic ending of your past life. In this life you must abandon those so-called close relatives and rely on invincible memories. However, whether it is the respected master or the junior sister who raised you, they can only be considered accomplices. The real killer who caused your death has not yet emerged. Moreover, there are many puzzling aspects in your dreams that trouble you, such as the unreasonable aura emanating from the Nine Heavens sect. This life must be made clear. With a firm determination in your heart, you are no longer silent. You bow to the elders in the hall. Thank you, sect master and all the elders, for your kindness, but I do not want to become a disciple. I hope to start as an ordinary disciple, with countless top-notch techniques, supernatural powers, and foreknowledge of opportunities in the next 30 years. You have abundant resources that you cannot exhaust, making it completely unnecessary to become a disciple. Your answer leaves all the elders looking bewildered. Later, Master Yuan looked at you and said coldly, "Do you know that ordinary disciples have limited access to resources and need to regularly complete miscellaneous tasks and missions for the sect? Can you tell us your reasons?" You showed a carefree smile on your face. The path of cultivation is full of difficulties. What if one day I, as a disciple, pass away first? Wouldn't it be a case of the older generation sending off the younger generation? As for taking on a master, I think I'll pass. It only adds worries and unnecessary emotional burdens. These words made the elders slightly trance-like, and a subtle and imperceptible look flashed in Master Yuan's eyes. After the ceremony of accepting disciples ended, you followed your memory to find a secluded abandoned stone house. After simple repairs to the stone house, you planned to reside there in the future. As a disciple without a master, you had to go every 10 days to do tasks like sweeping, fetching water, or weeding and chopping wood. Once you reached the foundation building stage, you could go down the mountain for training. By then, some of the opportunities in your dreams could be obtained in advance. In your dreams, you were a dazzling genius, but you still gave most of the resources and opportunities to the master, senior sister, and other fellow disciples. In this life, you dared not imagine becoming a bad person, growing at a terrifying speed. With that in mind, you first went to relieve yourself, then closed the door, and sat cross-legged on the stone bed. After a slight adjustment, you took out 2 chi condensation pills without hesitation, swallowed them, and then held 2 low-grade spirit stones in your hands. You searched in your memory for a technique you obtained during your later travels, called the heaven-seizing creation technique. The nature of the technique was also quite abnormal, able to absorb any energy in the world, including spiritual energy, evil energy, demonic energy, and so on. Soon, within a dozen breaths, the spiritual power contained in the 2 chi condensation pills and the 2 spirit stones turned into a pile of powder and ashes, and you easily entered the chi refining stage. At the same time, in an elegant courtyard, a figure stood alone, adding worries in vain, adding to the pain. This Chu Tianxuan is quite interesting. Although I couldn't become his disciple, I'll give him some elixirs next time we meet. Real person Yuan looked at the full moon above her head, and she unexpectedly remembered the words you said in the main hall today. The next day, after completing the miscellaneous tasks, you obtained 10 days of cultivation time and began to cultivate quietly in the stone room. It must be said that the heaven-seizing creation technique is indeed effective. Without using any elixirs or spirit stones for assistance, you achieved half-step foundation building solely by absorbing chaotic energy. Unlike others who need to prepare with memories from your past life, you had no hesitation. With a single thought, you directly began to impact foundation building. Shockingly, the originally cloudless sky suddenly became overcast, followed by thunder and lightning, as if a storm was brewing in the sky. In the next moment, all the nascent soul stage cultivators of the Nine Heavens sect turned their gaze towards the place where you lived. Tribulation. Who has triggered the tribulation? The elders were full of confusion. At this moment, you were also a bit confused, but since the tribulation had appeared, there was no way to escape it, let alone stop the foundation building. Soon, the tribulation descended, and you frantically operated the heaven-seizing creation technique, unexpectedly finding that this incomplete technique could actually absorb the power of the tribulation. At the same time, the Great Freedom Demon technique of creation was also in operation. While crossing the tribulation, your cultivation level continued to rise steadily. Soon, Truman Tianxu and other nascent soul cultivators, as well as 20 to 30 Foundation Establishment cultivators, appeared outside your stone house. Chu Tianjun? He actually started to build his foundation? He even triggered a heavenly tribulation. What kind of heaven-defying qualification is this? The Nine Swords realist probed that the person in the room was Chu Tianjun and was shocked and had lost his temper somewhat. Too evil. He only started 10 days ago, right? Throughout history, to be able to build a foundation in 100 days is the pride of the heavens. To build a foundation in 10 days is really unheard of. Another elder shook his head and said with an incredulous face. And in the next moment, the words uttered by the Hazel Moon realist made everyone realize even more that Chu Tianjun was extraordinary. Elders, you may have overlooked the fact that this child didn't receive a single bit of resources. At most he received 2 lower-grade spirit stones and 2 chi condensation pills when he was initiated. Hazel Moon's voice was still calm, but her eyes were clearly not. Everyone sucked in a breath of cool air when they heard Misty Moon realist's words. At this moment, a group of Yuaning elders are more regret. This qualification if under their own door a little cultivation, then the future achievements can still be? Why didn't you insist on it at that time? Then give Chu Tianjun promise some benefits. Maybe can harvest a good disciple against the sky. No, not only the heavenly tribulation, but also the heart demon tribulation? How is that possible? Suddenly the heavenly pivot realist exclaimed. At this moment he couldn't even maintain the demeanor of a patriarch. There were quite a few Yuaning real people here, and they had all survived a calamity, but none of them had survived a heart demon calamity. This was because the heart demon tribulation was something that would only occur when impacting the transformation stage. As a matter of fact, Chu Tianjun was indeed still suffering from the heart demon tribulation at the moment. He didn't know why he had a heart demon tribulation at the foundation establishment stage, and he didn't think much about it. Instead he was concentrating on dealing with the heart demon tribulation. The so-called heart demon robbery is the consciousness of their own most unwilling to face, is the soul of the most fragile mapping. Ferrying this heart demon robbery and strength has nothing to do with the high and low. Any magic treasure also does not matter, purely on the test of the state of mind. At this moment Chu Tianjun was also being tested, and in his sea of consciousness, what surfaced was surprisingly a scene from his last life in which he was falsely accused and wrongly accused and abandoned. Senior brother is clearly you. I all saw it with my own eyes. It was you who injured junior brother. Just admit it. Admit your mistake and I'll still consider you as my senior brother. A young girl with delicate features looked at Chu Tianjun with a face full of disappointment. This was his once most favored little senior sister. You saw it with your own eyes? I said I didn't do it. Are you still finished? Suddenly Chu Tianjuan's flying sword in his hand shot out. Just a sword light. It passed through the chest of the most favored little sister. The last Chu Tianjun face-planted wrongdoing had also tried to explain. The last little sister or with him more and more distant. But now in the heart of the devil robbery, Chu Tianjun without hesitation. A sword shot. Even a sentence of redundant explanations are not. Chu Tianjun, do you know your offense? The scene shifted and it was again the sect elder questioning Chu Tianjun. At this moment Chu Tianjun does not know what crime the elders in the heart demon robbery have decided that he has committed. Anyway, he can afford the clan, and has never done a single thing that is detrimental to the clan. I know a request. You as elders, do not know the facts. Biased hearing, come up to indiscriminately put a hat. Do you know the crime? In the heart of the devil robbery in the face of the elders of the questioning, Chu Tianjun stood upright. After a rhetorical question immediately carrying a sword forward, as chopping melons and cutting vegetables in general, directly will be a few elders cut over. In his last life, Chu Tianjun was a half-step transformation god, and with his strong strength and many means, killing a few Yuaning elders was really effortless. But in his last life, he even acted like a rebellious sufferer, allowing these people to condemn him. Chu Tianjun, you have disappointed me too much. Had I known that you were such a person, 30 years ago I should have killed you with a slap. The heart demon robbery changed to Hazel Moon again. Hazel Moon had an expression of utter disappointment. Once her eyes were also filled with pride when she looked at Chu Tianjun, but now it had turned into indifference and dislike. You are also too much of a disappointment to me. These 30 years I asked myself to treat you better than my own mother. As early as several years ago I was able to step into the God transformation stage, but I gave all my resources to you, in order to allow you to smoothly advance into the God transformation stage. I didn't hesitate to take the risk of going into the devil's path alone and seizing countless wondrous treasures for you. I have explained to you again and again, but you have never believed me. You would rather trust irrelevant outsiders than a disciple who has accompanied you for 30 years. Chu Tianjun looked at Hazel Moon with the same cold look. There were some words he didn't finish after all, and in the end, his gaze chilled, and for the first time in the heart demon fantasy realm, he swung his sword at his master. Hazel Moon. Cool, comfortable. With this sword swing, Chu Tianjun only felt that his thoughts were incomparably energized. In the next moment, the heart of the demonic tribulation disappeared. Along with the heavenly tribulation also dissipated. Outside the stone house, all the Jiao Shao sect powerhouses heard Chu Tianjuan's sentence. Cool, comfortable. He crossed the heart demon tribulation? It looks like it's still cool? Should we ask what the heart demon tribulation is like? We'll definitely encounter it in the future. Countless murmurs rose and fell. Some people's gazes were shocked, and some people's eyes were hot. A few moments later Chu Tianjun walked out of the stone house. Earlier he already knew that these elders of the Nine Heavens sect had come. Meeting these eager gazes, Chu Tianjuan's face was still only indifferent. That's right, it's the Foundation establishment stage, and the aura is very solid. Not at all like it's just been established. If the sect has this talented disciple, why worry that the Nine Heavens sect won't prosper? But he has no one to guide him, not to mention no cultivation resources. How did he manage to build his foundation in 10 days? It couldn't be a devilish spy, or a great demon taking over the body, could it? At first, these Yuaning elders Jindan deacons are still signed Chu Tianjun qualification of the heaven. Celebrate as the clan's fortunate out of a genius. But gradually the wind of words is not right, and finally turned into a question. Sure enough, a dog can't change its ways. Chu Tianjun laughed coldly in his heart. The Nine Heavens sect had been developing poorly, and these people had an unshirkable responsibility. What technique do you cultivate? Suddenly Misty Moon Realist opened her mouth and asked, and her question caused the others to stop talking. The chi refining technique that I received from the sect some days ago. If the elders don't believe me, they can probe my body's spiritual energy breath. Chu Tianjun replied with a frank expression. He said this and held out his arm in a way that looked like you guys could just check it out. The next moment Patriarch Tianxuan appeared in front of Chu Tianjun, and really put 2 fingers on Chu Tianjuan's wrist, and then the divine sense probed into Chu Tianjuan's body. A moment later the heavenly pivot realist withdrew his finger and said, confirming that it is undoubtedly our sect's gong method. This child does not have any problems. Chu Tianjun was naturally not afraid of inspection, and the creation-grade selfless demon technique instantly converted the spiritual energy in his body into the aura of the Nine Heavens sect technique. Chapter 4, The Wondrous Warm Sun Jade. The next several elders threw another olive branch to Chu Tianjun, saying that as long as Chu Tianjun worshipped the master, he would absolutely give the best resources, and even his own Yuaning elder resources were given to Chu Tianjun. I appreciate the good intentions of the several elders. Chu Tianjun only returned a faint sentence, leaving the crowd disappointed once again. One by one, the elders left one after another, and Chu Tianjun turned toward the stone house. Wait, suddenly a familiar voice called out to himself from behind. Chu Tianjun could hear that it was the voice of Hazel Moon's real person. He did not know why Hazel Moon, who had always been as light as a chrysanthemum, stayed at the end and called out to himself, so he turned back to look. Tianjun, you've just built your foundation and still need to stabilize your realm rank. Here's a bottle of elixir suitable for the foundation establishment stage, you take it. Hazel Moon surprisingly had a faint smile on her face as she handed a jade bottle to Chu Tianjun. If this scene had happened in his last life, Chu Tianjun would have definitely been too excited to sleep for days, but now he just indifferently arched his hand towards Hazel Moon and said, thank you for your kindness, elder, but I don't need it. Saying that, he no longer paid any attention to Hazel Moon Realist at all, and directly went back to the stone house, and also closed the rickety wooden door. Hazuki's hand was still in midair, the smile on her face a little stiff. This kid seems a little hostile towards me? Or is that just the way his personality is supposed to be? Maybe it's because of his character. After all, he walked up the mountain on his own. He's the second one from the Nine Heavens sect to walk up the mountain in a mortal's body. It's only natural that he's a bit special. There were many thoughts in Hazel Moon's mind, and even she herself didn't realize now that her usual self, who didn't care about anything but cultivation, seemed to want to get to know this disciple who had just entered with an odd personality. Chu Tianjun was hurt so deeply that he didn't even want to waste his words to talk to Hazel Moon. Ignoring and indifference was the best way to get along, and he didn't have a change of heart because of Hazel Moon's sudden gesture of goodwill. Tomorrow, I will apply for downhill training, and when I find some of the chances from my previous life, it shouldn't be long before I can condense the Jindan. In my last life I only used 3 years to cultivate to the Jindan realm. In this life I'm striving to reach Jindan in 1 year. Chu Tianjun is also spirited. In his last life, he was really stupid. Put such a good qualification does not concentrate on cultivation blindly when what a good guy. Early in the morning of the second day Chu Tianjun came to the clan's hall pavilion that manages the affairs of the disciples going down the mountain, applying for his own experience down the mountain. This is Senior Chu, right? You've just succeeded in building your foundation and you're going down the mountain? I don't know what's going on. The disciple in charge of registration is also Foundation Establishment stage. Last night Chu Tianjun 10 days Foundation Establishment news has spread throughout the clan. In front of this late Foundation Establishment disciple Chu Tianjun is also respectful. The world of cultivation would always be honored by strength. Looking for resources to impact the Jindan realm, Chu Tianjun said very plainly. This is actually no problem. All the Foundation stage cultivators. Surely only one ultimate purpose. That is the impact of Jindan. No matter what to do, its fundamental purpose and starting point is certainly for this. But for a freshly Foundation built one to start preparing to impact Jindan, it was again a strange thing to say. The disciple in charge of registration twitched the corners of his mouth a few times, wanting to say something but unable to. A final registration signaled that Chu Tianjun could go down the mountain. The Foundation Establishment stage was already able to fly through the air for short distances, and could also refine magic weapons and fly for long periods of time with the help of them. It was just that Chu Tianjun didn't have any materials right now, and the magic weapon was nowhere to be found. So he flew in the air and left the 9 heavenly mountains. Chu Tianjuan's destination was clear, a place more than 1,000 miles away from the sect. This place belongs to the middle of nowhere and is also sparsely populated. But in his last life Chu Tianjun found a deceased cultivator's cave here. The level of the cave is not high. That fallen cultivator should also be at the Jindan cultivation level. And the cave also left behind some spiritual herbs and elixirs, and a few refining materials. Since it was only a Jindan level home base, naturally it couldn't be talked about much better. And in his last life Chu Tianjun was already at the Yuaning stage when he found this place. So he didn't want the things inside, but gave all of them to his little sister. Now, of course, he wouldn't leave it to his little sister anymore. These things were just right for him to cultivate to the Jindan realm. In fact, in Chu Tianjuan's memory, there are many bigger and better chances, but now his strength is not high. Many chances to go also cannot get, but also very dangerous. The early stage or to step by step, came to a seemingly unusual cliff before. Chu Tianjun reached out toward the front as a palm, and then the dust flew. A person under the height of the hole appeared. Entering the cave is a very simple stone room, and in his last life Chu Tianjun already knew that this cave was the final resting place of that Jindan cultivator when he sat down. Everything inside in his last life saw no one any difference, because it was a Jindan cultivator who had no hope of impacting Yuaning. In fact, most of the resources had already been used up, and not much was left behind. Chu Tianjun skillfully found pills and herbs and some valuable things. This time, he did not rush to take pills to enhance his cultivation. Instead, he used the materials he collected in the cave to first refine a storage bag, then casually refined a few simple magic weapons, because his current cultivation level was too low, and the things he refined were all for temporary use. Chu Tianjun didn't put much thought into it. This process lasted for 3 days. 3 days later Chu Tianjun successively served all the pills he found, and when all these pills were refined it was already a month later, and Chu Tianjuan's cultivation had successfully reached the middle stage of Foundation Establishment. Time to go to a few other places. Chu Tianjun walked out of the cave, casually flinging his sleeve towards his back as he left, and then the cave collapsed. 2 days later Chu Tianjun came to a workshop market, will not be able to use the things sold, and then bought a lot of spiritual grass. In the workshop to stay half an hour, Chu Tianjun left. After a few more days, Chu Tianjun came to Jiangzhou city of Yu country. Yu country is a mortal country, which also belongs to the sphere of influence of the 9 Heavens sect. Within the sphere of influence of the 9 Heavens sect, there are also 3 other countries, and there are more than a dozen mortals countries of varying sizes in a single foofing state. Now in the late fall, trees withered, grass withered, but outside of Jiangzhou city, there is a mountain village. A courtyard within the manor is a tree flourishing. A spring. Chu Tianjun of the 9 Heavens sect, I beg to see your master. Chu Tianjun appeared outside of this mountain villa, operating his spiritual energy to shout inside. The name of the 9 Heavens sect was still very big, and soon an old man with a white beard and hair appeared with a large group of people who had a respectful attitude and addressed Chu Tianjun as immortal leader. I don't know what is the purpose of a mortal's visit to my humble abode. The old man was the owner of this place, the richest man in Yu. Chu Tianjuan's gaze looked towards the springy courtyard, and said in a calm tone with a hint of indifference, "For the Warm Sun Jade, I'll take this. Immortal. The Warm Sun Jade is a family heirloom that has been enshrined within the ancestral hall. Your request is a bit of an imposition, isn't it?" A young man said in an unkind tone. As this person spoke, the guards in the manor were also posing with their ice blades. Chu Tianjun turned a blind eye to this. He just lightly said, "It's also a curse for you guys to leave this thing behind. Instead of exterminating the door in the future, I'll take it today," said Chu Tianjun. Took a step toward the spring courtyard. He just took a step. The body of the spiritual power surged out. There seems to be a ripple swept away. all the people around the east and west lying on the ground. The Warm Sun Jade in Chu Tianxuan's mouth is also considered to be a rare treasure. In the last life this thing also ended up in Chu Tianxuan's hands, but it was not obtained from this family, but snatched from the hands of a loose cultivator. As for the loose cultivator, he was the one who killed this family to get the Warm Sun Jade. Chapter 5 Peach Blossom Paved Road. Ordinary people had little ability to resist in front of cultivators, and Chu Tianxuan easily took a palm-sized piece of jade that emitted a warm aura from the shrine. And when this Warm Sun Jade was put into the storage bag, the grass and trees of the originally springtime courtyard withered instantly, returning to the normal autumn scene of depression. This one elixir will allow you to prolong your lives for at least 10 years. Take it as an exchange, but remember to take it in water. Not directly. After it is watered down it will be enough for 10 people in your family. Taking the Warm Sun Jade, Chu Tianxuan turned around and left, but on his way out he threw an elixir towards the family. Seeing the elixir emitting a faint halo of light, the original unwillingness of this family's heart dissipated quite a bit. By the time the richest man in a country, the things of money and wealth are no longer needed. Only the lifespan is the most precious. Putting an ancestral object that just looks good and has more symbolic meaning than actual meaning in exchange for 10 people in the clan to increase their lifespan by 10 years. It seems like they are not losing out. Not to mention that without the Warm Sun Jade, this family would be able to avoid the tragedy of being exterminated a few years later. Chu Tianxuan then traveled all the way south and went to a few more places with great purpose. A few mountain ranges even had demons entrenched in them, but he didn't go there to cut down the demons and eliminate the devils. Instead, he collected quite a few spirit medicines. A month later Chu Tian had left Fufeng Prefecture and arrived at the neighboring Yangzhou. However, in Yangzhou Chu Tianxuan didn't look for anything valuable, just dug up dozens of peach trees and threw them into a storage bag at a picturesque lake, then changed to another route and returned to the Nine Heavens sect in more than a month. This time there were more than 3 months before and after leaving the 9 heavenly clans. After returning he went to report to the clan. At the same time Chu Tianxuan 3 months from the early stage of foundation establishment to cultivate to the middle stage of foundation establishment news also quickly spread throughout the clan. The news once again caused an uproar. While the clan still thought Chu Tianxuan was out to get a chance. 3 months across a small realm. In fact, he really crossed the small realm only used a month. This life's Chu Tianxuan clearly belonged to the kind of solitary and out-of-touch cultivator, but his demonic natural talent and cultivation speed made people think that this was the personality of a genius. In reality, this really wasn't Chu Tianxuan's personality. He had a very cheerful disposition and just simply didn't want to care about most of the people in the Nine Heavens sect. The only ones within the entire sect that he was still attached to were now either in seclusion or had not yet been initiated. And these people were one of the reasons why he chose to stay in the Nine Heavens sect. The other thing is, to Chu Tianxuan's character thought, he has always taken the Jiu Shaozong as a home, even if Reborn should go as not himself. But those who harbor evil intentions, he will only build the Jiu Shaozong better, so that those who do not know what is good and bad people lose everything in the previous life, and let those who are really good to themselves have more. The Nine Heavens sect did have a lot of problems, as long as the people who created the problems were killed, and if even the sect leader had problems, then he would be the sect leader himself. Not paying the slightest attention to the clan's comments about him, Chu Tianxuan returned to the stone house and immediately began to get busy. However, he didn't start alchemy or cultivation to enhance his realm. Instead, he used the stone house as the center to first set up a formation, with that Warm Sun Jade being where the eye of the formation was located, and then spent a whole day planting the peach trees that he dug up from Yangzhou. It was already winter at this time of the year, and it had long since snowed on the 9 heavenly mountains, and most of the place was white. But because of the role of the Warm Sun Jade in the formation, this place where Chu Tianxuan lives is now a forest of peach trees, and from now on, there will also be 4 seasons like spring within a radius of dozens of feet. Such an arrangement did not increase Chu Tianxuan's cultivation speed. The reason why he did so was purely just that he was used to this environment, as Hazelmoon's Tianxian Peak in his previous life was arranged in such a way. Chu Tianxuan decades of habits, not because of hate Hazelmoon to change their favorite things, but also will not give up because of the people related to the hated. That in turn is trampling on themselves. In his last life, around shortly after Chu Tianxuan had attained Dan, during a chance conversation with Hazelmoon, he asked his master about his life before cultivation. Where is your master from? What was your old home like? I was born in Yangzhou. It's been too long and I've forgotten many things. I only remember that every March the peach blossoms pave the road. It's the most beautiful season of the year. At that time Hazelmoon gossiped with Chu Tianxuan from time to time. They were like family. It was this idle chat. A few days later Chu Tianxuan went down to the mountain to practice. This absence was half a year. When he came back, he spent 3 days and 3 nights to set up. Tianxian Peak was planted with peach trees, and it became like spring in all seasons. Due to the effect of the Warm Sun Jade, the peach tree that originally blossomed once a year turned into a monthly peach blossom bloom, and although it no longer bore fruit, it was still beautiful. Peach trees blossom month after month. All-day peach blossom paved the road, and later that even became a great scene in the Nine Heavenly clan. However, all of this had nothing to do with Tianxuan Peak now. Did you guys see that? That Chu senior brother lives in a place. I don't know what's going on. It's warm as spring even in the cold winter months, and there are many more peach trees. That peach blossom paved all over the road. It's simply going to be beautiful. Rumors about Chu Tianxuan's place of residence soon appeared within the Nine Heavens sect, mainly originating from some female disciples. Although Chu Tianxuan had just been initiated not long ago, he was already in the middle stage of Foundation Establishment cultivation, and among the ordinary disciples, he had already surpassed the vast majority of them. And in terms of cultivation, many of the disciples naturally addressed him as senior brother. Hazel Moon, real person in the Nine Shao Zone, also belongs to the alternative. Her persona is people light as a chrysanthemum, coupled with the fact that it is also a rare genius in the clan in the past 1,000 years. In addition to the weekdays to cultivate or cultivation, rarely with people, in addition to the occasional participation in the meeting of the elders of the clan, seldom outside to walk around. Since the last time Chu Tianxuan Foundation Establishment vision she appeared, these months has also been in Tianxian Peak seclusion. This day she woke up from seclusion, intends to go to these months their own elder offerings to collect. The other elders had disciples to do this kind of thing for them, but the lone Hazel Moon could only go by herself. Hazel Moon set up a recluse light and left Tianxian Peak. Her speed was extremely fast. Only on the way, for some reason she glanced at the direction where Chu Tianxuan lived. With just one glance Hazel Moon saw a springtime in a silver dress. With her Yuan stage cultivation, she could even clearly see peach blossoms paving the road, and pieces of peach blossoms floating down. The place where that child lives. How did it become like this? Hazel Moon subconsciously stopped her recluse, and at this moment, an inexplicable affectionate feeling rose in her heart. This is so like the images I remember from my childhood. March in Yangzhou. Peach blossoms paving the road. Hazel Moon couldn't help but have many images from a long time ago in her mind as well. She had been practicing for almost 100 years, although in terms of the Yuaning stage this was still very young, but compared to an ordinary person, this was longer than a lifetime. Hazel Moon could not hold back the curiosity in her heart. The recluse turned the direction, and the figure appeared in the colorful fall of the forest after a split second. Just as soon as she landed, Hazel Moon saw Chu Tianxuan, and Chu Tianxuan also saw that the visitor was Hazel Moon. Both of them froze for a moment. Misty Moon was surprised that at this moment Chu Tianxuan was already in the middle stage of Foundation Establishment, as well as his actions at this moment. Chu Tianxuan was unhappy in his heart. He was just about to enjoy the food. Hazel Moon appeared to make him very appetizing. At this moment Chu Tianxuan set up a pile of fire in front of him. A fish on the fire. The skin of the fish emitted a nuisance sound. Has been flooded with golden color, and the aroma also diffused in the surrounding. Tianxuan, in just a few months, you are already in the middle stage of Foundation Establishment? Hazel Moon asked with some delight. At this moment she was truly happy for this genius junior. To know 10 days to build the foundation, 3 months to the middle of the foundation, that is very likely to be condensed in 1 or 2 years Jindan. This speed is unheard of by Hazel Moon. She, a genius back then, also spent more than 10 years to condense Jindan. Does this have anything to do with the elders? Also my name is Chu Tianxuan. We don't seem to know each other well. However, what responded to Hazel Moon was Chu Tianxuan's cold voice. Hazel Moon almost didn't tense up. She was a Yuaning elder, but she was ignored by a foundation stage disciple. Do you and I have some kind of misunderstanding? No matter what, I am also a clan elder. Is this the attitude that a disciple of yours should have? Misty Moon's Yuaning stage pressure was instantly released from her body as she asked Chu Tianxuan in a deep voice. Chapter 6, The Unattainable is the Most Tumultuous. How dare you? You are a Yuaning elder, like the bright moon on top of a mountain, while I am just an ordinary Foundation Establishment disciple, like the silt in a gully. How can there be any misunderstanding? Chu Tianxuan's voice remained cold. Hazel Moon didn't know why, but when she heard Chu Tianxuan describe the two men, one as a bright moon on top of a mountain, and the other as a gully sludge, she felt some inexplicable difficulty in her heart. Perhaps this child suffered too much as a child. I heard that such people often protect themselves with such gestures. I am almost 100 years old. Why should I be angry with a small child? Hazel Moon enlightened herself in her mind, surprisingly rounding herself off. Are you grilling fish? It smells quite fragrant. The next moment Hazel Moon asked towards Chu Tianxuan in a tone that was still somewhat gentle. Chu Tianxuan also froze for a moment. Hadn't he behaved obviously enough? Hazel Moon even managed to stay. He didn't realize in his last life that this master had such a thick skin. You're at least a Yuaning real person. Don't you have any face? I don't have an appetite anymore. Elder, like, please help yourself. Chu Tianxuan was so messed up by Hazel Moon that he really didn't have an appetite. After saying that, he got up and went back to the stone house, and also closed the door as well, with an out of sight, out of mind stance. Hazel Moon's face also turned not so good. By all rights she should have brushed her sleeve away at this point as well, but smelling the aroma of the grilled fish that was wafting in, she actually walked over, subconsciously picking up the grilled fish. Hazel Moon stood under the peach tree and elegantly tore off a small piece. This small piece of fish meat in the mouth, Hazel Moon instantly changed in color, and in her heart, she muttered to herself with some shock, how is this possible? This is the flavor of childhood. Roasted fish is indeed the flavor that Hazel Moon remembers from her childhood, because in her last life, in order to help Hazel Moon's mind become complete so that she could easily pass through the heart demon robbery of the transformation of God stage, Chu Tianxuan almost tried to make up for all of Hazel Moon's regrets. She likes the peach blossom paved road. Chu Tianxuan seeks to warm the sun jade arrangement of the peach forest. She recalled the taste of childhood baked fish. Chu Tianxuan went to Yangzhou to learn 3 months, a variety of techniques, various ways to try, and ultimately to find the taste of Hazel Moon memory. Because the master like, Chu Tianxuan also loved the house. A long time like has become a habit. Living again this preference Chu Tianxuan cannot be abandoned. Why? Why is it that I can always feel an incomparable affinity in him? Old Ancestor also said that I have a master-disciple bond with him, but he clearly refused to pay homage to him. Could it be that there is still a chance for this matter to turn around? Hazel Moon's mind was fluctuating greatly at the moment. She could no longer treat Chu Tianxuan as an ordinary sect disciple. Sitting on the stone bench, Hazel Moon surprisingly chewed and swallowed slowly, finishing a whole roasted fish delicately. To the back she even forgot Chu Tianxuan's indifference. After eating, Hazel Moon came to the front of the stone house and asked towards the house, are you from Yangzhou too? Disciple is going to close the door for cultivation. Elder, please do not disturb. Responding to Hazel Moon was still a cold voice. The next moment she clearly felt that the stone house was shrouded in a layer of isolation array. Chu Tianxuan was truly in seclusion. Hazel Moon's appearance was just an unpleasant interlude for Chu Tianxuan, and when he returned to the house, he was ready to start refining the spirit herbs he had collected during this outing into pills. The resources Chu Tianxuan collected this time, although they are all below Jindan, can be collected, but also basically enough for him to condense Jindan, but things are not readily available. It is estimated that the next half a year will have to be used for alchemy, but Hazel Moon's entire being was not so good, and a moment later she left the peach forest, but instead of flying towards the place where she received the offerings, the recluse landed at the ancestor shrine. The place was usually deserted, and it looked like it hadn't been cleaned in a long time, and there was noticeable dust on the ground outside the shrine. Hazel Moon walked to the bottom of the steps of the ancestral hall. She didn't continue to walk inside. Instead she respectfully knelt on both knees, then said in the direction of the ancestral hall, enlighten the old ancestor. Disciple didn't follow the old ancestor's command to accept Chu Tianxuan as a disciple. This child seems to be hostile to me, but I can somehow feel affection from him. I don't know what is the cause of this. I hope that the old ancestor can solve the problem. The Nine Heavens sect was openly just a dozen or so Yuaning elders supporting the facade, but these Yuaning elders knew that the Nine Heavens sect also had a supreme ancestor, who was rumored to have cultivated to the legendary cave Xian realm, a mighty being who could deduce the mysteries of the heavens, and from Hazel Moon's words, it could be heard that it seemed that she had taken the initiative to accept Chu Tianxuan as her disciple that day, and it was also the supreme elder ancestor who had greeted her. When I met that little fellow, the heavenly chance instructed that you guys do have a master-disciple bond, or else such a good disciple wouldn't be cheaper for you? Now you guys are indeed without a master-disciple bond, although I'm not sure what's going on, but probably the problem is with you. A few moments later an incomparably indifferent voice appeared in his mind. The voice indeed appeared directly in her mind and could not be heard as male or female. The problem is me? Then is there a remedy? Misty Moon's heart was shaken. She believed in her old ancestor's words and subconsciously wanted a remedy. Karma is the most marvelous thing. Maybe there is one or maybe there isn't. If I could know it all, why would I still be here? Early ascension to go. The old ancestor's voice appeared again. From the way the old ancestor spoke, it seemed that this was also an interesting old ancestor. Not even getting an answer from the supreme ancestor here, Hazel Moon returned to Tianxian Peak with her mind full of worries, and for the next period of time, she also tried to cultivate in seclusion, but that peach forest, and that teenager with the eccentric character, always lingered in her mind. After a few attempts, Hazel Moon gave up on her seclusion, and she simply came back to the peach forest. Seeing that the stone house was still isolated by the formation, Hazel Moon instead felt much more at ease as she leisurely strolled through the peach forest. occasionally sitting under the peach tree and letting the petals fall on her head and clothes. Gradually Hazel Moon to the peach forest more and more often, and stay here longer and longer. Sometimes stay as half a day. A few times even wait until sunset, and wait until the moon in the sky. Hazel found herself really liking this place. She liked the peach forest when the sun was shining. She liked it when it was raining. She liked it when the sun was setting. And she still liked it at night when the clear light was falling. Unconsciously half a year had passed, and this day Hazel Moon was sitting under a peach tree, with an additional stone table beside her, which Hazel Moon had gotten herself not too long ago. There was also a tea set on the stone table, which looked very enjoyable. And Hazel Moon looked so lazy that those who didn't know thought this was her place. Suddenly the stone house formation was withdrawn. Then the wooden door opened. And then Chu Tianjun stretched his lazy waist and walked out from inside. The next moment the four eyes met. Chu Tianjun frowned slightly, while Hazel Moon got up in a bit of a panic, looking a bit nervous and embarrassed. Chapter 7, Jindan becomes. Fabulous treasure comes out. The fish you baked last time was delicious. I saw that you were still missing something here, so I added it for you, Hazel Moon said as she pointed at the stone table, the smile on her face clearly a little awkward. Chu Tianjun was once again surprised by Hazel Moon's actions. This was surely not the master he remembered. Even if the master was kind and filial for those 20 years, Hazel Moon's persona of being light as a chrysanthemum could not possibly have allowed her to do such a thing. Has this woman's head been pinched by a door? Or has her cultivation gone off the rails? Chu Tianjun could not help but slander in his heart. But the next moment he said indifferently, how can a grilled fish compare to a bowl of white porridge? At these words Hazel Moon looked puzzled. She didn't know why Chu Tianjun would compare grilled fish to white porridge. Chu Tianjun also regretted a little after saying this. The allusion to a bowl of white porridge has not happened now. It was more than 20 years later. Hazel Moon once went out and suffered some injuries. A teenager called Yichen boiled a bowl of white porridge for him. It is also this time, Hazel Moon Eclipse only accept Chu Tianjun a disciple of words. She will also accept Yi Dust as a disciple to bring back to the Nine Heavenly Clan. From then on open Chu Tianjuan's miserable career. And that Yi Dust is the culprit of Chu Tianjuan's death. What white porridge? Misty asked subconsciously. Chu Tianjun didn't answer. He was too lazy to answer. This time out his cultivation didn't increase. But the elixir that was enough to impact the Jindan had already been refined. He planned to apply to go out again. And he wouldn't be in the Nine Heavens sect when he formed the Jindan. Seeing Chu Tianjun ignoring himself, Hazel Moon hurriedly said again, I plan to go out for a period of time. You can accept these pills. With your qualifications with the aid of the pills, you should be able to conjugate pills very soon. As she spoke Hazel Moon took out another jade bottle. She was afraid that Chu Tianjun wouldn't accept it and placed it directly on the stone table. I don't need it. Leave it to your future disciple, Chu Tianjun said without looking back. And in the next moment he directly rose up in the air and flew towards the Hall of Internal Affairs. Hazel Moon felt that her behavior was just a hot face on a cold ass. But on the contrary, the more this happened, the more she actually wanted to know more about Chu Tianjun, especially since Chu Tianjuan's words always made her feel that they had something to say. In the evening Hazel Moon came again, but Chu Tianjun seemed to have not returned. The next day she inquired. Chu Tianjun left the peach forest, then applied for an outward journey, and directly left the clan. This child is also a real fighter. His talent is outstanding and he is still working so hard. I wonder what his cultivation level will be when he comes back from this trip. Since this is the case, I'll also go out to practice and look for opportunities. Maybe I'll even meet him. Hazel Moon returned to Tianxian Peak and began to pack up in preparation for her training trip. Chu Tianjun naturally wasn't clear about Hazel Moon's movements. He did know some of the chances that belonged to Hazel Moon, but they were basically at the Yuaning stage, and there was no way for him to intercept them now. This time out Chu Tianjun did not look for any opportunity, but directly to the demon-entrenched Liuguo mountain range. This is the junction of the four states. The entire mountain range is very large, enough to half the size of the state. Inside the number of demons also form tribes and even the demon country. It is said that there is also the God of God stage of the great king of the demon. Similarly Chu Tianjun is not here to cut down the demons. He just found a hidden place in the periphery, laid down a simple array, and then began to swallow pills and refine them to enhance his cultivation until the peak of Foundation Establishment, and then impacted the Jindan realm at this place. Coagulation of Jindan is essentially the accumulation of energy in the body, quantitative change caused by qualitative change, the power to reach a critical point. Fusion condensed into a Jindan. This time, the retreat, a flash of another half a year passed. The first 3 months Chu Tianjun reached the late stage of Foundation Establishment, and the last 3 months managed to reach the peak of Foundation Establishment. Now exactly 1 year and 3 months had passed since he had succeeded in building his foundation, and he was already a half-step Jindan. Achieving the Golden Dan will be today. Chu Tianxuan's internal spiritual energy converged at a point. An array of golden light was growing in that place. Rumble. The sky robbery cloud appeared once again. This time it was obviously more powerful than the last foundation establishment. But this time, when he advanced to Jindan, there was no hard demon robbery. Apocalypse Fall. Chu Tianxuan can still use the magic of the apocalypse refining. Other people are more and more weak. He is good, more and more power, more and more powerful. A little bit of weakness after the apocalypse are not there. Without the interference of the hard demon robbery, soon a Jindan was condensed in Chu Tianxuan's body. Around the Jindan there is also a dragon and tiger shadow coiled around. This is the so-called dragon and tiger intertwined with the sign, representing the Jindan's level is very high. It is one of the most top-level several kinds of Jindan that have been recorded. In my last life, although my cultivation speed was also very fast, there were no abnormal signs in the Jindan. In this life, the Jindan appeared to have the sign of dragon and tiger intertwining, so the future is even more promising. Chu Tianxuan was in an incomparably happy mood, and soon the robbery clouds dispersed and he collected his breath. Condensation of Jindan is like a waterfall. He chose this place as originally remote, did not cause much commotion. Moreover, there is no need to pretend. A few moments later Chu Tianxuan withdrew the simple array, driving a most ordinary magic weapon and left. For the next whole month, Chu Tianxuan was wandering in this Lubo mountain range. He didn't need to consolidate his Jindan realm. Instead, after reaching the Jindan realm, he started to collect some Jindan chances, while killing quite a few demonic beasts and obtaining the material inner Dan. A month later he once again found a secluded place. This time instead of refining pills to continue increasing his cultivation to break through the realm, he spent another month or so refining two things. One was a formation disc and a few flags in a set of magic weapons, and the other was a flying sword that could barely be considered a magic treasure. The main body of the flying sword was a light blue color, and in some places, a golden color, and almost most of the harvest from this month or so had been put into the refining of the flying sword. After refining these two things, Chu Tianxuan looked towards the depths of the Lubo mountain range, and then his body and sword united into a sword light towards the depths of the mountain range. Half a day later Chu Tianxuan came to a huge lake in front of this neighborhood. In addition to some ordinary beasts, surprisingly cannot feel the breath of the demonic beasts. Obviously the lake should be a powerful demonic beasts. After landing, Chu Tianxuan chose an open place and laid down that array disc and a few flags, and then casually flipped his hand and held the flying sword in his palm. He then appeared on the calm surface of the lake and suddenly swung his sword towards the lake below without warning. The powerful Jindan stage power, with the added strength of the flying sword, transformed into a magnificent sword chi, which broke through the lake water and shot straight to the bottom of the lake. The next moment huge waves churned, and a huge-sized demonic beast leapt up from the lake, its eyes filled with killing intent. This was a demonic beast whose body shape resembled a fish, but after leaping out of the water and unfolding its wings, it looked like it had become a bird of prey, and it was precisely the Qingyun hawk that was able to enter the water and fly in the sky, and carried the bloodline of a foreign beast. And this Qingyun eagle in front of him, exuding a terrifying pressure, was actually already at the peak of Jindan, half-step Yuaning realm. The Qingyun eagle half-step Yuaning has already possessed a fairly high level of intelligence. It perceived that Chu Tianxuan is only at the early stage of Jindan, the original gaze full of killing intent and more disdain. Chu Tianxuan felt the gaze of the other party and just smiled, and then swung his sword out again, without a word of nonsense. Being provoked by someone who was not as strong as himself, the Qingyun eagle naturally retaliated immediately. But unfortunately, although it was higher than Chu Tianxuan in strength, it could not be helped for a while. This man and demon fought in the sky for a few moments, and soon, under Chu Tianxuan's deliberate guidance, they appeared at the place where he had set up the formation. The Qingyun eagle suddenly felt a great danger descending upon it, yet even though it was extremely fast in the air, it was still enveloped by the formation. Chu Tianxuan's hands pinched knots. That array power burst out at once. After all, in his previous life was a half-step transformation of God's existence. Mastery of the means is not Jindan stage can be compared to this array burst of power. Is the peak of the Jindan cannot withstand? The process was not convoluted. Everything was under Chu Tianxuan's control, and soon after the Qingyun eagle was killed. But it was not completely killed. Only its physical body was destroyed, and Chu Tianxuan left behind its inner Dan and divine consciousness. Holding the Qingyun eagle inner Dan, there was a miniature Qingyun eagle silhouette on top of it that looked like it was begging Chu Tianxuan for mercy. Old friend, we meet again. Chu Tianxuan looked at the Qinghawk inner Dan as if he was looking at an old friend, but the other party was dumbfounded. In the next moment, Chu Tianxuan forcibly erased the Qingyun Ying's existing consciousness. leaving only the purest instinctive consciousness. And then he refined all of the inner Dan and pure instinctive consciousness into the flying sword in his hand. It was at this moment that Chu Tianxuan's gaze towards the flying sword became satisfied. This was exactly the magic treasure he used most often in his previous life. A flying sword named Tianxian. Chapter 8, Becoming a Deacon of Transmission. In his previous life, Tianxian was also obtained by Chu Tianxuan just after he had conjugated the Dan. But it was not him who came to decapitate the Qingyun eagle to refine it. Rather, it was a conjugation gift given to him by Hazel Moon. Chu Tianxuan treasured this gift very much. After that, he continuously integrated various heavenly materials and even strange treasures into the Tianxuan Sword. And later, under his careful cultivation, the instinctive consciousness of the Qingyun eagle revived to become an artifact spirit, and it became a top-notch treasure close to a spiritual treasure. And the Tianxian Sword also became Chu Tianxuan's signature magic treasure. In his last life, Tianxian was gifted by Hazel Moon, and Chu Tianxuan did use it very smoothly, and he later became emotionally attached to the spirit of the weapon. So no matter how much he hated Hazel Moon, it wouldn't affect him from continuing to use the Tianxian Sword in this life. Old friend, in my last life I was just a little bit short of making you a spiritual treasure. In this life I will definitely make you ask for the great Tao in the body of a Dharma treasure. Chu Tianxuan said to the Tianxian Sword with incomparable sincerity. Spiritual treasure is a higher level of existence than magic weapon. Magic treasure, and can be called a spiritual treasure. Not only should the treasure be born spiritually intelligent, able to take shape, the most important thing is that it can cultivate itself like a human being. Magic weapon cultivators can refine. Magic treasure can only be refined by Jindan or above cultivators. But the spirit treasure is not purely rely on the high cultivation can be refined. The last Chu Tianxuan has seen a lot of God realization cultivators, and even the existence of the refining of the realm of emptiness, and even the whole Xian realm he also know but the real spirit treasure but only heard of it. That whole Xian realm old ancestor has no spiritual treasure. Chu Tianxuan is not clear. Can be sure to have seen those refining realm old monsters certainly do not have spiritual treasure. The Qingyun accepted the name Tianxian with only instinctive awareness, like a blank sheet of paper. As for the words about making himself a spiritual treasure, Tianxian was currently unable to understand them. Chu Tianxuan, who had regained possession of the Tianxian Sword, also saw a significant increase in his battle power, and he then spent the next half a year moving through the 4 states, collecting a number of Jindan realm opportunities. This kind of recultivation with memories is cool. Half a year down, Chu Tianxuan obtained resources, has been enough for him to refine cultivation to the Yuaning stage of the pills. Should be heavenly treasures and wondrous treasures, but also can be able to refine several pieces of great power magic treasure. There were even some things in this that were already usable by the Yuaning stage. After doing all this, Chu Tianxuan returned to the Nine Heavens sect. This time he went out for 9 months, and it has been more than 2 years since he worshipped the Nine Heavens sect. When he appeared in the Hall of Internal Affairs, the entire Nine Heavens sect was once again in an uproar, because a genius who had condensed his Jindan 2 years after his initiation was not only the most powerful genius the Nine Heavens sect had ever seen, but when looking at the entire Fufeng prefecture or even the eastern region, it was probably the most formidable genius ever to have come before or after him. Immediately seal off the news. No disciple shall divulge the matter of Chu Tianxuan's 2-year podium formation. The Heavenly Pivot Realist gave a gag order in his capacity as the Patriarch in the first instance. The Heavenly Pivot Realist finally has some brains. If I let you guys know that I actually conjugated the Dan in 1 year and 3 months, I wonder what the reaction would be. Chu Tianxuan felt that this decision of the Heavenly Pivot Realist was not bad. Not only did he save himself the trouble, he was also thinking about the clan. In his last life, Chu Tianxuan took 10 years to conjugate Dan, and that time the clan made a big fuss about it, and even held a grand celebration ceremony for him. Sect regulations: Jindan stage powerhouses can open their own cave, can also recruit disciples, in addition also need to lead some affairs in the sect. Tianxuan, your talent is outstanding. The future achievement of the Yuaning and even the transformation of God is no longer a matter of words. This patriarch can make an exception to exempt you from the task of the deacon. You only need to rest assured that cultivation can be. Tianxu real person already did not completely treat Chu Tianxuan as a junior, more of an attitude of equality. After all, Chu Tianxuan's performance, the achievement of Yuaning should not be too long. The future is very likely to reach the realm of the God of transformation or even higher. Then the Nine Heavens sect. These elders will have to take the late generation. The cultivation world not only honors the strong, it also honors those who reach for it. In his last life, Chu Tianxuan also cherished his master-disciple bond with Hazel Moon, along with taking care of his master's face, or else he would have definitely taken a step ahead of Hazel Moon to become a spirit transformation true lord. Since it's a sect practice, how can it be abolished because of me alone? If the patriarch doesn't mind, I would like to go to the Law Transmission Hall to be a Deacon of Transmission, to solve the confusion of my fellow sect members who are refining Qi and building foundations. However, to everyone's surprise, Chu Tianjun, who had an indifferent character and was still out of place these past 2 years, unexpectedly declined the Patriarch's goodwill and also took the initiative to go to the Transmission Deacon, which most Jindan powerhouses were unwilling to do. The so-called Deacons of Transmission were the ones who were in the Transmission Hall every few days, explaining cultivation techniques to the Qi refining stage and the Foundation establishment stage, imparting knowledge of alchemy and weaponry, and answering questions and clarifying doubts in the meantime. Doing this kind of thing did not help one's own cultivation, and cultivators were mostly selfish, so no Jindan powerhouse was willing to waste their time on these low-ranked disciples with average qualifications. Tianxuan naturally wouldn't refuse Chu Tianjuan's request, and soon everyone in the Nine Heavens sect knew that the most talented senior brother Chu in history was going to explain the Gongfu in the Transmission Hall, answering questions and solving puzzles for the lower-ranked disciples. Chu Tianjun also did not choose another cave, or back to the Peach Forest Stone House. This place everything as usual, or colorful peach blossom paved road. He went out of this half a year, but no one came to sabotage. It wasn't there before, so it certainly won't be there again. On the second day Chu Tianjun came to the Dharma Transmission Hall. Yesterday he had already said that he would come to give a lecture today, so when he came, the Dharma Transmission Hall was filled with people inside and out. The Nine Heavens sect had a total of nearly 10,000 disciples, most of which were at the Qi refining stage, with 800 to 900 at the Foundation establishment stage, 70 to 80 at the Jindan stage, and a dozen or so at the Yuan stage, which was basically a promotion rate of 1%. Currently, the one who had the most hope of advancing to the God transformation stage was the Nine Swords realist of the Sunset Cloud Peak, whose cultivation at the peak of Yuan was one small realm higher than the Patriarch, the Heavenly Pivot realist. There were at least 2,000 people in this Dharma transmission hall alone today. Most of them were Qi refining stage disciples, with hundreds in the Foundation establishment stage, and there were even a few Jindan stage powerhouses among them. Jiao Shao's own tens of thousands of disciples are not all in the door. In addition to those in seclusion, there are also out of the training or have the task is not in the clan. So today so many people has been considered a feast. Chu Tianjun topped the name of a supreme genius. The fellow disciples who came to the Law Transmission Hall were full of expectations, and those few Jindan stage powerhouses also hoped to gain some insights from this genius. However, as Chu Tianjun began to lecture on cultivation insights, the ones who came to listen were gradually disappointed, because Chu Tianjun didn't talk about anything dry. After half an hour, a few Jindan powerhouses left one after another, and after an hour almost all of the Foundation stage disciples left, and most of the Qi refining stage ones also left. After 1.5 hours, Chu Tianjuan's time to pass on his skills ended, and there was still half an hour left, which was the time left for the disciples to ask questions and answer questions and solve puzzles. At this time, only 50 to 60 people remained of the original 2,000, and the outside of the transmission hall was empty, and the inside of the hall was scattered. These disciples asked questions according to the process, and Chu Tianjun answered them one by one, but his answers obviously felt a bit perfunctory, and most of the disciples ended up full of disappointment. After the end of this day, the whole clan turned disappointed with Chu Tianjun becoming a deacon of transmission, and just when everyone thought that he would not have the face to go to the transmission hall in the future, Chu Tianjun said that he would go to the transmission hall every 5th day of this day in the future. Chapter 9 Late Bloomer Wu Qingyun. A few days later it happened to be the 15th day of the month, and Chu Tianjun appeared in the transmission hall on time. Today there are only a dozen or so people in the hall, and all of them are Qi refining stage disciples, and Chu Tianjun is still explaining the most basic Qi refining techniques as he did last time, and the people below are dozing off from listening, and even he, the person who is the main speaker, seems to be falling asleep. However, when a disciple with a white beard and hair, but with only a mid-stage Qi refining cultivation, walked into the Law Transmission Hall, Chu Tianjuan's gaze twitched, and his entire body became a lot more energetic. Soon Chu Tianjuan's lecture ended, and it was time for the disciples to ask questions. Today these should be unbelieving. They also hope to be able to gain from Chu Tianjun this genius. One after another several refining stage disciples have asked the cultivation of doubt. Chu Tianjun still answered one by one, but again these disciples gained little, and even if they did, it was just better than nothing. Finally, it was the turn of the cultivator who seemed to be already very old, and the questions he asked were not strange. They were sort of taken for granted. Disciple talent is stupid. When I was young, I joined the clan, but decades of slow progress in cultivation, and now I'm already over the age of old. I fear that at most more than 20 years, will be turned into dust. This or fate, but finally embarked on the cultivation of a road. Every thought of this heart is not willing. Dare to ask the Deacon. Disciples still have a chance? The old man's voice was a bit low, mixed with helplessness and unwillingness. This is actually the situation of most cultivators. Even after embarking on the road of cultivation, they will only live a few more decades than ordinary people. And across the foundation stage, 120 or 30 years old is the limit. Like this old cultivator in front of him, with a cultivation in the middle stage of qi refining, living to 100 years old would be the limit. Old Wu, you know what your situation is. Why are you still asking this? If I were you, I might as well get off the mountain earlier and enjoy 10 years of mortal glory. Old Wu people can no longer give birth. Go to the mortal world for fear that it will not be able to pass on the family. This is not dead. The old cultivator's words just fell. And before Chu Tianjun could speak, a few sect disciples made fun of this old Wu. Old Wu's full name was Wu Qingyun. As he said, although he had worshipped in the Nine Heavens sect, his cultivation was slow and he had not made much progress in the past few decades, and now he was basically waiting to die. However, just when everyone thought that Chu Tianjun would still answer Wu Qingyun in a very perfunctory manner, they saw that this deacon of transmission, who was not even very attentive to his work, actually stood up, and then in the crowd's surprised gaze, Chu Tianjun slowly walked towards Wu Qingyun. While walking also said seriously, the opportunity is certainly there. Your cultivation progress is slow. Just because you have not found suitable for their own way of cultivation, need to know that the cultivation of a road is not the work of gas refining step-by-step a road, alchemy, refining weapons, talismans, array, and even deduction of the easy way. Those who are regarded as a small road as long as the depth of the same can be directed to the avenue. The first time Chu Tianjun said so many words for a disciple's problem. At this moment, not only Wu Qingyun was full of shock, even those disciples on the side felt shocked, because no one had ever told them that there were actually many paths to cultivation. At this time Chu Tianjun had already walked to Wu Qingyun. Looking at the old man in front of him, Chu Tianjun's face even showed a smile. Senior brother Wu, although you have wasted a year of your life, it is never too late to build on your strengths. I have a volume of alchemy here. Perhaps you can try to take a different path. Chu Tianjun's smile was sincere, and as he spoke, he flipped his palm and handed Wu Qingyun an ancient jade slip. These days Chu Tianjun has been waiting for Wu Qingyun. Originally he should have taken the initiative to go to find Wu Qingyun, but this volume of alchemy secret art was also the one that he went to retrieve after he had formed the Dan. In addition, Wu Qingyun has been in seclusion lately. He should have come out of seclusion only today. In his previous life, Chu Tianjun had been falsely accused and misunderstood many times, and when almost everyone in the sect didn't believe in him and even fell on him, this Wu Qingyun, who didn't have a high cultivation level or even a long lifespan, was one of the few fellow disciples who had supported and helped Chu Tianjun. That time Chu Tianjun was falsely accused of colluding with the Devil's Way. Hazel Moon didn't believe him, and the other elders of the clan didn't believe him either, and pierced his peepa bone, sealed his cultivation, and imprisoned him in a dark underground cage for 3 months as punishment. Eldest senior brother, I brought you a meal. And here are a few qi condensation pills to help you recover from your injuries. At the time when Chu Tianjun had already despaired and was even disheartened, Wu Qingyun, who was already over 90 years old at that time and only had 3 to 5 months of his lifespan left, even quietly came to the underground cage and not only brought Chu Tianjun a meal, but also gave Chu Tianjun the only few qi condensation dan he had. You are only in the middle stage of qi refining cultivation. These qi condensation pills are not simple for you. Why do you want to give them to me? Chu Tianjun at that time asked as he looked at Wu Qingyun who already had white hair. I can't live much longer, but you still have a long life ahead of you. I've seen everything you've done for the sect over the years, no matter what those people say about you. I don't believe that eldest brother will be unfavorable to the sect. I only hate that I'm too insignificant to fight for eldest brother on his own merits. Wu Qingyun said very frankly. He was able to see some clues, but Wu Qingyun's status was low, even though he had been running for Chu Tianjun, but no one in the sect believed him. 3 months later Chu Tianjun's punishment ended, and when he came out of his underground cage, the first thing he did was to go find Wu Qingyun. But when he saw Wu Qingyun, there was only a grave in front of him, a mound of dirt that didn't even have a tombstone. At that time Chu Tianjun had understood. No wonder Wu Qingyun did not reappear in the following 2 months. He had brought food to himself 3 times and had already been discovered by Yichen, and the day and night after that, Wu Qingyun had been cut off due to his lifespan depletion. A 90-year-old qi refining stage disciple. No one cares about his death, but Chu Tianjun can be sure that Wu Qingyun originally had a few months of life left. All of this must be the work of Yichuan. Everyone who is good to themselves. This is what happens. At that time, Wu Qingyun was not the first one. Countless memories flashed through Chu Tianjun's mind. and Wu Qingyun was still looking with disbelief at the jade slip that floated into his hands. In his mind, he constantly echoed Chu Tianxuan's sentence, "It's never too late to build on your strengths." After so many years of cultivation, it was the first time that someone had said such words to Wu Qingyun. In the past, the response he got was never that his qualifications were too poor. "What a muckraker will do. You're not cultivation material. Don't dream about it," or something like that. "I really still have a chance?" Wu Qingyun said, still not confident. Chu Tianxuan reached out and patted Wu Qingyun on the shoulder before saying encouragingly, "Of course, I believe in you. Don't give up yourself. By the way, alchemy still requires a large amount of medicinal herbs to refine the hands. You take all of these." Before Wu Qingyun could say anything, Chu Tianxuan casually waved his hand again, and a large amount of spiritual medicines and herbs appeared in front of Wu Qingyun. Looking at everyone dumbfounded, cultivation is about talent. Alchemy also speak, but the most important alchemy is not talent. This thing actually pay attention to a only hand familiar. As long as there are a large number of material supply, is also able to pile up a master. How can this work? Wu Qingyun subconsciously refused, mainly because Chu Tianxuan had given too much, so much that anyone would feel that it was unreal. Of course it's not gratuitous to you. In the future, I will provide you with spirit medicines and herbs. You just refine them, and you and I will split the resulting elixir 50-50, Chu Tianxuan said without questioning. Soon scrappy old man Wu got Chu Tianxuan favor of the news spread throughout the clan. Then fell a long time did not see Wu Qingyun, but 3 months later, when Wu Qingyun reappeared, he had already regained his appearance in his 40s or 50s, and his cultivation had even reached the foundation establishment stage. Chapter 10, Passing on the Law to Ouyang Ming. These days Chu Tianxuan still goes to the law transmission hall every 5 days, because after Wu Qingyun's case, there are more disciples coming to the law transmission hall, but most of them want to speculate, like Wu Qingyun's great luck to be favored by Chu Tianxuan. Chu Tianxuan lecture is still very perfunctory, but gradually people found that he treats listening disciples and not entirely perfunctory. For example, if he occasionally met a disciple, he would not only attentively solve the problem, but would even gift pills and techniques. And there were even a few times when Chu Tianxuan directly made a move in the transmission hall, using his own spiritual power to unclog the veins of a few disciples to get rid of years of dark injuries. Chu Tianxuan would be especially nice to certain disciples, but most of the time he was still very cold. And the clan just assumed that he had such a personality and acted perhaps all according to his preferences. On a certain day Chu Tianxuan lectured in the transmission hall as usual. Now every time he lectures, basically there will be 200 to 300 people to listen, even some of the disciples who are outside. Most of them will find a chance to come back to crash once. Among these people today, there were a few foundation establishment disciples who were sent by the sect to carry out missions outside. Deacon, I've been a bit obsessed with formations lately. But I've often heard seniors say that these are just side paths, and that overindulgence affects cultivation instead. A few days ago, I heard a fellow disciple mention that you, Deacon, had said that the profundity of the side paths could also lead directly to the Great Tao. I wonder if this is true. A mid-foundation establishment disciple respectfully asked towards Chu Tianxuan. Chu Tianxuan has been lecturing for so long, helping not many people, but he often has some amazing remarks. These are certainly not claptrap, nor is it for the sake of shocking words, but based on the cultivation cognition of his last life, which did awaken and help a lot of disciples. What is your name? Chu Tianxuan did not immediately answer this disciple's question, but instead inquired about the other party's name. Back to the deacon. Disciple Ouyang Ming. The disciple who asked the question replied respectfully. Hearing the name Ouyang Ming, Chu Tianxuan had a rare smile on his face. This Ouyang Ming Chu Tianxuan did know in his last life, but he did not have many interactions with the other party. And Ouyang Ming even did not help him directly like Wu Qingyun. But this Ouyang Ming, one of the disciples who had a more sober mind and an objective stance, and who even died in battle in the end for the sake of the clan. You like formations. Naturally you can try to take the path of formation cultivation. Perhaps your understanding of formations is still very one-sided. In fact, formations are as vast as a sea of smoke. A powerful spirit gathering formation, which can make cultivation twice as easy with half the effort. There are handily set up a great array of extermination, which can cross the realm of the enemy. There are also ancient arrays that can fight against heavenly robberies. And there are even legendary arrays that can reverse yin and yang and bring the dead back to life. How could such a great Tao be a side path? Chu Tianxuan said aloud, his voice falling on everyone's ears, and an incomparable look of shock appeared on everyone's face. At this time, in addition to the temple in the middle, outside the temple there is a temperament high figure that has not appeared for a long time. Hazelmoon. She went out to practice for a year. Today happened to come back. Heard that Chu Tianxuan already dan, but also in the transmission of the law hall to the disciples' lectures. the curiosity of wanting to listen to. These words from Chu Tianjun similarly shook Hazelmoon. You like formations? Have you refined any? Why don't you take it out and let me take a look? Perhaps I can instruct you a bit. Chu Tianjuan's voice continued, surprisingly taking the initiative to instruct his disciple. At this moment everyone's gazes looked towards Ouyang Ming. These gazes were envious, all understanding that Ouyang Ming had become that lucky one, having gained Chu Tianjuan's favor. The next moment Ouyang Ming was also overjoyed and took out a set of array flags that he had refined. This was a set of defensive formations that contained illusionary defense formations. It was obvious that Ouyang Ming had also used his heart. Not bad. You do have a talent in the line of formations. Since that's the case, this will be given to you. The true explanation of formations, a legacy of an ancient cultivator. Chu Tianjun was sure that Ouyang Ming had talent in formations, so he gave a jade slip to the other party. This was the harvest from his last outing. Disciple kowtows to thank the deacon. Ouyang Ming hurriedly bowed profusely towards Chu Tianjun. No need. In addition, I have another item here, which I refined myself. Let me give it to you as well. If you cultivate to the Jindan realm and activate this formation, you can block a single strike from the early stage of Yuaning, and you will be almost invincible under Yuaning. Giving away the true solution to the formation wasn't enough. Chu Tianjun also gave Ouyang Ming the set of formation disc array flags that had trapped and killed the Kuan Eagle's physical body last time. This time the whole law transmission hall clamor. All only said Chu Tianjun is too generous. So heavenly things even said to send on send. Countless people are regretting. Had I known that they also like array good. He is by no means a cold person. He is so kind to a strange disciple. Even between many masters and disciples, it is impossible to gift such a thing. A nearly invincible array disc under Yuaning. This is a priceless treasure. Hazelmoon outside the hall was also shaken. Inside the Dharma transmission hall, Chu Tianjun reached out to help Ouyang Ming up before speaking again. I have already been a transmission deacon for half a year, and the sect's mission is considered complete, so I won't be coming back in the future. After saying that, Chu Tianjun smiled and looked at Ouyang Ming and nodded, then ignored the others and walked straight towards the outside of the hall. When Hazelmoon saw Chu Tianjun come out, she raised her hand and slightly opened her lips as if she was about to greet him, but the next moment Chu Tianjun directly brushed past her, followed by flying away as a recluse. Hazelmoon to the mouth of the words and swallowed back, looked very embarrassed in place, froze for a moment. Good thing the disciples in the hall did not find her. In order to not let these disciples see, she also then turned into a recluse like to leave. Chu Tianjun was seeing Hazelmoon when he left. He chose to ignore the other party purely out of laziness. Back in the peach forest he was not thinking about Hazelmoon either, but those disciples that he had nudged and given a lot of benefits to during this time. These are the people Chu Tianjun cares about. Half a year's time he has already changed the destiny of these people in this way. At least these fellow disciples will achieve higher achievements than the previous life. Hazelmoon returned to Tianxian Peak some upset. Perhaps it is really cannot get before the commotion. Her heart forever lingering is. The old ancestor had said that she and Chu Tianjun master-disciple relationship. Chu Tianjun on the other hand, an incomparable indifference to her. Before she can also self-consolation. That is Chu Tianjun character so. But today in the transmission of the law hall to see, Chu Tianjun on the side of the extremely good. That is definitely not a cold person. This made it even harder on Hazuki's mind. And she wondered why that was. I haven't seen him for a year. As a senior of the division, what's wrong with going to see him? Looking at the somewhat desolate Tianxian Peak, Hazelmoon's mind thought of the peach forest that made her feel doubly close. And after a moment she still decided to go and meet Chu Tianjun. Hazelmoon appeared over the peach forest this time by hiding her breath. She wanted to see what Chu Tianjun was doing first and then find an appropriate time to show up. Unconsciously, Hazelmoon herself did not even realize that when facing Chu Tianjun, she, a Yuaning real person, had become cautious. Chapter 11, The Mirror of Two Instruments. The Essential Magic Treasure. When Misty Moon came, Chu Tianjun was sitting under the peach tree. Beside him was the stone table that Misty Moon had gotten without authorization. Seeing that the stone table was still there, Misty Moon's heart felt better, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but show a hint of a smile. Deacon, I've succeeded. Suddenly an excited voice came from outside the peach forest. Then a disciple in his 40s or 50s excitedly ran into the peach forest like a child and came towards the stone house. When Chu Tianjun heard the voice was Wu Qingyun, he smiled and stood up. He guessed that Wu Qingyun had refined some good pills again. Under Chu Tianjuan's massive supply of spirit pills and herbs, Wu Qingyun's growth was tremendous. A few months down the line he was already able to refine Jindan stage pills, and the quality was getting higher and higher. And now his reputation in the Nine Heavens sect was very big. It was just that Wu Qingyun never made pills for others. He had enough herbs. Half of the pills he made were given to Chu Tianjun, and half were left to be taken by himself. and he saw that his cultivation was about to reach the middle stage of foundation establishment. Qingyun quickly appeared in front of Tianxuan as he took out a jade box with nearly 10 golden pills neatly arranged inside. Not bad, Qingyun. This is the dust reduction pill that can increase the chances of conjugating a Dan. You are already able to concoct this kind of pill. Your Dan Dao talent is indeed good, Tianxuan said as he looked at the jade box full of encouragement. If it wasn't for the Deacon giving me the Dan Dao secret technique and giving me countless spiritual pills and herbs, then there would be my today. The Deacon has done me the favor of rebuilding me. Please accept my obeisance, Qingyun said solemnly, then kneeled down with both knees, to kowtow towards Tianxuan. Get up quickly, Qingyun, if you don't mind. Can you call me senior brother? Tianxuan reached out to stop Qingyun's kowtow. He was actually full of anticipation for Qingyun to call himself senior brother. Hazel Moon witnessed everything in front of her. She was very puzzled. Tianxuan, why to this extremely poor qualification? And even obviously not much longevity of the small cultivator so good. And that call me a senior brother can be good, but also has been let a person's heart palpitation. As if Tianxuan waiting for this moment to wait for a long time. Senior brother. Qingyun looked up at Tianxuan. The aged cultivator was already in old tears. Hazel Moon noticed that when Tianxuan heard Qingyun call himself senior brother, the eyes of this indifferent disciple in her impression actually moistened as well. Hazel Moon, who was hiding in the shadows, could feel that Tianxuan was in a good mood at the moment. And then he instructed Qingyun on some alchemy issues. And some of the points even Hazel Moon found rewarding to listen to. I will be in seclusion for the next period of time. Your lifespan is not much. You should also refine the pills as soon as possible. And strive to condense the golden Dan as soon as possible, Tianxuan suddenly said. The implication was that for the next period of time, let Qingyun not run towards him. Senior brother is going into seclusion to enhance his cultivation? Qingyun subconsciously asked. Half a year from now will be the clan's once every 10 years grand competition, so I have to prepare for that as well, Tianxuan said with the same casualness. Qingyun nodded slightly at his words and said, right, for those who come out on top of the 10-year competition, the clan will reward them with huge amounts of pills and powerful magic treasures. So with senior brother's strength, a little bit of preparation naturally has the strength to ask for the throne. The Nine Heavens sect conducts a disciple competition every 10 years, divided into two groups, Foundation Establishment and Jindan. And the disciples who come out on top receive a lot of benefits, which is a means for the sect to incentivize the disciples while cultivating outstanding disciples. Tianxuan just smiled and didn't deny it. But in reality, he wasn't looking for first place or earning rewards. Qingyun left after a while. At this time the moon was in the middle of the sky. The peach forest looked exceptionally quiet. Tianxuan did not realize that Hazel Moon was spying in the dark. The two people now. After all, there is still a huge gap in strength. If he had known that Hazuki was nearby, he would have just turned his head and gone back to the house. Tianxuan at the moment looked cozy. Also sat under the peach tree, took out a wine pot, pouring himself a few cups. Hazel Moon was like a bystander. She felt that the current scene was like a painting. It was serene and beautiful. She also wanted to blend in, but when she thought of Tianxuan's attitude every time he saw her, she didn't dare to show herself. After a few more moments, Hazel Moon suddenly had a flash of aura, and then she revealed her form and fell from the air. As soon as Tianxuan noticed Hazel Moon's arrival, he immediately put away the wine pot and wine cups on the table, then looked at Hazel Moon with a cold face. I didn't expect that. I only left for a year. And when I see you again, you have already condensed Jindan, not being able to become a master and disciple. It seems to be really a regrettable thing. Hazel Moon had a faint smile on her face again. With her persona of a person as light as a chrysanthemum, being able to say these words actually already had the flavor of deliberately pleasing Tianxuan. How am I worthy of real Hazel Moon? In the future, the real person will have the best disciple in the world. Tianxuan faintly replied back. He wanted to leave, but Hazel Moon fell in a very skillful position, right in the way of his return to the stone house. This sounded self-effacing and complimentary, and it was also the second time Tianxuan said how Hazel Moon's future disciples were, but anyone could hear that Tianxuan's words were more or less mocking. I never intended to accept disciples in this life, and since you and I don't have this master-disciple bond, I won't be accepting any more disciples in the future. Not knowing why, Hazel Moon hurriedly explained, stating that she did not accept Tianxuan, and it was impossible for her to have another disciple in the future. In response, Tianxuan disdainfully smiled, seeing that the atmosphere was about to become incredibly awkward again. But this time Tianxuan actually opened his mouth to speak. So, that day when I was initiated, when you said that you would accept me as your disciple, it wasn't your intention either, was it? Tianxuan said meaningfully. and then he raised his head to look in a direction where the Nine Heavens Sect's ancestor shrine was located. Hazel Moon's expression stuttered at the words, and she also subconsciously looked in the direction of the ancestor shrine, before asking with some alarm, "How could you possibly know that?" "Because I didn't walk up the mountain alone." "So that person is really the old ancestor of the Nine Heavens Sect?" It was the first time Chu Tianjun spoke so much to Hazel Moon, while Hazel Moon's expression turned cautious. "I don't know who you saw, and I haven't really seen the old ancestor." Hazel Moon did not hide Chu Tianjun. It was also true that her last acceptance of a disciple was not her intention, but rather a request from the supreme old ancestor. Hearing this answer, Chu Tianjuan's expression was yet more relieved. The reason why he didn't leave the 9 heavenly clans after he was reborn, apart from those he cared about, that mysterious supreme old ancestor was also one of the reasons why he didn't want to leave. He couldn't figure out why that old ancestor hadn't even shown up in his last life when he had lured himself into the door, when he had worked so hard for the clan, and when he had died so tragically in the end. Although Misty Moon didn't know why Chu Tianjun asked this question and how she found out about it, she felt that this was a good start for the first time she had spoken so much with Chu Tianjun. But after getting the answer, Chu Tianjun did not have the intention to open his mouth again, and his eyes towards Hazel Moon became as indifferent as ever again, which clearly meant that you should leave. Immediately. It is the clan's once every 10 years grand competition. You are focused on raising your cultivation. I think you don't have the time and energy to refine magic treasures. This you take it first. If you get a good ranking in the grand competition, the clan will have a generous reward. Hazel Moon does not want to leave here, she hastily said. As she spoke, an ancient and simple treasure mirror emitting black and white colors appeared in front of Chu Tianjun. The mirror of the two glyphs? How could she be so willing to part with it? This is her life magic treasure. Just lend it to me to participate in the clan competition? Seeing the precious mirror, Chu Tianjuan's heart is a little shocked. He can recognize this treasure. This is Hazel Moon with the original baby containment of the Life Magic Treasure 2 instrument mirror. Chapter 12, There's no shame in admitting defeat. See, Chu Tianjun did not respond. Hazel Moon continued. This is my Life Magic Treasure 2 instrument mirror. The mirror is divided into two sides. One side can be attacked. One side can be defended. It is an offensive and defensive treasure. With this treasure you enter the top 3 in the grand tournament is absolutely no problem. Dharma treasure. I have. Chu Tianjuan's response was still dry and cold. 2 meters mirror does not need Hazel Moon introduction. Chu Tianjun is very clear. The last life he also gave Hazel Moon to find a lot of strange treasures into the 2 meters mirror. To the back of its power than the present is also much greater. Once again, her hot face stuck to her cold ass. Hazel Moon hated to find a crack in the ground, but she didn't have to, because the next moment Chu Tianjun left first to go back to the stone house. Immediately after entering the stone house, a formation was activated to isolate the internal and external senses. Hazel Moon took a deep breath, strongly suppressed the violent ups and downs of her heart, and put away the mirror of the 2 instruments as a recluse to return to Tianxian Peak. For the next period of time, Hazel Moon forced herself not to think about Chu Tianjun not going to that peach forest, and Chu Tianjun never showed up. Finally one day Hazel Moon still couldn't hold back. This time she didn't go to the peach forest herself. Instead she spread her divine sense to observe the peach forest from afar. After a few observations Hazel Moon realized that Chu Tianjun seemed to be in seclusion as well. Only that there had been a clear spillover of lightning energy in that stone house, as if there was thunder brewing inside the stone house. The power of thunder is said to be the most difficult power to master. How did he do it when he was only at the Jindan stage? Look at this situation seems to be in the refining magic treasure. Misty Moon had to be curious again. She vaguely guessed that Chu Tianjun was refining a magic treasure to prepare for the clan competition soon. This time was half a year past. Chu Tianjun had actually really spent half a year refining the magic treasure. This process could be longer than the time he spent refining the Tianxuan Sword before and after. A few bells resounded through the 9 heavenly mountains. The once every 10 years clan competition officially began, and Chu Tianjun also signed up for the competition on the last day. Today is the first day of the big competition. In accordance with the custom of the clan, in the mountain door of the disciples of the elders have to attend. Chu Tianjun is also went to a trip. Mainly today also draw lots. Hazel Moon also appeared for a while as a Yuan elder, but she didn't have any disciples under her, so she wasn't really interested in this kind of thing, and left before the drawing of lots was over. Chu Tianjun went to draw a signature also did not show up again, because the first few days are the foundation stage disciples of the competition. These Jindan stage only the last 2 days. There were many foundation stage disciples, but not all of them would participate. For example, Wu Qingyun, an alchemist, did not participate. And the biggest cold door this year is Yang Ming. Originally his cultivation is not high, but with Chu Tianjun sent that set of array disc, hard to let him kill into the top 4. For this matter, The clan elders even held a special meeting. That disciple called Ouyang Ming, he completely relied on the array disc in his hand, not to mention the foundation establishment stage. With that thing he could have achieved good results in the Jindan stage competition. Should this kind of disciple who completely relies on his treasures to win be entitled to a ranking? Patriarch Tianxuan threw out the question. And this was where many disciples were dissatisfied. The result of the final deliberation is not surprising. Most elders still think that the treasure to win that is also a symbol of strength. But in the end, Ouyang Ming only came in third, as the top two had even more powerful magic treasures. Soon it was time for the much-anticipated Jindan stage powerhouse competition. This day Hazel Moon also came, and in the morning Chu Tianjun had a match, according to the lottery results, against a fellow middle Jindan stage practitioner. This fellow Chu Tianjun still has some impression. According to the memory of the last life, this person also belongs to the wallgrass, and also gave him to fall down the well. Therefore, at the beginning of the competition, Chu Tianjun did not stay. He directly called out the Tianxuan Sword. Although the cultivation of Chu Tianjun is still a small realm weaker, but the face of this Jindan middle stage of the fellow disciples, Chu Tianjun did not even have to do it himself, just the Tianxuan Sword to run on its own. The sword chopped the other party's bell-shaped defensive magic treasure. The entire Nine Heavens sect was shocked when a sword shattered a magic treasure, and even those Yuaning elders watching the battle on the high platform had shocked faces. Chu Tianjun, how is this flying sword treasure so powerful? I feel that the blue flying sword seems to have a spirit. A magic treasure with a spirit that would not be an ordinary magic treasure. A murmur rang out, and everyone's point of attention was on Chu Tianjuan's Tianxuan Sword. Hazel Moon was a bit out of her mind as she looked at the Tianxuan Sword that made a brief appearance. Her thoughts were again a bit different from the others. She was more of the opinion that the blue dotted with gold flying sword was perfectly in line with her own aesthetics. It's that intimate feeling again. The peach forest, the flying swords, every single thing is déjà vu. What the hell is going on? Once again, Hazel Moon's mind could not be calmed. The first Chu Tianjun easily won. After winning he left. Just before leaving, Chu Tianjun looked to the side of the Nine Swords realist, where there was a woman in a white dress like snow, with a delicate appearance, exuding coldness, as if she was an ice mountain fairy. At this moment, that iceberg fairy's gaze also happened to look at Chu Tianjun, but Chu Tianjun had already turned around, and the two gazes did not intersect. Qingshu, this Chu Tianjun is the fastest cultivating disciple in the history of the Nine Heavens sect, and it seems that he has quite a few cards, so he will be a formidable opponent for you this time. Nine Swords realist said in a low voice. The woman beside him was none other than his only personal disciple, Lu Qingshu. Lu Qingshu silent did not speak. She only recently a few days out of customs, also heard some Chu Tianjun things. The heart is some of the idea of a match. In his last life, Chu Tianjun did not participate in this 10-year competition. And after 10 years he would already be at the Yuan stage, so he had never sparred with Lu Qingshu. However, in the next 30 years, the entire Nine Heavenly clan will only Chu Tianjun and Lu Qingshu two Yuan real person. The two, although not much intersection, but in a Chu Tianjun was falsely accused. Lu Qingshu took the initiative to come forward for Chu Tianjun, said a lot of good words, and also in the subsequent secretly investigated Chu Tianjun was falsely accused of the matter. That should be the Lu Qingshu should also notice the abnormalities of the Nine Heavenly clan. It was a pity that anyone who was kind to Chu Tianjun or simply thought about the clan was doomed to no good end. Even Lu Qingshu was no exception. Later, when Lu Qingshu was leading a team to explore the secret realm, he was robbed by Yi Duan of the two major spirit bodies of ice and thunder, and he also used obscene poison to try to bad Lu Qingshu's body, but before the obscene poison kicked in, Lu Qingshu decided to kill herself. By the time Chu Tianjun found Lu Qingshu, this genius disciple who was cold on the outside and warm in the heart, and who was dedicated to the sect, was already an ice-cold corpse. In this life Chu Tianjun wasted his time to come to this clan competition for one purpose, and that was for Lu Qingshu. Jindan stage competition is still continuing, because the Jiu Shao sect Jindan strongman is not much. The whole competition will not last too long. In the afternoon Chu Tianjun another competition. Now the top 16 has been born. Looking at the pairing chart in front of him, Chu Tianjun was certain that he would take care of Lu Qingshu's biggest competitor this time when he was in the quarterfinals, so that Lu Qingshu would be able to take first place, and with the resources of first place, she should step into the Yuaning realm much faster than she did in her last life. Everything also developed as Chu Tianjun thought. The next afternoon he only used 3 swords, and beat a peak Jindan fellow disciple to voluntarily admit defeat. This person is also the first in the previous life. Too strong. How is that flying sword of his so powerful? At the early stage of Jindan, you've already beaten every Jindan without a match. It seems that the first place this time is not Senior Chu's, Chu Tianjun was unstoppable all the way. And at this time everyone thought that he was definitely the first person in Jindan, the first person under the future elders of the Nine Heavens sect. Qingshu, don't try to be strong. If you feel you can't do it after a few moves, just admit defeat. It's not a shame to lose at his hands. Nine Swords looked at Lu Qingshu, who was about to go on stage, and urged her. At this time, including all the elders of the Nine Heavens sect do not doubt Chu Tianjuan's strength. Indeed, any Yuaning below the cultivator lost to Chu Tianjun will not be ashamed. Chapter 13, Thunder Emperor Battle Armor. Lu Qingshu nodded and said nothing as she landed gracefully on the ring. Lu Qingshu of Lok Ha Peak, please teach me. In the spirit of respecting her opponent, Lu Qingshu took the initiative to cup her fists towards Chu Tianjun after she stepped onto the stage. According to Chu Tianjuan's performance in the previous matches, he would only respond to his opponents with flying swords, basically ending the battle in a few breaths. But this time Chu Tianjun again let a person fall into a big surprise, only to see him very solemn fist, bowed towards Lu Qingshu. The tone is incomparably modest and respectful. Chu Tianjun has seen the Lu senior sister. How is that possible? He's actually willing to address senior sister? What did I see? The greatest genius of our clan is bowing to senior sister Lu? It couldn't be that senior brother Chu likes senior sister Lu, could it? The crowd of onlookers murmured, and the focus of the discussion drifted away. Lu Qingshu was also very stunned. She seriously looked at Chu Tianjun. Her eyes were full of incomprehension, but she could also see that Chu Tianjun looked frank and did not mean anything else. Not to mention that they only met for the first time today. Could it be that this kid really likes Master Nephew Lu's type? A thought also popped up in Hazel Moon's mind. Only when this thought popped up, she felt quite ashamed again. How could she care about a junior these? Lu Qingshu came back to his senses, and returned a salute to Chu Tianjun. At the same time opened his mouth again and said, I don't dare to be worthy of it. Chu's senior brother's talent is outstanding, and the treasures in his hands are even more powerful. This Kanglan sword of mine is the gift of my master, and so on when we cut and duel. I also ask for senior brother's mercy, said Lu Qingshu in front of more than a lime green flying sword. These two Chu Tianjun has destroyed several pieces of magic treasure. Lu Qingshu obviously also afraid of their own flying sword by Chu Tianjun to cut off. But the next moment Chu Tianjun said directly to a group of elders, Disciple today occasionally feels sick. I fear that I cannot afford to fight again, and I admit defeat in the competition with Lu's senior sister. Said Chu Tianjun simply do not give the opportunity to respond. Directly turned into a recluse back to the residence. Many people took a long time to come back to their senses, and then all of them felt that this session of the sect competition was so perfunctory. Cough. Since you voluntarily admitted defeat, then the first place in the Jindan group will be Master Nephew Lu. In the end, it was Patriarch Tianxuan who brought this grand competition to a close, and Lu Qingshu received the reward that first place deserved. Chu Tianjun was the first to return to the peach forest. He had a satisfied smile on his face. Now that he was basically done with what he had to do, the next step would be to return to the Yuaning stage cultivation. Once he regained his Yuaning cultivation, he would be able to retrieve most of the chances he had known in his previous life, and then launch himself towards the God transformation stage. Lu Qingshu of Sunset Xia Peak, here to seek an audience with senior brother Chu. Just as Chu Tianjun was plotting his future, Lu Qingshu's voice sounded outside the peach forest. Senior sister, please come in. Chu Tianjun immediately responded. He knew that Lu Qingshu would definitely come. Even he was just waiting for the other party. Senior brother seems to know that I'm coming? Lu Qingshu quickly appeared in front of Chu Tianjun, and the two of them addressed each other strangely, with one being called senior brother and the other senior sister. Senior sister Lu must think that I deliberately conceded defeat to let you win first place, and with your nature, you will naturally come to ask me for the reason, Chu Tianjun said frankly, without beating around the bush. Lu Qingshu nodded. She didn't say anything, she just looked at Chu Tianjun, waiting for Chu Tianjuan's next explanation. Because senior sister, your natural talent is indeed better than mine. Not only does senior sister carry a cold ice spiritual body, but she actually hides another spiritual body. Has senior sister of the divine sky spiritual body ever heard of it? Chu Tianjun continued to explain. The divine heavenly spirit body is a holy body that cultivates the power of the thunder system. This spirit body was discovered in the last life by Lu Qingshu after she had cultivated to the Yuaning stage, and Chu Tianjuan's plan in this life was to have her activated earlier. How is this possible? Being in a kind of spirit body is already 1 in a million, and I can't even feel it myself. Lu Qingshu was somewhat disbelieving, mainly because this was too fantastic. The thunder body is already rare. Without the corresponding power to activate it will be difficult to discover. But right now there is a chance. In Qingyun there is a Jedi named Thunder Marsh. Its depths have bred a strain of heavenly thunder grass. If senior sister can obtain it, she will be able to activate the divine heaven's spirit body ahead of time. This is the map senior sister might as well go and try. Chu Tianjun patiently explained and also took out a map that had been prepared in advance. Lu Qingshu gradually some letter, subconsciously took the map, and then immediately after Chu Tianjun took out another thing. It was a ball of light that was only the size of a fist, held in the palm of Chu Tianjuan's hand, with lightning lingering on the periphery of the ball of light, and inside was a very miniature but incomparably delicate armor. Senior sister will take this with you when you go to the Thunder Zephyr. It will help you easily obtain the Thunder Spirit Grass, and after refining the Thunder Spirit Grass, senior sister will be able to cultivate Thunder Technique, and Yuan will be just around the corner. Chu Tianjun pushed the mini armor to Lu Qingshu again. He didn't have any nonsense the entire time, and this miniature armor was what he had spent a whole half a year to refine, consuming quite a lot of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. What's this? Why are you being so nice to me? Lu Qingshu was a little wary. She was willing to believe Chu Tianjuan's words, but couldn't figure out why the other party was being so nice to her for no reason. Chu Tianjuan's behavior is indeed a bit strange. Two people who have never met before, the moment they come up to make shallow conversation, it is easy to make people suspect the motive. But it is facing Lu Qingshu. It happens that Chu Tianjun is clear about Lu Qingshu's character. This woman, if you give her those curves, I'm afraid that it will be counterproductive. Just as in the last life, only she can see the end of the clan, and secretly investigated the same. Yichuan's face can fool everyone, but did not fool Lu Qingshu, and this kind of person is the best way to get along with the honesty and openness. This item is called Thunder Emperor Battle Armor. It's still just the most primitive and simple. In the future, as senior sister's cultivation deepens, the Thunder Emperor Battle Armor is able to evolve. 9 heavens sect up to the elders down to the ordinary disciples. Most people are selfish and self-interested generation. But senior sister, you outside the cold hard hot, everywhere for the development of the clan. You deserve to have all this. Chu Tianjun said with a frank expression. These words he said frankly and openly. The same is also somewhat treacherous. Lu Qingshu's heart at the moment shock waves. She found that for the first time someone really understand themselves. In fact, in Lu Qingshu cold as ice under the appearance, is indeed outside the cold heart warm, and from beginning to end of the heart to think about the development of the clan. Most cultivators, the purpose of cultivation is to gain great power to live forever, but this is not absolute. Lu Qingshu's early childhood was tragic. Her village was attacked by demonic beasts, and it was a passing disciple of the 9 Heavens sect who saved her. After arriving at the 9 Heavens sect, Lu Qingshu treated this place as her home, and soon her excellent cultivation qualifications were revealed, and she was accepted by the 9 Sword realist as a close disciple. And Lu Qingshu's purpose of cultivation really wasn't for herself, but rather to repay the 9 Heavens sect for saving her life and nurturing her. Fine. I'll go to Thunder Zephyr. A moment later Lu Qingshu put away the Thunder Emperor battle armor and spoke decisively. Then I look forward to senior sister Lu's early achievement of Yuan. Chu Tianjun said with an arch. I also have a request. I still ask that senior brother agrees. When you and I are both Yuan, could you spar with me painfully? Lu Qingshu then also clasped her fists and said. Chu Tianjun smiled. He knew that this was Lu Qingshu provoking herself, and it was also considered a pact between the two. The next moment Chu Tianjun said very quickly, I promise. Chapter 14, Restoring Yuan Cultivation. Lu Qingshu soon left the peach forest. Chu Tianjuan's mood was very good, because all these people he cared about would become better and better with his early intervention. Moreover, Chu Tianjun realized that all these people were actually very good. They had a lot of sparkles in their bodies, and he felt in a good mood with these people. Wu Qingyun was like that, Yang Ming was like that, and Lu Qingshu was like that too. Unfortunately, Chu Tianjuan's good mood was quickly ruined as Hazel Moon appeared before him again. When compared to Lu Qingshu and the others, Chu Tianjun instantly felt that he was stupid enough in his last life to be stubborn enough to guard these stupid people like Hazel Moon and give up so many people who were truly worthy of being cherished by him. Seeing Hazel Moon, Chu Tianjun subconsciously turned and took a step to return to the stone house. The next moment Hazel Moon took the initiative to open her mouth and asked, What's with your flying sword? Why does it feel familiar to me? And did we know each other before? There are many things about you that I feel like I've had deja vu. Elder Hazel Moon, you're thinking too much. Can't you allow others to like what you like? This is all just a coincidence. Don't think too much. This time Chu Tianjun answered Hazel Moon, but his tone was unfavorable. How in the world can there be so many coincidences? Are you hiding something from me? Misty Moon wasn't dead yet. She had also gathered enough courage to come here tonight, thinking that she must have an answer, because Hazel Moon found that this matter had lingered in her mind. If she didn't figure it out, she was afraid that it would become a demon in her heart, and in the future, under the divine transformation heavenly tribulation, When the demon in her heart took advantage of the situation, she was afraid that she would die. You're really good at putting on a show for yourself. You and I have never crossed paths. Not before and not in the future. Chu Tianjun turned his back to Hazel Moon and finished his last sentence. Then he didn't wait for Hazel Moon to say anything else and returned to the stone house to activate the formation. Hazel Moon once again returned without success. Although Chu Tianjun said very clearly, the two do not have any intersection. But the more this matter in Hazel Moon's heart, the more lingering. The next day Lu Qingxue left the 9 heavenly mountains, naturally going to the thunder zephyr of Qingzhou, looking for the heavenly thunder grass in Chu Tianjuan's mouth. Chu Tianjun also left the clan on this day, but he was going in the opposite direction from Lu Qingxue. This time out Chu Tianjun was going to recover to his Yuaning cultivation. The Yuaning stage was already the strongest existence that most cultivators could reach. The top people within a state. Going anywhere was a card that would be honored. But in reality, the Yuaning stage is only the fourth of the 8 realms of immortal cultivation. Counting the road to immortal cultivation has only just reached the halfway point. After Yuaning there was the divine transformation stage, the refining void stage, the Dongxian stage, and the Mahayana stage. It is said that the peak of the Mahayana stage will be able to ascend to become an immortal. As for what is after becoming an immortal, with the current knowledge of Chu Tianjun is not clear. However, he was also able to basically determine that there was indeed an upper realm. As the Thunder Emperor battle armor given to Lu Qingxue, whose refining method was said to be a remnant left behind in the upper realm, Chu Tianjun was reborn in this life. There is no bottleneck until the god of transformation. But even so, the more to the back of the cultivation is also more difficult. This time he closed to restore the cultivation of the Yuaning stage. It is expected to be about a year. For cultivators, especially high-level cultivators, 1 or 2 years was nothing. Sure enough, after a year in seclusion, Chu Tianjun managed to restore his cultivation to the Yuaning stage. And this time there was likewise no heavenly tribulation or heart demon tribulation. Once the Yuaning was complete, Chu Tianjun was even more spirited. Next it was time for him to collect most of the Yuaning stage's opportunities. With these resources, it would be enough for him to impact the spirit transformation realm in this life. Perhaps before Yichuan worships under Hazel Moon, I will be able to step into the god transformation stage. At that time, no matter how tricky you Yichuan are, you won't be able to defeat my divine power invincibility, Chu Tianjun said in a low voice with a cold smile emerging from the corner of his mouth. In his last life, Chu Tianjun was framed like a vicious male counterpart in a talking book story, while Yi Chen was the kind of big male lead who rebelled against the odds. In this life Chu Tianjun didn't want to kill Yi Chen as simple as that. He wanted to have fun with the other party and let Yi Chen also feel the taste of that kind of pain. At this point in time, it was just 5 years since Chu Tianjun had paid his respects to the Nine Heavens sect. If he returned to the sect at this time, it would definitely shock the Nine Heavens sect once again. However, he didn't return immediately, but instead, based on the memories of his last life, he collected those chances. After spending another half a year, Chu Tianjun had almost set foot in all the states of the eastern region, and most of these opportunities had been collected by him, which also included those that originally belonged to Hazel Moon, or others. Half a year later Chu Tianjun left the eastern domain and arrived in the northern domain, which was dominated by the forces of the demon race. The last Chu Tianjun in the first baby stage came to the demon hinterland. Can be said to kill the 4 directions to capture a lot of strange treasures. That time he was the pride of the sky, the righteous young generation leader. However, this time he didn't take action against the demon race. He just traveled to the place where some heavenly materials or strange treasures were located according to his memories. But the result of this time made Chu Tianjun very surprised. The large northern region demon clan, except for a few memorized opportunities that he had obtained, and some that had not yet matured or opened. The other opportunities were surprisingly all gone, as if they had been shortchanged. This is not as simple as a coincidence. The reason for this is not easy to probe. But the good thing is that the resources in hand nowadays are enough to impact the god transformation stage once. Chu Tianjun was curious, but there was no way to probe into this matter. And in the end, he could only helplessly leave the northern domain. Chu Tianjun left the 9 heavenly clan for a long time this time. Enough time for almost 3 years. This time he is not a low-profile return. People have not yet arrived at the 9 heavenly mountains. The powerful pressure of the Yuaning stage and the divine sense will be the first step to cover the 9 heavenly mountains. I don't know what kind of Taoist friend is visiting. The 9 heavens sect was like a great enemy, and the heavenly pivot realist was the first to fly out. And his expression was also filled with vigilance. After not seeing you for several years, does the patriarch not recognize the disciple? The next moment Chu Tianjuan's figure appeared, his voice resounding throughout the entire 9 heavens mountain range while withdrawing his might and divine sense. Tianjun, you are already at the Yuaning stage? Great! This is truly a blessing for the sect. Senior brother Chu is the youngest Yuaning real person the sect has ever had. Tianxu real person's address to Chu Tianjun changed several times in one sentence. Now that Chu Tianjun was already at the Yuaning stage, he could only address him as senior brother. At this moment, the entire Jiushao sect was abuzz with excitement. To produce a Yuaning realist was a heavenly event for any sect. Chu Tianjun from the worship of the 9 heavenly sect counting up, and now only 7 years, which is also enough to look at the world, is also proud of the group of heroes. He has actually already reached the Yuaning stage. Hazel Moon also saw Chu Tianjun. At this moment her heart but inexplicably some loss. At this moment Hazel Moon knew that in the future there is not a trace of possibility to become master and disciple with Chu Tianjun. For some reason, Hazuki suddenly felt as if she had lost something important in her life. This is the 9 Heavens Sect's centennial bloom. Immediately announced to the world that the Yuaning ceremony will be held for Senior Chu in a month's time. A few moments later the heavenly pivot realist announced an important decision in his capacity as patriarch. And then that night, Chu Tianjun appeared in the sky above the peach forest. And then the mountain where the peach forest is located suddenly issued a huge boom from the ground. And then a huge mountain peak rose up. And the original peach forest became the peak. From now on, this is Tianjun Peak, where this seat's cave is located. Chu Tianjuan's voice resounded once again, and every disciple of the 9 Heavens sect could hear it clearly. Chapter 15, the last one who didn't show up. Tianjun Peak became as high as the peaks where the various Yuaning elders were located. And now that Hazel Moon didn't need her divine sense, as long as she stood at Tianxian Peak and put her eyes out, she would be able to see a peach forest in the distance. Hazel Moon's heart was dumbfounded. She wanted to make a trip to Tianjun Peak several times in the name of congratulations, but in the end, she didn't go because Chu Tianjun was closed, and several other Yuaning elders had eaten the closed door. However, in the following days, those disciples who had benefited from Chu Tianjun in the previous few years, all tacitly opened their own caves in the vicinity of Tianjun Peak, or right at the foot of the mountain. These people didn't dare to bother Chu Tianjun, but they obviously put on the posture of being disciples to Chu Tianjun. And all of these people had a common characteristic, that is, their original cultivation level was not high, and all of them had not worshipped a master. And even the likes of Wu Qingyun, who used to be very unsatisfactory. Such a situation was the first time that such a situation had occurred in the 9 Heavens sect, and it could also be seen as the original group of disciples with low qualifications and low cultivation, because they had obtained Chu Tianjuan's guidance. And now, after Chu Tianjun had become a Yuaning elder, they had spontaneously gathered together to form a force within the sect. Chu Tianjun naturally knew about these circumstances, but he didn't step in to say anything. And a few days ago when Wu Qingyun came to deliver the pills that had been refined in the last few years, he also tested Chu Tianjuan's attitude towards this, and he also said that he didn't care. After receiving Chu Tianjuan's reply, these disciples who had gathered near Tianjun Peak became more at ease. Time quickly came to a month later. The clan for Chu Tianjun organized the Yuaning celebration held as scheduled. At this time Jiushao Song is still only in the Fufeng state some power, so come to congratulate is also the Fufeng state's clan and cultivation family. In addition to Fufeng states, more than a dozen of mortals countries have sent people to come to congratulate. For this kind of celebration Chu Tianjun did not care, but he did not reject the clan's arrangement, because the time of the Yuaning celebration, the people who come to congratulate will send thick gifts, which is not for nothing, so there is no need to save for others. Today Hazel Moon also appeared, and she also addressed Chu Tianjun as senior brother, and sent congratulatory gifts that were obviously quite a bit better than other Yuaning real people. Chu Tianjun this time frankly accepted Hazel Moon's congratulatory gift. He also found that Hazel Moon's cultivation is obviously weaker than this time in his last life. It seems that he intercepted some of Hazel Moon's chances, and it has already had a clear impact on her. In the last life of the first baby celebration, is Chu Tianjun life's highest moment of glory? In fact, is also the highest moment of glory of Hazel, because that time Chu Tianjun in front of the whole Fufeng state cultivator's face, still on the Hazel to perform the ritual of discipleship, and will be received congratulatory gift all transferred to the Hazel, said that the disciple achievements or all the master's gift should be so, become a piece of good news. Afterwards Hazuki didn't ask for all those congratulatory gifts, and only took a few that were useful to her. The following years, but also Chu Tianjun and Hazel Moon relationship is the best period of time. Master and disciple of the same Yuaning, the two together to cultivate, go out to explore the secret realm together to face a variety of opportunities and challenges. A few years' time inseparable. Cultivation is also soaring. Collected the congratulatory gifts. Chu Tianjun perfunctory stay a while. This ceremony is also hastily ended. Back at Tianjun Peak, Chu Tianjun paced under the peach tree with a thoughtful look on his face. Almost all of the sect disciples are present today. So why hasn't she been found yet? Could it be that she hasn't even been initiated at this time? It's a pity that when I died in my last life, I didn't even have the chance to ask her name. Chu Tianjun allowed the sect to organize the Yuan celebration for another very important reason, which was that he was still waiting for someone to appear. This person is somewhat special to Chu Tianjun. That was the last person he saw before he died who cared about him after he had already been deprived of his cultivation by Hazel Moon and thrown into the demonic beasts to be divided and eaten. Chu Tianjun could face Hazel Moon coldly and mercilessly, but he could never forget the scene where that little girl, who only had a late stage of chi refining cultivation, recklessly rushed into the group of demonic beasts, just wanting to snatch back her own corpse. I surprisingly don't have this little girl in my memory at all, and I don't remember when I've seen her, and I didn't even have time to ask her name in the end. So I guess she was buried in the mouth of a demonic beast in her last life, right? Chu Tianjun recalled the last scene before his death. In fact, at that time he would have been as if his heart was dead, but in the end, that fellow junior sister, whose name he didn't even know, recklessly rushed into the demonic beasts for him and generously went to her death with him in a scene that was again like a ray of light illuminating his soul. At that moment Chu Tianjun has actually regretted. Back to think all the way. Was wrongly accused by misunderstanding? There is still a one by one of the same door to believe that they do not give up. He wanted to live. Not for themselves but also for these worthy people. Chu Tianjun also fantasized at first that since he was reborn, would the little girl at the end also be reborn? The last time he found out that most of the demon race's chances had been shortchanged, he suspected it once again, but then thought about it and ruled it out, because if that little girl had been reborn as well, she should have come to find herself a long time ago. Judging from the cultivation she displayed, she should have been initiated not more than a few years ago, so perhaps she still has a few more years before she is initiated. Yet I can't keep waiting like this. There are less than 20 years until Yichen appears. Strive to advance to the God transformation stage within these 20 years. Chu Tianjun continued to think. He was actually still quite tight on time right now, and his goal was to successfully reach the God transformation stage within 20 years. After thinking for a moment, Chu Tianjun gently flicked his sleeve toward the stone table in front of him, and then ink and paper appeared on the stone table. Next Chu Tianjun drew the girl's appearance as he remembered. He planned to give this drawing to the deacon of the clan who was in charge of the registration of the new entrant disciples. Just waiting for the moment she appeared he would know immediately. Just as Chu Tianjuan's painting was about to be completed, a cool voice suddenly appeared. Elder Tianjun, can a disciple come in? The voice sounded a bit cold, but the attitude was respectful. The owner of the voice Chu Tianjun to not unfamiliar. It is in his guidance to go to the Lei Lu Qingshu. Today Chu Tianjun also saw Lu Qingshu from afar for a glance, but this before Lu Qingshu seems to be not in the clan. It seems that she only returned to the clan today. Senior sister Lu doesn't need to be outgoing. You're always welcome here at Tianjun Peak. Chu Tianjun put the brush down and turned around with a smile. This voice fell on Lu Qingshu's ears. It was flattering, and she noticed that Chu Tianjun, who was already at the Yuaning stage, even called her senior sister Lu. The next moment Lu Qingshu appeared in front of Chu Tianjun. The two have not seen each other for a few years. Chu Tianjun surveyed each other, although not yet to the Yuaning stage. But Lu Qingshu has also reached the peak of Jindan. It was just that Chu Tianjun felt a little strange. He didn't feel the power of thunder in Lu Qingshu's body. It seemed that not only had he not awakened the divine heaven's spiritual body, but even the breath of the Thunder Emperor's battle armor that he had given him was gone. Elder Tianjun flattered me. You are already a Yuaning real person. How can you still call me senior sister? Just call me Qingshu from now on. Elder is painting? Is this Elder's sweetheart? Lu Qingshu, a very rare face with a light smile, said. Halfway through the words saw Chu Tianjun behind the painting. Subconsciously asked if Chu Tianjun's sweetheart. Misunderstanding. She is my benefactor. I have been looking for her. Chu Tianjun calmly explained. Accurately, that girl whose name he didn't know, indeed counted as a sweetheart, because she occupied a very heavy position in Chu Tianjuan's heart, but was not the kind of sweetheart that Lu Qingshu spoke of. Chapter 16, The Book of Six Instruments of Heaven. Hearing Chu Tianjun say that it was just a benefactor, Lu Qingshu's beautiful eyes twitched and she quickly said, then I'll remember Elder's benefactor well, and pay more attention in the future to help Elder find this girl as soon as possible. After saying that, Lu Qingshu looked at the painting seriously and memorized the person in the painting deeply. You have a mouth of an elder. I hear quite uncomfortable. If you do not mind in the future or call me senior brother, you are already a half-step Yuaning. I see at most a year and a half. Surely can break through the Yuaning. Chu Tianjun said with a smile. To these people who had helped himself in his previous life, he really did not have any frame at all. Then I will definitely not let senior brother down, and strive to call you senior brother early and openly. as well as sparring with senior brother in a dignified manner. Lu Qingshu said with a resolute gaze. She still looked like a martial arts nerd for a few moments. Chu Tianjun smiled and nodded. Despite the 2 lifetimes, Lu Qingshu was actually unchanged. Still the same outwardly cold-hearted cultivation genius. By the way, why is this breath still on you? Did the trip to Thunderbolt have an accident? Immediately after Chu Tianjun asked the doubts in his heart. He had spent a great deal of effort in half a year to help Lu Qingshu refine the Thunder Emperor battle armor. And if he didn't get this chance, it would be a bloody loss. Hearing Chu Tianjun inquiring about his situation, Lu Qingshu guffawed, then mysteriously looked around, and then her body's aura changed. Not only did she emit a powerful thunder aura, there was an extra set of exquisite battle armor glittering with electric arcs outside of her body, and in her hand there was even more of a purple lance. The lance seemed to be condensed from thunder, and the moment it appeared, thunder had rolled across the sky, and there seemed to be thunder brewing in the clouds. Following my senior brother's instructions, not only did I successfully find the heavenly thunder grass and successfully activate my divine heavenly spirit body, I also obtained an inheritance in the Laze. Although the inheritance is a bit tattered, it happens to have the method to hide my divine heavenly spirit body, as well as this broken spiritual treasure, cracking heavenly running thunder gun. I want to hide my divine heavenly spirit body so that I can use it as a base card. Lu Qingshu handed the heaven-splitting thunder running gun to Chu Tianjun with both hands as she spoke, meaning to take it and look at it casually. Hiss. This chi of yours can be really heaven-defying. Since Qingshu has this idea, just put it away. This heaven-splitting thunder running gun plus the Thunder Emperor battle armor is a perfect match for your spiritual body. Chu Tianjun wasn't jealous of Lu Qingshu's chances, but only expressed a heartfelt sentiment. There is heavenly thunder grass in the Thunder Zephyr. This is just a piece of news that Chu Tianjun knew in his last life, and he didn't get the heavenly thunder grass in his last life, let alone heard that there is still a legacy there, as well as broken spiritual treasures. At this time Chu Tianjun can't help but wonder, if it wasn't for the fact that he had dragged Lu Qingshu down in his last life and let her be counted by Yi Duan, it is estimated that Lu Qingshu's achievements would have been very high, right? Lu Qingshu does not know Chu Tianjun has so many heart activities. She is very obedient. There will be treasures put away, also instantly from the violent destruction, and contains vibrant vitality of the breath. Back to the cold and lonely feeling. Afterwards the two of them to catch up. Lu Qingshu told the next few years out of the experience. It turned out that she really heard Chu Tianjun to be held in the celebration of the first baby. Last night wildly run on 10,000 miles to rush back. Senior brother. I don't have anything good. This time I went out and got this by chance. It looks like some kind of gong method and I don't understand its meaning. So I will give it to senior brother as a congratulatory gift. Please don't dislike it. When Lu Qingshu was about to leave, she suddenly took out a palm-sized, tattered-looking gold foil and handed it to Chu Tianjun. When he saw this gold foil for the first time, Chu Tianjun's expression was condensed, and then when he touched the gold foil, his heart was even more shocked. Where did you get this? Do you know what this is? Chu Tianjun immediately inquired after determining that the gold foil material was not real gold foil. It was killed a demonic beast and found from its belly. That demonic beast is good at corrosive venom attack. This gold foil looks as if it has been in its body for a long time. I thought that it was not even corroded, so I kept it. There are many strange symbols on it, but I don't recognize any of them. Could it be that senior brother knows the origin? Lu Qingshu explained the origin of the gold foil in detail. She had also studied it carefully after she got it, but none of those symbols on the gold foil were recognized by her. Chu Tianjun took a deep breath, then said incomparably solemnly to Lu Qingshu, the symbols on this are actually a kind of writing. Accurately speaking, it is the writing of the upper realm, and can be referred to as the immortal seal of the seal. This might really be some kind of immortal realm kung fu fragment. Qingshu, do you really still want to give it to me? Senior brother recognizes the words on it? An expression of incomparable shock also appeared on Lu Qingshu's face, while her gaze was filled with admiration, because she didn't even know what this gold foil was. Chu Tianjun could have pretended to know nothing and quietly accepted the gold foil, but now Chu Tianjun not only explained it, but also asked Lu Qingshu if she was willing to give it away. From Chu Tianjun's frank gaze, Lu Qingshu can be sure that if she said she couldn't bear to part with it, Chu Tianjun would return it to herself without hesitation. Chu Tianjun nodded, and then spoke, knowing a little. From this page alone, I can recognize about 1 or 2 out of 10. Since senior brother recognizes it, it means that this object is destined to be with senior brother. Leaving it in my hands would be worthless, so senior brother will take it. Lu Qingshu also said incomparably frankly. Chu Tianjun nodded in relief. It is true that with the truly outstanding people will be much lesser of the yin and yang. He felt more and more that he had really missed too much in his last life. This thing Chu Tianjun does recognize. because the last life he also got a page. That page of chance timing has not yet arrived. This life is not yet in the hands. In his last life, Chu Tianjun had expended his energy studying gold foil, and he did learn a little bit of immortal seal script, even if it was just a few words. As long as he understood the meaning, he would still benefit a lot. Through the immortal seal on the page of gold foil in his previous life, Chu Tianjun learned that this was a book of wonders of the immortal realm called the Book of Six Instruments of the Heavens, and it was really the kind of book that belonged to wonders even in the immortal realm. Unfortunately, in his last life, he had gotten that page rather late as well, and hadn't researched it much. I'll take this item. In the future, if I can comprehend the mysteries of it, I will definitely share it with Qingshu at the first opportunity. Your infant concentration is imminent. Here are also some pills that will help break through the Yuaning. Also a small token of elder brother's appreciation. Chu Tianjun took the gold foil of the Six Instruments Heavenly Book and then took out a few bottles of pills. Lu Qingshu also did not politely. She also very much liked this feeling of being with Chu Tianjun. There was less of the deception between the cultivators, giving her a feeling that the road was not alone, and that the road ahead was not lonely. After Lu Qingshu left, Chu Tianjun continued to draw, and the next day, he went to the Deacon's Hall of the clan, which was responsible for the registration of new disciples, and handed the portrait to the disciple here, explaining a few things in passing. The 9 Heavenly Clouds sect, in addition to the Jindan powerhouses and Yuaning elders who can take in disciples at any time, there is only the centralized recruitment that takes place once a year, and no matter which way you get in, you have to go to the registration to receive a waistplate. So once the person in the painting appeared in the 9 Heavenly Clouds sect, Chu Tianjun would be able to know about it the first time. Chapter 17, The War of the Cultivators. Getting a page of the Six Instruments Heavenly Book, Chu Tianjun did not expend energy to study it, because the immortal seals that he could recognize were still very few, and the content of this page of the Heavenly Book, he only knew that it was about the gung in the Six Instruments. But what exactly this gung was? Now it was a little bit of no, he did not know what this gung was. The man in the painting is estimated to be unable to find for a while. Chu Tianjun intends to close the door again for a long time. After all, the last time to scavenge so many resources can first be converted into their own strength to raise the cultivation up. Regardless of whether one reaches the mid-Yuaning stage or the late stage first, one must at least go through this process before going to impact the spirit transformation realm. On this day, he had already activated the residence formation and was about to close his senses and start refining heavenly treasures and elixirs at ease. But just at this time, a sound transmission jade talisman flew outside the stone house. Senior brother Tianjun, quickly come to the sect hall. There are important matters to discuss. The rumor jade talisman was issued by the sect master Tianxuan. Chu Tianjun withdrew the formation and could only transform into a recluse to go to the sect hall. There was now a seat belonging to Chu Tian in the great hall, and this one was right next to Hazelmoon, just like in his last life. When Chu Tianjun sat down, he immediately felt that the gazes of the other people in the hall were looking towards himself and Hazelmoon. The next moment Patriarch Tianxuan spoke again. The Devil Path is attacking Yuezhou in force. The Eastern Region Immortal Alliance has ordered to draw manpower from all the sects, and this time, our 9 Heaven sect needs to send out 2 Yuaning Jinring. According to the situation of going out on missions over the years, this heavy responsibility will fall on senior sister Hazelmoon and senior brother Tianjun. Tianxuan hasn't finished. Chu Tianjun has already realized in his heart. This incident also happened in his last life, but at that time he was still only in the late Jindan stage, and the ones who went to Yuezhou were Hazelmoon and another Yuaning elder. That time Hazelmoon also suffered a considerable injury, and it wasn't until Chu Tianjun was promoted to Yuaning a few years later that he helped Hazelmoon completely repair that injury. Within the clan, even Yuaning real people are not high on the list. They do need to take turns to contribute to the clan, and in a great war like this one between the Immortal Alliance and the Devil's Way, clans with strength only need to send out Yuaning real people, while clans with low strength need a large number of ordinary disciples to go to the front line. This seemed to be very fair, but in reality, it was a way for small sects to lose the opportunity to develop, while large sects had Yuaning real people to carry these things, so the middle and lower level disciples within the sect would have more time and space to grow. But again, there is no excuse for this, and fairness itself is based on strength. This task, whether it is Chu Tianjun or Hazelmoon, cannot refuse. Chu Tian also does not matter, as a casual trip, although he is only the first to enter the Yuaning, but confident that even against the peak of the Yuaning also not afraid. On the contrary, Hazelmoon looked as if she was quite happy once she heard that she was going to go to the battlefield of Yuezhou with Chu Tianjun. The clan meeting quickly ended. Chu Tianjun still shunned Hazelmoon, said that he had to go back to get ready, and went straight back to Tianjun Peak. He didn't really have much to prepare for, He just didn't want to travel to the front line of Yuezhou with Hazel, and planned to just run away and travel to Yuezhou alone. But Chu Tianjun still underestimated the cheek of Hazelmoon in this life, and he had only just returned to Tianjun Peak with his front foot when Hazelmoon appeared over the peach forest with great fanfare. Is senior brother Tianjun ready? This spirit wind shuttle of senior sisters is perfect for catching the road. We should go. Hazelmoon stood on a huge shuttle-shaped magic treasure and said in a loud voice, which could be heard not only by Chu Tianjun, but by many people nearby. Spirit wind shuttle. Chu Tianjun was very familiar with it. It was one of Hazelmoon's magic treasures, and Chu Tianjun hadn't used it much in his last life. In front of all the division disciples, at this time Chu Tianjun really couldn't refuse. He had no choice but to fly to the spirit wind shuttle and stand beside Hazelmoon. This thing only needs to be injected with spiritual power. Then it can fly at an extremely fast speed. This trip to Yuezhou is quite a long distance. Let's take turns injecting spiritual power. I'll explain the spiritual wind shuttle for senior brother. Hazelmoon still looked like the same person who was as light as a chrysanthemum, but her voice was obviously a bit different from normal days. The magic treasures are all refined by the cultivators themselves, although many of the principles of the magic treasures are similar, but each person in the refining, but certainly in accordance with their own habits. So even if the acquisition of other cultivators' magic treasures, but also have to be re-sacrificed, or very familiar with the original mechanism of operation. Misty Moon is to tell Chu Tianjun the operating mechanism of the spirit wind shuttle, equivalent to telling the password to open the door of one's own home. This behavior is also generous. However, before Hazelmoon could finish speaking, Chu Tianjun interrupted with his words. I only saw Chu Tianjun make a seal with one hand, and then press toward the spirit wind shuttle underneath his body, saying under his breath, I will. The next moment the spirit wind shuttle disappeared into the 9 heavenly mountains, flying away at an incredible speed. Hazelmoon looked at Chu Tianjun with an incredulous face. She really couldn't figure out how Chu Tianjun was so familiar with the spirit wind shuttle. Moreover, she could clearly feel that the spirit wind shuttle, under Chu Tianjun's control, was even faster and smoother than when it was used by its own master. Senior brother has only just entered Yuan. I didn't expect to have such thick spiritual energy. This shows that senior brother has a solid foundation. I'm afraid that it won't be long before Hazelmoon should call you senior brother. Hazelmoon swallowed back her original words. She was not in a position to ask Chu Tianjun why he knew more about the spirit wind shuttle than she, the master. So she praised Chu Tianjun. These were clearly words to bring the two closer together, which was rare enough according to Hazuki's nature. However, Chu Tianjun still returned with an indifferent attitude. In that case, senior sister might as well seize the opportunity to cultivate. After Chu Tianjun uttered the word division, he nearly subconsciously said division, but he reacted in time. At this moment, his mood was also a bit saddened. After all, in his last life, he had called his master for decades, and now that he had changed his name to senior sister, he would at least be a bit emotional. Hazelmoon also detected that bit of unusual. She always felt that what Chu Tianjun was about to say just now was the word master. Looking at the side of the man who has closed his eyes to rest his mind, Hazelmoon's mood is also very complex. She feels Chu Tianjun is really about to become her heart demon. Do not see will always unconsciously think of each other, after seeing also always have a very special feeling. That feeling is not really like, but seems to be more difficult to let people pull themselves out of the feeling than like. Chu Tianjun didn't let Hazelmoon channel his spiritual energy throughout the entire journey, so he directly piloted the spirit wind shuttle to the front line of Yuezhou. The two of them came on behalf of the 9 Heaven sect and met the 3 spirit transformation true lords who were sitting here at the Immortal Alliance's command tent. The 2 real people of the 9 Heaven sect. You will be the ones to guard the Liuha Pass. A few moments later Chu Tianjun and Hazelmoon received their assignments and traveled to Liuha Pass, which was 500 miles west of the Marshal's tent. Because of the perennial war with the southern region's demonic path, the Immortal Alliance had built many passes on the front line of Yuezhou, and on weekdays only a small number of cultivators were stationed at these passes, and only Yuaning real people would sit in on the battle every time there was a big war. This kind of war basically every 10 or 20 years will break out once. The last Chu Tianjun also participated in a time, not to mention as long as this kind of war not die, kill a few magic experts. The harvest is actually very huge. Surely the opposite side must be thinking the same thing. At this point in time, the Liuha Pass already had more than just a handful of cultivators stationed there. In addition to Chu Tianjun and Hazelmoon, the 2 Yuanin real people, there were a dozen or so Jindan powerhouses, and more than 300 Foundation Establishment stage cultivators. There were none below the Foundation Establishment stage in this kind of place, and the strength of a Hexagoneer Pass was already comparable to the average medium cultivation sect. Chapter 18, The Holy Son of the Devil's Way. Tang Wuji. Senior Brother Tianxuan. If you encounter a demonic expert, you must not leave Senior Sister too far away. My 2 instruments mirror protection is even better than the offense. Even if you face 3 Yuaning, you can still protect yourself. On the citadel of Liuha Pass, Hazel Moon took the initiative to speak with Chu Tianxuan. Once Hazel Moon said this, even the few Jindan powerhouses in the distance who didn't know each other felt that Hazel Moon was a meaningful enough senior sister. On this battlefield of righteousness and evil, the fall of a Yuaning real person also happened from time to time. All people were also here for the sake of profit and to survive. There were almost none that could truly fight side by side or even protect others. But in the face of Hazel Moon's almost naked concern, Chu Tianxuan still indifferently said, Senior Sister Hazel Moon should still care about herself. Chu Tianxuan said with an expressionless face, a look of refusal. He did remember that Hazel Moon was injured this time, and it was no surprise that Hazel Moon would still be injured this time. Chu Tianxuan didn't intend to help Hazel Moon, but he wouldn't let Hazel Moon die on the Yuezhou front line this time either. After all, if Hazel Moon died early, then Yuan still didn't know if he would appear in the 9 heavenly clans. In order to take revenge, Hazel Moon couldn't die now. Once again, hot face on cold ass, Hazel Moon secretly sighed, but she seemed to have gotten used to it all, and was only gloomy, but did not blame Chu Tianxuan. The next half day of the hexagram pass was quiet, and Hazel Moon did not speak to Chu Tianxuan again. By the evening, Chu Tianxuan, who was in the middle of closing his eyes, suddenly opened his eyes. He looked into the distance. Then Hazel Moon also sensed that a nearby fortress had erupted with a huge fluctuation of spiritual energy. Obviously a big battle was going on. Soon the warning of the 6th pass went off, and word came from the Immortal Alliance's command tent that a new round of attacks from the Devil's Way had begun, and that all the fortresses should be ready to meet the enemy. They're coming. It's not good. Surprisingly, there are 4 Yuaning. Hazel Moon stood up violently. She looked at the outside of the hexagram pass with a shocked expression. The 2-year mirror had already appeared behind her. Chu Tianxuan also frowned slightly. He finally knew why Hazel Moon was so seriously injured in his last life. A small Liuha Pass. The Devil's Way had sent so many people. It looked like they were using this place as a breakthrough. The 4 Yuaning of the Devil's Way were all at the early stage. And Hazel Moon, under the protection of the mirror of 2 instruments, had already flown out of the Hexagonir Pass and fought with the 4 major Yuaning of the Devil's Way. Chu Tianxuan stood at the top of the city, but was slow to make a move to help. Hazel Moon didn't care at first, but after the pressure grew, she realized that this senior brother behind her seemed to completely disregard her own life and death. So he is so cold. Is he planning to watch me die? Could it be that I'm really going to die here today? Hazel Moon's heart was more not fear but unwillingness. She couldn't figure out that she was already good enough for Chu Tianxuan. Why was this senior brother still so heartless towards himself? However, just as Hazel Moon fell into extreme despair, Chu Tianxuan suddenly looked into the void and spoke faintly. When does your excellency intend to see? Chu Tianxuan said also flew out of the 6 Harmonies Pass. At the same time in the Hazel Moon and the Devil's Road 4 major infants fighting above, a breath of majestic figure appeared. This person on the body of the Devil's Chi raging. The huge pressure so that the 4 major infants of the Hazel Moon and the Devil's Road are still fighting instinctively convergence of the many. So it's that there are still strong people gazing in the dark. He's not indifferent and not making a move. I'm wrong about him again. The appearance of the demonic strongman instantly caused another big change in Hazel Moon's attitude. At this moment, she is very self-blame. Hidden in the dark is a late stage of the Yuaning devil expert. If not Chu Tianxuan to hold back, the other party suddenly shot. Hazel Moon afraid of the fate. I thought that this hexagram pass was the weakest place. It seems that those old things were mistaken. The voice of the devil Dao expert who stealthily came out said with some surprise. His chi also locked onto Chu Tianxuan. The 2 people's breaths collided in the air, and the other's fight seemed to be unimportant. When Chu Tianxuan saw the appearance of this devil Dao expert, coupled with the other party's aura, he also said with some surprise, Sacred Devil Sect Tangwoji, it seems that you devil Dao also have no one left to use. Even the Hall Sacred Sun has been sent to the front line. Chu Tianxuan's voice still had a bit of teasing in it, and there was no hint of nervousness or gravity when he pointed out the other party's identity, as if he did not place the other party in his eyes. However, when she heard Chu Tianxuan's words, Hazel Moon's complexion changed drastically. The name Tangwoji could be said to crown both the righteous and the devilish. This person was the holy son of the Holy Devil Sect, the first great sect of the devilish path. Although there was more than one holy son and daughter of the Holy Devil Sect, the number was not too many, and each of the holy sons and daughters was a potential successor to the position of Devil Lord in the future. And naturally, their strengths were not of an idle generation either. Senior brother, quickly go. This demon cannot be defeated. I'll hold them off. Hazel Moon anxiously shouted out. Chu Tianxuan looked at Hazel Moon with some surprise. It had to be said that the hazel moon before Yichen appeared was indeed still good, even if Chu Tianjun didn't become her disciple in this life. At this time when he was facing a strong enemy, he was actually willing to sacrifice himself to preserve Chu Tianjun. This time Chu Tianjun didn't speak, but it was Tang Wuji who laughed softly and said, if he wanted to leave, he should have left long ago. When did the Immortal Alliance produce such a character? Today is the perfect day to get a lesson. Hearing Tang Wuji's words, Hazel Moon's body trembled slightly, and she was even more certain that she had misjudged Chu Tianjun. So Hazel Moon quickly brainstormed a lot of drama. He didn't leave. Could it be that he stayed for me? Senior brother really isn't as cold as he appears. Tianjun, don't worry, I won't leave you behind either. These words Hazel Moon did not say out loud, but only thought silently in her heart, and her gaze toward Chu Tianjun became gentle. Chu Tianjun didn't know that this woman had actually added so much drama in a short period of time, and feeling the change in the other party's gaze, he only spat out in his mind. What is this woman's nerve again? You actually recognize me? Tang Wuji didn't interrupt Hazel Moon's parting of Chu Tianjuan's life and death just now, probably because people in the Devil's Path enjoyed watching such scenes, and it was only at this time that he inquired about Chu Tianjun surprisingly recognizing himself. Chu Tianjun did know Tang Wuji. There had been a battle in the last life when both of them were at the peak of Yuaning, and Chu Tianjun had won that battle and had killed this devilish heavenly pride. And Chu Tianjun last life to obtain that page of the 6 instruments heavenly book non-chapter is from this person. Non-chapter Chu Tianjun studied deeper. Is the heavenly book to explain the way of change? It was also by combining this heavenly book non-chapter that he was able to complete the creation great selfless demonic technique. Has your excellency participated in the heavenly abyss trial? Chu Tianjun didn't answer Tang Wuji's question, but inexplicably asked. Tang Wuji subconsciously shook his head. The heavenly abyss was a special place in the southern domain, similar to a secret realm that every Devil's Path cultivator only had the opportunity to enter once in their lifetime. Chu Tianjun sighed in his heart. Tang Wuji hadn't gotten the non-chapter of the 6 instruments heavenly book yet, so he couldn't kill him yet, although Chu Tianjun already knew about the immortal seal on the non-chapter. Since he got the Gung chapter given by Lu Qingshu, Chu Tianjun felt that the immortal seal on the Book of 6 Instruments of Heaven was only one of them, and that the gold foil pages which seemed to be gold, but not gold, were also of great value in themselves, and might even be worth more than the immortal. The value of the seal is even higher than the immortal seal. If one can collect all of the 6 elegant heavenly books, there might be unexpected gains. Chapter 19, Hazuki who forced the drama. Although he would still have to wait for Tang Wuji to obtain the chance to kill the non-chapter of the 6 Instruments heavenly book, it was obviously not possible without a fight today. After obtaining the information he wanted, Chu Tianjun stopped talking nonsense, and with his cultivation at the early stage of Yuaning, he blatantly launched an attack towards Tang Wuji at the late stage of Yuaning. Chu Tianjun didn't even use the Tianxuan Sword, as he cast his spells with one hand, and all sorts of attacks greeted him towards Tang Wuji, and that endless array of means alone was dazzling to watch. What kind of freak is this guy, to have such a strong strength at the early Yuaning stage? He's learned too many techniques, right? Tang Wuji, the holy demon sect's saint son, soon looked grave as well, realizing that he could only fight Chu Tianjun, an early stage Yuaning, to a draw without using his undercard. But if you use your own undercard, doesn't your opponent have one? How is senior brother Tianjun so powerful? That's a late stage Yuaning devil Dao Heaven's pride. Where did he learn these techniques? Many of them aren't from the Nine Heavens sect. Misty Moon had also seen the battle between Chu Tianjun and Tang Wuji, and was likewise quite puzzled in her heart. At this time Hazel Moon and the 4 Devils Path Yuaning sparring had become somewhat perfunctory. Not only was Hazel Moon paying attention, but the 4 Devils Path Yuaning powerhouses were paying attention as well, as observing the masters dueling was also an opportunity to learn. If there was a battle at the God transformation stage at this time, it was estimated that the entire battlefield of righteousness and devilry would have stopped and watched the big brothers duke it out first. I have no grievances with this person. There's no need to expose my bottom card here. Anyway, I've already made a move, and the onlookers can't say anything if I return without any success. After exchanging blows with Chu Tianjun for a few moments, Tang Wuji had already begun to think about how to retreat in his mind. Regardless of whether it was the righteous path or the devil's path, they were all essentially people who practiced cultivation, and cultivation was all about selfishness, without sufficient benefits. Who would be willing to fight to the death? The intelligence is wrong. There are experts sitting in this Liuha Pass. Let's go. A moment later Tang Wuji found an opportunity to pull away from Chu Tianjun before shouting towards the 4 Devils Wei Yuaning experts. He went dryly, directly disappeared after shouting, without dragging his feet. The 4 Devils Wei Yuaning expert is also very decisive. Get the news immediately at the same time. The 4 people's attack is even better than before. Surprisingly, at once broke open Hazel Moon's 2 meters of mirror. The last attack fell on the body, although barely received, but also suffered injuries, spit out a mouthful of blood. Wanna go? Come all the way here without leaving something behind? Chu Tianxuan's gaze swept over the 4 Yuaning. At this moment, Tang Wuji had already disappeared, but the 4 were already locked in his aura. Not good. Split up and escape. The 4 Yuaning were alarmed in their hearts. They knew that their strength was far from Tang Wuji's. Even the Saint's son had lost to the man in front of them. They and the others were definitely even less of a match. The 4 separated and fled. Chu Tianjun also followed his body. He could only choose one of them. It was an old man covered in black robes. The dress-up was in line with the general image of people in the devil's way. The same as the early stage of Yuaning. But Chu Tianjun is obviously too powerful. Just after a short exchange of hands, Chu Tianjun landed on the other party's heavenly soul cover with a palm. And after that, the Raider of Heavenly Creation skill operated, and the power on the Devil Cultivator's body was forcibly sucked away by Chu Tianjun, a Yuaning stage cultivator. Regardless of whether he had demonic chi or spiritual chi in his body, it would be a shame to waste it. Then in regards to when the demonic cultivator felt the power in his body uncontrollably being sucked away by the other party, his already fearful face became even more desperate, and that desperation even made him give up struggling, just subconsciously under his breath. You are the holy. Before the devil cultivator finished speaking, his body had already dried up. Chu Tianjuan's palm was withdrawn, holding a shriveled Yuaning in his palm. And at this time, the devil cultivator was not really fallen yet. Hazel Moon had already covered her chest with one hand and propped herself up on the ground after taking a blow just now. And now that she saw Chu Tianjun easily kill an early-stage Yuaning demonic cultivator, the shock in her eyes was unmistakable. The next moment Chu Tianjun gently shouted out of his mouth, Tianxian. As soon as these 2 words came out, the Tianxian sword flew out, and the flying sword circled around Chu Tianjun, and then the Qingyun eagle's shadow appeared, and then Chu Tianjun threw the shriveled demonic cultivator's Yuaning. An eagle's cry resounded in the void, only to see the Qingyun eagle silhouette swallow the demonic cultivator's Yuaning in a single bite, and then only a light blue, dotted with gold flying sword was left flying. His flying sword devoured a Yuaning? Could this be an evolution towards a spiritual treasure? Misty Moon was once again shocked. She had also heard slightly about the process of a top magic treasure turning into a spirit treasure. Moreover, seeing the Tianxian sword again, especially when she heard Chu Tianjun call out the word Tianxian, Hazel Moon felt intimate. A moment later Chu Tianjun collected the Tianxian sword. He walked towards Hazel Moon. As he got closer, Chu Tianjun faintly said, "You're injured." The words could not be heard as inquiry or concern, only that in Hazel Moon's ears, she thought it was Chu Tianjun who was concerned about herself. Hazel Moon's heart was so happy that she subconsciously reached out her hand, thinking that the next moment Chu Tianjun would help her up. But before she could fully extend her hand, she saw Chu Tianjun walk straight past her, his footsteps not stopping for half a second. Immediately after that, another cold voice rang out. Only at this moment Chu Tianjun had already walked behind Hazel Moon. "Go back to the clan if you're injured. Don't get in the way here." Hazel Moon's hallowed Yuaning real person was on the verge of crying at this moment. In addition to her loss, there was also a feeling of abandonment. It was clear that she had never been given one either, but for some reason it felt like she had been abandoned. Chu Tianjun did not pay attention to Hazel Moon. He knew that this point of injury Hazel Moon cannot die, and this time then the last injury is still light. Do not need to help themselves to heal. Hazel Moon recuperation 2 or 3 years can also be healed. Soon the other passes of the battle also ended one after another. The last statistics, the 6 passes or the biggest results of the battle. The entire frontline battlefield of the positive and evil. This is still the first time in 3 years to the Yuaning stage fell. A time of immortal alliance morale. The next morning, Hazel Moon received a jade talisman from the true god of transformation, because their 9 heavens sect had killed a Yuaning demonic cultivator. According to the Immortal Alliance's regulations, they could withdraw a cultivator of the same realm. Chu Tianjun gave this spot to Hazel Moon, so she could return to the sect. The Immortal Alliance stipulated that any cultivator who went to the front line could leave at the end of their mission as long as they fought for enough time to last 3 months, or killed one enemy of the same realm. Hazel Moon, who received the jade talisman, her heart that had been hurting all night suddenly stopped hurting again, and she was once again convinced that Chu Tianjun was only indifferent on the surface, but was actually just protecting her in this deliberately distant way. If he really didn't care about himself, why did he use the merit of slaying the Yuaning demon cultivator in exchange for his early departure from the battlefield? I have to say that Hazel Moon is indeed very capable of adding to the drama. The reason Chu Tianjun let her leave is that Hazel Moon can't die yet, and secondly, he really doesn't want Hazel Moon to get in the way here. It was because Chu Tianjun was going to detach Hazelmoon, and then disguise himself as a demonic cultivator to head to the southern region, where apart from a number of opportunities, there was also a very important thing to do. Hazelmoon finally accepted what she thought were her good intentions, and as she was leaving she looked at Chu Tianjun reluctantly and whispered with her head lowered, "Senior brother Tianjun must take care of himself. I'll wait for your safe return." Chu Tianjun's eyelids did not move a bit. These words he just listened to. In his last life, he did so many things for Hazelmoon. In the end, in exchange for what result? Now he only hopes that Hazelmoon will leave quickly. Hazelmoon, who didn't get a response, finally left after looking seriously at Chu Tianjun for a few moments. After another while, Chu Tianjun opened his eyes, and then he stood up, and with a wave of his sleeve there was another person beside him who looked exactly like him. Then Chu Tianjuan's main body hit his aura and quietly left the 6 harmonies pass, and the puppet incarnation emanated his aura, still meditating with his eyes closed on the pass building. Not long after Chu Tianjun entered the southern domain boundary, and he no longer hid his breath, only that his body's breath had turned into a majestic demonic aura, and he looked like a proper Jindan stage demonic cultivator. Chapter 20 Miss Fish 9. In his last life Chu Tianjun came to the southern domain. At that time he was already in the late stage of Yuaning. That time even killed the young generation of the Devil's Way almost broken. What the Devil's Sect Patriarch, the Holy Son and Holy Daughter are not his opponent. Speaking of that time, he seemed to be very lucky as well. Although he encountered several God Transformation stage demon monarchs, they were all successfully escaped by him, and in the end, several God Transformation stage demon monarchs surrounded him, but they were unable to leave him behind. It's better to keep a low profile this time. After all, the time is all different. That first person of the devil Dao Ji Xian you didn't make a move in the last life. Nowadays, the righteous and the devils are still in a great war. In case Ji Xian you was just staring at it, I'm surely not a match for this person. Chu Tianjun didn't plan to make a big kill this time. He was worried about a powerful person of the devil path called Ji Xianyu. This Ji Xianyu is the sacred demon sect's patriarch, but also the entire southern region of the demonic cultivator's mouth of the Holy Lord. People's demonic way in fact themselves do not recognize themselves as the demonic way. They tube their own way called the Holy Way. Even the Holy Demon Sect is only called the Holy Sect. Is the right way to give people to add a word of the devil? And Ji Xianyu in the immortal league of the name, but also became a demon lord. In his last life Chu Tianjun scoffed at this, firmly believing that this is the devil's way to put gold on his own face. A shameless display. But in this life Chu Tianjun does not have this kind of idea anymore. On the contrary, he also feels that it is the immortal alliance that is too hypocritical. And on the contrary, he began to identify himself with the devil's way, or the sacred way, because after experiencing all the things in his last life and seeing the faces of many people clearly, Chu Tianjun realized that no matter whether it was the immortal alliance or the devil's way, the essence was that the strong squeezed the resources of the weak, and that the higher-ups enjoyed the supplies of the lower-ups. It's just that the people of the devil's way don't hide it and take it all for granted, while the immortal alliance puts these behaviors under all sorts of glowing slogans to make this kind of oppression and plundering heartfelt, while also making the inferior people grateful for being the targets of oppression. The demonic qi on Chu Tianjuan's body was transformed by the creation great self-inheritance demon skill, which was in fact demonic qi, so he didn't have any problems with his identity, and although his Jindan stage cultivation wasn't considered to be strong, it was enough to walk around the southern region. Since Lu Haguan was only a puppet, Chu Tianjun didn't have too much time, so he just hurriedly collected a few resources before heading straight to a place called Black Wind Mountain. In his last life, Chu Tianjun had also been here, and there was a Black Wind Academy on Black Wind Mountain, similar to the academies in the mundane world, but this was the Academy of the Devil's Way. Don't think that people in the Devil's Way are just fighting and killing, they also have to learn and progress, only that what they study is not propriety, righteousness, integrity and shame, but a very practical means of enhancement. These means have traditional devil cultivation techniques, or it may be a blood sacrifice, or it may be to kill his wife to kill his son to prove the way or something like that. Anyway, how to be powerful, how to come. In the eyes of the people of the righteous way, this is definitely a group of crazy people. In his last life, Chu Tianjun had killed a great deal in the Black Wind School Palace, basically killing all 10 of the places here, and he had also gained a very important knowledge here, which was to recognize some immortal seal scripts. This time he came with a pious attitude, and although his demonic aura rolled over his body, he looked quite polite. The Devil's Way cultivators weren't all crazy. They liked to use the most direct way to raise their cultivation and strength, and they didn't have any sense of propriety, righteousness, or shame, but most of them were still able to communicate normally. Lei Chu Lu has come here to seek an audience with Mr. Jin Chi. Chu Tianjun assumed the name Chu Lu, And the person he wanted to see was that Mr. Qi, who was very knowledgeable about the immortal seal. In his last life, Chu Tianjun had killed Mr. Qi with a sword, and then he had taught himself the immortal seal from his jade books, so he would definitely gain even more in this life by asking for instruction and learning in person. Soon Chu Tianjun met Mr. Qi, who did not look kind and even had a somewhat sharp-tongued appearance. This Mr. Qi was also a bit surprised to learn that Chu Tianjun wanted to learn the immortal seal from him, but the demonic cultivator didn't seem to have much curiosity, and Mr. Qi didn't reject it, but stated his request very directly. If you want to learn, I want an abyssal demon spider inner Dan, 10 pounds of cold ice underworld iron, and 3 pounds of underworld silk. Mr. Qi said several materials, which was the demanded payment. When Mr. Qi finished speaking, Chu Tianjun slapped his storage bag, and then several things surfaced. Mr. is going to refine the 10,000 soul streamer, right? There are a few things in this that are a bit different from Sir's request, but they are actually more effective and are enough to refine a top-grade 10,000 soul streamer. I wonder what Sir thinks. Chu Tianjun did not take out the payment exactly as the other party requested, but there were suitable substitutes. Good. Very good. It's a deal. But let's say it first. Only half an hour of explanation per day. A total of 1 month. As for how much you can learn, it depends on your own skills. Mr. Qi immediately put something in his own pocket. Looking like a full businessman, Chu Tianjun smiled and nodded. He felt that it was about the same for such a long time. This thing of immortal seal can only be said that Mr. Qi had some research. What he knew was actually limited. Immediately Chu Tianjun stayed in the Black Wind Palace of Learning. This devil acts really direct. As long as you give enough payment, you can exchange everything you want. The next day Mr. Qi began to explain the immortal seal to Chu Tianjun. At first Chu Tianjun did not show that he had the foundation. He also wanted to listen to it systematically. Wait until 3 days later. Mr. Qi finished talking about the basics, and Chu Tianjun also began to show talent. In many places Mr. Qi only needed a little and he would be able to do it. After 10 days Chu Tianjun felt that he was about to drain Mr. Qi's base. It was estimated that it would not take a month, half a month to leave Mr. Qi with nothing to teach, and at that time he himself was basically out of the master, so he could study on his own in the future, and slowly master more immortal seal scripts. But just on the 12th day, Mr. Qi suddenly introduced Chu Tianjun to someone. Chu Lu. This is Miss Fish 9. She is also here to learn the immortal seal. She has already learned it for a while earlier. In the future you will take lessons together. Perhaps you can even learn faster by corroborating each other. To be honest, there is actually not much left for me to teach you, Mr. Qi said with a smile. He was followed by a blue-clothed girl who didn't look very old and always had a smile on her face. The girl looked young, 15 or 16 at the most, with bright eyes that looked harmless. But Chu Tianjun cannot dare to be careless. This is the southern region of the Devil's Way. There is no such thing as harmless human and animal. Moreover, the other party's name is as perfunctory as her own pseudonym, so there must be something strange about this woman. My name is Chu Lu. I have met Miss Fish 9. Chu Tianjun greeted the other party with a naive face, looking like a person with no bad intentions as well. Is brother Chu the sixth in the family? Are the first few brothers or sisters? Fish Jiu blinked a pair of bright eyes, staring curiously at Chu Tianjun and inquired. Chu Tianjun froze for a moment. He really didn't expect the other party to ask this kind of question, but acting who will not? The next moment Chu Tianjun naive replied. The first few still in the mother's womb died. It is not clear whether it is a man or a woman. Chapter 21, The Man in the Painting appears. Chu Tianjun this answer. Really a little bit of the flavor of the magic way. But the next moment Fish 9 words immediately let Chu Tianjun's answer into a child's play. I only saw Fish 9 say with an excited face. That's really a bunch of wastes. The same as my 8 older siblings. But they're lucky. My 8 older siblings can all be sacrificed into soul slaves by me in a raw sacrifice, said Fish 9 shyly lowered her head. Her toes are still on the ground drawing circles, just behind the emergence of a full of demonic gas shadow. These shadows are male and female. Look not too old. The smallest 5 or 6 years old. Big 11 or 12 years old. The number of not more not less exactly 8. Chu Tianjun swept a glance at the 8 soul slaves. Although he knew that this situation was nothing in the southern region. After all, this was the land of demonic cultivators. Even if they were parents, wives and children, if they couldn't reflect the value, then there was no value for their existence. However, when he saw the harmless appearance of Fish Jiu, who was followed by 8 of his closest soul slaves, he still couldn't help but spit out a sentence in his heart. Pervert. Brother Chu seems to be pitying them? Suddenly Fish Jiu looked up at Chu Tianjun. Her face still had a faint smile on it and her eyes were clear. But the more she did so the more she gave off an oozing feeling. None of my business. Chu Tianjun returned with a cold face. A very standard Devil's Way reply. Fish 9 continued to smile while collecting the soul slaves behind him. It was clearly a meeting that wasn't exactly friendly, but it was also one that was very much in keeping with the character of the magic path. The next day the two of them had classes together, and in just one day, Chu Tianjun had seen the profound understanding of the immortal seal by Yu Jiu. Putting aside the other things, he admired the other party in terms of his understanding of the immortal seal, and he had even learned a few things from the other party. On the contrary, Mr. Jinqi's value was getting lower and lower, and by the 15th day, Mr. Jinqi was no longer teachable. But Chu Tianjun didn't choose to leave, as both he and Fish 9 chose to continue to learn on their own. In fact, learning from each other about the understanding of the immortal seal scripts. There are countless interpretations of this single character Nanan. It can be water. It can refer to the north. It can mean grand. It can be interpreted as treacherous calamity. It can also mean the number 9. There should be other interpretations that we don't know about. In that case, I can also be called Fish 9? Brother Chu, do you think Fish 9 or Fish Nan sounds better? In one of the courtyards of the Black Wind School Palace, Fish Jiu was talking to Chu Tianjun with a happy face. Beside them were jade slips, bamboo slips, and books, in addition to tea and pastries. If this scene was placed in the righteous path, it should be a very intentional picture of bookishness. Chu Tianjun didn't reply with something like none of my business this time, but smiled and said, it doesn't matter if it's good or not. The one you like is the one that suits you best. That makes sense. Then I'll still be called Fish 9. Brother Chu, let's continue discussing this character? Fish Jiu tilted his head in thought for a moment and said. Then he dropped his gaze back to the paper and continued discussing another immortal seal with Chu Tianjun. It must be said that although Fish 9 was perverted, it did give Chu Tianjun a lot of inspiration in the immortal seal script. Anyway, he felt that this trip was worthwhile. Now Chu Tianjun had a better understanding of the non-NG chapters of the 6th instrument Heavenly Book, which was a clear enhancement. The non-chapter of the Art of Change was something Chu Tianjun had understood in his previous life, and now he had comprehended the art of deduction from it, which was something that could only be initially touched by the Cave Xian realm, and now he was considered to have been touched in advance with his Yuan realm cultivation. The understanding of the Gung chapter is slightly worse. This one mainly talks about what seems to be the way of killing and destroying, and the power of some of the things integrated into the arts obviously increases a lot. Time is quickly approaching a month. Whether it is the reason of the Black Wind School Palace, or the reason that the puppet may reveal itself in the 6 hexes pass, Chu Tianjun should also leave. Miss Fish, I'm leaving the academy tomorrow, so I'll toast you with this glass of wine. On the last night of the farewell, Chu Tianjun took the initiative to toast to Fish Jiu. In the past, although there was wine and meat at meals, basically the two of them ate each other's food and also poured their own drinks. Chu Tianjun didn't know the real name of Fish Jiu, but he estimated that the surname Fish should be real. I'm drinking with Brother Chu. It's overstated to say respect. None of us owe anyone. The smile on Fish Jiu's face was still bright and brilliant, still with that harmless look, but the words he said felt incomparably penetrating. That's right. Then let's consider it a fair deal between you and I. Cheers to that fairness. Chu Tianjun smiled to himself. After living in the southern region for a month, he gradually also understood the rules here. There is no human feelings, no value, others are too lazy to say a word to you. It's a coincidence, huh? I was also planning to leave tomorrow. Next time we meet we will discuss the immortal seal scripts. Brother Chu, you have to work hard. Oh, if I can't get any oil from you, I will refine you into a soul slave as well, so that we are also considered to be dearly beloved family members and friends, and in the future, we will be able to be together every day. Fish Jiu looked at Chu Tianjun with an expectant face, the most human and harmless expression, but said words that made people shudder. Chu Tianjun has gotten used to the Fish 9 brain circuits. After all, is the devil well? To really give you talk about friendship and ideals, engaged in the set of wenching, is not the devil but the vulgar people. Then it's a deal. If Miss Fish doesn't make an effort, I don't mind integrating you and your brothers and sisters into my Dharma treasure. I for one like to see other people's families reunited neatly. Chu Tianjun said tit for tat, with a sincere tone. After staying in the southern domain for almost a month and a half, Chu Tianjun quietly returned to the Liuha Pass. Fortunately, nothing unexpected had happened in this half-month, and no one could see the signs of his puppet incarnation. It was probably also because he had killed a Yuan last time, and recently the demonic path had subsided a lot, and even if there were occasional attacks, none of them had come to fight the 6th pass. After collecting the puppet avatar and replacing it with himself, Chu Tianjun continued to meditate and refine himself on the Guan building, and he happened to take his time to digest the immortal seal harvest this time. Soon another month and a half passed, and Chu Tianjun hadn't struck once more for such a long time. and he had finally mixed up his mission time and could leave the battlefield. After leaving Chu Tianjun didn't rush back to the 9 heavenly clans. He wandered outside for another half a year, making small gains along the way, and when he returned to the 9 heavenly clans again, almost a year had almost passed. Just after falling into the peach forest, Chu Tianjun felt a recluse light rising from Tianxian Peak, landing in front of him in the blink of an eye. No need to think, all no must be Hazel Moon. Chu Tianjun originally quite good mood, all of a sudden again a little bad, but Hazel Moon this time, but the mood is particularly good. This half a year her injuries, although not yet fully recovered, but basically no big problem, and this half a year she has not only will think of Chu Tianjun so simply can be said to be haunted by the soul. Senior brother Tianjun, you're finally back. No injuries, right? Where did you go in these half a year? How come you didn't return to the sect on time? Hazel Moon might have forgotten Chu Tianjuan's indifference and disregard for her, and this time, she even directly fired off a series of questions. If this scene was seen by someone who didn't know, I'm afraid they would think that the two were Taoists. Chu Tianjun felt that this woman was really getting thicker and thicker, and subconsciously wanted to open his mouth to dislike her. What do you care? Unfortunately, before the words could be uttered, another voice appeared, directly interrupting the words Chu Tianjun was about to utter. Elder Tianjun, the person in the painting has come to the sect. The voice was that of a Jindan Deacon, the very one responsible for the registration of new entrant disciples. He had also rushed over the first time after sensing Chu Tianjuan's return to the mountain, only to come a moment slower because his speed was not as fast as Hazel Moon's. Chapter 22. There is bullying everywhere in the immortal sect. The appearance of the person in the painting directly made Chu Tianjun forget about Hazel Moon beside him, and he hurriedly asked towards the Jindan Deacon. Where is the person? In the courtyard of the handyman disciples. That girl was initiated half a month ago along with this year's new disciples, but her qualifications are extremely poor and she can only start as a handyman first, the Jindan Deacon said carefully. He had thought of not taking care of the man in the painting, but on that day Chu Tianjun only said that the person appeared to notify himself, and this Jindan Deacon couldn't decide Chu Tianjuan's attitude towards the man in the painting, so he could only do things according to the rules. For the new disciples of the 9 Heavens sect, if there was no Yuaning real person or Jindan powerhouse to accept as a disciple, 2 more situations would arise. One kind is the qualification is still passable. We'll start from the ordinary disciple. When Chu Tianjun did not worship the teacher is this kind, relatively speaking, is still quite free. There is another kind is identified as qualification inferior. Then you have to start from the handyman. This kind of status is far worse, and the secular big family slaves are comparable. When he received the other party's answer, Chu Tianjun didn't ask anything else. He directly took a step out, and the person flew towards the house of handyman. What did you say about the man in the painting? After Chu Tianjun left, Hazel Moon asked the deacon with a bashful face. The Jindan Deacon hurriedly told the story. Is that painting available? Hazel continued to ask with some obvious curiosity. I still have it with me. Elder Hazel Moon, please take a look, said the Jindan Deacon. Hurriedly took out Chu Tianjuan's painting. Misty Moon took the scroll and opened it to look at it. She thought the person in the painting was quite pretty, but not quite as stunning. Even Misty Moon gave birth to the thought. Besides being younger, she doesn't have to be as pretty as me. Alright, no more business for you. With that, Hazel Moon said with an expressionless face as she directly put away the painting. And then she also flew to the miscellaneous service courtyard right after Chu Tianjun. The Jindan Deacon froze for a long time with a confused look on his face. He didn't know what kind of relationship these 3 people had. And a moment later, because of the curiosity in his heart, he also flew towards the house of miscellaneous services. Before Chu Tianjun arrived at the miscellaneous service courtyard, a dogged scene was taking place here. A young girl with delicate clothes is cleaning the leaves in the courtyard. She is holding a broom with her sleeves bunched up, and looks quiet and has a few points of competence. And this young girl sweeping the ground is exactly the person in the painting that Chu Tianjun has been waiting for. It was originally a rather moody picture as well, but soon a few people broke into the picture. The ones who came were a few teenage girls of similar age, led by a young girl dressed in red and towing the line. Yo, isn't this our Princess Highness? How did you enter the immortal sect and instead look like an inferior? The girl in red looked at the person in the painting with a teasing face and said in a derisive tone. Senior sister Xian'er, is this the elder princess of Ning you were talking about? This qualification is too poor, isn't it? I'm afraid that even if you cultivate for the rest of your life, you'll only be a handyman. Then a young male disciple behind the girl in red said, his eyes also filled with disdain for the person in the painting. Entering the immortal sect there is no such thing as a princess, not to mention a princess. It is the secular emperor. When he sees a Jindan stage deacon he has to kneel respectfully, even if it's a foundation stage senior brother or sister coming down from the mountain. The emperor has to call out the immortal master respectfully. Senior sister Qian'er has outstanding talent and has a Jindan Deacon as her master. This what's-her-name princess isn't even worthy of lifting your shoes. A few teenage girls kept touting the red-clothed girl and belittling the person in the painting. And from these people's words, it could be heard that the person in the painting was even a princess of a secular dynasty. However, these people are also right. This world's secular dynasty can only look up to the immortal sect's nose. If the royal family out of the qualification is good cultivation successful children okay. If there is no, then the royal family is also precarious. The country will not be for a long time. The person in the painting didn't pay attention to these people's cynicism. She silently swept the leaves on the ground. The leaves in the courtyard had basically been swept together by her. The person in the painting who didn't want to get into an argument with these people turned around with her broom and planned to leave. However, right at this moment, the red-clothed girl called Qian'er suddenly raised her hand, and a gust of wind blew over, and the fallen leaves that were originally swept together once again floated all over the entire courtyard. And then I heard the girl in red laugh out loud and say, "Aya, how come there are so many leaves again? Your Highness, don't be lazy. If a yard can't be swept clean, you don't want to eat tonight." The girl in red deliberately bit the words "Your Highness" very heavily. This humiliation was simply naked. Qian'er, you don't want to go too far. Your father is the Marquis of Yuan. My father treats him well. In the past I also regarded you as my own sister. Why do you want to make things difficult for me at every turn? The person in the painting really couldn't help it, remembering all the things that happened before going up the mountain. Besides the humiliation of being purposely picked on, her heart felt even more unbearable. She is indeed the eldest princess of Ning. The red-clothed girl Qian'er is the daughter of the Marquis of Yuan of Ning. The two have been on extremely good terms since their childhood, and they are even referred to as sisters. But since worshipping in the Nine Heavens sect, Qian'er has been accepted as a disciple by one of the Jindan deacons, and she has completely changed her face towards the eldest princess's former good sister. What are you talking about? As the saying goes, if you don't clean a house, how can you clean the whole world? If you can't clean a yard, how can you go far on the road of cultivation? Your qualification is already poor. If you don't work harder, how can you get by in the future? Your Highness, I'm doing this for your own good, Qian'er said in a conspiratorial manner, and that look was also as teary as it gets. The person in the painting held back the anger in her heart, but she also knew that she was no longer a princess here, and her status was even too much worse than the group of people in front of her. So what if she was not willing? Resistance will only lead to greater humiliation. So the man in the painting said no more, and with his head bowed he began to sweep the fallen leaves again in silence. Seeing that the man in the painting endured, Qian'er snorted coldly, obviously not having fun yet. The next moment only heard her continue with a smug look on her face. To tell you the truth, Master has promised me, it won't be long before my father will force your father to abdicate, and then I will be the princess, and you will just be a lost dog. The person in the painting heard a beat on her hand. The reason why she came to the Nine Heavens sect to pay homage to the master is that she thought that if she could cultivate successfully, she could help her father to stabilize the throne. But the one who wants to take away her family's kingdom and mountain is the good sister who used to be there. Qian'er. The person in the painting couldn't hold back any longer. Her gaze filled with anger as she looked at Qian'er. Still not convinced? How dare a handyman look at me like that? Teach her a lesson. Qian'er's face showed a cold smile. She was here to humiliate the person in the painting. So how was mere verbal humiliation enough? A few dog legs behind Qian'er sniffed and immediately walked towards the people in the painting. And these people also had whips in their hands. The person in the painting subconsciously raised her hands to fend off, her sleeves slipping off to reveal her white arms, only that there were many bruises and cuts on her arms. Obviously she was often bullied like this in these days. The cracking sound of the whip rang out, and the person in the painting subconsciously stepped back, stumbling on her feet as she instinctively closed her eyes for the coming beating. But the pain that should have appeared was delayed, and as she carefully opened her eyes, she saw that a figure had appeared in front of her at some point. That figure just stood there. How could the raised whip not fall? And those few disciples who were about to make a move to hit someone seemed to be fixed on the spot. Chapter 23, The Fellowship Daughter Autumn Resignation. Who are you? Dare to come and mind my business? Qian'er, who was far away, looked viciously at Chu Tianjun and asked. The next moment those of her lapdogs also spoke out threateningly. Kid, I advise you not to mind your own business. Senior sister Qian'er's master is a Jindan Deacon. You can't afford the wrath of a Jindan powerhouse. Don't know how to die. It's not too late to kneel down and apologize. Chu Tianjun didn't pay any attention to the barking of these people. He looked down at the girl on the ground. It was the very face that had only flashed in his memory. Oppressing fellow disciples with no respect. You are the ones who don't know how to die. Suddenly Hazel Moon landed beside Chu Tianjun. A ripple of spiritual energy stirred in her body, without making a move at all. Qingshu and the others were instantly blasted out, although not dead but only half of their lives were already left. Misty Moon didn't know what kind of relationship Chu Tianjun had with this girl on the ground, but she could see the tenderness in Chu Tianjuan's eyes, which she had never seen before, and for a moment there was a hint of jealousy in her heart, taking the initiative to teach these disciples a lesson, perhaps just wanting Chu Tianjun to look at herself as well. The next moment she even took 2 steps closer to Chu Tianjun, her gaze glancing at the other party, the meaning of which seemed to say, quickly praise me, quickly praise me. Many of the ordinary disciples had actually never seen Chu Tianjun, let alone these new disciples who had just entered, so Qingshu and the others hadn't even thought that Chu Tianjun would be a Yuaning elder. A few disciples were half dead on the ground, and at this time the Jindan Deacon finally came. Uncle Ma save me. The 2 of them brutalized their fellow disciples. Quickly send them to the discipline hall. Qingshu unexpectedly recognized this deacon and addressed the other party as Master Ma. Shut up. What you have in front of you are the elders of this sect, Tianjun Jingyi and Hazel Moon Jingyi. Deacon Ma hurriedly rebuked, and subconsciously moved away from Qingshu. How could it be? How could she? A handyman. A waste of cultivation. No, a Yuaning realist? Qingshu surprisingly didn't believe it, looking a bit hysterical. Although these disciples have never seen Chu Tianjun and Hazel Moon, the names of the sect's several Yuaning real people are naturally like thunder. Moreover, right now Chu Tianjuan's reputation was very big. He forced back the holy son of the devil's path in the battlefield of Yuezhou, and faced 4 Yuaning alone to behead one of the Yuaning cultivators. This battle record was basically already the #1 person under the harmonized god. Senior brother, who is this girl to you? This time Hazel Moon also asked curiously. Of course she asked so. It might not be as simple as just being curious. Chu Tianjun ignored Qingshu and the others, as well as Hazel Moon, and instead reached out his hand to the person in the painting, and then said gently, my name is Chu Tianjun. From now on Tianjun Peak will be your home, and no one will dare to bully you anymore. The person in the painting has been pulled up by Chu Tianjun, and she froze out of her mind as she looked at Chu Tianjun and asked in disbelief, in the future, I can follow the elders' cultivation? Chu Tianjun nodded and continued, well, you can call me senior brother or master, whatever you like. The surrounding people including Hazel Moon were greatly surprised. This is definitely naked favoritism. The point is that if a disciple who just entered the sect called Chu Tianjun senior brother, then wouldn't the seniority of this 9 Shao sect be all messed up? Just as everyone was curious about how the person in the painting would choose, they only saw her respectfully kneeling down towards Chu Tianjun, and then propping her hands on the ground, obviously making a gesture of bowing. Misty Moon's heart was slightly relieved. Chu Tianjun had taken in a female disciple. It was better than having more than one senior sister. However, the next moment out of everyone's expectation, even Chu Tianjun did not expect. The man in the painting actually said something like this. Blessed by the true father's unwillingness to abandon her, the disciple would like to worship the true father as her righteous father, and the daughter would like to serve her righteous father's need for the rest of her life. Chu Tianjun's brain for a moment are almost short-circuited. His past life plus this life, even a Taoist couple have not yet, which came up with a daughter. However, Chu Tianjun did not resist this. For one thing, he was also simply grateful to the person in the painting, and secondly, in the last glimpse of his last life, he could be sure that the eyes of the person in the painting looking at him were not adoration either. Thinking of this, Chu Tianjun was about to agree, but he didn't expect Hazel Moon to jump ahead of him. Good. A daughter is good. Congratulations senior brother for having such a well-behaved and beautiful daughter. This child I also know at first sight. Senior brother sends you a meeting gift. In the future, if there is anything you don't know, you can also come to Tianxuan Peak. Senior brother will teach you, Hazel Moon said enthusiastically. At the same time, with a flip of her palm, she took out a precious glittering jade bottle and stuffed it into the hands of the person in the painting. Seeing this jade bottle, Chu Tianjun some surprise. He naturally recognized this object. Also know that the bottom of the bottle has a few small words. Engraved with ethereal wood glazed bottle is Hazel Moon accidentally get a magic treasure. This ethereal wood glazed bottle is somewhat crippled. But even if it is crippled, it is also very impressive. The biggest role of this treasure is to help the owner to recover from injuries, in which the self-bred spiritual liquid more instantly replenish the cultivator's spiritual energy. In his last life, this thing had never been fully restored. Chu Tianjun had once guessed that perhaps fully restored was also a spiritual treasure. How did she become so generous? And isn't this enthusiasm a bit too much? What about the promised person who was as light as a chrysanthemum? Chu Tianjun was somewhat unable to understand Hazel Moon, as the difference between this and what he remembered was too great. The person in the painting was somewhat at a loss for words as she looked towards Chu Tianjun. She felt as if this Hazel Moon senior master was treating her better, and for a moment it was close to making her unable to distinguish between her priorities. Chu Tianjun nodded and said, "As you and I have become father and daughter, the other elders will also send you gifts at that time, so consider it as an early receipt. By the way, what is your name?" When these words came out, Hazel Moon's expression became strange. She did not expect Chu Tianjun to even know people's names, but these words also clearly and unmistakably indicated that Chu Tianjun had accepted this daughter. My name is Ning Jiangwo." The man in the painting lowered his head and said his name with an embarrassed face. "What? Jiangwo? A good girl. How did your father give such a name?" Chu Tianjun immediately a black line. This name and the person in front of him completely does not match. When I was born, it just so happened to be the day my father ascended the throne and established the country. Actually, I don't like this name either. Why don't righteous father pick a name for me? Ning Jiangwo looked at Chu Tianjun with an expectant face. She had actually been bitter about this name for a long time. Chu Tianjun looked Ning Jiangwo up and down, a request he would naturally fulfill. Then he looked around again and began to think about what kind of name to give this righteous daughter. Just at this time the sky suddenly began to fall flakes of snow. Chu Tianjun reached out to catch a piece, and looked at the falling leaves on the ground, suddenly opened his mouth and said, "How about calling autumn rhetoric?" Autumn rhetoric? Ning autumn rhetoric. Chu autumn rhetoric. Great. I like this name too much. Ning Jiangwo repeated the new name under his breath. One was called Ning Qiu Ru, and the other was called Chu Chou Ru. Indeed, no matter what the surname is, this name is very good. Misty nodded along, also very much recognizing the name. Xiuzi thanked father for the name. With that, Ning Xiuzi once again knelt down to Chu Tianjun, and she also changed her name to Chu Tianjuan's father. Chapter 24, The Great Deduction Technique. Chu Tianjun brought Xiuji back to Tianjun Peak and formally notified the sect that Tianjun Peak had an additional young master. Ning Qiushi's status had instantly become higher than that of a personal disciple, and for this reason, the clan had to open the ancestor's shrine for her to pay homage to a few days later. As for those disciples who bullied Ning Qiushi, Chu Tianjun didn't kill them directly, but threw them to the precepts hall. After Ning Qiushu arrived at Tianjun Peak, it was as if she had changed back to the princess who had gathered thousands of favorites in the mundane world. Chu Tianjun gave her the best pills, taught her techniques that were enough to cultivate to the transformation god stage, and several powerful spells, all of which Chu Tianjun had scavenged in his previous life, and some of which had been improved by him. On top of that, because Ning Xiuzi had become Chu Tianjuan's daughter, those disciples who clung to the area around Tianjun Peak also loved and cared for Ning Xiuzi as a junior sister. Wu Qingyun's pills were completely open to Ning Xiuzi, while his alchemy tips were also imparted to Ning Xiuzi without reservation. Yang Ming did the same. Formation tips, legendary great formations. As long as Ning Xiuzi had his eye on them, he would have no reservations. The same was true for some of the other fellow disciples, regardless of whether they were at the foundation establishment stage or the Jindan stage. These people called Ning Xiuzi junior sister, which could be said to be a collection of thousands of favorites, especially Tianxian Peak's Hazel Moon, seems to particularly like Ning Xiushi. This nephew not only allows Ning Xiushi to casually enter and exit Tianxian Peak, but also every now and then come to Tianjun Peak to guide Ning Xiushi's cultivation, and from time to time to send pills and treasures. Do not know that thought that Ning Xiushi is the illegitimate daughter of her and Chu Tianjun. Chu Tianjun didn't want to see Hazel Moon, but the woman had learned to be smart now, and she only came under the banner of looking for Ning Xiuji, so it wasn't good to drive people away. Recently Chu Tianjun did not show up much, as he studied the Immortal Seal scripts intensely at his residence, mainly continuing to refer to the non-chapter of the Six Instruments Heavenly Book, especially the deduction technique therein. Because of Ning Xiushi's arrival, it was also impossible to continue to let this daughter live in a stone house, not to mention that there was only one stone house. Later Chu Tianjun built a courtyard in the peach forest. Chu Tianjun lived in the main house, and Ning Xiushi lived in the side. On this day Chu Tianjun was cultivating in his room. One by one immortal seals appeared behind him. These immortal seals were combined together and kept rotating behind him. Looking closely it seemed as if it was a compass silhouette. This compass circle layer by layer. Exactly how many layers is not clear. Only feel very complex and subtle. Suddenly there was a knock on the door of the room. Then came Ning Xiuzi's voice, "Father, Xiuzi has made you some freshly made new tea. May I come in?" Chu Tianjun heard the sound and opened his eyes. And in the next moment the immortal seal compass behind him disappeared, and there was no more half a vision in the room. "Come in," Chu Tianjun spoke. "No matter what time it is, he will stop what he is doing when Ning Xiuzi arrives. Even if the other party has nothing to do and just wants to talk to him, Chu Tianjun will satisfy the other party. He was genuinely kind to Ning Qiuji, and very much in line with the role of a father. Soon Ning Qiushi walked in. Her lotus steps moved lightly, dressed in gorgeous clothes and dresses. The light of that dress was close to the level of magic treasures, and her temperament was quiet and calm, both the dignified atmosphere of a princess, but also had some of the drift of the immortal sectors. It was just that Ning Qiushi's cultivation was not yet high, and even under Chu Tianxuan's careful teaching and the unlimited supply of pills, after a month's time, he was still only at the peak of qi refining. The truth is that Ning Qiushi's qualifications are really poor, and within the people Chu Tianxuan has seen, they are among the only two that are poor, even much worse than Wu Qingyun. Father, taste the new tea. Ning Qiushi was very good and sat beside Chu Tianxuan, serving him tea. Qiuji has the heart. How is your recent cultivation? Chu Tianxuan took a sip of tea and asked with a loving face. Chu Tianxuan is also trying to play the role of a father. He is even learning how to be a father. Really learning from scratch kind of thing. After all, he had never even been in a relationship, and suddenly had a 16 or 17-year-old daughter. Even if he had been a man for 2 lifetimes, he still needed to get used to it. Senior Misty Moon said that I can already try to build my foundation. Senior Qingyun also prepared an extreme foundation building pill for me, and Senior Ouyang even set up a spirit gathering formation. But I have no confidence. Father, my qualifications are so poor. You poured so many resources into me. Haven't you ever regretted it? Ning Qiushi said carefully. Her gaze was also secretly looking at Chu Tianxuan. Chu Tianxuan smiled at his words. He knew that Ning Qiushi, it was not that she did not have the confidence to impact the foundation establishment, but that her heart was not solid, and she was also overly puzzled as to why she was so good to her. That day in the handyman's courtyard, Ning Qiushi said that she wanted to worship Chu Tianxuan as her righteous father, and at that time Chu Tianxuan actually knew that this little girl wasn't as simple as she appeared on the surface. Of all the choices she made, she chose the one that was most favorable to her, and making this choice was not because Ning Qiuji really knew Chu Tianxuan at first sight, much less had any inexplicable affinity, but simply because she wanted to preserve the Daning dynasty, and wanted to preserve her father's throne. Just as she clearly had poor qualifications and still wanted to come to the Nine Heavens sect. It's not that you don't have the confidence to cultivate, it's that you don't have the confidence that I'll always be good to you, right? Or maybe you've always suspected that I have another purpose for being so good to you, right? Chu Tianxuan frankly looked at Ning Qiuji. He also intends to open up the words today, without lifting this knot in Ning Qiuji's heart. This life will not want to go too far in the cultivation of her already extremely poor qualifications. Autumn Ruler wouldn't dare. Father is very clear. Autumn Ruler is just simply curious. At first, Xiao Ru did have this kind of thought, but over the past month or so, I can feel that Father truly regards me as his daughter. No matter what Father's purpose is, Xiao Ru only wants to seek an understanding. Even if Father wants me dead, my daughter will still offer it to Father. Ning Qiuji was somewhat terrified as she hurriedly prostrated herself and knelt down. Over the past month or so, she had indeed felt the unfailing love and care, but she was also aware that the father she was facing was a true powerhouse of the world. The kind of powerhouse that could determine the life and death of a nation with a single word. Get up. I'm actually curious. Chu Tianxuan gently lifted his hand to help Ning Qiushi up while saying something inexplicable. Ning Qiushi was also puzzled. Why was righteous father being kind to himself? Did he not even know? Well, in the next moment Chu Tianxuan continued to open his mouth to say, for the father that year in the foundation, had encountered the heart of the demonic robbery. In the heart of the demonic robbery I saw some may belong to the future of the picture. Those images for the father in the end of the mass of the rebellion, by the demonic beasts to divide and eat, but the only one you have no reflection rushed into the demonic beasts in the case of clearly know that I have been unlikely to survive. Also want to snatch back my body. Chu Tianxuan didn't tell the truth. And the reason he said so was to explore what kind of relationship there was between himself and Ning Qiushi in his last life. Hearing Chu Tianxuan's words, Ning Qiushi had a look of disbelief on her face. She didn't doubt it. She was just shocked that someone could see the future. Is that really the future? And what happened in between? Ning Qiushi became more and more curious. She also wanted to know why Chu Tianxuan, who had such a good personality and was so powerful, had turned against his family. This time Chu Tianxuan shook his head and said, it's not really the future. It can only be said to be one of the countless possibilities in the future. So you don't have to worry. If you want to know the process of that future situation in the heart demon robbery, there is actually a way to do it. What method? Ning Qiuji asked in a hurry. My father has a great deduction technique that can deduce the future based on known information. Do you want to see what we would have been like without that heart demonic calamity? After seeing it, if you don't want to be my daughter, I will also respect your choice. Chu Tianxuan still said frankly. Ning Qiuji hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. Good. Then let's begin. Chu Tianjun didn't hesitate to extend his finger, pointing it at the center of Ning Qiushi's brow, while at the same time, countless immortal seals appeared behind him, followed by the appearance of a subtle compass silhouette. Chapter 25, Father and Daughter Digging a Pit Together. Hazel Moon was meditating and practicing inside the house. She was in a pretty good mood lately. Besides the fact that her injuries had healed, she felt that she was getting closer and closer to senior brother Tianjun, and the other party hadn't thrown a look at her for a long time. Well, it's very much worth celebrating. Suddenly Hazel Moon's expression moved. Then she rushed out of the house at once and looked in the direction of Tianjun Peak. At this moment, Hazel Moon's eyes only saw a huge compass silhouette appearing on Tianjun Peak, which had countless circles, too many to count, each of which was rotating at a different speed, and on which there were also completely unintelligible words. Moreover, that compass shadow was obviously still getting bigger, and soon it was connected to the heavens above and the 9 ghosts below, and as that compass rotated, it seemed as if the whole world was being driven by it. The huge silhouette startled countless people, but none of them knew what it was. At this moment, Chu Tianjun and Ning Qiushi's eyes were filled with rapidly flashing images. Because the object of the deduction was Ning Qiushi, everything was also based on Ning Qiushi, so the perspective was also on Ning Qiushi, according to the trajectory of the previous life. Or in the case that Chu Tianjun did not know Ning Qiushi in advance, things developed like this. Ning Qiushi worked as a handyman in the 9 heavenly clans for a few years, and she was still bullied, and soon Qi Xian'er's cultivation became successful, and the Marquis of Yuan forced Emperor Ning to abdicate, and the royal family was then destroyed. Because Ning Qiushi's cultivation qualification is strange and poor, after many years is still in the refining stage, but once by chance, once again bullied Ning Qiushi, coincidentally was passing by Chu Tianjun met. At that time Chu Tianjun was already a Yuaning real person, and with his rotten character, he must have stopped the bullying from his fellow disciples and let out the word that he didn't want to see such a thing again in the future. Seeing that Ning Qiushi was covered in wounds, Chu Tianjun even casually gave a few pills. Because of Chu Tianjuan's appearance, no one dares to bully Ning Qiushi anymore, and this is just a matter of lifting up one's hand for Chu Tianjun. But for Ning Qiushi, it's the same as the grace again. So even if Chu Tianjun later rebelled against his family, at the last moment Ning Qiushi also rushed into the group of demonic beasts without any hesitation. This perspective and deduction elements are from Ning Qiushi, so the process does not have the details of why Chu Tianjun will be a crowd pleaser, but it is enough for the two of them to see and understand each other's relationship. A moment later Chu Tianjun withdrew the great deduction technique, which he had recently comprehended from the non-chapter of the 6 Instruments Heavenly Book. As the deduction ended and the huge compass disappeared in the void, Chu Tianjun and Ning Qiushi in the room both looked a little unnatural. Chu Tianjun absolutely believes in this deduction. This is definitely the entanglement with Ning Qiushi in his last life, and it does match his rotten style in his last life, but he was also quite pleased. In the last life he just casually helped Ning Qiushi once, and she was so grateful. In this life he was 1,000 times more kind to her. This kind of person will definitely not betray himself. Such a little cotton jacket is also very worth having. Just know these Ning Qiushi, still willing to do Chu Tianjuan's daughter, indeed again became unknown. You don't have to be too concerned. This is just a situation in one of the countless futures, and since we met in advance, this possibility actually no longer exists. Chu Tianjun thought that Ning Qiushi was still considering the relationship between the two of them, so he spoke out to comfort the other party, hoping that the other party would not be psychologically burdened to make a choice. But the next moment Ning Qiushi jumped into Chu Tianjuan's arms at once, then sobbed uncontrollably and said, "Father and mother have nurtured me, and I can't fail to repay their kindness, and now I must still be Ning Qiushi." Chu Tianjun gently patted Ning Qiushi's back. He probably already knew Ning Qiushi's choice. This is not blameworthy, he can also understand and accept. But Ning Qiushi's words weren't finished. Her later words were, "When they are 100 years old, there will be no more Ning Qiushi in the world, only Chu Qiushu." Chu Tianjuan's hand also could not help but pause for a moment. This sentence is really too lethal. Coupled with the righteousness of Ning Qiushi's deathbed in his previous life, as well as the father-daughter love of this January more than a month, this daughter he identified. Good boy. No matter how the future unfolds, my father will not let you suffer half a bit of harm. Chu Tianjun was indeed a very good person and one of the few people in the cultivation world who valued love and justice. Father, even if this is just a possibility for the future, but you were already a half-step transformation god at that time, and for you to still be rebellious in that situation means that there are indeed many people within this 9 Heavens sect who want to turn against you, and this is a matter we have to be on guard against. And we need to lay out our plans ahead of time. Suddenly Ning Qiushi said with a serious face. She wiped away the tear stains on her face, and her expression was incomparably resolute, unable to see the slightest bit of weakness, rather like a strategist who strategized and had a brain full of poisonous plans. Chu Tianjun looked at Ning Qiuji with new curiosity. By Ning Qiuji so said. Chu Tianjun also realized that in the past days, he ignored the problem. He has been only as the Nine Heavens sect, most of the people are accomplices. Now it seems that he is still too much of a gentleman. The so-called a slap in the face, that Yi Duan again will act, is not so short as 2 or 3 years. A half-step transformation of the god of the strongest act for himself a crowd of rebellious people, right? And recalling back to his last life, after he showed the potential to impact the god of transformation, he obviously felt inexplicable constraints, many of which came from within the clan, and later when he helped Hazelmoon break through the god of transformation, the pressure from all sides was even more like a mountain of pressure. If he hadn't helped Hazelmoon bear most of the pressure, it would have been impossible for her to reach the god of transformation stage at all. Zhou Ru, say what you think. Chu Tianjun felt that he had picked up a treasure. This cheap daughter might bring him an unexpected harvest. I have an 8-pronged policy. Cultivate forces, one bright and one dark. Ning Qiuji said with a serious expression. Cultivating power I can understand. In fact, my father has also done it. These disciples attached to our Tianjun peak, although the number is not large, but the character is all able to withstand the test. One bright and one dark. Why the solution? It's that father is in the open and I'm in the dark. Before father used the great deduction technique, you and I were both suspicious of each other. Father thought that I was just looking for a backer to continue the power of the mundane family, while I thought that father was scheming for something by being nice to me. We might as well pretend to create a conflict at the right time. When that time comes I'll make an excuse to leave Tianjun Peak and return to the Ning Kingdom. If someone is unfavorable to father, then I must be the best to be used. It's hard for these people not to take the initiative to come looking for me. Don't you think that's very interesting, father? Ning Qiushi's gaze flickered with intelligence. This was clearly to act with Chu Tianjun, digging a hole for his opponent, acting out a cultivation world show you beating Huangai. Qiuji wants to do it as father naturally agrees. Your parents are after all mortals. Going back to accompany them for a few more years is also considered fulfilling your filial piety. Chu Tianjun agreed with Ning Qiuji's idea. Ning Qiuji didn't know who the specific opponent was, but Chu Tianjun knew that this was digging a hole for Yi Chen. Chu Tianjun also couldn't help but think that if he waited for Yi Chen to make every effort to raid Ning Qiuji in the future, only to backhandedly be sold by Ning Qiuji, what would be the expression on the face of this son of Qi? Father, there's still one thing Zhou Ru doesn't know. Of the dozen or so elders within the sect, Elder Hazelmoon has the best relationship with you. Is she really reliable? A moment later Ning Qiuji asked another question. Chu Tianjun hesitated before replying. She is most unreliable. Although now Hazelmoon seems to be the closest to Chu Tianjun, and even the clan has rumors that the two elders have a secret love affair. Maybe in the future will become a couple. But Chu Tianjun most do not believe is Hazelmoon. My daughter knows what to do. It's a pity that we're still too weak. If only we had 1 or 2 reliable Yuaning real people. Ning Qiuji said with some regret. Perhaps there was also regret over Hazelmoon's unreliability. Chu Tianjun sniffed and said, it's not true that there is no. You have a senior uncle called Lu Qingshu. She is absolutely trustworthy. You haven't seen her yet. These years she has been in seclusion to impact the Yuaning. It is estimated that she is also about to come out of seclusion. This time out of the seclusion of your Qingshu's senior uncle will become Yuaning. Chapter 26, 10-Year Pact. The subsequent period of time in the Nine Heavens sect was very calm, and Ning Qiushi finally succeeded in building her foundation a few months later. For this reason Chu Tianjun also set up a banquet at Tianjun Peak. Those disciples dependent on Tianjun Peak have come to congratulate. Of course Hazelmoon certainly will not miss this opportunity. After Chu Tianjun and Ning Qiushi said that Hazelmoon was the most unreliable last time, not only did this girl not deliberately alienate Hazelmoon, but she also became significantly closer. Chu Tianjun also did not intervene, because after talking openly and honestly with Ning Qiuji, Chu Tianjun knows that although the daughter's qualifications for cultivation are poor outside, but the wisdom is close to the demon, far-sighted. Right after this banquet, a gossip suddenly appeared in the Nine Heavens sect, saying that Tianjun Jinrun's righteous daughter, Ning Qiushi, was actually a rare immaculate spirit body. This kind of spirit body has only appeared in the legend. At first cultivation cannot see anything special, but once it reaches the Yuaning stage, it will show the counterintuitive place. The later transformation of God and refinement of void stage will have no realm bottlenecks, and it has to be until the Dongxian stage to appear bottlenecks again. Another short while later, it was said that many disciples had heard that Chu Tianjun and Ning Qiushi had a big fight on Tianjun Peak for some reason, and then Ning Qiushi had returned to the great Ning dynasty on the grounds that she couldn't stand her mundane parents aging. Chu Tianjun didn't say anything about this, and also gave Ning Qiushi a large number of pills and exotic treasures, in addition to sending Ouyang Ming, who was already a Jindan stage formation master, to protect Ning Qiushi in the capital city of Daining. It seemed that Chu Tianjun was still very kind to Ning Qiushi, but there were also rumors that real Tianjun actually viewed Ning Qiushi, his righteous daughter, as a forbidden domain. After Ning Qiushi left, Hazel Moon came to Tianjun Peak. She wanted to inquire about what had happened. Naturally she didn't ask anything, but she did learn that Chu Tianjun was planning to start a closed door to enhance his cultivation. As for the rumor that Chu Tianjun regarded Ning Qiushi as a forbidden domain, Hazel Moon did not believe it. Not long after that, Hazel Moon also decided to go out and travel to look for a chance to break through to the middle Yuaning stage, and she had indeed reached the edge of the middle Yuaning stage. Chu Tianjun closed 3 years. This time after he came out of the gate he was already in the middle stage of the Yuaning, and it is the middle stage of the solid realm, and then put more effort to the late stage as possible. 3 years is too short for a cultivation sect. 3 years Jiushao sect basically has not changed much. After all, not everyone is like Chu Tianjun to cultivate so fast. Many Foundation Establishment disciples had made no progress in their cultivation during these 3 years, and the Jindan Yuanin ones were basically unchanged. On the contrary, half a month later, Hazel Moon also returned to the sect, and she had unexpectedly cultivated to the middle Yuaning stage as well. Only Chu Tianjun knew that this speed of Hazel Moon was still a lot slower than her last life. Hazel Moon returned to the clan after the first thing is to Tianjun Peak, and she also brought a person this time. Chu Tianjun also counted early, according to the time at this time in the last life of that little sister should appear. Regardless of whether it was her previous life or this one, Hazel Moon had said that she would only accept Chu Tianjun as a disciple, and she had indeed done so for the previous nearly 30 years, even if this junior sister hadn't actually gone back on her word, because junior sister Chu Yue is actually a descendant of Hazel Moon's kin clan. This time she went out for a trip and happened to learn that her kin clan had a big change, leaving only Chu Yue as a sole seedling, so she brought her up to the Nine Heavens sect. In the last life, Hazel Moon also did not formally accept Chu Yue as a disciple, neither the ceremony of worship, nor have been to the ancestral shrine, and even the back-even teaching are not Hazel Moon, but Chu Tianjun, this big brother, has been in charge. Chu Yue was only 6 years old when she went to the mountain. Chu Tianjun, although not a handful of will Chu Yue raised, but the actual situation is similar, and Chu Yue qualification is poor excessive, and Ning Qiushi have a spell. If not, Chu Tianjun has been using a huge amount of pills, and even the late stage is also directly to their own Yuaning stage spiritual power installation, in order to let Chu Yue barely keep up with most people's progress of cultivation. Otherwise it is also the existence of dragging the foot of the clan. It can be said that Chu Yue is Chu Tianjun raised, coupled with the two surnames homophonic. Chu Tianjun also feel that this little sister is very close. Only in the end, Yi Chen appeared. This closest little sister, in turn, became the first person who did not believe in themselves. Hazel Moon appeared in front of Chu Tianjun with a little pink and jade girl. This time he did not close the door to see this white-eyed wolf that he had once raised with his own hands, and Chu Tianjun was as if he had been in a different world. Tianjun's senior brother, Young Wei, is the descendant of my late sister. Now she is alone. I intend to let her live in the Nine Heavens sect. Her qualifications are a bit poor, but senior brother is the best at teaching disciples. Senior sister has an ungrateful request. Could senior brother take Young Wei under his tutelage? Hazel Moon said with a straight face, as if she felt that her relationship with Chu Tianjun was already ironclad, and that the other party would agree to this small matter. Chu Tianjun looked at Chu Yue, and the little girl also blinked her eyes at Chu Tianjun. It had to be said that the juvenile Chu Yue was still okay in other aspects except for her poor qualifications, and she was quite appealing just by looking at her appearance. But in the face of this cute little girl who left most people defenseless, Chu Tianjun said without mercy, "No, the qualifications are ridiculously poor. With her qualifications, it would be better to give the cultivation resources to a pig." The 6-year-old girl has been able to understand. Previously Hazel said her qualifications are low. Chu Yue thought it was to watch grandmother modest polite words, but now Chu Tianjun is serious, say, the young mind which can withstand it. The next moment Chu Yue cried with a wow sound, "Tianjun, why do you need to do this to her? She is still so young." Hazel Moon said somewhat reproachfully to Chu Tianjun, hastily taking Chu Yue into her arms. "I'm just stating the facts. Now she doesn't bear it. When she grows up in the future she will only bear it twice as much." Chu Tianjun said with a disinterested face. This was a rare exchange between him and Hazel. "You're being a bit thick-skinned. Autumn Resignation's qualifications aren't much better. I see that they're also half a caddy. How come you can teach Autumn Resignation but can't teach Yue?" Hazel Moon continued with a straight face. Chu Tianjun, but the more he listened to the more unhappy. He did not want to understand. He tried to stay away from Hazelmoon. How this woman still think in his very familiar look. How can this be the same? Xiaozu is my daughter. Who will teach if I don't? She is your relative. If you want to teach, you teach yourself. None of my business. Chu Tianjun rolled his eyes and said to Hazelmoon, and his tone became more and more unkind. However, Chu Tianjun are so. Hazelmoon is not dead. Perhaps she is used to Chu Tianjun that off my ass. Even if you hear is not angry at all. Then Hazelmoon said with a serious face, I said that I didn't get to become master and disciple with you. And I won't take on any more disciples in this life. Even if Young Mei is my descendant. Just tell me straight. What do you need to do to be willing to accept Young Wei as your disciple? I'll agree to all your demands. Chu Tianjun almost directly slapped this old and young together and threw them out of the room. She even brought up this phrase again. The previous times Hazelmoon had uttered these words, Chu Tianjun had turned around and left without hesitation. But this time a new idea suddenly flashed in his mind, only to see Chu Tianjun bowing his head in deep thought. Hazelmoon couldn't help but feel happy in her heart. She knew that there was something in the air. Sure enough, senior brother Tianjun wasn't as unsympathetic as he seemed to be. A moment later Chu Tianjun raised his head and said rather playfully, It's not impossible. How about we make a bet? Just take 10 years as a limit. If after 10 years you have not yet taken an apprentice, then I will take Chu Yuwei as an apprentice, and guarantee to teach her without reservation. Okay, I promise. Before Chu Tianjun could finish speaking, Hazelmoon hastily opened her mouth. Wait, I haven't finished yet. What if you take on a disciple within 10 years? Chu Tianjun asked as he gazed straight into Hazelmoon's eyes, but he clearly remembered that 9 years later that Yuan would be worshipping under Hazelmoon's door. This time Hazelmoon still said without thinking, Impossible. Absolutely impossible. There is no way I can lose this bet. If I lose I'll be at your disposal. I'll do whatever you want me to do. Chapter 27, The True Man of Qingshu. With this 10-year contract, Hazelmoon did not dwell on it and left Tianjun Peak with Chu Yuwei, grandmother Tai cousin. Why must Yuwei worship under Uncle Chu? On the way back, Chu Yuwei curiously asked Hazelmoon. Hazelmoon rubbed Chu Yuwei's head before explaining, because he is indeed more powerful than me, and he is the only one who can make you go farther in the future. Perhaps for fear that Chu Yuwei can't understand, or have other thoughts, Hazelmoon continued. Yuwei, also don't be anxious. 10 years will soon pass. Then you are exactly 16 years old. Is also suitable for the age of cultivation. Don't think that your Tianjun master uncle looks fierce and a little unsympathetic. In fact, he, that person outside Cold Heart Warm, is a very good person. Chu Yuwei nodded, and in her heart, she was also more curious about Chu Tianjun. Just came to Tianxian Peak. Chu Yuwei is still very curious. Hazelmoon is also still quite patient, but after all, it is a person who cultivates. Hazelmoon later also have to often shut down to cultivate. Wait until Chu Yuwei draws chi into the body after the starvation. Hazelmoon shut down more and more long time. Only Chu Yuwei was left alone on Tianxian Peak. How could the young girl minded her endure this loneliness? Soon Chu Yuwei set her eyes on Tianjun Peak. She thought that she would have to worship Chu Tianjun as her teacher in the future anyway, and it was obvious that her grandma Tai cousin and Uncle Chu were very close, so it shouldn't be anything for her to go and have some fun, right? However, this going didn't matter. Directly behind Chu Yuwei didn't return to Tianxian Peak. Chu Tianjun was also in seclusion most of the time. Chu Yuwei did not contact Chu Tianjun, but there were many disciples on the outskirts of Tianjun Peak, and these were Chu Tianjuan's hardcore. After learning that Chu Yuwei would be joining Chu Tianjuan's sect in a few years, these Jindan Foundation establishment senior brothers and sisters transferred all of their previous care for Ningqiushi back to Chu Yuwei. As for that 10-year contract, I'm afraid that the entire clan, except for Chu Tianjun who felt he would win, everyone else believed that Hazelmoon would not take on a disciple. Only 4 years later, the ridiculously poorly qualified Chu Yuwei, hard by these elder brothers and sisters, sent pills to complete the foundation. The 10-year-old Chu Yuwei also fully integrated into the sect, especially these senior brother and sister caves near Tianjun Peak. It was like being in your own home. During this period, Hazelmoon had come out twice. She was happy about this. In her opinion, there were no surprises to speak of in this bet at all. Anyway, Chu Yuwei would be a person from Tianjun Peak in the future. Well, with this kinship descendants relationship with senior brother Tianjun, isn't it true that he himself is closer to senior brother as well? Misty even thought she was just too smart for her own good. When Chu Tianjun came out of the customs, it was not far from the 10-year period, with only 1 year left. And this time out Chu Tianjuan's cultivation surprisingly has reached the peak of the Yuaning, half a step into the realm of the god of transformation. Perhaps it will not be long. The Nine Heavens sect after 1,000 years, will be another god of transformation true lord. Apart from the fact that her cultivation was nearly complete this time, there was another reason why Qingshu was finally coming out after another long period of seclusion since she had successfully stepped into the Yuaning stage several years ago. Qingshu had crossed the heavenly tribulation several years ago, and that time had also caused a great shock, a rare event for the sect. Several years ago when Qingshu had her tribulation, Chu Tianjun had come out to watch. He wasn't worried about this senior sister, but he wanted to see what it would be like for Qingshu, who possessed the divine heavenly spirit body, to have a tribulation. Unfortunately, the result made Chu Tianjun somewhat disappointed. Even in the face of the Yuaning heavenly tribulation, Qingshu did not even expose her divine heavenly spirit body, and simply displayed her cold ice spirit body, and easily passed through the heavenly tribulation. However, this was a good thing. The more cards Qingshu had, the more at ease Chu Tianjun would be. This was a comrade in arms who could give his back to the other side. However, what made everyone, including Chu Tianjun, very puzzled was that Qingshu did not come out the first time after she successfully crossed the tribulation, but instead, she had experienced up to 9 years of seclusion. Senior brother Tianjun, long time no see. Qingshu reappeared and the first person she saw was Chu Tianjun. She took the initiative to open her mouth in greeting, her demeanor natural and her tone calm. Chu Tianjun smiled and nodded, also just a very unusual response. Congratulations Qingshu, are you going to fulfill that promise today? Qingshu smiled and shook her head. She knew that Chu Tianjun was talking about the cutting. Elder brother is already a half-step transformation god. Qingshu still has this self-awareness. Even if I have all my cards, I'm afraid that I can't catch a single move from elder brother. I'll practice again and strive for that day. Qingshu very frankly admitted that he could not beat Chu Tianjun. Since he knew that he could not beat him, then the sparring session is naturally meaningless. Nor should we be presumptuous. There are infinite possibilities in everything, and the gap between you and I is not that great. Chu Tianjun this time out of the custom seems to also be a little different. He said the words feel everywhere reveals the truth. Qingshu has been taught. Senior brother, can I set up a peak near Tianjun Peak? Qingshu bowed her hand towards Chu Tianjun and also made a request. A Yuaning real person could independently occupy a peak and recruit personal disciples, similar to the vassals in the mundane world. And now that Qingshu also had this qualification, she could establish her own Qingshu peak, and form her own lineage in the future. Naturally, do you need my help? Chu Tianjun immediately replied. Many thanks senior brother. Just use senior brother to come as a guest often in the future. Qingshu said with a light smile, and then she flew into the air. And just like the last time Chu Tianjun uprooted Tianjun Peak, she hardened a mountain 20 miles east of Tianjun Peak. However, Qingshu didn't just make a mountain peak, she also continuously punched out spells, only to see that Qingshu Peak instantly become icy and snowy, and in the midst of the wind and snow a huge palace completely carved out of ice and snow appeared. Qingshu Peak snow-capped, Tianjun Peak 4 seasons like spring. The two peaks of the scenery is very different, but also very close to each other, but has become a major feature of the Nine Heavens sect. Her cold ice spiritual body is already so powerful. The divine heavenly spiritual body that serves as the base card must be even more powerful. I would somewhat like to see it. Seeing Qingshu's manipulation of the heavenly phenomena, Chu Tianjuan's heart was also eager to see the other party's lightning aptitude. Seeing Qingshu's Qingshu Peak right next to Tianjun Peak, Hazel Moon face collapsed, coupled with the fact that she sensed that Chu Tianjun was already a half-step transformation god, while she was only in the middle stage of the Yuaning period. A sense of urgency arose, and suddenly had a whim to feel as if there was some kind of opportunity outside, and planned to go out to practice again. Tonight's Nine Heavenly Clan was indeed unsettled. Apart from what could be seen on the surface, there were also several Yuaning real people gathering in secret in private. When did Qingshu and Chu Tianjun get so close? I'm afraid these two aren't going to become Dao couples, right? This is actually not the most worrying. That Chu Tianjun entry is only 20 years, is already a half-step transformation god. These years also do not see him with what means, but attached to the Tianjun Peak disciples more and more. The key is that these disciples in the eyes of only Chu Tianjun without the clan. If Chu Tianjun is allowed to become a transformation god true lord, then I'm afraid that this Nine Heavens sect is going to become his clan alone. With this little family business of the Nine Heavens sect, how can we support a god transformation true lord? There will still be resources for us when the time comes? Chapter 28, A Bowl of Porridge. Misty Moon this time actually did not see Chu Tianjun left the Nine Heavenly Clans. She also does not care about Chu Yue, but Chu Tianjun saw Chu Yue is already the early stage of foundation establishment, but also secretly staggered for a while. But things have come to this point. Less than a year has passed since Yichen came to the Nine Heavens sect. Chu Tianjun didn't say anything, just let Chu Yue enjoy her last good time. In fact, Chu Yue had already treated herself as a personal disciple of Tianjun Peak, and she even referred to herself as such in front of outsiders. 15 years old already know everything. These days Chu Yue is still secretly preparing things. She thought about the day of worship, to send Chu Tianjun a gift. Today she saw Chu Tianjun again from afar, which will be in the cave of a senior sister under Tianjun Peak, with a shirt on her lap, holding an embroidery needle in her hand, embroidering the collar pattern of the shirt stitch by stitch. I wonder what the master will give me on the day I pay my respects. No matter what I get, it's good. I heard that master has a righteous daughter, so I should be called senior sister, right? Will sister come on the day of the master's worship? Chu Yue's mind wandered. Her mind was filled with Chu Tianjuan's appearance standing under the peach tree. Ouch! Suddenly Chu Yue let out an ouch. Was thinking out of her mind? The embroidery needle pricked her finger. What is junior sister thinking? You're almost done sewing this dress. Do you have to wait until you pay your respects to Master Tianjun to give it to the real Tianjun? The owner of the cave, a female cultivator named Qingyun, flirted with Chu Yue, who had also once been favored by Chu Tianjun, and had moved under Tianjun Peak a few years ago after establishing her foundation. Thinking about being more ceremonial, senior sister Yuner must keep it a secret for me. Chu Yue lowered her head and said somewhat shyly. That's also true. Counting the days will be soon, right? Chen Yuner said with a smile. The disciples near Tianjun Peak all knew that Chu Yue had been looking forward to this day for a long time. Well, there are still 205 days left, Chu Yue blurted out. She was actually really counting the days. Chu Tianjun didn't know that by not caring in this life, he had completely changed Hazelmoon and Chu Yue, and he also left the Nine Heavens sect a few days later because he wanted to go and retrieve the gold foil of the non-chapter of the Six Instruments Heavenly Book before Yichen arrived. Counting the time, Tang Wuji had already obtained a volume of the Devil's Tao technique known as the Nine Changes of the Heavenly Devil in the Heavenly Abyss, which didn't have much significance to Chu Tianjun, but the gold foil of the Nani chapter of the Six Instrumental Heavenly Book was hidden in the human skin scroll that recorded the technique. After entering the southern domain, Chu Tianjun transformed into a body of demonic qi. This time he did not hide his cultivation, directly as the peak of the Yuaning pressure all the way across the country. Of course this time he didn't go on a killing spree. Instead he went straight to the place where he met Tang Wuji in his last life. Tang Wuji was the holy son of the Holy Demon sect. If the other party was in the Holy Demon sect, Chu Tianjun wouldn't dare to go. The name of the demon Lord Jishuanyu. Even if Chu Tianjun reached the god transformation stage, he would have to retreat. It was a good thing that during this time, Tang Wuji should be outside cultivating the 9 changes of the Heavenly Devil. Tang Wuji didn't make any mistakes here, and Chu Tianjun found the other party at the place where he met him in his last life. The two of them could be considered as enemies. The last time they were forced back by Chu Tianjun, Tang Wuji also entered the Heavenly Abyss in a heartless manner, cultivating the 9 changes of the Heavenly Devil also in order to look for Chu Tianjun for the sake of a clean slate. Hand over the 9 changes of the Heavenly Devil and I cannot kill you. Chu Tianjun was also direct in their meeting, asking the other party for the 9 changes of the Heavenly Devil as soon as they opened their mouths. In fact, it really didn't matter if he killed Tang Wuji, the devilish holy son. In this life, Chu Tianjun only wanted the remnants of the 6 instrument Heavenly Book in the human skin scroll, and if the other party obediently handed it over, he would really turn around and leave. But Tang Wuji was at least the saint son of the devil's path. Handing it over like that was definitely impossible, so a fight was inevitable. At first, Tang Wuji was quite confident, but after only a few moves, he realized that he had greatly underestimated Chu Tianjuan's strength. Chu Tianjun could actually kill Tang Wuji in seconds to begin with, and the reason why he still fought with the other party several times was because he wanted to try out his current specific strength. Although many of the spells and techniques were still from the previous life, with the incorporation of some of the things from the Gung chapter of the Book of 6 Instruments of Heaven, the power was no longer comparable. Giving you a way to live, you don't treasure it yourself, so feed me the magic treasure. Feeling that it was almost time, Chu Tianjun spoke in a low voice before directly draining Tang Wuji's power and throwing the shriveled Yuaning to the Tianxuan Sword. Just Tang Wuji finally and inexplicably looked at Chu Tianjun and said an incomplete sentence. You are, saint. It should be the heaven-taking creation technique that is recognized, right? Maybe it's the mastery of some famous expert of the Devil Tao? I didn't care much about it in my last life. It seems that this magic skill wasn't obtained from the southern region. I remember just picking it up from the corner of the Nine Heaven sect's hidden scripture cabinet, right? This time Chu Tianjun began to think about it. This thought of his was correct. That heaven-taking creation technique was actually not a demonic skill either. Forget about not thinking about it. The origin of the heaven-taking creation skill is even bigger. It is definitely not as big as the 6 Instruments Heavenly Book. This is the thing that will allow me to go farther in the future. Soon Chu Tianjun no longer looked deeper. Indeed, he cared more about the 6 instruments heavenly book right now. After shattering the human skin scroll, Chu Tianjun once again obtained the golden foil of the non-chapter, and then immediately returned to the 9 heavens sect without stopping, and began to refer to the 2-page fragments together. At this time, there were less than 100 days left before the 10-year appointment, and Hazel Moon had also encountered the greatest chance in her life while traveling. This chance was indeed big enough. It was a 10,000-year-old vermilion fruit. As long as she got the vermilion fruit, she would be able to reach at least the late stage of Yuaning, and with luck she could even go straight to the peak. However, it was a pity that there was a late-stage Yuaning fire Jiao guarding beside the Zhugua. This guy should be waiting for his own cultivation to be enough to swallow the Zhugua and directly break through the transformation of God stage. This kind of chance was too big. Hazel Moon didn't want to lose it, although there was some gap with the fire Jiao, but it wasn't without a little hope. In the end, she decided to take a risk and seize the Zhugua. The battle for the Zhu fruit. Hazel Moon and the fire Jiao fought for a full day and night, and in the end, she finally managed to get the Zhu fruit despite serious injuries. But after exhausting the last bit of her spiritual energy to disappear 1,000 miles away, Hazel Moon couldn't carry on and fainted. She remembered that she had fainted by a small river, but when she opened her eyes again, she was in a dilapidated thatched hut. "You're awake?" Suddenly a teenager's voice appeared, followed by a short brown wearing a knot, but with a very pure-looking brow. Hazuki was subconsciously alert, but fortunately, when he checked his body, his clothes were still intact, and he was carrying the same things. "Did you save me?" Hazuki asked in a small voice. "You've been unconscious for 2 days. Drink a bowl of porridge first." The teenager squatted in front of Hazel Moon, a faint smile on his face, his eyes clear without any impurities. "Thanks." Hazuki said a thank you. She instinctively had a soft spot for the teenager. Receiving the somewhat worn earthen bowl, which indeed held clean white porridge, Hazel Moon subconsciously wanted to drink it, but she suddenly froze when the bowl reached her mouth. How can a grilled fish compare to a bowl of white porridge? At this time Hazel Moon actually remembered a sentence Chu Tianjun said many years ago. She suddenly had a feeling of absurdity. At that time Chu Tianjun said a bowl of white kanji. It was the bowl in front of her. Chapter 29. Yuan worships his master. "Forget it, I'm not hungry, and seeing as you're in a bad condition, it's better if you drink it yourself." Hesitating for a moment, Hazuki returned the earthen bowl to the teenager. Hazel Moon really didn't need to drink, even though she was severely injured. This Yuaning stage flesh, nourished by aura for 100 years, and having taken countless heavenly materials and treasures, she didn't need to rely on these ordinary foods to replenish it at all. "You've been unconscious for 2 days, would not be hungry?" The teenager's expression was incredibly surprised, and he looked a little dopey. When Hazel Moon saw the teenager's appearance, a gentle smile unconsciously appeared on her face as well, before softly saying, "I'm a cultivator. I've long since dispensed with food, so I don't need to eat." "What? You're an immortal?" The teenager was even more surprised, and a look of adoration appeared in those clean eyes. "Not immortals, just a group of people who aspire to become immortals through cultivation," Hazuki patiently explained, bringing her own goodwill towards her rescuer. The two then talked a lot, the teenager telling how he found Hazuki and how he went through all the trouble of moving her home. He also wanted to persuade Hazel Moon to drink the bowl of porridge many times during the period, but Hazel Moon was full of Chu Tianjuan's previous words, and never had the intention to drink. And the color of regret flashed in the depths of the teenager's eyes. Through conversation Hazel Moon knew that the teenager's name was Yi Duan, an orphan, who had a hard time, but had a pure character and was a rare gentleman. "Do you have any wishes, little dust? In order to repay you for saving my life, whatever wish you have, I will help you fulfill it." Hazel Moon's good feelings towards Yi Dust skyrocketed. She didn't notice that Yi Dust had suddenly had a needy expression just now, and then Hazel Moon gave a promise of helping him fulfill whatever his heart's desire was. Yuan immediately showed excitement, but he didn't immediately say his wish. Instead he confirmed to Hazel Moon once again, "Is it really possible to wish for anything?" "Of course, I'm as good as my word," Hazel Moon replied without even thinking. In her opinion, a mountain boy, the wish is nothing more than glory, wealth and so on. The wish of ordinary people, to her as a Yuaning real person, is nothing. Even if Yi Chun proposed to become an emperor, Hazel Moon would only need a year and a half to help him get his wish. But the next moment when Yi Chen said his heart's desire, Hazel Moon's entire body was dumbfounded, only to see Yi Chen respectfully kneeling down towards Hazel Moon, and then incomparably sincerely requesting, "I beg Fairy to accept me as a disciple." Yi Chen is willing to serve his master for the rest of his life. Yet, how can this be? Could this be the reason for Tianjuan's bet? He actually guessed it a long time ago? That's why he didn't believe me the first time I said I would only take him as a disciple? From the very beginning, he never believed me. Hazel Moon was truly dumbfounded, and even burst out foul-mouthed inwardly. At this moment, she had to connect the dots between Chu Tianxuan's various manifestations, and she did not think that these were mere coincidences. Master, what's wrong with you, Master? Yuan was also really good at things, and this was already calling for Master. At this moment Hazel Moon hated to give himself a slap. How is the mouth owed to promise like that? Which casually what wish? The other side will have to worship their own teacher. How to do this? Master, are you uncomfortable somewhere? Can I do anything for you? Yuan's expression became very tense, and those clear eyes were actually flooded with tears, which were only in the eyes, just the right amount of tears that would come out. Seeing the concern of the young man in front of her, Hazel Moon's heart softened, and in the next moment, she even ghostly said, "Okay, in a couple of days, when I recover some, I'll take you back to the clan." After saying this, Hazel Moon's heart was in shock again. She finished before she started to regret it. This really wasn't the result she wanted. A few days later Hazel Moon returned to the Nine Heavens sect with an incomparably heavy heart, and as the matter of accepting Yuan as a disciple had become a fact, she could only notify the sect and open the Ancestor Shrine, where she held the ceremony of paying respects to her personal disciple. Yuaning elders accepting disciples. Elders within the sect have to be present. Then Chu Tianjun will naturally also be there. Hazel Moon was now very afraid of seeing Chu Tianjun. Even if Chu Tianjun hadn't come at the moment, the other elders' strange gazes had already made her want to find a crack in the ground. Below Tianjun Peak, inside Chen Yun'er's cave, Shu Yue, who had heard the news, directly sat paralyzed on the ground, as she muttered under her breath, "Impossible. This is impossible. How can she be like this? Senior sister. It's all true. The one called Yi Chen is already at the Ancestor Shrine. And just now, I saw that realist Tianjun went over there as well." Chen Yun'er embraced Chu Yue with a face of pain. Not to mention Chu Yue hard to accept. The Nine Heavenly Cloud sect many disciples are difficult to accept. Those in Chu Yue friendship disciples, these days are even in the preparation of not long Chu Yue's worship ceremony. Now while the carefully prepared can't be used, a guy of unknown origin worshipped first. Chu Tianjun had just landed outside the Ancestor Shrine when Lu Qingshu arrived after him. Your 10-year contract with senior sister Hazel Moon is known to everyone, so why is she suddenly taking on a disciple at this time? Is this a deliberate attempt to disgust you? Or herself? Lu Qingshu also couldn't figure out how Hazel Moon could do this. Lu Qingshu had also seen Chu Yue a few times over the past few months, and in her opinion Chu Yue would definitely become a Chu Tianjun disciple, so even she had sent gifts to Chu Yue. Perhaps this is an outstanding disciple that is hard to find in the world, Chu Tianjun said with a normal expression and even complimented Yi Chen. Soon Chu Tianjun and Lu Qingshu walked into the Ancestor's Shrine one after the other. Chu Tianjun just glanced at Yuan. It was no different from what he had seen in his last life, and then he looked at Hazel Moon with a playful gaze. Congratulations Hazel Moon's senior sister to find a good disciple. Ah, people are all here. Start. Chu Tianjun was the first to open his mouth. Once again seeing Yi Chen worshipping his master he did not have a trace of hatred in his heart. Instead he felt some inexplicable pleasure. Misty Moon kept her head lowered. She wanted to explain a few words to Chu Tianjun, but she really didn't know how to explain. And now it was that she didn't even have the courage to meet Chu Tianjuan's gaze. Then the simple ceremony of paying respects to the master began, and Yi Chen served tea and kowtowed in a regular manner. Then it is these Yuaning real people have to give gifts to their nephews, but because there are quite a lot of personal disciples, so the gifts will not be too expensive, usually just some relatively good pills. Those elders in front of them were also the same, and Lu Qingshu had only given an elixir that increased the chances of conjugating pills, which was already the best out of all of them. In his last life, it was also Chu Tianjun who gave the gift at the end, because other people were Yi Duan's senior uncle, but he was Yi Duan's senior brother. Although his identity had changed in this life, he was still the last to give a gift because he intentionally came late and stood at the end. Although Chu Tianjun had some grudges in his heart in his previous life, after learning that Yi Chen had saved Hazel Moon's life, he didn't think much of it and was even grateful to Yi Chen. So the gift he sent was quite good, a magic treasure that he had personally refined. And that was a magic treasure that many Jindan cultivators could only dream of. Yi's senior nephew, what a handsome skin. It seems that Misty Moon's senior sister was so happy that she forgot to introduce herself. Then I'll introduce myself. My name is Chu Tianjun. I don't know what kind of gift does Master Nephew Yi want? Magic treasures or pills? Or other exotic treasures? When Yi Chen stood in front of Chu Tianjun took the initiative to speak. Originally, it should have been Hazel Moon who introduced Yi Chen, but when it came to Chu Tianjun, she did wander off, or perhaps she was too ashamed to speak. Disciple Yichuan pays his respects to Master Chu. Master Uncle's rewards are naturally all good things. Yichuan doesn't dare to pick and choose. Master Uncle likes whatever he sends me Yichuan. Yichuan hurriedly bent towards Chu Tianjun and saluted. This was a decent and generous way of saying it. Chapter 30, A Hairpin Kills 3 Men. In fact, I also recently prepared a gift for my own disciple, but now it's unusable, so I'll simply pass it on to senior nephew Yi, Chu Tianjun said with a beaming smile. As soon as he said this, everyone except Yi Chen looked odd, and Hazel Moon's expression even changed drastically, becoming more and more unsightly. At this moment everyone had the idea that Chu Tianjun was ready to take Chu Yue as his disciple, and even prepared a gift for this purpose, but now that this disciple was gone, the gift still had to be given out. Just a different person. The next moment Chu Tianjuan's palm flipped. A golden hairpin emitting a strong precious light and beautifully modeled appeared in his palm. See this gold hairpin crowd more firmly believed the idea of the heart, because this is clearly a woman's gold hairpin. Chu Tianjuan's voice followed at this time. This object is I spent 2 years hand refined. With the body can be used as a defense treasure. Can also be used as a flying sword. Even to the Yuaning stage can also be used. The name of the words was intended to let the disciple to take their own. Nephew will take their own name. The only shortcoming is that this is a woman's style. I hope that the master nephew does not mind. There was a silence in the ancestor shrine. One had to admit that this treasure Chu Tianjun took out was really good. Not to mention a freshly initiated disciple. Even a Yuaning real person would be rare. But these words are Chu Tianjun made up. This gold hairpin treasure is not his refining. So that is purely to disgust Hazel Moon and Yi Duan. Many thanks, Uncle Chu. Yi Chuan, however, received the golden hairpin with 2 glowing eyes. A scene that many people did not notice. But Chu Tianjun did. A freshly initiated disciple, or a country boy. How can he understand the value of treasures? Looking at his 2 eyes, he clearly understands it. Alright, the gift has also been given, so we'll take our leave. Yi Chen received the golden hairpin treasure. Chu Tianjun dropped a sentence and turned around. As soon as he moved his front foot, Lu Qingshu followed without even saying a word. Then the other elders also left, and some of them shook their heads as they left, not knowing whether they were sorry for Chu Tianjun or Chu Yue. Master, did disciple do something wrong? After all the clan elders had left, Yi Chuan looked pitifully at Hazel Moon, who had obviously sensed that abnormal atmosphere at the end. Before Hazel Moon could say anything, a voice suddenly came from outside the ancestor shrine that was questioning towards Hazel Moon. Why did you do this? Why are you doing this to me? Chu Yue didn't know when she came here. Her makeup had already been smashed by tears, and Chen Yuner was looking behind her with incomparable pity. Yue, go back with me. In the future you also call me master. Hazel Moon also looked at Chu Yue with great guilt. When Chu Tianjun took out that golden hairpin treasure, Hazel Moon knew that the one who was hurt the most in this was Chu Yue. Chu Yue was heartbroken. She still wanted to question Hazel Moon about something, but the next moment Hazel Moon waved her hand and imprisoned Chu Yue, and then brought Chu Yue and Yi Chen back to Tianxian Peak. The whole Jiushao sect exploded over this matter. Originally when Hazel Moon suddenly accepted Yi Chen as her disciple, many people still held the attitude of watching the show, but when the scene of Chu Tianjuan's gift delivery was circulated, it turned more into a fight against Chu Yue, and a finger pointing at Hazel Moon and Yi Chen. Chu Tianjun returned to Tianjun Peak. On the surface it did not look like his complexion was also not very good, but his heart was actually happy. He knew that his hand will certainly make Hazel Moon master and disciple 3 people dog eat dog. Next there will certainly be a good show to see. However, after only a few moments Chen Yuner came to Chu Tianjun holding a piece of clothing. Elder Tianjun, this is what the youngest senior sister spent nearly a year preparing. She originally wanted to give it to you when she paid her respects in a few days. None of us knew your size, so she secretly watched from afar, silently memorized your figure, and stayed up late into the night sewing it out stitch by stitch. Chen Yuner lowered her head as she recounted. She had witnessed the entire process with her own eyes, and said that she, a bystander, was on the verge of tears. Send back to Tianxian Peak. That is, why force it if it is not meant to be? That gold hairpin I also sacrificed day and night for 2 years. In the future, you should not call her little sister. Chu Tianjun directly acted on it. He looked sad at the moment, as if it was a white-haired person sending a black-haired person. However, when he saw this shirt and heard Chen Yuner say that Chu Yue spent nearly a year sewing it stitch by stitch, Chu Tianjuan's heart still trembled for a moment. Chen Yuner didn't dare to say anything else, so she could only helplessly bring her clothes to Tianxian Peak. At this moment, Hazel Moon's master and disciple had already returned. The 3 of them had a somewhat odd atmosphere. Chu Yue was still crying one after another. Hazel Moon also looked sad, and only Yi Chen was a bit at a loss for words. Disciple Tianjun Peak Chen Yuner, coming by order of Elder Tianjun. is senior sister Chu Yue here? Soon Qinyun's voice resounded outside the courtyard. Hearing that it was on Chu Tianxuan's order, Chu Yue hurriedly got up and ran out as if she was rushing. Hazel Moon was a bit more reserved and was walking out quickly. Yi Chen was subconsciously following out. Senior sister Chu, Elder Tianjun asked me to send this back to you. Chen Yuner used to directly address Chu Yue's junior sister, but now she was called Chu's senior sister, and it was clear that the distance made it raw. Did he say anything? Chu Yue's face was ashen. When she saw that Chu Tianjun was returning this shirt, she knew that there was no hope, but she still had illusions. So she asked. Chen Yuner was a bit embarrassed. In fact, Chu Tianjun did not specifically say anything to Chu Yue, but Chen Yuner still said, Elder said that is no cause why force it. Just this one sentence? I've been sewing for a year, so I'd like to leave it behind as a reminder. Chu Yue continued to ask. At this time, she doesn't have any hatred for Chu Tianjun. Chu Yue continued to ask. At this time Chu Tianjun is not a little hatred. She can even make up her own mind. When Chu Tianjun said that is no reason why force when the sad look. Chen Yuner also didn't want the Chu Yue that she had watched grow up to have any disconnect with her beloved real person. So she added. The elder also said that the golden hairpin was also something that he had been sacrificing day and night for 2 years. Said Chen Yuner handed the shirt to Chu Yue. Took the shirt. Chu Yue sat directly on the ground and used the shirt to cover her face and cried. Seemingly feeling that the fire was not enough. Chen Yuner added. I saw when I left that the elder seemed to have aged a lot at that moment. Hearing these words from Chen Yuner, Hazel Moon's heart was already filled with grief. She now couldn't understand how something that was foolproof had come to this end. Chen Yuner didn't stay at Tianxian Peak for much longer. And in the end, when Hazel Moon wanted to help Chu Yue, she didn't let Hazel Moon touch her, but instead, she hugged her clothes and went back to her room alone and silently. Senior, what's going on here? What happened to senior sister? Yi Chen still asked with an innocent face. His expression was quite sincere. Hazel Moon sighed and didn't want to say much. To be honest, she was now disturbed by the sight of Yi Chen as a disciple and only said, in the future, be nicer to your senior sister. Saying that, Hazuki also went back to her room alone. This night Tianxian Peak 3 people were having a hard time sleeping through the night. Chu Tianjun was in a good state of mind and continued to meditate and cultivate. The 2 pages of the golden foil of the Book of 6 Instruments of Heaven were hovering behind him. It looked as if he was sacrificing a magic treasure. Chapter 31, Chu Yue's Black and Pathological Jiao. Early the next morning, the courtyard of Tianxian Peak was busy with Yi Duan. This guy was quite good at his job. He got up early in the morning to clean the courtyard, and even boiled congee. Hazel Moon and Chu Yue almost walked out of the room together. Hazel Moon could not see any abnormality yet, and now she had recovered the temperament of a person who was light as a chrysanthemum. Chu Yue's complexion was still frustrated, and the whole person did not look good. Senior sister, have a bowl of congee. I got up early in the morning and boiled it. Yi Chen appeared in front of Chu Yue with a bowl of white porridge in his hand as if offering a treasure. Scram! I don't want to see you. Chu Yue was not giving Yi Chuan any face at all, directly flinging her hand and knocking over the congee bowl, and then walked straight towards the outside. Senior, does senior sister dislike me? Yi Chuan asked pitifully as he felt Hazel Moon was walking towards him, and the mist of water clouded over those clear eyes again. It's fine. Let her calm down for a few days. In these few days, you can familiarize yourself with the environment first, and in a few days, your master will teach you the introductory cultivation method, Hazel Moon said with a calm demeanor. But at the moment her heart wasn't really as indifferent as it appeared. Are you blind? It must not like you. White porridge again. Can you order anything else but white porridge? Chu Yue walked aimlessly, and soon she left Tianxian Peak, then naturally arrived at Tianjun Peak. There were many caves right at the foot of Tianjun Peak, and she was too familiar with this place, and it could be said that she had been living here for most of these nearly 10 years. Chu Yue had a cave right in front of her eyes, a junior brother who had only moved in 3 years ago, and was the only one Chu Yue could call a senior brother, as he was even later than Chu Yue in building her foundation. The young master's cave had a formation band, but Chu Yue was aware of how to open and close it. She reached out and pressed on the formation pivot as usual, wanting to open the cave and go in to find the young master to pour out her grievances. But when her hand pressed on the formation centerpiece, her expression froze, because the formation, which hadn't changed in the past 3 years, had been replaced, and now she couldn't get in without the equivalent of knowing the password. Are you there, senior brother Zhou? Can you let me in to have a seat? Chu Yue shouted towards the cave with a slight sobbing tone. Senior sister Chu, you'd better return to Tianxian Peak. It's difficult for me to let you in. This junior sister still gave Chu Yue face, responding at least one sentence for good measure. Chu Yue's tears once again surged out. She stood outside the cave for a long time, but finally turned around and left. Later Chu Yue went to a lot of caves, but without exception cannot enter. Soft-hearted also persuade her to leave. Some directly pretend not to hear, do not give a response. Finally Chu Yue came to the Tianxuan peak in the status second only to Chu Tianxuan Wu Qingyun cave outside. This alchemy old man is now also relying on the massive amount of pills piled up hard to the Jindan stage. Temporarily is no longevity concerns. The appearance is also restored to more than 30 years old. In the past, Wu Qingyun was also extremely kind to Chu Yue, or else with Chu Yue's qualifications, foundation building was simply a pipe dream. Senior brother Wu, can you take me to meet Master Tianxuan real person? Chu Yue had come to beg Wu Qingyun to take her to meet Chu Tianxuan. All these years she had long treated Chu Tianxuan as her master and also treated Tianxuan Peak as her home. Now Chu Yue felt like she was an abandoned child. She wanted to find a parent to cry about it, and she felt that it wasn't her fault at all. Senior sister Chu, don't you understand? This is not something that you and I can change at all. This is a matter between Yuan Ying real people. Yesterday, Elder Tianxuan gave the golden hairpin Dharma treasure that was supposed to be given to you to Yi Chen. That is to completely break this karma. You go back. Wu Qingyun, the good old man, not only responded to Chu Yue, but even showed up outside the cave. Chu Yue had already cried without tears. She looked up at the top of the mountain with all her thoughts, and could only vaguely see a peach blossom. I had thought that I would be able to live there soon, but now that was ultimately a distant dream. At this moment, Chu Tianxuan was actually looking down the mountain, and when Chu Yue came within the boundaries of Tianxuan Peak, he had already detected it. I have to admit that Chu Yue made that shirt, and today's plea from cave to cave, still makes Chu Tianxuan somewhat moved. And look at your next performance. If you can recognize Yi Chen's true face on your own, this Tianxuan Peak still has a place for you. If it is still like that in his previous life, then I don't mind letting the three of you, master and disciple, reunite in a neat and tidy manner. Chu Tianxuan sighed and said, in the end, he was raised by his own hand, coupled with Chu Yue's current performance, he still gave a chance. After Chu Yue left Tianxuan Peak, she sat alone on the edge of a cliff for an entire day, waiting until the middle of the night before she returned to Tianxian Peak like a walking corpse. Walking into the courtyard was silent. At this time of the day Hazel Moon should be meditating with her eyes closed, and Yi Chen should have already fallen asleep. Chu Yue looked up at Yi Chen's room, and her originally empty eyes suddenly surged with boundless hatred. Chu Yue then walked back to her room with firm footsteps, and when she returned to her room and sat on the bed, she pulled off her hairpin, then lifted up her skirt and violently stabbed her thigh with the hairpin. Hairpin stabbed into the instant blood flow. Chu Yue's face but not half a bit of pain expression. Her expression became a bit wooden, but the eyes are monstrous hatred. Feel that pair of eyes can devour all things, like an endless abyss. Yi Chuan, it's all because you ruined everything for me. I, Chu Yue, will make sure that you don't have a good death. Chu Yue, you have to remember all this. The pain in your body is not even a millionth of the pain in your heart. If you don't kill Yi Chen, how can you stand up to yourself? Chu Yue, who is not yet 16 years old, seems to have suddenly grown up in this night, directly blackening in place into a vengeful sickly girl. It had to be said that her target was still quite accurate, although she also hated Hazel Moon. But knowing that the culprit was Yi Chuan, there was only one thing left for her to do in her life, and that was to kill Yi Chuan. The next day Chu Yue didn't leave Tianxian Peak Inn, but she still got up very early, only to get up and cultivate in the courtyard against the rising sun. Yi Chen also did not bother Chu Yue. He just waited for Chu Yue to finish practicing. Then he brought another bowl of white porridge and appeared in front of Chu Yue. This time Chu Yue didn't knock over the white porridge, but also didn't say anything and directly left. A hint of delight appeared in Yi Chen's eyes, and he knew that this was the beginning of something good. Unfortunately, yesterday Hazel Moon clearly told Yi Duan that she did not need to eat, and in the future to cook do not plan their own, but let him less opportunity to offer. The next few days Tianxian Peak calmed down. Everyone became regular. The one who changed the most was Chu Yue. Her life became very regular. Her qualifications were still poor, but her cultivation was quite hard. Yi Duan still left a bowl of porridge for Chu Yue every day, and on the fifth day, Chu Yue saw the porridge on the table and actually took the initiative to pick it up and drink it. Is it still to your liking, senior sister? If you like salty or sweet, I'll make it according to your favorite taste from now on. Yi Chuan looked very excited. His sincere gaze seemed to be able to fuse the coldest ice and snow in the world. It's fine just the way it is, Chu Yue surprisingly responded. In the next few days, Chu Yue drank Yi Chuan's porridge every day, and after a few more days, she even smiled at Yi Chuan, and also called Yi Chuan senior brother. Hazel Moon also called the two disciples to her body and began to teach some feats. Yue, after all, you are at the foundation establishment stage now. And you also learned a lot of cultivation knowledge at Tianxuan Peak some years ago, so in the future, help Little Dust more. His qualifications are very high, and his future achievements won't be low. In the end, Hazelmoon also asked Chu Yue to help Yi Duan more, and also complimented Yi Duan's qualifications in passing. Well, I will help Little Dust cultivate. You don't have to worry about us, senior. Chu Yue instantly took on the appearance of a senior sister and looked like she had really grown up as well. Chapter 32, where the boat capsized in the last life. Gradually Tianxian Peak also had laughter. Yichen seemed to be very good at pleasing girls and often made Chu Yue laugh. Senior sister, you look so pretty when you smile, Yichuan said as he raised his head and looked at Chu Yue with a clear gaze. Nasty Little Dust, Chu Yue said shyly. The two looked like childhood friends. Hazuki took it all in. She should have been happy with such laughter, but her heart told her that it wasn't what she wanted. It's been 3 months since I've seen Tianjun. What face do I have to go see him now? What reason can I find to see him in the future? Hazelmoon didn't let the passage of time fade away. Instead, she felt more and more that things were deviating from expectations. Chu Yue laughed and scolded with Yi Duan during the day, but every time it was late at night, she would sit on the bed and ruthlessly stab her thigh with a hairpin to self-mutilate. That's disgusting. Yichuan, you're disgusting. Chu Yue, you have to endure. Must endure. One day let this disgusting maggot shall not die. During the day and at night, Chu Yue was a completely different person. No one knew what she had endured. Anyway, Yi Chen was very happy now. Moreover, Yi Chen's qualifications were indeed impressive. On the 100th day of his official cultivation, he managed to build a foundation, which was the standard time for a heavenly pride to build a foundation. If it was in the past, Yi Chen's 100-day foundation building would definitely cause a stir in the Nine Heavens sect, and Yi Tianxiao's name would be heard like thunder. But now the Jiao Shao sect has a pearl in front of it. Chu Tianjuan's record is 10 days to build the foundation. The difference between the two is too great, especially since there were recent rumors that Tianjun manservant was already starting to impact the god transformation stage. This rumor can be very big. Not only the Nine Heavens sect is spreading, the entire eastern region is discussing around this matter, because a transformation god true lord is enough to affect the pattern of a region. Senior brother, it doesn't seem like you're impacting the god of transformation. Impacting the god of transformation and still looking for me to chat? In the courtyard of Tianjun Peak, Lu Qingshu looked at Chu Tianjun with a curious expression and said, false news put out to make people think that I have no time to split up for the time being. Chu Tianjun casually explained. What is senior brother's plan? Lu Qingshu hurriedly asked. She had already realized that this was elder brother trying to get himself to do something. All these years Lu Qingshu has always felt that it is their own Chu Tianjun benefits, but she has always thought that she could help Chu Tianjun do something. I want to ask Qingshu for a favor. Sure enough, Chu Tianjun also said directly. Elder brother is polite. Feel free to order anything. Lu Qingshu didn't ask what to do. Anyway, she just agreed and that was the end of it. Half a month later happens to be the time when the Hidden Gold Valley Secret Realm opens. This secret realm is only for the foundation stage disciples to practice. Usually only 1 or 2 Jindan deacons will be arranged to lead the team, but I hope that this time you will secretly follow it. Chu Tianjun said in a small voice. Just a very simple thing for Lu Qingshu. In his last life, this secret realm Chu Tianjun was in, would not have needed him to go in, only because it happens to be Yi Chen and Chu Yue want to go in, taking into account their own little brother and sister for the first time to participate in this kind of activity. The rotten Chu Tianjun to Yuan in cultivation escort this group of foundation building disciples. However, it was such an inconspicuous secret realm that allowed Chu Tianjun to capsize for the first time, and he didn't even care much about it that time. But in retrospect, it must have been Yi Duan messing around in it as well. The Hidden Gold Valley Secret Realm is a secret realm that completely belongs to the Nine Heavens sect, and the degree of exploration almost reaches 10%. There is something inside. The distribution of the dangerous area has long been clear, so this thousands of years are only the foundation stage disciples of the trial place. But after Chu Tianjun entered with the team in the last life, a big demon of the late Yuaning stage even appeared, and it is still the kind that has gone mad, and many disciples died in that trial. And Chu Tianjun was also injured before he killed the big demon. It would be nothing if it was just like this, but ever since this trip to the secret realm, rumors began to appear in the sect that Chu Tianjun had surprised a great demon to arrive in order to seize a certain rare treasure in the secret realm, disregarding the deaths of the sect's disciples. This is, of course, nonsense, but from that time onwards, Chu Tianjuan's original image of a gentle and kind-hearted elder brother, whom everyone loved, gradually shifted towards a vicious villain. Senior brother is saying that there's a certain important item of the demon clan in the Hidden Gold Valley Secret Realm? Is there an undercover spy in our clan? There are undercover spies in this trial? Lu Qingshu said with a chill after hearing this. She was truly dedicated to the Nine Heavens sect. Whoever wanted to destroy the Nine Heavens sect would be an enemy in life and death. Although it's a guess, but it's not far from the truth. That late-stage Yuan Great Demon has been hiding in it. I reckon it's to guard a certain thing. This time, there is no need for Senior Sister to behead that Great Demon. We only need to secretly record who startled the Great Demon, and it is best to see what he obtained from the hidden Gold Valley? Chu Tianjun continued. He asked Lu Qingshu to secretly follow him, nor did he intend to forcefully reverse the ending of this hidden Gold Valley secret realm. In fact, he was setting up a plan to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Is it possible to watch those disciples die a horrible death? Lu Qingshu was somewhat unable to understand, so she directly opened her mouth to inquire. Then Chu Tianjun pointed to the map of the hidden Gold Valley and said, "Before we leave, I will let the clan order strictly prohibit the disciples from approaching this area. If they do not comply with the clan's orders, then to die also let them die." Qingshu, the Nine Heavens sect. In addition to the spies undercover, there are all sorts of harbor evil intentions of the generation. It is also time to let these people slowly jump out. Lu Qingshu seriously looked at Chu Tianjun. She in fact has been vaguely feeling that the clan many places are not right, but there has been no definitive evidence, coupled with the unwillingness to deliberately think in that direction. But now Chu Tianjun put the words to explain the last of her fantasies are also dashed. However, when she thought of having such a senior brother who was still sewing for the clan, she felt much better in her heart again and had more energy in her body. So he solemnly nodded his head and said, "I'll listen to everything, senior brother, just to be on the safe side. You'll take the Tianxuan Sword with you, and you must protect yourself." In the end, Chu Tianjun even gave Lu Qingshu his Tianxuan Sword to ensure that Lu Qingshu's trip was foolproof. Although the Tianxuan Sword hadn't evolved into a spiritual treasure yet, after swallowing Tang Wuji's Yuaning, the spirit of the artifact had gradually matured, and a flying sword was equivalent to an early Yuaning helper. Lu Qingshu's heart warmed. Although she also had powerful cards, even if she really faced that peak Yuan Great Demon, she still accepted the Tianxuan Sword. She couldn't refuse her senior brother's good intentions. At the same time on Tianxian Peak, Hazel Moon called Yi Chen and Shu Yue to her side and urged about the trial. Shao Dust is already at the Foundation establishment stage. It is possible to go to the hidden Gold Valley secret realm. The two of you must listen to the words of the leader when you enter it. Although most of the places in that secret realm are not dangerous and have basically been explored, but after all, it only opens every 30 years, where demonic beasts are also able to cultivate, and there might be some powerful ones as well as the possibility that there might be powerful demonic beasts lurking around all the time, so you mustn't be careless as well. Hazel Moon usually teaches her disciples not to be very attentive, but she is still quite responsible in this matter. Disciple obeys the teachings of my master. I will definitely protect my senior sister, Yi Chen said with incomparable seriousness. After saying that, she also glanced at Shu Yue. And at this moment, Shu Yue also looked at Yi Chen with deep affection, and also smiled with a smile full of tenderness. Chapter 33. A son of fortune must have a female emperor by his side. Yi Chuan, you're really good at acting. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm no longer that simple Shu Yue, there's a real possibility that I could have been fooled by your appearances. You've been trying so hard to get close to me, and you've been courting me every day. Is it just that you want to whore out those pills and treasures of mine for nothing? I'll just hang on to you and see how long you can act. Underneath Chu Yue's soft exterior, she was already disgusted with Yi Chen inside. After being struck and blackened, Chu Yue felt like turning on God's perspective. She had long ago discovered Yi Chen's true intentions towards herself, which was nothing more than wanting to plot her own little bit of family belongings. After living in Tianjun Peak for nearly 10 years, Chu Yue had gathered thousands of favorites, and what his senior brothers and sisters had given him was enough for an average person to impact Jindan several times. These things were nothing to high-ranking cultivators, but to the ordinary disciples in the sect, they were simply a moving treasure trove. Thank you, little dust. Senior sister here still has a few extremely high-grade healing pills. Soon we will be entering the secret realm. Senior sister will share half of them with you. With senior sister here will definitely keep you safe and sound. Suddenly Chu Yue touched out 2 pills emitting light blue light from her storage bag. Her gaze was sincere and full of tenderness. She said. Yi Chuan hastily took it, overjoyed. He could see at a glance that these 2 pills were very precious, not to mention that he was now at the Foundation establishment stage. Even if a Jindan stage cultivator was seriously injured, this pill could instantly repair his injuries. Chu Yue has been cultivated as Chu Tianjuan's personal heirloom for nearly 10 years, and that Chu Tianjun is notoriously rich. She really has a lot of good things on her body. As long as I tie up this silly girl, it's enough for me to cultivate to the Jindan stage. Yi Chuan also thought silently in his heart. In his eyes Chu Yue was just a silly person with a lot of money. In fact, the Chu Yue of the previous life was also like this in Yichuan's eyes. And when he finished whoring Chu Yue's pills and treasures, he could whore her body. In the past few months Yichuan had gotten to know the Nine Shao sect very well, and also knew about that 10-year contract between Tianxian Peak and Tianjun Peak. And Chu Tianjun was rich in the Nine Shao sect in addition to having the name of a supreme genius, but also a dazzling label, because whether it was back then when he was a deacon of transmission, or later on when he occasionally helped his fellow disciples, that outburst was generous beyond measure. Of course Chu Tianjun rich is also really rich. This life of his own cultivation consumption of resources is not much, coupled with scavenging more than the last life, and use out of the selective, the hands of the resources have piled up. The time soon came to the day of the opening of the secret realm of the hidden Gold Valley. Chu Tianjun stood under the peach tree and watched as one of the clan's flying boats slowly left, followed by Lu Qingshu who hid her breath and also followed. Seeing these sect disciples leave, the corners of Chu Tianjuan's mouth rose slightly before he joined his fingers into a sword and wrote a line of text in the air in front of him. These words were made up of spiritual energy, gathering in the air without dispersing, and by the time a few sentences were written, a jade talisman flew out, and then those spiritual energy words flew into the jade talisman. Then Chu Tianjun reached out and flicked his hand towards the jade talisman, and finally the jade talisman transformed into a point of light and disappeared at an incredible speed. In the palace of the great Ning dynasty, Ning Qiuzhu sat cross-legged in a dignified golden robe. Her palace was decorated with a super-large spirit-gathering array, and there were countless spirit pills in front of her body, with a spirit pill flying into her every once in a while. Ning Qiuzhu had also left Tianjun Peak for more than 10 years, and she had never gone back after she left. And now that her father and mother were gradually getting older, the state government of the great Ning dynasty was basically run by her, the eldest princess. But even though the dynasty was busy, Ning Qiuzhu still seized any bit of spare time to cultivate, but the qualification thing was indeed too important. Even if she was so hardworking and had the spirit-gathering formation that ordinary people didn't have, as well as an unlimited supply of pills, more than 10 years had passed and she had only cultivated to the late stage of foundation establishment. Suddenly a jade talisman ignored the palace's various defense formations and landed directly on Ning Qiuzhu's chambers. Seeing this jade talisman, Ning Qiuzhu immediately stopped cultivating and excitedly pinched the jade talisman, looking at the text on it with a face full of joy. The more Ning Qiuzhu looked at it, the happier she became, and in the end she even whispered to herself in excitement, "So I'll be able to go back soon?" At the court meeting of the great Ning dynasty the following day, the eldest princess, Ning Qiuzhu, issued several decrees in a row, and the ones in front of her were all related to the war, as the great Ning dynasty practically poured out their nests and began waging war against the surrounding mortal nations. Soon even the cultivation world knew that Ning Qiuzhu had brazenly waged a war to unify the mundane world of Fufeng Prefecture by relying on her half-step transformation god's rightful father, and that this eldest princess was also reckless, going so far as to use the power of a single country to directly declare war on the 12 countries. Ning Qiuzhu's last decree is to widely recruit the world's strange and extraordinary people. The Daning dynasty not only promises a high official salary, but also has a powerful cultivation techniques, all kinds of magic pills, countless heaven and earth treasures to provide. This article was obviously a solicitation for immortal cultivators, but according to the Immortal Alliance's laws, cultivators above Jindan could not intervene in mundane fights, so this solicitation was mainly for Foundation Establishment cultivators. Currently, Yi Chen didn't know about this news, and if he saw this imperial list of the great Ning dynasty, he would definitely think that it was customized for himself. In fact, it was really tailored to him. According to Chu Tianjuan's memories of his last life, Yi Duan started laying out in the secular world at the foundation stage, and supported a female empress at the Jindan stage, and at the time of Chu Tianjuan's death, that female empress was also one of Yi Duan's harem, and was on the verge of completing the unification of the Fufeng state. Chu Tianjun also had to admit that this Yi Chen was indeed endowed with great fortune, and almost all the benefits had been given to him. As for his previous life, he was simply a mega experience bag, and after being defined as the evil villainous elder brother, he had been brushed with experience by Yi Duan. Chu Tianjun did a lot of layouts in this life, and it looks like she is still being brushed with experience by Yichuan. At least now Chu Yue's resources are originating from him, and it won't be long before Yichuan goes to the Daning dynasty, and the resources on Ning Qiuzhu are also coming from him. But pretending to actively be an experience packet, and passively being an experience packet, that situation is naturally different. The hidden Gold Valley secret realm belonged exclusively to the Nine Heavens sect, and when a group of disciples from the Nine Heavens sect arrived, there were already a few of the sect's Jindan deacons outside the secret realm setting up formations. There were obvious spatial fluctuations within that formation, a pitch-black gap pulling at the void, connecting to another world. There were hundreds of people entering the secret realm this time, and other than the 2 Jindan deacons leading the group, all the others were Foundation disciples. Yuan stood amongst the crowd of Foundation building disciples as if he stood out from the rest, apart from his skin, but also because there was also the halo of the 100-day Foundation building on top of his head, which was the ticket for the future Heaven's Pride. Soon a Jindan deacon began to read out the precautions for entering the secret realm, which focused on a certain area that was forbidden to approach. This deacon is Chu Tianxuan's people. Nowadays there are more and more disciples attached to Tianxuan Peak. These disciples are distributed among the various institutions of the sect. Many things Chu Tianxuan can already bypass the elders' meeting, and directly lay out through these disciples. When he heard that he couldn't approach this area, Yi Chen's face changed slightly, but he hid this so well that even those Jindan deacons didn't notice it. But no matter how well it was hidden, it still couldn't escape those who cared about him, and that flash of abnormality was still detected by Chu Yue. Yi Chen wants to go to the secret forbidden zone? A hint of cunning flashed through Chu Yue's gaze, as well as a kind of morbid madness. Chapter 34, The Forbidden Zone of the Secret World. When the formation stabilized the entrance to the secret realm, under the leadership of the 2 Jindan deacons, hundreds of Foundation disciples entered the secret realm. After all these disciples entered the secret realm, Qingshu also appeared at the entrance, but none of the several Jindan deacons guarding the formation spotted her. It was obvious that Qingshu had some kind of powerful invisibility treasure on her, as she directly strutted into the secret realm. The Yuaning stage is indeed a very important watershed in the cultivation realm, or else there wouldn't be such honorifics as real people only from the Yuaning stage onwards. The overall environment of the hidden Gold Valley secret realm is on the dim side, giving people a feeling of a mining cave. The earth in here is very hard. The most is a variety of ore residue, but there are also trees and flowers. Some places also have spiritual grasses that don't exist in the outside world, and this is where the value of the hidden Gold Valley lies. The first time into the secret realm of a group of disciples are still in the 2 Jindan deacons' leadership of the collective forward, Yuan and Chu Yue inseparable. While walking he asked in a low voice, "Senior sister, you have seen a lot of knowledge. Do you know that this hidden Gold Valley secret realm is how to form?" "Rather. I once heard a Jindan senior brother within the gate mention it, as if to say that this secret realm was originally an abandoned mine in the immortal realm, and that most secret realms were created in this manner." Chu Yue answered Yi Chen in a similarly small voice. These were all things she had heard from Tianxuan Peak before. "Senior sister, you know a lot." Yi Chen did not forget to pay a timely compliment. "Alright, we can start splitting up now, but remember not to enter the forbidden area. Otherwise you will have to bear the consequences if you encounter any danger." After about a quarter of an hour, the disciples of the Nine Heavens sect came to an open area, and a Jindan deacon in the lead announced that the Foundation disciples could explore the secret realm on their own. Earlier Chu Yue was right. This hidden Gold Valley secret realm was an abandoned mine in the immortal realm, but the secret realm had a very large area of tens of thousands of miles across, and such a large area would take days for a Foundation establishment stage cultivator even if they flew at full power. That's why spreading out and taking your chances is the best plan. The crowd dispersed and also traveled in groups of 3 or 2, but there were not many people in each group, because when there are a lot of people this encounter is not good for dividing up the goodies, and except for particularly good relationships, people don't want to be together at this time of year. Yuan and Chu Yue were a group, and Chu Yue behaved obediently. She didn't seem to have her own ideas. She followed whatever direction Yuan said. Qingshu had also appeared at the place where the disciples of the sect were scattered. Her divine thoughts spread out in only one direction. That direction was the forbidden zone that had been set aside. As long as those who went in that direction, there were bound to be some of them who intended to head to the forbidden zone. Naturally Yi Chen and Chu Yue were heading in this direction. Little dust. This seems to be the direction of the forbidden zone. "Ha, on the way?" Chu Yue asked seemingly casually. "Think about it, senior sister. Since the forbidden zone is in this direction, it means that there are less fellow disciples exploring in this direction. Our chances of obtaining something good are higher, and the closer we get to the forbidden zone the better the stuff is sure to be. We should be fine as long as we are careful not to cross into the forbidden zone." Yuan immediately gave an explanation, and his 2 reasons really sounded that way. Chu Yue's eyes flashed with a trace of imperceptible icy coldness, but she said in an adoring tone, "Little dust, you're really smart." Qingshu's divine sense had already locked onto a few groups of disciples, and she didn't know right now that what Chu Tianxuan wanted her to monitor was actually Yi Chen. However, Qingshu soon realized that the treacherous undercover agent that Chu Tianxuan was talking about, who was harboring the evil intentions, should be Yi Chen and Chu Yue, because the 2 of them were now only 2 or 3 miles away from the forbidden zone. Those disciples who were also heading in that direction earlier had either changed directions or stopped. Do both of them have problems? Or just one of them? Chu Yue was almost under her senior brother's door, so it's reasonable to say that she shouldn't have a problem. Could it be this Yichuan? Lu Qingshu directly suspected Yi Duan. At this moment, she gently raised her hand, and a stone with a surface as smooth as a mirror appeared above her head. This was the magic weapon called the Shadow Retention Stone, which was not considered precious, and its function was only to be able to keep images in it. Chu Tianjun, a stone 3 birds, and the first bird is to let Lu Qingshu themselves to suspect Yi Chen, so that later she will be on guard against Yi Chen. As long as the beginning of the guard, the future of Lu Qingshu will not be easy to catch the path of Yi Chen, so that the chances of tragedy greatly reduced. Senior sister, I don't see that this forbidden area looks dangerous. There are hidden flashes of precious light there. How about we quietly sneak in? At the edge of the forbidden area, Yichuan finally revealed his true thoughts, and he and Chu Yue had indeed harvested quite a few good things along the way. If they were compared to the other squads, they should be the most rewarding one. Chu Yue hesitated or nodded, as if she had been blinded by the bountiful harvest. Lu Qingshu had already determined that either Yi Chen or Chu Yue either both had problems or one of them did, and she fell far away. The shadow retaining stone had been recording the two's every move. About a quarter of an hour later, the two came to a place covered in vines that looked like a valley. This place did have a lot of rare spirit medicines, but a demonic beast that was obviously very powerful was lying on a stone platform. Yi Chuan's gaze didn't look at the elixirs, but instead landed on the stone platform underneath the demonic beast. Senior sister, I'll help you distract the demonic beasts. You quickly go collect those spirit herbs. Suddenly Yi Chen whispered in Chu Yue's ear. His gaze was sincere, completely disregarding his own danger, as if he was only doing it so Chu Yue could collect the spirit herbs. This demonic beast looks very powerful. Maybe it's in the Yuaning realm. It's too dangerous, little dust. Chu Yue didn't understand what Yi Duan was selling in his gourd for a moment, and quickly shook her head with a worried face. The next moment Yichuan obediently gently held Chu Yue's hand and said, "These elixirs are rare in the world. If I can get them, I can definitely help senior sister break through to the Jindan stage. Even if I am allowed to die, I am still willing to do so. Senior sister, don't hesitate to prepare to do it." Chu Yue let Yi Chen hold her hand. At the moment she was disgusted in her heart, but she still pretended to be touched and finally nodded her head in a good manner. In Lu Qingshu's eyes, the two of them discussed for a while before Yi Chen showed up to attract the demonic beasts. And what Yi Chen attracted the demonic beasts was the golden hairpin magic treasure that Chu Tianjun had given him during his teacher worship ceremony. Chu Tianjun really did not talk nonsense that day. This gold hairpin Yuaning stage can be used several times. The demonic beast is about to slap Yi dust, where the gold hairpin resisted down, and Yi Chuan was fighting and retreating, and without realizing it, he had actually lured the demonic beast out of the forbidden area. Soon some unidentified disciples, surprisingly, rushed in this direction, and Yi Chuan also took the opportunity to bring the trouble to the east. A Yuaning stage demonic beast chopped and sliced, slaughtering the Foundation Establishment stage disciples. At this time, Lu Qingshu really didn't make a move, but it was the two Jindan leaders who noticed the abnormality and began to organize the retreat of the disciples in the secret realm. If Chu Tianjun was here, he would have realized that this scene was basically similar to his last life. Chu Yue quickly collected the spiritual herbs in that valley, and soon after received a transmission from Yi Chen, saying that the demonic beasts would be coming back soon, telling her to hurry up and leave, and that she would come to join her immediately. Just as Chu Yue left the valley with her front foot, Yi Chen returned to the valley, and he directly landed on the stone platform where the demonic beasts were previously entrenched, and then he struck his palm against the stone platform at his feet, and then a copper coffin was taken away by him. Right at the moment Yi Chen took away the bronze coffin, the mid-Yuaning demonic beast suddenly charged back like crazy, its aura instantly breaking through to the late Yuaning stage. Chapter 35, Chu Yue, the sex movie queen. In Chu Yue's perspective, Yi Chen was being chased furiously by that crazy demonic beast, and that golden hairpin magic treasure was shaking after enduring multiple attacks. Seeing the golden hairpin magic treasure is about to break, Chu Yue's monstrous hatred flashed. This golden hairpin originally should be her. Senior sister, quickly go, Yi Chuan shouted with an anxious face. It really looked like he was breaking Chu Yue's back. Lu Qingshu had already determined that it was Yi Chen who had the real problem. She was calm and collected, still only recording with the shadow retaining stone, without the intention of making a move. The next thing that happened was that Yi Chen and Chu Yue fled towards the entrance together, and when the two of them converged, the golden hairpin Dharma treasure completely shattered and turned into a wisp of golden powder that floated away, and Yi Chen fell to the ground with serious injuries and spat out a mouthful of blood. A trace of viciousness flashed in Chu Yue's eyes, but it was quickly hidden by her. Instead, she picked up Yi Chen with a worried face, while she herself threw out several plate array flags, as well as some disposable life-preserving talismans. It had to be said that Chu Yue really had a lot of good things on her. A Foundation Establishment stage cultivator, hard to rely on these things, blocked the demonic beast of the late Yuaning stage for a moment. Not only did she take Yi Chen and run wildly towards the exit, she also took out another handful of pills that were not of low grade at first glance. Dusty, quickly take these pills. It's not enough for senior sister to have more. You mustn't be alright. Chu Yue looked very nervous about Yi Chen, urging for Yi Chen to hurry up and take the pills. Yi Chuan's eyes flashed with a treacherous color in the depths of his eyes, and he didn't think much before taking the pills given by Chu Yue. The elixir went into his stomach. Yi Chuan's body injuries healed in an instant, and he felt an abundance of spiritual energy, and even the remaining medicinal power was almost enough for him to break through a small realm. Chu Yue is really a small rich woman. This Chu Tianjun to her also give up, but these are cheap me. I heard that Chu Tianjun also has a righteous daughter. That woman's hands of pills and magic treasures must be more and better, and later find ways to also get their hands on. This Nine Heavens sect is really my blessed land. Chu Tianjun, who was known as the first genius of 10,000 years. Everything he has will be mine. Yi Chuan was in a very good mood at the moment, and had already begun to envision the future. The berserk demonic beasts caused the disciples of this Nine Heavens sect trial to suffer heavy deaths and injuries. The 2 Jindan deacons also died and were seriously injured. And of the hundreds of Foundation Establishment disciples, less than 30% came out alive. One must know that this was equivalent to the entire Nine Heavens sect losing nearly 1/10 of its Foundation Establishment stage disciples in one go. Qingshu didn't show up from the beginning, and she even returned to the Nine Heavens sect first. Senior brother, this son Yi Chen must not be kept. Qingshu's first words when she saw Chu Tianjun were full of killing intent. Chu Tianjun nodded. Even though he hadn't looked at the shadow retaining stone yet, he knew that Qingshu must have seen something, and that was exactly what he was very happy to see. The image of the shadow retaining stone began to play back. Chu Tianjun watched it very carefully, and when he saw Yi Chen collecting the bronze coffin, he even purposely paused the image and carefully examined the bronze coffin. An item from the immortal realm? There are immortal seals on it, Chu Tianjun said with a furrowed brow, recognizing the immortal seal on the bronze coffin with a single glance. How does Yi Chen know that there are things from the immortal realm here? Could it be that this son has a great origin? What are his plans for coming to our Nine Heavens sect? Qingshu was right next to her and was also shocked when she heard Chu Tianjuan's words. And look down before you say anything. Chu Tianjun did not answer Qingshu, but continued to look down. This was because Chu Tianjun had already sensed that Chu Yue's behavior was a bit abnormal from the shadow retaining stone image. Soon the screen came to the place where Chu Yue fed Yi Chen the pills. Suddenly Chu Tianjun paused the screen once again. This time his eyes fell on those pills that Yi Chen had eaten. This girl seems to have become different as well. Chu Tianjun suddenly chuckled. Qingshu, when the disciples from this trial return, you step in and have the law enforcement hall investigate the matter of the secret realm. Then Chu Tianjun arranged to. By the time the secret trial disciples returned, the Nine Heavens sect was shrouded in a cloud of worry because the losses this time were just too great. And then Qingshu proposed that the law enforcement palace should thoroughly investigate the matter of the secret realm and find out the culprit who trespassed on the forbidden land and caused the heavy deaths and injuries of the sect's disciples. Law enforcement hall trial this day. The Nine Heavens sect infant elders almost all present. Only the Nine Swords real, Chu Tianjun, and Hazel Moon did not come. The Nine Sword reality has been in seclusion since Qingshu's progression to Yuaning. Chu Tianjun is also saying to the outside world that he is impacting the realm of the transformation of the divine. And Hazel Moon is likewise in seclusion refining the vermilion fruit. In the law enforcement hall, the only remaining 20 or so Foundation Establishment disciples were all kneeling on the ground, and in front of them stood a Jindan Deacon with a broken arm. Who is the one who ignored the ban and trespassed into the forbidden area? It's best to come forward on your own, or else the law enforcement hall will search each and every one of you for your souls, and the crime will be compounded when the time comes. A peaked Jindan Deacon of the law enforcement hall said sternly. Yi Chen's hands propped up on the ground trembled slightly. He turned his head to look at Chu Yue on the side. His face seemed to have a look of determination, and his gaze was sincere as if he was telling Chu Yue that he would not involve his senior sister, and that he would take all the responsibility. Chu Yue also saw Yi Chen's expression. It wasn't that she wanted to see it, but it was clear that Yi Chen had deliberately shown it to her. The next moment Chu Yue grabbed the lead and said, "It's me. It's all the disciples' fault. I shouldn't have coveted those few plants of spirit grass and killed many of my fellow disciples. If I want to be killed or punished, Yue will never complain." Chu Yue took the initiative to admit her guilt, and the law enforcement hall was abuzz with discussion, with the disciples mostly accusing voices, while the elders were somewhat embarrassed. The difficulty was that Chu Yue was after all Hazel Moon's only relative, And there was also the possibility that Chu Tianjun had not put down this disciple who had almost become a pro-disciple. No, it's not senior sister alone. Disciple also entered the forbidden zone. I'm willing to be punished together with senior sister. Yichuan also stood out at this time. He was emotional and protected Chu Yuwei behind him. That kind of bearing and affection. Looking at many disciples couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Chu Yuwei still had her head lowered, but her eyes were completely murderous at the moment, which was directed at Yi Chen. She was very clear that it was obviously Yi Chen who had compelled him to enter the forbidden zone, but now he was acting like he was worried about Chu Yuwei and was forced to follow him into the forbidden zone. Senior brother, you nearly lost your life for me. Senior sister knows how you feel. As long as you are fine, the rest senior sister alone will bear. The killing intent in Chu Yuwei's gaze instantly converged, and when she opened her mouth again, there was only eyes full of tenderness towards Yi Chen. Yi Chuan was incomparably pleased in his heart at this moment. He thought that Chu Yuwei was really a stupid person with a lot of money, and thought that he had completely taken Chu Yuwei. And Yi Chuan wasn't worried that Chu Yuwei would die because he believed that Hazel Moon wouldn't care about Chu Yuwei. So if he took the initiative to bear the chastisement with Chu Yuwei himself, his master would also protect him and would even treat him better because of his performance. A good one to bear. Can you afford it? Against the order of the sect, to make dozens of fellow disciples fall. This is to extract the soul and refine the soul to thwart the bones and ashes. Lu Qingshu angrily rebuked with a face of hatred. The disciples in the hall all nodded their heads as well. Having made such a big mistake, it was indeed unreasonable not to take a life for a life. Talking more and more big. Gradually there is also some group excitement look, but at this time Hazel Moon has not appeared. Yi Duan slowly also some panic. However, it was good that everything was still not out of his control. In the midst of the countless voices clamoring for Chu Yuwei's execution, suddenly a calm voice came from outside the hall, and with it came a terrifying pressure. Wait, a sentence and slow down. And then Chu Tianjuan's upright and lofty stature stood in front of Chu Yuwei. Chapter 36, Big Breasts, No Brains. Chu Yuwei looked up with a dull expression and looked at the back in front of her. Spare her acting skills. At this moment tears cannot stop flowing. And then she couldn't feel everything around her, and only heard a voice like heavenly music. This child's initiation is still shallow. Considering that she is a first-time offender and has already repented, I would like to give her another chance. Even Elder Hazel Moon didn't step in, and realist Tianjun was even willing to step in to protect Chu Yuwei? If I didn't say that Tianjun Jinzi is sentimental and righteous, if I had such a master, I would be willing to let me die. This Chu Yuwei is also unlucky to have gotten into the hands of such an elder as Elder Hazel Moon. Senior brother, be careful what you say. That is at least an elder. Chu Tianjuan's appearance undoubtedly made things take a turn for the worse. If it was another elder, perhaps it would have been difficult to change the outcome of Chu Yuwei being subjected to capital punishment. But he was different. The Nine Heavenly Clan is now the strongest he has ever been. Senior brother Tianjun, I'm afraid this is out of order, isn't it? You are an elder and you can't put this matter behind you. A mid-Yuaning elder spoke out. This elder was surnamed Shen, and the Jindan disciple who fell in the secret realm this time was his disciple. Immediately afterward, a few more elders chimed in. The 70 or so fallen Foundation establishment disciples. There could be quite a few of them who had a connection with these elders. In the face of these elders' obstruction, Chu Tianjun only said, a complete late Yuaning demon beast. I wonder if it's enough to make up for this loss of the clan. What does it mean? As soon as Chu Tianjuan's words fell, the disciples in the hall exchanged words. The next moment Patriarch Tianxuan asked, Senior brother Tianjun intends to go and behead a great demon in the late Yuaning stage as a way to offset Chu Yuwei's fault? Chu Tianjun nodded his head and said, I remember that there is this article in the door rules. If one head is not enough, then two. The group of elders looked at each other in dismay. There was indeed such a provision in the sect rules, even if it caused serious consequences, but if it could be made up for at a much higher cost, it was possible to be absolved of the offense. And a complete Yuaning late-stage demonic beast body, that body can be treasure. Its value is definitely greater than a Jindan plus dozens of Foundation cultivators. If used properly, may even help a Jindan breakthrough Yuaning. The sect had an extra Yuaning real person. What value this was naturally self-evident. If senior brother Tianjun has the intention, that one head will suffice. Tianxuan directly agreed, and did not ask for two heads so outrageously. Good. Within 7 days I will present the clan with a great demon of the late Yuaning stage, Chu Tianjun said decisively. At this moment everyone's eyes rested on him. His image became incomparably tall. Chu Yuwei's eyes had blurred, and her heart was even melting at this moment. Senior uncle, he did not want me. He is in the impact of the stage of goddess of transformation. Such a critical juncture. Even in order to save me to give up the impact of goddess of transformation, but also to go to kill a late stage of the Yuan Great Demon. Chu Yue's world from now on can no longer accommodate a second person. From this moment Chu Tianjun has become her only. But soon Chu Tianjun said something else. Chu Yue, today you cannot die, but the death penalty can be avoided. The living crime is hard to escape. That is, a small punishment, but also to give an explanation to the dead fellow disciples. You seal the cultivation, lock the Peepa bone, go to the underground cage to reflect for 3 months. Chu Tianjuan's voice echoed in the law enforcement hall, which was exactly what he had suffered in his last life. Chu Yue kowed out heavily towards Chu Tianjun before saying, "Disciple receives punishment." Chu Tianjun did not look at Chu Yue, but his eyes glanced at Yi Chen, and at this moment, many gazes looked at Yi Chen, and some people began to wonder, earlier you had to die together with Chu Yue. How come you're not willing to seal your cultivation to go to the underground cage for 3 months now? Yi Dust at this time is also very entangled. Earlier he said righteously that he is willing to die with Chu Yue. That is because he knows that either Hazel Moon or Chu Tianjun, surely there will be someone will come out to protect Chu Yue. But now this kind of punishment, that would really be enforced. He did not want to really suffer. Just as Yi Chen hesitated, another voice rang out, still with the same words and slow down. The next moment Hazel Moon appeared in the middle of the hall. She didn't stand anywhere else. She stood beside Chu Tianjun. This was the first time she appeared in front of Chu Tianjun after Yi Duan came to the Nine Heavens sect. Chu Tianjun subconsciously moved 2 steps to the side, and in his heart, he also cursed Hazel Moon. This stupid woman, not coming sooner or later. What's the point of coming at this time to stir things up? As long as we let Young Wei lead the punishment to go to the underground cage, Yi Chuan's face will be discovered by many people, even if he goes alone. Isn't it good to let him suffer for 3 months? What a big chest. Big chest. Chu Tianjuan's teeth itched with anger, his gaze subconsciously sweeping over Hazel Moon's chest. Cough cough. Senior sister Hazel Moon, you've come at a really good time, Lu Qingshu said in a somewhat conspiratorial manner, and her afterglow also glanced at Chu Tianjun in dissatisfaction. Apparently she had just seen Chu Tianjuan's gaze looking at something he shouldn't have looked at. Disciple has had his master teaching responsibility. This chastisement should also I lead. Underground cage I go. Hazel Moon at this moment there are a few previous Chu Tianjun appearance. This is to be punished on behalf of Chu Yue. This article happens to be in the clan rules. Chu Tianjun, although the heart is dissatisfied, but it is not good to say anything. Yi Chuan lowered his head and exclaimed in his heart that he was hasty. He should have known that he should have been a little more active just now, and it was obviously too late if he behaved again now. In that case, then senior sister Hazel Moon, please. Chu Tianjun had anger in his heart and publicly asked Hazel Moon to follow the rules. Hazel Moon didn't hesitate, reaching out to the side of the law enforcement hall and beckoning, while 2 pitch-black chains then flew over. Under the gaze of countless gazes, the 2 chains directly pierced through her Peepa bone, and in an instant blood flowed down the chains. Don't master. The mistake was made by my disciple. It shouldn't be master to take the punishment on my behalf. Let me go. Chu Yue did not watch the show at this time. She rolled and crawled to Hazel Moon's feet, her face filled with deep remorse. Little Dust, take your senior sister back, Hazel Moon said in a cold voice, telling Yi Dust to take Chu Yue back. Yi Chuan was as if he had been pardoned, and with a pained expression on his face, he tugged Chu Yue and pulled him out. Hazel Moon then placed a seal on herself, sealing her cultivation for 3 months. Give yourself a seal, more or less undisciplined. Just like people who hold their own breath is not suffocated to death, but suffocated hard to do. If forced to break the seal is not impossible, to pay some price only. Hazel Moon finally gave Chu Tianjun a complicated look of guilt and gratitude before walking off to the underground cage by herself under the gaze of countless gazes. Originally, things should have ended here, but on Yi Chen and Chu Yue's way back, Chu Yue heard Yi Chen whisper, "Senior sister, we've all been tricked by Chu Tianjun. He didn't really want to save you. He just wanted to humiliate Senior." Chapter 37 Green Tea needs a green tea remedy. Ah, Little Dust, how did you find out? Chu Yue really hated to frustrate Yi Duan right now in her heart, but she still pretended on the surface that she was more willing to believe Yi Duan. Think about it, Senior sister. Even if Chu Tianjun doesn't show up, Senior will definitely save us. He had clearly offset the offense with a late-stage Yuaning demon, yet he still had to say something about how dead sins could be avoided and living sins could not be escaped. What is that underground cage? And also sealing cultivation. This minute is trying to humiliate people. His purpose from the beginning was not to punish you, but to humiliate the master. Yi Dust gave a burst of continuous output, which seemed to make sense at first glance. And with these words from Yi Chen, even those who only somewhat agreed with them would definitely see Chu Tianjun as a vicious and treacherous person. What? How could he be so vicious? Chu Yue said with horror on her face. Yet in her heart, She had already cursed Yi Chen countless times. Elder sister, you have grown up in the sect since you were young. You don't know that people's hearts are sinister. I heard that Chu Tianjun even still treats his own righteous daughter as a forbidden domain, and accepts her as a righteous daughter also just to take away her spiritual body. What can't his kind of people do? Yi Dust is still continuing to output. Chu Tianjuan's image is indeed already 10 evils. Proper immortal sect villain. Then shouldn't I be glad that I didn't worship under him? Little Dust is lucky to have you, Chu Yue said with a bird-like appearance. With a face of hindsight and also some celebration. Yi Chuan said with incomparable sincerity and solemnity. Don't worry, senior sister. I will definitely work hard to cultivate and grow up as soon as possible. And in the future, I will protect you and master. Little Dust. Chu Yue was touched and leaned her head on Yi Chen's chest, calling out Xiao Duan in a whisper-like manner. That tone was a little shy and still a little ambiguous. A hint of smugness flashed through Yi Chuan's eyes as he pretended to be nervous and reached out to touch Chu Yue's hair. This was naturally an extremely beautiful picture. After a few more moments, Chu Yue raised her head to look at Yi Duan, as if she had made some major decision. Her right hand wiped on her left wrist, then several storage bags appeared in front of her body. Little Dust, senior sister will give you all the pills. You must become stronger as soon as possible. These pills should be enough for you to cultivate to the Jindan stage, Chu Yue said with affection. Like the kind of young lady who sends a poor scholar to the capital to catch the exam. How can this be? It's all given to me. What about you, senior sister? Yi Chuan didn't take it immediately, but said with a difficult face, but he wasn't rejecting it. Senior sister, having you is enough, Chu Yue said shyly, and after saying this, she lowered her head. The appearance of a young girl in the throes of spring was truly portrayed by her. Chu Tianjun stood under the peach tree and took in the scene, and even with his divine sense enveloping him, every word the two said was heard clearly. In his last life Chu Tianjun should have been acted out by Yi Chen and Chu Yue in this way, but today when he saw this scene he not only didn't get angry, but instead laughed with a playful face and said, "This green tea still needs green tea to cure all. Chu Yue, in this life you really surprised me." Chu Tianjun then stopped paying attention to Yi Chen and Chu Yue as he transformed into a stream of light and left the Nine Heavens sect, naturally going to kill a late-stage Yuan great demon. Hazel Moon had already bound herself to the underground cage. The chain that locked her Peepa Bone had been nailed to the stone wall. The place was dark, filled with snakes, insects, rats and ants and filth. It was indeed too dirty for a fairy-like figure like Hazel Moon. Tianjun really isn't really heartless. I have now come to this underground cage to be punished. This should reduce some of the hatred towards me, right? Hazel Moon's clothes were already full of dirt. There were also dirty insects and bugs crawling on her body. All these she was full of concern. In her heart she was thinking whether Chu Tianjuan's hatred towards her was any less. When Chu Yue was interrogated, she delayed to show up, just in anticipation that Chu Tianjun could appear. Finally she still waited for the result she wanted. And the reason why she willingly came to the underground cage in Chu Yue's place was not because as a master she wanted to suffer for her disciple. It was simply because that was the way Chu Tianjun said to punish her. At night, in the courtyard of Tianxian Peak, Yi Chen and Chu Yue were both in their respective rooms. Yi Chen was frantically swallowing and refining pills. The pills Chu Yue gave him were not only numerous, but also of high quality. While refining the pills, Yi Chen was still planning the future in his mind. Chu Yue is already dead to me, and there's not much oil and water left in her. Find a chance to go to the great Ning dynasty. Ning Xiushi not only has more resources in her hands, but she's also a princess. It's really exciting to think about. To be subdued Ning Xiuzi. It is my turn to good master. Right. There's also that Lu Qingshu. Well, this woman is a bit hard to mess with. Fortunately the family has arranged many things in advance. A few days later Yi Chen smoothly broke through the middle stage of Foundation Establishment, and at this time, the talent he displayed was on the verge of catching up with Chu Tianjun. After a few more days, Yi Chen told Chu Yue about his desire to go out and practice. It was the norm for Foundation Establishment stage disciples to go out and practice, and it was reasonable for Yi Chuan to come down the mountain at this time. I heard that Ning Xiuji is recruiting a wide range of capable people. Perhaps she is also trying to get rid of Chu Tianjuan's control. Senior sister, I think this is also our opportunity. If we can unite with Ning Xiuji, there will be more hope to defeat Chu Tianjun, the devil. In the future, Yi Chen spoke out his plan, and in his mouth, Chu Tianjun had become a devil. Chu Yue seemed like she was really brainwashed by him. It was obvious that Yi Chen was going to start a harem. Not only was she not angry at all, but she was worried about Yi Chen's safety. After finishing, he also took the initiative to say, "Xiao Dust, the spiritual herbs that I picked in the secret realm last time, I will ask someone to refine them into pills. You need to speed up the progress of taking the pills. Oh, and strive to break through to Jindan as soon as possible. Senior sister, you are too good to me. I, Yi Chuan, swear to the heavens that I will not fail senior sister Yu Wei in this life. Yi Chuan pointed to the sky and swore with a sincere attitude and firm gaze. Ye dust excited down the mountain, straight to the Daning dynasty and go. Although he is only the middle stage of the foundation cultivation, but feel the world's strong people are but inserted into the label to sell the head of the disciples. The world of beauty should be submissive to their own crotch. Chu Tianjun was already in the Lubo mountain range at this time, and he didn't need to go to the distant northern region to kill a late Yuaning stage demon. There were a few of them in the Lubo mountain range, and Chu Tianjun is ready to kill this time. It can be said that he has a deep connection with him, and in his last life, this place was also the place where he capsized the most seriously, where Yi Duan made Chu Tianjun plant a big heel. There was a place called the Waveless Sea in the Flowing Wave Mountain Range, and although this place was called a sea, it was actually a huge lake. Chapter 38 Ruyan Lu, who waited for the heavenly ordained man. The lake was rich in some water-based heavenly treasures and even exotic treasures, and if he followed the trajectory of his last life, about a year and a half later, an exotic treasure would come out here. In the last life, many top clans in the 4 states of the eastern region had come to fight for it, and the people of the clans had ended up with heavy deaths and injuries because there was a peak Yuaning water auger in the Sea of Wavelessness. This guy was different from the normal demon race, and his strength was ridiculously strong, and even though he was still in the Yuaning realm, he was no longer much worse than the early stage of transformation spirit. In the end, it was Chu Tianjun, a righteous heavenly pride, who had decapitated this water auger that was comparable to the transformation god stage at the cost of dropping a small realm. Originally, with such a battle record, coupled with saving quite a few disciples of the Immortal Alliance, Chu Tianjun should have become an existence admired by everyone and would have become the leader of the Eastern Region Immortal Alliance. However, the actual situation is that right after he killed the Water Jiao, a female demon led a large number of demons to besiege the remaining Immortal Alliance disciples, and the female demon even claimed that Chu Tianjun was her master in full view of all the people, saying that all of this was a premeditated plan by Chu Tianjun. This Chu Tianjun completely washed out, and in the end it turned out to be Yi Chuan's power to save the day, with the remaining Immortal League disciples to kill the siege, and will be seriously injured down realm. Chu Tianjun tied back to the clan to be tried. Chu Tianjun actually wanted to come here a long time ago, but that water auger was really powerful, and in the past, he was not sure of it, but recently, his comprehension of the 6th instrument heavenly book has become deeper and deeper, and even though he hasn't fully stepped into the spirit transformation stage yet, he is confident that he will be able to kill the water auger. In the sky above the waveless sea, Chu Tianjun directly summoned the Tianxuan Sword, and then Tianxian transformed into a form, and the Koan eagle's wings converged, transforming into a koan and sinking into the waveless sea. A few moments later, the rippling surface of the sea that had no ripples surged, and then a huge roar and hissing sound came from under the water, as if there were some overwhelmingly ferocious beasts battling under the water. After a few more breaths, the Tianxian sword flew out of the water, and at this moment, it had already changed back to its flying sword form, and right behind it was a 100-foot giant auger with a silvery luster emanating from all over its body, and its breath was strong and emanated a terrifying pressure. Sinful animal, we meet again. Seeing this water jiao in front of him, Chu Tianjun said with a light smile on his face, Yuaning stage of the demon race intelligence is not worse than human. He naturally can understand, Chu Tianjun said, but words can be understood. The meaning of the words is puzzled. It was clearly the first time they had met. How did this human cultivator say that they had met again? This thought only flickered in the water jiao's consciousness, as the next moment there was no time for him to think. Chu Tianjun is not the kind of person who talks a lot of nonsense, and then the thunderous means fell. Faced with a water-scaly dragon whose strength was no weaker than that of the transformation spirit stage, Chu Tianjuan's first strike was his strongest means at the moment. One could only see countless subtle runes emerge behind him, which formed a circle of compasses, and that huge compass rotated as if it was manipulating the world. At this moment, Chu Tianjun was like a god. He just dropped a palm towards the water scaly, then with a grip of his 5 fingers, he hard drew out a small snake's white scaly shadow from within the 100-foot giant's scaly body. This shadow is the water jiao's Yuaning. It was held in Chu Tianjuan's palm, still struggling desperately, but as the compass rotated behind Chu Tianjun, the breath of the water jiao Yuaning quickly withered, as if it had been put into a grinding wheel to grind out its power. A few breaths later the water jiao Yuaning had nearly collapsed, and Chu Tianjun softly shouted, Tianxian. Then he threw the water jiao Yuaning, and the Tianxian sword transformed into a koan eagle and swallowed the water jiao Yuaning in one bite. The Tianxian sword that had swallowed the water scaly jiao's Yuaning did not return immediately, but instead, its wings contracted once again. and it transformed into the form of a koan again and rushed into the water. It was just that this time, the koan form of the Tianxuan Sword was very different from the previous one. Not only did its aura become more powerful, but its ability to control water was all significantly enhanced. This was another step closer to the evolution of the Tianxuan Sword into a spiritual treasure. The Tianxuan Sword swam around under the water and ended up with a palm-sized bronze box. Chu Tianjun held this bronze box in his palm and immediately associated it with the bronze coffin that Yichen had collected from the secret realm of the hidden Gold Valley. It was just that there were obviously immortal seals on the bronze coffin, but not on this bronze box. How do these things feel like they were originally prepared for Yichen? Chu Tianjuan's face was deep in thought, but he did not rush to open the bronze box. In this way he stood on the surface of the water for a long time, and suddenly Chu Tianjun looked toward the shore and said in a morose tone, "When do you want to see?" Where Chu Tianjuan's eyes looked, it was a row of willow trees, and there didn't seem to be anything wrong with it. However, right after his words fell, one of the willow trees suddenly emitted an emerald green light, and then a woman dressed in green with a stunningly beautiful appearance appeared. Seeing this woman's face, Chu Tianjuan's intense killing intent surfaced in the depths of his eyes. This woman he recognized even if she turned into ashes. It was the demon girl who suddenly ran to him in his last life and said that he was her master. "Elder, don't be angry. My daughter didn't mean to peek, but she was born and rooted here, and now that her cultivation is shallow, she can't move at all." The female demon transformed by the willow tree bowed respectfully towards Chu Tianjun and explained. She looked terrified and looked genuinely scared. This demon girl's cultivation is only equivalent to the human Jindan stage, but Chu Tianjun felt very strange. Grass and trees into essence is difficult. Even if the opening of spiritual wisdom, cultivation will also be extremely slow. The last life to see this demon girl has been the early stage of the cultivation of Yuan. That meant that in the next year or so, this demoness, who was still only at the middle Jindan cultivation stage, would be able to cultivate to the Yuan stage. At this time, she should not have met Yichuan yet. It seems that Yichuan made her cultivation soar for a short period of time. Chu Tianjun contacted all kinds of things in his previous life and immediately connected this woman with Yichuan, and many places were figured out. "What is your name?" Chu Tianjun collected his killing intent and asked the other party in a calm tone. Then Chu Tianjuan's figure shifted, and he appeared under a willow tree, and 1 zhang away was the demoness that the willow tree had transformed into. I have to say that this Yichuan's vision is still okay. This harem's face value is all online. The temperament on this demoness is very special, dignified with flirtatiousness, pure and still not losing her flirtatiousness. And these several distinct temperaments can be perfectly blended again. Chu Tianjun looked the other party up and down, and began to comment in his mind, returning to Senior's words. "My name is Willow Ruyan." The demoness transformed by the willow tree respectfully replied. "Ruyan Lu, do you know what is in this copper box?" Chu Tianjun lifted the copper box and asked Ruyan Lu. Lu Ruyan hastily shook her head and said, "Although I have been here since I became conscious, I have never seen this object, but I feel that the water augur seems to be guarding this object." "Oh, then do you want to know what's inside?" Chu Tianjun not only hid his killing intent, a smile even appeared on his face. Lu Ruyan was of course curious. She nodded her head in a hurry, but then felt that it was not right, so she added, "Ruyan," but at the senior's command. Chu Tianjun didn't say anything else, but gently snapped his fingers to open the copper box in front of Lu Ruyan. The copper box opened, and immediately another pink-colored treasure pearl was presented, which was radiant and looked beautiful. But Chu Tianjun could see at a glance that there was something else inside the precious pearl, so he stretched out his finger towards the treasure bead and gently clicked it, and then the treasure bead shattered, and in an instant the pink mist filled the air, enveloping Chu Tianjun and Lu Ruyan in it. This is? What a powerful obscene poison! Chu Tianjun immediately understood what it was the moment he touched the pink mist. Chu Tianjun because of high cultivation is okay, but the opposite side of the Lu Ruyan is very difficult. She is in contact with the obscene poison of the moment. Immediately feel dry mouth and tongue. That desire will be like a river breaks the embankment to stop cannot be stopped. Oh no! It looks like today is going to be cheap for this person. I hope he is the man of destiny I am waiting for. Ruyan Lu breathed heavily, the little bit of sanity left telling her what would happen next. Chapter 39, Why do we feel like we're the spies? Ruyan Lu was indeed a willow tree, but ever since she possessed consciousness, she felt like she was here waiting for someone. Chu Tianjun operated the creation great selfless demonic skill, and then he realized that this demonic skill of his could even dissolve this obscene poison. This lecherous poison itself is a very advanced energy that causes the opposite sex to have an uncontrollable urge to copulate and to fall in love with each other unresistingly after the copulation. This moment of effort, Lu Ruyan has been wings like silk. She walked towards Chu Tianjun step by step, while walking also while retreating close, has been a look of old cunning. However, just as Lu Ruyan was about to climb onto Chu Tianjuan's body, and the two of them engaged in an in-death exchange, Chu Tianjun suddenly opened his 5 fingers, and then all of the surrounding pink mist was sucked into his body, and was transformed into the purest spiritual energy under the creation great self-sufficient devil power. Without the obscene poison, Lu Ruyan also instantly recovered. At the moment she was still blushing, but even more ashamed. Only Lu Ruyan hurriedly pulled up her shirt and lowered her head to wrap her hands around it. That, thanks to Senior's divine ability. Otherwise Ruyan Lu wanted to say something to ease the awkward atmosphere, but the more she said, the more awkward she felt. Lu Ruyan lowered her head. Half a day did not see Chu Tianjun response. She gathered the courage to look up, and what she saw face to face was Chu Tianjun. Corners of the mouth floated up a cold smile. Then in Lu Ruyan's horrified gaze, Chu Tianjun directly reached out and ripped off Lu Ruyan's shirt. Senior, you don't why are you doing this? Lu Ruyan was unresistingly pressed by Chu Tianjun onto her own native willow tree, and what immediately followed was a rough whipping. Ruyan Lu's screams resounded around the lake. She felt humiliated and baffled. In fact, just now by the obscene poison interference, Lu Ruyan has been prepared. Even she does not hate the human strongman in front of her. Chu Tianjun easily killed the strength comparable to the transformation god stage of the water Jiao. In Lu Ruyan's heart already has a deep imprint. The demon race was naturally in awe of the strong, and perhaps for a moment, Lu Ruyan was glad that the copper box was a powerful obscene poison, but obviously you don't have to be so ashamed. Why does Senior have to dissolve the lechery poison before using strength? Chu Tianjun was indeed very strong, the kind that was strong in all aspects, and by the time he got dressed it was already half an hour later. At this moment, Lu Ruyan was really like a willow branch, soft without any half strength. She hugged her shirt in silence and didn't know what to say, and when she saw that Chu Tianjun also didn't speak for half a day, she summoned up the courage to look over. Lu Ruyan didn't see the scene of Chu Tianjun putting the Tianxuan Sword into the copper box and sinking the copper box into the water a moment before. She only saw Chu Tianjun lifting up his pants and preparing to leave. Elder, the first time I saw you I had a good feeling about you. Just now open the jade box. If you go along, I would have also obeyed you. Why are you treating me like this? Seeing that Chu Tianjun was leaving, Lu Ruyan was eager to ask for understanding. Plus she was a demon. This speech was also direct enough. Chu Tianjun stopped his steps and turned back with an evil smile before speaking. The first time I saw you, I wanted this. Lu Ruyan froze, was ashamed and angry, but she didn't dare to be angry, and felt as if there was no need to be ashamed of anything. Chu Tianjun did not kill Lu Ruyan this time. He wanted to see if Yuan would still want it after he knew that Lu Ruyan had broken her body, and the reason why he answered this way. One is to respond to the words of Lu Ruyan just now. Everyone is the first look. Secondly, it was to avenge the revenge of being pitted by Ruyan Lu in his previous life, and it was also a way to vent his anger. Dropping these words, Chu Tianjun continued to leave, but Lu Ruyan shouted again, Senior, can we meet again? Chu Tianjuan's body trembled at the words, then accelerated away from the place, thinking, is this demoness even addicted? Lu Ruyan here, no matter how it develops later, at least it can be disgusting and incidentally in a handful of Yuan. Of course, the premise is that he can still go here in this life. When Chu Tianjun returned to the Nine Heavens sect, it happened to be evening, and he appeared directly over the sect's main hall before releasing the corpse of the 100-foot giant scaly dragon. Senior brother Tianxu, I have already killed a peak Yuaning great demon. This is a water scaly dragon that has been cultivated for 1,000 years. Please be at liberty as to how the sect wants to dispose of it. Chu Tianjuan's voice resounded throughout the entire Nine Heavens sect. At this moment, countless pairs of gazes were looking towards this place, and the 100-foot augur body was indeed shocking enough. But what was even more shocking was Chu Tianjuan's words, peak Yuaning, or the legendary augur. Tianjun real person is not a transformation god, and it must not be worse than the transformation god stage. After handing over the corpse of the water scaly dragon to the sect, Chu Tianjun left directly, and he had just returned to Tianjun Peak. Lu Qingshu came. Elder brother, you are also too willing to give up. That is comparable to the god realization stage of the body of a great demon. Just those flesh and blood can be refined countless spirit pills. Skin and bone is even the perfect material for refining magic treasure. And how come you don't even take the heart of the water scaly dragon? The essence blood in there is enough to pile up a Yuaning stage real person. Lu Qingshu was obviously here to complain, and it looked like she was reprimanding a loser man. They must be very happy then? Chu Tianjun just asked with a smile. Hearing Chu Tianjun so asked, Lu Qingshu is even more angry. Dissatisfied white Chu Tianjun a glance continued, not only are they happy, I heard that the entire eastern region have caught wind of it. Qingzhou, Yuezhou, Yangzhou, Some clans have been through a variety of relationships, wanting to exchange some of the water-scaly material. Chu Tianjun wasn't angry at all at Lu Qingshu's complaint, but said meaningfully, "Then doesn't senior sister take a small notebook to write it down? Didn't some people jump out on their own?" Lu Qingshu's expression stagnated when she heard this. She instantly figured out what was going on, and then looked at Chu Tianjun somewhat apologetically, waited for a moment before saying, "I'm sorry senior brother. Qingshu didn't understand your good intentions. It's just that such a precious thing is cheap for nothing to these wolfish guys. There's no harm in it. One day we'll make them all return it. I originally only thought that it was just some elders of the clan who were selfish. But now it seems that there is still something fishy in the fact that we couldn't produce a single spirit transformation stage in the last 1,000 years in Fufeng Prefecture." Chu Tianjun waved his hand and said, his gaze deep and his tone somewhat gloomy. Since not being a bad guy, Chu Tianjun seemed like his entire being was permeable. Besides wanting to deal with Yi Chen, he also gradually noticed the root problem of the Nine Heavens sect. His own sect was being sucked by other sects, and even most of the elders were deliberately suppressing the talented disciples. However, Chu Tianjun now there is the most important question cannot understand. That is, all the elders of the Nine Heavens sect know that the ancestor shrine in a Taishan elder, the cultivation is to reach the terrifying cave Xian realm. These guys and how dare? And how did this Taishan elder ancestor manage to be able to remain unheard? The following days Chu Tianjun was not at Tianjun Peak, instead spending most of his time in the Tibetan scripture pavilion. Chu Tianjun remembered that it was at this time in his last life that he came back from the hidden Gold Valley injured and picked up that heaven-taking creation technique by chance when he was reading in the Tibetan scripture pavilion to recuperate. In fact, within a few days of being reborn and coming back, he went to the hidden scriptures cabinet, but after searching all over, he couldn't find the skill of raiding the heavens and creating the world. And this time he came back again and still didn't find it. That is to say that the heaven-taking creation technique was originally not in the Tibetan scripture cabinet. It was put in by someone later? Could it be that because of the changes I made in this life, that person doesn't intend to give me the heaven-taking creation technique? Chu Tianjun stood in front of the window of the hidden scripture pavilion looking out the window contemplating. He was basically sure that that heaven-taking creation technique was intentionally given to him by someone. However, he didn't cultivate it in his last life because this technique, no matter how it was described or what it actually did, looked like a demonic technique. In this life he cultivated, but the feats that were supposed to appear no longer appeared. After guarding Chu Tianjun for a few days in a row, he didn't guard it and finally left the hidden scripture pavilion. And during these few days, the elders in the sect had already divided that water auger cleanly. Back to Tianjun Peak, Lu Qingshu was the first to come. "Elder brother, I followed what you said. I'll take a small notebook to write down. The situation is worse than we thought." Lu Qingshu held a small book in her hands, flipping through it as she spoke. Chu Tianjun is also the more you listen to the deeper the frown. These days in addition to Chu Tianjun and Lu Qingshu, as well as still in the closed life and death of the 9 swords of the real man, plus 1 in the underground cage punished Hazel Moon real man, all the rest of the 9 heavens sect of the Yuan real man, including the patriarch of the heavenly pivot of the real man, all in the other factions have liaison, the water auger body of a number of good things, but also through the elders of the flow of these other sects. Elder brother, if it wasn't for you gathering some disciples over the years, now I'm afraid that the entire 9 heavenly clans is all undercover spies. My master's lineage of Moonwatch Peak doesn't have many disciples. Tianxian Peak's lineage is even more so, and I just become a Yuaning not long ago, and there are no disciples in Qingshu Peak. Lu Qingshu's expression was very grave. The more she understood the situation, the more she felt that this sect was hopeless. So what exactly is the exact percentage? Chu Tianjun asked curiously. Although he had gathered some disciples, he had not cared about the exact number. The number of disciples on our side is less than 20%. Lu Qingshu's tone was no longer grave, but had turned heavy. How come it feels like we're the spies? Suddenly Chu Tianjun said in a self-deprecating manner. Lu Qingshu was stunned at his words, but on second thought, it seemed to be true. Chapter 40, the old ancestor who even forgot his own name. Who is a spy? This problem, according to the current situation of the 9 heavens sect, already belongs to the philosophical category. Chu Tianjun and Lu Qingshu are tacitly did not continue to discuss. Qingshu, how much do you know about that supreme old ancestor of our 9 heavens sect? Chu Tianjun then brought the topic to the mysterious 9 heavens sect's supreme old ancestor. If it wasn't for senior brother you telling me, I wouldn't even know that there is a supreme old ancestor. But if there really is, how could the old ancestor stand by and watch the sect fall so far? And it's even possible to lead the 9 heavens sect to become the number 1 sect in this realm if it's really at the cave Xian stage. Lu Qingshu looked a bit bewildered. But these doubts of hers did exist like a paradox in the 9 heavens sect. However, Now Chu Tianjun was becoming more and more convinced. Because why did a person like Yi Qin prefer to come to the Nine Heavens sect? There was no reason in this regard. It's true. Hazel Moon has been instructed by the Supreme Elder Ancestor, and I may have even seen her. Chu Tianjun said very seriously. Senior brother has met the Supreme Ancestor? Lu Qingshu became even more curious. Aren't many of you curious about how I walked up the 9 heavenly mountains in a mortal body? Today, I will show you how I went up the mountain back then. Chu Tianjun suddenly emerged behind the compass shadow, and then his eyes emitted 2 beams of light, which intersected in front of his body, and Lu Qingshu saw the images flowing in the light screen in front of him, and Chu Tianjun presented his memories in the form of images. The scene begins on a cold winter day, when the teenage Chu Tianjun, wearing a thin coat, is treading through the snow, delivering firewood to the landlord's family. Chu Tianjun was an orphan, but an orphan with better luck. At least he grew up and grew to an age where he could fend for himself and not starve to death despite the hardships of life. Sold firewood. Chu Tianjun got a few coins. He bought a few steamed buns on the street, put 2 of them into his arms, and gave all the rest to the small beggars on the street. At that time, Chu Tianjun was still an ordinary person, but he was already displaying a rotten character. In fact, it can't be said that he sucks, because it was through the charity of good people that he was able to grow up, and now he nevertheless does what he can to help orphans with a fate similar to his own at one point in time. After distributing the steamed buns, Chu Tianjun returned to his simple dwelling, picked up some dry wood to build a fire, then used snow to boil some boiling water, and while he was enjoying today's meal, a voice suddenly appeared. Little fellow, can't see that you have such a kind heart. You can't even feed yourself and give it back to others? The person who came was a young girl who was also thinly dressed, only that the clothes on the young girl were very clean, much too much cleaner than Chu Tianjun. Seeing that the other party was wearing thin clothes and staring at the steamed buns in his hands, he subconsciously said, if the girl is temporarily sheltering from the wind and snow, come and sit down. The young girl smiled and sat next to Chu Tianjun. Thought for a moment Chu Tianjun or another steamed bun handed the young girl this snow for a moment and a half for fear that it will not stop. Do not mind if you will be a little. The young girl took the steamed bun without disdain and then ate it very elegantly. When the young girl finished eating the steamed bun, she took the initiative to speak. This life is in a hurry for dozens of years. Does the little one intend to live like this for the rest of his life? At this time, Chu Tianjun also noticed that this young girl, who seemed to be about the same age as himself, had already called himself little guy twice. How else can an ordinary person live if not like this? In addition to dreaming of everything, which is an easy thing in reality. Chu Tianjun replied somewhat helplessly. Ideas are certainly everyone has, but the reality is cruel. Life is not how you want to do. Can go with the flow has outperformed a lot of people. Now there is an opportunity to see if you want. How about going to cultivate immortality with me? The young girl suddenly looked at Chu Tianjun seriously and said, what? Cultivating immortality? Forget it, this can't even be dreamed of. Chu Tianjun laughed and waved his hand, certain that the other party was joking with him. I'm not kidding, don't believe you see. The young girl glared at Chu Tianjun somewhat angrily, and then gently snapped her fingers. And then Chu Tianjun felt the sky spinning, and in the next moment was no longer in the tattered thatched hut, but appeared on the surface of a river that had been frozen. Barricade? Chu Tianjun looked around in surprise. At the moment he himself actually didn't believe that it was a barricade. This is the shrinking earth, the divine ability of a cave Xian stage cultivator. What kind of blindfold? Don't have any insight. Now follow me to cultivate immortality? The young girl gently knocked Chu Tianjun's head with her hand and asked him once again if he cultivated immortality. I can really cultivate immortality? Chu Tianjun was knocked on the head, as if he had already believed the young girl, but was still just a little unsure. The young girl nodded, then continued as if she was luring Chu Tianjun. After cultivating immortality, not only will you be clothed in fine clothes and food, you will also be able to marry so many beautiful daughters-in-law. Then fix it. Chu Tianjun agreed somewhat reluctantly. To be honest, Chu Tianjun was really not running to a beautiful daughter-in-law at that time, and at that time he was still pristine only to improve his life. A sentence then repair it, has not really opened Chu Tianjun's path to immortality, but a memorable journey up the mountain. The 9 heavenly mountains towers over the clouds, and the main peak is nearly 10,000 feet high, and it is said that no mortals have ever walked up the mountain, but the young girl led Chu Tianjun step by step up the mountain. Fairy, why are you taking me to cultivate immortality? The road up the mountain was not easy to walk. Chu Tianjun talked to the young girl when he had nothing else to do, and soon after he also confirmed that the other party was very powerful, so he referred to them as fairies. This path is too lonely. Wanting to find someone to accompany me? Just like how I'm accompanying you on this mountain path right now. The fairy's reply was very meaningful. especially with the blanket of white snow, the two figures that were going over the sublime mountains one after the other. Such images were constantly flickering, and it could be seen that Chu Tianjun and the fairy had been walking for a long time. When they were hungry, they searched for wild fruits in the mountains, and when they were thirsty, they cupped a handful of snow and nibbled on it. You are so powerful. Why don't you just take me to the top of the mountain with a shrinking ground? There are no roads on this mountain. When are we going to walk? After about 2 or 3 days of walking, Chu Tianjun said with some impatience. At that time, Chu Tianjun was completely unaware of the levels of cultivation, and thus did not have the slightest bit of reverence for this young girl who was probably an old monster of the cave Shen stage. The young girl stopped and smiled at Chu Tianjun, then raised her hand to point behind Chu Tianjun and said, "Look behind you." Chu Tianjun turned back with some uncertainty and bewilderment. He saw nothing but 2 rows of footprints on the snow. One row was his own, and the other row was the one of the girl who said that she would take him to cultivate immortality. I looked. There's nothing? Chu Tianjun asked in disbelief. How come there's nothing? You say there are no paths on this mountain. What are those that we have walked on? The young girl said with a smile. After saying this she paused. Then her expression became serious, and she continued, as for how far to go, to the point where you can't hold on anymore, or to the end of the road. For a moment then, Chu Tianjun seemed to vaguely understand something, but couldn't say exactly. The road is very long. Chu Tianjun walked for 10 days, when he saw the majestic hall of the Nine Heavens sect, and the disciples of the sect who transformed into a recluse, or directly flew on the imperial sword. Chu Tianjun was sure that he had not been cheated. Senior, when can I be like this? Chu Tianjun excitedly asked, pointing at the disciples of the Nine Heavens sect coming and going in the sky. He had already changed his name to call the other party master. However, the young girl waved her hand and said, I cannot do your master. I also do not accept the apprentice. In case one day you hang up in advance, I will not still have to send the black hair. Master and apprentice, what is the most annoying? In vain to increase the attachment, in vain to add the love injury. But don't worry, I've arranged a master for you. Hazelmoon is not only the best qualification in the Nine Heavenly clan in the last 1,000 years, but also very beautiful. Oh, in vain to add attachment, in vain to add love injury. This sentence Chu Tianjun also said once when he was reborn. In fact, it is what he heard from this young girl's mouth. In that case, then can I know your name? Senior? You are my leader after all. I want to remember you for the rest of my life. Chu Tianjun had already sensed at this point that the young girl in front of him, who looked about the same age as himself, probably had a very high status cultivation. These words were not his deliberate compliments. He did want to always remember the other party's good. After all, he was the persona of a rotten good guy. Not to mention that the other party did deserve the title of leader. However, when she heard Chu Tianjun ask her name, the young girl was contemplative, and after a moment said with great difficulty, Name it's really too long. I even forgot my own name. It's really not that I don't tell you. Chu Tianjuan's memory screen ended here, and what followed was him being fought over by a group of elders in the sect's main hall to be accepted as a disciple. Senior brother, this old ancestor is a bit odd. She knocked your head twice in total. After watching Chu Tianjuan's memory screen, Lu Qingshu only said this. Chapter 41, when it comes to mentality, it's me, the queen of movies. Chu Tianjun nodded. Anyone could see that this old ancestor was eccentric. The other party did knock him on the head twice. Once when Chu Tianjun didn't believe that she was an immortal cultivator and said that it was a barrier. Another time was before Chu Tianjun entered the Nine Heavenly Hall. The old ancestor said that he had arranged for a beautiful female cultivator named Hazelmoon to accept him as a disciple, and jokingly said that Hazelmoon was very beautiful when he gently knocked Chu Tianjun on the head at that time as well. Chu Tianjun and Lu Qingshu discussed for a long time, and did not discuss anything substantial about this mysterious old ancestor, but Lu Qingshu did remind Chu Tianjun, saying that the clan had a place dedicated to history, and perhaps some clues could be found there. The next day Chu Tianjun came to a remote compound where there were only a few disciples whose lifespan was about to run out and none of them had high cultivation levels. It was not known who initially established this place. When Chu Tianjun indicated his intention, a disciple brought him to a row of houses, opening the doors of these houses, all of which were filled with neatly arranged books. Yes, all of them were paper books. No jade slips, not shadow-retaining stones or anything like that. The history of the Nine Heavens sect was surprisingly recorded with paper, one word at a time. This time Chu Tianjuan's workload was big, but it was good that he was only looking for someone, not to fully understand the 10,000 years of history of the Nine Heavens sect. Soon he found a suspicious person in the history books that were between 4 and 3,000 years old. The history of the sect did not have many records of this person's deeds, but every record was not simple. Firstly, This person was the first one from the Nine Heavens sect to walk up the mountain in a mortal body. And secondly, this person was also the pride of that era, having cultivated to the void refining stage in just over 100 years. It wasn't the transformation of God stage that everyone aspired to now in the sect, but the higher refined void stage. But the records about this person came to an abrupt end 3,000 years ago, not saying whether he died or broke through the realm and ascended or something like that. Seeing this, Chu Tianjun had basically found the answer, as the name of this person, Yu Xuanji, was mentioned many times in the historical records. Chu Tianjun then arrived at the ancestral hall. He pushed open the aged door and swept his gaze over all the tablets in the ancestral hall one by one. When he finished reading it, Chu Tianjun showed a smile on his face, and then said to the empty ancestor shrine, "Old ancestor Xuanji, you're the one who brought me up the mountain, right?" Yu Xuanji was a genius in the history of the Nine Heavens sect, yet there was no tablet for her in the ancestor's shrine, which meant that she hadn't died, so the supreme ancestor could only be her. Unfortunately, even though Chu Tianjun had already established the identity of the supreme old ancestor, no one responded to him. No response to Chu Tianjun also does not matter. There are still some remaining doubts he is not entangled. Chu Tianjun know that as long as their own cultivation goes up, all the doubts will be unraveled, such as their own cultivation to the whole Xian realm. The Xian Gui old man most likely to show himself. "Senior sister, I plan to go into seclusion again. I'm counting on you for the affairs of the clan. If you encounter something urgent, you can wake me up." Chu Tianjun handed Lu Qingshu a jade talisman that could ignore the formations in his residence. Elder brother. These days Chu Yue goes to the underground cage to accompany Misty Moon every day. And it's almost time for the 3-month period. Should we tell Misty Moon about Yi Chen's character? Lu Qingshu had recently paid attention to Chu Yue, because that day Chu Tianjun had saved Chu Yue after all. Forget it. If the heart does not believe, is to see with her own eyes, she will not believe. If the heart understands, we do not say she herself will understand. Chu Tianjun sighed and said, he did not want to change Hazel Moon until now. Perhaps it is really hurt too hard. Since Yi Chen went down the mountain, Chu Yue did go to accompany Hazel Moon every day. She also didn't bring food for Hazel Moon, not to mention giving Hazel Moon pills to take. She just quietly sat not far away and silently cultivated. At first Hazel Moon told Chu Yue to go back, saying that this place was dirty. Chu Yue, on the other hand, just said, I have poor qualifications. It's the same wherever I cultivate. And then she didn't answer whatever Hazuki said. Hazel Moon wasn't stupid. Although these were Chu Yue's self-deprecating words, how could she not hear the resentment in them? Her qualifications were poor, but she once had the opportunity to worship under Chu Tianjuan's door, so she would have gathered thousands of favorites. But now Chu Yue was like a child that no one wanted. Yue, it's master teacher who was wrong. You should have been favored in Tianjun Peak. It's master teacher who is sorry for you. After a few more days, Hazel Moon finally bowed her head and admitted her mistake to Chu Yue. This undoubtedly also admitted that taking in Yi Duan was a mistake. However, Chu Yue just smiled and said to Hazel Moon, Master, you are my only relative in this world. There is no need to say sorry. Chu Yue's words made Hazel Moon's heart even harder, and her sense of guilt intensified. Because of a Yi Chuan, he had destroyed his only relative. Hazel Moon, who was originally just a little disgusted with Yi Chuan, had suddenly developed a trace of hatred. 3 months quickly arrived. The seal on Hazel Moon dissipated, and her Yuaning stage cultivation was instantly restored. And then the chains were shaken away, and the wound at the collarbone healed quickly. Only the torn hole in the garment could not heal. Let's go back. These days have made you suffer, Hazel Moon said to Chu Yue with incomparable apologies. Chu Yue was silent, just quietly following behind Hazel Moon. Leaving the underground cage, they flew towards Tianxian Peak. It was natural to see Tianjun Peak on the way, and seeing it again after 3 months, Hazel Moon's mind was in a bit of a trance. The peach blossoms at the top of that mountain are still rosy, just that they don't even have a reason to go. And then look at Chu Yue, who is silent as a walking corpse behind her. Hazel Moon's mood is getting more and more sullen. Where did your senior brother go? Returning to Tianxian Peak, Hazel Moon didn't look at Yi Duan, which is when she asked Chu Yue. To be honest, if Chu Yue didn't show up during this period of time, Hazel Moon wouldn't have compared it. In fact, when Chu Yue went to the underground cage to accompany her on the first day, Hazel Moon had thought about it. The same was her own disciple, and Yi Chen was the personal disciple who officially worshipped the master. Why didn't she even come to see herself? Later, she did not ask Chu Yue, and Chu Yue did not take the initiative to say, but Misty Moon's heart has long been dissatisfied. That day when the precepts Hall Yi Duan retreated has already made Misty Moon question his character, and now this questioning is even deeper. He's gone to the Daning dynasty, saying that he's going to look for Ning Qiuji. Chu Yue just said it matter-of-factly, without any personal emotions mixed in. Looking for autumn resignation. What is he looking for autumn resignation for? Hazel Moon said with a slight frown. In Hazel Moon's heart, Ning Qiuji's status is very high. After all, Ning Qiuji is still in the Tianjun Peak of that period of time. She was able to go to Tianjun Peak at any time, any place in the right place. And there are even rumors that say that Ning Qiuji is the illegitimate daughter of her and Chu Tianjun. Not only did Hazuki not resent that rumor, she even had some joy in her heart. As soon as she thought of this, Hazel Moon heart is more angry. She suddenly felt that even if the previous Chu Tianjun always a look of refusal, but also always give their own face, but now look back that surprisingly are quite happy, now while even the opportunity to be rejected are not. Chapter 42, Inviting the King into the Jar. Chu Tianjuan's seclusion this time was not to impact the God transformation realm. Although his cultivation would change very much once he reached the God transformation stage, it would likewise make some things not so good to carry out. That was why he had actually been suppressing his cultivation recently, instead using his main focus on studying the sixth instrument heavenly book. On the other hand, Yichuan also seemed to be blessed with good fortune, and after coming to the Daning dynasty, he really had a smooth ride. When he came to the capital city of the Daning dynasty, that day happened to be the secular Shangyuan festival. This day the city was decorated with lanterns and colors. The most lively Jinning Pond even has a boat cruise to and from the boat. Songs and dances ceaselessly, the literati and writers chanting poems and compositions. It just so happens that the eldest princess Ning Qiushi also this night is also swimming in the lake. Her building boat is very gorgeous, but in the end, the status is different, and cannot really have fun with the people. Although there are a few ministers of the court accompanying the boat, but not the oldest old man, but also 40 or 50 years old. Ning Qiushi, the eldest princess, still seems to be very lonely. Just when Ning Qiushi was feeling bored, suddenly a small boat slowly sailed past in front of the building ship, and at the head of the boat, a green-clothed gentleman stood in a graceful manner, and under the moonlight-colored lamp, he was indescribably handsome, leaning idly on a flat boat, the water and clouds on the Jinning Pond sky, with whom to sit, the clear wind and bright moon eye. The green-clothed male stood with his arms folded, reciting the poem under his breath. His voice wasn't loud, but it was just loud enough to be heard by Ning Qiushi and the others on the floorboat. Good poem, good intention. A few ministers beside Ning Qiushi couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, and naturally all eyes on board looked towards that green-clothed male. Go invite this gentleman. Ning Qiushi was also struck with a love of talent, and ordered those around him to go and invite him. Soon the green-clothed male arrived in front of Ning Qiushi, and he bowed towards her without being overbearing, saying, Yi Duan, a personal disciple of the Nine Heavens Sect's Hazel Moon realist, has met your highness. What? You said that you are Elder Hazel Moon's disciple? Senior Misty Moon treats me extremely well. She's like a mother in my heart. Are you really her disciple? Ning Qiushi said with joy. Yi Chen then recognized Ning Qiushi. He thought he had made a perfect appearance, and Ning Qiushi was also extremely kind to him, bringing him into the palace that night, and also hosting a banquet for him. How is Senior Hazel Moon? At first, Ning Qiushi didn't ask about Hazel Moon's situation, and pretended to be unaware of the things that had happened in the Nine Heavens sect over the years. Alas, the master's father Yichuan had a pained look on his face, and then added that Chu Tianjun had imprisoned Hazel Moon in an underground cage in order to humiliate her. Senior sister, I shouldn't have said these words. You and Elder Chu are father and daughter after all. But, Yi Chen paid attention to the change in Ning Qiushi's expression, and was careful in what he said. After all, he had only heard rumors that Ning Qiushi and Chu Tianjun were not on speaking terms, and he still needed to verify it. Don't say it. I know. He can do this kind of thing. Even though he is called my righteous father, he is only seeking to take over my spirit body. The next moment Ning Qiushi took the initiative to dispel the concerns in Yi Chen's heart. This time the two just hit it off. Yichuan said that he would definitely defeat the great devil Chu Tianjun and save his elder sister and master. Ning Qiushi also cooperated and said that he wanted to work with Yichuan to achieve great things, so that Yichuan would cultivate well to improve his strength. It was only when Yi Chen left that Ning Qiushi immediately changed to a blooming expression. Senior brother Yang, how is the big gift we prepared for Yi Chen? Ning Qiushi suddenly said, and then Yang Ming appeared behind her. The big formation has been set up long ago. As long as he falls into the formation, even a Yuaning real person will have his godly form destroyed. Yang Ming said confidently, although he was only in the middle stage of Jindan. The true solution to formation given to him by Chu Tianjun was a relic of an ancient cultivator, and it was said that there was an era when formations were still the mainstream of cultivation. Among them, there were quite a few formations for killing enemies at a cross level, only that the formations required a large amount of resources and were set up in advance. and they needed the opponent to enter them to be effective. Then in a few days I'll find a way to introduce him into the formation. Father doesn't make a move to kill Yi because he wants to know how many cards he has. So I'll share my father's worries first. This time it's best if I can kill Yi. If I can't, I can definitely make him reveal some of his cards as well, Ning Qiushi said dryly, which decided to take a shot at Yi. Ning Qiushu's qualifications were similar to Chu Youwei's. Both could be called absolute waste materials, and were also the two people with the worst qualifications Chu Tianxuan had ever seen. However, these two now had diametrically opposite personalities. Chu Youwei was also playing Yi, but she was putting in a long line to catch a big fish, whereas Ning Qiushi was thunderous and not as patient as Chu Youwei. These few days Yi Duan was helping Ning Qiushi to deal with the country's military affairs. It had to be said that Yi Duan's advantages of this person did have a lot of advantages. With his help, the Ning country's army combat power was rapidly increasing. Some good policies were formulated, and the country's power could be increased in the future. Senior brother Yi, an urgent report has come from the front line. The Qin kingdom has even colluded with the Devil's Way in order to block the advance of our army. And now the war is tight. What can we do about it? One day Ning Qiushi said with an anxious face while holding the urgent report from the front line. Yi Chuan knew that this was the time for him to show his performance. He felt that in just a few days, Ning Qiushi had become dependent on him, and if he helped her solve the trouble of the Qin kingdom's devilish reinforcements this time, he should be able to take down Ning Qiushi. So Yi Duan immediately patted his chest and assured that he could handle the district with his own hands. The other party is also a cultivator after all. I don't feel comfortable with senior brother Yi going alone. Senior sister will accompany you, Ning Qiushi said with worry. Yi Chuan heart secretly happy. This can not let go of himself? The district woman herself is really a handful. However, on the surface, he still pretended to be thinking about Ning Qiushi, and then said, Senior sister is a body of 1,000 pieces of gold, so you don't need to go into danger with me. Just wait for my good news in the national capital. Not good. If senior brother has a good or bad, how do senior sister Ning Qiushi said in a hurry, halfway through the words and feel embarrassed, shyly lowered his head. Yi Chuan was even more pleased to see this, then reluctantly agreed and said that he would protect Ning Qiushi and never let her suffer a bit of harm, even if Chu Tianxuan, that old dog, couldn't. Now in Yi Duan's mouth, Chu Tianxuan had been downgraded from an old devil to an old dog. Unfortunately, he didn't even know that what Ning Qiushi finally said in his heart was actually, if you don't die, I'll be teared up. A few days later Yi Duan chased after a group of guys covered in demonic aura and beat these demonic cultivators into submission. Ning Qiushi also followed behind. This time she had personally seen Yi Chuan displaying part of his strength, and she had to say that it did make Ning Qiushi surprised. Obviously Yi Chuan, who was only in the middle stage of foundation establishment, that means had already been completely not weaker than the Jindan stage. Alright senior brother, let's chase here. Suddenly Ning Qiushi shouted behind Yi Chen. Yi Chuan subconsciously stopped in his tracks, and he noticed that when Ning Qiushi shouted this, the few Devil Dao cultivators who were still fleeing also stopped. What do you mean by that? Senior sister? Yi Chen had some bad feelings in his heart. No sooner had he asked this than he felt an invisible barrier rise up and trap him within it. Chapter 43, She is really afraid of death. As the formation rose, Yang Ming, who had been secretly protecting Ning Qiushi, appeared behind him, his hand holding a formation disc. Light rose from that array disc, and there was a small silhouette on it that looked like Yi Chen in general. Ning Qiushi didn't answer Yi Chen immediately, but gently snapped his fingers, and in the next moment those Devil Dao cultivators who had originally fled, unexpectedly flew to Ning Qiushi's side, only that all of them looked very mute, as if they had no sanity. It doesn't mean much, it's just that we've arrived at the place. The scenery here is nice, isn't it senior brother? Being your burial place shouldn't dishonor you, Ning Qiushi said with a harmless look on his face. That look was still a bit similar to Yi Chen. Ning Qiushi, you stinking acted me out? Yi Chuan was not stupid by nature, and at this time, he definitely knew that he had been tricked by Ning Qiushi. You can't say that. Senior brother, aren't you also acting me? You came to me to provoke our father-daughter relationship. Are you only allowed to play someone else, but not someone else? There's no such thing in the world, is there? Ning Qiushi said with an unhurried look. This look made Yi Chen even more furious. Are these Devil Dao cultivators also your people? Yi Chuan stared at Ning Qiushi with an icy gaze. He also realized at this moment that he hadn't killed a single one of these Devil Dao cultivators, and that the other party had indeed intentionally lured himself here. And now that he thought about it, he had still been careless. Puppet Demon Soldier, the gadget that my father sent me for defense. Senior brother still seems to be poorly informed. Ning Qiushi introduced the Puppet Demon Soldier in front of him while not forgetting to dig at Yi Chen. Old Dog Chu is truly insidious. but you're pathetic enough. After all, you're just a furnace pot raced by old dog Chu. Yichuan snorted coldly and looked at Ning Qiushi with a disdainful expression. Ning Qiushi finally changed her face. She didn't care what Yi Chen thought of her, but she couldn't listen to others cursing Chu Tianjun, so he said in a grim tone, "What a deadbeat dog. Still thinking of stirring up trouble at this time? It's a pity that our father-daughter relationship is so good," said here Ning Qiushi, and suddenly changed into a face of complacency. "In addition, to tell you a secret, I simply do not have any immaculate spirit body, and even my qualifications are extremely poor." The dog saw all shook his head. "But my father is just good to me. Give me an inexhaustible amount of spirit pills. Send me countless exotic treasures. And even Ouyang's senior brother, this kind of formation masters were sent to the side to protect me. Are you not very jealous, ah?" Yichuan did break his defense a bit. This was completely different from the plot he had imagined. However, Yi Chen didn't storm out, but instead, the corner of his mouth raised a cold smile and said contemptuously, "Asterisk asterisk asterisk asterisk, you think that a mere formation can trap me?" Seeing this, Ning Qiushi also frowned slightly, quietly shielding the puppet demon soldier in front of him. The next moment a shocking aura erupted from Yichuan's body, followed by a loud shout from his mouth. "Break for me!" Even through the formation, Ning Qiushi could feel that Yi Chen seemed to have exerted the power of a mid to late Jindan stage in that instant just now. The formation light curtain shook slightly, but Yichuan didn't break it after all. Then he said with some surprise, "What kind of formation is this?" "The 5 elements diffractive heaven formation. It consumed almost all of my belongings. Senior brother Ouyang set it up day and night for several years. Yi Chen knows how much I value you, right?" Ning Qiushi said with a derisive face. This formation did consume a great deal. After all, it was a great formation that could exterminate the Yuaning stage. While Ning Qiushi was talking, Ouyang Ming wasn't idle either. He manipulated the array disc in his hand, and in an instant the array was raging with wind, fire, thunder, lightning, rain, snow, frost, and other kinds of power derived from the 5 elements. And if the array was a world, it was as if an extinction catastrophe was ushered in at this moment. Asterisk 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 asterisk, don't you know that villains die from talking too much? Suddenly Yi Chen once again said with a cold smile on his face. And at this moment a copper coffin appeared behind him. "Come out. You all have to die today." Yichuan looked open-mouthed, and as he uttered a single sentence, the coffin boards of that copper coffin began to slide, emitting the sound of metal friction. As the coffin board slid, Ning Qiushi saw a pair of hands covered in scaly armor first extend out of the copper coffin, while a horrifying pressure surged out of it. Finally using the bottom card? What kind of monster is this going to release? Ning Qiushi's face was grave, but she didn't retreat, only staring earnestly at the terrifying existence that was about to come out of the bronze coffin. "Ha ha 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 ha, a bunch of dirt dogs and chickens. How dare they act recklessly in front of me?" Yi Chen laughed even more openly, and within the formation that was originally raging with the power of the 5 elements. Ever since that bronze coffin was opened, the power couldn't even come close to Yi Chen. Soon a monster shaped like a canine and humanoid crawled out of the bronze coffin. The powerful aura on that body was even vaguely going to exceed the Yuaning stage. Not good. "Junior sister, quickly go." Ouyang Ming was the first to react, and he immediately blocked in front of Ning Qiushi, frantically urging the array plate in his hand while flinging out several other formations. "Die." Yichuan lowly hailed the word death, and in just an instant, the monster broke the 5 elements diffractive heaven formation before pouncing towards Ning Qiushi and Ouyang Ming. "Senior brother, I'll do it." Suddenly Ning Qiushi took a step forward, surprisingly really protecting Ouyang Ming behind him. It was just that in the face of that terrible monster, she didn't put up a fight, but rather looked as if she had tied her hands and looked frankly as if she was waiting to die. However, just as the monster's sharp claws were about to land on Ning Qiushi, a bright light suddenly emitted from her chest, followed by the appearance of a single subtle rune. These runes were all immortal seals, and the moment they appeared, they connected head to tail, instantly forming a golden sword shadow that headed straight for the monster the moment it was formed. "Impossible. How could there be an immortal seal on you?" Yi Chen was immediately shocked the moment he saw the immortal seal appear. Before he could finish his words, the golden sword shadow composed of immortal seal characters pierced through the monster, and still shot towards Yi Chen with its remaining momentum. Yi Dust is also fast enough to react, only to see that wrapped copper coffin immediately far away. The golden sword shadow chased out a long way. The sky resounded like the sound of copper bells crashing, and then everything returned to calm. "That copper coffin is his biggest card. Senior brother Ouyang, immediately notify all the sect members. We'll go back to Tianjun Peak immediately." Ning Qiushi casually collected the corpse of the monster in front of him and said to Ouyang Ming in a grave tone, "Not going after Yi Duan?" Ouyang Ming saw that it was clearly Yi Duan who had fallen and fled, but Ning Qiushi looked as if he was facing a great enemy. Shouldn't he be out to multiply his victory now? Father gave me all the things to save my life. I can't take any more risks. At this time, hurry back to seek father's shelter before going after Yi Chen, in case he brushes me off as an experience. It won't be good, Ning Qiushi said in a serious manner. At this time, she only had one thought, which was to hurry back to Tianjun Peak to nest. The corner of Ouyang Ming's mouth twitched. He had thought that his youngest sister was going to say something profound and far-sighted, but it turned out that once he heard this reason was actually fear of death. Chapter 44, Preparing to Close the Net. Ning Qiushi did return to the Nine Heavens sect without stopping. Even the war of the Great Ning dynasty did not bother. It is good that at this time several large armies are also overwhelming. Basically there is no one that can threaten the Ning kingdom, but it is the advantage of me. Returning to Tianjun Peak, Ning Qiushi took a long breath. She had left Tianjun Peak for more than 10 years, and this place was basically unchanged. Father, this is the monster released from that copper coffin of Yi Chen. He should recognize the life-preserving talisman that father gave me and know that it was an immortal seal. Ning Qiushi took out the copper coffin, that monster corpse, and recounted in detail how he had fought with Yi Chen. Qiuji's performance this time was commendable, but he was still reckless. So don't risk your life in the future. Chu Tianjun leaned down to inspect the monster's corpse and cautioned Ning Qiushi not to be reckless in the future. In fact, this couldn't be blamed on Ning Qiushi, who in their right mind would have thought that Yi Chen had such a strong undercard. Ning Qiushi had directly thrown out a thunderbolt that surpassed Yi Chen by a few great realms this time. The 5 elements diffractive heaven formation could destroy Yuan. Yi Chen was only at the foundation stage. Ning Qiushi even counted on the immortal seal life preservation talisman Chu Tianjun had given her, which was a treasure that could heavily injure the spirit transformation stage. But even this had failed to kill Yi Chen. Father, Qiuji knows her mistake. I really didn't expect Yi Chen to be so hard to kill, and I even used the life-preserving talisman given by father for nothing. I won't be so reckless in the future. Ning Qiushi accepted the criticism with an open mind. Her biggest regret was still that she had used the life preservation talisman. It's not like there's no gain. At least I know that Yi Chen's biggest card is that bronze coffin, in addition to roughly knowing his origin. As for using up the life preservation talisman, you don't need to be upset. Take the time for father to make another one for you. This time it will be better than the last one. Chu Tianjun put away the monster's corpse with a flick of his sleeve, and then looked at Ning Qiushi with a doting face. So my daughter didn't do anything useless? Ning Qiushi didn't care about Yi Chen's origin. She just excitedly asked Chu Tianjun, like a recognized child. Chu Tianjun smiled and nodded, then said gently, Qiuji is the best. How could he do nothing? Senior brother, what is that monster? And what is Yi Chuan's origin? Lu Qingshu had been there the whole time and had not interrupted the father-daughter conversation earlier, but she was more concerned about these practical issues. The exact origin is not clear, but we can be sure that it was not a living thing to begin with. It should actually be a corpse, just that the power was sealed before death. Most likely that copper coffin is manipulating it. Also the power in this monster's body is not spirit power nor demonic power nor devilish chi. It's more pure and advanced than the power in our world. I suspect that it's the power of the upper world. And since Yi Chuan recognizes the immortal seal and has this copper coffin, he's most likely from the upper world. Chu Tianjun said all his guesses in one breath. He had just detected a new kind of power when he viewed the monster's corpse, a power that the creation of the great self-sustaining devil technique could absorb, but could not be transformed at the moment. This problem was mainly Chu Tianjuan's own problem, because the creation great self-possessed demonic skill was still incomplete. That is, the level was not enough to transform this higher level of power, which also made deducing and perfecting the creation great self-possessed demonic skill a matter of urgency. Chu Tianjun said the speculation so that Lu Qingshu and Ning Qiushi are half a day speechless. The upper world is their mind in the immortal world. That is too far away. It is said that this world has been tens of thousands of years have not appeared to ascend to become a fairy. Many people even doubt that there is no immortal world. If he's really from the immortal realm, what's he doing in the lower realm? Also that Yi Chuan's own strength isn't really that good. Lu Qingshu felt that there were a lot of things that didn't make sense here, and she wasn't very convinced that Yi Chen was from the immortal realm. This time, before Chu Tianjun said anything, Ning Qiushi continued. In fact, this possibility is really not small. Master Lu, you have seen the box opera, right? Box play is a means of entertainment for cultivators. That is, in a box-like magic weapon, placed a lot of mini puppets. You can let these puppets perform according to the script. Some more fun-loving cultivators will also specialize in writing some scripts. Lu Qingshu nodded, and soon her complexion changed drastically as she understood what Ning Qiushi was about to say. Is autumn rhetoric trying to say that our world is perhaps a box play in the eyes of the immortal world? What are we then? Lu Qingshu felt that it was getting harder and harder to accept, and if this viewpoint was confirmed, It was expected that many people's hearts would collapse. Good thing Chu Tianjun spoke up in the next moment, so that Lu Qingshu wouldn't have a flawed Dao heart because of this issue. Autumn rhetoric, this is just a metaphor. In fact, even if it is a box, so what? We are not puppets. We are soul selves, flesh and blood people. At least I know that you are real. And that's enough, Chu Tianjun said with great affection. He actually thought about whether the world he was in would be a box, and even his own destiny was arranged. But after being reborn, when he saw that Lu Qingshu and all these people were still alive, he cherished everything in front of him immensely. And even if it was just a box, it became less important. Not to mention the fact that being reborn out of a completely different destiny, that means it's not a set box. You guys are real. And that's enough. One sentence made both Lu Qingshu and Ning Qiushi feel warm and sunny in their hearts. Just then a sword light suddenly flew in front of Chu Tianjun. It was the Tianxuan Sword that he had placed in the copper box and sunk into the waveless sea. Seeing the Tianxuan Sword flying back, Chu Tianjun had a satisfied smile on his face. He knew that Yi Chen must have already been to the waveless sea and had been chopped by Tianxian. He should now have shed a layer of skin without dying. Not long ago Yichuan did arrive at the waveless sea. He was a little surprised that he didn't see the water auger, but seeing that the copper box under the water was still there, he didn't think much of it. Come to collect this copper box, Yuan is also not going to pretend. He has already made up his mind to take action against Hazelmoon, his master. It was a pity that when Yichuan opened the copper box with great anticipation, what greeted him was a sword light bursting up. Chu Tianjun, you old dog, dare to shade me? I won't share the same fate with you. Yichuan lost half of his life to avoid the Tianxian sword. He was furious, but he didn't dare to stay longer for fear that there would be something else. And once again, he was wrapped in a copper coffin and disappeared far away. Waiting for the wind and waves to calm down on the waveless sea, Lu Ruyan revealed her graceful figure. She looked at the calm lake and muttered, "So his name is Chu Tianjun. I wonder if he still remembers me when I have cultivated to the Yuaning realm and am able to leave this place?" Lu Ruyan learned Chu Tianjuan's name and was obviously a little happy, but when she thought of what happened that day, she suddenly said viciously, "Humph, dog man, treating me like that, putting up your pants and wanting to disown me? 3 worlds and 6 channels I will find you." After the Tianxian sword flew back, Chu Tianjun suddenly said to Lu Qingshu, "Since we know Yi Chen's biggest card, and his current strength isn't that strong, let's start closing the net. Not only Yi Chen, but also those guys inside and outside the sect who harbor evil intentions." Chapter 45, No More Main Character Treatment? On the day Ning Qiushi returned to the Nine Heavens sect, a heavy news spread quickly as well. It was said that Yi Chen, a personal disciple of Tianxian Peak's Hazel Moon realist, intended to plot against Tianjun realist's righteous daughter, Ning Qiushi, and even colluded with people from the Devil's Way. Ning Qiushi ran back to complain, and Tianjun Jinren was furious and ordered to capture Yi Chen back to the Preceptor Hall for interrogation. Immediately after that, almost all of the disciples attached to Tianjun Peak went down the mountain to catch Yuan, and it was said that even Lu Qingshu, a Yuaning real person who was friendly with Chu Tianjun, personally moved to catch Yuan. The Tianjun Peak disciples almost came out in full force, but the disciples of the other peaks of the Nine Heavens sect were completely watching the show. Even the entire Fufeng prefecture was watching the show. Everyone wanted to see if in the end, Tianjun Jing'an and Hazelmoon Jing'an would fall out because of this disciple named Yuan. After all, Yuan was still Hazelmoon's own disciple. Hazelmoon soon got the news as well. She was still very happy when she learned that Ning Qiushi had returned to the mountain. But after hearing that Yi Chen was plotting against Ning Qiushi and was also colluding with the Devil's Way, her mood became terrible again. In the end, she still summoned up the courage to go to Tianjun Peak, but just landed in the peach forest without the good sense to walk into the courtyard. Chu Tianjun naturally wouldn't see Hazelmoon, but Ning Qiushi still took the initiative to come out to see her. After all, the two had once been very affectionate, and even had a bit of a mother-daughter feeling. "Qiu Ru, Yi Chen didn't do anything to you, did he?" Hazelmoon asked with an apologetic face. Now her hatred for Yi Chen had become somewhat obvious. Feeling that Yi Chen had not only harmed Chu Yue, but now she had also harmed Ning Qiushi, and that the worst decision in her life had been to accept Yi Chen as her disciple. Ning Qiushi looked at Hazelmoon and smiled. Also as good as she was 10 years ago. It's just that the moment Ning Qiushi opened her mouth, the words made Hazelmoon's mood even worse. "Even if I tell the truth, would you believe it, senior? Yi Chen is your good disciple." Although Chu Tianjun didn't come out, everything that happened outside couldn't be hidden from him, and he wanted to laugh when he saw this scene. He had clearly done nothing in his own life, just being kind to those who were worthy of his protection, and let Yi Chen suffer the same treatment he had in his last life. He knew that now Chu Yue had already hated Yi Chen to the bone, and Hazelmoon should also be suspicious and distrustful of Yi Chen as a disciple, and would even slowly develop into indifference and aversion as well. just like she did to herself in her previous life. I'll personally go and capture this rebellious disciple back. Senior will give you an explanation, and if he truly deserves it, I'll expel him from the division. After a moment of silence, Hazelmoon said to Ning Qiushi with a resolute expression. Chu Tianjun heard these words from Hazelmoon and felt a bit unbelievable. If he didn't know about the situation in his last life, right now Hazelmoon's determination made sense, but it still seemed like too much of a contrast when comparing it to his last life. This contrast in the eyes of Chu Tianjun, the person concerned, surprisingly felt unreal. Actually, senior uncle needn't have done that. So many senior brothers and sisters have gone to stand up for me, and Uncle Qingshu has gone as well. After all, you're both master and disciple, so there's no need to make a mistake. Ning Qiushi said with an understanding look. This is really not an act by Ning Qiushi. Although she is currently the only person who knows another possibility for the future besides Chu Tianjun, she is after all not reborn and doesn't have a personal experience, so she doesn't have any hatred towards Hazelmoon, and even because of the long time she has spent with her, her feelings towards Hazelmoon are also real. Hearing such words from Ning Qiushi, Hazelmoon really felt better in her heart. Hesitating for a moment, Hazuki asked again, "Is he okay, senior brother?" Misty was too embarrassed to see Chu Tianjun. This was the only chance she had to get to know Chu Tianjun. Father is already in seclusion and won't come out this time until he breaks through the transformation god. Ning Qiushi didn't hide anything from Hazelmoon, but these words were false. Hearing Chu Tianjun less than the transformation of god does not come out, Hazelmoon realized that the gap between himself and Chu Tianjun is getting bigger and bigger, and the person who used to think that he could be accepted as a disciple is about to exceed his realm. Is it possible that the next time they meet, they still have to call Chu Tianjun a senior? Not long after that, Hazelmoon also left the 9 heavenly mountains and should really have gone to catch Chen. Zhou Ru, these days you are not allowed to leave the small courtyard by half a step. At the same time, pass the order to the disciples who are still in Tianjun Peak to tightly close their caves. No matter what happens, you are not allowed to come out. Remember, it's anything. Just when the vast majority of Tianjun Peak disciples had gone out to catch Yuan, and there were only some early foundation establishment and even Qi refining stage disciples left on the mountain, Chu Tianjun suddenly ordered in a serious manner. Ning Qiushi didn't quite understand why there was such an arrangement, but still conveyed it truthfully. Now only Chu Tianjun and Ning Qiushi are 2 people at the top of the mountain. The rest of the disciples who are still left, mostly those who have received the favor of Chu Tianjun over the years, but also those disciples whose hearts are directed towards Tianjun Peak to collect disciples. Nowadays, the entire Jiushao sect had become very quiet, especially Tianjun Peak was even colder and quieter. As for Qingshu Peak and Tianxian Peak and these, there weren't many people originally. Suddenly, one day, dark clouds covered the sky above Tianjun Peak, and then a dark vortex appeared in the firmament, which slowly rotated, in which thunder was nurtured, and the roar spread in all directions, and could be heard from 10,000 miles away. At the same time, a terrifying pressure appeared, but it wasn't the pressure on any cultivator powerhouse, but the pressure of a heavenly calamity about to fall. Heavenly tribulation? He's going to cross the transformation god heavenly tribulation? Chu Tianjun has been cultivating for less than 30 years, and this has triggered the god transformation heavenly tribulation. This natural talent is too demonic. No, if this person's talent becomes a god realizing true lord, the entire eastern region is afraid to return to the pattern of 3,000 years ago. The 9 heavens sect is dominant, and we no longer have a day of reckoning. All sorts of minds were stirring when the apocalypse appeared over Tianjun Peak. Among them were the elders of the 9 heavens sect, the Yuaning real people from other sects in Fufeng Prefecture, and even the 3 god transformation true monarchs from the eastern region. However, Chu Tianjuan's god realization apocalypse seems to be a little different. The apocalypse cloud is very powerful, gathering but not scattered, but it just did not fall down. A look to split and not split. On the other side, those disciples of Tianjun Peak who had gone out to catch Yuan did not actually go looking for Yuan's traces, but rather, they were divided into several directions doing their own things. Wu Qingyun, the Dan Dao master, brought a few disciples to a place called the Evergreen Valley, which was named Evergreen but was actually a place that was shrouded in poisonous miasma all year round. Moreover, there was a cultivator known as Mr. Ghost living in seclusion in the Evergreen Valley, who was good at using poison as well as alchemy, and was said to be able to make poisonous pills that could kill spirit transformation stage cultivators. Wu Qingyun, a disciple of Tianjun Peak of the 9 heavens sect, has come to pay his respects to Mr. Ghost. Wu Qingyun easily arrived in front of a grass hut and bowed politely. A bit of fun. You actually broke my poisonous chi, and to be able to walk here unharmed, that's a bit of skill. An old voice came out from the grass hut. Dawn and poisons are not separate. If Mr. can use poison, I can naturally detoxify it. Wu Qingyun said with a smile, looking like a great scholar full of knowledge. "What is your honor's business here?" Mr. Ghost asked with a somewhat unkind voice. "I was ordered to come and take away the 9 doubtful cauldron," but Wu Qingyun still said in a calm voice. "Seek death." Mr. Ghost in the grass hut suddenly became furious, and then a dark green poisonous gas shot out from the hut. It was rumored that Mr. Ghost had a Dan tripod treasure that could greatly increase the chances of becoming a Dan, and all of his achievements came from this. "Times have changed, sir. These poisons of yours are nothing more than that," Wu Qingyun said nonchalantly, and as he spoke, he flipped his palm, and a golden elixir immediately levitated. As soon as this elixir appeared, a refreshing aroma immediately filled the air, and then the golden elixir also stirred up golden ripples, and as soon as that dark green poisonous gas came into contact with the golden ripples, it immediately dissipated. As the golden ripples continue to spread, the entire evergreen valley and the poisonous gas are all eliminated, and those withered trees and grass instantly revitalized. In a moment of birdsong and flowers, really fit the name of the evergreen valley. It was a pill, but it was more like a powerful magic treasure, and the few disciples who followed Wu Qingyun were inevitably shocked, knowing for the first time that this was the true Dan Dao, and that pills were not just for eating. In an unknown cave, Ouyang Ming was leading a group of disciples who were all holding formation flags in their hands and standing on their feet in formation orientation. Several Jindan stage cultivators and more than 24 Foundation Establishment stage cultivators were bombarding a stone door with all their might. Finally that stone door was blasted open. There were no exotic treasures or magic flying swords inside, but the piles of spirit stones were as if they had directly exploded a vein of extremely high-quality minerals, which were enough to be consumed by a clan like the Nine Heavens sect for as long as 5 years. Yuan felt that his luck had been a bit less than stellar lately. Although he had gone to many strange places by various coincidences, he hadn't been able to reap any benefits from any of these places. At this moment, Yichen was flying aimlessly with his magic weapon. He was originally still distracted, but suddenly he inexplicably noticed a magnificent carriage drawn by a spirit beast flying in the distance. Yuan followed the carriage and flew for a long time, but there were no accidents. And then the carriage moved further and further away, and Yuan inexplicably felt as if he had lost something. In fact, originally this realm was home to a group of loose cultivators who specialized in robbing immortal cultivators, and they gathered together to do evil and catch up with the work of mountain bandits in the mundane world. But just a day ago, a man and a woman, 2 sword cultivators, suddenly killed into the lair of this group of people, and without explanation, directly destroyed all these people. So today these robbers did not come out. Yuan previously saw, is the Immortal League's first Chamber of Commerce, the Qin family Chamber of Commerce miscarriage. If those yesterday's looting cultivators did not die, Yuan should be able to stage a hero to save the scene, but now it is no longer. As a son of Qi, what with alchemy and poison refining, vast quantities of spirit stones, and a favored Chamber of Commerce missy, all of these should be standard, but none of them seem to be there now. Yuan, how long do you plan to hide? Just as Yichen was somewhat aimless, a familiar voice suddenly appeared behind him. Yuan immediately changed into an innocent look and turned around to shout, "Master!" The person who came was none other than Hazelmoon, and she was the first to find Yuan, as the others didn't really look for Yuan at all. "Come back to the sect with me, and explain what you have to say when you get to the Hall of Discipline." Hazelmoon's face was grim, and she completely looked like she was raising an offense. A trace of viciousness also flashed in Yichen's eyes. A crazy and spiteful idea was born in his heart. And then he surprisingly didn't do too much explaining and followed Hazelmoon to return to the Nine Heavens sect. Chapter 46, Chu Yue turns into a grieving spirit. In his last life Chu Tianjun had also been thrown into the Hall of Discipline by Hazelmoon like this, and since then he had basically lost everything. However, at that time, Hazelmoon had already reached the god transformation stage with Chu Tianjuan's help, and now she was still a little bit short of even the peak of Yuaning. At this moment, the clan precepts in the Hall of Elders gathered. But there are 3 people did not arrive. Chu Tianjun who is undergoing a robbery, the 9 swords of the real person who is still in seclusion, and Lu Qingshu who does not know where to go. Hazelmoon back to the mountain also the first time to see the Tianjun peak on the condensed but not disperse the robbery cloud. When she saw this robbery cloud in her heart inexplicably a little worried. Surprisingly on how to dispose of Yichen are not as much as the previous that care about it. The elders in the precepts hall, including Tianxuan, were also clearly distracted. And everyone's focus was on Tianjun Peak. Indeed whether or not Chu Tianjun could survive the god transformation heavenly tribulation, its impact was far-reaching. At this moment, not only were these elder disciples of the 9 heavenly clans waiting, in fact, countless pairs of eyes on the periphery of the 9 heavenly clans were also staring, and at least more than 30 Yuaning real people had quietly appeared in the vicinity of the 9 heavenly clans. Tianjun Peak is closed. That Ning Qiuzhu can't come to identify. This can't be tried without a plaintiff. I think it's better to imprison Yi Chen first and wait for Master Chu to cross the tribulation. Tianxu real person opened his mouth and said. In fact, everyone was very clear in their hearts that this matter was the feud between Chu Tianjun and Hazelmoon. Little Dust, are you alright? Suddenly Chu Yue hurriedly ran into the hall. She looked anxious and very worried about Yi Duan's safety. Senior sister, I'm fine. Master doesn't believe me. Everyone doesn't believe me? Senior sister, do you still believe me? Yi Chen said to Chu Yue with an aggrieved face. At this moment he looked very pitiful and helpless. Elder sister believes you. You're not hurt, are you? Have you finished all the pills that senior sister gave you? Chu Yue looked at Yi Chen with a face full of heartache. Using her hand to organize this Yi Chen's somewhat messy hair. At this time she was still concerned about whether Yi Chen's pills were finished or not. Aha, Leaf Dust nodded with a Quickly take these pills. These are all extremely high-grade spirit pills that can help you increase your cultivation quite a bit. Chu Yue hurriedly pulled out quite a few pills again. These pills were very precious just by looking at the color. Seeing this scene, many people frowned slightly, thinking that Chu Yue was a love brain, a little too good for Yi Chen. Yi Chen, on the other hand, was pleased in his heart, but he did not hesitate to take the pills, and these pills were indeed good enough that he could clearly feel his cultivation growing. Senior sister, you are too good to me. Yi Chuan was incomparably touched and said, spreading dog food right here in the preceptor hall. However, the next moment Chu Yue suddenly asked Yi Chen an inexplicable sentence. Then, senior sister, are these pills delicious? Yi Chen subconsciously nodded his head, and he was about to say it was delicious when he suddenly felt that something was wrong. So with a somewhat surprised look, he asked, what does senior sister mean? It doesn't mean anything. Senior sister has spent a lot of effort to kill you. If you don't find these pills tasty, then senior sister is going to be sad. A sickly smile gradually appeared on Chu Yue's face, and her words even caused everyone to look shocked. Bitch, you acted me too? The elixir you gave me is poisonous? Yi Chuan felt that this scene was too similar, and it was simply the same as being shinned by Ning Qiushi not long ago. Chu Yue had already gotten up and pulled a distance from Yi Chuan. At this moment the sickly smile on her face became more and more obvious. Hearing Yi Chuan's questioning, she said more and more complacently, this is not poison but compulsion. Compulsion? Everyone, including Yi Chen, was stunned and curious. The next moment the sickly smile on Chu Yue's face turned into madness. Then her body suddenly rose up with black flames, and in an instant the black flames wrapped around her, and her body was burning rapidly. Yi Chuan, you're the one who ruined everything for me, so I'll lay down my life to die with you, and when this body of mine burns to the ground, you'll be in the same boat as me. Even if I die and become an unjust soul, I will still haunt you forever, making you sink into endless torment forever. Chu Yue's body was being burned little by little, and sure enough, the same change was happening to Yi Chen's body on the other side. This black flame was fundamentally different from normal flames. It seemed to be impossible to extinguish, and Yi Chuan tried many methods to no avail. At the moment he and Chu Yue were like a person looking in a mirror. Whatever the person outside the mirror did, the same would appear in the mirror. Yue don't. Hazel Moon didn't bother to care about Yi Chen at this time. Instead she reached out her hand and tried to stop Chu Yue. Get lost, and don't be hypocritical. You brought me to the sect and ignored me for 10 years. It was Tianjun Peak's senior brothers and sisters who raised me. It was they who taught me techniques, gifted me pills, and sent me magic weapons. Just when I was full of joy and was about to worship under Master Chu, you came back with this guy. It was you who personally shattered my dream. Chu Yue yelled towards Hazel Moon, and then said the words that had been held in her heart for a long time. At this moment she was like a madman, together with the dark flames on her body. It was as if she was an evil spirit composed entirely of grievances. Young Vivian Hazuki wanted to explain, but couldn't find any reason at all, and she realized at the moment that all of it was her problem. And the black flame on Chu Yue's body was so bizarre that Hazel Moon couldn't even get close to that flame even with her full strength, let alone trying to extinguish it. Father, why don't you step in to stop it? Chu Yue really wants to be your disciple. She's already done this. There's no need to test her further, right? In the courtyard at the top of Tianjun Peak, Chu Tianjun had already walked out from the house, and Ning Qiushi stood behind him, his gaze somewhat regretful as he watched what was happening in the Hall of Discipline. This is the most vicious, at the expense of sacrificing one's own soul compulsion. Once it starts, it cannot be reversed, Chu Tianjun said with a ghostly voice. He had actually not tested Chu Yue anymore. When Chu Yue said those words from her heart to Hazel Moon, Chu Tianjuan's heart has completely lost its stigma towards Chu Yue, and he feels that this life's Chu Yue is very pitiful, and that the last life has finally become the past. Crazy, stop it. Yi Chen let out a pained roar. This kind of burning was clearly unbearable. Chu Yue, on the other hand, didn't feel any pain at all. Her state had turned into insanity. And that black flame grew more and more intense. The other people of the Nine Heavens sect were still in the mindset of watching the show at this time. Most of them just thought that this was a dog blood story in the family of Tianxuan Peak Hazelmoon's true family. And anyway, it was not a matter of concern to them just trying to watch a lively show. But soon it wasn't as simple as watching. Suddenly Yichen also laughed openly and wildly. At the same time a copper coffin appeared behind him. And as he laughed, that copper coffin was slowly opening. Chapter 47, Keep the show on the road. Even you lowly ants dare to count on me. Today I will refine all of you. Just in time to help me remake my supreme physical body. Yi Chen's voice resounded throughout the entire Nine Heavens sect, and a terrifying pressure emanated from that copper coffin. And under the shroud of this pressure, even Yuaning real people felt despair. At this time that copper coffin had completely opened, but this time it wasn't any monsters that appeared, but a cloud of blood mist flew out. This blood mist shot towards a disciple like a ghost, and before the other party could react, the unlucky disciple was only left with a pile of withered bones. And the blood mist had significantly grown a few more points. The blood mist was strangely fast, and in an instant, several disciples were killed, while Yi Chen, who was already left with only his soul, entered the bronze coffin. The black flames on Chu Yue's body also disappeared at that moment. She knew that she had not been able to completely kill Yi Chen. Her soul was already very fragile and was dissipating little by little. Her face was filled with regret. Seeing this, Misty Moon and the other Yuaning elders struck out at the blood mist. And some also struck out at the copper coffin. But whether it was the blood mist or the copper coffin, even these Yuaning real people were unable to injure it in the slightest. In only a few moments, thousands of disciples of the Nine Heavens sect were devoured by the blood mist, 7 or 8 out of 10. And soon the first Yuaning elder was also devoured by the blood mist. And this bizarre tactic rendered the entire Nine Heavens sect defenseless. Is this the end of the Nine Heavens sect after I die? Chu Tianjun coldly watched all of this and did not make a move to stop each one. Anyway, now that these were dead, these were not really disciples of the Nine Heavens sect. In the end there were only a few late-stage Yuaning elders left struggling to hold on, and at this time they also revealed their cards. These people, except for Hazelmoon, surprisingly, their best spells were not from the Nine Heavens sect, but rather, they were the Jinshi techniques of other sects. Chu Tianjuan's gaze glanced towards the Ancestor Shrine, which was still cold and quiet, and no breath could be felt at all. Not showing up even after all this? My old ancestor Xian Gue. Chu Tianjun recited silently in his heart. Soon even the patriarch, Tianxuan Sword, was swallowed by the blood mist, and the only one left standing in the entire Nine Heavens sect was Hazelmoon. Except for Tianjun Peak, which was isolated by a formation. There was also Chu Yue, who could only be considered a grudge spirit, and before Tianxuan Sword died, Chu Tianjun recognized the last means he had performed. It was one of the Qingyun Woji sect's town techniques, a powerful sword technique called the 7-star sword style. Even the patriarch is from another faction. This Nine Heavens sect is also good enough. Chu Tianjun suddenly felt somewhat amused and sarcastic. It was true that he was the undercover spy. The blood mist did not kill Hazelmoon in the end, but returned to the copper coffin. Then the copper coffin shook, and an even more terrifying aura surged out from it, and that pressure was even beyond the Yuaning stage, and was something that could only be achieved by the god transformation stage. In Hazelmoon's horrified gaze, a humanoid monster stepped out of the bronze coffin. It was a person without an inch of skin all over his body, with his entire body's flesh and blood exposed, and it looked like these flesh and blood weren't the same person, like a humanoid made up of a mixture of countless remnants of flesh and blood. Yi Chen, you monster! From the beginning worshipping me as a teacher was all a plot and trick of yours? Hazelmoon, with the two instruments mirrors suspended above her head and a long sword in her hand, pointed at the monster and asked in a stern voice, "My beauty master, don't worry, I won't kill you. When I go and kill that old dog Chu Tianjun, I will come and pamper you." The monster that Yi Chuan had turned into opened his mouth and said, his voice was still Yi Chuan's voice, it was just that the faceless face no longer had the innocence of the past. After saying that, Yi Chen's gaze looked towards Tianjun Peak, and the killing intent in those eyes was like substance. Misty Moon subconsciously glanced at Tianjun Peak and the heavenly tribulation that was about to fall from the firmament. She stopped in front of Yi Chen with a flash and said, "If you want to move him, kill me first." Self-righteous. Yi Chuan let out a cold snort under his breath, only to see him casually slap a palm at Hazelmoon. This palm went down. Hazelmoon directly flew backwards tens of feet, and finally smashed heavily on the stone wall outside the precepts hall. The flying sword in her hand directly shattered, and even her life magic treasure, the mirror of two instruments, dimmed and fell not far from her body. In just one move, Hazelmoon, a peak Yuaning, was beaten half to death, and this was still the result of Yi Chen obviously not killing her. The strength of Yi Chen at this moment was shocking. Old dog Chu, today is the day you die. Yi Chuan flew towards Tianjun Peak in the air. Chu Tianjun, who had been watching the show, also finally moved at this time, only to see his sleeves wave. The heavenly tribulation in the firmament suddenly dissipated, and then with a single movement of his feet, he appeared outside of Tianjun Peak, and directly greeted the raging Yi Chen. Chu Tianjuan's mood at the moment is still a little special. Reliving his life, he finally faced Yi Duan's strongest state in a dignified manner, and there is no misunderstanding and no backstabbing in this life. Yi Chuan's fist blasted from afar, and Chu Tianjun did not use the magic treasure aptitude, but just raised his right hand to meet it with his palm, looking cloudy and light. Soon the enormous power impacted Chu Tianjuan's palm, and the next moment a huge compass silhouette emerged behind him. The compass silhouette only slowly rotated, and Yi Chen's power from the god transformation stage was dissipated into nothingness. Impossible. What are you doing? I have an immortal weapon in my hand, and my strength has even reached the god transformation stage. How can you possibly dissolve it so easily? Yi Chuan's incredulous voice rang out. He could feel that at this moment, his power was still suppressed by Chu Tianjun. Chu Tianjun did not reply to Yi Chen, but instead condescendingly continued to press down with his palm, and as the compass silhouette behind him rotated, it was as if a huge palm appeared in the void. The palm descended from the sky. Yi Chuan didn't dare to directly receive it hard, but summoned the bronze coffin to his body. The next moment the huge palm and the void in the bronze coffin collided together. The sound of metal friction and collision resounded between heaven and earth. The sound was that the Yuaning real person heard were all chilled by it. Impossible. How could you, a villainous stepping stone, become so strong? Yi Chuan's incredulous voice sounded once again. This time Chu Tianjun also moved a little when he heard Yi Duan's words. This life he and Yi Duan can be said to not have too many interactions, but it is clear that from the beginning Yi Duan still treats himself as an enemy, and it's very accurately positioned as a villain stepping stone. Dead people don't need to know too much. Chu Tianjun wasn't a villain who talked too much, so he didn't intend to talk nonsense with Yi Duan, and the power in his hands continued to increase, intending to subdue Yi Duan in one fell swoop. However, right at this moment, an unprecedented force also erupted from that bronze coffin, which shook Chu Tianjun back several feet. The next moment the bronze coffin once again wrapped Yi dust and vanished. Is this an immortal weapon? But I don't think you'll be able to use it more than a few times, right? The energy of this realm is simply not enough to replenish the immortal artifact's loss, so I'll see how many more times you can use it? Chu Tianjun frowned slightly. He knew that this was the copper coffin immortal artifact exploding with power. Chu Tianjun did not go after Yi Duan. He could feel that there were still nearly 30 Yuaning real people eyeing him in the distance, and in the dark, there were even 3 gazes of the god transformation stage staring at him. So taking advantage of the immortal weapon to force himself back, Chu Tianjun suddenly covered his chest, followed by a mouthful of blood spurting out of his mouth. Injured? Take him while he's sick. To be so powerful before becoming a transformation god, if we don't kill him today, we will have no more days to come out in the future. Chu Tianjun, this mouthful of blood sprayed out. Those Yuaning real people of other factions who watched the show from afar could no longer resist jumping out. Chapter 48, 1 beats 30. Chu Tianjun still stood in the void. Only his breath was obviously much weaker at the moment, and he looked a bit reluctant. Nearly 30 Yuaning real people appeared aggressively, but Chu Tianjun didn't pay any attention to these people in the first place, but instead, his gaze once again looked in the direction of the Ancestor Shrine. It was still cold and quiet, without any semblance of life, still refusing to come out. Ha! It seems that these people have also figured out your bottom line. No wonder they dare to be so unscrupulous, almost completely emptying the Nine Heavens sect over the course of a few thousand years. Then what exactly is your true bottom line? Is it the complete destruction of the clan? Or none at all? Chu Tianjun had been acting all along, including still now, whether it was dealing with Yi Chen, eradicating those elder disciples of other sects who had hollowed out the Nine Heavens sect, or even pretending to be injured to lure these people out. The fundamental purpose was still to make Yuan show up. Yuan was definitely still in the 9 heavenly clans. This was Chu Tianjun testing the other party's bottom line. He knew that his death would definitely not make the other party show up because he had already died once in his last life. Now that the 9 heavens sect was on the brink of destruction, Yuan still hadn't shown up, which meant she didn't care about the sect either. However, there was one thing Chu Tianjun couldn't figure out. Since she didn't care about the clan, why did she keep leaving a true legacy for the 9 heavens sect? Although the hazel moon of her previous life was stupid, her lineage did truly belong to the 9 heavens sect and was the only non-undercover lineage. Even Chu Tianjun was personally brought up the mountain by Yuan, who also specified that Hazel Moon should take him under her wing, which again seemed to indicate that she was still leaving a fragrant legacy for the 9 heavens sect. Misty Moon did not know that Chu Tianjun was acting. At the moment nearly 30 Yuanings surrounded Chu Tianjun. She wanted to go up and help, but she was only half alive, and she didn't even have the strength to take to the air. Is the Nine Heavens sect finished today? It's not bad to die together. It's just a pity that he didn't even look at me until he died. Hazel Moon had some regrets in her heart, but there also seemed to be a feeling of relief. Chu You's soul in the Preceptor's Hall was already very weak, and she crouched in a corner, also quietly waiting for the moment when the smoke finally dissipated. Hand over your cultivation techniques and treasures and we can leave those of your disciples behind, a Yuaning real person in the crowd said to Chu Tianjun with a greedy gaze. Just now, Chu Tianjun had forced Yi Chen, who was at the Yuaning stage, to degrade the strength of the gods, and had long since made these people's hearts flutter. You and other curmudgeons dare to violate my sect. Their crime should be punished. Suddenly an icy cold voice resounded in the 9 heavenly mountains. At the same time, within a 100-mile radius, the temperature between heaven and earth plummeted, and snow drifted in the sky in just a split second. The next moment a white dress like snow, as if the ice mountain fairy Lu Qingshu appeared in Chu Tianjun's side, her hands holding the green Qingshu sword, cold eyes looking around a crowd of Yuan infant without fear. It's really a deep love between fellow disciples. I didn't expect to see such a touching scene in such an odd place like the Nine Heavens sect. Lu Qingshu's appearance didn't make these Yuaning real people think of retreating. They just found it interesting. And in the eyes of these people, the Nine Heavens sect was a strange place, a place that had been turtled up for many years, with the original sect's legacy practically non-existent. Elder brother, you should rest for a moment, until elder sister kills these curmudgeons and then come back to heal your wounds. Lu Qingshu completely ignored these strong enemies. She glanced at Chu Tianjun with some heartache, and then held her sword to protect Chu Tianjun behind her. Chu Tianjun nodded without a trace of worry. He was actually quite looking forward to Lu Qingshu showing her true strength. Ha 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 ha, what a big talker. Lu Qingshu's confidence instead drew more ridicule. However, Lu Qingshu still did not talk too much nonsense with these people, only to see that she threw the Qingshu sword in her hand, and this flying sword shot out, forming a band of ice crystals wherever it passed through, as if a wall protected her and Chu Tianjun in it. The crowd of Yuaning saw this and showed disdain, ridiculing Lu Qingshu for this tactic. However, this sneer only lasted for a moment, because as the Xionlan sword flew out, Lu Qingshu's body slowly rose towards high altitude, and an ancient and delicate battle armor first appeared outside of her body, and there were still electric arcs lingering on that battle armor. The battle armor fit tightly on Lu Qingshu's body, causing her originally clothed figure to become tighter and more slender, while her body's temperament was also undergoing a radical change. Immediately after that, Lu Qingshu's right hand grabbed towards the empty space in front of her body, and then a purple lightning lance was held in her palm. The moment the cracking sky-running thunder lance appeared, thunder rolled in the sky above, and countless thunderbolts began to fall, and with Lu Qingshu as the center, the entire heaven and earth seemed to be transformed into a thunder domain. And at this moment, she no longer had the appearance of an iceberg goddess. Her body was completely replaced by the aura of berserk destruction, and the long spear in her hand was drawn, and then she killed towards the nearly 30 Yuaning real people. This scene is like a female general fighting in the battlefield, killing alone into the enemy line of thousands of troops. Though there are millions of people, I'm going to do it alone. So strong, there is no enemy under the spirit of transformation. Chu Tianjun gave his assessment when he saw Lu Qingshu reveal her bottom card, Death. Lu Qingshu's lance was already pointing at a Yuaning real person, and she lightly spat out the word death from her mouth. The heaven-splitting running thunder lance stabbed out. Countless thunderbolts converged in the firmament, and in the end, where the lance pointed, a roaring thunder dragon was actually born. That thunder dragon opened its teeth and claws. The sound of the dragon's roar resounded through heaven and earth, and with just one dive, the Yuaning real person in front of him was instantly turned into pieces. Not even his Yuaning was left behind. This is a divine ability, not the might of that heaven-splitting running thunder gun. The divine heaven spirit body is truly outstanding. Chu Tianjun couldn't help but feel emotion in his heart when he saw Lu Qingshu kill a Yuaning real person with a single move. With Chu Tianjun's insights he could see where Lu Qingshu's true power lay. That heaven-splitting running thunder gun was still incomplete and could only increase the amount of thunder power she could exert. And whether it was the thunder domain that shrouded the heavens and the earth or the thunder dragon that the group of thunder had transformed into at the end, they were all divine abilities. Divine powers were different from spells or spells, not mere manipulation of power, but rather, they were derived after sensing the rules, and were more powerful means of power than spells and spells. Whereas being in a spiritual body might easily comprehend the corresponding divine ability, it was obvious that Lu Qingshu had comprehended the lightning divine ability because of her divine heavenly spiritual body. Speaking of Lu Qingshu's Chu Tianjun has seen the best qualifications of heavenly pride. 2 lifetimes he has seen the body of the spirit body of the heavenly pride is only a handful of people, and a person in the body of 2 major spirit body. Only Lu Qingshu a person. Not good. This woman has already comprehended divine abilities. All of you quickly join hands. We must not be broken by her one by one. There were some well-informed ones amongst the group of Yuaning who immediately saw how powerful Lu Qingshu was and hastily reminded them. In the end, they were also strong people who had cultivated to Yuaning. These guys immediately connected their powers as one. So many Yuaning stage powers joining hands. That was already quite terrifying. The next moment a shroud of light enveloped the crowd of Yuaning. Lu Qingshu's spear pointed out. Although there were wild thunder falling and thunder dragons roaring, they were still blocked by the shroud of light. She's only one person after all. It's impossible for her body to keep outputting spiritual energy for too long. As long as we hold on for a moment, it's as easy as a slap in the face to kill this woman. These Yuaning had already thought of a countermeasure. Chu Tianjun glanced back, but this time, he was not looking at the Ancestor Shrine, but in the direction of Moonwatch Peak, where Lu Qingshu's master, the 9 Swords realist, was located. After taking a look, Chu Tianjun gently sighed, then looked at Lu Qingshu with eyes full of intolerance and heartache, before quietly appearing beside Lu Qingshu. Chapter 49, Is the God Transformation Stage Difficult? Lu Qingshu was fully engaged with the many Yuaning at the moment, but did not notice that Chu Tianjun had approached, which was also because she had absolute trust in Chu Tianjun. 9 Swords has taken in a good disciple. Girl child stop. You can stay alive. Just as Lu Qingshu was in a stalemate with the many Yuaning real people, a voice suddenly came from afar, and then 3 gigantic silhouettes appeared in the sky. They were silhouettes composed entirely of spiritual energy, lofty and vast, and could truly be described as standing on top of the sky. Yuan Shen Dharma phase? It's a true lord of transformation. The 3 true lords are going to make a move? Someone exclaimed out in shock. Those 3 huge phantoms were none other than the 3 true lords of God transformation from the Eastern Region Immortal Alliance. Humph. I don't care who you are. Anyone who offends my clan is my enemy. Lu Qingshu was also fearless in the face of the 3 God transformation true lords. Not only did she shout out the words anyone who offends my clan is my enemy, her left hand also pointed towards the Yuan Shen Dharma phase of one of the transformation god true lords, and the San Lan sword shot towards the Yuan Shen Dharma phase. A Yuaning stage cultivator had brazenly struck out at the harmonized god true lord while facing nearly 30 opponents of the same rank on his own. Qingshu, you must not be rude. Right at the moment when the Qingyun sword was shot out, the voice of the 9 sword realist suddenly rang out, and then 9 flying swords with different radiance stopped in front of the Qingyun sword and mercilessly chopped the Qingyun sword off. A flying sword was destroyed. It would not have been enough to injure Lu Qingshu, but she knew that it was chopped off by her master who she had always respected like a father. And this Qingyun sword was also given to Lu Qingshu by the 9 swords realist, just like Hazel Moon gave Chu Tianjun Tianxian sword in the previous life. It was a symbol of the relationship between the 2 masters and disciples. The Qingyun sword was cut off Lu Qingshu's heart pathos, but also nearly broke the heart of the Tao. At this time, Chu Tianjuan's hand pressed on Lu Qingshu's shoulder, and then the incomparably gentle spiritual power was injected into Lu Qingshu's body. At the same time, Chu Tianjuan's reassuring voice was transmitted into Lu Qingshu's ear. No matter what happens, senior brother will be by your side. Everything has me. Before the words fell, Chu Tianjun had already blocked in front of Lu Qingshu, and at that moment, the 9 swords realist finally appeared. As soon as the 9 sword reality appeared, he first bowed towards one of the Yuan Shen Dharma phantoms and said, Disciple pays homage to master. Please forgive Qingshu. She didn't know the identity of the disciple, thus she offended master. It was never her intention. There's no harm in it. The disciple grandson's natural talent is outstanding. He's a good seedling. This seed doesn't see eye to eye with juniors. The Yuan Shen Dharma phase said with a gentle voice. Chu Tianjun knows this person. Is the Yangzhou Lingyun Dao's supreme elder, known as Qingha Jinjuan, as if his name is called something Qingha, because he was already a true lord of the God transformation stage. No one dared to call him by his first name, and over time even his last name became less known. Senior, what's going on? Lu Qingshu stabilized her stance, and at this moment, she withdrew her divine ability, her gaze questioningly looking towards the 9 swords master. The 9 swords real person did not change his face, and then said very calmly, the teacher is actually a disciple of the Lingyun Dao, so you are also considered to be the grandson of the disciple of the true monarch of the Qingha River. In fact, this 9 Heaven sect is basically the disciples of other sects. If it is not Chu Tianjun who appeared, the 9 Heaven sect should have long since gone extinct in the fragrance of the inheritance. And those of us who are playing with the 9 Heaven sect's name are just for the spirit pulse resources. and nowadays the Nine Heavens sect is surely as untenable. It's time for us masters and disciples to rejoin our original sect. Master, ever since I was young, you taught me to honor my teacher and my Tao. And my Tao comes from the Nine Sword sect inheritance. And today you're telling me that we're undercover spies? Qingshu looked at the Nine Swords realist with a miserable expression. At this moment her faith really collapsed. Only Chu Tianjun in this world can best understand the mood of Qingshu at this moment. By the most beloved people backstabbing. That kind of pain can only be empathized with him. Qingshu, with your qualifications to enter the Lingyun Dao as a holy maiden, it's also very possible for you to become a sect leader in the future. Nine Swords realist said bitterly. He was really optimistic about this disciple. Holy maiden? Sect master? But since the moment I was initiated, you told me that I was a disciple of the Nine Heavens sect, and the resources I used for decades of cultivation, as well as what I learned, all came from the Nine Heavens sect. Qingshu's expression became more and more sad. She suddenly felt like she didn't recognize her closest master at all. Chu Tianjun sighed. This scene in his last life neither he nor Qingshu had experienced, but not long ago he had guessed that the Nine Swords realist was also an undercover agent, and for such a long time Chu Tianjun had actually been worried. He was afraid that when the Nine Swords realist told the truth, it would also be the day that Qingshu left the Nine Heavens sect, and left himself. But now it seemed that he might have been overly concerned. At least he had seen that Qingshu's 3 views were so positive that he couldn't find a single flaw. This is still the same sect from the previous life, who clearly didn't have much friendship with himself, and only for the sake of the sect not losing a talented disciple, he argued with reason and did everything he could to try to prove Chu Tianjuan's innocence. The path of immortal cultivation is inherently against the heavens. This path is all about you fighting for resources and opportunities. Now that the Nine Heavens sect has no value, can't you figure it out? The Nine Swords realist was still speaking bitterly, trying to correct Qingshu's misconceptions. In addition to the beginning of Chu Tianjun said a word. Behind him has been let Qingshu master and disciple exchange. He does not want to interfere with Qingshu's decision, and ultimately how to choose will be handed over to Qingshu themselves. Well, Qingshu really didn't let Chu Tianjun down either, only to see her suddenly look solemn and say to the Nine Swords realist, Master, this is the last time I call you master. From now on you and I will no longer be master and disciple. I, Qingshu, will always be a disciple of the Nine Heavens sect. If you are going to be unfavorable to the Nine Heavens sect, then we can only be enemies in the future. Confused, the Nine Heavens sect is left with 3 or 2 of your cats and dogs. Do you still think that you can escape by following a severely injured Chu Tianjun? True Lord Qingyu said with some hatred. It was obvious that even this god transformation True Lord attached great importance to Qingshu's talent. Who said we're fleeing? Chu Tianjun had already protected Qingshu behind him as he looked towards the 3 huge Yuanshan phantoms in the sky with his head held high and said in a tone that was not condescending. This moment also shows that he has a wounded look on him. Why do you think you can still resist? Another transformation god True Lord said disdainfully. Chu Tianjun did not reply to the other party, but instead looked toward the ancestor shrine once again and shouted in a loud voice. Old ancestor Xuan Jie, is this really what you want to see? That old ancestor of yours won't make a move. After killing you, just arrange for some disciples to come and continue to carry the Nine Heavens sect's banner in the future. As long as the name doesn't die out, your old ancestor won't pay any attention to it. Another transformation god True Lord who hadn't said anything all this time spoke up. These words had solved many of Chu Tianjuan's doubts, and it looked like these people had also figured out Yu Xuanji's bottom line. Chu Tianjun retracted his gaze and suddenly said with a smile, Actually, I have never thought of resisting. This sentence Chu Tianjun did not even finish. Then someone sneered and said, Oh, it is self-awareness. However, the next moment Chu Tianjun continued, because all of this is what I have plotted, is to lead you over. After all, Annette to save me go find you so troublesome one by one. Ha 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 ha. Is this kid afraid of being scared silly? It must be a broken Taoist heart and a lost heart. He doesn't even know how big the gap is between Yuaning and Transformation God. This isn't just a realm gap, even if he still has strength close to that of a Transformation God. This is against 3 Transformation God True Lords. The 3 God realized true monarchs and those who were the first baby strong. As if they heard the world's funniest joke. The Nine Heavens sect see the destruction of the imminent. Chu Tianjun is ashamed to say that everything is his plan. There is indeed a world of difference between the God of Transformation and the Yuaning. The God of Transformation is the metamorphosis of the Yuaning into the Yuanshan. And the power of heaven and earth is induced between the raising of the hands and the throwing of the feet. And that outburst is at the level of the divine power. In the face of countless mocking words, Chu Tianjun just smiled, then looked up at the sky and said, Is it hard to transform into a god? Before the words fell, he stretched out his right hand towards the dome of the sky and grabbed it. Then purple thunder surged above the dome of the sky, and in an instant a huge heavenly calamity coalesced. Then just a breath of effort, the heavenly tribulation poured down, as if Chu Tianjun reached out and yanked it down hard. Chapter 50, Crushing All Enemies. Chu Tianjun shot out and yanked out the heavenly tribulation. And those heavenly tribulation thunderbolts that were enough to make the cultivators tremble with fear were unexpectedly all caught by Chu Tianjuan's outstretched hand. The power of thunder surged into his body, and at this moment it was not like he was crossing the tribulation, but rather like he was refining the power of the heavenly tribulation. The rumbling sound is endless. The three God-realizing true lords can be sure. Right now Chu Tianjun is ferrying God-realizing heavenly tribulation. Even if the three have crossed this tribulation, but this moment when I see you again, still do not dare to touch, but also can only let Chu Tianjun to absorb the power of the heavenly tribulation. Generally, for transformation God cultivators, the time for the robbery was several days or even more than 10 days, which was why no one suspected that the robbery cloud on Tianjun Peak was not dispersed even some time ago. But Chu Tianjuan's alternative way of crossing the threshold only took a moment. Not even the heart demon robbery that should have appeared at the normal transformation God stage had appeared. This Chu Tianjun is understood, because he simply no heart not. No heart not and how to come to the heart of the devil? A few moments later Chu Tianjun behind the heaven and earth a general and his image of a huge Yuanshan appeared. That Yuanshan phantom looks more lofty and vast than the phantoms of the other three God transformation stage true lords. Qingshu, let senior brother do the rest. Chu Tianjuan's voice came out from the Yuanshan Dharma phase. The next moment the Yuanshan Dharma phase raised a finger, and this finger fell directly towards the Nine Swords realist. In the absence of Chu Tianjun before, the Nine Swords real person for a long time is the strongest fighting force of the Nine Heavens sect, but at the moment the Nine Swords real person has no power to fight. Just a finger of the Yuanshan phantom. This former Fufeng state can be ranked in the top 3 of the Yuaning powerhouse. The direct god form is extinguished. According to Chu Tianjuan's past practice, the Yuaning could not be wasted and should be fed to the Tianxian sword anyways, but the Nine Swordsman's little trace he did not retain. Chu Tianjun no Lu Qingshu certainly cannot get down to kill the Nine Swordsmen, so he did it himself, naturally, to exterminate on a clean kill. Seeing the Nine Swords realist's divine form perish, Lu Qingshu's face also revealed sorrow. She called out to her master in a low voice, and in the end, her gaze was still replaced by perseverance. Chu Tianjuan's movements were too fast. When he killed the Nine Swords realist with a single strike, only then did the other people react. And true Lord Qinghe's voice was like thunder as he said, "This son is acting too overbearingly. Such a person must not be retained. All of you join together to make a move." The next moment 3 God transformation stage true monarchs and more than 20 Yuaning real people, all together struck out towards Chu Tianjun. These attacks had spells, magic treasures and flying swords, as well as divine abilities. In the face of this kind of attack that is enough to destroy the sky and the earth, only to see Chu Tianjun Yuanshan Dharma phase single right hand upward as support. In an instant on the mountain of the 9 heavens appeared again that huge compass shadow, only this time the compass is parallel to the sky and the earth, just like a shield to block the attack of the 3 goddess of transformation stage true monarchs. As for those Yuaning stage attacks, Chu Tianjun unexpectedly used his left hand directly to receive them. At this moment Chu Tianjun pushed the Creation Capture Heaven skill and Creation Great Self-Sustaining Demon skill to the extreme. Whether it was those spells and magic spells or magic treasures and flying swords, they were either directly absorbed by Chu Tianjun as power or shattered inch by inch in front of him at 3 zhang. Is he already this strong? Hazuki fell to the ground half dead, but was able to see the entire battle. She was unable to comprehend that Chu Tianjun had instantly stepped into the God transformation stage and was able to press against 24 Yuaning true lords under the joint siege of 3 fellow God transformation true lords. Not to mention that this was the God transformation stage. She would believe it even if she said that this was a void refining stage powerhouse. Tianxian. Suddenly Chu Tianjun called out the Tianxian sword once again. As for the Tianxian sword, its spiritual intelligence was already extremely high, and after appearing, it immediately transformed into the form of an eagle and killed towards the group of Yuaning real people. These Yuan infants, even if they join hands, how is Chu Tianjun who has already entered the transformation god opponent, if it is not in order to allow Tianxian to devour the Yuan infants? I am afraid that these people have long been Chu Tianjun 1 move seconds. Under Chu Tianjuan's suppression, Tianxian almost took a bite out of a Yuaning real person, this time devouring the person along with the Yuaning. After only a few moments, Chu Tianjun didn't even need to make any more attempts at suppression, and the Tianxian sword was able to behead the remaining Yuaning real person on its own. Now it's your turn. You haven't gotten a lot of benefits from my 9 heavens sect all these years, have you? Let's use your Yuanshan as compensation today. Chu Tianxuan's gigantic Yuanshan Dharma phase moved and immediately turned defense into offense as the gigantic compass shadow pressed down towards the Dharma phases of the three transformation god true monarchs. The higher the strength. In fact, fighting more plain and simple. This Yuanshan phantom is more powerful than most of the spells, and even more than the unusual treasure can be compared to. So the Yuanshan phantom itself is a powerful means. Such competition naturally do not need to ride on something else. Chu Tianjun alone, according to the obvious, is the inferior party. But sees the sky to create skill is really heavenly. Other people is the more you fight the more power consumption, and he is the more he fights the more abundant power. Each other cancelled my long. The advantage is in me. This fellow is too evil. We need to think long and hard about killing this son, true Lord Qing has said in an incomparably grave tone. After a short exchange of hands they have realized that they can't help Chu Tianjun at all. Not to mention that the other party is getting stronger and stronger. Want to go? No chance. Chu Tianjun sensed the trio's thoughts and said with a cold snort. The next moment 2 pages of gold foil flew out from Chu Tianjuan's main body and flew towards 2 of the spirit transformation stage cultivators, while his Yuanshan phantom went all out to deal with Qingyun. In these recent years Chu Tianjuan's cultivation had long since reached a bottleneck, and he had spent almost all of his time studying these 2 pages of the 6th instrumental heavenly book, and the greatest research result was not how many more immortal seal scripts had been mastered, or what powerful magical abilities had been comprehended from the 2 pages of debris. Instead, he directly refined the 2 pages of gold foil into something like a magic treasure. These 2 pages similar to gold foil. I don't know what kind of material it is. Even if Chu Tianjun used all means to leave a little trace on it, couldn't do it. At that time he sprouted the idea of refining it as if it were a magic treasure flying sword. The result was that it really let him do it. At this moment, the 2 pages of gold foil landed on the 2 Yuanshan Dharma phases. And the gold foil didn't have any 10,000 feet of magnificent light, but the immortal seals on it flickered with a faint halo, just like 2 talismanic seals of suppression, which surprisingly made it difficult for the 2 great harmonized god cultivators' Dharma phases to move. In less than a cup of tea, true Lord Qingha had already been drained of his Yuanshan by Chu Tianjun using the skill of taking the heavenly creation, and then it was a breeze to absorb the remaining 2 Yuanshans into his own power as well. When the 3 major true Lord Yuanshan of the Eastern Domain were all absorbed by Chu Tianjun, his cultivation level would only be 1 step away from the middle stage of transformation of God. From today onwards, there will be no more immortal alliance in the Eastern region. Chu Tianjuan's voice continued to spread out and kept stirring for hundreds of thousands of miles, and all the major immortal cultivation clans and families in the 4 states of the Eastern region heard it. He then made a move to the Tianxuan Sword and held it in his hand to feel it. It was still a bit far from evolving into a spiritual treasure, but the sword spirit in it was already no different from a human being, and was refining the remnants of those dozens of Yuaning's power in the sword. Now that there is no longer any mortal alliance, for the time being, you will be the one to sit on the front line of Yuezhou. Chu Tianjun spoke to the Tianxuan Sword before gently tossing it, and the Tianxuan Sword transformed into a ray of sword light and headed south. A few moments later on the terrified Yuezhou front line, above the fortress that originally belonged to the Immortal Alliance, the Tianxuan Sword hung in the sky, emitting a strong pressure. With one sword in the air, no one below the Devil Dao transformation god dared to take half a step forward. Chapter 51, entering the game with his body again. Qingshu, I'll trouble you for the rest. With the 3 spirit transformation stage cultivators exterminated, Chu Tianjun spoke to Lu Qingshu before unlocking the formation protecting Tianjun Peak. At this moment, the 9 heavenly mountains were already in a state of disrepair. The aftermath of the previous battle had caused countless mountain peaks to collapse. A large number of palaces and pavilions had been destroyed, and in addition, there were quite a number of broken limbs and shattered magical treasures scattered about. Lu Qingshu nodded and began to lead the few disciples to clean up the devastated sect. Chu Tianjun collected his Yuanshan Dharma phase and his figure floated down from the air, finally landing outside the precepts hall. But he still didn't bother to look at Hazel Moon, directly ignoring Hazel Moon as he quickly walked into the hall. In the corner of the precepts hall, Chu Tianjun saw Chu Yue, who had only a wisp of her soul remaining, and seeing such a miserable state, Chu Tianjuan's heart softened. The Chu Yue of the previous life was raised by herself, and in this life, although she was not directly involved in her growth, Chu Yue still grew up in Tianjun Peak during those 10 years. Chu Yue's remaining consciousness also saw Chu Tianjun appeared. Her eyes poignant looked to Chu Tianjun, but unfortunately the residual soul cannot shed tears, otherwise at this moment should have been tears like rain. Not being able to call you master is my greatest regret. Chu Yue's remaining consciousness produced some fluctuations, which probably meant something like this. Chu Tianjun stretched out a hand as if to pull Chu Yue, who was curled up in the corner, and at the same time his mouth whispered, "I'll take you home." Chu Yue obviously heard Chu Tianjuan's voice, Her face revealed a look of delight. Her originally empty gaze became bright. Even her residual soul seemed to have grown a little. Immediately Chu Yue's residual soul was Chu Tianjun's sleeves rolled. And then Chu Tianjun hands more a pitch black bead. The beads were like amber. And if you looked closely, you could find a young girl lying flat inside the beads, as if she was in a deep sleep. Earlier Hazel Moon saw Chu Tianjun walked into the hall without even looking at himself, and her breath was even more atrophied as she was half dead, and she was incomparably lost in her heart. Plus she saw the clan in ruins, and thought that most of the reason for this was due to the fact that she had accepted Yichuan as a disciple, and she was even more saddened in her heart. Under the intertwining of multiple emotions and injuries, even the Yuaning stage was about to faint. However, just at this moment a figure suddenly landed beside Hazel Moon. At the same time a treasure bottle appeared on top of Hazel Moon's head, which poured out emerald green rays of light downwards. These rays of light landed on Hazel Moon's body, slowly repairing her injuries. "Senior, you're not lightly injured. Let me help you back." Ning Qiushi squatted in front of Hazel Moon, and in addition to using the ethereal wood glazed vase that was originally given to her by Hazel Moon to heal her injuries, she also took out an extremely high-grade healing elixir and fed it to Hazel Moon. Hazel Moon didn't say anything, glancing at the Hall of Discipline and allowing Ning Qiushi to send her back to Tianxian Peak. Tianxian Peak was less damaged because there weren't many halls and pavilions up here in the first place, and the courtyard where Hazel Moon lived was still basically intact. Sending Hazel Moon back to her residence, Ning Qiushi didn't rush to leave, but waited for Hazel Moon to get better from her injuries and then suddenly asked Hazel Moon, "Does Senior feel that Father is deliberately distancing himself from you?" Hazel Moon's face changed slightly when she heard this, and then she said in a chipper manner, "It's all my fault. Does Senior know? In fact, Father is a very cheerful person. He is not as cold as he seems. In Tianjun Peak he would take all of us to recite poems and paintings. He would build campfires and sing and dance with us like mortals, and he would tell us many anecdotes." Ning Qiushi began to talk about Chu Tianjuan's goodness, which was indeed the real Chu Tianjun. He wasn't the kind of immortal powerhouse who didn't eat earthly fire. He was like an ordinary person most of the time, treating people with kindness and cheerfulness. "So he has always hated me." The more she got to know the real Chu Tianjun, the harder Hazel Moon felt in her heart, and she also finally realized that Chu Tianjuan's indifference was only directed at herself. It shouldn't be. Father is just avoiding you because he had seen something that might happen in the future in the Heart Demon robbery when he built his foundation. Ning Qiushi dismissed Hazel Moon's claim. As the little white flower who had been laying out a plan behind the scenes, she still had a much bigger plan, and Hazel Moon was a key part of it. Hazel Moon's complexion was astonished, and this kind of statement from Ning Qiushi allowed many of her guesses to match up. So impatiently, he asked, "What did he see?" "Everyone is dead. I'm dead. Senior brother Qingyun is dead. Senior brother Yang is dead. Senior uncle Qingshu is dead. Everyone in Tianjun Peak is dead. Even my father is dead. He was killed by his closest relatives who abolished his cultivation and threw him into a herd of demonic beasts to partake of the food. Even though I don't know exactly what happened in between, just watching from the sidelines, I could also feel my father's desolation and despair at that time," Ning Qiushi said with a saddened expression. That time through the great deduction technique, although she only saw some things from her own perspective, she did also feel Chu Tianjuan's despair before he died. "Who is it? Who did all this?" Hazel Moon's eyes burst with killing intent. Chu Tianjun hated her or not, indifferent to her or not, she would not allow someone to do this to Chu Tianjun. However, the next moment Ning Qiushi's words caused Hazel Moon's entire body to be struck by lightning. "It's you! You're the one who personally wasted Father's cultivation and threw him into a herd of demonic beasts, allowing them to partake of him." Ning Qiushi's tone was not indignant, but rather calm. Misty Moon was speechless. She was unwilling to believe that such a possibility existed, but on second thought, she could somehow accept Yi Chen as her disciple. If Chu Tianjun hadn't deliberately alienated himself, it wasn't completely impossible. "Senior, in fact everyone can see that you do like Father, right? But your nature is too cold. In fact, if you can be honest with Father, no matter that possible future in the Heart Demon robbery, or what has already happened now, it can be changed. You and he both have 10 years of contract, then why not take the leaf dust first back to the mountain?" And Father explained the reason. "In case of things you discuss too, that leaf dust, even if there are 1,000 tricks, and how to escape from the Father's eyes. If you were to be open with your father earlier, that is, if you can't come together, there would be less misunderstanding between you and me, and how could Young Wei have died?" Ning Qiushi continued to say, "No one would have thought that this person with the poorest qualifications and the lowest cultivation level would be the one who could see through it the most." Misty Moon didn't even know when Ning Qiushi left in the end. Right now she only had one thought, which was to impact the transformation stage as soon as possible. She didn't want to raise her cultivation. but she wanted to invoke the heart demon tribulation, wanting to see what Chu Tianjun had actually seen. On Tianjun Peak, Chu Tianjun was stabilizing Chu Yue's soul. With the help of the 6 instruments heavenly book, Chu Yue wouldn't fly away from her soul, but he didn't immediately arrange for Chu Yue to take over her body. I told Elder Misty Moon about the heart demon heist. Ning Xiushi said to Chu Tianjun quite frankly, "You are harming her and will only cause her to die faster." Chu Tianjun responded with a bland expression, "Only by entering the game with your body can you peek at the truth. Father, in fact, you didn't have a choice in the beginning." Ning Xiuxiu's face carried a rare seriousness. Chapter 52, The Ancestor says yes. It's true that I've never looked through her. Perhaps there's something in her that I've overlooked. Or else there's no reason for Yichuan to do all of this with all his heart. The next moment Chu Tianjun did not retort, but said with a contemplative face, "This is also Chu Tianjun only recently figured out. Although in his last life Yichuan was intent on screwing himself, but screwing himself is not the ultimate goal. His fundamental purpose is still to possess Hazel Moon. Even in this life Chu Tianjun had already suppressed Yichen to become the sect's outcast, and in the end he made a desperate attempt to pretend to be brought back to the sect by Hazel Moon. And after refining the entire 9 heavenly clan's disciples, the strength of his fleshly body was comparable to that of the transformation god stage. But he was the only one who didn't kill Hazel Moon. From that moment Chu Tianjun had a suspicion that Yi Chen's true goal was on Hazel Moon. There was also the simple truth that Yi Chen was carrying an immortal weapon, and might even be a person of the immortal realm himself, and that there were many means laid down in advance for him to grow in this realm, and there was absolutely no need for this kind of person to worship the 9 heavens sect, and grow up any way he wanted. If you look at it that way, the most valuable thing in the 9 heavens sect could really be this beautiful master teacher from his previous life. In the next period of time, the disciples of Tianjun Peak returned to the mountain gate one after another, and these disciples began to rebuild the Jiushao sect under the leadership of Lu Qingshu, and gradually the dilapidated sect recovered quite a bit. After this battle, the 9 heavenly clan seems to have lost a lot of strength, but in reality, it is transformed, and there is a great feeling of not being broken. First of all, the sect cohesion is unprecedented. There are no more undercover spies, and although there are pitifully few Yuan cultivators, there is Chu Tianjun, a god-realizing true lord. In addition, Lu Qingshu is also an invincible existence among the Yuan, and the 9 heavens sect is already a dominant player in the 4 eastern states, and it is only a matter of time before it unifies the eastern region. Sure enough, soon Chu Tianjun summoned Lu Qingshu and a group of Jindan stage disciples to the peach forest. Zhou Ru, you make another trip back to the mundane world. This time I want you to unify the eastern region's mundane world. Chu Tianjun said with a rare serious look, looking ambitious. Daughter knows, I will not let father down. Ning Xiushi got up and answered, looking excited as well. The rest of the disciples, follow me to sweep away the various immortal cultivation sects in the eastern region. It's time to change the pattern of this immortal cultivation realm. Either submit or exterminate. From now on, there will only be one family in the eastern region. My 9 heavens sect. Chu Tianjun then also stood up, his sleeves flung out. These words were spoken with great vigor. If it is not that he also calls himself an immortal cultivator, which anyone who looks at it feels that it is a devil, moving to exterminate, but also does not allow the existence of other clans. The southern region of the devil is not as overbearing as him. Peach forest in the middle of more than 10 Jindan disciples have cupped their fists and led the order. This is the only remaining Jindan of the Jiushao sect. Most of them are also promoted to Jindan only in these years, but the strength is very strong, but also Chu Tianjuan's die-hard loyalty. However, just as the crowd was getting excited, Lu Qingshu suddenly crossed the crowd. She cupped her fists at Chu Tianjun and said, a mere sect that doesn't even have a transformation spirit stage. Why does it need to be personally attacked by senior brother? Qingshu is willing to fight for the sect. 10 days, just 10 days. I'll sweep away all the sects in the eastern region for senior brother. Lu Qingshu had the strength to say these words, and no one doubted her. Chu Tianjun nodded with a smile and said, since Qingshu has the heart, then it is up to you to go on a journey, and you can use the sect disciples as you wish. Every subsequent day there were clans or mundane countries that were exterminated, and there were more that took the initiative to submit, removing their clan names and supplying a large amount of spirit stones and exotic treasures to the 9 heavenly clans. And in a short period of time the 9 heavenly clans had scraped away the underpinnings of the 4 states, and had recovered everything that should have belonged to them in the past 3,000 years. Because of the dominance of the 9 heavens sect, the other sects have fallen into a sinking ship. Some of the poorly qualified ones have become casual cultivators, and those with good qualifications are all heading towards the 9 heavens sect in the hope of worshipping under the 9 heavens sect. These days the eastern region can be described as incomparable turbulence. Fortunately, the southern region of the devil did not take advantage of this time to invade. Of course, everything is still because of Chu Tianjun. The southern region is only a few transformation of the divine stage. These devils joined forces also do not have confidence in the ability to suppress Chu Tianjun. May also be anti-killing. Right now, in the entire southern region Devil Dao, Chu Tianjuan's battle record of killing 3 major transformation god true monarchs in a row and decapitating dozens of Yuaning had made the people in the Devil Dao feel that he was more like a devil. A few days ago, several major god-transforming demon monarchs in the southern domain had also gathered at the sacred sect and requested sacred Lord Ji Xianyu to take action. But Ji Xianyu did not agree. Ji Xianyu was an old monster of the refined void stage. Even Chu Tianjun, who had already absorbed the Yuan Shen of 3 transformation true lords, thought that he was not Ji Xianyu's opponent. In his last life, he had felt Ji Xianyu's aura from afar, and knew that he was indeed no match for this person at this time. Of course Chu Tianjun wasn't worried because in the past Ji Xianyu was stronger than Cheng Hezhenjun and the others combined, and this holy lord hadn't even personally made a move. And now that he himself was stronger than the 3 combined, the other party had even less reason to make a move. Chu Tianjun suspected that the reason Ji Xianyu did not directly strike at the eastern region might also be related to that Xian Gui old ancestor hidden in the Nine Heavens sect. A month after the 9 heavenly clans change, the clan had basically been restored to its original state, only that the pattern had changed a bit. There weren't as many peaks as before, and the clan's hall had been rebuilt to be even more majestic and magnificent. At this time, the disciples of the 9 heavens sect gathered inside and outside the sect's main hall. Inside the hall Chu Tianjun stood at the highest place. Below is Lu Qingshu and some Jindan and soon-to-be Jindan disciples. Outside the hall is the foundation stage and Qi cultivation stage disciples. All of them add up to 1,000 or so. Today's summoning of all fellow disciples is a few important announcements. The 9 heavens sect has been passed down for 10,000 years. It had been glorious and fallen. Now that the sect has been handed over to us, I would like to revitalize the sect together with all of you. Chu Tianjuan's voice echoed in the 9 heavens sect. At this moment, everyone in the sect was inside and outside the main hall. But the only person who hadn't arrived was Tianxian Peak's Hazel Moon. Hazel Moon's injuries had basically recovered. These days she was like a demon, frantically raising her cultivation. In just over a month she had reached the peak of Yuaning, and at this time she was frantically storing up her strength in an attempt to invoke the divine transformation heavenly tribulation. But she still heard Chu Tianjuan's voice. Since today, the 9 heavenly clouds sect has set up the outer door. All the disciples of the Qi refining and foundation establishment stage are the outer door, and they will be distributed spirit stones and elixirs every month according to the sect's welfare. And the first floor of the Tibetan scripture pavilion can be read at will. Any Jindan disciple who accepts the sect's test of inquiring minds will be promoted to the inner sect, and will be allowed to open an independent cave, with the corresponding benefits upgraded. And the opening of the second floor of the Sutra Pavilion. The Yuaning stage is a true disciple, who can build his own peak as a dojo, participate in the management of the sect, and have the right to enter and exit the hidden scripture pavilion at will. The clan has set up the position of Holy Son and Holy Daughter. Anyone who breaks through to the transformation god stage can be a Holy Son and Holy Daughter, participate in clan decisions internally, act on behalf of the clan externally, and automatically qualify for the succession of the sect leader. From now on, I am the acting sect master of the 9 heavens sect. Do you all have any objections? Chu Tianjun said many things in a row, each of which completely subverted the original pattern of the 9 heavens sect. With this adjustment, he was equivalent to turning the 9 heavens sect into a centralized nature, where everyone, including the holy sons and daughters, were disciples, weakening the master-disciple inheritance and leaving only one clan inheritance. Senior brother, there are no objections to the other things, but this sect leader position is not yours. How come you're only a substitute sect leader? Lu Qingshu asked the doubt on behalf of everyone. Chu Tianjun so reform. In addition to the head teacher, the other disciples including the holy son and daughter, all only exist in the relationship of senior brother and sister. And Chu Tianjun is the first person deservedly. He did the head teacher naturally deserved it. There is really no need to add a generation word. Sweeping his eyes across the crowd, Chu Tianjun saw that everyone had this doubt. So he looked in the direction of the ancestor shrine, and then opened his mouth to say, because our 9 heavens sect still has a supreme ancestor still alive. This clan has always honored its teachers and respected their teachings. And how can I overstep the bounds of my ancestor who is still here? This time Chu Tianjun had told all the sect disciples about Chu Xuanji's existence, and many of them were whispering as they knew the secret for the first time. A smile appeared on Chu Tianjuan's face as he kept his gaze in the direction of the ancestor shrine. And today, he finally felt that in the direction of the ancestor shrine, a hidden aura had appeared, like there was a gaze that was also watching himself. Then Chu Tianjun said aloud, Disciple so arranged. Xian Gui old ancestor think it's good? Many people thought Chu Tianjun was just pretending to be so casual. In fact, even he was just casual. But the next moment, a voice actually did appear in the void. A voice that could not be heard as male or female, and said only one word, good. Chapter 53 Hazelmoon who practiced magic skills. Hearing this good response, everyone was shocked, while Chu Tianjun was smiling even more. He knew that no matter what this Xian Gui old ancestor's purpose was, as long as he increased his strength, one day the other party would reveal themselves. If she doesn't want to see herself, then she'll grow up on her own until the day she's worthy of a meeting. Today, in my capacity as acting sect master, I will announce the first sect appointment. Lu Qingshu has fought for the sect and has labored hard. Although her cultivation has not yet reached the transformation god stage, she has been exceptionally promoted to Holy Maiden due to her merits. The first thing Chu Tianjun did in his capacity as acting sect master was to designate Lu Qingshu as the Holy Maiden of the Nine Heavens sect. Lu Qingshu naturally wouldn't refuse her senior brother's kindness to her, while the other disciples bowed in unison in the direction where the two were. On behalf of the Palm sect's holy brightness, I pay my respects to Holy Maiden Qingshu. Thousands of people spoke in unison, all convinced. The Nine Heavens sect is equivalent to a phoenix nirvana. And soon there were rumors in the world that the Nine Heavens sect still had a supreme ancestor in existence, with a terrifying strength that was still above Chu Tianjun, the true lord of the spirit of transformation. At the same time, the Nine Heavens sect announced to the public that it had begun to widely accept disciples, but there was a restriction that those above the Jindan stage would not be accepted, only those at the Foundation Establishment stage and below, which also included mortals. Almost at the same time, the Daning dynasty unified the eastern region, and also opened the immortal cultivator administration in the form of a dynasty in the mundane world, and opened up the most basic cultivation techniques to all mortals. The dynasty also set up a special organization to select those cultivation beginners and mortals with outstanding qualifications, and these people, after a period of cultivation in the dynasty, if they stood out, could be directly introduced into the Nine Heavens sect. The pattern of the eastern domain was now very close to the nature of the immortal sect, with one family being absolutely authoritative. The Nine Heavens sect holding all the resources, and being able to formally worship the Nine Heavens sect represented a flying start. One day, the Tianxian peak was suddenly covered in dark clouds, and a huge pitch-black vortex quickly formed. Disciples with a little bit of knowledge immediately understood that this was Hazel Moon Realist, one of the only two Yuan realists left in the Nine Heavens sect, invoking the divine transformation Heavenly Tribulation. Chu Tianjun was the first to sense the Heavenly Tribulation coalescing, and this time he didn't hesitate for a second. Appearing in the courtyard of Tianxian Peak in a flash of his body. This was the first time he had come to this place since he was reborn, and it was not strange to him at all. Chu Tianjuan's appearance made Hazelmoon's heart and soul vibrate. Just as she was still guessing Chu Tianjuan's coming intention, she only saw Chu Tianjun look up to the sky, and then casually waved his hand towards the sky. The original dark and terrifying vortex of the Heavenly Tribulation was actually dispersed by his wave of the hand. Misty Moon looked at the man beside her with a confused face. Chu Tianjun has become her heart knot. Facing Chu Tianjun, her emotions are very complicated. Repentant. Feel guilty. Be in love with. And love. But not love. Hazel opened her mouth. There were many things she wanted to say in her heart, but for a moment she surprisingly didn't know what to say. Fortunately, this time Chu Tianjun didn't make things too difficult for her, and the next moment Chu Tianjun took the initiative to open his mouth and said, "You can't survive this heavenly calamity." Although her tone was still cold, Hazuki felt that it was surprisingly caring. Misty Moon also knew that she couldn't survive the Heavenly Tribulation, but the Heavenly Tribulation wasn't her intention, and she was more interested in going through the Heart Demon Tribulation to see what Chu Tianjun actually saw. The other party knew that he couldn't survive the Heavenly Tribulation, so he made a move to break up his Heavenly Tribulation. Wasn't that because he didn't want him to die? I want to know, what exactly did you see? Hazel Moon mustered up the courage to speak, remembering what Ning Xiuji had said to herself, that if people were more honest with each other, there would be fewer misunderstandings. None of it really matters. Chu Tianjun responded to Hazel Moon in a very rare manner. But it's important to me. Let me cross the tribulation. Even if I die, I'm willing. Hazel Moon really seemed to be different from before. Her eyes were firm and she knew what she was going to do. And even more so, she knew what she wanted. Chu Tianjun hesitated for a moment before looking at Hazel Moon and said, this was the first time he had looked at Hazel Moon squarely since he was reborn. You and I have a 10-year contract. You still owe me one thing. Today I want you to fulfill your promise. Hazuki's complexion changed slightly, but she still asked immediately, what do you want me to do? It wasn't that Hazuki wanted to skip her appointment by asking, but she was simply curious, or perhaps still had some expectations. Don't cross the tribulation. If you want to cross it, wait until after you kill Yi Chen. Chu Tianjun then said, I want to kill Yi Chen with my own hands, but it's impossible to do so if I don't cross the tribulation. Are you thinking about me in disguise? Misty Moon asked as she looked at Chu Tianjun with a straight face. After being enlightened by Ning Qiushi, she had indeed changed a lot. Chu Tianjun cannot help but froze for a moment. This and his impression of that master can be completely different. Her words are simply the same as asking Chu Tianjun, is not like her? It's not as if it's impossible for the Yuaning stage to kill the transformation god stage. Do you really want to kill Yi Chen with your own hands? He can still be your disciple, Chu Tianjun said with a look that hadn't changed much yet. It was true that Hazel Moon hadn't formally expelled Yi Chuan from the division yet, but of course that was just a procedural thing. When Yi Chuan used the immortal artifact Copper Coffin to refine the crowd, and also uttered the words that he was going to charge the division. In reality, he and Hazel Moon were no longer master and disciple. Thinking back now, in fact, I never had a moment where I truly considered him as a disciple, and it was not my intention when he said he wanted to worship me as a master that day. As if there was something interfering with my decision, Hazel Moon replied with a calm demeanor, the words hidden in her heart for a long time finally coming out. Chu Tianjun didn't feel surprised. He realized a long time ago that Hazel Moon was a very special being. She seemed to be the cause of all karma. In fact, everything unfolded with her in mind. The next moment only saw Chu Tianjun take out a jade slip with a flip of his palm and hand it to Hazel Moon. Hazel Moon subconsciously took the jade slip and read the information inside after touching it, and when she read the records inside, she looked at Chu Tianjun with some incredulity. Without waiting for Hazel Moon to ask herself, Chu Tianjun spoke first. The 9 changes of the Heavenly Devil is also considered a top Devil's Dao technique, and it can indeed help you to kill the transformation spirit stage with the power of a Yuaning, but you should have seen the perils of it as well, and how to choose is up to you. What Chu Tianjun had given Hazel Moon was precisely the Devil's Way wonderful technique Heavenly Devil 9 changes. The original human skin scroll that recorded this technique had already been destroyed by Chu Tianjun, but he remembered this technique from his previous life, so he re-recorded it in the jade slip. I practice. As long as I can make up for my faults, even if I fall into the devil's path I'm willing to do so. I'll let you understand my heart, Hazel Moon said with a somewhat stubborn look. This appearance of her more and more let Chu Tianjun feel strange, and this kind of Hazel Moon really let Chu Tianjun hate. Chu Tianjun did not intend to say anything else. If in previous days he should have just left at this point, but before he left today he still nodded towards Hazel Moon as a response to the other party. In the past, at this time Hazel Moon would not say anything, and would only watch Chu Tianjun leave with some regret. But before Chu Tianjun moved today, Hazel Moon took the initiative to ask again. What should I call you in the future? Previously Hazel Moon called Chu Tianjun senior brother. Now according to the cultivation, she should actually call Chu Tianjun senior uncle or senior. But Chu Tianjun reformed the 9 Heavens sect. In addition to a very small number of still have a clear teacher inheritance, up to the Yuaning stage of the Hazel Moon, down to the refining stage of the freshly introduced disciples, can be called Chu Tianjun on behalf of the sect master or senior brother. As you wish. Chu Tianjun had already gotten up and flown away, and still spoke before leaving. Chapter 54, Peach Grove Gathering. Chu Tianjuan's appearance so that Hazel Moon is no longer a walking corpse. The next few days she fell just quietly in Tianxian Peak's cultivation of the 9 changes of the Heavenly Devil. This magic skill is actually not difficult to practice, and the time required to practice is not long. There is only one threshold. That is, you have to reach the Yuaning stage in order to practice. Hazel Moon only used a dozen or so days has been practiced. However, the reason why this magic skill was called a strange skill was indeed very special. The 9 changes of the Heavenly Devil did not directly increase the cultivation level of the cultivator, and even the moves it performed would always be just one move. However, this move was one that consumed all of the cultivator's spiritual energy at once and included the current realm. In layman's terms it means that casting the 9 changes of Heavenly Devil will erupt a power that far exceeds the current realm. Crossing a big level is normal, but the cost is also huge. Once casting it not only will all the power of the body be depleted, but it will also make the realm fall down to ordinary people. If a Yuaning stage cultivator were to cast it once, it would take at least more than 10 years to retrain. Immortal cultivators as a group of people who race against time. Longevity is very precious, so even if this Qigong is really strange, usually no one uses it, because once you use it, you basically break the path of cultivation. And how many people can cultivate up again after being reduced to ordinary people? Even if there were no realm barriers, how many people would be able to afford the massive amount of resources that would be required? However, the strangest thing about this technique is that if someone can successfully perform it 9 times without dying and still recover their cultivation, it is said that from then on there will be no more limitations. That is, They can burst out at any time with a power that crosses a large level, and after the 9th time they perform it they will only run out of power and won't fall down in their realm. This one was a bit evil. Equivalent to the transformation stage being able to exert the power of the refining void stage, the Qingshu stage being able to decapitate the Mahayana stage, and at the Mahayana stage theoretically being able to decapitate immortals with ease. Misty Moon was preparing to kill Yuan, and while the Nine Heavens sect was developing smoothly, Chu Tianjun was actually preparing to kill Yuan. Yi just escaped this time. It doesn't mean that Chu Tianjun let him go. Based on all the things that happened in his previous life, plus some known changes, Chu Tianjun also deduced that Yi Dust must have escaped to the Northern Demon Clan. Before Chu Tianjun died in the last life, the Northern Domain Demon Army went south. At first Chu Tianjun did not even connected with Yuan, and now it seems that it is also Yuan who is secretly messing with the ghost. In this life, of course, will not wait until Yi Chuan once again commanded the demon army to the south. Chu Tianjun will take the initiative to go north, go to the demon hinterland to kill Yi Chuan. One evening, Hazel Moon is still sitting alone in the courtyard. Now the Nine Heavens sect has recruited a group of new disciples, and the sect is gradually regaining some of its vitality. But Tianxian Peak is still cold, and Hazel Moon is the only one. One of the things she did most often nowadays, besides cultivating, was to sit in the courtyard and look at Tianjun Peak, which wasn't too far away, but felt distant. Chu Tianjun, the acting head teacher, still lives in the Peach Forest. The daily affairs of the clan is a few Jindan stage disciples to take care of the orderly, external and Lu Qingshu, the first person under the god of transformation. She alone has already pressed the 4 states of the eastern region of the cultivation world cannot catch their breath. And although Ning Qiushu's cultivation qualifications were strangely poor, her talent in management was extremely demonic. The large eastern region of 4 states, immortal and mortal worlds, billions of mortal people, countless spiritual veins and minerals, countless industries under the name of the Nine Heavens sect, the construction of the sect, the thousands of disciples of the use of the sect, have been arranged by her properly. The Nine Heavens sect is a flourishing scene. Senior, there's a party on Tianjun Peak tonight. Why don't you come with me? Suddenly Ning Qiushu landed beside Hazel Moon and said with a joyful face, "A party? Me?" Misty asked a little incredulously. "Aren't you also a part of the Nine Heavens sect? Father even caught spirit fish to grill. Don't you want to taste it, senior uncle?" Ning Qiushu was like coaxing a little girl, and Misty Moon was naturally moved. But she wanted to go, but she really didn't have the face to go. So she added, "It's not good for me to go, is it? They're all your own people. What's wrong with that? Besides, Father never said that he wouldn't let you set foot in Tianjun Peak, right? Moreover, senior uncle, you're still the only true disciple of the Nine Heavens sect nowadays," Ning Qiushu said with a wink. After Chu Tianjun reformed the Nine Heavens sect, because Lu Qingshu broke the rules to become the Holy Maiden, Hazel Moon became the only true biography, and Chu Tianjun really didn't take back the Tianxian Peak. Even in the sect welfare, it is also recorded that there is a true biography of Tianxian Peak, and every month, there is a disciple who sends the Spirit Stone and Elixir. Therefore, Hazel Moon, the Nine Heavens sect's true successor, was recognized by the sect, and according to the regulations, the true successor could not only build her own peak as a dojo, but also participate in the management of the sect, and could even come and go as she pleased from the scripture pavilion. So theoretically, there was no place she couldn't go to. Now the Nine Heavenly Clan's hidden scripture cabinet is also very different from the past. In addition to the original 9 Heavenly Clans, those techniques, Chu Tianjun also put in many of the ones that he had collected from all over the world, which not only lacked the original eastern region's 4 states of the great clans of the town's mastery, but also contained some of Chu Tianjuan's self-created techniques of the avatar. Alright then, Hazel Moon was convinced by Ning Qiushu, and although her heart was incomparably apprehensive, she decided to take this step anyway. A few moments later Hazel Moon and Ning Qiushu arrived at the Peach Forest at the top of Tianjun Peak. Before entering she was in a very apprehensive mood, and was also ready for Chu Tianjun to give an expulsion order when he saw himself. Peach Forest at the moment there are already many people. Most Hazel Moon know or have seen. Chu Tianjun naturally do not say. He is holding a pen low head painting. Lu Qingshu stood next to Chu Tianjun quietly watching. Let a person feel the groomed talented woman. There were also some people standing or sitting nearby, and those who could be named included Wu Qingyun, Yang Ming, and a few other disciples who had lived around Tianjun Peak for a long time. There were also a few Hazel Moon couldn't name, only knowing that they were attached to Tianjun Peak in the past few years. Most of these people were at the Jindan stage, with only a handful or two at the Foundation establishment stage. These people were in 2s and 3s, some were chatting, some were drinking, and some seemed to be discussing problems in their cultivation. When Ning Qingshu and Hazelmoon appeared, everyone's gazes turned to them, and when the crowd saw that there was also Hazelmoon, their complexions became a bit unnatural. Misty Moon could naturally feel all of this. She hesitated a bit as her feet lurched, but in the next moment Ning Qingshu took her hand and continued to walk towards Chu Tianjun. Being forcefully pulled by Ning Qingshu, Hazelmoon also had the cheek to continue walking forward, only that she was even more thick-skinned. But at this time she also lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Chu Tianjun. Father, I've invited elder teacher here as well. Ning Qingshu walked up to Chu Tianjun and even said something like inviting credit. Since you're here, feel free to sit down. Chu Tianjun raised his head and spoke. These words fell on Hazelmoon's ears. It was like heavenly music. Even she felt that this was the most beautiful sentence she had heard in a long time. Elder brother, sit here with me. Ning Qingshu pulled Hazelmoon and made it to a short distance next to Chu Tianjun. While the bystanders saw that Chu Tianjun had recognized Hazelmoon, and their gazes towards her were normalized. Chapter 55, A Different Kind of Immortal Cultivation. It was the first time Hazelmoon had attended this kind of party. She had been curious, but she didn't dare to show anything and sat there very quietly. Soon Chu Tianjun stopped his pen and began to naturally ask his fellow disciples present one by one about their recent cultivation. Hazelmoon glanced at Chu Tianjun's drawing paper, which was drawing the scene in front of her, except that there was only the scenery on it at the moment and no one yet, so obviously the drawing was not yet finished. As one disciple asks Chu Tianjun some questions, his answers not only solve the confusion well, but the onlookers also benefit from listening to them. Hazelmoon knows that this is Chu Tianjun, the acting sect leader, who is giving the people close to him a little cooking. Father said that there are close and distant people. He can't take care of everyone, but at least he can make those close to him better and better. Ning Qingshu whispered in Hazelmoon's ear, as if she could guess what Hazelmoon was thinking in her mind. The process of Chu Tianjun instructing his disciples was not long, and Hazelmoon was never able to integrate into it. She had been sitting quietly, more or less out of place. After Chu Tianjun finished opening small stoves for these disciples, it was time for the Rayal party, and at this time, all those spirit beasts and spirit fish that were roasted were also ready, as well as the wine brewed from spirit fruits. It's rare that there are so many people today, so we couples will have a sword dance to cheer us up. Please grant it on behalf of the sect leader. Soon after the gathering began, a middle-aged man with an elegant temperament rose and said. As he spoke his gaze also first glanced in the direction where Hazelmoon was. Obviously the people he was talking about were referring to Hazelmoon's arrival. The man got up. Beside her there is a woman almost at the same time get up. The two people not only action tacit understanding, even dressed in a look is also a husband and wife. That's excellent. The double sword combination of the virtuous couple is a masterpiece. We are blessed to have the opportunity to see it today. Chu Tianjun smiled and said. This moment he also did not have the majesty of the acting sect leader. Just like a confidant with a group of good friends to drink wine and have a good time. The couple then performed a sword dance in the center of the field, although they didn't use any spells or sword techniques, but it was pleasing to the eye, and just the sword moves also felt extraordinary. Elder, these two are husband and wife. They were originally a couple of casual cultivators. Many years ago when my father went out on a trip by chance to meet each other, father sent a set of sword skill to them, then the two people's cultivation skyrocketed, just a few years between to the Jindan stage. And this husband and wife are extremely affectionate. Their double sword together power doubled. Jindan stage will be able to fight with the Yuan infant without losing. These years also for father swept away a lot of clans and cultivation family. People outside called them female and male double demon. Ning Qingshu promptly introduced Hazelmoon. It was indeed the first time that Hazelmoon knew about this couple. She could tell that both of them had reached peak Jindan cultivation, and were the most likely to achieve Yuaning in the current Nine Heavens sect. And once these two became Yuaning, that would be 2 Yuaning at a time. Speaking of which, although there are not many people in the 9 heavenly clans now, the strongest Yuaning stage cultivators and the strongest Jindan stage cultivators are all in the 9 heavenly clans. And now that it is not clear about Chu Tianjuan's specific strength, it is likely that the strongest god stage cultivators are also in the 9 heavenly clans. What are their names? Hazuki spoke for the first time since arriving at Peachwood. She did need to know the names of these two. She couldn't just meet them in the future and call them females and males as well. Could she? Senior brother's name is Zhou Qingfeng, and senior sister's name is Li Wanhua. Ning Qingshu whispered the names of the two. Hazel nodded, taking down the names of the two men. When Zhou Qingfeng and Li Wanhua's sword dance ended, the crowd applauded. But no one knew that the sword technique Chu Tianjun had given to the couple was actually one that he and Hazelmoon had once used in their previous lives. That is the closest relationship between the 2 years. Master and disciple are the same Yuaning stage, long-term inseparable with the same advance and retreat. The two joined hands can indeed fight with the God transformation stage cultivators. However, In this life Chu Tianjun did not hesitate to give away this set of sword skills, and now that he saw Zhou Qingfeng and Li Wanhua couple using this set of sword skills, he seldom reminisced about the happiest time in his last life. Since the re-establishment of the Nine Heavens sect, Chu Tianjun had the illusion that it seemed like he was also fading away from his last life, and sometimes he even questioned whether that was the last life that had really happened, or was it just a possibility of seeing in advance the existence of the future. As the well-intentionedly deceitful Ning Qiuzi had said, "Senior brothers and sisters have offered their art, so how can I be missing? Senior uncle is going to trouble you again." Suddenly Ning Qiushi got up and said, as she left her seat while smiling at Lu Qingxue. Lu Qingxue smiled and nodded, and then with a flip of her palm, there was an additional bamboo flute in her hand. Hazel Moon looked at the two with curiosity and anticipation. Then first Lu Qingxue played the bamboo flute. The sound was very beautiful and melodious, and it was the first time that Hazel Moon knew that Lu Qingxue still had this hand. However, on second thought she was relieved. Perhaps there was still a lot that she didn't know. It seemed like she had never really integrated into the 9 heavenly clans, and now when she looked back on her previous days it was really bland and tasteless. As Lu Qingxue's flute played, Ning Qiuji began to dance. Her posture was agile and elegant, and the surrounding fellow disciples praised her, and for a while the atmosphere reached its peak. Hazel Moon couldn't help but have a small smile on her face as well. She suddenly felt her mind become calm, and even more so, she felt that the world was a better place. Then she subconsciously looked to Chu Tianjun, just to see Chu Tianjun again picked up the pen in the painting. The picture has been in the beginning of some changes. In addition to the scenery also more people. There is the previous Zhou Qingfeng Li Wanhua couple of sword dance. There is Lu Qingxue elegantly playing the bamboo flute. There is Ning Qiuji in the dance, and the surrounding people are applauding or drinking wine. But there was no self in the picture. "Senior, come along." Suddenly Ning Qiushi appeared in front of Hazel Moon, surprisingly trying to pull herself up to dance in public. I really won't," Hazuki said in a bit of a panic. "It's very simple. Just follow me and dance. Senior uncle, you're so beautiful. You must look good dancing too." Ning Qiuji didn't die. Her hands were still pushing harder, looking like she was trying to rush the duck. Hazel Moon felt a little embarrassed. She looked at Ning Qiuzi's expectant gaze, and then looked around, not wanting to spoil the crowd's pleasure. She even ghostly obeyed and was pulled out of her seat by Ning Qiuzi. At first, Hazel Moon really couldn't let go. Her movements looked stiff and clumsy, but as she jumped, perhaps she was impressed by Ning Qiuzi's sincere smile, or perhaps she really wanted to get into it. Unconsciously her movements became more and more fluid, and even though she was gesticulating after Ning Qiuzi's example, she began to have a good sense of style. At the back Hazel Moon's dancing was surprisingly no worse than Ning Qiuzi's. Her body and temperament were impeccable, and she danced around the bonfire with Ning Qiuzi, but she was also beautiful. Finally the song ended. Ning Qiushi also stopped moving. She looked at Hazel Moon with delight, as if praising, "I told you, you must look good when you dance, don't you think so?" Ning Qiuji also didn't mind asking the others out loud. That's that. This song and this dance, all of them should only be found in heaven, and it's rare to hear them on earth." Miss Autumn rhetoric and real Hazel Moon. That's something the immortals of the upper realm would sigh in dismay if they saw it. Some people around them began to chime in, not forgetting Lu Qingxue, the holy maiden. In addition to praising Ning Qiushi and Hazel Moon, this kind of atmosphere was indeed very good. Hazel Moon was the first to feel this kind of atmosphere. She had always thought that cultivating immortality was about clearing one's mind. It was about being alone and meditating in seclusion. It had never occurred to me that immortal cultivation could be so smoky, and it was really like what Ning Qiuzi had said, a group of people having a good time together, singing and dancing around a bonfire. Chapter 56, Northern Expedition of the Demon Race, Slaying Yi Duan. Hazuki was also a little embarrassed by the compliment, and at the same time there was something different in her heart. It was as if she was trying to catch something at this moment, but it was still so close. But just as she was walking back to her seat, Hazel Moon glanced at Chu Tianjuan's painting again, and this time she saw that there was an extra person in the picture, the figure dancing with Ning Qiuji, and that was herself. Boom! In an instant Hazel Moon felt as if her consciousness had been blasted open by something, and a sudden clarity came over her, knowing what she had to cherish and what she wanted. At the same time something else really popped into her consciousness, which made her freeze right where she was. Chu Tianjun also froze at this moment as he felt a mysterious aura suddenly appear on Hazel Moon's body, and then he looked to the vault of the sky above his head, where there were actually robber clouds converging again. The next moment Chu Tianjun once again struck out to break up the robbing cloud, and looked at Hazel Moon with a somewhat complicated expression. Hazel Moon also recovered from her brief loss of concentration. She looked at Chu Tianjun with some embarrassment, knowing that it was the other party who had once again helped herself to break up the robbing clouds, or else she would have to start transmitting the transformation god Heavenly Cauldron again at this time. Although her state of mind had improved tremendously nowadays, she was definitely still not sure that she could succeed in her tribulation. Although this process was short-lived, the bystanders also noticed the abnormality and were all looking at Chu Tianjun and Hazelmoon curiously. You've gained a natural aptitude? In the end, it was Chu Tianjun who broke the atmosphere. Hazuki nodded. She herself couldn't understand how she had gotten a strange extra avatar in her head. This, let's call it an avatar, was very strange. Avatars could only be comprehended by a handful of spirit transformation stage cultivators who could comprehend one or two of them after sensing the power of heaven and earth. And there were also some who were in spirit bodies that could be awakened. And Hazelmoon naturally didn't belong to either of these two situations. That's why Chu Tianjun was talking about having gained a natural divine ability. Because there is another extremely rare situation that only exists in legends. And that is when it is rumored that certain people are clocked by the heaven and earth's chi, and will be endowed with a divine ability. Hence the name Natural Divine Ability. Senior, can you tell us what divine ability you've awakened? Ning Qiushu asked with incomparable curiosity. It was said that this kind of natural aptitude was extremely private, and it was generally not asked about, and the person concerned would try to hide it as much as possible. Everyone is listening to the clouds. Only Chu Tianjun's heart is shocking waves. In front of that Wad Nian Nian he felt nothing. But the name Great Prayer Technique immediately reminds him of the Six Instruments Heavenly Book from the comprehension of the Great Deduction Technique. Both of these two just listen to the name to know that it is the same level of things. It was definitely not simple to be at the same level as the divine abilities in the Six Instruments Heavenly Book. Seeing the crowd are puzzled. Hazelmoon is not hiding. Continue to introduce to, this magic is not the use of power, but like some kind of sorcery, as long as the daily meditation on some kind of wish, a long time will be able to realize. It is not forgetting that there will be an echo. Sincere prayers have their own income. There's such a magical aptitude? Then if you think about your ascension to immortality every day, will you be able to ascend to immortality after a number of years without having to cultivate? Ning Qiushu said with incomparable shock. She felt that this was all too exaggerated. Hazelmoon, however, nodded, and then explained. Theoretically, but in fact, there are quite a lot of restrictions. For example, the smaller the wish, the easier it is to succeed, and the shorter the time required. The more outrageous the success rate is, the lower the success rate is. Either it is to use time in exchange for time. If you don't do anything and only pray for 10,000 years, it's possible to fly up to become an immortal. But who has 10,000 years of lifespan to just do one thing? There is absolutely no such thing as getting something for nothing in the world. Regardless of whether it's the numinous memory or the Great Prayer Technique, it's actually still an exchange of equals. It's just that what is used to exchange is life and time, but it's not unlike a top-notch magical ability. Chu Tianjun quickly gave a more objective evaluation. I'll tell everyone the cultivation method, so why don't you all try to see if you can cultivate? Hazelmoon said with a frank face, and her words caused everyone to be very surprised. In an instant everyone's impression of Hazelmoon became completely different. Even Lu Qingshu, who had been disliking Hazelmoon, began to admire the other party. The avatar was something that very few people shared. It was no longer as simple as generosity. Chu Tianjuan's heart was also a bit moved. He had given many benefits to his clan disciples, but the divine abilities were almost non-existent. There were attempts to pass on a few divine abilities to Ning Qiushu, but they all ended in failure. Avatars are not like feats that can be learned, even if the reasoning is expounded upon. Not being able to comprehend it on one's own still prevents one from cultivating it, and this avatar of yours isn't simple in origin at first glance. So it's not necessary. Chu Tianjun spoke out to advise Hazelmoon not to have to share the divine ability, and there weren't many who could resist the temptation of the divine ability like him. I volunteered, Hazelmoon said dryly, and with that, she spoke the cultivation method of the Ningyin in public. Everyone looked at Chu Tianjun, who nodded his head before they all began to silently memorize and attempt to cultivate. But soon everyone was bewildered to realize that they could understand all that Hazelmoon said, but cultivation was a completely different matter. It was almost as if they couldn't even touch the door. Even Chu Tianjun tried, and likewise couldn't touch the door. This divine ability really wasn't something that could be learned just by wanting to learn it, especially Hazelmoon's divine ability, which wasn't any form of power, and couldn't even be absorbed by Chu Tianjuan's raiding the heavens creation technique, and couldn't be transformed by the creation great self-sustaining demonic skill. Seeing that all the people were practicing fruitlessly, it was time for this night's party to end. At this time, Chu Tianjun suddenly said with a straight face, taking advantage of the fact that everyone is here tonight, I would like to announce a decision. A few days ago, I have already projected the whereabouts of Yi Duan, and I would like to go north to the demon race to kill Yuan." As soon as Chu Tianxuan's words fell, everyone bowed toward him and said, "The acting patriarch's holy wisdom." This also includes Hazuki. Senior sister Hazel Moon is also coming along? He thought that the matter was over, but he never expected Lu Qingshu to suddenly ask, "I will naturally go. I will kill Yi-chan with my own hands," Misty Moon said with a resounding voice. From the time she awakened her natural aptitude, she had actually been running that weird and peculiar Nian Nian Fu, and what she couldn't forget right now was the painting made by Chu Tianjun this evening. She wanted to guard this beautiful everything. She hoped that she could always appear in the painting and appear beside Chu Tianjun. This was a happy and beautiful wish, but unfortunately, soon Chu Tianjuan's words made her a little apprehensive again. "Hazel Moon, although you can take the blame for your sins, after all, it was you who took in this scourge of Yichuan. After killing him, I, the acting patriarch, will still have to give an explanation to the clan, and will still punish you at that time." Chu Tianjuan's words not only made Hazel Moon apprehensive, the others were also puzzled. Earlier they all thought that Chu Tianjun had forgiven Hazel Moon. Now it seems as if it is not. Chapter 57. Beauty's master may have a great deal to offer. Apprehensive as she was, Hazel still felt that the night had been immensely rewarding and had meant a great deal to her. This feeling was completely no less than worshipping the Nine Heavens sect 100 years ago. Early in the morning of the second day, all the disciples of the 9 heavenly clans discovered that the original clan hall had detached itself from the mountain peak and turned into a palace suspended on top of the mountain. Chu Tianjun stood on top of the jade steps of the main hall. Below him was Lu Qingshu and a group of core disciples of the 9 heavens sect, all of them with Jindan cultivation or above. And naturally, Ning Xiuzhu was not there. "Ouyang start." Chu Tianjun nodded to Ouyang Ming in the crowd and said. The next moment Ouyang Ming struck a string of spells in his hands. Then a faint barrier rose outside the 9 heavenly hall. Then countless formations lit up one after another. These large formations set up small formations, and the large formations formed even larger formations. And there were hundreds of formations that were activated. And all of these formations were based on the Great Hall of the 9 heavens. Either they were inscribed on the floor stone pillar's roof, or the structure that made up the Great Hall was where the eye of the formation was located. A few moments later, under the watchful eyes of all the disciples of the 9 heavens sect, the gigantic palace transformed into a recluse light and shot towards the north. Nowadays, this Great Hall of the 9 heavens, not only was it the clan hall of the 9 heavens sect, but it was also a formidable magic treasure. And in order to build this Great Hall, it had consumed almost 2/10 of the resources of the 9 heavens sect. Knowing that the resources of the 9 heavens sect were now the resources of the entire eastern region's 4 states, the resources for repairing a grand hall were enough to feed a large sect. Nowadays, the 9 heavens Great Hall itself is at the level of a magic treasure, and nearly 600 formations have been arranged on it. The Great Hall is integrated with offense and defense, and can be used as the foundation of my 9 heavens sect, so that even a god transformation stage true lord can't easily destroy it. On the way of flight, Chu Tianjun casually explained briefly to the disciples. The Great Hall of the 9 heavens was refined by him, and the nearly 600 formations were set up by Ouyang Ming and some disciples who practiced formations overtime in the past few months. Because of overtime, these disciples who set up the formation also got 3 times the monthly salary. Welfare treatment. This piece of the 9 heavens sect is now naturally not to say. The Great Hall of the 9 heavens flew extremely high and fast, and no one had discovered it when it was over the eastern domain. But after entering the northern domain, the Great Hall of the 9 heavens broke away from its recluse state and began to fly at low altitude. This thing is very oppressive. Wherever it passes by, those demon clans have not dared to take out the atmosphere, and there is no unenlightened demon clan that comes out to be conspicuous. Entering the northern domain with such fanfare, our 9 heavens sect should be the first one in all of history, right? Qingyun said with a smile as she stood at the edge of the 9 heavens Great Hall, looking down at the shivering demon clan below. This female cultivator of the Foundation establishment stage, who used to have the best relationship with Chu Yue, had also successfully formed a Jindan not too long ago, and there were quite a few other disciples like Qingyun lately because the 9 heavens sect now had far too many resources, and a hard heap of them could pile up quite a few Jindans. I heard that this time, the acting sect master is also planning to capture a batch of demons to go back and use as mounts. So in the future, our sect will also be able to ride on demonic beast mounts. A disciple chimed in from the side. Chu Tianjun still did have this intention, and had previously arranged for a few powerful Jindan stage disciples to do this. The disciples on the Great Hall of the 9 heavens did not have a little bit of tension before the battle of life and death, but rather as if they had come to swim in the mountains. Chu Tianjun quietly watched all this. He was actually clear that this time there might be some disciples who would stay in the northern region forever, but this Chu Tianjun also look open, because anyone can die, which also includes himself. The 9 heavens sect to develop, the disciples to grow. is certainly to sharpen the forward. You can only raise flowers in a greenhouse. You can't grow huge trees. Senior brother Tianjun. Where is Ji Chen? What is that guy's cultivation level today? Lu Qingshu had always been by Chu Tianjuan's side, and the name Tianjun senior brother was exclusive to her. The only ones left in the entire Nine Heaven sect who could still call Chu Tianjun senior brother were Lu Qingshu and Wu Qingyun. This time, Wu Qingyun didn't come either. Mainly he wasn't suitable for this kind of battle. The other thing was that this late-blooming Dandao master was already impacting the Yuaning realm. It should be close to appearing. When we entered the northern domain, I think he knew about it. The exact cultivation level is unclear. Perhaps it's already close to the void refining stage, Chu Tianjun said calmly. His gaze kept looking into the distance. No one knew what was going through his mind. After about another incense stick of time, a powerful pressure suddenly erupted from the northern sky, and then a huge shadow appeared in the sky. This shadow moved quickly towards the Nine Heavenly Hall, and when it got closer, one could see that it was surprisingly countless powerful demonic beasts. The demonic beasts swept in like a tidal wave, and like an army plowing through the land, there were many Yuaning stage demons that had already transformed into forms. In the center of the demon army, a throne composed of huge corpses was particularly conspicuous, and what was even more conspicuous was a handsome and upright figure on the throne. Seeing the figure on the skeleton throne, Hazel Moon clenched her fists tightly. Her body's aura had already coalesced to the apex, feeling like a leather ball that was about to be blown up, and the power in her body was about to explode out uncontrollably. That person was naturally Yichuan, and today Yichuan was not that bloody-looking flesh. He had regained his handsome skin. It was just that everyone now knew that Yi Chen's good-looking skin was definitely fake. The Great Hall of the Nine Heavens had come to a halt, and all the formations had begun to operate at full strength. At this moment, this palace had just become a fortress of war, and every disciple was also like a great enemy. Master Nephew Yi, you're mixing well. Looking at this situation, you should be the Northern Region Demon Emperor, right? Before Yichuan and his demon army arrived, Chu Tianjun appeared above the roof of the Nine Heavens Great Hall, and he said in a calm tone, but with a few teasing words. Hearing that Chu Tianjun still called Yi Chen his nephew, Hazel Moon's face became very ugly, and the others were also a bit puzzled. Chu old dog, I didn't expect you to be really bold, not waiting for this emperor to find you, but you came to send yourself to death. Yichuan's handsome appearance, yet he spoke words without any demeanor. The moment he opened his mouth, he was Chu old dog, and although his aura was indeed strong enough, it was impolite compared to Chu Tianjuan's sentence of Yi master nephew. Chu Tianjun was not angry or annoyed, and continued to speak in a cloudy manner. So my Nine Heavens sect does have something you are scheming for? After saying these words, Chu Tianjun deliberately glanced at Hazel Moon, and Yi Chen. After hearing Chu Tianjuan's words, indeed his gaze also looked at Hazel Moon. The other party did not answer, but Chu Tianjun had already gotten the exact answer. You mole-like thing don't deserve to know. I know you're curious, but I'll just choose not to tell you. Last time, if I wasn't undermined by that Chu Yue, this emperor has an immortal weapon in hand. Do you think you can really hurt me? Yichuan's tea art was naturally excellent. He did know how to disgust people. These few words for someone with bad mental quality would really be mobilized by him. By the way, Chu Tianjun was not the kind of villain who talked a lot, but at this time he did talk a lot, mainly because he knew that Yi Chen was likely to come from the upper realm, and surely knew a lot of secrets, and getting more information out of his mouth could be more valuable than killing him directly. Have you ever heard of the saying that a boat capsizes in a ditch? Perhaps in your eyes this small world is really a gutter, but you've capsized the boat several times in a row. Aren't you worried that you'll capsize it again? Chu Tianjun was also provoking Yi Chen with his words. He wanted to make the other party lose his mind, no matter if it was excellent for killing Yi Chen or making him slip up and reveal some secrets. Chapter 58, Expelling Hazel Moon from the Sect. Chu old dog, you don't want to provoke me. You a guy who can only use women. You have the ability to fight with this emperor in a straight fight. Yichuan clearly saw Chu Tianjuan's intentions, and he also didn't look like he was falling for it. But when he begged for a duel with Chu Tianjun, he had actually already lost. Hearing Yi Duan's words, Chu Tianjun was in a trance for a moment. He felt as if Yi Duan had robbed him of his own lines. If it was in his last life, this should have been the most important thing he wanted to say. Sinful animal. You harbor evil intentions and use all means. Having had the name of master and disciple with you is a disgrace in my life. Today I will personally thwart you. Sure enough, the next moment Hazel Moon couldn't help but roar out towards Yi Chen. And these words of Hazel Moon were like the words that killed Chu Tianjun in his last life. Ye dust this day, this sect master is here to clean up the door. Since you are still the king of the demon race now, then after your death the Jiushao sect will take over the northern domain. No matter what, you were once a disciple of the Jiushao sect, Chu Tianjun suddenly said with a sigh on his face. while his words were tantamount to killing and killing. And then the crowd also understood why Chu Tianjun called Yi Dust Master Nephew in the beginning. Yuan was already furious. He had never seen such a brazen person. He had beaten the door and shouted to kill himself, but he even wanted to eat it up and squeeze all the value out of himself. It was true that Yi Chen had never been formally expelled from the Nine Heavens sect, so he was still nominally considered a disciple of the Nine Heavens sect, and since he was a disciple of the Nine Heavens sect and a demon emperor, the northern region demon clan should also belong to the Nine Heavens sect, which at least reasonably made sense. Since they were going to clean up, shouldn't everything that originally belonged to Yi Chen after his death rightfully belong to the Nine Heavens sect? Yi Duan, who was once the most capable of speaking, was actually momentarily exasperated and speechless, and this scene also resembled the way Chu Tianjun was once exasperated and didn't know how to explain himself. Come out to mix really still need to have strength. Now I grasp the momentum, in possession of absolute power, no matter whether it is to move the mouth or the hand. The reason is on my side. The devil's way is not all unreasonable. Chu Tianjun at this moment surprisingly some realization. This life is style of action many times closer to the devil's way, but let the future development to a very different road. It's a good path. At least there are no regrets. Cut the crap. Take out your immortal weapon and let me see how much effort is needed to kill you. Chu Tianjun was really somewhat villainous at the moment. Arrogant and domineering with no one in sight. Kill for me. Yi Chen also stopped talking nonsense, and with a command from his mouth, that army of demonic beasts killed towards the Nine Heavenly Hall. Facing so many demons, the disciples of the Nine Heavens sect naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to leave the Nine Heavens Great Hall, a fortress of war, and the demons to fight short-handedly, and they relied on the formations and the Nine Heavens Great Hall, which was already a super treasure, to fight with the demons. However, in addition to Chu Tianjun being outside, Lu Qingshu, who sensed that the demon race was temporarily unable to breach the Nine Heavenly Hall a few moments later, also flew out. As soon as she appeared in as the Thunder Emperor battle armor with split sky running thunder gun shape. Valiant is very striking. Then what was even more striking was the endless thunder and the thunder dragon that surrounded his body. It had to be admitted that even if Chu Tianjun and Yuan, the two powerhouses of the god transformation stage, fought each other, in terms of selling and combat effects, they were far inferior to Lu Qingshu, the Yuaning stage. Of course she is not a normal Yuaning stage. People at the moment is facing another head of the demon clan in the god of transformation stage Demon King, the Nine Heavens sect in addition to Chu Tianjun. Only Lu Qingshu can fight with the god of transformation stage. Hazel Moon didn't make a move. She was still in the Nine Heavenly Hall, and she didn't help the other disciples fend off the demon army. Instead, her gaze was dead on Yi Chen, and she should have been condensing the strongest strike of the 9 transformations of the heavenly demon. This time Yi Chen and Chu Tianjuan's encounter was a little different from the last time Chu Tianjuan's Yuan Shin Dharma phase encounter with the other 3 transformation god powerhouses. Chu Tianjun didn't release his Yuan Shin phantasm. Yi Chen didn't know if he did or not, and he didn't release it anyway. Yi dust that monster-like body than any magic treasure. Chu Tianjuan's flesh is very general. He did not use his own flesh hard resistance, as long as he behind the compass shadow appeared. Let Yi dust how to attack. The last Chu Tianjun body in front of the 3 inches of how can not break through. The truly exciting part was actually Yi Chen's bronze coffin immortal artifact, and the 2 gold foil remnants released by Chu Tianjun. Whether it was the immortal artifact copper coffin or the gold foil of the 6 instrument heavenly book, they both looked plain and uninteresting, but the sound they made from their mere collision made the hearts and minds of cultivators and demon clans below the level of Yuan quake. It was also thanks to the fact that there were no Foundation Establishment Stage 1s in the vicinity, or else they might have been directly shaken silly by the aftershocks. The copper coffin immortal artifact was very large, and the gold foil remnants were very small, but on the contrary, these 2 pieces of gold foil were able to block the copper coffin, and the gold foils, one in front of the other, seemed to work together very skillfully, which made the copper coffin look a bit clumsy. If that's all you have, then I'm overestimating you. This is the demon race. I have a constant stream of demonic beasts coming forward. Sooner or later that great hall formation of yours will be consumed, and then you can only watch them die. Yi Dust probably wanted to interfere with Chu Tianjuan's mind, and started to bull as he fought. However, there was some truth in Yi Dust's statement. After all, even stronger formations were things that continued to wear out, but this was the demon race, and Yi Dust could command a constant stream of demonic beasts to impact. Chu Tianjun didn't say anything. Even if he was labeled as a villain in his last life, he didn't talk much. In this life there was even less nonsense. With his current strength, it wasn't impossible to kill Yi Chen, but he wanted to give Hazel Moon a chance. Another very important reason was that Chu Tianjun felt that if he took action to kill Yi Chen, The process would be very troublesome and there would be countless changes in it. But if Hazel Moon took action, it seemed that it would go smoothly. This feeling was inexplicable, partly coming from the influence of the Book of Six Instruments of Heaven, and partly seeming to come from the influence of the experiences of his last life. Cultivating immortality is to go against the sky, and there is no heavenly way in this world. But at this moment Chu Tianjun looked up at the sky. He knew that this was just the sky that he could see, and it didn't necessarily represent the real sky, but Yichuan was from above, so maybe he could really represent something. Yichuan felt insulted that Chu Tianjun, who was fighting with himself, was still out of his mind looking up at the sky. However, in the next moment, he was not in the mood to care about Chu Tianjun, because Yi Chen sensed a great terror appearing behind him. When Yichuan turned back, Hazel Moon was already standing in the void. Her hands were forming a seal in front of her chest. It was a kind of seal that had never been seen before and felt powerful at first glance. Feeling bad in his heart, Yi Chen wanted to dodge away. But at this time Chu Tianjun suddenly struck out, and the huge compass shadow fell, temporarily confining Yi Chen in place. The next moment Hazel Moon finished her sealing, and a power with a destructive aura and clearly demonic aura blasted towards Yichuan. Whether it was in terms of power or speed, the Heavenly Demon 9 transformations attacks far exceeded the Yuaning stage, and even belonged to the top of the heap among the transformation stage. The terrifying power directly submerged Yi Chen, and in an instant, his physical body, which could be considered the strongest in this realm, was quickly turned into ashes, and even his soul was worn out. Chu Tianjun did think about whether to leave Yi Duan's soul behind so that he could pry some secrets from it, but in the end, he thought better of it. This kind of person is better to be killed directly, so as not to have a long night's sleep. Yi Chen died so easily, dying in a wave. The aura on Hazuki's body immediately became ordinary, and she couldn't even maintain her imperiousness. Chu Tianjun did not reach out to pick her up, but instead waved his sleeve, and Hazel Moon's body was directly thrown back onto the 9 heavenly hall. At this moment, Yichuan was dead, and the demon army immediately scattered. Chu Tianjun smoothly collected that copper coffin immortal artifact, and the 2 pieces of gold foil also flew into his body. This battle to say the most leisure, the last but also Count Chu Tianjun this generation of palmist. The 9 Heavens sect didn't immediately take over the demonic forces. The 9 Heavens Palace returned to the 9 Heavens Mountain as a recluse, and the disciples needed to recuperate. However, when the 9 Heavens Palace again suspended in the 9 Heavens Mountain, Chu Tianjun publicly announced, "Hazel Moon, you know people are not clear," lured the wolf into the house, so that the clan suffered a great calamity. Although you also were the crime, but the dead can be exempted from the living. Crime is difficult to escape. This should be abolished to your cultivation expulsion of the clan, but now you have lost all the cultivation. The step will be exempted. You go down the mountain. The past all kinds of write-offs. You have no connection with the 9 Heavens sect, no longer have anything to do with it. Everyone is stunned to look at Chu Tianjun. Everyone thought that Hazel Moon's self-loss of cultivation killed Yi Chen. Chu Tianjun, even if you still want to punish, but also some symbolic, but did not think that it is actually expelled from the clan. Hazel Moon even felt like the entire sky had collapsed. At this moment she really lost everything, not only the realm cultivation she possessed, but also her hope. Chapter 59 Enchanting and quickly forming the golden elixir. Hazel Moon lost her mind and was completely reduced to a walking corpse. She did not know when Chu Tianjun left, nor did she know when the others left. She didn't even know how she left the 9 heavenly halls, and in the end, she didn't know how long it took before she felt herself being assisted. Looking to his side, the one accompanying him was still Ning Qiushi. "Senior, I'll take you to a place." Ning Qiushi looked at Hazel Moon with some heartache and whispered. Hazel Moon didn't even want to think about where Ning Qiushi would take herself. She didn't know where else she could go after leaving the 9 Heavens sect. Now Hazel Moon was already an ordinary person. Although her physical body had been washed and nourished by spiritual energy for years, she had already been reduced to an ordinary person. That was ultimately a body that was hundreds of years old, and if she couldn't recultivate in a short period of time, she wouldn't actually be able to live for long. After another unknown amount of time, Hazel Moon felt that she had left the 9 heavenly mountains, and there were a lot of people in front of her, even more lively than she remembered from the fair. She could actually tell what this place was if she took a closer look, but she wasn't in the mood at this time. So Hazel asked, "What is this place?" "The place where the 9 Heavens sect recruits mortal disciples. Although there are thousands of people arriving here every day, only a few are recruited. There are a few Foundation Establishment stage senior disciples in charge here, and they're quite dedicated, picking people with still good roots and bones." Ning Qiushi explained with a smile, and also pointed to a few disciples wearing the clothing of the 9 Heavens sect, using magic weapons to check their qualifications one by one. Hazel Moon looked at Ning Qiushi with some doubt. and this was the only look in her gaze. Seeing Hazel Moon's disoriented appearance, Ning Qiuji smiled helplessly before saying meaningfully, "Father expelled you from the sect, saying that all past events were written off and that you no longer have anything to do with the Nine Heavens sect, but he didn't say that you can't join the Nine Heavens sect again? Isn't canceling the past a chance for you to start over?" Ning Qiuji's words caused Hazel Moon's body to tremble violently, and in an instant, there was clearly a glowing light in her eyes, and her entire being took on a life of its own. "Don't hesitate. Everything has just begun," Ning Qiuji suddenly said in a meaningful manner before pulling Hazel Moon's hand towards one of the recruited disciples. Before the two of them even got close, the Foundation Establishment stage recruiting disciples saw Ning Qiushi and Hazel Moon and hurriedly got up. "Greetings, Miss Qiuju, and greetings, Misty Moon." This disciple was very respectful. Even if Hazel Moon had lost all her cultivation and had been expelled from the sect, he didn't dare to be slow. After all, Hazel Moon had come with Ning Qiuji. "Senior brother, cut in line and register for senior uncle first. Just follow the process for everything," Ning Qiushi said naturally, actually commanding. "Fine, I'll do it right away." The recruiting disciple hurriedly bowed and said, before pulling out a jade slip from his body and simply burning some information before handing it to Hazel Moon with both hands. "This is the credentials of the disciples of the Nine Heavenly Cloud sect to enter, but also a symbol of identity. With this, Hazel Moon is also considered to be back to the Nine Heavenly Cloud sect again. Thank you, senior brother. You continue to be busy," Ning Qiuji said as he waved his hand, before conjuring up a magic weapon and taking Hazel Moon with him as he flew further up the mountain. Moments later the two returned to Tianxuan Peak, where nothing had changed from the previous days. "I used a small privilege and asked for Tianxuan Peak under my name. Now I'm going to give this place to senior uncle. It will still be yours in the future. There are also these pills. They were given to me by senior uncle in the past. Consider it as me keeping them for senior uncle all these years. With these pills, you should be able to recover your cultivation very quickly." Ning Qiushi said a lot in a brain. Hazel Moon was touched. She used to be really good to Ning Qiushi as well in order to get close to Chu Tianjun, and now it seems like all that goodness wasn't given in vain. Hazel Moon didn't push back. She really needed these pills, not only to restore her cultivation. She didn't have much time left in her current physical body. She could double down on being nice to Ning Qiuji in the future. According to the clan's new rules, father will personally confer the position of true transmission, and as soon as senior uncle recovers his Yuaning cultivation, you'll be able to meet him in name only. Before leaving, Ning Qiushi did not forget to say the most important sentence, and this sentence did become the motivation for Hazel Moon to cultivate again. Seeing that Ning Qiuji was about to leave, Hazel Moon also summoned up the courage to ask, "Qiuji, this is simply you pitying me, or, it was father who asked me to come?" Before Hazel Moon could finish her question, Ning Qiuji directly told her the answer. This answer undoubtedly let Hazel Moon set aside all the clouds. This is the answer she most wanted. This moment Hazel Moon also truly cut off everything in the past, truly from a new start. "In less than 10 years, I will definitely return to Yuaning." Hazel Moon secretly made up her mind. Ning Qiushi quickly returned to Tianjun Peak, and at the moment, Chu Tianjun was still fiddling with the immortal artifact Copper Coffin. "How's father's research going?" Ning Qiuji seemed to be the one who was the busiest. Not only did he have to take care of the huge eastern region's 4 states, but he also had to manage some of the Nine Heavens sect's industries, and he also had to worry about his old father's personal emotional problems. This item is called the Burial Immortal Coffin. It is indeed an immortal artifact, but the actual use is very different from the name. This immortal artifact is a good item used by immortals in the immortal realm to reshape their fleshly bodies. So Young Wei's fleshly body is about to have its place, Chu Tianjun said happily. After studying it for half a day, he grasped the usage of the Burial Immortal Coffin immortal artifact. Being able to reshape an immortal's flesh? Wouldn't that mean that Sister Yue could directly become an immortal? Ning Qiuji also asked with a look of delight. Chu Tianjun, however, shook his head and said, "How huge are the resources required for an immortal's physical body? It is estimated that it would take refining our entire world to get an immortal body. I can't give her an immortal body, but I know that there is an exotic treasure in the southern domain that can help Yue obtain a spiritual body. So when the time is ripe, I'll go get it myself, and that will also be the day of her resurrection." "Are spirit bodies really that important?" Ning Qiuji asked with a somewhat less than stellar face. The main reason was that she and Chu Yue were both strangely poorly qualified in immortal cultivation, and if Chu Yue gained spiritual rebirth, then she would be the only poor student left. Effort is worthless in front of talent, and having a spirit body is naturally better than not having one, Chu Tianjun said dryly, and these words undoubtedly also put Ning Qiushi in a bad mood. Ning Qiushi deflated her mouth, and obviously didn't want to continue discussing this topic that saddened her, so she talked about Hazel Moon. "By the way, I brought Senior Misty Moon back to Tianxian Peak. In fact, with father's means, he should be able to restore her cultivation in a short period of time, so why did he still let her cultivate on her own? This righteous daughter had never questioned Chu Tianjun, but she still had many doubts, things that are too easy to get are taken for granted. Whether those are real experiences I've had or just a possible future I saw in advance. Now that this karma has been cut off, it's good for me as well as for them. Just this path to immortality alone. We are only halfway there, Chu Tianjun said with a frank expression, raising his head to look at the sky after saying that. Chu Tianjun originally also thought that killing Yi Duan everything will be over. But when it really killed Yi Duan that moment Chu Tianjun realized that this is not the end of anything, but has just begun. No matter what happens in the future, my daughter will always be by my father's side. Ning Qiushi squatted beside Chu Tianjun and said in a low voice. She and Chu Tianjun behaved in a close manner, and that was indeed a clean and pure father-daughter love, absolutely not containing the slightest distraction. Although I just said that effort is worthless in front of talent, your talent is not in cultivation at all, so you don't need to care about the talent of cultivation either. As for longevity, you don't have to worry even more. Allowing you to directly become a Yuaneng is currently a bit difficult, but it's easy to become a Jindan. Pick a day. Now, as Chu Tianjun spoke, he pressed his hand on the top of Ning Qiuxi's head, and then a soft spiritual energy surged into Ning Qiuxi's body. Ning Qiushi was at the Foundation Establishment stage, and the spiritual energy in her body was also in a liquefied state, but her spiritual energy was like clear water. But the spiritual energy that Chu Tianjun was now pouring into her was like mercury, and the latter was more than 10 times thicker and heavier. These is mercury condensed spiritual energy, a steady stream of remittance into Ning Qiuxi Dantian, and then under the control of Chu Tianjun, constantly compressed and constantly injected. About half an incense burner's time, Chu Tianjun hardened the external force to help Ning Qiuxi condensed a top-grade Jindan, although there is no dragon and tiger intertwined with the elephant, but also consumed light 10,000 feet. When the Dan was completed, the haze filled the sky. The entire 9 heavenly clan people saw it. Chapter 60, Hand-Rubbed Flying Sword. I'm at the Jindan stage 2? Ning Qiushi felt the power she had never felt before and was still in a bit of disbelief. Your biological parents should not have much time left. Go down the mountain to accompany them for the last period of time. Our father and daughter will have a long life ahead. Chu Tianjun usually looks like he doesn't care about anything, but he actually knows everything. And after condensing the Jindan for Ning Qiushi, he let her go back to accompany her birth parents for the last period of time. Father, the next time we meet, my daughter will be Chu Qiushi. Ning Qiushi did not have the sadness of parting. She smiled like a flower and waved goodbye to Chu Tianjun. Chu Tianjun smiled and nodded, watching Ning Qiushi leave. This time, he didn't send anyone to protect Ning Qiuxi. For one thing, Ning Qiuxi, who was already at the Jindan stage himself, was much more capable of self-protection. And secondly, he had refined a new immortal seal amulet for Ning Qiuxi some time ago, and this time, it was even more powerful. There is also a third point. Ning Qiuxi is the most life-thirsty. When she encounters danger, she definitely runs faster than anyone else. Coupled with her unparalleled intellect, as long as she senses the slightest hint of danger, she will definitely run back in the night. After Ning Qiushi left, Chu Tianjuan's place was a lot colder. During this period of time, Qingshu brought the elite disciples of the Nine Heavens sect to sweep through the northern region, killing the demon race back and forth several times, killing those who didn't submit or obey, and even those who didn't seem docile. Sweeping the northern region to grow as the 9 heavenly clans. Chu Tianjun's last life is rotten. This life does not bring the word rotten, barely a good person, but he also agrees with the sentence. The road to cultivate immortality is originally against the sky. This road is you fight for me, for resources for the sake of chance. This sentence is still Qingshu once the teacher of the 9 swords realist said. The reasoning is not wrong. Even if Chu Tianjun and Qingshu now want to improve their cultivation, but also to go to the fight to grab. Also during this period of time, there were more people in the 9 heavenly cloud sect who had closed their doors. Qingyun had reached the final stage of impacting the Yuaning realm, and Zhou Qingfeng Li Wanhua and his wife had closed their doors not too long ago, similarly impacting the Yuaning realm. There were more Foundation Establishment stage disciples starting to impact Jindan, and the reason why this kind of pomp and circumstance was possible was that it relied on Chu Tianjun and Qingshu to fight and grab it. Chu Tianjun had also gone into seclusion for a period of time shortly after Ning Qiushi's departure, and this time it wasn't a long time, only 3 years, but after he came out, his realm had already reached the middle stage of harmonization of the divine, and it was a solid middle stage, and it wasn't too far from the late stage. Qingshu had returned long ago. Qingyun had also successfully advanced to the Yuaning stage a year ago, and Zhou Qingfeng Li Wanhua and his wife had both become Yuaning real people 2 years ago. In this way the 9 Heavenly Clan has 4 more Yuaning real people. In addition, the Jindan Masters are even more explosive growth. Now the whole clan has nearly 50. The number of Jindan cultivators alone will soon catch up with the 9 Heavenly Clan of some years ago. The first thing Chu Tianjun did after his release was to personally preside over the ceremony of the 3 Yuaning real people, granting them the position of true transmission. On this day inside and outside the hanging 9 Heavens Hall, except for those disciples who were outside, almost all of the 9 Heavens Sect's disciples had arrived. Chu Tianjun saw that since the 9th Heavenly Clan's nirvana, before and after less than 10 years, the number of people has doubled. The key is that the quality of the disciples is higher, the quality is better. If assessed in terms of combat power, the current 9th Heavenly Clan is at least several times stronger than when the Heavenly Pivot Realist was there. Senior brother. Over the years, the sect has taken in quite a few disciples with excellent qualifications, and they are all here today. Should we take a look at them in passing? After the 3 Yuaning real people were conferred with the position of true transmission, Lu Qingshu suddenly opened her mouth and said. Chu Tianjun also smiled and glanced at Lu Qingshu. These 3 years of seclusion he seems to be in addition to the great increase in cultivation. It is more and more able to pinpoint, as if a glance can see through everything. It looks like Qingshu has also taken in a disciple? Your disciple is my nephew. Why don't you call out for me to meet? Chu Tianjun said with a single word. Since it was Lu Qingshu's personal disciple, he naturally wanted to take a good look. After the nirvana of the 9 Heavens sect, although the teacher-disciple inheritance was weakened, it did not prohibit the Yuaning real person from accepting disciples, because there really are disciples with outstanding qualifications. If they can be personally mentored and taught by the Yuaning real person, their cultivation will definitely be smoother, which is good for the sect, so there is no reason to prohibit it. Qingyun, why don't you come forward to pay your respects to senior? Lu Qingshu smiled shallowly at Chu Tianjun before beckoning towards one of the disciples below. Being that Chu Tianjun had seen through her small mind, Lu Qingshu was actually very happy in her heart, because she felt that it showed that her senior brother understood her very well. Chu Tianjun does understand. He even knows now Lu Qingshu on their feelings. Chu Tianjun in fact never deliberately avoided. He and Lu Qingshu have a very long life, and now even a little misunderstanding and suspicion between them are not likely to produce. So everything goes with the flow when the time comes to the water to the drain on the line. The next moment a young girl who was 2 or 8 years old, with a white dress on top and a long light green skirt underneath, respectfully knelt on the ground. Disciple Jiang Qingyun, pay my respects to senior uncle. The young girl made a big bow. She was actually lucky. If it wasn't for Lu Qingshu accepting her as a disciple, how would she have the qualifications to call Chu Tianjun master uncle? Quickly please rise. With a slight lift of his right hand, Chu Tianjun lifted Jiang Qingyun up. At this time Chu Tianjun also saw clearly the appearance of Jiang Qingyun. If you want to evaluate as can be used on the excellent posture of the word. Not bad. There are a few moments of Qingshu's senior sister's appearance back then, and it's still a water spirit body. This is also the luck of the clan. Qingyun, do you have a flying sword? Chu Tianjun said without mincing words, and finally asked Jiang Qingyun if she had a flying sword. Jiang Qingyun carried a water spirit body. Although this 5-element spirit body was the most basic spirit body and could not be compared to Lu Qingshu's 2 top spirit bodies, but it was also 1 in a million in this world. And if there were no accidents, there was basically no problem in cultivating a transformation stage. Hearing Chu Tianjun's question, Jiang Qingyu's gaze looked solicitously at her master, while Lu Qingshu nodded, reporting back to senior. Disciple's cultivation level is still low, and she has yet to refine a magic flying sword. Jiang Qingyun answered truthfully. She was still only in the middle stage of foundation establishment. At the time you paid homage to your master, it was only right for me to give you a gift of meeting. So let's make up for it today. Your master asked you to major in the sword technique, so I'll give you a flying sword. Chu Tianjun even saw Jiang Qingyu's major cultivation technique. In fact, without looking at him, he could probably guess that Lu Qingshu's strongest was the lightning aptitude, followed by the ice aptitude. That all came from her 2 major spirit bodies, which could not be passed on to Jiang Qingyun. And the rest was the sword skill that she practiced under the 9 Swords realist back in the day, and she was going to teach Jiang Qingyun most likely to teach this as well. Chu Tianjun words, then gently waved his hand, and then several things emitting precious light appeared in front of the body. These things kind of strange shapes, some like ice crystals, some like liquid, and some are even more many people have never seen. But of all the things, none of them were flying swords. However, the crowd's doubt soon disappeared, because the next moment Chu Tianjun directly used these materials to field hand rub a translucent, body like water flying sword out. The materials used for this flying sword are all exotic, enough for you to use it until the transformation god stage. As for the name, you can pick it yourself. Chu Tianjun flicked his fingertips. and the transparent water like flying sword flew in front of Zhang Qingyao. Chapter 61 A World of Great Controversy. Zhang Qingyao, incomparably excited, once again kneeled down and bowed. The others in the hall saw this scene are incomparably envious, but also know that this is Chu Tianjun loved the house inside. Zhang Qingyao worshipped a good master. The magic treasure is also divided into grades: primary, intermediate, advanced, the very best. Chu Tianjun in the end is the Yuanshan True Lord, is casually refined magic treasure, that is also the very best of the very best. After meeting with Zhang Qingyao, Chu Tianjun also got to know several young disciples, all of which were extremely qualified and had clear mentors. For example, after Zhang Qingyao, Wu Qingyun also introduced the first personal disciple he had taken in half a year ago, a female disciple named Han Ningxiang. This Han Ningxiang was on the older side, and although she didn't look old, her true age was already in her 40s. And what surprised Chu Tianjun the most was that this female disciple that Wu Qingyun had taken in was actually carrying a spirit body that was rare in the world as well. Medicine Saint Spirit Body. Qingyun, where did you find this disciple? At the first sight of Han Ningxiang, Chu Tianjun was extremely surprised. Returning to the words of the master teacher's elder, I was originally a secular healer, and since it was no longer difficult to make a breakthrough in the medical path in the secular world, I thought of worshipping the immortal sect to cultivate even more profound healing techniques, and thanks to the sect's indomitability, I was able to enter a whole new world. Wu Qingyun did not reply, but Han Ningxiang herself came to answer Chu Tianjun. Only then did Wu Qingyun nod his head and said, Ningxiang was a famous doctor in the secular world, saving lives and helping healers. I saw that she was very suitable for alchemy, so I took her in as a personal heir. Chu Tianjun nodded frequently. He could see that Han Ningxiang was not intentionally trying to make a splash or draw attention to herself just now. She was aware that her master was only obsessed with the Dan Dao on weekdays, and that her master had come to explain how he had worshipped under the door, so he was probably going to have to waste a lot of words, and it wasn't concise enough either. So she replied to Chu Tianjun with a few simple sentences. According to the rules, I should also give you the same meeting gift, but I really don't have anything suitable for the Dan Dao on hand. How about this? In the future, if you have any cultivation problems, you can always come to me, Chu Tianjun said after hesitating for a moment. When he said this, everyone in the hall showed surprise. Wu Qingyun was even more excited, hands trembling, bowed towards Chu Tianjun. He knew that Chu Tianjun this is disguised to teach Han Ningxiang. Han Ningxiang was also excited and bowed quickly. She was very clear that her own master's Dan Dao was taught by this master teacher uncle. The other party was willing to personally teach himself, which was more valuable than sending any magic treasures and feats. In fact, in Chu Tianjuan's mind, if he were to speak in terms of value, he thought that Han Ningxiang was worth more than Zhang Qingyao, even though she was also a saintly body, and Han Ningxiang would be of greater benefit to the entire clan once she had achieved success in her cultivation. There was also the fact that Han Ningxiang was already a benevolent healer, and before she cultivated immortality, she was a person worthy of respect. Do you still have family in the secular world? Chu Tianjun likewise slightly raised his hand to lift Han Ningxiang, and also asked one more question. Han Ningxiang shook her head and recounted her situation again in very concise words. It turns out that Han Ningxiang's parents died early. Good to give her a doll marriage. The husband's family is also a good person. Not only did not dislike Han Ningxiang, but also received her to the home to raise, to the marriageable age. She also successfully married her fiancé. Although her husband's family was also just an ordinary family, her in-laws were charitable, her husband treated her well, and she lived a quiet and happy life. Unfortunately, the good times do not last long. Married only 3 months, Han Ningxiang's husband was infected with a strange disease. Looking for a lot of famous doctors are at their wits' end. This Han Ningxiang is also a defiant person. Her husband's second month of illness, she began to learn the art of self-training medicine. She thought that if the other side of the man can't save their husbands, then their own to save. Han Ningxiang took care of her critically ill husband over and over again, and at the same time, she wasted her sleep and time learning medicine. But unfortunately, God did not meet her wishes. Even with the support of Han Ningxiang, who had already exceeded the level of most famous doctors, she only helped her husband to drag on for 1 year, and 1 year later, he passed away. Han Ningxiang was also heartbroken for a while, but soon got back on her feet. After all, there are still in-laws to serve. Later on, her medical skills became more and more skillful and her fame grew, and after she sent her in-laws away some years ago, her medical path came to the end of her mortal life, and then when she heard about the Nine Heavens Sect Immortal Sect, she tried to come to worship her master. Emotional and talented, the Nine Heavens Sect has picked up a treasure. Chu Tianjuan's heart was very joyful, and the more he looked at Han Ningxiang, the better he looked. Originally, The appearance of Zhang Qingyun and Han Ningxiang made Chu Tianjun realize that the Nine Heavens sect has some yin and yang trends, but the good thing is that the next few disciples he saw one after another, again making him feel quite normal. Lu Qingshu and Wu Qingyun had both taken in a protege who carried a spirit body, while Zhou Qingfeng and Li Wanhua had directly taken in 6 disciples in the past 2 years. The two did not have any children, and it was estimated that accepting so many disciples was a way to make up for their regrets. And their Jinsei Peak was also the most lively place in the Nine Heavens sect right now. The 6 disciples, 5 men and 1 woman, also greeted Chu Tianjun one by one. Zhou Qingfeng Li Wanhua couple and Chu Tianjun relationship and Chu Tianjun to be farther. Their disciples also cannot call Chu Tianjun master uncle, can only be called by the generation of palmist. The same Chu Tianjun also cannot give them the best magic treasure, even more cannot personally teach, but also gave the reward respectively, although not as good as the hand rubbed the best flying sword, but also are these foundation stage disciples at the moment the most need. When he saw the 3rd ranked disciple among the 6 disciples, Chu Tianjun was surprised again. Good guy is actually another one who carries a spiritual body. Broken spirit body. This is the absolute best sword cultivator qualification. This red sky sword is not an extremely high-grade magic treasure, but it's about to get close. Let's give it to you. Chu Tianjun could have also hand-rubbed another extreme flying sword on the spot, but considering that the one given to Zhang Qingyao was also only an extreme flying sword, he gave this teenager called Lin Yu a slightly inferior one. Teenager Lin Yu body has his age should have the heroic spirit, his posture upright to receive the flying sword, and then a meticulous and respectful toward Chu Tianjun kneeling. Mouth is more solemn said, "Thank you for on behalf of the sect leader of the reward. The disciple is willing to sacrifice his life for the clan. 9 deaths without regrets. The next oldest 4 is normal, just a better qualified seedling. The 5th in line is a young girl, and the only female disciple of Zhou Qingfeng Li Wanhua couple, also a good seedling, but no spirit body." Chu Tianjun's impression is not deep. However, when he saw Lao Lu, Chu Tianjun unexpectedly froze for a moment. The teenager should be the youngest and thus became the youngest senior, but Chu Tianjun found that this son's qualifications were very average, and it seemed that the person was a bit mute. Even when he paid his respects and said only one sentence, he stumbled. "Disciple, Lin, Fan, greetings to the acting sect leader." Chu Tianjun gazed to Zhou Qingfeng Li Wanhua couple. Li Wanhua hastily stepped forward to Chu Tianjun, bowed and explained, "This child and Lin Yu are cousins. The two people since early childhood affection is extremely good. Lin Yu does not want to be separated from Lin Fan, coupled with the fact that Lin Fan is also simple and thick-hearted, so we will take them brothers together." Li Wanhua stood beside Lin Fan and even gently patted his shoulder, like a mother encouraging her child. Chu Tianjun, however, heard out that this Lin Fan was equivalent to Lin Yu's additional condition for worshipping the master, but for the sake of a sword cultivation genius who carries a broken spirit body, it is indeed nothing to accept one more. Moreover, it seemed that Zhou Qingfeng Li Wanhua and his wife did not treat Lin Fan differently, and even took some special care of him because of his poor qualifications, and even spoke very carefully for fear of hurting his self-esteem. "Your cultivation speed is slightly slow. Here is a bottle of vein opening pill that can improve your qualifications to a certain extent." Chu Tianjun simply introduced the potion's efficacy before gently tossing the jade bottle to land in Lin Fan's hands. This scene did make many people feel that Chu Tianjun was a bit perfunctory to Lin Fan, but Wu Qingyun, Han Ningxiang's master and disciple, as well as Lu Qingshu, were a bit surprised to look at Chu Tianjun, because only the 3 of them are clear about the preciousness of this penetrating vessel Dan. This thing is not available on the market at all. That is, Ning Xiuzhu can only have limited access to it, and there are only 3 in the bottle, which were just refined over the past 3 years, 1 for each year, and was originally left by Chu Tianjun for Ning Xiuzhu. Many thanks to the acting sect leader for the reward. Lin Fan bowed respectfully and thanked him. He only said one sentence. He really wasn't as good at talking as his cousin Lin Yu. The bystanders didn't care. They just thought it was because he was already dumb. There was nothing more to do afterward. So these people dispersed, and even Lu Qingshu was busy helping her disciple sacrifice the extreme flying sword and left. Chu Tianjun ended up sitting alone in the middle of the hall, and as the door to the hall slowly closed, the shadow of a compass emerged behind him, and even 2 pages of gold foil flew out. His gaze looked into the void as if he was trying to see the past and the future. Only a mist seemed to make it impossible to see anything. Interesting, in just a few years, so many celestials with spirit bodies have popped up all at once. How can my little 9 heavens sect be so virtuous? Chu Tianjuan's compass spun for a while before it was hidden, and he murmured with his head lowered. When the spirit body Heavenly Pride appeared in the 9 heavenly clans one after another, Chu Tianjun realized that there was something fishy going on. Something that was actually known without any projection or analysis. In the words of his predecessors, A world of heavenly pride and great strife. So many heavenly prides that were enough to lead an era had appeared. That was the arrival of the world of great struggle. And it was obvious that the tiny Nine Heavens sect was the center of the storm. Chapter 62 The Gap Between People. Once Chu Tianjun is also a heavenly pride, and also led an era. But now, he should no longer be considered a heavenly pride, because any heavenly pride in his eyes is only a little special. Zhang Qingyao followed Lu Qingshu back to Qingshu Peak, which was always icy and surrounded by thunder, which was very helpful to Lu Qingshu's cultivation. At first, Zhang Qingyao was very unaccustomed to it, but she had gotten used to it since she had built her foundation, because not only did this thunder have destructive power, but it actually contained vibrant life, and it was just enough to catalyze Zhang Qingyao's water spirit body. Qingyao, Master will help you refine this flying sword. Look how good this flying sword is. In the future, you must be good to your master uncle. He didn't refine many things with his own hands, and every single one of them is a treasure. Lu Qingshu seriously instructed her beloved disciple. Even she was grateful to Chu Tianjun for giving Zhang Qingyao such a good thing. After all, even Lu Qingshu herself only had one Thunder Emperor battle armor that Chu Tianjun had personally refined. Senior, do you think Senior has any particularly powerful sword techniques? Wouldn't it be even more powerful if there were another powerful sword skill to go with this extremely powerful flying sword? Zhang Qingyao asked Lu Qingshu with a longing face. She was also very happy today, but she always felt that something was still missing. Lu Qingshu subconsciously frowned slightly when she heard this, but she didn't think much about it. Then she said in a serious tone, if there is something, your senior will definitely give it to you. Not giving it to you now must be that the timing is not right. There are some things that still need to be progressed in a gradual and orderly manner, and what is suitable for you is the best. You both for my disciple. There is no need to consider these out-of-body things. You only need to feel at ease to cultivate. As long as it is the Nine Heavens sect has, you will certainly be enjoying the best. Well, thank you master, disciple will cultivate well. Zhang Qingyao nodded her head obediently. Zhang Qingyao, as the Nine Heavens sect's only sacred maiden's personal disciple, she had indeed enjoyed the best treatment, which was certainly what her status deserved. It wasn't because she was in a spiritual body, but because she was Lu Qingshu's disciple. On the other hand, Wu Qingyun and Han Ningxiang, the pair of master and disciple, were much more boring. Both of them were the burying their heads in the sand type, returning to Danding Peak to continue to start refining pills. It was only with Han Ningxiang that most of the time it was the master and disciple combining their efforts in refining pills. Some of the problems we've encountered in the Dan Dao over the past 2 years, you can organize them and go to Tianjun Peak sometime to ask the master teacher's elder. Be sure to listen carefully and take notes. This kind of opportunity is unattainable to onlookers. Even I can only meet elder brother at certain times. Wu Qingyun said to Han Ningxiang in a serious tone during the alchemy. It sounded like the master was envying his disciple, but Wu Qingyun was just happy, because he was clear that when he reached the Yuaning stage, the road behind him was getting harder and harder to walk. In the past, he could still rely on massive amounts of pills to pile up his cultivation, but the transformation stage wasn't a simple pile of cultivation on its own. It required enlightenment and chance, and these two just didn't seem to be relevant to him. But Han Ningxiang was different. Her future path would go farther and be more useful to the Nine Heavens sect, which was why Chu Tianjun had given her this privilege. As Wu Qingyun, who truly considered the sect as his home, he naturally only valued this disciple of his more, and he even sincerely hoped that this disciple of his would surpass himself sooner. Well, master, I will work hard, and in the future, I will definitely refine an immortal pill for master that can break through the transformation spirit stage. Han Ningxiang also had great respect for Wu Qingyun. The two have been together for more than a year. Han Ningxiang is clear that Wu Qingyun is the kind of really good person. He has no reservations about his disciples, generous care for his fellow disciples, even if the outer disciples are not at all frame. Is a real will be the clan as their own home, the disciples as their own children of the elders. If you, Ningxiang, can help your senior brother in the future, then even if I die, I'll still be able to smile in the ninth spring, and that's the only expectation of my master. Wu Qingyun said with some solemnity. In the past he had often said Chu Tianjuan's goodness to Han Ningxiang, but after meeting him today, he said it with even more solemnity. Don't worry, master teacher. I'll treat master teacher Palm as I would treat you, and the Nine Heavens sect will be my home from now on as well. Han Ningxiang said with the same solemnity. She actually didn't know much about Chu Tianjun, mostly from other people's paraphrases, but she believed that her own master's father, the person that even her own master's father respected so much, that must be great and worthy of her respect. In fact, after arriving at the Nine Heavens sect, Han Ningxiang discovered that this place was completely different from the rumors. Before she came to the Nine Heavenly clans, The immortal cultivation she had heard of was that it was all about you and me. But after she came to the 9 heavenly clans she realized that immortal cultivators were actually sentient and righteous. Perhaps it was only a small portion of people, but at least there were. The Qingyun peak was much more lively. The 6 disciples were looking at the things the others had gotten from each other. These were all rewarded by Chu Tianjun. Even Zhou Qingfeng and Li Wanhua's couple couldn't take them out. 5 of them looked excited. Only Lin Fan looked disinterested. He was usually like this. Everyone just assumed that he had some low self-esteem. So his senior brothers and sisters tended to take very good care of him, and would find ways to find things for him to say. Junior brother, the acting master's pills are all of the very best quality. You have to hurry up and refine these pills. Maybe you'll be the first one from our Qingxi peak to form a dan. 5th senior sister Tian Shaohui said as she deliberately shook Lin Fan's jade bottle, and several other senior brothers followed suit. Zhou Qingfeng and Mr. and Mrs. Li Wanhua didn't disturb the disciples when they saw that they were happy and joyful, but quietly left, leaving the space for these young people. Yes, Fan D, you have to hurry up and refine the pills. There are still half a year left before the clan competition. The ring of the Foundation establishment stage is too small. If we want to compete, we will go to the ring of the Jindan stage, and compete with the real powerhouses. Lin Yu patted Lin Fan's shoulder and encouraged this cousin. Lin Yu's qualifications were there. Although he was the 3rd senior brother, his cultivation was the highest of the 6, having reached the peak of Foundation establishment. Lin Fan smiled, but a strange look flashed in the depths of his eyes. He and Lin Yu were also extremely affectionate since childhood, and Lin Yu had always taken care of him as his elder brother, and sometimes he would also give him some reasoning. But ever since he had entered the 9 Heavens sect, he felt that his cousin Lin Yu's sermons to him were a kind of humiliation. Lin Fan nodded. He hid these negative emotions so well that onlookers seeing him would only think that he was not good with words and had a shy personality. Then the senior brothers and sisters began to watch the quasi-extreme flying sword Red Sky that Chu Tianjun gave to Lin Yu, and Lin Yu was generous enough to let the crowd watch and play with it as they wished, and there was a lot of happiness among the fellow disciples. Suddenly Lin Fan seemed to have thought of something. He also showed curiosity but said with a puzzled face, Brother Fei carries a broken spirit body. It would have been great if he could have gotten an extreme flying sword. It's a pity that the acting Sect Leader gave that extreme flying sword to someone who wasn't really a sword cultivator. The moment Lin Fan said this, the faces of several senior brothers and sisters were a bit unnatural. What are you talking about, Fan D? That extreme flying sword was originally refined for senior sister Jiang on behalf of the Sect Leader. Such words are not to be repeated in the future. Lin Yu was the first to rebuke Lin Fan, and to Lin Fan's ears these were indeed words of rebuke, only to see Lin Fan somewhat aggrieved. I also just feel unworthy for Brother Yu. If you get the extreme flying sword, the big competition is in the Jindan group is also possible to win the top. Seeing Lin Fan like this, and also really for his own sake, Lin Yu hastily patted his cousin's shoulder and said in a serious tone, I know that Fan D is for my consideration, but the gift of the acting Sect Leader that is a favor, is a needle and a thread that we should be grateful for. How can we compare the gift which is lighter or heavier? We are new to the sect and have yet to establish an inch of merit, but because of the face of our master teacher's mother we got to see the acting Sect Leader. Even if the acting Sect Leader doesn't bestow anything to us, it's still a matter of course. Finally Lin Yu added another sentence. Several other fellow sect members nodded their heads in agreement. Lin Fan also nodded his head along, but it was clear that his approval was not heartfelt. Chapter 63, Plain and Romantic Love. These days Chu Tianjun was a bit idle. He was waiting for the clan competition in the near future. After all, this was the first clan competition after the nirvana of the 9 Heavens sect, and in his opinion it was another new era, the era belonging to the younger generation. There will definitely be disciples who shine at the big competition. Chu Tianjun, as the acting head teacher, needs to know what kind of people they are, and also arrange how to cultivate these people in the future. When the great competition was over, Chu Tianjun had also planned that he would head to the southern region's Devil's Path. One was to seize a strange treasure to prepare for Chu Youwei's resurrection. Secondly, he wanted to find Fish 9. After so many years had passed, he didn't know if this witch who had refined his brother and sister into soul slaves had any new research on the immortal seal. At the same time, when he found Fish 9, he also wanted to try to find out if the other party knew some clues about the remaining 6-instrument heavenly book. The 6 instruments heavenly book was so powerful that it had been listed by Chu Tianjun as something that had to be assembled, but he had no clues about the remaining 4 remnant pages from the beginning, and could only look in the direction of as many as he could. As the time for the great competition drew closer, those young disciples with outstanding talent were breaking through to the Jindan stage one after another. The first was Lu Qingshu's personal disciple, Jiang Qingyun, who had taken advantage of the right place and the right time and had broken through to the Jindan realm without any suspense. Next is Lin Yu of Qingyun Peak. He became Jindan that day, even attracted the heavenly tribulation. At that time, even Chu Tianjun was alarmed, but also far away to see a moment. This Lin Yu was also so radiant in the face of the apocalypse, not throwing out magic treasures for protection like normal cultivators, but holding the red heavenly sword. He directly met the apocalypse. It seemed reckless, but on the other hand, people just crossed over with ease, and for a while it was also talked about by the sect. One day Chu Tianjun sitting idly in the peach forest. Suddenly Tianjun Peak appeared on the signs of the apocalypse. This is naturally not his apocalypse. He is going to be in the apocalypse. It is the great apocalypse of the refining and emptiness stage. The robbery cloud quickly formed. A cave below Tianjun Peak rose a big formation. Chu Tianjun feet moved, and then the person appeared in the big formation. Don't be distracted. I'll help you cross the tribulation, Chu Tianjun said to a person sitting cross-legged in the formation. The one who had crossed the threshold at this time was none other than Formation Master Ouyang Ming, who mainly practiced formations, so his own cultivation progressed the slowest, but he was at least able to impact the Yuaning. Soon the heavenly tribulation thunder fell. Chu Tianjun did not make a move to break up the heavenly tribulation, because that would be the same as Ouyang Ming not having crossed the tribulation, and naturally he would not be able to become a Yuaning. He just stood not far from Ouyang Ming, one hand gently pressed towards the ground, and then the majestic spiritual energy was poured into the formation underneath Ouyang Ming. Originally, the array that had already been greatly scorched with light, instantly erupted with an even brighter light than before. Then Ouyang Ming felt that he had never been stronger, and with the added power of the array, the heavenly tribulation thunder fell on his body, and he was actually unharmed. The heavenly tribulation didn't last long, and when the tribulation clouds dispersed, Ouyang Ming was still standing intact. The first time he knelt down towards Chu Tianjun, this worship heart happy with the grace of recreation. And this is not the first time Chu Tianjun recreation of the grace of Chu Tianjun. Subsequently, the 9 heavenly clan gained another true tradition, as well as a true tradition peak named 4 Elephant Peak, one after another. Some more disciples broke through to Jindan, and the number of Jindan stage cultivators in the 9 heavens sect light reached 100 just before the sect competition. The 6 personal disciples of Qingyun Peak also formed Dan one after another, and even Lin Fan had inexplicably condensed a golden Dan the day before the clan competition. You can do it, old 6. I told you junior brother would be able to do it. Several senior brothers and sisters surrounded Lin Fan. The 5th senior sister Tianxuan even pulled Lin Fan's hand and looked up and down. Looking at Lin Fan was both embarrassed and satisfied. Fan D, congratulations, you have also formed the Golden Dan. Here are a few top quality pills to replenish chi and heal injuries. That ring is ultimately dangerous. And you have just formed the Dan. Take it in case of emergencies. If you really feel you can't beat them, don't try to be strong. There's no shame in taking the initiative to admit defeat. Lin Yu was much more reserved. He was also happy for his cousin from the bottom of his heart. However, unlike the others, he didn't praise Lin Fan too much, but took out pills and also urged him to be safe in the ring. But when these words fell on Lin Fan's ears, he only felt that it was his cousin's sarcasm towards him, that he was looking down on his cultivation and thought that it would be a disgrace for him to go to the ring. Brother, you'd better keep it for yourself. It doesn't matter if I lose. You're competing for first place. You need these pills even more. Lin Fan rejected Lin Yu for the first time, but he said this so well that even Lin Yu was touched. When the other few fellow disciples saw this scene, they also felt that Lin Fan knew what he was doing and that they had a deep brotherly bond. Husband, you and I have lived a long life. Originally our biggest regret was not having any children. Now these few disciples are not bad. They have made up for our regrets, Li Wanhua said as she relied on Zhou Qingfeng. The couple was watching what was happening with the few disciples from afar. Yes, all of them are our good disciples. At first, I was worried that Fanner would have low self-esteem due to his poor qualifications, but now it seems that this brat might be a man of inner talent. And what appears to be mute on the outside is actually a diamond in the rough, Zhou Qingfeng also said with satisfaction. He also mentioned Lin Fan in particular. Obviously he was very satisfied with Lin Fan. The last time I went to the Danding Peak, I had heard from my nephew Ningxiang that vein opening pill is an extremely precious pill. Even Miss Jiuji can only take 1 pill a year. But this half a year's time, Fanner has taken 3 of them, so it should be that his physique has improved and he's enlightened, right? Li Wanhua also said with a smile on her face. The preciousness of the penetrating vessel pill was already known to Li Wanhua, but in order to take care of Lin Fan's face, she, the senior mother, didn't tell Lin Fan about the miraculousness of that pill, so that Lin Fan would only think that he had earned it from his own hard work of cultivation, which would help him to be more confident in the future. On the second day the clan disciples gathered below the 9 heavenly hall. Here because the hall is suspended in the air, there happens to be a huge platform. In order to the clan competition, above has long been transformed out of more than 10 rings. The rules of the grand competition remained unchanged. One group at the Foundation Establishment stage and one group at the Jindan stage, both of which drew lots to determine the order of participation. The first day was all about drawing lots, and although there were many people at the Foundation Establishment stage, there were very few people paying attention, and there were only 101 people at the Jindan stage, but they attracted the attention of the entire clan. Originally, as of yesterday, there were exactly 100 people enrolled in the Jindan group, but with Lin Fan's card point breakthrough, there was one more person, so the draw was also destined to have one person take a turn in the first round, and the final draw was coincidental. The one who fell short happened to be Lin Fan, and for a while the crowd said he was lucky. That old sixth from Qingyun Peak. What's his name? Lin Fan's little guy's luck is too good, isn't it? Not to mention the card point breakthrough, it was really him who drew the blank. Even Lu Qingshu, a person who usually didn't care much about the clan's internal affairs, also brought up this matter in front of Chu Tianjun. This period of time Chu Tianjun is very idle. Lu Qingshu also deliberately did not shut down, always changing methods to find Chu Tianjun. This small half a year is also considered to be a flower before the moon. Chu Tianjun would occasionally do some intimate gestures with Lu Qingshu, such as helping her brush away the flower petals on her head, and there was even a time when Chu Tianjun saw a meteorite streaking down, and directly greeted it to ingest it, and in front of Lu Qingshu, he refined the meteorite iron into a hairpin, and even inserted it for Lu Qingshu with his own hands. The two of them also enjoy the moon in the peach forest from time to time, and Lu Qingshu will also lean on Chu Tianjuan's arm in the back, and everything seems to be very natural, just waiting for the water to fall into place. In fact, Lu Qingshu also has some sense of urgency, otherwise, with her past style, she is either out on the battlefield, or closed-door pile of cultivation. It is not possible to be so leisurely for half a year. The main reason was that Lu Qingshu had quietly approached Tianxian Peak once a few months ago, and she had discovered that Hazel Moon's cultivation had already recovered to the late Jindan stage, and she was afraid that it would be possible for her to recover to her Yuan cultivation in another year and a half. Previously, Lu Qingshu didn't like Hazel Moon much, but now she was treating her as a direct love rival. Luck also counts as part of strength. Well, it's Qingyu's preparation. How? Chu Tianjun said casually. He also heard about this, but did not pay too much attention to it, still lovingly concerned about Lu Qingshu's only personal disciple Zhang Qingyao. If we don't use the Autumn Water Sword, we'll at least make it into the top 3, and with the Autumn Water Sword, there shouldn't be any suspense in first place, Lu Qingshu said confidently. Autumn Water? She named that flying sword as Autumn Water. Not a bad name. Chu Tianjun nodded with satisfaction. After all, it was his own refined flying sword. Having a good name was comfortable in his heart. Chapter 64, This kid's luck is abnormal. The following day the big competition was held as scheduled. The first 2 days are the foundation stage competition. The number of people, although large but not yet grand, even Chu Tianjun and Lu Qingshu and others did not appear. Other than some Jindan disciples who presided over the judges, only Yang Ming, a newly promoted Yuan real person, was sitting in on the situation. However, when the grand competition proceeded to the third day, all the Yuan real people of the Nine Heavens sect appeared, and in the end, even Chu Tianjun appeared on the suspended Nine Heavens Grand Hall. Greetings to the acting sect leader. The moment Chu Tianjun appeared, thousands of disciples bowed in unison, and the Nine Heavens sect also presented an unprecedented strength at this moment. The grand competition begins. Chu Tianjuan's voice carried a hint of majesty as he only said 4 simple words. There was only Chu Tianjun and a few Yuanying on the suspended hall, and even the disciples of those Yuanying were waiting in the ring area below. Not all of the more than 100 Jindan of the Nine Heavens sect had signed up for the competition. For example, Han Ningxiang had not signed up, although she was also at the Jindan stage. She was good at alchemy, and this kind of battle was not suitable for her. However, Han Ningxiang still appeared today, and she had even been there for the previous 2 days, her main purpose being to deal with unexpected situations, in case a fellow disciple was seriously injured, so that she could step in to save them in time. Nowadays, most of these Jindan stage disciples, Chu Tianjun do not recognize, and those who can be called by name are only a few. The first round of the tournament would all end today, and there would be 50 winners, and because the total number of people was still one more person, there would be another draw. But for the sake of fairness, this time Lin Fan was not allowed to participate in the draw again. This first round of the draw was not the kind of situation where the strengths were particularly disparate, or where the favorites were supposed to meet in the first round. So although the contests were also exciting, they weren't particularly colorful. However, Chu Tianjun still paid attention to the 2 ring matches. One was Lin Yu, the other was Zhang Qingyao. These two people fighting style is actually similar. Maybe mainly our sword cultivator. Strike is a fast, accurate and ruthless. However, because of the difference in spiritual bodies, Jiang Qingyun was still on the side of being a bit more sheepish, and Lin Yu was more stern, a true sharpness. Both of them were only in the early stage of Jindan, and one of their opponents was in the middle stage of Jindan, and the other was still in the late stage of Jindan, but both of them lost without any suspense. The 50 disciples who advanced in the afternoon began to draw lots, and this time good fortune was taken by Jiang Qingyun, which caused some people to take a long breath of relief, because Jiang Qingyu's turn was empty for one game. The others instead had a bit more of a chance. After all, it was equivalent to having one less strong enemy for the time being. The second day of the tournament began in the limelight. After screening all the way through, the strength of those participating in today's tournament were all very strong, and the battles were a lot more exciting, and there was also a real exchange of powerhouses. However, these were still lackluster in Chu Tianxuan's eyes, but in order to make his disciples feel valued, he still watched the whole thing. Just as Chu Tianxuan also thought that the morning's competition would end in such a boring manner, he suddenly looked towards one of the rings, and then amidst a cry of surprise, everyone looked towards that ring. It was Lin Fan and a male disciple in the middle Jindan stage who were competing in this ring, and no matter whether it was from the realm or the treasures, it was a foregone conclusion that Lin Fan would lose this one, and to begin the process of the match between the two was also the same. That fellow middle Jindan scholar was clearly pressing Lin Fan in the fight. But even that opponent of Lin Fan himself didn't expect that his own magic treasure blew up at the last moment in what was clearly a sure win. Yes, it was his phallus that blew up. This kind of chance is simply lower than the chance of Jindan breaking through to Yuan. As a magic treasure closely connected with the cultivator, there is no damage. These cultivators know exactly, but also just as the human teeth bones, may not be a problem in itself, but the smallest thing may chip teeth. And even some people smile and laugh and dislocated their jaws. It's pretty much the same thing that happens when a magic treasure suddenly explodes, because the magic treasure suddenly blew up. This mid-Jindan cultivator directly spewed out a mouthful of heart blood and lay down on his own without Lin Fan's help. Many people's gazes looked towards Chu Tianxuan. This situation had not even been recorded in the history of the sect. A moment later Chu Tianxuan said with a natural look on his face, "It was indeed an accidental blow-up of a magic treasure. This one was won by Lin Fan." Everyone, including Lin Fan himself, was dumbfounded. And it was only after waiting for a long time for the referee in charge of presiding over this ring to announce that Lin Fan had won that the crowd reacted. Since it was Chu Tianxuan, a god transformation true lord himself, naturally no one questioned it. And with that was once again sighing at Lin Fan's good luck this guy. However, it seemed that his good fortune had only just begun. As the morning's competition ended with 25 winners plus Jiang Qingyun, just 26 people, and he would be competing for the top 13 in the afternoon. These 26 people were also grouped by drawing lots, and Lin Fan drew a fellow Jindan late-stage disciple this time. When he drew this senior brother, several of his senior brothers and sisters consoled and said that if he couldn't, he should just admit defeat. At this time, they were actually left with only two brothers, Lin Yu and Lin Fan. At Qingyun Peak, Lin Fan was unconvinced and said that he wanted to try. Even if he wasn't an opponent, he couldn't lose the face of Qingyun Peak. Zhou Qingfeng and Li Wanhua were also old and happy when they heard the words of the sixth disciple, and Li Wanhua even quietly slipped Lin Fan a handkerchief-like magic treasure, which appeared to be a defense-type treasure. Because of Lin Fan's good fortune, many other fellow disciples looked towards his ring in the afternoon, and even the few Yuaning real people in the Nine Heavens Palace couldn't help but be curious as to what this disciple who had continuously advanced by luck would do this time. Finally it was Lin Fan's competition. He went on the field with some apprehension. For the first time he was watched by so many eyes. He was very nervous, but there was also a sense of satisfaction in his heart. Lin Fan stood on the field for a long time, but was slow to see the fellow disciples who fought against him show up. And at this time Chu Tianxuan had actually guessed that something must have gone wrong again. Sure enough, soon a foundation building disciple hurriedly ran to the referee's ear and said something. Then that referee also had an unbelievable look on his face, and after fixing his mind, he announced, Lin Fan's opponent. Because of the excessive wear and tear in the morning's competition, at this time, he is afraid that forcing him to compete again will damage his foundation, so he has taken the initiative to apply for a withdrawal. So this game Lin Fan wins. What the hell? It can be that outrageous, can't it? Reasonable? As soon as the referee announced the result, the disciples near the ring exploded. Lin Fan really didn't do anything to get a spot in the top 13. Senior brother, is there that kind of spirit body in this world that passes every test? Is this really just luck? Lu Qingshu also couldn't help but ask beside Chu Tianxuan. Everyone now felt that what happened to Lin Fan was too unbelievable. Chu Tianxuan also shook his head helplessly. He didn't see anything fishy in this, although it was indeed outrageous. But then again, it wasn't impossible in terms of probability. However, just to be on the safe side, Chu Tianjun still spoke to Wu Qingyun, who was not far away. Qingyun, go and take a look at that disciple who has forfeited the match. Wu Qingyun left and came back quickly. Senior brother, the disciple who abstained from the game has no problem. He is indeed overly depleted. If he forces the game, it is indeed possible to damage the foundation. Recuperating for a few days will not be a big problem. This luck is also no one else. Chu Tianjun chuckled. At this moment, he also remembered what Li Wanhua said when he first met Lin Fan. Lin Fan was plain and ordinary. There was nothing striking about him, but by relying on his relationship with Lin Yu, he not only worshipped the 9 heavenly clans, but also became the personal disciple of the 2 Yuaning real people. From this place, his luck was actually not generally good. Chapter 65. I want to be your Taoist couple. In the afternoon's battle of the top 13, there had actually been 2 spectacular matches, but not much attention had been paid to them, and most people had gone to focus on Lin Fan, because in the next step, there is one last draw, one lucky winner among the top 13 to become the top 7 directly. When it was time to draw lots, those 12 other people also subconsciously looked at Lin Fan, and all of them tacitly hoped that Lin Fan would go up first to draw lots, which also included Lin Yu. These people are already 1 in a million talented disciples. Among them Lin Yu and Jiang Qingyao are even more heavenly. They do not mean to let Lin Fan draw first to increase the chances that he will not be able to win, but also simply want to know whether this guy can continue to be lucky. Lin Fan was also a little apprehensive, but he was on board and took the initiative to be the first to go up and smoke. The moment Lin Fan took out the signature note, all eyes fell on his hand. When the onlookers had not yet seen the result, under Chu Tianjuan's powerful divine mind, he had actually seen the result the moment Lin Fan touched the signet, and the result made Chu Tianjun not know what to say. Lin Fan falls short. Chu Tianjuan's divine sense had been monitoring. He could be sure that no one had tampered with the sign box, and Lin Fan's hand reached in and drew straight away. Everyone began to talk. Some even questioned the results. Lin Fan stood there looking a bit naive and at a loss for words for a moment. The results of the draw are valid. Let the others draw groups. At this time Chu Tianjun stepped forward. He announced that the results were valid. So naturally the voices of skepticism were gone. For questioning a disciple without any evidence, Chu Tianjun would not be able to do such a thing. Even if this was outrageous, he would not embarrass Lin Fan without any evidence. At the end of the day, no one was discussing today's match or tomorrow's pinnacle showdown that was supposed to be in the limelight. They all went to marvel at Lin Fan's counterintuitive luck. Chu Tianjun and Lu Qingshu were sitting under the peach tree, with wine and pastries in front of the two of them. It looked so cozy. After the top 6 are created tomorrow, the first one to finish the match will directly compete with Lin Fan. The two most likely to end the match first will definitely be Lin Yu and Qingyao. But Lin Yu is Lin Fan's cousin. He will definitely try to find a way to avoid facing off with Lin Fan. So he will stall for time. Then tomorrow after Qingyao finishes the first match she will definitely get into the ring with Lin Fan. This brat is indeed a bit uncharacteristically lucky. And it's a bit curious to see what will happen tomorrow. Chu Tianjun was showing a lot of interest in Lin Fan, while he had already analyzed part of what was going to happen tomorrow. If this kid has no problem, his luck will become a great weapon in the future. From this competition can be seen, the clan already has a lot of disciples with great potential. As long as they are given the opportunity to refine, the 9 Heavens sect can also be on another level. Lu Qingshu had always been thinking about the development of the sect, and she was pleased to see the development of the 9 Heavens sect today. This batch of Jindan disciples indeed still lacks experience. After the great competition, arrange for them to go to the front line of Yuezhou and the northern region. Isn't the southern region's demonic path recently stirring up? And the northern region's demonic race is also a bit restless? Chu Tianjun spoke out the arrangement he had long thought of. Is senior brother really going to the southern region demon road? Lu Qingshu suddenly asked with concern. Not long ago Chu Tianjun mentioned to her that he would be going to the southern region in the near future. Only the specifics of what he was going to do were not said. Chu Tianjun nodded and said, the sacred demon sect's enlightenment fruit is going to be ripe. That only ripens once in 1,000 years. After taking it there is a high chance of obtaining a spirit body, which is just right to be used to reshape Youngwei's physical body. You're going to the sacred demon sect to grab the fruit of enlightenment? Can senior brother beat Ji Xuanyu? Lu Qingshu asked with some nervousness. The fruit of enlightenment is the most precious treasure of the sacred demon sect. The tree of enlightenment ripens a fruit every 1,000 years, and the person who takes the fruit has a very high chance of obtaining a spiritual body. But to rob the fruit of enlightenment Ji Xian you certainly will not agree. The first person of the devil's way but the prestige is outside. 1,000 years ago has already been the refining stage cultivation. This old monster to kill the transformation of the divine stage cultivator is also like killing chickens and slaughtering dogs is easy. Chu Tianjun smiled and replied, I can't beat him, but he can't kill me either. This Chu Tianjun answered quite confident. Last life he did not go to grab the fruit of enlightenment. That time also did not mature. But it is true that in the southern region and Ji Xuanyu had a brief contact, although just far from feeling the other side of the breath. With his current cultivation can also determine the other side of the general strength. Because there is not much of a span of time, Ji Xuanyu should still be that strength. As long as the other party cannot kill himself, Chu Tianjun thinks that the advantage is in me. After all, he was young and had a demonic talent and a powerful undercurrent. Senior brother is already this strong? But you still need to pay attention to safety. After you leave I will also close my eyes and cultivate, striving to enter the god transformation stage as early as possible to share my worries for elder brother. Lu Qingshu realized that the distance between herself and Chu Tianjun was still being gradually pulled apart, and also resolved to cultivate to the god transformation stage earlier. After saying this she hesitated for a moment and then said with all her courage, when senior brother returns from the southern region, I want to tell senior brother something very important. Well, coming back from the southern region, I also have something important I want to announce. If Qingshu doesn't mind, I'll make it known to the world that I'll be with you, become a Taoist couple. Chu Tianjuan's tone was very normal at first, but the more it came to the back, the more solemn it became. At first, Lu Qingshu didn't know what she was thinking and was still a bit distracted, until Chu Tianjun said the 4 words of being a Tao couple. She snapped out of it and then looked at Chu Tianjun incredulously. Then there was eagerness and ecstasy in those eyes, and then stammered. You said, you're talking about us becoming Tao couples? I like you, and I also hope to be able to keep walking on this path with you. Of course I respect your choice even more, Chu Tianjun said with incomparable candor. To his present cultivation and age, but there is no teenagers twisting and turning, the heart of what he wants to express frankly on the good. Respect each other, also respect themselves. I'm willing. In fact, what I want to say is also this. Qingshu would like to accompany senior brother for the rest of her life. Lu Qingshu hurriedly said the 3 words I am willing, as if she was afraid that Chu Tianjun would back out, and then finished the next 2 sentences somewhat coyly. Sure enough, everything is very natural to the water. The two are already the existence of countless cultivators look up to. The feelings actually did not experience any sensational, not to mention the twists and turns, so naturally come together. In fact, this is rather more real. Seems like the truth is, those who are crazy for the love of the charge, the end is often left behind a chicken feather. But it is the plain and simple to be long. Since you and I are about to become Tao couples, the karmic ties will be even deeper. Today I will tell you the secrets of these 2 pages of gold foil, as well as the divine secret techniques recorded on them. Qingshu, you try to see if you can cultivate them. If you can cultivate them as well, then the transformation stage of the divine will be within reach in a matter of days. After getting Lu Qingshu's clear statement, Chu Tianjun also shared all of his biggest cards. The openness of his heart is rare in the world of immortal cultivation. Chapter 66, The Sword Gives Birth to Spiritual Intelligence. There are 6 chapters in the complete gold foil, which is the 6 Instruments Heavenly Book. And now Chu Tianjun has been able to basically recognize the immortal seals on the non-chapter, and has even comprehended the top-level divine ability, Great Deduction Technique, from it. And in these years Chu Tianjun gradually felt that there is something more powerful above the Great Deduction Technique beyond the avatar of some kind. That is not only the advancement of the Great Deduction Technique, but also the real secret hidden in this 6 Instrument Heavenly Book. Now one thing was basically certain. The immortal seal on the 6 Instruments Heavenly Book could help one to comprehend divine powers. But this was not the most valuable. The real value was the Heavenly Book itself. This sounded a bit contradictory. A book, whether it was paper or gold foil or jade slips, it was the words or information on it that was the most valuable. The book itself was just a vehicle, but the 6 Instrument Heavenly Book was just the opposite. Or to express it more intuitively, what Chu Tianjun now saw and even comprehended of the 6 Instrument Heavenly Book was only the appearance of the first layer. Rather, it was the compass silhouette that surfaced behind him every time he struck out with all his might that was the true power projected by the 2 pieces of gold foil. As for the gun chapter obtained from Lu Qingshu, Chu Tianjun could not even finish recognizing the immortal seals on it right now, let alone comprehending it more deeply. Chu Tianjun taught Lu Qingshu for about half an hour, but it did allow Lu Qingshu to recognize the immortal seal scripts and understand what the non-chapter was about. And he even talked about how to perform the Great Deduction Technique. Lu Qingshu also said that she could understand, and she had a rough idea of what each of the immortal seals stood for. But on the contrary, she didn't know what they were talking about when they were linked together. As for the Great Deduction Technique, Lu Qingshu was even more completely baffled. It was the same situation as when Hazelmoon had shared out the numinous memory, and it seemed that the onlookers were unable to comprehend it at all. Lu Qingshu was relieved. She had already comprehended 2 divine abilities because of the 2 extreme spiritual bodies of ice and thunder, and she was not thirsty for learning more other divine abilities. The 2 divine abilities she had comprehended. One was called Ice Seal for 1,000 miles and the other was called Thunderfield, and the names and the effects when used were apt. On the second day there were only 6 rings left under the Great Hall of the 9 Heavens, and the 12 people in the rings were definitely the best of the younger generation of the 9 Heavens sect. After Chu Tianjun gave the order, the 6 rings started competing at the same time, with 2 of them attracting the most attention. There was Zhang Qingyao in one ring and Lingyu in the other, and the 2 of them were also the most popular candidates to win this year's title. In fact, almost everyone thought that the first of the session would definitely be born from the 2 of them. The course of the match was exactly as Chu Tianjun had expected last night, with Lin Yu somewhat deliberately stalling, and Zhang Qingyao only using a few moments to gain victory. Zhang Qingyao, do you need to rest for the next match between you and Lin Fan? Zhang Qingyao's match had just ended when Ouyang Ming, who was in charge of hosting, opened his mouth and asked. Zhang Qingyao sniffed and bowed slightly towards Ouyang Ming. Disciple may continue. Good. Lin Fan, get on the field. Ouyang Ming nodded and shouted again towards Lin Fan, who was not far away. Lin Fan walked up to the ring in the midst of all the attention, and even the usually high-eyed Zhang Qingyao seriously sized up the opponent in front of her. This kid isn't so much of a blowout, is he? I think it shouldn't be. Zhang's senior sister is a treasure from head to toe. That flying sword Qiushui is even a superb flying sword that was personally refined by the acting master. But he got lucky. Many people were discussing the ending of this one between Lin Fan and Zhang Qingyao. It looked like everyone was not optimistic about Lin Fan, but due to that good luck of Lin Fan's that was really evil, everyone actually had a little bit of anticipation in their hearts, and it might have been a kind of melon-eating mentality, wanting to see Lin Fan win once again due to his good luck. Lin Fan of Qinsu Peak, meet senior sister Jiang. Lin Fan looked nervous when he came on stage and also carried the shyness of a teenager, but he was still very polite. Qingshu Peak Zhang Qingyao, senior brother, please enlighten me. Zhang Qingyao also clasped her fists and said. After saying that, Zhang Qingyao clenched her hand on her sword, then countless sword chi coalesced around her body, and then a sword light shot towards Lin Fan like an arrow. Lin Fan was a bit flustered by the situation, but he also quickly pulled out a side of brocade handkerchief and threw it out. The brocade handkerchief quickly grew bigger and was like a wall in front of him, blocking all of Zhang Qingyao's sword chi. At this moment, Chu Tianjun also leaned forward slightly as he looked at Lin Fan seriously, wanting to see through everything about this person. But everything seemed normal at the moment. Zhang Qingyao was also well aware that Lin Fan's luck was a bit evil, so she only used the sword skill to test it in the first place. But since the other party had used a magic treasure to defend, she also summoned the autumn water sword on the spot and didn't hold back in the slightest. Even because Lin Fan was different, she was even more decisive than in the previous matches, and there were no accidents on Zhang Qingyao here. The autumn water sword fell, and the brocade handkerchief treasure that Li Wanhua had given to Lin Fan was directly chopped to pieces, and the autumn water sword was still chopping towards Lin Fan with its remaining momentum. If this sword really fell, Lin Fan would have to come to a dead end. At this time, Zhang Qingyao was already ready to withdraw her hand, but just now she used her full strength, as if it was already a bit too late. Ouyang Ming outside the field was already ready to step in and stop the autumn water sword, but he was still waiting, including Chu Tianjun who was still waiting, all wanting to see if this Lin Fan still had any more luck against the heavens. Lin Fan was also shocked at the moment. He didn't have a lot of means. His conjugation of Dan was only very reluctantly successful, and he naturally didn't have any good treasures on him. Facing the powerful Qiushui sword, Lin Fan could only use a defensive type of spell, crossing his hands in front of his chest and using his own spiritual energy to form a barrier to receive the Qiushui sword strike. The autumn water sword had already landed on Lin Fan's mana shield. That shield only supported for a split second before shattering. Ouyang Ming raised his hand and was ready to stop the autumn water sword. However, right at this moment, Chu Tianjuan's voice suddenly appeared in Ouyang Ming's ears. Don't make a move. Even if his physical body is destroyed, I can still save him. At the same time Chu Tianjuan's voice sounded. The autumn water sword had already pierced through Lin Fan's palm as he instinctively used his hand to fend off the autumn water sword. Zhang Qingyao was also already recalling the autumn water sword, but at this moment the autumn water sword, which was originally connected to her like an arm and a leg, was suddenly out of control. At the same time, the autumn water sword did not continue to harm Lin Fan, but after a short pause, it withdrew from Lin Fan's palm on its own, and even circled around him. What's going on here? How come suddenly the autumn water sword seems to have become Lin Fan's? Chu Tianjun stood up boldly. He first looked up, No one knew what he was looking at, and the next moment his figure moved and he appeared in the ring. Reaching out, he then held the Tianxuan Sword in his palm. The Tianxuan Sword that landed in Chu Tianxuan's palm seemed to still be struggling, looking like a child being grabbed by an adult, very reluctant. At this moment, Lin Fan covered his palms in pain. His face was ugly, but he still held himself up and looked stubborn. Lin Fan, your luck is indeed very good. The Autumn Water Sword has even given birth to a spirit at this time, and it is also because of your blood that it has achieved an effect similar to a blood sacrifice, and this artifact spirit also has the intention of recognizing its owner. Chu Tianjun looked at Lin Fan with a still calm expression and said, just his words made the bystanders can't calm down. The opponent's flying sword can be born spiritually when he is going to kill him, and also recognize him as the master. Shouldn't this dog blood plot only be found in the talking books? Chapter 67, The Meaning of Hazuki's Existence. But at the moment this situation has happened. This time the face of the most ugly will be the number of Jiang Qingyao. The Autumn Water Sword she regarded as a treasure. Their own children suddenly do not recognize their own, who are not good in the heart. Lin Fan looked clueless, and didn't seem to be able to understand the meaning of Chu Tianjuan's words very well, and his expression was still a bit bewildered. However, Chu Tianjun then continued, the Autumn Water Sword is what I gave to my Jiang master nephew. It's not something that belongs to you after all. I will erase its spirit. Do you have any complaints? Said Chu Tianjun. Also did not wait for Lin Fan to reply. Palm slightly force. The Autumn Water Sword in the newly born spirit was forcibly erased. The sword body also instantly quiet. Disciple wouldn't dare. Lin Fan lowered his head and returned somewhat weakly. Chu Tianjun casually threw the Autumn Water Sword to Jiang Qingyao as he looked at Lin Fan again and continued to ask, will this match continue? Disciple admits defeat. Senior sister Jiang has won, Lin Fan said respectfully, but he looked up at Chu Tianjun after he finished speaking. Chu Tianjun didn't see anything in his opponent's eyes, but there seemed to be something wrong with this scene. It looked as if Chu Tianjun, the acting sect leader, was using his power to force Lin Fan to admit defeat. Perhaps standing in Lin Fan's shoes is the way to go. It couldn't be said that this sect competition wasn't exciting, but the excitement definitely wasn't the competition itself, but all the incredible good fortune that happened to Lin Fan. In the end, Chu Tianjun wiped out the sudden birth of the Autumn Water Sword spirit, and the whole clan felt that there was nothing wrong with it, but some of those who were still sober in their minds could probably guess that Lin Fan should have a grudge in his heart. When Lin Fan came off the field, Han Ningxiang gave him an elixir to regenerate his muscles, and several senior brothers and sisters from Qingyun Peak were the first to comfort him, stating that it was already impressive to have achieved such a result. The next few matches were also really exciting, and in the end it was still Jiang Qingyao and Lingyu who fought for the top spot, probably because the one with Lin Fan made Jiang Qingyao's state of mind suffer, and in the end, Lin Yu took the first place. This result wasn't a surprise, because Lin Yu was already the biggest favorite, and many people could see that although Jiang Qingyao was a bit out of shape in the last match, Lin Yu hadn't used his full strength as well, so his title was well deserved. After the big competition, Jiang Qingyao and Lu Qingshu returned to Qingshu Peak. As the master teacher, Lu Qingshu naturally wanted to talk to her only personal disciple and open up a bit. She couldn't let today's matter affect her state of mind. Soon Chu Tianjun also walked into Lu Qingshu's chambers. Previously Chu Tianjun had never been to Qingshu Peak, let alone walked into the residence, but the two were about to become Dao couples and were in love with each other, so this became logical. Lu Qingshu smiled and got up to welcome, and finally the two sat side by side. Chu Tianjun, kneeling not far from the Jiang Qingyao, said, Autumn Water Sword, at that time the birth of the spirit is a bit unthinkable, but it is not absolutely impossible. The world runs 1,000 strands of the wonderful. Things are infinite possibilities. A lot of things we can't control, but only the heart is completely controlled by themselves, whether in good times or bad, even in desperate times. You do not have to be haunted by today's events, regardless of the good times and bad times, even in desperate times. The heart is the true self. You cannot be because of today's things to be grudging, Chu Tianjun said in a serious tone. This was to enlighten Jiang Qingyao. After all, she was Lu Qingshu's only disciple, and in the future, she would be considered her own disciple. Jiang Qingyao listened to whether to listen to Chu Tianjun do not know, but Lu Qingshu on his words as if pondering, because these words do contain profound reasoning, which contains Chu Tianjuan's understanding of the development of things. Your master teacher should have already told you that he wants you to go to the front line of Yuezhou for training in a few days, right? Go get ready first. I have something to say to your master teacher. Regardless of Jiang Qingyao's reaction, Chu Tianjun let her leave first. He was not shy about it, and treated himself as if he were the master of the place. Lu Qingshu will not only not be unhappy about this, but also very happy. In the past the 9 heavenly clans was home, and now where there is Chu Tianjun is really home. It's the first time in so many years that senior brother has come to my place. Why don't you stay here tonight? You'll be leaving for the southern region tomorrow, and I don't know how long it will take for you to leave. Qingshu nowadays also has some little girl posture. Probably because both she and Shu Tianjun are not the kind of immortal cultivator who breaks love and desires. Let's talk business first. Shu Tianjun didn't answer directly, but saying so was undoubtedly a promise to stay. And there was nothing to be embarrassed about since they were all dozens of years old anyway. Today, when I was erasing the Autumn Water Sword Spirit Wisdom, I asked that Lin Fan if he had any complaints, and he answered with I wouldn't dare. Shu Tianjun directly began to speak. The matter of business in his mouth was Lin Fan. Don't dare is to have a complaint. This son's luck is really evil. We have to defend. Qingshu immediately realized the problem when she heard this. Since she had seen the son of luck, Yi Dust, she had also become cautious. Her first thought was actually to kill Lin Fan directly. Shu Tianjun heard but smiled and shook his head, and then also said somewhat helplessly, now it seems that he himself does not have any problems. We cannot just dispose of the door disciple because of some speculation, right? And with this luck of his, really want to do something to him, still do not know what will come out. If this kind of person's heart is toward the sect, that would naturally be a blessing for the Nine Heavens sect, but if this person has a different heart, then it would be an endless misfortune. We can't just do nothing, right? Qingshu's mind was always considering the sect. In fact, if he really has a different heart, our opponent is not him, but that which is in the underworld. Some, unnameable, and to fight against this kind of thing, perhaps it is really necessary to rely on the one from Tianxian Peak. Shu Tianjun said with great meaning. He was all still organizing his language, and was obviously not good at accurately describing that kind of thing either. Before coming, Shu Tianjun thought a lot, and even pushed the compass plus the great deduction technique with all his might to count, even if the future is mostly in the mist, but it also made him realize the nature of some problems. If Lin Fan had any dissent, it would definitely be a disaster for the Nine Heavens sect, but in fact, Lin Fan was only a medium or carrier. What was really scary was his almost evil good fortune, and this kind of nebulous thing was by no means something that Lin Fan himself could control. Qingshu didn't understand very well what she heard, but she was still able to know a general idea. Lin Fan's good fortune was near evil, and Hazelmoon's natural aptitude effect was also near evil. Perhaps it was really only evil that could defeat evil. This night Shu Tianjun did live in Qingshu Peak. The night is too beautiful, night is very long. The story is naturally a lot, but these are paid content and the site won't allow them to be broadcast, so I'm skimming over them. The next day Shu Tianjun left the 9 Heavenly Mountains. No one knew where he went except Qingshu, and the onlookers even thought that the acting patriarch was still in the sect. Then Qingshu instead of Shu Tianjun announced to the public that the outstanding disciples of this great competition, all of them have to go out to train for 2 years. There are 2 places to choose from for training. One is the northern region of the demon race, and the other one is the front line of the war between Yuezhou and the Devil's Way. The most dangerous of these 2 places is the northern region demon race, because it is not our race, encountering a battle that is bound to be a battle of life and death, and the Devil's Way is actually okay. Both sides have been fighting for tens of thousands of years. Both have the meaning of mutual sharpening. Both sides have always been very restrained. Even the Devil's Way cultivators sneak into the eastern domain. The eastern domain of the righteous cultivators sneak to the southern domain of the many. Chapter 68 Fish 9 Generation Killing. Start taking orders. Jiang Qingyao was indicated by Qingshu to go to the front line of Yuezhou. This she didn't have a choice. Of course she didn't have an opinion. This time, in addition to the clan's outstanding disciples going out for training, Zhou Qingfeng and Li Wanhua, the husband and wife team, had also been assigned the task of going to sit in on the front line of Yuezhou because Shu Tianjun had already collected the Tianxuan Sword when he passed by the border of Yuezhou early this morning. There were still some Yuaning real people on the border of Yuezhou who were dependent on the 9 Shao sect, but without the Tianxuan Sword it was equivalent to not having a battle power equal to that of the God of Transformation stage. And after Zhou Qingfeng and Li Wanhua had both become Yuaning, the combination of the 2 swords also had the power to fight with the God of Transformation, so it was left up to them to sit in on the battlefield. Apart from these 2 Yuaning real people on Qingshu Peak, Lin Yu and Lin Fan were also going to practice. Master, disciple wants to go to the northern region. Just as Zhou Qingfeng and Li Wanhua were planning to take Lin Yu Lin Fan to the front line of Yuezhou, Lin Yu suddenly said that he wanted to go to the northern domain. Why do you want to go to the northern region? Going to the border of Yuezhou there is still master teacher and mother who can take care of you. The northern region is dangerous. This time the clan didn't even send a Yuaning real person. Li Wanhua asked Lin Yu like a loving mother, but did not deny Lin Yu's decision, but only asked for the reasons and stated the advantages and disadvantages. Lin Yu respectfully replied, "It is precisely because of the ferocity that disciple chose the northern domain. I cultivate the sword path that is unrelenting. Only in the line of life and death can I quickly improve myself. Moreover, this time the clan has rewarded me with many gifts, and my disciples' strength has greatly improved, so it is the right time to repay the clan. Several of his fellow disciples revealed adoring gazes when they heard these words from Lin Yu. Except for Lin Fan, who had some grimness in the depths of his eyes, he subconsciously thought that Lin Yu was out of the wind and showing off that he was a genius. Zhou Qingfeng Li Wanhua was also pleased. Lin Yu, no matter the natural talent or character, almost cannot find shortcomings, and a few Yuaning real people private exchanges also mentioned that Lin Yu is likely to be the next disciple of the Nine Heavens sect to become a Yuaning. Separation. Lin Yu as usual urged Lin Fan some matters, completely out of an elder brother to his younger brother's concern. Only a pity that these words in Lin Fan's view, again cousin to look down on their own. Brother Fan, this is a defensive magic treasure that I begged for from realist Ouyang. Take it with you. Your elder brother can't be by your side. You must take care of yourself. At parting, Lin Yu also pulled Lin Fan aside and took out a magic treasure shaped like a turtle shell and stuffed it to Lin Fan. Lin Yu said that he was begging, but in reality, he had used the spirit stone treasures rewarded by the grand competition to buy them from Ouyang Ming, which was not a small amount of money for a Jindan stage disciple. Lin Fan took the turtle shell magic treasure and still nodded expressionlessly, looking as wooden as ever, and didn't say words of thanks or let Lin Yu be safe or anything like that. Lin Yu was indifferent. He was not being nice to Lin Fan to make the other party grateful to him, but it was his responsibility as an elder brother. And all along he also thought that Lin Fan was just not good with words. After Chu Tianjun entered the southern domain, his body's spiritual energy was completely transformed into pure demonic energy, and his cultivation was revealed to be at the Yuaning stage. At this point, almost 30 years had passed since he had last come to the southern region, but for immortal cultivators, 30 years was too short. Entering the southern domain, Chu Tianjun went straight to the Black Wind School Palace. He planned to first look for Mr. Jin Ji to see if the other party had any new research results. Then through Mr. Jin Ji, he inquired about Fish Jiu's origins, and then went to look for Fish Jiu. But when he arrived at the Black Wind Palace to ask, Chu Tianjun was dumbfounded, because Mr. Jin Ji died 20 years ago, being counterattacked by the main soul in the 10,000 soul streamer. That death of an old miserable. The person from the Black Wind School Palace told Chu Tianjun news that made him cry and laugh. The materials for the 10,000 soul streamer were given by Chu Tianjun to Mr. Jin Ji, as they were not standard materials, but a few of them were better and could increase the power of the 10,000 soul streamer. It might be that the material was too good. Mr. Jin Ji's cultivation was not deep enough, and the water of the 10,000 soul streamer was too deep. He didn't grasp it, and that's why he suffered a backlash. I don't kill Boren, but Boren died because of me. Does Mr. Jin Ji have any family members left? I'll go and kill them all together, so that the family can be reunited neatly. Suddenly Chu Tianjun asked. Opposite the Black Wind School Palace, people cannot help but twitch the corners of their mouths 2 times. Are cultivating the devil everyone understands? Chu Tianjun, this abacus is playing the holy mountain can be heard. He did want to raid the house, but his main purpose was to find Mr. Kaneko's relics. It's all gone into the 10,000 souls. It's been pretty neat. Does your Academy Palace know where Fish 9 came from and where she is? Chu Tianjun scratched Mr. Jinchi out of his mind. In the future, he could only look for Fish 9. Yuaning stage is a formidable existence anywhere. The Black Wind School Palace didn't dare to be negligent, and hurriedly served all the information related to Fish 9. This is still Chu Tianjun's first time to understand the Fish 9. The Black Wind Palace of Knowledge, although not much, but has barely sketched out the image of the Fish 9. But it is a pity that the last time the Fish 9 appeared is also 10 years ago. Fish 9 was also a little bit famous among the demonic paths in the southern region, and her identity was similar to that of a secular assassin, specializing in helping people to avenge the destruction of their families. But she's a bit particular about taking orders as a person, or her personal fetish. That's not to see how much the delegate bids, but whether the delegate is miserable enough. For example, the kind of employer who had been exterminated in a tragic life. She would take orders to help the employer kill the enemy, but the condition was that after the revenge, the employer would be refined into a soul slave by her. It was as if she valued such huge swings of emotion in her employer. Chu Tianjuan's understanding of the Fish 9 is currently so much. The most headache is that this guy has not come out for 10 years. The southern region is a lot of people looking for her, hoping that she can help to take revenge. Leaving the Black Wind School Palace, Chu Tianjun thought of a way to find Fish 9. He first came to a city. The Devil's Way actually had cities, and they were divided into several camps within. There are 3 camps: evil orderly, evil neutral, and evil chaotic. There's not much to explain here. It's literal. Like in the middle of a city or within a demonic sect, order keeping is dominant. The day Chu Tianjun landed in the city, news spread that Killer Fish Geo had re-emerged and was taking orders. The news quickly spread, and many people who were desperate themselves and wanted to take revenge were suddenly sparked with hope, and came to look for Fish 9. Chu Tianjun sat on the upper floor of the inn, listening to one prospective employer tell his tragic past. Alright, just you. I'll take your order. I'll take you to the extermination. Chu Tianjun directly chose to take the order after listening to a little old man. It wasn't that this little old man had the most tragic fate, but that the object of his vengeance was a small sect. Not too small. Well, at least there were still a few hundred people, and there was some fame in 1,000 miles around. Chu Tianjun valued fame, and he posed as Fish Geo to make a big commotion, and then the other party came out on his own. As for Chu Tianjun not having a disguise or something like that, it would actually be completely unnecessary, because although Fish 9 had some fame, everyone who had seen her was dead, including her employer, so others didn't even know if she was a man or a woman. Chapter 69, She, laughing her ass off. Chu Tianjun took the first order. The most powerful of this target clan is only the late Jindan. He did not even exert himself. The whole clan fell. Anyway, it is not a serious clan. Chu Tianjun kills it without a little discomfort. After exterminating this small sect, Chu Tianjun also helped free his employer. He didn't refine his employer into a soul slave, but he still killed the other party with his own hands. This is both the payment given by the other side and the real relief. Chu Tianjun can see that all the people who have come this far and want to seek revenge on the Fish 9, their only thought is really revenge, and once the revenge is complete, they don't even have the meaning of life anymore. With the first order, Chu Tianjun helped Fish 9 find some fame, and the next half a month, Chu Tianjun almost every day to take orders, and constantly changing places. He went all the way to kill. Fish 9's fame is getting bigger and bigger. Half a month later Chu Tianjun came to a place called Taiyuan City, where there was an enemy of his client, one of the largest families within Taiyuan. The family was prosperous, a family counting thousands of slaves, and the family mansion took up half the city. Chu Tianjun is followed by a little girl who is only 7 or 8 years old. The little girl is dirty, not even wearing shoes, and her body is even more bruised. To tell the truth, Chu Tianjun saw her first glance, knew that this child has actually been in a half-dead state. Her body has actually belonged to the functional death, but hard with a will is still active. This kind of thing only happens in places like the Devil's Way. This family in Taiyuan City had a Yuaning ancestor, but Chu Tianjun made a move, and the Yuaning ancestor hung up without even being able to fight back. The whole family did not run away, and the huge mansion has become a ruin. The little girl was ready to die for real too, seeing that her revenge had been avenged. But the next moment Chu Tianjun suddenly said to her, "First, don't be busy gulping gas. There should be a leakage of fish. Fish 9 things will never dilute the pendulum with." Said, "Let his whole family neat and tidy." "It must be neat and tidy," said Chu Tianjun with a wave of his sleeve. He hid his and the little girl's figures. It is true that the little girl did not hurry to die, although she and Chu Tianjun exchanged very little, but she could hear that it should be the enemy still has a leak. Sure enough, after the two had hidden for a day, there was suddenly some movement in the ruins, and then a 17 or 18-year-old male was drilled out from under the ruins, and although his clothes were full of dust, it was obvious that he was usually well-bred and had an extremely good life. "Hello, you can now be reunited with your family." Chu Tianjun appeared behind the male with the little girl. The male on the ruin showed fear and turned around with a shocked expression. But unfortunately, before he could turn his body around, Chu Tianjun flexed his fingers and a sword chi directly penetrated his head. A body fell heavily to the ground, the dead man's face all still wearing a look of horror. Seeing this expression on the dead man's face, Chu Tianjun suddenly raised his hand and sent another sword chi, which directly blasted through the dead man's neck, and except for a little bit of flesh and skin connected, it was almost like the body and head were separated. "Uncle, why do you still need to patch a sword chi on his neck?" The little girl opened her mouth to ask in a very rare manner. Obviously she was very curious about this. Chu Tianjun replied casually, "Because when people are nervous, they will raise their hearts to their throats, and I saw that he was very nervous just now, so I was afraid that he hadn't died through." The little girl's face was full of questions, and a small smile actually appeared on her face, which had been numb. "Uncle, can I go die now?" The little girl thought that her enemies should be dead and she would finally be relieved. However, Chu Tianjun shook his head and said, "It will have to wait a little longer." Saying that, the two of them were once again invisible. After 2 more days, the ruins stirred again, and this time 3 people crawled out, all 3 not very old, 2 boys and a girl. Chu Tianjun didn't greet the other party this time. 3 sword chi shot out, and the fulfillment of the generation kill order increased again. Since the other party was not in shock this time, and should not have been nervous before he died, he did not add a sword to the neck. However, Chu Tianjun blasted the chests of all three men. And his explanation to his employer was that some people have special heart locations. The employer's little girl's face had more surprised expression again. She felt that this fish 9 did things really professionally. It was true that this kind of professional things should be left to the professionals. The little girl thought she could go to hell this time, but Chu Tianjun still told her to wait. And this time the two waited for half a month. No one had crawled out of the ruins in the past half month, and there had been no scams. It wasn't until half a month later that a group of people ran to the ruins in tears and then began to put on mourning to set up the hearth. In the end, it is a big family. Relatives are really many. Chu Tianjun hid in the shadows and lamented. He knew that these were also people from the Order Target family. These people are very cautious, worrying that the generation of killing fish 9 is still hiding in the dark, so they waited for half a month before coming back to mourning. But these people did not expect. Chu Tianjun is a professional. He will really wait for half a month. If these people do not come back in half a month, he also intends to wait for a month. Really cannot wait for half a year can also. Now the mourning people are back, and there are still a lot of people. But Chu Tianjun still did not make a move. These people then hired locks and gongs and a cook, and after another 7 days, a banquet was set up on the ruins. This is complete. Chu Tianjun showed up with his employer's little girl, and then without even giving these people below a chance to react, a huge palm descended from the sky. This time even the ones who ate at the table were dead. After doing this, Chu Tianjun stood on the ruins. Who wouldn't say in the future, if you can take your business to this level, that generation kill fish 9 is a professional? Alright, you can go to hell. Chu Tianjun turned back to look at his employer, the little girl, and said seriously. The little girl also looked seriously at Chu Tianjun, and suddenly a bright smile appeared on her face. Uncle, you're such a funny guy. After saying that, the little girl didn't say anything else. She just still laughed, and then she died laughing. Chu Tianjun faintly glanced at the corpse of his employer's little girl, and flicked out a flame from his fingertips, cremating the poor employer. Of course this is a freebie service. Pa pa pa. Just as the employer's body was about to be cremated and finished, the sound of applause suddenly rang out in the distance. Chu Tianjun turned slightly to look at the source of the sound. Chu Lao Lu, you went to great lengths to lure me out. It can't be that you've been away for 20 years and realized that you like me, right? A somewhat slender figure slowly walked from the ruins, and from the sound of his voice, he knew that it was Fish 9. Chu Tianjun looked at Fish Jiu. The other party was still 15 or 16 years old. Her eyes were bright, and it looked like the years hadn't left a trace on her. This really makes Chu Tianjun some surprise, because most of the cultivators can maintain the same face, but 20 years time temperament or more or less should be some changes. Chapter 70, Time cannot be turned back. 20 years gone. You are not growing at all. This is not my favorite type. How could I possibly like you? Chu Tianjun gazed straight at the Fish 9, sizing up her body, and finally said as his gaze stopped at the slightly flat chest. 15 or 16-year-old child on the body far less than Lu Qingshu. To say charming and moving compared to Lu Ruyan, that is far worse. As for the chest, is more than a horse cannot catch up with Hazelmoon. To say on the chest also has to be Hazelmoon's big. Chu Tianjun shook his head, realizing that he was thinking a bit off topic, and this scene fell into the eyes of Fish Jiu. Naturally thinking that Chu Tianjun disliked himself for not being majestic enough, and a great dissatisfaction appeared on the young girl's face. But then Fish 9 guffawed, just like a petulant little sister next door, and said, I don't care, now that you've made people famous. It's not my intention. Anyway, you have to make it up to me. Compensation? That depends on whether you have the qualifications, Chu Tianjun said with a cold smile, and then without warning, he slapped his palm out towards Fish 9. This palm is the power of the Yuaning stage. The opposite side of the Fish 9 still looks like the Jindan stage, but when Chu Tianjun shot, the breath on the Fish 9 also suddenly changed greatly, and even instantly revealed the pressure of the Yuaning stage. Yuaning stage is great. Do I have the qualifications now? Fish 9 also did not perform any special means. He just pinched one hand in front of his body, then easily received Chu Tianjuan's palm. Good mind. Then if I take out my transformation god stage strength, how will your excellency respond? Suddenly Chu Tianjuan's body was filled with demonic aura, and then in the void behind him a heavenly Yuanshan phantom appeared, which also emitted a rolling demonic aura. The moment the Dharma phase came out, all the devil cultivators in a 10,000 mile radius were trembling, and wherever a transformation god cultivator was put was a top existence. Sure enough, there's not a word of truth in your mouth. Hiding your transformation god cultivation to amuse me, right? If you have the guts, you can raise it again. Anger clearly appeared on Fish Jiu's face, but she wasn't afraid at all. Not only did she dislike Chu Tianjun verbally, she didn't show any weakness in her actions. As Fish 9 spoke, A huge Yuanshan phantom also appeared behind her, and that phantom also looked like Fish 9. Surprisingly, it was likewise a god transformation stage cultivator. Chu Tianjun was a bit embarrassed. He really couldn't raise another realm, and was also a bit surprised that he had encountered a Devil's Way transformation spirit cultivator so perfunctorily. Fellow Daoist, I haven't seen you in 20 years. I'm just joking with you to liven up the atmosphere. Chu Tianjun hurriedly compensated with a smile, collected his Yuanshan Dharma phase, and his address to Fishjiu also changed to Taoist friend. Then how does fellow Daoist plan to compensate me? Fish 9 followed suit and retracted his Dharma phase. Two people's strength is equal is the Taoist friends. If one party's strength is obviously behind, then directly on the hand to obtain what they want. This is really very magic way. Why don't I set up a spiritual hall for you in advance and organize a banquet, so you and I can talk about wine and joy? Chu Tianjun looked like a schizophrenic, and his whole person didn't look very normal when he arrived in the southern region. Wine and dine me at my funeral. Sounds like quite a fun time, but unfortunately I don't die that easily. How about your funeral instead? Fish 9 reverted back to her little sister next door appearance. I don't die that easily either. How about another one? Can you farm? What? It's just farming. Farming with a hoe. The two asked and answered questions, and the conversation ran straight to 100,000 miles away. It shouldn't be too hard. I think I would. Chu Tianjun replied, not very sure. Help me farm for half a month and this matter will be written off. Fish 9 said cheerfully. A very odd condition, but I can agree to it. Then you should have new research on the immortal seals over the years, right? Can we corroborate each other? Chu Tianjun didn't know what drug was in the gourd of Yu-Jiu, but this was a good opportunity to corroborate the immortal seal script with the other party. And spending half a month together would allow for a better understanding of the other party, and might even be able to set out clues to yet another piece of gold foil. The main reason, of course, is that it's not always possible to beat the other side right now, and it's better to be a dog than an enemy. This is simple. Planting the land in the morning, discussing the immortal seal script in the afternoon, and drinking under the moon at night to talk about life. This day TSK. Fish 9 said with a cozy face, looking like a person who was still quite good at living life. You're not going to crave my body, are you? Chu Tianjun looked at Fish 9 with a wary face. Don't think I can't see. Your body is already unclean. I have a cleanliness fetish. Fishjiu looked at Chu Tianjun with a face full of disgust and said. This time Chu Tianjun really embarrassed. Fish 9 said is also the truth. Since the back of the force of Lu Ruyan, Chu Tianjuan's body is indeed not clean. In the end, the two reached an agreement in a not-so-friendly atmosphere. Chu Tianjun helped Yu-Jiu plant the land for half a month, during which time they could discuss the immortal seal scripts, as well as cultivation issues. Soon after the Fish 9 led Chu Tianjun to a very big and high mountain. At the top of the mountain there are a few thatched huts, cleaned up fairly clean. At a glance is someone living. Chu Tianjun knew that this should be Fishjiu's residence. But for a spirit transformation stage cultivator to live in this kind of place also belonged to the more alternative category. On the side of a few huts, Chu Tianjun also saw a few fields that had been deserted, and in addition he noticed that there was actually a grave behind the huts. It was a very unusual dirt grave with only one mound and no monument. Isn't your family still there? Why is there still a mound? Chu Tianjun asked dryly. He remembered that Yu-Jiu had refined his brother and sister into soul slaves, so he was curious about who was buried in the grave. There is my future buried there. Fishjiu was dry this time and immediately answered Chu Tianjun. But this answer puzzled Chu Tianjun. If you want to say bury your past, I still respect you as a man of nature. Bury the future. Do you think I'm stupid? Chu Tianjun said disdainfully. He knew that some people pretended to say something about forgetting the past and burying it, but who can bury their future? Love to believe it or not, I only have the past and no future. Fishjiu blankly glanced at Chu Tianjun and didn't look like she wanted to explain more. Chu Tianjun is not good to pester and continue to ask. At least they are all at the stage of God realization. They cannot look too childish. Fishjiu then introduced Chu Tianjun to a few huts, including the one near the field, which will temporarily serve as Chu Tianjuan's bedroom, as well as the kitchen, the utility room, and a study where Fishjiu stored his books. In the study Chu Tianjun was curious. He could see that there were immortal seals in many places. It looked like Yu-Jiu was indeed studying immortal seals for a long time. Soon Chu Tianjun noticed a piece of paper attached to one of the pillars. The paper resembled a couplet, but the content on it had nothing to do with the couplet, and it was all immortal seals. Just when Chu Tianjun read out the contents of the above word by word, the whole person was unprecedentedly shocked. This shock is even greater than the impact of the moment he was reborn. Time is not real. It is the trend and process of things. The trend can be changed, i.e., the process of becoming produces results, and the results are irreversible. i.e., time cannot be retraced. Not a very long passage, and not particularly difficult to understand, but after Chu Tianjun saw this passage, he had to cautiously scrutinize the matter of his rebirth. In fact, for so many years, many places had made Chu Tianjun suspicious of rebirth, and if these words were true, it would undoubtedly confirm his suspicions. Isn't it shocked? This is the result of my greatest effort over the last 1,000 years, and it's been hoarded out by you again. Just as Chu Tianjun was lost in thought, Fishjiu said behind him with a smug look on his face. Chu Tianjun turned around and said with a somewhat grave expression on his face, "Why do I feel that this is something you intentionally let me see?" Chapter 71 Ji Xianyu makes a move. What evidence do you have to say so? Fish 9 asked unhurriedly, and the atmosphere between the two remained relaxed and casual. I don't have proof, but I'll remember every word you say from now on. Chu Tianjun was relatively serious. He had never seen through Fishjiu, so he couldn't push too hard. The next few days Chu Tianjun really followed what Yujio had arranged, hoeing and planting vegetables every morning, the two of them discussing the immortal seal of approval together in the study in the afternoon, and then drinking wine in the courtyard in the evening. Of course, wine is not always a good thing, and most of the time the two men would argue, and the argument would be related to farming. One says you should water in the morning, and the other has to say you should water at night, and sometimes they even argue over the spacing of the seeds, or who is more conducive to the growth of the melon vines, the bamboo frame or the wooden frame. And on top of that it's a case of who won't let the other one in. The good thing is that both of them can keep the gentleman's mouth not hands, and the final ending must be Chu Tianjun win, because the Fish 9 she just mouth, let her how to say, how big the opinion. Anyway, hands digging and sowing seeds to build a frame or Chu Tianjun. Ultimately what kind of fruits and vegetables grow in the ground is ultimately the result of Chu Tianjun. Yujio did have some research on the immortal seal during these 20 years, and Chu Tianjun also learned how she understood the immortal seal. There were still some monuments in this world, and there were some ancient things passed down in the world. There were even relics from the immortal realm, and some of these things had immortal seals directly on them, and Fish 9 had collected quite a few of these artifacts. Chu Tianjun didn't know the purpose of Fishjiu's study of the immortal seal, but in this matter, he still shared his own insights about the immortal seal with Fishjiu without reservation. Soon half a month was about to pass, and the two had almost drained each other's knowledge reserves again, but all in all, it was Chu Tianjun who earned more, because apart from his research on immortal seal scripts, Fishjiu would also study some other strange and weird things. For example, the non-existent time in her mouth, as well as the nebulous karmic predestination of this kind. Chu Tianjun can also understand some of it from her study, or from talking to her directly. You haven't shown up for more than 20 years as well? You wouldn't simply want to seal the immortal seal with me this time, would you? There were still 2 days and half a month to go before the due date. And that night the two sat in the courtyard drinking wine and eating vegetables and chatting idly. Not far from the vegetable patch next to it, some seeds had sprouted, and some of the fast-growing ones had sprouted thin vines that had climbed up the wooden frame that had been erected. I'm going to do something big and prepare to rob the enlightenment fruit in a few days, Chu Tianjun said unabashedly. The corner of the mouth of the Fish 9 twitched, subconsciously moved to the side of the seat. Perhaps Chu Tianjun next to speak has been guessed by the Fish 9. Sure enough, the next moment Chu Tianjun said with a compelling face, how about it? Do you want to join together? You and I join forces, bigger and stronger to create another glory. We slaughtered Ji Xuanyu. After the enlightenment tree belongs to me, and the position of the Holy Lord belongs to you. To be honest, Chu Tianjun is really some greedy enlightenment tree. If the Nine Heavens sect has such a tree, basically can guarantee that 1,000 years must produce a spirit transformation stage cultivator. This is definitely the strongest heritage of a clan. Nervous, Fishjiu looked at Chu Tianjun like an idiot, and this time only said 3 words. That said, how much do you know about Ji Xianyu? Do you know what this Holy Lord's most powerful means is? One more point to understand, and one more point to survive against me when the time comes. After being rolled over by Fish 9, Chu Tianjun became much more normal. 1,000 years ago it was the void refining stage. No one knows what realm it is now. The technique cultivated is called the heaven swallowing creation technique, which can absorb the opponent's power for its own use. Fish 9 said 2 sentences very dryly. It's only 2 sentences, but it's so informative. The heaven swallowing creation technique? The name only differs by 1 word. Even the effects are exactly the same. So that explains everything. Many doubts in Chu Tianjuan's heart were cleared up. There were times when the devil cultivators looked at him incredulously before they died, and inexplicably said that he was a saint or something. I think what those dead ghosts are going to say is the word Holy Lord, and these people take Chu Tianjun as Holy Lord Ji Xuanyu. This night Chu Tianjuan's words were much less, and Yu Jiu should have guessed that he had something on his mind. Both of them went back to their rooms very early. But then Fish 9 came out again. She slowly walked towards the vegetable field, looking at the quietly growing seedlings with a contented face, occasionally gently stroking the tender new green leaves. It looked like this person was not quite normal. Chu Tianjun can detect the Fish 9 ran to the vegetable garden seizure. Anyway, Fish 9 is not serious people. Any strange behavior he can understand, but not too much attention. The second day of the two people everything as usual. Soon came to the last day of the agreement. Fish 9 the day Chu Tianjun will be leaving. She this host or to entertain. Went down the mountain to the town to buy wine and food. Of course it is hard to say whether it is bought or not. Anyway, there are quite a lot of people who eat bully food in the Devil's Pathland. And there are just as many people who are killed for eating bully food. Fellow Daoist, have you ever heard of a strange book called the Sixth Instrument Heavenly Book? Facing the sumptuous delicacies, Chu Tianjun finally asked the sentence he wanted to ask the most. Hearing the name Hexagram Heavenly Book, Fish 9's expression really changed slightly. She said thoughtfully, to be able to bear the name of Heavenly Book, naturally it is something extraordinary. I have not heard of it. You are so interested. Why don't you go to the Central State Tai Academy Palace, where it has been passed down for tens of thousands of years, and there may also be a Mahayana period sitting in the town. The Academy Palace searches the world, and must know a lot. Fish 9 mentioned the Central State Tai Academy, and here we have to talk about the regional division of this world. This world land is mainly divided into East, West, South, North and South 4 domains. A domain has a number of state land. The middle of the state just in the middle of the 4 domains. This unique state land, there is only one force, called the Tai Palace of Learning. And a Tai Palace of Learning than all the domains of all the clans combined with the power of the more powerful. The Tai Academy Palace had traditionally only recruited geniuses, and it was rumored that the threshold for entering the Academy Palace was the Yuaning stage. And according to the Tai Academy Palace, no matter what kind of genius you were, if you couldn't even cultivate at the Yuaning stage, you weren't really a genius anymore. It is said that the Tai Academy Palace now has several Dongxian stage powerhouses, at least 10 old monsters of the refined void stage, and the transformation stage Yuaning stage is even more all over the place. Of course the most powerful of all was the powerful being rumored to be the founder of the Tai Academy Palace, the one revered as husbandman, a Mahayana stage cultivator still alive today. When the time is right, I will go. With your qualifications why don't you worship in the Tai Academy Palace? Chu Tianjun asked. He believed that Yu Jiu should really not know about the 6 instruments heavenly book. Going would be the same as now, so why bother? Fish 9 replied with a somewhat helpless expression. Chu Tianjun didn't say anything else. He guessed that it had something to do with Fish Jiu saying that he had no future. By the way, you don't need to grab the enlightenment fruit. Suddenly Fish 9 smiled and said, why? It's not so bad that you've already gone to rob it, right? Chu Tianjun asked following the other's words. No, it's someone who thought of a peace with you and ran to the holy mountain yesterday to grab the fruit of enlightenment. But it didn't work, but it made the tree of enlightenment suffer some damage, and it needs to be delayed for 3 years from full maturity. Fish 9 said happily. Obviously this has been the hottest topic in the southern domain. The devil cultivators also can't avoid the hobby of eating melon. Who is so bold? Chu Tianjun asked with a frown. It felt as if he was robbing him. Blood fiend venerable, a half-step refined void old man, hasn't come out for hundreds of years, so many people thought he was dead, but this time he's really dead. Fish 9 recounted it like gossip. Anyway, watching the fun. Ji Xian you made a move? Chu Tianjun had almost guessed what had happened, and in turn, he had a new assessment of Ji Xian Yu's battle power as a holy lord of the Devil's Path. Fish 9 nodded, and then recounted in colorful detail what she had also only heard. The most wonderful nature is no more than how Ji Xian Yu shot to kill the Blood Fury Venerable, a half-step refined void old monster. Because of greed was beaten head to head. It is said that in the end there is only a wisp of weak residual soul to escape, belonging to the kind of even can not do to take over the body. The complete demise is only a few days' time. Chapter 72, He got lucky. That makes sense, doesn't it? Early the next morning Chu Tianjun left the thatched hut of the Fish 9. The Fish 9 did not send him, just waved goodbye in front of the house. After leaving Chu Tianjun also went to the city to inquire about. In fact, do not need to inquire to know from the bystanders chat. There is indeed a bloodshed venerable to grab the fruit of enlightenment. And then was Ji Xuan Yu hit only a wisp of residual soul thing. The fruit of enlightenment has 3 more years to mature. Chu Tianjun surely cannot go to grab it now. And the bloodshed venerable one played the first battle. Chu Tianjun also happened to go back to cultivate for 2 or 3 more years. Although this trip to the southern region was not long, Chu Tianjuan's harvest was very huge, not to mention the clues about his rebirth. Just the newly learned immortal seal scripts. Chu Tianjun has basically been able to comprehend the things on the Gung chapter. He felt that as long as he quieted his mind and properly comprehended it, he would be able to comprehend a great power divine ability from the Gung chapter. There are three main important things Chu Tianjun needs to do now. One was to refer to the Gung chapter to learn another divine ability, which was very important, because the means he had now mastered were still mainly focused on the fact that it wasn't easy for others to kill him, and the renewal ability was very strong, plus the art of deduction was comparable to that of the Cave Xian stage. Currently, what he lacked was also a true killing divine ability, the kind that could make a powerhouse one great realm above him fearful with a single strike. The second was to utilize the knowledge base of these years to deduce and perfect the creation great self-sustaining demonic skill to achieve the effect of being able to convert higher levels of power. And this step would also be the basis for his future ascension to immortality. The third is to figure out as much as possible what is going on with his rebirth. And now Chu Tianjun actually has a bit of a clue. The root of everything should be in the supreme old ancestor Yuan, or rather the suspicion lies in her. In this half-month at the Fish 9, Chu Tianjun had a lot of epiphanies and ideas, and he had already guessed one of the biggest possibilities. That is, perhaps he had not been reborn at all. The 30 years of memories that were so real that they caused him pain and despair, but only before entering the 9 heavenly hall to pay homage to his master. He had seen what was most likely to happen in the next 30 years. But here again, a very serious problem arose, and that was that if Yu Xiangui was really only at the Dongxian stage, she would definitely not be able to do this. Not even at the Mahayana stage. Not even the immortals after the Mahayana stage. So strength Chu Tianjun still urgently needs strength. On the way back Chu Tianjun passed by the Yuezhou front line, where there are still battles from time to time, and it has been quite lively lately, because it was said that the wisp of the Blood Fiend Venerable's residual soul was fleeing in this direction. Many people in the Devil's Way were very interested in this residual soul. After all, it was a half-step refinement of emptiness, and quite a number of Devil's Way Yuaning cultivators, including many Jindan cultivators, were wandering around the vicinity. See the Devil's Way this stupid posture. The 9 heavenly clans side naturally not idle, sent many disciples to spy on the news, and from time to time also broke out a few battles. Recently there are daily infancy stage of the exchange of hands, and occasionally Zhou Qingfeng Li Wanhua will also be personally out of the front line of the entire Yuezhou state in a state of comparative chaos. Chu Tianjun hurriedly passed by without intervening to intervene. This is also a good exercise for the disciples of the sect, as the acting head of the sect cannot do everything. As a matter of fact, the several talented disciples who came to the front line of Yuezhou this time did reap a lot of rewards. Jiang Qingyao's actual combat ability had been greatly improved. She was carrying a water spirit body, holding a superb magic sword. She was able to kill a late-stage Jindan at the early stage of Jindan, and she made a big splash in just a few days of arriving at the front line. On the contrary, Lin Fan's performance was so ordinary that for a while at first it felt like he was just a patchwork. However, when the Blood Fiend Exalt was killed by Ji Xianyu with only a wisp of residual soul remaining, Lin Fan's heaven-defying good fortune began to appear again. When Chu Tianjun passed by from the front line of Yuezhou, Lin Fan and a few other Jindan stage disciples were going out on a mission. The team consisted of 6 people, and Zhang Qingyao was among them. At first, these people thought that with Lin Fan around, their luck would definitely be very good. But the opposite happened, and soon after going out this small group encountered 2 Devil's Way Yuaning cultivators, and for some reason, these 2 demonic cultivators were just chasing after them, probably just simply having a bad day. In the back, there was no choice but for a few people to separate and flee, but it didn't take long for Zhang Qingyao and Lin Fan to meet again, and the 2 Yuaning demonic cultivators were still favorably chasing after them people. Zhang Qingyao was playing all her cards, but she was only able to escape, which could be considered a close call. Lin Fan was also in danger, but it seemed like he hadn't done anything, and that Devil's Way Yuaning cultivator just couldn't kill him. Finally, the 2 people blood double fell into a devil's cave, and then even more blood. The devil's cave not only below the 10,000 years of spirit milk to enhance the cultivation. In the Jiang Qingyao coma, a residual soul also scurried into the body of Lin Fan, and then the remnant soul made a deal with Lin Fan. As long as Lin Fan helped him kill the Holy Lord Ji Xianyu in the future, the remnant soul would teach Lin Fan everything he had learned. In fact, before even waiting for Lin Fan to agree, the Bloodshed Venerable One imparted his supreme divine ability, the Great Bloodshed Technique, which he had acquired by chance some years earlier, and then the remnants of his soul cardinal points perished, bidding farewell to this world completely. This place's Positive and Devil 2 fight for thousands of years. The ground was lifted up a few feet thick, but Lin Fan came to the ground is not stable to leak out the Devil's Cave. This cheating traces are too obvious. But all the irrationality in Lin Fan seems to have become reasonable. Then Lin Fan and Jiang Qingyao absorbed 10,000 years of spiritual milk within the Devil's Cave. only used more than 10 days. The two people both stepped into the middle stage of the Jindan, by the way, but also divided the remaining spiritual milk. But also the future is promising. It's only natural that the two of them would have some interaction during this period, so it would make sense to have a secret love affair again, right? Chu Tianjun didn't know about these things yet. He returned to the Nine Heavens sect and began to shut down, because this time he hadn't been away for a long time, and Lu Qingshu had just shut down not long ago. Lu Qingshu had already reached the peak of Yuaning, and was also very hopeful of advancing to the transformation stage, and Chu Tianjun didn't bother her. However, before closing the door, Chu Tianjuan's divine sense descended to Tianxian Peak, and for the first time, he took the initiative to observe Hazel Moon. At this time, Hazel Moon was also very close to forming a baby again. Chu Tianjun quietly shut down. For their kind of cultivation, a few years is often a shutdown fleeting, but the world is still happening all the time. Many things. For example, 1 year later the disciples who went out to practice returned one after another. And since the southern region Devil Dao had not been able to find the remnants of the bloodshed Venerable One's soul, things slowly calmed down, and the righteous and devilish paths entered a period of calm again. Many of the disciples had made significant progress in this year or so. Jiang Qingyao and Lin Yu were naturally, needless to say, the pride of the heavens rode high, both raising a small realm in just a year's time. But the one who had made the most progress was actually the dull-witted Lin Fan, who not only had his cultivation reach the middle to late Jindan stage, but his practical combat ability was even more terrifying. Anyone who had fought with Lin Fan over the years would be weakened for a long time even if they didn't die. Chapter 73 The Great Cutting Technique. Chu Tianjun in seclusion after 2 years, one day suddenly opened his eyes. These 2 years behind him the compass shadow has been floating and slowly rotating, and as the years go by, that compass shadow has obvious signs of solidification. By the time one reaches the Yuaning stage, divine sense is very large, and the transformation stage is even more terrifying. And it is not difficult to use two minds at once. In these 2 years Chu Tianjun had been working on two things at once, comprehending the divine abilities on the Gung chapter of the 6 Instruments Heavenly Book, while deducing and perfecting the heaven-taking creation technique and the creation great self-possessed demonic technique. In 2 years' time both of these tasks had been completed. The raiding the heavens creation technique and creation great self-existent demonic skill were deduced and perfected. Chu Tianjun named them Great Devouring Technique and Great Creation Technique respectively, which he thought was originally not weaker than any divine ability, and such a name was more apt. After slowly getting up, the compass shadow behind Chu Tianjun also dissipated. With that, he gently raised a finger, and a pitch-black thread erupted from his fingertip, a power that had never been seen before, different from spiritual power, and not sword chi. But when this thing shaped like a silk thread appeared, the void in front of Chu Tianjun appeared to have a cutting sensation. With that, he flicked his fingertip, and the wisp of silk thread chopped towards the sky, leaving a pitch-black crack in the sky where it passed through, and although the crack was small, it created a strong sense of slashing in the sky. Eventually the silk thread chopped at the end of the firmament, and in an instant endless thunder rolled, as if a sleeping beast had been awakened and let out an angry roar. So strong, I'm afraid that when I reach the cave Xian stage, I'll be able to cut through world barriers with this great cutting technique, and if I can collect all of the 6 instrumental heavenly books, I'm afraid that I'll be able to walk horizontally in the immortal realm as well. Chu Tianjun gazed at the firmament. What he had performed just now was precisely the supreme divine ability Great Cutting Technique comprehended in the Gung chapter. Since then Chu Tianjun has been carrying a total of 4 supreme divine abilities: the Great Deduction Technique, the Great Cutting Technique, the Great Devouring Technique, and the Great Creation Technique. The Great Cutting Technique, practiced to the extreme, can cut through everything in the world, including the soul. It took a while for the thunder on the firmament to dissipate, and only then did the pitch-black cracks in the sky slowly close, the cutting sensation fading away. No one knew what had just happened, and could only guess from the location of the breath emanation that Chu Tianjun had used some great power divine ability. After 2 years Chu Tianjun first divine thought swept through Qingshu Peak and Tianxian Peak. Lu Qingshu is to impact the transformation stage. That is certainly not easy. From the current situation, it is estimated that it will take 1 or 2 more years. On the contrary, Hazel Moon's return to the Yuaning stage should be just in the next month or two. Once he thought of Hazel Moon rejoining the Yuaning, the two would inevitably meet. And this was exactly what Ning Qiuji said about entering the game with his body. Regardless of whether or not his memories were reborn, he would have to face Hazel Moon in the future. Hesitating for a moment he flew straight into the firmament and decided to do something for Hazel. Although the set is better to use, but Chu Tianjun still feel that people should be sincere. All has gone to another process. Before many things did not have to choose, but in the future you can choose your own. Then it is still in accordance with the heart to choose it. The end of the vault of the sky is the world barrier, and cultivators who have reached the stage of God realization can sense it. And in the end, ascension is just breaking the barrier to sense the upper world, and then leaving this world. Chu Tianjun once again executed the great cutting technique to bombard the world barrier, and in the next moment, the world barrier was like a formation under attack, and began to gather strength to counterattack the great cutting technique, and these forces manifested as thunder, similar to the heavenly tribulation of a cultivator's journey. Chu Tianjuan's purpose was not to blast open the world barrier at this time. When those thunderbolts appeared, he immediately executed the great devouring art and began to devour the majestic power. At the same time, he shook his other hand and several exotic treasures surfaced, followed by the great creation technique which converted the energy in his body into a soft and pure power without a trace of attributes. Those exotic treasures were instantly shaped by Chu Tianjun into the appearance of a close-fitting soft armor, and then the power in his body was continuously transformed and integrated into the soft armor. This process lasted half a month, so this half a month above the dome of the sky are lightning and thunder. At first people still feel that the heavens are going to send down what the great catastrophe, but gradually that thunder as if wailing to the back of the momentum is getting weaker and weaker. Half a month later Chu Tianjun satisfied to return to Tianjun Peak. At this time his own cultivation has also reached the late stage of the transformation of the spirit. This cultivation speed who see all have to say a horror. I can live a period of idleness. First wait for Hazel Moon to recover her Yuaning cultivation. Then it's almost time to go to the southern region to grab the fruit of enlightenment. Now that I have the strength I wonder if I can just grab the enlightenment tree along with it? Chu Tianjun stood under the peach tree, planning the next thing. Cultivating immortality is really essentially still robbing. And this is something that even Chu Tianjun cannot stay out of. Things happened at any time in the huge 9 heavenly mountains. Every day here was the life of thousands of disciples. Chu Tianjun wasn't interested in prying into other people's lives. So even though his divine thoughts were strong enough to cover the 9 heavenly mountains at any time and perceive everyone's every move, he didn't do so. This day the sun is bright and breezy. Chu Tianjun got a chaise lounge under the peach tree leisurely nap. Suddenly, his complexion moved, and then his divine thoughts went towards a place in the 9 heavenly mountains. Just now he felt that there was a not-so-weak fluctuation of mana. That was someone making a move in the 9 heavenly clans. The divine thoughts quickly locked onto a group of people. It was a place with beautiful scenery. There was a waterfall and a pavilion. And on weekdays, there were occasionally disciples of the 9 heavens sect gathering here. However, at this moment, a female disciple collapsed on the ground. Her clothes were messy and broken. Her arms and face were full of claw marks, and she looked very wretched. Beside her another female disciple was feeding him pills, and in front of her were 3 male disciples who were glaring angrily at a man and a wolf. That person Chu Tianjun recognized. It was Lin Fan who had good to evil luck, and the snow-white wolf beside him, at a glance, was a demonic beast spirit pet that had opened its spirit. Ever since the 9 heavens sect had conquered the northern region, there had been no shortage of sect disciples keeping spirit pets. Lin Fan, you condone spirit beasts to hurt people and you don't even have a word of apology. It's too much to say, isn't it? A disciple of the late Jindan stage among the 3 men pointed at Lin Fan and questioned him sternly. Apparently it was the snow wolf beside Lin Fan that had injured the female disciple. Lin Fan didn't speak. He just waved his hand. And then a jade bottle appeared on the stone table in front of him, in addition to a bunch of spirit stones. This is a good healing elixir and 100 medium-grade spirit stones. Take it as compensation. Lin Fan was also generous nowadays. It was just that he said this as if he was giving alms. Chu Tianjun has not yet understood the causes and consequences. Also began to look with interest. His first feeling is also Lin Fan, this practice is not good. The next moment the 3 male disciples stopped. The 3 of them immediately surrounded Lin Fan to prevent him from leaving. The disciple in the late Jindan stage said again, "Senior brother Lin, what you should do is apologize first. If you don't apologize today, we won't let you leave." The 3 have taken out their magic treasures and surrounded Lin Fan with a look like an enemy. Obviously there has been a previous encounter. And it was also that encounter that Chu Tianjun sensed the fluctuation. "Just bye you guys?" Lin Fan said expressionlessly and took a step to continue leaving. Seeing the scene, Chu Tianjun also couldn't help but frown. He could see that Lin Fan was really planning to continue with his hands. Those 3 male disciples obviously cannot swallow this breath. In front of the body of the magic treasure, light skyrocketed. A fellow disciple fight looks like it is inevitable. Chapter 74, Kneeling in the Ancestral Hall. Stop. Suddenly a voice came from far away. Then a crimson sword light arrived first, separating the 3 from Lin Fan. And then Lin Yu appeared in front of Lin Fan. Lin Yu appeared to protect Lin Fan behind him, his face filled with worry. Chu Tianjun didn't rush to show himself. He wanted to see how Lin Yu, the Heaven's Pride disciple, would handle it. The next moment only saw Lin Yu cupping his fists to the 3 fellow disciples and asked politely, "My name is Lin Yu of Qingyun Peak. This is my cousin." I don't know what kind of misunderstanding has happened. The 3 senior brothers also please collect the magic treasure first. All are fellow disciples, let's have a good conversation. These few disciples should have known Lin Yu. In fact, the moment Lin Yu appeared, they had no intention of making a move. And of course, they certainly couldn't beat him. Several of us met here today for a small gathering. At first it was all fine. Behind it suddenly sprang out this. To Liang senior's sister is a scratch and bite. I wanted to beat it to death. This Lin Fan's senior brother said that the snow wolf is his spiritual pet. So we wanted to apologize. He not only did not apologize, but also with us to do it. The person at the head of the small team briefly recounted what happened. Lin Yu's brows furrowed as he listened. He turned around and glared at Lin Fan. This action was obviously done for the bystanders. The next moment he hastily bowed and said to the injured female disciple, Sister Liang is really sorry. This younger brother of mine is usually unsociable, and he has offended a lot today. Here I will make amends to you on his behalf, and then I will come back to the door to apologize, and I will definitely give a satisfactory explanation to Sister Liang. Hearing Lin Yu's words, the faces of the few disciples across the room eased quite a bit, and Chu Tianjun also nodded secretly as he watched. But that's when the accident happened again. Perhaps it was because Lin Fan didn't want Lin Yu to apologize on his behalf, or perhaps it was because he simply didn't feel that he was at fault. So he put on an argumentative look and said, it was clearly me and Xiaobai who played under the waterfall first, and it was them who came and disturbed us. Xiaobai is usually docile, never hurt anyone for no reason. Today's outburst must be her problem. Already given the pills and spirit stones, still want what? They are clearly gaining an inch. Don't say that at this moment Lin Fan is really a bit of a protagonist. Even if 1,000 people point their fingers, I will never bow my head. Chu Tianjun looked at him with a numbscalp. He even felt bad for Lin Yu, defending his brother so much. Yet Lin Fan was still tearing down the stage. In fact, if Lin Fan does not make this look of reasoning, this matter will end here. And even behind Lin Yu will not take Lin Fan to go to the door to thank you. Then Lin Yu will go alone to send some compensation. Say Lin Fan was punished to face the wall and so on. No matter it is the few disciples, or the Liang sister herself, will look at Lin Yu's face on the face of the matter to be over. Lin Fan made such a mess. At this time the most embarrassing is Lin Yu, this cousin, was caught in the middle. Inside and outside are not people. Chu Tianjun had already gotten up from his recliner, knowing that Lin Yu could no longer solve this problem. The next moment Chu Tianjun appeared in the pavilion. Others have not yet come to the voice first. Several people have heard a sentence, Lin Fan you can know the wrong? Seeing that the visitor was Chu Tianjun, everyone bent down and bowed. Greetings to the acting master. The snow wolf next to Lin Fan saw Chu Tianjun startled, upward scampered and jumped into Lin Fan's arms. This man and a wolf but also tacit understanding. Lin Fan steadily held it in his arms. So while everyone else was bowing with fists, he was bowing slightly with a snow wolf in his arms. Acting Sect Leader, Fan Di He. Lin Yu saluted and then wanted to help Lin Fan with some kind words, walking quickly to Chu Tianjuan's body. However, before he could finish, Chu Tianjun directly waved his hand to interrupt him, and at this time, he was still walking step by step towards Lin Fan. Chu Tianjuan's pressure was simply too strong. Plus in the hearts of the disciples of the Nine Heavens sect, he was a godlike existence, almost an omnipotent figure. So even a heavenly pride like Lin Yu swallowed back the words that came to his mouth because of a single action by Chu Tianjun. I'm asking if you know what's wrong. Coming to a distance of 10 feet away from Lin Fan, Chu Tianjun once again asked those words. The snow wolf in Lin Fan's arms was already shivering at the moment, while Lin Fan still had that innocent-looking and somewhat mute look. Seeing that Lin Fan did not speak, Chu Tianjun then spoke directly. Do you know that there are rules in the sect that you may not privately raise demonic beasts and devils? And that you and this have not concluded a master and servant contract at all. So what do you have to say about it? Chu Tianjuan's voice was not considered questioning, but the moment these words came out, the faces of all the disciples in the gazebo changed drastically. The rules of the 9 heavenly clans were considered to be more lenient among all the clans, but after all, it was a proper clan, and there were still some bottom-line rules. The clan allows disciples to take in and raise spirit pets, and even the clan provides specialized gong methods, and magic weapon talisman seals, but the premise is that no matter how many you raise, you have to conclude a master-servant contract. Chu Tianjun could see from the start that Lin Fan and this snow wolf had not concluded a master-servant contract, meaning that this snow wolf was still a free demonic beast. Xiaobai she is not. Xiaobai is my friend, Lin Fan summoned up the courage to say. Facing Chu Tianjun he still felt very pressurized. Hearing Lin Fan's words, several disciples had odd expressions, while Chu Tianjun snorted coldly. You are really sentimental and righteous. So this is more important than fellow disciples? Chu Tianjuan's tone is obviously a little impatient. He also favors just one bite. Perhaps they were too loud earlier and disturbed Little White, causing her to be in a bad mood. Aren't they at fault? Lin Fan's fists clenched as he felt the uneasiness of the snow wolf in his arms and once again gathered his courage to argue his case. Brother Fan, what are you saying? Lin Yu broke out into a cold sweat when Lin Fan said this. The other few disciples were furious, and if it wasn't for Chu Tianjun being here, they would probably have taken out their magic treasures and started fighting again. Shut up, are you still going to say, putting aside the facts, that I, the acting sect leader, used my power to oppress others and bullied you as a disciple? Chu Tianjun rarely got angry, but at this moment he was also truly infuriated. Disciple didn't say that. Lin Fan still looked aggrieved and stubborn, as if no one in the entire world could understand him. Raising a demonic beast in private and injuring a fellow disciple. You are punished to kneel in front of the ancestor's shrine for 3 days and 3 nights. As for this, it must die. Chu Tianjun directly stated the results of the treatment. He didn't want to talk nonsense with Lin Fan anymore. As soon as Chu Tianjuan's words fell, he glanced at the snow wolf in Lin Fan's arms, and with just one glance the snow wolf swallowed its breath with a crooked neck. The bystanders marveled at the fact that the god of transformation powerhouse was as terrifying as it was, while Lin Fan knelt on the ground in agony and hugged the snow wolf's corpse. Don't! Whitey! Whitey! No one knew what was going through Lin Fan's mind at this moment, but there was definitely resentment. There was unwillingness, and he must have felt very humiliated. Chu Tianjun whisked his sleeves away. Since his words had been spoken, then naturally, there would be law enforcement hall disciples who would bring Lin Fan to kneel in front of the ancestor shrine to be punished. The other few disciples also stopped saying anything and left together. Although they were dissatisfied with Lin Fan, Chu Tianjun had already helped them out, so naturally they wouldn't privately find trouble with Lin Fan. Chu Tianjun had just returned to the peach forest for a few moments when Zhou Qingfeng and Li Wanhua arrived in pairs. The two knelt outside Chu Tianjuan's courtyard with their heads bowed and said, "Our couple taught us poorly. Please chastise on behalf of the sect leader. That's all. You guys keep an eye on that Lin Fan more in the future. This son seems to be thick on the outside, but he is actually narrow-minded. Don't want to become a scourge of the clan in the future," Chu Tianjun said in a serious manner. He was not so angry at Lin Fan because of his master and his wife. Many thanks to the acting sect leader. We will definitely be strict in our teachings in the future, Zhou Qingfeng hurriedly said. Knowing that Chu Tianjuan's disposition was actually already nettlesome, the couple returned to Qingyun Peak with a somewhat heavy heart, and by now Lin Fan had already gone to kneel in front of the ancestor shrine to be punished. Now that I think about it, since coming back from the front line in Yuezhou, Fanner did have some changes. Husband, he couldn't have been taken over, right? Li Wanhua paced around the room and suddenly said with a grave expression, "It shouldn't be so bad. If it was seized, then the acting palmist would not be as simple as killing a demonic beast. This kid is indeed a bit reckless, to raise a demonic beast without concluding a contract, and we were surprisingly all hidden from him." Zhou Qingfeng directly negated Li Wanhua's speculation, but he was also infuriated, and also began to feel that his little disciple was a bit strange. Chapter 75, 9 Lives Battle Armor. Chu Tianjun didn't bother to pay attention to Lin Fan punishing his kneeling. He instead reviewed what had happened earlier, killing that snow wolf Xiaobai. Chu Tianjun determined one thing. Lin Fan's good fortune could only take effect on himself. The people or things around him couldn't enjoy it. However, Chu Tianjun didn't care about Lin Fan, but someone else did. In the afternoon Lin Fan knelt outside the ancestor shrine, and in the evening in the distant woods, a figure appeared, looking at Lin Fan from afar. Soon the night sky was raining, but the figure in the woods still didn't leave, as if it was silently accompanying Lin Fan. At this moment, Lin Fan was kneeling in the rain, his head hanging low, like the hero of a novel who had suffered injustice and humiliation to the extreme. Lin Fan's hands had been tugging so tightly that his nails were poking blood out of his palms, and with the rain mixed with the blood underneath him, it looked like there was still so much feeling left. "Third senior brother, do you plan to keep accompanying him for 3 days and 3 nights like this?" Another figure appeared in the woods. It was Tian Shaohui who was holding an umbrella. The third senior brother that Tian Xiao was talking about was naturally Lin Yu. She wanted to hold an umbrella for Lin Yu, but he waved his hand and declined. "It's all my fault. I've been too obsessed with cultivation these past 2 years and didn't teach little Fan properly, which made him do all these wrong things. His spirit beast Snow Wolf. This is my last time from the northern region to catch back." That day he had a glance in the Snow Wolf. "If I personally watched him contract spirit beasts, also not to appear today's matter." Lin Yu let the rain wash over him. He was still deeply blaming himself at the moment, believing that it was because he, his elder brother, hadn't done a good job for Lin Fan to become the way he was now. "Third senior brother, how can this be your fault? You've done well enough. How much you've done for little Fan. We fellow disciples have all seen it in our eyes. On the contrary, It is little Fan who never takes anything for granted. To be honest, we are all unworthy of you. Let's just say that today you are like this. Does he ever know? Elder brother, why are you so bitter? Tianxuan said with a somewhat indignant tone. In fact, in the past, Tianxuan and Lin Fan were also very affectionate. After all, Lin Fan was the youngest senior brother of Qingshu Peak. But since he came back from Yuezhou last year, Lin Fan and these senior brothers and sisters had gradually become estranged. Because these senior brothers and sisters sometimes pointed out Lin Fan's faults, and this was seen by Lin Fan as his senior brothers and sisters estranging themselves. Lin Yu sighed and said, actually, Xiao Fan has a strong sense of self-esteem. He seems to be mute and naive, but in reality, his heart is delicate. If I appear beside him, instead, it will make it seem like I'm the one who is looking down on him. Tianxuan didn't say anything else. She was purely unworthy of Lin Yu, the third senior brother with outstanding talent. If she had such a good elder brother, she would have to wake up laughing in her dreams. But Lin Fan was in a state of bliss and didn't know the blessings. The night is getting darker and the rain is getting heavier. Lin Yu had really just been hiding in the shadows with Lin Fan. But in the middle of the night, someone suddenly appeared again. The first one to spot the visitor was Lin Yu, a woman with an umbrella and an impressive figure. Why is she here? Could it be that she and Fan Di? Lin Yu recognized the visitor. It was Lu Qingshu's only personal disciple, Zhang Qingyun. Zhang Qingyun appeared at Lin Fan's side with her umbrella. Soon Lin Fan felt that there were no more raindrops on top of his head. He looked up just in time to see Zhang Qingyun looking down at herself. This scene is quite a beautiful picture, but it is a pity that Chu Tianjun did not see it. Otherwise he would also suspect that he really loves to do what the great villain of the clan does. Senior sister Jiang, Lin Fan shouted in a low voice. Junior Fan, Zhang Qingyun returned. White is dead. My friend is dead. You still have me. Lin Yu felt like he should go back. This kind of image was not suitable for there to be a third party. He was quite happy for Lin Fan. Even his eyes towards Zhang Qingyun turned into looking at his sister-in-law. Zhang Qingyun stayed with her until the rain stopped, while Lin Yu never left. 3 days was very fast for immortal cultivators, and this punishment itself was symbolic. Even if it rained for a night, it was unlikely to cause any damage to the Jindan stage Lin Fan. The next section of the day, Lin Fan living away from the group. But there is nothing wrong. Chu Tianjun did not pay too much attention to this person. He is now the generation of Palm. Honestly, he quite hoped that Lin Fan to engage in a bit of trouble, because then he can be justified in the right way out. If it was light, Lin Fan would be expelled from the division. If it was heavy, he would be killed on the spot. I am the master of my clan. Whatever the son of Qi, you can come openly and openly. If you want to secretly mess up in the clan, then you have made a wrong calculation. This was also the reason why from the very beginning Chu Tianjun had planned for the 9 heavenly clans to reach nirvana, with himself in sole control. A few days later on Tianxian Peak the haze was raging and the aura was raging, although there was no heavenly tribulation coming down. But everyone knew that Misty Moon reality had returned to the Yuaning realm. Chu Tianjun walked out of the peach forest. He slowly flew to the 9 heavenly hall. This scene was seen by many people. Then Hazel Moon also flew towards the 9 heavenly hall. Effective immediately, Hazel Moon is the true disciple of the 9 heaven sect and the main Tianxian Peak. Soon Chu Tianjuan's voice was heard from the 9 heavens great hall. Hazel Moon. The true transmission of the enthronement is the most perfunctory ever. But she is, after all, the second time the baby. And in the future, there may be 3 times 4 times 5, 6, 7, 8 times. So those who understand the situation also feel that it is not a big deal. It seems like the acting sect leader and the Hazel Moon realist are on ice. Is there still a possibility that they could become Dao couples? The nature of gossip will not fade with the increase in cultivation. At this moment, the 9 heavenly clan, from the first baby real person, down to the refining disciples, who know some gossip are gossiping, and with 4 eyes facing each other in the great hall of the 9 heavens, the atmosphere was really a bit awkward. Can I still call you Tianjun? The first to speak up to break the silence was Hazel Moon. Aha! Chu Tianjun quickly nodded. Can I be your Dao couple? Then Hazel Moon asked again. Chu Tianjun almost choked on a mouthful of old phlegm. The trend of things seemed to be running wild in a completely unknown direction. Of course this change in Hazel Moon was also traceable, and it was actually being influenced by Ning Qiushi. Or perhaps it was a big game that Ning Qiushi had laid from the very beginning. Fortunately, Chu Tianjun is ultimately a transformation god true monarch, and today's knowledge is not as superficial as it was in the past. He didn't feel embarrassed, nor did he sneer at Hazuki, nor did he show contempt like before. Instead, after a little contemplation, she asked Hazuki very seriously, "You've already upgraded the chanting to the great prayer technique?" Hazel nodded. Suddenly Chu Tianjun laughed, and then looked meaningfully at Hazel Moon and said, "Since this is already the case, do I have a choice?" Hazel Moon was overjoyed at his words and was about to say something, but was interrupted by Chu Tianjun again, only to hear Chu Tianjun then said, although this is also a possible future results, but ultimately still need a process, it will be left to fate how. That's enough with you. Hazuki nodded contentedly. In a few days, I'm going to first announce that I'm going to marry Qingshu as a Taoist couple. Chu Tianjun added, it's all my fault. I was the one who was late. Hazel Moon said with some regret, not being jealous of Lu Qingshu, but only feeling that it was her own fault. But although it was late, it was there after all. Chu Tianjun got up and walked towards Misty Moon, and when he was about to get close to Misty Moon, he flipped his palm and a miniature soft armor wrapped in light appeared in his palm. For you, this contains enough pure energy for an ordinary cultivator to impact the transformation of God stage several times, and can help you quickly recover your cultivation after performing the 9 transformations of the Heavenly Devil. Chu Tianjun handed Hazel Moon the soft armor he had refined not long ago. What's the name? Misty Moon joyfully accepted the soft armor. This was the first gift she received from Chu Tianjun, and it was of extraordinary significance. And the soft armor was clearly made for her. How about calling it the 9 Lives Battle Armor? Chu Tianjun said a name, but also consulted Hazel Moon. I like whatever you set, Hazel Moon said with a smile. From the moment she stepped into the Great Hall of the 9 Heavens, there was only Chu Tianjun in her eyes. Chapter 76 Lin Fan begins to make demons. On the day that Hazel Moon returned to her Yuan, Lu Qingshu also came out of the customs, but she did not cross the God transformation heavenly tribulation. When the two women who originally did not have many interactions met, both gazes showed very complicated looks. How far away is it from the God transformation stage? Chu Tianjun was always concerned about Lu Qingshu and asked the other party at the first opportunity. It's just a matter of crossing the threshold. Lu Qingshu replied dryly as well. Afraid of the heart demon tribulation? Chu Tianjun still inquired with concern. Lu Qingshu didn't reply, but Chu Tianjun immediately said, then let's cross the tribulation after the dual cultivation ceremony. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingshu nodded her head somewhat shyly, but with incomparable joy. On the second day after Misty Moon returned to the Yuan stage, Chu Tianjun announced to the public that he would hold a dual cultivation ceremony with Lu Qingshu 3 days later, and the two would henceforth become Dao couples. This was naturally a big event for the 9 Heavens sect, and a joyous event that hadn't happened in many years. Dao couple is not necessarily a husband and wife, so Lu Qingshu's identity in the future is not yet considered to be the wife of the acting patriarch. It is still the holy maiden of the 9 Heavens sect, just plus the identity of the acting patriarch's Dao couple. However, this identity was already very close to a husband and wife, so the grand ceremony was somewhat similar to a marriage, and this kind of occasion was naturally festive. Almost all of the disciples of the 9 Heavens sect who were able to attend were present, and even Ning Qiuzhu had rushed back. Ning Qiuzhu's mundane parents had lived longer than the average mortal because they had taken life-extending elixirs, and had been slow to draw their last breath. However, Emperor Ning had also abdicated a long time ago, and the one who was the emperor now was the nephew of Ning Qiuzhi, who was the supervising grand princess. After returning, Ning Qiuzhi understood what had happened in the 9 Heavens sect over the years. When learning that more Lin Fan, such a lucky evil, heard that Lin Fan recognized demonic beasts as friends, went out without bolting the rope to let the demonic beasts hurt the fellow disciples. But also a pair of my little white has no problem. The problem is the person who was bitten. This posture. Ning Qiuzhu just disdainfully said, this kind of lucky son, is it to look down on the father you, or to look down on me? However, Ning Qiuzhu wasn't even very attached to Lin Fan, but she was very attached to Hazel Moon. Why doesn't father just show her that original and most likely ending? Ning Qiuzhi asked directly, thinking that this was the optimal choice. Chu Tianjun also replied directly, actually that doesn't matter anymore. Anyway, it won't become her heart demon now. What's left is between you Xuanji and I. The optimal is sometimes not always the most suitable. The best is not necessarily the most suitable. After hearing this sentence, Ning Qiuzhi didn't say anything else. Chu Tianjun and Lu Qingshu held a dual cultivation ceremony. Hazel Moon did not show any regret or jealousy. She even busied herself, this time back to the Yuan realm, and no longer that person light as a chrysanthemum. Indeed, the change is very big. Ning Qiuzhu left the 9 Heavens sect after attending the grand ceremony, and the entire 9 Heavens sect once again regained its calm. Lu Qingshu, on the other hand, was in high spirits. She was already sure of impacting the God transformation stage, and was asking Chu Tianjun for advice on the details of impacting the God transformation stage. To say that it was an invitation for advice was slightly too much. After all, the two were now Dao couples. Today Hazel Moon was also there. She also came to ask Chu Tianjun for advice on the problem, to which Chu Tianjun would not refuse now. After all, Even the two people may become a Taoist couple in the future are given the opportunity. Just this makes Lu Qingshu and Hazelmoon meet. The atmosphere will become a bit wrong. The two people in front of Chu Tianxuan's face, although not overly expressive, but the words inevitably have some mutual rivalry flavor. Acting Sect Leader. Disciple has something to ask for. Just when Chu Tianxuan was all feeling a headache, Han Ningxian's voice suddenly appeared outside the courtyard. Chu Tianxuan hurriedly let Han Ningxian come in. This late generation is the most knowledgeable. At this moment even more Chu Tianxuan feel savior came. In front of their juniors, Lu Qingshu and Hazelmoon had finally put up their elders. But of course, this might also be another way to behave. Han Ningxian was the only disciple below the true transmission that Chu Tianxuan had broken the rules to allow to directly face him at any time. And that decision had now been proven to be very wise and correct. Since the Nine Heavens sect has Han Ningxian, the entire level of Dan Dao has directly increased by a large step. And over the years Han Ningxian has also had many private exchanges with Chu Tianxuan, who believes that sooner or later this junior will really be able to refine enough pills to allow ordinary cultivators to break through to the transformation of God stage. And as Han Ningxian grew, it wasn't impossible to refine pills to become immortal in the future. Something like a potion had really become an avenue that might lead straight to the end in her case. What's the matter with senior nephew Ningxiang? Chu Tianxuan took the initiative to ask Han Ningxian. Han Ningxian behaved appropriately and stood a zhang away from Chu Tianxuan, first bowing towards Chu Tianxuan, then slightly arching her hand towards Lu Qingshu and Hazelmoon, and finally respectfully saying to Chu Tianxuan, "Half an hour ago, there was a competition between two fellow disciples on the Tianqing platform, and one of them was seriously injured, and while I was healing this senior disciple, I found that his injuries were very odd, and that his body was being eroding. It was the blood fury power of the devil's path. Knowing that this is a serious matter, my disciple came to report it to the head teacher's elder. Is there such a thing? Is the photo of the Tianxing Tai fight still there?" Chu Tianxuan's expression also became a bit more serious when he heard this. Ever since the last time Lin Fan and a few Jindan sons and daughters made a move, Chu Tianxuan had set up a Tianxing terrace within the sect, which was actually a ring for a competition. After all, the clan is big. Thousands of disciples will inevitably have some friction. The clan prohibits the same clan to use martial arts in private, but you can make a date to fight on Tianxing Tai, as long as you don't go down to death. How do you want to fight on Tianxing Tai? Since the establishment of the Tianxing Terrace, there were indeed sect disciples going up to fight every now and then, which was also a good way to dissolve the accumulated grudges, and Chu Tianxuan had never bothered to intervene and ask questions. As for Han Ningxiang's comment about the power that hadn't been filed with the sect, she was referring to the regulations for disciples of the Nine Heavens sect to cultivate demonic powers. Since Nirvana, the Nine Heavens sect had made drastic revisions to its door rules, which could only be described as extremely loose, and among them was the article that disciples could cultivate magic skills. However, there were some restrictions on cultivation. For example, no matter whether it was obtained from the clan or obtained by oneself outside, in order to cultivate the devil's gongs, one needed to file with the clan first, and those types of devil's gongs that could stimulate the potential of the practitioner or briefly explode in power, or those that could be mutually corroborated with one's own righteousness gongs were allowed to be cultivated. Even the Nine Heavens sect now had specialized halls and pavilions to study the Devil's Way techniques. In a nutshell, it means that the Nine Heavens sect can also cultivate those Devil Dao techniques that belong to the evil order-keeping camp, and the sect will even provide you with guidance and assistance. Han Ningxiang sniffed and immediately punched out a string of spells before a water mirror appeared in front of her and began to recreate the fight between the two disciples on the Tianxing platform. Why is it him again? Chu Tianxuan just saw the image and recognized one of them as Lin Fan. Hazelmoon had never seen Lin Fan. Lu Qingshu still didn't know about the last time the Snow Wolf Xiaobai hurt someone. Both of them looked curious, and at the same time watched the reproduced images of the bout more attentively. The picture of the match was actually very simple. It was Lin Fan fighting a late-stage Jindan disciple, and judging from the picture, Lin Fan didn't even put in much effort. His opponent lost, and it did look painful. Just from the picture of this fight alone, Lin Fan was excellent. After all, there was a small realm difference, and to be able to defeat his opponent so easily, this was already a genius, and also possessed the potential of a heavenly pride. Why are they going up to Tianxing Tai? After looking at the picture, Chu Tianxuan asked again. Han Ningxiang immediately replied. This injured disciple, a few days ago, had reported that he had bumped into Lin Fan having a private meeting with a demonic female cultivator under the mountain at night. However, Lin Fan didn't admit it, and the law enforcement hall didn't find any evidence. So Lin Fan applied to go up to the Heavenly Xing platform to face off with this disciple. Chu Tianxuan was silent. Things seemed very simple. The Nine Heavens sect was indeed a reasonable sect. Since no evidence had been found, It wouldn't be easy to assume that Lin Fan was fornicating with the demonic path. Senior Jingxiang nephew, go and pass on my order to have Lin Fan come to the Hall of Discipline to be questioned. This seat will personally interrogate him, leaving aside the matter of his fornication with a female cultivator of the devil path. It is indeed a fact that he cultivates and uses unrecorded devil arts, Chu Tianjun said in a deep voice. Through the Xingtai competition footage from that day, he had already determined that Lin Fan had privately cultivated a demonic power. Chapter 77, This Sun Must Not Be Capped. Han Ningxiang immediately led the order to leave, and soon many disciples of the Nine Heavens sect were heading towards the Hall of Discipline, and the fact that Lin Fan had privately practiced demonic techniques was then known to all. Chu Tianjun did not immediately head to the Hall of Discipline. After all, there was no such reasoning as the acting patriarch going to wait for the errant sect disciple first. Seeing that Lu Qingshu and Hazel Moon were both a bit curious, he roughly told how Lin Fan had worshipped in the Nine Heavens sect, and with what evil and heaven-defying luck he had shown in the sect competition, as well as the incident that had happened not long ago in which the Snow Wolf, Little White, had injured someone. What do you guys think of this sun? After speaking, Chu Tianjun looked towards Lu Qingshu and Hazel Moon, asking for their opinions. Lu Qingshu was the first to open her mouth. That time when the clan competition was held, I felt that this sun was very fishy. I didn't expect that he would even raise demonic beasts privately, injuring his fellow disciples and still acting as if he was very much aggrieved. This kind of person will be a scourge to the clan sooner or later. Hazel Moon is also in a hurry to show the meaning. Lu Qingshu just paused for a moment. She hastened to say, private cultivation of magic has violated the rules of the clan. Only this one can be expelled from the clan. Listen to what Tianjun said. This sun character is even more of a big problem, is indeed prone to become a scourge of the clan. Chu Tianjun looked at the two women who were somewhat jealous of each other and felt some amusement in his heart. So, Chu Tianjun then asked both of them at the same time. This sun must not be kept, Lu Qingshu and Hazel Moon said in unison. The two of them were surprisingly consistent in their views on this matter, and also had a very tacit understanding. Then let's go to the Precepts Hall together. Chu Tianjun got up and invited the two to go to the Precepts Hall with him. When Chu Tianjun came to the Precept Hall, the outside of the hall was already surrounded by people, and inside the hall, several Yuan, as well as most of the Yuan's personal disciples were present. Lin Fan naturally stood in the middle of the hall, his head lowered, and from afar he looked like he was aggrieved by the unfair treatment. Chu Tianjun walked straight to the main seat and sat down. The disciples inside and outside the hall saluted. Lin Fan, have you ever practiced magic skills privately? Chu Tianjun spoke immediately after sitting down. Everyone's gazes looked towards Lin Fan, especially Lin Yu and Zhou Qingfeng Li Wanhua couple. They were all very nervous. They still hoped in their hearts that Lin Fan was fine. The next moment Lin Fan directly whispered one word, yes. The clan does not prohibit disciples from practicing magic techniques, but before practicing, they must report. Reporting their origin and the nature of the technique. Do you know this clan rule? Chu Tianjuan's tone was unhurried, and at this time, he was not obviously targeting Lin Fan. I know, Lin Fan still replied dryly, and at the moment, he looked quite frank, and with Lin Fan answering in such a way, many people were looking forward to flipping, and also guessing that perhaps Lin Fan had some reason. If you know that you're still like that, then is there anything to explain? Chu Tianjun hadn't gotten angry yet, and even this was an initiative to give Lin Fan a chance to explain. Lin Yu looked at Lin Fan with an anxious face, his eyes frantically signaling him to explain quickly, but Lin Fan didn't look at Lin Yu at all. He still looked aggrieved and stubborn at the moment, and finally his eyes looked straight at Chu Tianjun, and faintly said, I can't talk about the origins of the Gong method. It's a promise I made with one of my seniors, but I can assure you that I have definitely not brutalized my fellow disciples with this Gong method, and even more so I haven't done anything to hurt heaven and reason things. Chu Tianjun once again felt Lin Fan's abnormal brain circuits. At this time, the disciples of the Nine Heavens sect had already begun to whisper. Most of these people scoffed at Lin Fan's explanation, but surprisingly, there were also a few who praised Lin Fan for honoring his word. But the next moment Chu Tianjun asked in a sarcastic tone, so in your mind, the agreement with a devil cultivator of unknown origin is greater than the clan's rules? When Chu Tianjun said this, Lin Fan obviously froze for a moment, and his face became a bit ugly, and earlier still favor Lin Fan's disciples of those clans. A moment also reacted, if there is really a choice to produce a conflict, often make a choice on behalf of favoring a certain party. Lin Fan chose to hide. That shows that the status of the clan in his heart is not as good as a devil cultivator. Sinful disciple, you still don't give an honest explanation? The sect doesn't care about your gongfu. Tell me honestly, if you have no shame in your heart, what is there to hide? Seeing that Lin Fan was silent, Zhou Qingfeng, the master, hurriedly scolded and said, although the tone was harsh, Anyone with a discerning eye could see that it was protecting Lin Fan. Fan D. The hearts of the people in this world are treacherous. How do you know that the demonic cultivator doesn't have any plots? The clan is never going to harm you. What are the hidden secrets you quickly tell? Lin Yu also hurriedly persuaded. This was all truly for Lin Fan's good. And what they said did make sense. Unfortunately, Lin Fan still had that "all of you don't understand me" look. He clenched his fists and lowered his head as if he had been greatly aggrieved. Lin Fan, everyone doesn't have the time to waste time with you. So I'll ask you one last time. Do you want to give an honest explanation? Chu Tianxuan's voice was already a bit impatient. He wasn't interested in accompanying Lin Fan in some kind of stubborn teenager act. Lin Fan gritted his teeth and looked up at Chu Tianxuan, his gaze resolute, and said word for word, "I don't." 2 words felt like a long time to say, and there was a real sense of though millions of people were going to be there. Sinner, are you out of your mind? It's really going to piss me off. Zhou Qingfeng, who was already a Yuan real person and was usually quite a refined person, was also jumping out of his skin at this time by Lin Fan's anger. Li Wanhua looked at the young disciple who had always been treated like her own, and was even more sad and on the verge of crying, but because she was too sad, this senior mother who had always played the role of a mother, was also angry and did not know what to say. Fan, do you realize what you're doing? You're disappointing me too much. Lin Yu covered his chest in anger. He felt like he couldn't suppress himself from slapping this cousin twice. But facing Lin Yu, his cousin, for the first time, Lin Fan looked at Lin Yu with a look of abhorrence, as if to say that none of you understand me. Since this is the case, with immediate effect, expel Lin Fan from the sect and take back all the things given by the sect. Suddenly Chu Tianxuan's majestic voice rang out, directly expelling Lin Fan from the sect. As soon as Chu Tianxuan's words left his mouth, he raised his hand and prepared to take away the things that belonged to the Nine Heavens sect from Lin Fan's body, which included the 3 pulse-penetrating pills that he had already taken. However, before Chu Tianxuan made his move, a voice suddenly rang out, "Please calm your anger. Senior apprentice. I would like to guarantee with my life that senior apprentice brother Lin Fan has absolutely no second thoughts about the sect. Please give him a chance." At this time there was even someone pleading for Lin Fan, and this person Chu Tianxuan was also very familiar with. It was Lu Qingshu's only disciple Zhang Qingyao. Chu Tianxuan didn't have a god's perspective, and honestly he was still surprised that Zhang Qingyao came out of nowhere to plead for mercy. At this moment, Lu Qingshu violently clenched her fists, and her gaze towards her disciple was already hateful. Chu Tianxuan didn't say anything, but looked at Lu Qingshu first. Lu Qingshu felt Chu Tianxuan's gaze, look a little hesitant, but then still sighed, shook his head, and then turned his head to the side full of disappointment. This is to tell Chu Tianxuan everything to let Chu Tianxuan take the idea. Zhang Qingyao, the sect has poured countless resources into you, and your life is used to do this? Chu Tianxuan's tone was also hateful. Zhang Qingyao's body trembled a little, but she was still more than willing to charge for love. So she summoned up her courage and said, "Disciple believes in Lin Fan. I still ask for Master's grace. Since you believe in Lin Fan, that means you don't believe in the sect. So today you will be expelled from the sect along with you." Suddenly Chu Tianxuan said without hesitation, and everyone looked incredulous at these words. Chapter 78, I want all of you to die with me. Everyone knows that Chu Tianxuan, the acting ruler, is good to Zhang Qingyao. That is love. Plus now Lu Qingshu and Chu Tianxuan have also become Taoist couples. It is not too much to say that Zhang Qingyao is also Chu Tianxuan's disciple. But Chu Tianxuan directly expelled Zhang Qingyao from the clan as well, which was something that everyone did not expect. Even Zhang Qingyao herself did not expect. Before Zhang Qingyao could react, she saw Chu Tianxuan reaching out and grabbing. The autumn water sword flew directly out of Zhang Qingyao's body, and then hovered in front of Chu Tianxuan. Then Chu Tianxuan clenched his 5 fingers, and the autumn water sword in front of him was transformed into several initial materials under an inexplicable force. This was another use of the great creation technique. Not only was it as simple as transforming the power in the body at will, the supreme aptitude had long since transcended the realm of spells and basically belonged to the power that touched the rules. Since then there has been no more autumn water sword in the world. Zhang Qingyao's face turned pale in an instant. She looked at Lu Qingshu with a miserable face before she kowtowed and called out, "Master, don't call me master. You and I, master and disciple karma has ended here. As for the things I bestowed on you all these years, consider it as a supplement for the many years of you calling me master. In the future, it's best if you don't let me see you." Lu Qingshu said with an ugly face. She did not plead for Zhang Qingyao, her disciple, but chose to defend Chu Tianxuan's decision. Zhang Qingyao indeed also did not expect this result. In an instant she seemed to have been drained of all her strength, directly paralyzed on the ground. No longer the high and mighty holy maiden progenitor appearance of the past. Chu Tianjun didn't bother to look at Zhang Qingyao's pitiful appearance, but instead proceeded to reach out towards Lin Fan and grabbed his hand. This grab didn't directly take anything away from Lin Fan's body, but Lin Fan felt that something inexplicable had disappeared, having already eaten the refined elixir. Currently Chu Tianjuan's great creation technique could not restore it, and this time what he used was actually the great devouring technique to devour the cultivation qualifications that the 3-pulse penetrating pills had increased for Lin Fan. You guys get lost. After doing so, Chu Tianjun said with his hands behind his back. As for the other treasures on Lin Fan's body, some of them were given by Zhou Qingfeng Li Wanhua couple, some were given by Lin Yu, his cousin, and some were acquired by Lin Fan himself. Chu Tianjun did not take them away. He was a hallowed spirit transformation true monarch and did not care about these inconsequential trinkets. Lin Fan's gaze was no longer hiding hatred at this moment. It was nakedly unwilling, but he didn't do anything out of the ordinary. He just bent down to help Zhang Qingyao up, and then walked out of the precepts hall without a second glance. Because he didn't waste his cultivation, Lin Fan took Zhang Qingyao and directly broke through the air to leave. And then the people of the Nine Heavens sect dispersed one after another. But I'm just afraid that this topic today will be hotly debated for a long time. Chu Tianjun sent Lu Qingshu back to Qingshu Peak. And this time Hazel Moon did not follow. Qingshu, you won't blame me, right? When he arrived at Lu Qingshu's chambers, Chu Tianjun took the initiative to ask. Naturally, he was asking him about expelling Zhang Qingyao from the clan. Elder brother did the right thing. That girl defends Lin Fan so much. In her heart Lin Fan has already outshone the clan, but she forgot that it was the clan that poured countless resources into her, and everything she has achieved today was given to her by the clan. Since she chose it herself, it would be better to end it earlier, lest it be a source of woe for the clan again in the future, and also blamed on me for my negligence in disciplining her. Lu Qingshu felt very sorry, but did not regret that Zhang Qingyao was expelled from the sect. If she was allowed to decide on her own, it should have been handled in much the same way as Chu Tianjun. After all, in Lu Qingshu's heart, the clan's status was higher than that of a disciple, and she had been able to directly sever the relationship between her master and disciple and the Nine Swords master for the sake of the Nine Heavens sect back then. If you don't have a knot in your heart, then transform into a god as soon as possible. I'll help you. Chu Tianjun nodded and said, no longer mentioning Zhang Qingyao and Lin Fan. At this moment, Lin Fan and Zhang Qingyao had already left the range of the 9 heavenly mountains, but when they looked back they could still see a few peaks towering into the clouds. One day, I will make your entire clan bury Little White with you. Suddenly Lin Fan spoke viciously. Originally, Zhang Qingyao, who was still lost in thought, suddenly heard such a sentence from Lin Fan, and was shocked and trembled. She did like Lin Fan, but she liked the pristine Lin Fan, but the Lin Fan in front of her suddenly made her feel a little strange. Zhang Qingyao could charge for love, and even lose her identity as the only personal disciple of the Holy Maiden because of it, all of which she could accept. But Lin Fan's words just now were still a huge discrepancy with Zhang Qingyao's values in all fairness. The Snow Wolf Xiaobai's matter Zhang Qingyao knows. She even witnessed Lin Fan's heartbreak for this for more than half a month. This is also the point that she likes Lin Fan, but to have the entire 9 heavenly clansmen buried with Xiaobai, Zhang Qingyao felt that it was too much. Little Fan, where are we going now? Zhang Qingyao took the initiative to speak. She hoped that Lin Fan was just speaking in a moment of anger. Going to the southern domain, I want to cultivate to the Yuaning stage as soon as possible. I heard that there is still about a year left before the sacred demon sect's fruit of enlightenment matures. If I can seize the fruit of enlightenment, and then I have the shelter of demon lord Jishan Yu, in less than 10 years old thief Chu will not be a match for me, and I will return today's shame 100 times over. Lin Fan said in a tone filled with hatred, but his thoughts were very clear and his goal was also very clear. At this moment, Lin Fan was a different person from the past, and there was no more half a bit of mute visible on his body. Zhang Qingyao was in a bit of a trance. She subconsciously felt that she couldn't do this. She was the personal disciple of the Holy Maiden of the number 1 sect in the righteous path, the 9 Heavens sect. What was it to run away and join the devil path? But the next moment Lin Fan took Zhang Qingyao's hand and asked, Qingyao, you will accompany me, right? This was the first time that Zhang Qingyao was taken by Lin Fan's hand. She felt that her entire body had become light and airy. Then subconsciously, she nodded her head and shyly let out a hum sound. The two then quickly left the 9 Heavens sect and headed towards the southern domain. In the evening Lin Yu returned to Qingyun Peak in a state of dismay. Lin Fan was still his cousin even if he was expelled from the clan. He went to look for it but didn't find it. Seeing the returning Lin Yu, the group of brothers and sisters from Qingyun Peak all wanted to speak. Zhou Qingfeng and Li Wanhua couple were also obviously waiting. The two of them also saw everything from Lin Yu's expression. Didn't find anyone? Zhou Qingfeng said with a few hints of anger hidden in his voice. Lin Yu nodded, and there was a look of disappointment on his face. he won't even see you. So it seems that his destiny is really over. It's just that, it's all his own choice. So in the future, we'll go our separate ways. Zhou Qingfeng sighed and said, Chu Tianjun will be expelled from the clan Lin Fan. Everything is justified. The Qingshu Peak. These people did not say anything. There is no complaint about Chu Tianjun, but the heart is still retained with Lin Fan's love. But now the other side is not even willing to see. That shows that Lin Fan's heart is not Qingshu Peak at all. No master teacher and elder brother. 2 days later on Qingshu Peak, the apocalypse clouds coalesced and the divine transformation apocalypse began to descend. This was Lu Qingshue's divine transformation apocalypse, and the entire process lasted for half a month. Chu Tianjun did not make a move during the process, but he kept guarding Qingshu Peak. It could be that Lu Qingshue's character was too pure, or maybe she really didn't have any knots in her heart and didn't have a heart demonic calamity. Half a month later the skyjacking dissipated, but Lu Qingshu did not come out, and Chu Tianjun found that the entire Qingshu Peak temperature plummeted to the extreme, as if the space was frozen. In addition, although the heavenly tribulation was gone, many spherical thunderbolts appeared on Qingshu Peak. These thunderbolts contained destructive power, but inside the spherical thunderbolts, they seemed to contain vigorous vitality, as if a small world was being nurtured. It was a very contradictory power, destruction and vitality coexisting, and even Chu Tianjun scared when he saw it. Chapter 79, The Protagonist Treatment. Senior brother, I have comprehended the supreme divine ability, the great ice seal technique, but the divine ability related to thunder seems to be lacking something. But the Thunder Emperor battle armor has completed a metamorphosis. It was only after half a year that Lu Qingshu appeared, and she had finally become a transformation stage true lord, said Lu Qingshu. Behind the Yuan Shen appeared. It was a Yuan Shen holding a purple lightning god gun and wearing a Thunder Emperor battle armor. And nowadays the Thunder Emperor battle armor looked even more dignified. That's great. Then I can also go and grab the fruit of enlightenment without fear, Chu Tianjun said with a smile. He was naturally happy that Lu Qingshu had gotten stronger. Why don't I accompany senior brother? Now I can help you out, Lu Qingshu said as she looked at Chu Tianjun with expectations. It's better for you to sit in the clan. Now that I am no longer afraid of Ji Xianyu, Chu Tianjun said without hesitation, exuding a powerful confidence. Lu Qingshu felt slightly regretful, but still listened to Chu Tianjuan's arrangement. Calculating the time, the fruit of enlightenment only has the last month or two left to mature. Chu Tianjun should also move to the southern region Holy Demon Sect. However, before leaving the Nine Heavens sect, Chu Tianjun suddenly came outside the Ancestor Shrine alone. He didn't go in either. He just looked at the shrine and said without a clue, Old Ancestor Xian Gui, I'm going. There was no response. Not even the slightest hint of old man Xian Gui's breath was felt. Chu Tianjun didn't care. He just smiled, and then he turned into a recluse and left. Soon after Chu Tianjun arrived at the southern domain, he went all the way straight to the Holy Demon Sect. This time he didn't even shift his breath. But the powerful pressure of the Transformation God stage allowed him to get all the way to the foot of the Holy Demon Sect's mountain without encountering any obstruction. It's only been 3 short years. You don't even pretend for a bit now. It seems like you've made a lot of progress in these 3 years. However, at the foot of the Holy Demon Sect's mountain, a familiar person stopped in front of Chu Tianjun. Fish 9 is still the same look, human and harmless still with a light smile. You've known for a long time that I'm not a member of the Devil's Way. Chu Tianjun paused to return a sentence that was not a question. There are only a few Devil Dao transformation god stages, and I've seen them all, so I don't even need to guess to know who you are. Fish 9 said calmly. So you came to stop me from going up the mountain? Chu Tianjun asked with a smile as well. Fish 9 shook his head and said, I'm here to watch the fun, and there's no conflict of interest with you, so why would I stop you from going up the mountain? Chu Tianjun felt that the other side said also a little bit of truth. The devil in the road is not good with common sense speculation. The interests of the first is the basic principle. Fish 9 so say also really no problem. As for the identity of the Fish 9, Chu Tianjun estimated that the other party might be Ji Xuanyu's disciple or something like that, but none of that mattered. If you don't make an enemy of yourself, then you can live in peace. If you are an enemy, then you can fight or even kill. Watching the fun? Just watching me grab the fruit of enlightenment? Chu Tianjun continued to walk up the mountain, instead chatting with Fish Jiu as he walked. This year is a bit lively. Do you know who the fruit of enlightenment used to go to? Fish Jiu was naturally just beside Chu Tianjun. The two of them were like ordinary people who were traveling and trekking. Chu Tianjun didn't say anything this time. After waiting for a while, Fish 9 said directly, it's to the first saint's son, and this time the fight is very fierce. The Holy Way has appeared a lot of heavenly pride over the years. Among them, there are several who are carrying a spiritual body. Especially a little guy called Lin Fan has risen up strongly, and today the 3 saints of the Holy Way will be divided. and the strongest person will get the fruit of enlightenment. Lin Fan? Already a saint's son? Chu Tianjun wasn't very surprised. His tone was still calm. He had actually guessed that with Lin Fan that luck would soon be a hit, but Chu Tianjun had his own schemes. And to be honest, it wasn't a heavenly pride he was too lazy to kill now. You guys know each other? Fish 9 asked in a calm tone as well. In the past, he was barely considered half of my disciple grandson. About a year ago, he was expelled from the clan. That wisp of the blood fiend Venerable's residual soul should have been obtained by him. Speaking of which, he is indeed more suited to be in the southern domain. Chu Tianjun still had a smile on his face when he said this, as if he was talking about an interesting story from someone else's clan. This person is really honest. But I still want to see will be lively. You cannot restrain a little. You go up like this as close to the Jiao Shao Sect Master, a few words written on the face. Fish Jiao directly broke Chu Tianjuan's identity. But this is the first time she begged Chu Tianjun to do something. Fellow Daoist, times have changed. Sets are unpopular now. I think it's better to be honest. Chu Tianjun nodded and said, although he was talking about sets being unpopular, his body aura had already turned into that of a proper Devil's Way person. And even his appearance had been made to change. Just this hobby. If you can snatch the fruit of enlightenment, I'll also be honest with you, Fish Jiao said happily, obviously grateful that Chu Tianjun didn't waltz up to the sacred demon sect. Good. It's a deal. Chu Tianjun then said, as if he also had some kind of plan in mind. Chu Tianjun of the holy sect of the Devil's Path had never been here, but Fish Jiao seemed to know the place well, and the two of them easily arrived at the top of the mountain, where there were majestic palaces, and from afar, they could also see a gigantic ancient tree emanating a faint yellow light. That's the tree of enlightenment, and it just so happens that underneath the tree is the sacred sect's plaza, and at this time of the day those holy sons and holy daughters should already be competing. Fish Jiao pointed to the distance and explained. Then the two of them transformed into a recluse and landed on the sacred sect's square. This place was very wide, even larger than the area of that mountaintop platform of the 9 heavenly clans, and at this time, this place was also crowded with people, and in the center of the venue, within a boundary, 2 late-stage Yuaning Devil Dao cultivators were competing with each other. Now that Chu Tianjun was watching these Yuaning stage fight, it really wasn't much different from watching a child fight. His gaze quickly moved away from the bout and instead looked towards a teenager in a black shirt in the crowd. The black-shirted teenager is Lin Fan. Now his temperament and in the 9 heavens sect when a different person. Before Lin Fan is the kind of thrown in the crowd is not easy to be found, and now even if it is thousands of people, he is also a crane in the flock of the exceptionally conspicuous one. This luck is also too heaven-defying. From late Jindan to late Yuaning in a year? After seeing Lin Fan's cultivation, Chu Tianjun was also a bit surprised. This kind of speed was even faster than him. It was simply unheard of. See Lin Fan, right? Not only is his cultivation level high, he's also one of the 3 holy sons of the sacred sect, and beside him, he's embracing people on his right and left. And that girl in the white shirt came with him. Isn't she also your disciple? See the girl in yellow a little farther away? Shu Chan, who is also one of the 3 great saints, is now also Lin Fan's redhead. Fish 9 beeped non-stop. At a glance, she was also the kind of person who liked to gossip, and she seemed to know Lin Fan very well. Jiang Qingyun was originally the only personal disciple of the 9 heaven sect's holy daughter Lu Qingshu. The righteous and the devilish are embraced by the right and the left, and this son of Lin Fan is like the protagonist in the storybook. He is really envious of the other people. Chu Tianjun did not look at all like someone who had been close to Jiang Qingyun, but rather like a passerby who was simply watching. Chapter 80, Another Immortal Weapon. I heard that Lin Fan wants to worship Ji Xianyu as his master. But what kind of person is Ji Xianyu? How could he accept him as a sect outcast? But this guy is really lucky. As if all the benefits of the whole world are going to be taken up by him. Fish Jiao seemed to dislike Lin Fan as well, and it was obvious that she knew a lot of things. Chu Tianjun was a little surprised this time and glanced at Yu Jiao. After all, the person who could know Ji Xianyu's thoughts would certainly not be many. Too little is too late. Taking advantage of all the benefits is not necessarily a good thing, Chu Tianjun said with great meaning. At this time the competition between the 2 Devil's Way Yuaning cultivators had already ended, with one of them losing, and a few moments later another Devil's Way male cultivator with a powerful aura took the field. Chu Tianjun could see that although the newly appeared Devil cultivator's cultivation level was only at the peak of Yuaning, his strength was already comparable to that of the God realization stage, and he should also be a heavenly pride that had risen in the past few years. The world of great struggle is not just about the eastern domain, but this side of the world. The southern domain has also produced a lot of heavenly pride. This is Wan Sanyun, one of the 3 great sacred sons, and soon that Lin Fan should be on the stage as well. Fish Jiao said at the right time beside Chu Tianjun. Chu Tianjun nodded without saying anything. Soon Warm Sun Jade began to fight with the previous winner. It was obvious that the two were not at the same level. It was only a few moments before Warm Sun Jade won. "I'll do it." Right after the two had just finished, Lin Fan said in a loud voice before appearing opposite Warm Sun Jade. In terms of their own strength alone, Shu Chan is the strongest of these three, Lin Fan is second, and Warm Sun Jade is the weakest. Fish 9 spoke again in a very timely manner. At this time Lin Fan is still playing smart. This kind of person is destined to not go far. Shu Tianjuan's gaze fell on Lin Fan. He could see that Lin Fan was rushing Warm Sun Jade just after the fight. He rushed up to challenge him. It was impossible to say that there was no little cleverness in this. As soon as Shu Tianjuan's words fell, Lin Fan took the initiative and fought with Warm Sun Jade. These three great saint sons exchanging blows was completely different from earlier, and in an instant, everyone's gazes were directed towards the two saint sons whose strength was comparable to that of the transformation god stage. Then why don't you tell us what the ending is? However, this time, Fish Joe did not bother to look at Lin Fan and Warm Sun Jade, but instead looked curiously at Chu Tianjun. Lin Fan will win this round. Shu Chan won't be able to compete with Lin Fan. I reckon that Shu Chan will take the initiative to admit defeat. And without any surprises Lin Fan will easily obtain the fruit of enlightenment. Chu Tianjun spoke about what was going to happen next as if he was holding a script. He and Fish 9 were talking recklessly, but the people next to them didn't notice the two of them, mainly because the difference in strength was too great, and the two of them didn't want the bystanders to hear them, so naturally they couldn't. So really hilarious was that accident? Fish 9 asked with an expectant gaze. Let me do that accident. Chu Tianjun replied directly. The next process was very fast. And indeed also as Chu Tianjun said, Warm Sun Jade lost to Lin Fan, and a body of qi and blood was sucked away most of the original heavenly pride even if he recuperated from his injuries. It would be very difficult to break through the transformation of God stage. This was also the first time Chu Tianjun had seen Lin Fan use the Great Bloodbath technique. It had to be said that this divine ability was still somewhat similar to the Great Devouring technique. The Great Bloodshed technique could absorb any qi and blood power to strengthen itself, but it was also limited to qi and blood power. So it was still the Great Devouring technique that was powerful. Once Warm Sun Jade was defeated, all eyes looked towards Shu Chan who was wearing a yellow shirt, and this woman also walked towards Lin Fan under the eyes of everyone. At this moment, all eyes were on the two. Both of them were the strongest saint sons of the Devil's Way, and they were extremely talented. It is also Chu Tianjun and Fish 9 do not like Lin Fan, otherwise high and low have to sprinkle some flower petals for them to create an atmosphere. Just when the atmosphere was baking to the point of no return, Shu Chan suddenly said aloud, I admit defeat. The fruit of enlightenment should be Lin Fan's. This time, except for Chu Tianjun and Fish Jiu, everyone had a look of disbelief, especially Jiang Qingyao whose face changed several times. I object. But just as the crowd was shocked, another voice rang out. Such a phrase at this time of year seems very incongruous. Next Chu Tianjun came out beyond the crowd. He hadn't recovered his original appearance. Neither Lin Fan nor Jiang Qingyao recognized him. At this time Chu Tianjun is really like a great villain. Key timeout bad guys good. I don't care if you admit defeat, but I won't recognize it when you say that this enlightenment fruit goes to Lin Fan, because I also want the enlightenment fruit, Chu Tianjun said in a calm tone, not saying anything big. Lin Fan didn't think that there were accidents at the last moment. He had also been hanging out in the southern region for a year. He had seen all the powerful people in the Devil's Way, and even made Shu Chan fall in love with him. Earlier he didn't think that there were still people who could compete for the fruit of enlightenment with himself. Since that's the case, let's see the real thing under the hands. Lin Fan was also a decisive person, and without talking nonsense with Chu Tianjun, he immediately moved his hand. This time, Lin Fan was obviously determined to get the fruit of enlightenment as well. Even that Shu Chan didn't leave very far. Chu Tianjun knew what they were thinking. If they couldn't beat themselves in a single fight, then this man and woman were going to be ready to beat themselves in a group. Fighting with Lin Fan, it was reasonable to say that Chu Tianjun could be absolutely crushed, but he didn't use his full strength in the beginning and only used about the strength of the early stage of the transformation spirit. In this way Chu Tianjun had confirmed a speculation that, except for specific situations, Lin Fan's good fortune would not appear when he did not encounter a particularly great crisis. And then a deeper thought Chu Tianjun understand. Everything in the world are basically follow the principle of equal exchange. Good luck is definitely not out of nowhere. Lin Fan luck the better. There is always something will pay the price. Even if the price is not his own to pay, then there must be what exists for him to pay. Anything that has a cost is not infinite. After a brief test, Lin Fan could also see that Chu Tianjun was powerful, so he stopped hiding his means and began to cast the Great Bloodbath technique. Chu Tianjun did not dodge the Great Bloodbath technique, and he immediately felt his fleshly body's qi and blood being sucked away. But this divine ability really only worked on flesh and blood, and did not have the slightest effect on the Yuanshan. What a great bloodshed art! Swallow for me! Chu Tianjun felt his fleshly body's qi and blood being sucked away without the slightest bit of panic, and in the next moment let out a loud cry, followed by the great devouring technique that swallowed back the sucked away qi and blood. Lin Fan was instantly startled. This was the first time he had encountered the great bloodbath technique being countered. Moreover, the great devouring technique not only swallowed back the qi and blood that had originally been sucked away, it also swallowed away a small amount of Lin Fan's own power. In an instant, Lin Fan retreated sharply and cried out in shock under his breath. Heaven swallowing creation technique? You are the Holy Lord Ji Xianyu? The son of Qi is awesome. Finally complete the sentence. Chu Tianjuan's great devouring technique indeed may have originally been the heaven swallowing creation technique. Once Lin Fan said this, the onlookers of the Devil's Way cultivators backed off. The name of the Holy Lord Ji Xianyu is known to everyone, but even the experts of the Devil's Way, no one has seen Ji Xianyu's true face. Whether it is a man or a woman is also unknown. And although Ji Xuanyu was revered as the Holy Lord, he was definitely not a good person. There were rumors in the Devil's Way that this Holy Lord was temperamental and would swallow a few Devil's Way cultivators when he was in a good mood, and swallow a large group of Devil's Way cultivators when he was in a bad mood. In case this one in front of him was really Ji Xianyu, who knew if he was in a good or bad mood now? You, a sect outcast, are not qualified to know. Chu Tianjun responded to Lin Fan, but did not answer. Chu Tianjun also didn't think that he could kill Lin Fan in seconds by relying on the Great Devouring Technique, and sure enough, the Great Devouring Technique had only just swallowed away a little bit of Lin Fan's weak power before the situation was changed. However, this time it wasn't some small probability of an accident, but a bell-shaped treasure suddenly appeared above Lin Fan's head. A golden bell shadow protected Lin Fan. Even the Great Devouring Technique couldn't swallow away the power of this golden bell. This situation was not that the Great Devouring Technique was not strong enough, but that Chu Tianjun, the user, was still too weak, coupled with the fact that the grade of the golden bell treasure was too high. Immortal weapon? It's not surprising. This kid has unbelievable luck. Even Yi Duan was able to obtain an immortal weapon in the first place. It's even more reasonable for Lin Fan to pick up an immortal weapon. Chu Tianjun saw that there were 2 immortal seals on that golden bell, and read out the word Pudu. Chapter 81, The Relationship between Yu Xiangui and Ji Xianyu. Lin Fan sacrificed the Pudu bell, like a turtle shrinking into its shell, not to mention relying only on unusual means. Chu Tianjun really can't take him. Immortal weapons. This thing is not as simple as crossing a few realms. However, since he had done it, Chu Tianjun thought that he would simply do nothing and kill Lin Fan today. Without hesitation, Chu Tianjuan's fingertips shot out a pitch-black thread, and as soon as the aura of the great cutting technique appeared, everyone subconsciously developed a sense of danger. In the end, the great cutting art crashed onto the Pudu bell, and with the sacred demon sect as the center, a bell sound that shook heaven and earth resounded, and cultivators below Yuaning had headaches when they heard this sound. Lin Fan inside the Pudu bell was also shaking. His face was even more shocked. Naturally, he did not expect the person in front of him to be so strong. Let's see how long this broken clock of yours can resist. Chu Tianjun let out a cold snort, followed by several consecutive great cutting arts. Immediately afterward, within that distance between Chu Tianjun and Lin Fan, a severe tearing sensation appeared in the space, as if a piece of white paper had been sharpened into countless pieces. While the Pudu bell was under the continuous bombardment of the great cutting technique, the chaotic sound of the bell stirred up a huge vibration, and the cultivators below Yuaning fled as if they were fleeing for their lives away from the holy demon sect, and even those Yuaning cultivators withdrew to a few miles away. There were only a few people still standing under the enlightenment tree at the moment. Chu Tianjun and Lin Fan. Fish Jiao looked as normal. Xu Chan was struggling to hold on, and Jiang Qingyao had fainted on the ground. What exactly are you? Lin Fan was sensing Chu Tianjuan's killing intent, and he knew that this was definitely not as simple as fighting over a Dao enlightenment fruit. Lin Fan, do you still recognize me? The former sect leader? Suddenly Chu Tianjun resumed his original appearance, and even the aura of his body converted back to what it should be. Old thief Chu. Lin Fan viciously spat out 3 words. Most of these sons of Qi were not very polite to say the least, and faced what they saw as villains, either as old dogs or old thieves. It seems that you have a lot of hatred for me, so it's all the more reason why I can't keep you. Now let's play a game, shall we? These 2 are your confidants. Now that I'm not going to kill you and kill both of them, I wonder who you'll choose to save. Chu Tianjun had stopped attacking. A playful smile appeared on his face. As he spoke, his left and right hand simultaneously struck a great cutting technique at Jiang Qingyao and Xu Chan. At the moment, Lin Fan was right in the middle of the 2 redheads. His immortal artifact Pudu Bell could indeed block the great cutting technique, but since it was in a different direction, He could only block in front of one of them, which meant that he could only save one of the two. This was definitely the villain's favorite dilemma to give the protagonist, and now Lin Fan had to make this choice as well. Seeing this scene, the distant Fish 9 also had an expectant look on her face. She really seemed to be watching the fun. Jiang Qingyao was stunned as nothing, but Shu Chan looked fearful at the moment, and her eyes looked at Lin Fan again with anticipation. Shu Chan, the Devil's Path heavenly pride is naturally also very strong, but in front of Chu Tianjun heavenly pride is really nothing. In addition to Lin Fan, the Hangman, other heavenly prides he won to beat 10. The two great cutting techniques would not give Lin Fan too much time to think. Chu Tianjun looked at Lin Fan with a sneer on his face, also wanting to see whether this son of fortune preferred Jiang Qingyao, who wholeheartedly paid for him and gave up all glory to be unfailingly devoted to him, or Shu Chan, the Devil's Road holy maiden, who was also charming, who also had a death wish for him. But the next moment Lin Fan's choice directly made both Chu Tianjun and Fish Jiu dumbfounded. The great cutting technique unobstructedly split Jiang Qingyao and Shu Chan in two, including Shu Chan's Yuaning as well as Jiang Qingyao's Jindan, and Lin Fan even took advantage of this gap to run away in a puff of smoke. Jiang Qingyao had been in a coma, dying without any pain and not knowing that she had been abandoned by the person she loved the most, which was lucky to say the least. But the first thing that died before Shu Chan died was a true heart. Even Chu Tianjun, the villain style of people are confused. Not, you a son of Qi at least casually save you obviously can save this plot is not right being killed by the great cutting technique, it was a death that could not be repeated. Lin Fan was not even looking at his redhead more than once. Now it's time to re-evaluate the son. It seems to be a person who does great things. Chu Tianjun didn't go after Lin Fan. He hadn't triggered Lin Fan's heaven-defying good fortune so far today, and his own purpose for coming to the southern domain wasn't to kill Lin Fan. Chu Tianjun, the acting sect master of the Nine Heavens sect, has come to pay his respects to the Holy Lord. Unrelated people get lost. After waiting for Lin Fan to escape, Chu Tianjuan's aura was in full swing. Although he was still in the late stage of transformation of God, his aura was no weaker than that of the refining void stage. With just one sentence, the Devil Dao cultivators who were originally still watching from a short distance away ran even farther away. Fish Jiu did not leave, but also looked at Chu Tianjun with interest, seemingly waiting for his next move. The next moment Chu Tianjun directly flung his sleeve. Two flames fell on the bodies of Jiang Qingyao and Shu Chan, helping the two women to be cremated for free. Then he looked towards the highest part of the holy demon sect and shouted loudly, Ji Xian, you come out. Don't think that if you pronounce your name backwards I won't know who you are. I hear you. Why are you shouting so loud? Ears are shocked to pain? The next moment Fish Nine's voice sounded behind Chu Tianjun. Still with that harmless expression, Chu Tianjun turned to look at Fish Jiu. He guessed that Fish Jiu and Ji Xianyu were extremely related, but he did not expect that Fish Jiu was Ji Xianyu. So we've known each other for a long time. Old ancestor, you're really good at this. Chu Tianjun looked at Yu Jiu, or Ji Xuanyu, with a calm expression. The next moment Fish Nine smiled and shook his head, and then both his appearance and temperament changed drastically in an instant. When he looked again, Chu Tianjun saw the young girl in his memory who was dressed in very ordinary but clean clothes, who took himself up the 9 heavenly mountains and said that he had forgotten even his name. Strictly speaking, I'm not the old ancestor, you know. Since we agreed not to play tricks anymore, I'll take you to a place with a nice view. Let's sit down and talk slowly. Ji Xianyu was the appearance of the supreme old ancestor in Chu Tianjuan's memories. It was just that at this point in time, she did not admit that she was the one who brought Chu Tianjun to the Nine Heavens sect. After saying this, Ji Xianyu walked towards the enlightenment tree. Chu Tianjun did not hesitate to follow. The two of them were only a step away from each other, one after the other. The enlightenment tree was huge, and there were coiled passages along the trunk. That turned out to be the vines and branches growing on the huge enlightenment tree, which were not easy to see from a distance, and only realized that it was like a staircase when they got closer. In addition to the change in appearance, Ji Xianyu gave Chu Tianjun a feeling that was no different from that of Fish Jiu, just like 3 years ago when the two were farming and chatting on that unknown mountain. Now Ji Xianyu also did not have a bit of hostility on her. She walked in front, Chu Tianjun walked behind. Just turning into Yuxuanji's appearance again made Chu Tianjun feel in a trance that he had returned to a scene many years ago when he had followed Yuxuanji up to the Nine Heavens sect. It's better to tell us first. Your relationship. I feel like you're one person anyway. Chu Tianjun couldn't help but ask curiously. Anyway, they all said they wouldn't play a setup, so they might as well ask earlier. This time Ji Xianyu also did not sell any more secrets. Only the words of the answer still made Chu Tianjun feel a little perplexed. I am my own self forgotten by Yu Xianwei. Someone who should never have existed in the world. Chapter 82, Yuxuanji practicing the Tao of forgetfulness. Ji Xianyu's words were so brain-burning that Chu Tianjun only felt incredulous. His mind at this time was filled with the phrase "I'm the self that Yuan forgot," and he silently followed behind Zhishuanyu. Soon after the two came under the canopy of the tree. The branches here are still huge. Some places are just more than enough to set a table, and this position is very high with a wide view. It is a good place to enjoy the scenery. You haven't figured it out yet, have you? In fact, even I don't quite understand. Why don't we sit down and think about it slowly? Zhishuanyu's smile was so natural that no one would be able to connect the person in front of him with the famous demon lord. Zhishuanyu then brought Chu Tianjun to sit on a long horizontal branch. The two of them looked at the distant scenery of the southern region, which was a bit tranquil and cozy. It's indeed hard to figure out, but what I want to ask most right now is whether you knew me a long time ago? Or what was the reason for you to turn into the appearance of Fish 9 and approach me? Chu Tianjun had a lot of things he didn't understand right now, but since he had said to Zhishuanyu that he wouldn't play a setup, he would ask whatever he had. I don't really know you, but I know that you also cultivate the heaven-swallowing creation technique. And that's enough. Zhishuanyu didn't play any tricks and directly told Chu Tianjun the reason. Speaking of which, I have to ask one more question. Have you been to the Nine Heavens sect? And did you also change the name of the heaven-swallowing creation technique and place it in the Nine Heavens sect scripture pavilion? Have you also been to the northern region and taken away quite a few heavenly treasures? Chu Tianjun immediately inquired again. She felt that only then would everything make sense. But the next moment Zhishuanyu's words made Chu Tianjun even more perplexed. No. Since I left the Nine Heavens sect after separating from Yuan, I haven't been there in 3,000 years, so how could I possibly put the technique back? Nor have I ever been to the northern region. Zhishuanyu replied dryly. Then does Yuan also know the heaven-swallowing creation technique? Chu Tianjun asked again. The one from 3,000 years ago would naturally be able to do it, but if she can even forget her past, she must have forgotten these feats as well, and the current one definitely wouldn't be able to do it. Zhishuanyu said with a frank expression, not looking like she was lying. So evil. Then what does she cultivate? Even she can forget herself. What's left of her? Chu Tianjun realized that all the doubts ultimately returned to Yuan, and from Zhishuanyu's words even more Chu Tianjun concluded the previous speculation about rebirth. If before he was 7 or 8% sure that he had not been reborn, then now he could be almost 99% sure that he had not been reborn, and everything was just a glimpse of the most likely future outcome in advance. But this was all the more incredible because the great deduction technique was also able to deduce some of the future. But relying on the deduced future was not so much as to allow a person to directly learn feats that could only be learned in the future, as well as the cultivation experience that came out of the deduction. And surprisingly, it could be directly inherited as well. This kind of greatness had far exceeded divine abilities and even overrode the rules. She cultivates the Tao of forgetfulness. Zhishuanyu murmured. The way of forgetfulness? What is this? It's even more powerful than the heaven-swallowing creation technique? Chu Tianjun learned about these things for the first time. And not only did he not understand but he was also greatly amazed. Zhishuanyu smiled back. There's no comparison at all. If the divine power is just this mundane text that only expresses shallow meanings, then the Tao of forgetfulness is at the level of the immortal seal. So powerful? Then she must be very strong now? Not only at the cave Xian stage, has she become an immortal? Chu Tianjun was once again shocked. He knew best how powerful divine powers were, and divine powers were nothing in front of the Tao of forgetfulness. The cultivation of the Tao of forgetfulness is not the same as any of the Kung Fu avatars. Theoretically, when the Tao of forgetfulness comes to fruition and truly forgets everything, she can be as strong as she wants to be, and that kind of strength doesn't depend on herself, but rather on the upper limit of the world. Zhishuanyu spoke quietly. Clearly she was also considered Yuan, but she was speaking as if it was a matter of a sidekick. The more Chu Tianjun listened, the more alarmed he became, but this time he had doubts about Zhishuanyu's words. So he continued, that's not right. If she even forgot herself, why did she bring me up the mountain decades ago? Didn't you ask me earlier what else she hasn't forgotten? I think it should be the Nine Heavens sect. The fact that she can forget everything but not the Nine Heavens sect, and still keeps guarding it, says something. Zhishuanyu answered the question, as if the Nine Heavens sect was really important to Yuan Gue, and bring Chu Tianjun on the Nine Heavens sect, now seems to be able to explain. That is, Yuan does not want the Nine Heavens sect really broken heritage. At least in front of the eyes it seems Chu Tianjun also did do this. Perhaps this is her original intention. It's still not right. As the one who was once her, you should know her best. How come it feels like you don't know too much either? Chu Tianjun could see the problem in Zhishuanyu. Although she said that she was her forgotten self by Yuan, she actually knew very little about Yuan as well, because she forgets most things before she forgets herself. Something as vain as emotion is just a concept like time. Whether it's love, hate, or hatred, it doesn't appear out of thin air. but it's just an emotion that arises from interacting with people and from various events. So essentially forgetting about emotion is forgetting about everything in the past. So I don't know much. Didn't I say that I have no future? This includes the fact that my cultivation will only stay as it is now even if I cultivate. And if one day Yu Xianyu completely completes the Tao of Forgetfulness, I will disappear. Or if she fails in her Tao of Forgetfulness cultivation and remembers her past again, then I will also disappear. Ji Xianyu was still smiling as he explained. After hearing these words, Chu Tianjun suddenly looked at Ji Xuanyu with some sympathy. Perhaps sensing Chu Tianjuan's sympathetic gaze, Ji Xianyu indifferently continued. Many things can be forgotten, but there is one thing that cannot be forgotten, and that is habit. I like to grow vegetables in the upper mountains. I like to study the immortal seal scripts, and all those strange things. This is a habit, and it must have been what Yu Xianyu used to do most often. Chu Tianjun nodded. This thing called habit is indeed not something you can forget just because you want to, regardless of whether his extra 30 years of memories are real or the result of deduction. Many of these habits Chu Tianjun cannot change. Habits of this thing can really reflect some aspects of a person. Seeing Chu Tianjun pondering, Ji Xianyu suddenly reached out and grabbed towards the crown of the tree, and then a fist-sized, glaze-like fruit fell into her hands. Here, this is the fruit of enlightenment. Ji Xianyu simply handed the enlightenment fruit to Chu Tianjun. Chu Tianjun didn't make any pretense and directly accepted the enlightenment fruit, while smiling and saying, "You've been quite kind to me. Thank you." In fact, in Chu Tianjuan's eyes at the moment, the Ji Xuanyu in front of him is Yu Xuanji, which is technically a person in the first place. Seeing that you look good to my eyes, even if you didn't come today, I wouldn't have given the fruit of enlightenment to Lin Fan. I shouldn't have existed in the world. Acting has always been all based on preference. You are the only person who makes me feel like looking at you. So this thing called fate is very marvelous. Perhaps Yu Xianyu's forgetting herself was for me to be waiting for you. Ji Xianyu suddenly voiced her guess. She was Yu Xiangui, but not quite. As the once incomplete Yu Xiangui, she would also guess the current Yu Xiangui. Chu Tianjun pondered. This guess of Ji Xuanyu's could not be said to be unreasonable. The possibility was even very high. Suddenly Chu Tianjun looked at Ji Xuanyu and said, "I have a supreme divine ability called the Great Deduction Technique, which can deduce the past and future based on known information. Why don't we try it?" Chapter 83, Fatten Up Before Killing. Good, Ji Xianyu agreed dryly. Then she and Chu Tianjun rose together. And then Ji Xuanyu asked, "What do you need me to do?" "Just let go of your mind and cooperate with me," Chu Tianjun casually said, the compass silhouette behind him already appearing, while extending a finger to Ji Xuanyu's brow. Ji Xianyu really did not resist, and she seemed to really trust Chu Tianjun. As the great deduction technique began, a picture also unfolded before the eyes of the two. The main scene of the picture Chu Tianjun felt familiar at the first glance. It was a mountain top with a few houses and a few fields, but it was not the mountain where Ji Xuanyu lived in the southern region. Judging from the surroundings, it should be the peak where the ancestor shrine of the Jiushao sect was located. Then the image appeared of Yu Xiangui, who appeared to have no cultivation on her, and her house was full of books and papers. Seeing this, Chu Tianjun realized that this was probably an image from thousands or even tens of thousands of years ago, when Yu Xuanji was still an ordinary person. Suddenly Yu Xuanji in the picture lifted her head and looked towards the door with a happy face. Obviously something was coming. Chu Tianjun was also curious. The next moment a man's back appeared, but when Chu Tianjun saw this back it felt strange because it was too blurry. So blurry that he could only distinguish that it was a man. And just at this time, the back figure in the picture suddenly turned around. Chu Tianjun unexpectedly had a kind of illusion. The person who once appeared in the deduction, as if in the past perceived himself. This turn is to look at himself. But before the other party could turn around, and Chu Tianjun had even less time to see the other party's appearance, or even the general shape of his body, something horrible happened. The compass shadow that was originally rotating according to a certain law suddenly stagnated, just like machinery suddenly jammed. Then Chu Tian violently spat out a mouthful of blood. The skin on the surface of his body cracked. Even the Yuan Shin Dharma phase dimmed a lot. What a terrifying existence. Chu Tianjun hastily stopped his deduction, and if it wasn't for Ji Xuanyu's quick eyes and hands holding him up, he would have had to fall down from the tree in a sorry state. The past has been finalized. That person obviously counted on you a long time ago that you would be peering into the past with the great deduction technique. This is a warning. It seems that this terrifying existence is the one who taught Yu Xianyu the Tao of Forgetfulness. The power within Ji Xianyu's body was continuously injected into Chu Tianjuan's body, helping him repair the injuries to his physical body. And Ji Xuanyu was indeed powerful, figuring out many things in an instant. This person is by no means a person in this realm. Even the immortal realm does not necessarily have such a terrifying existence. through that is finalized in the past cannot even look at him. Just a blurred back. Let me show some fall a small realm. Chu Tianjun now also a burst of fear. If not to withdraw his hand in time, he really have to fall off the realm. Then Yu Xianyu's forgotten love Dao definitely won't be cultivated to great completion. Suddenly Ji Xianyu spoke up. Chu Tianjun looked at the other party in confusion. Then Ji Xuanyu lightly laughed and said, the brand left behind by this kind of existence. I'm afraid that the forgotten emotion Dao can't forget it either. Right? Thank you. Chu Tianjun said thank you. The injuries to his physical body were basically under control. There's no need to thank me. At least you've let me know where I'm going to end up. Yu Xianyu's Dao of forgetfulness isn't destined to be a great success. Then sooner or later, I'll merge with her. And maybe even accelerate the process because of you. Ji Xianyu saw everything through. Then I will also wait for that day. No matter what, the not so long ago she was the leader of my cultivation. You, the once she, and I are like Dao friends again. I'm waiting for the real you to return in the Nine Heavens sect. Chu Tianjun looked at Ji Xianyu and said some meaningful words. Only after saying this he himself felt that something was wrong. Ji Xianyu just smiled. She knew that Chu Tianjun was going to go back to recuperate from his injuries. Damage to the Yuanshan was not something that could be easily recovered. Not long after Chu Tianjun returned to the Nine Heavens sect, he did not hide his aura. Many disciples within the sect noticed that he had returned. Just returned to the residence, Chu Tianjun sat down on his knees. The shriveled Yuanshan appeared. It seems that this time it is indeed not lightly injured. Lu Qingshu and Hazelmoon came towards Tianjun Peak almost at the same time. The two of them landed at the entrance of the courtyard together. Although Lu Qingshu was already at the god transformation stage and Hazelmoon was still only at the peak of the Yuaning stage, she didn't show any weakness at all, and she almost grabbed her way into the courtyard together with Lu Qingshu. Both of them saw Chu Tianjun, whose Yuanshan was wilting. At the first moment, senior brother, Tianjun, you are injured. The next moment the two appeared beside Chu Tianjun again at the same time. Lu Qingshu had already revealed her Yuanshan Dharma phase, and Hazelmoon had an inexplicable aura surging out of her body, and it was clear that both of them wanted to step in to help Chu Tianjun recover from his injuries. You guys stop fighting first and listen to me. Chu Tianjun directly spoke out to stop the duo. Although their hearts were worried, both of them were also obedient. Squatting in front of Chu Tianjun on the left and right, waiting for Chu Tianjun's next words, Qingshu then spread the news to the outside world, saying that I was seriously injured in a fight with Ji Xianyu. Also summon the disciples outside to return to the sect and have Ouyang Ming open the sect protector formation. Chu Tianjun first instructed Lu Qingshu. Ji Xianyu will lure the Devil Dao army to attack? Lu Qingshu asked with a nervous expression. Chu Tianjun shook his head and said, Ji Xuanyu won't fall into the well, but Lin Fan surely will. I met him in the sacred demon sect, and this son also has an immortal artifact on his body. Chu Tianjun then briefly recounted the matter of his southern domain, and also said that he had killed Zhang Qingyao and Shu Chan, and that Lin Fan had slipped away directly without saving one of them. However, the content of his chat with Ji Xianyu later on, as well as the fact that he was seriously injured after only glancing at a certain existence in the past under the Great Extrapolation Technique, Chu Tianjun chose to conceal it. I'm going to kill this son now, before he grows up. If it's a few years later there will be endless trouble, Lu Qingshu said and got up to go kill Lin Fan. I'll go with you. Misty Moon naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity to perform. Even if it meant working with Lu Qingshu, she didn't care. Slow down. Hear me out. Chu Tianjun hurriedly called out to the two. Without waiting for the two to react, Chu Tianjun explained. Lin Fan has the luck of fortune hanging over him. He can pick up immortal weapons even as he walks. There must be quite a lot of good things waiting for him. If we kill him now, won't those treasures and resources go to waste? You want to wait for Lin Fan to grow up before you make your move? But wouldn't that be too risky? Misty Moon immediately understood Chu Tianjuan's intentions. She was also worried that this kind of son of Qi would be out of control once he grew up and might play it off. Wealth and riches. This huge sect. Do not come to a fortune. How to surge forward. It is not easy to make such an extra doorway. I think this risk is worth risking. Chu Tianjun opened his mouth to explain. He did take Lin Fan's reverse weather luck as a way to quickly grow the clan. Anyway, his villainous persona had been set up, and he would be sorry for this persona if he didn't kill a few more sons of Qi. I'll listen to senior brother. Lu Qingshu directly expressed her embrace without any comments. As expected, no one could beat Lu Qingshu in terms of heart for the clan, as well as trust in Chu Tianjun. For these next few years, the clan treasury is open to supply disciples for cultivation, especially those with good qualifications. Qingshu, you go and make the arrangements. Hazel Moon, you stay behind. Chu Tianjun continued to make arrangements, and in the end, he even let Hazel Moon stay alone. Qingshu looked at Misty Moon with a complicated expression, but she still left first. Misty Moon's eyes deep down instead appeared a color of excitement and complacency. This was the first time Chu Tianjun had taken the initiative to want to talk to her alone. Another milestone like a big step. Chapter 84, The Anti-Chu Coalition. What can I do for you? After Qingshu left, Hazel Moon took the initiative to ask. Her gaze was imploring, and she was no longer hiding it at this moment. If I can still trust you, when I duel with Lin Fan, I hope that you can use the Great Prayer technique to block his chi and interfere with the good fortune bestowed upon Lin Fan by that unnameable object. Chu Tianjun looked straight at Hazel Moon and said meaningfully, "Of course you can trust me, just wait and see. I'll prove everything with my actions," Hazuki said with a solemn expression. But after the statement was finished, Hazuki asked a little awkwardly, that, although the Great Prayer technique can grant wishes, how can it be done to interfere with his good fortune? I have a Great Prayer technique. In my deduction, there are thousands of possible outcomes of my duel with Lin Fan, but amongst so many, there are only a handful of endings in which he could lose. If we choose the ending amongst them that is the most favorable to us, and you use this as a way to perform your prayers, the final outcome will infinitely converge to that ending. Chu Tianjun spoke his thoughts, and this was what he thought was the true use of the Great Prayer technique and the Great Deduction technique. Misty Moon was surprised, but her eyes were also filled with worry. She had heard that Lin Fan had very few endings of failure. That would be the same as saying that probabilistically Chu Tianjun was going to lose. And this was certainly not the result Misty Moon wanted. Which ending do you want? Misty asked solemnly once again. It might as well be for you to take a look as well and choose at the end. Chu Tianjun spoke indifferently, and then the shadow of a compass appeared behind him, and then two pillars of light shot out from his eyes, forming a dynamic picture that appeared in front of Hazel Moon. On the screen were countless projected endings, most of which were Chu Tianjun being killed, the destruction of the Nine Heavens sect, and the deaths of all the sect's disciples in battle, with only a very small number of cases where Lin Fan was killed. It's amazing that there are so many possibilities for one thing, and many of the endings are so far apart that they are simply two extremes. Misty Moon saw the magic of this kind of deduction for the first time, and even more so, she marveled at the variability of the future. Chu Tianjun felt even more deeply than Hazel Moon. Originally the most likely ending was him being killed by Hazel Moon, but now it is turning into him being indifferent to Hazel Moon, and the other party is instead sticking up for him. Have you chosen? Chu Tianjun asked, interrupting Hazel Moon's thoughts. Hazel Moon nodded, and she naturally chose the one of the countless endings that would be most favorable to Chu Tianjun for the Nine Heavens sect. However, the next moment Hazel Moon seemed to suddenly think of something, and asked with a terrified expression, "Wait, if I cultivate the Great Prayer technique to the extreme, and then combine it with the Great Deduction technique, wouldn't that mean that I could designate an ending at will, and wouldn't that be taking control of predestination?" Chu Tianjun nodded. A predestined ending is predestination, and the extreme Great Deduction technique in conjunction with the Great Prayer technique can indeed achieve the effect of designating predestination. Of course either he or Hazel Moon were still too far away from cultivating these two divine abilities to the extreme, and it was a pipe dream to talk about them now. So it seems that you and I are destined to have a destiny that is not shallow, Hazel Moon said with her head bowed a little shyly after her shock. Are you still curious about what was originally most likely to happen between you and I? Suddenly Chu Tianjun asked Hazel Moon. This had been the thing Hazuki wanted to know the most, and now she wanted to know the same, so she subconsciously nodded. You and I would have become master and disciple. The process is no longer important. The ending of the autumn speech has also told you, although all this did not happen, but to be honest because it is too real, so I also think that I know you very well. That day you said that you want to be a couple with me. I was indeed very surprised, because with you too familiar, I worry that there really is a day like that. I will also not be able to lay down my hands. Chu Tianjun spoke quite frankly, but these words coming out inevitably made people think about it. Hazel Moon also looked normal at first, but at the back was also blushing, directly shy and did not dare to look at Chu Tianjun. Indeed Chu Tianjun self-confessed and Hazel Moon is too familiar. Even subconsciously called master or called used to, before several times are still almost shouted out of the mouth, but also in the past few years to slowly adapt. Really want to let Chu Tianjun now go to take off Hazel Moon pants. He really has not yet transformed, is not able to get down, regardless of all that. I think it's quite good now. There are twists and turns and misunderstandings, but it's the past after all. It's the bumpy experiences that make people cherish them. I will cherish everything in front of me, and I will also make sure to let the ending develop in the best direction. Hazel Moon incomparably solemn said. Her face also revealed a smile. For the first time and Chu Tianjun said so many words, and it was said from the heart, it really made her feel relaxed. Hazel Moon also left Tianjun Peak a few moments later, And then the disciples of the Nine Heavens sect who were outside returned in large numbers, and then the sect's grand formation was opened, and vast amounts of resources were distributed, and the entire Nine Heavens sect began an unprecedented closed-door sprint. It was foreseeable that in less than 10 years the Nine Heavenly Cloud sect would surely have a number of Jindan cultivators advancing to Yuaning, and new Jindan cultivators would even be born as if they were springing up. However, soon Jiao Shao sect acting sect leader, close to the peak of the god of transformation Chu Tianjun's serious injury news also spread. There are rumors that Chu Tianjun in the fight with Ji Xianyu was knocked down a small realm. Now Jiao Shao sect hunkered down in the sect formation, also because Chu Tianjun's strength loss. These years, the development of the Nine Heavenly Clan is too rapid. Whether it is the eastern or northern region or bitter Nine Heavenly Clan for a long time, the so-called where there is oppression where there is resistance. A few years ago, some of the remaining clans, as well as the northern region of the demon race are from time to time chaotic. Not to mention the Nine Heavenly Clan is now shrinking not out. Soon these people who already have the revenge of extermination with the Nine Heavens sect, the disobedient demon race, the scattered cultivators who want to fish in troubled waters, as well as the demon cultivators in the southern region who already like to make trouble. These people clicked together, and a powerful inverted Chu alliance was born. These people had only one purpose, which was to defeat Chu Tianjun and overthrow the Nine Heavens sect, and in turn, divide up the Nine Heavens sect's coveted resources. Of course we all know in our hearts that dividing up the resources is the most fundamental purpose. Just as this alliance was formed, Lin Fan's good fortune began to ensue once again. First he somehow enters another cave, and later awakens an ancient powerhouse sleeping in an exquisite coffin. This was a female cultivator of the void refinement stage with an unparalleled appearance, who had been sleeping here for thousands of years using a special secret method. After waking up, this old monster of the void refining stage had an inexplicable liking for Lin Fan, and then was captured by Lin Fan in just 3 days. After listening to Lin Fan's account of his misery, the female cultivator of the void refining stage, who had been sleeping for thousands of years, actually decided to dual cultivate with Lin Fan to help him break through the god transformation stage. After some double cultivation, Lin Fan was successfully promoted to the god transformation stage, and was even accompanied by a powerful void refining stage beauty. Next is a series of chances that can be described as heaven-defying come one after another. Lin Fan's cultivation rubbing upward, a variety of treasures to pick up soft. Around is gathered another batch of confidant dual cultivation partner, as well as a variety of means of conquest of the strong follower. In addition to the dignified and noble refining void stage righteous female cultivator who was more than 3,000 years older than Lin Fan, there was also the passionate and fiery Yuan female demon king who had the bloodline of the divine beasts of the upper realm, as well as the charming female demon head who had thousands of disciples under her seat. In the end, Lin Fan even easily gained the power of the anti-Nine Heavens sect alliance and became the alliance leader of that alliance. A few years later in the North Domain, East Domain, and South Domain, more than 70% of the places were controlled by the alliance, and Lin Fan had a great feeling of being the king of the world. One day Lin Fan personally led the alliance army to kill the Nine Heavens sect, and at this moment, he was in high spirits, as if everything in heaven and earth was under his control. Chapter 85. I've been walking on thin ice all my life. Chu Tianjun did not show his face during the last 10 years. He had been cultivating in his residence, and outsiders thought that he was recovering from his injuries. Lu Qingshu's cultivation is also more diligent. Qingshu peak as if the space is frozen. The thunder is even a moment in the past 10 years. Hazel Moon had also basically never left Tianxian Peak, but she had long been at the peak of Yuaning cultivation. But she had delayed going to break through the transformation stage, and she didn't know what she was cultivating. No one from the Nine Heavens sect had broken through to the spirit transformation stage during this decade, but Zhou Qingfeng and most of the others had reached the late Yuaning stage or the peak, and another batch of talented disciples had become Yuaning real people one after another, of which Lin Yu was the first to break through. In addition to Lin Yu there are 3 more. One is Han Ningxiang. The other 2 are not Yuaning real disciples, just ordinary Jindan disciples promoted. Although not a heavenly pride is also a rare talent. As these younger generation disciples achieved Yuaning one after another, there would be more and more Yuaning real people in the Nine Heavens sect in the future. Master teacher, disciple has something to ask for. Not long after Lin Fan vowed to crush the Nine Shao sect, Han Ningxiang appeared outside Chu Tianjuan's courtyard. Han Ningxiang only came once in these 10 years, when Chu Tianjun just came back. Han Ningxiang heard that Chu Tianjun was seriously injured, and came to see want to try to help Chu Tianjun. Come in, Chu Tianjuan's voice then sounded. Han Ningxiang quickly walked into the courtyard, and she saw that Chu Tianjun wasn't cultivating, but was sitting on a bamboo chair, with many books beside him, all of which were the kind of very ordinary paper books. Senior, disciple has refined the heaven mending pill. This pill can quickly repair the damage to the Yuan Shen. I hope it can be useful to Senior. Han Ningxiang stood in front of Chu Tianjun and respectfully bowed before lifting up an elixir wrapped in a halo of light with both hands that was unusual at first glance. Chu Tianjuan's expression moved and he immediately stood up. He didn't rush to get the heaven-mending pill but instead looked at Han Ningxiang with relief. How much time did it take? Chu Tianjun asked in a small voice. Since Disciple stepped into the Yuaning stage 5 years ago, I've been refining this Dan. And because the heaven-repairing Dan is of such a high grade, I've only been able to refine this one in 5 years. Han Ningxiang replied naturally. Senior nephew has the heart. I'll accept this kind of divine elixir first. In fact, the damage to my Yuan Shen has long since recovered, and my cultivation is already far better than before. Chu Tianjun smiled and accepted the heaven-repairing pill. Han Ningxiang spending 5 years to refine a pill for him also made Chu Tianjun decide to be honest with this senior nephew. Wonderful. Senior uncle is unhurt is a great good thing. Han Ningxiang heard the face of ecstasy. She did not want to be Chu Tianjun intentionally deceived people and so on. In short, she was very happy to hear Chu Tianjun is fine. In fact, I also purposely released the news of my serious injury so that those rebels would jump out on their own, and so that Lin Fan would think that he was winning. Otherwise how would he have taken the initiative to send him to the door? Chu Tianjun stated his intentions as well. Han Ningxiang was only happier when she heard this, and her complexion was much more relaxed. Most of the people in the Nine Heavens sect were worried these days because Lin Fan's alliance army was really as strong and expert as the clouds. Lin Fan himself was already at the god transformation stage, not to mention the fact that there was an old monster at the void refining stage behind him. A few confidants who were also at the god transformation stage. A host of followers whose strength was comparable to that of the god transformation stage. And the alliance numbered 10 times the number of Nine Heavens sect's disciples. Honestly speaking, on this strength disparity, change other sects have long been scattered, or directly surrendered. I'll go and tell my fellow disciples the good news right away. Everyone is under a lot of pressure these days, and some disciples are afraid that they won't be able to withstand the pressure or are going to have second thoughts. Han Ningxiang was eager to tell this good news to boost the sect's confidence and cohesion. However, the next moment Chu Tianjun hastily stopped it. Wait, not only can this matter not be publicized, then you go to Ouyang Ming and ask him to quietly leave a loophole in the clan protection array. If anyone wants to leave, let them go. Han Ningxiang was incomparably shocked as she looked towards Chu Tianjun. Over the years Han Ningxiang had been addicted to alchemy, and for a while she hadn't understood Chu Tianjuan's intentions. Chu Tianjun smiled, then patiently explained a few sentences. The Nine Heavens sect has been developing steadily for decades. The disciples who have been initiated down through the years are inevitably a mixture of the good and the bad, and this is a good opportunity at the moment to help us weed out some of the dross. Senior apprentice is far-sighted. Disciple understands. Han Ningxiang immediately understood, and then followed Chu Tianjuan's instructions to find Ouyang Ming, and the gap in the sect protector formation that quietly opened up and then allowed him to slip out of the sect was also quickly known by many disciples. Sure enough, that night there were some disciples who packed up and ran away overnight. Most of them were in the Qi refining stage. There were also a small number of Foundation establishment stage, and the Jindan stage was currently one without one. A few days later more and more people ran, and a few Jindan stage elite disciples appeared among them. However, for these sect members who ran away at the crisis point, Chu Tianjun and the other sect executives did not do anything to stop them. With a laissez-faire attitude, a few days later Lin Fan appeared with his alliance army just 200 miles away from the Jiushao sect, where there was a river named Frinshui, and standing by the river one could see the several main peaks of the Jiushao mountain. Lin Fan stood on the bank of the river, slightly tilting his head to look at the familiar main peaks of the 9 heavenly mountains, and there was an unimpressed look in his gaze. Behind him was a single follower with a powerful aura. And of course, the most eye-catching ones were the several redheads who each had their own unique and stunning beauty. The one closest to Lin Fan was always that Cloud Dream Fairy who had slept for thousands of years and then awakened again. Her cultivation level was also the highest. Even Lin Fan had quite a bit of respect for her. This is the Nine Heavens sect? It has some weather. That clan protection array is very powerful. It was set up by a high person. Even I can't break it for a while. But our strength is crushing the Nine Heavens sect. It's only a matter of time before we overthrow them. Immortal Cloud Dream stood behind Lin Fan and said softly. At this moment she was like a wise domestic helper who silently supported her husband. Lin Fan stood with his arms folded facing the torrential river, and now he was dressed in an exquisite black robe. His face was cold and forced. I have been walking on thin ice for 10 years in my life, finally coming to the Nine Heavenly Clan again in a dignified manner. The shame of that year today I will return it tenfold and 100-fold. Especially that old thief Chu. I will let him see his disciples die one by one. Lin Fan's tone was not hysterical, but the endless hatred caused the Fan water in front of him to create huge waves. Fairy Yunmeng looked at Lin Fan's upright back with a heartbroken face. She didn't know why Lin Fan was expelled from the sect 10 years ago. She only knew that he had suffered great humiliation. And everything Lin Fan did in these 10 years was also for the purpose of destroying the Nine Heavens sect, and executing the old thief Chu. In Immortal Cloud Dream's mind, Lin Fan's growth was an inspirational story of a teenager who defied the odds. Lin Fan, you are destined to ascend to immortality. You will even have a place in the immortal realm in the future. A lower realm clan is just a small pothole on your way to strong growth. Cross it and you will soar to the heavens. There is no need to have too deep of an obsession. Immortal Cloud Dream said with a gentle voice. She seemed to know the immortal realm very well and also determined in her heart that Lin Fan's achievements would be very high. Chapter 86, The Winner. Lin Fan. The capital city of the Daning dynasty is now also in a state of panic. The emergence of the Resistance Alliance not only affects the pattern of the immortal cultivation world, but the secular world will soon also be a stone that stirs up 1,000 layers of waves, especially when people learned that the 9 heavenly clans hunkered down and Chu Tianxuan was seriously injured. Those secular countries, some of the old and young, some of the Gate family, some of the ambitious family is also stupid. When Lin Fan led the alliance army to attack the 9 heavenly clans, these forces in the secular world also immediately rose up. The secular world was in full swing, and the various anti-king had a tendency to go after the world. Not long ago, Ning Xiuji noticed some abnormalities and immediately deployed his army, focusing on defending some important cities, and almost all of his elite army also hunkered down in the big cities and fortresses. This day the emperor brought a few important ministers to Ning Xiushi's chambers. A few days ago the emperor and the empress dowager died on the same day. These days the capital city is also still engaged in the funeral. Coupled with the world's great turmoil, there is indeed some stormy appearance. Imperial aunt, nephew has come to greet you. The emperor was already in his 40s. But in the face of Ning Xiuji, who still looked like she was in her 20s, he was very considerate in his courtesy. Ning Xiuju raised her eyes and looked. The people who came today were quite complete. Behind the emperor there were 3 other important ministers in the court, all of whom she had personally promoted and trained over the years. Greetings to the Grand Princess. The 3 important ministers even met each other with the courtesy of kings and ministers. Get up. I have already guessed your coming intention. The world has been carrying the peace for a long time. Many people are used to living a comfortable life, enjoying the benefits of order, and wanting the so-called freedom again. These people beat up and everything will be fine. Ning Xiushi said after stretching a lazy waist. Next one by one order from the palace, originally hunkered down in the big city fortress of the dynasty elite, in an instant like out of the cage of the tiger, and those originally also fighting spirit of the so-called righteous army, immediately hold their heads and scurry. Lin Fan led a group of his men to cross the Fen water in a furious manner. And not long after they crossed the Fen water, they encountered those defecting disciples of the 9 Heavens sect. Originally, Lin Fan's men were going to kill these renegade disciples, but these people took the initiative to beg for forgiveness and to join the alliance. So Lin Fan graciously took these people in, and even bestowed pills, acting as if he was a bright lord and good ruler. With these renegade disciples appearing, Lin Fan felt even more refreshed, and he thought that he had found another point to humiliate Chu Tianxuan. A few moments later countless figures appeared outside the 9 Heavens sect's protector formation, while inside the formation the 9 Heavens sect's disciples were each as if they were facing a great enemy. However, each of these disciples who did not choose to slip away and were willing to continue to stay behind, had a look of death on their faces, even in the face of 10 times the number of enemies, as well as the terrifying pressure of several god transformation stage powerhouses, as well as an old monster of the void refining stage. All of these disciples stood firm in their places, maintaining the operation of the 9 Heavens sect's grand formation. When cultivators of this level fought, the best way to fight was definitely not to go at it in a swarm, but to rely on formations against the enemy, especially the 9 Heavens sect's protector formation, which was a superb formation that had been carefully laid out for decades with the 9 Heavens Great Hall as the core, and was still being continuously improved. Maintaining this kind of grand formation in operation, even the sect's Yuaning real person could only become a formation hub. However, of all the Yuaning real people, there were 3 who didn't appear at the formation hub. One was Hazelmoon, and the other 2 were Ling Yu, who carried the breaking spirit body, and Han Ningxiang, who had the pill saint spirit body. Lin Fan stood tall. At the moment his black robe hunted, a disdainful look appeared on his face. Then he raised his palm, and in an instant a huge blood-colored palm appeared on the dome of the sky. Scarlet giant palm rumbled down. The full force of this transformation god stage strike smashed in the clan protection array so that the array light curtain violently trembled. Chu old thief, get the hell out of here. Aren't you arrogant? How come you're hiding now and don't dare to come out? Lin Fan's voice resounded through heaven and earth. This was his sarcasm towards Chu Tianxuan. Moreover, he was venting the grievances in his heart for these 10 years. Your heart is still so poor. You really haven't grown at all after so many years have passed. It seems that you got this transformation spirit stage cultivation by trickery as well. The next moment Chu Tianjun appeared. He directly flew out of the clan protection formation. Behind Chu Tianjun, there were two other figures following. One was Lu Qingshu, who was holding a lance and wearing the Thunder Emperor battle armor, and the other was Lin Yu, a clean-cut sword Dao heavenly pride in a grey robe. Lu Qingshu appeared in Chu Tianjun's side is not wrong. After all, she and Chu Tianjun is a Taoist couple, and itself is also the God realization stage cultivation. The strength of the strong can help Chu Tianjun, but Lin Yu's appearance surprised everyone. Although Lin Yu had also cultivated to the Yuaning stage in only 10 years, and his own strength was top among the Yuaning, but a Yuaning stage cultivator in this kind of scene was really nothing. Lin Fan saw that Lin Yu's gaze also lingered on this cousin for a while, and then the corners of his mouth lifted up into a smile as he looked at Chu Tianjun with a proud expression and said, "Look at who these people are. Yesterday they could still be your sect disciples. Today it is against you. This sect leader do not feel ashamed? Today's you still have what qualifications to teach me a lesson?" These words Lin Fan that is to humiliate Chu Tianjun, but also said to Lin Yu. Today he really no matter cultivation or status, all aspects of the comprehensive beyond Lin Yu. You think I'm humiliating you? Ha ha, then I'm really overestimating you. But today, I have to thank you first. Without you, how would these dregs leave the Nine Heavens sect on their own? Speaking of which, you really are all on the same path. Both sect outcasts. Although Chu Tianjun didn't say much, he was never afraid to shoot his mouth off. These few words made Lin Fan and those defecting disciples immediately look ugly. Little Fan, don't make any more mistakes for yourself. It's not too late to call it quits. You've also accomplished your cultivation now. Why don't you feel at ease and cultivate? There's still a lot of potential in the future. Bringing this group of rabble around won't lead to a good end. Lin Yu was still admonishing Lin Fan as an elder brother. What he wanted at this time was still to be able to make Lin Fan stop. Although Lin Fan could no longer be a disciple of the Nine Heavens sect, as long as he wasn't an enemy, it was fine. Unfortunately, when Lin Fan heard these words from Lin Yu, his expression instantly became somewhat manic. The next moment, he said to Lin Yu with incomparable arrogance, "What qualifications do you have to speak to me like that? You have a broken spirit body, but your cultivation is still far inferior to mine? On the basis that you and I were once brothers, as long as you quit the Nine Heavens sect now, I can spare you from death. And if you can kneel down and admit your mistake, I don't mind giving you some benefits." Lin Yu, stop it. Can't you see through his face by now? You should be glad that the acting sect master expelled him from the sect early on. Lu Qingshu couldn't help but remind Lin Yu from the side when she saw that he still wanted to say something. Lin Yu wanted to speak but stopped. How can he not see the change of Lin Fan? Now Lin Fan should say is the real him. Gained the power to tear down the disguise. It was just that as an older brother, he still wanted to save Lin Fan as much as possible. Everyone in the Nine Heavens sect has to die today. Even if an immortal comes, he won't be able to save them. I said so, but old thief Chu, I will let you be the last to die. I want you to watch these disciples of yours die miserably. Lin Fan was condescending like a victor. His strength was tinged with resentment and a sense of pleasure at having his revenge avenged. Chapter 87, Heaven and Earth as a chess game. Everything is a sun. Lin Fan, don't talk nonsense with them. If you want to make a move, just hurry up. Today you already have the advantage. There is no need to humiliate them anymore. Suddenly Immortal Yun, who had been standing behind Lin Fan, spoke up, just urging Lin Fan not to talk nonsense, and there was no need to humiliate the people of the Nine Heavens sect. Chu Tianjun glanced at this fairy with an unbelievable beauty with some surprise. A sentence from the other party was not enough to create a good feeling, but at least it would not make people feel annoyed. Lin Fan, in fact, your luck is really good. If you can humbly ask this Yun fairy for advice, your future achievements will definitely not be low. But it is a pity, Chu Tianjun said with some regret. Chu Tianjun did really feel that Lin Fan was a bit of a pity. That heaven-defying good fortune, and the people who appeared around him, whether it was the initial Lin Yu, or the already dead Zhang Qingyun, or this cloud dream fairy in front of him, all of these people were actually very good, and if Lin Fan had listened to the advice of these people, he would definitely have become a marvelous character. This time, before Chu Tianjun finished his words, Lin Fan interrupted. Put away your pretentious look. I have a heavenly destiny. As the saying goes, when the time comes, heaven and earth are all of the same strength. What are you going to fight with me? How can you fight with me, and how are you qualified to fight with me? You used to be so high and mighty, but you practiced some years before me. In what way are you better than me now? Being so young and having such achievements, you can indeed be high and mighty. Unfortunately, your mind is too narrow, And what you are packing is nothing more than momentary glory and shame. Nothing more than self-righteousness. You think that fate is in your hands because heaven favors you? You think that with the favor of fortune, you can take advantage of all the benefits in the world? You think that with countless opportunities, the world should center on you? It's really ridiculous. Chu Tianjun suddenly laughed out loud. His tone was no longer as flat as before. His words were somewhat impassioned. Lin Fan's face did not look too good as he was about to open his mouth to refute Chu Tianjun. Unfortunately, just said a you word. Chu Tianjun will continue to vibrantly said, you say I take what with you then? At least I today is for the clan to fight, not for their own selfish desires. At least I have acted with a clear conscience. At least every decision I make is not regretted. At least I can also go out of my way to save the people I love. At least I will not leave the people who love me and live alone. At least even if I die in battle today, I have no regrets in my heart. Are these enough? Chu Tianjuan's words were spoken frankly and openly. While every word made Lin Fan's face ugly for a few minutes, Lin Fan was definitely an egoist. Of course his self-interpretation was that he was decisive in killing and a great man was not held back by his children's personal feelings. So he could give up Jiang Qingyao and Shu Chan without hesitation that day. But there are some things you can't compare, because justice is in the eye of the beholder. The next moment inside the Nine Heavens sect, nearly 10,000 fellow disciples shouted in unison, "We are willing to die with the sect leader." At this moment even Immortal Cloud Dream and those alliance powerhouses were moved by this. Immortal cultivators have always been selfish and self-interested. Such a scene of all people being one is unheard of. See, that's the difference between me and you. Ask yourself, how many of these people behind you are really willing to work with you? What are they following you for? Chu Tianjun had completely overwhelmed Lin Fan in terms of aura. This statement is even more so that the powerful alliance is reduced to a rabble, which is ultimately only a loose organization for the sake of interests, briefly gathered together. Chu Tianjun actually didn't need to say all of this, and he didn't want to disturb Lin Fan's Tao through his words. The reason why he said all of this was actually to lead up to the next passage, which wasn't actually addressed to Lin Fan. Only Chu Tianjuan's voice continued to echo between heaven and earth. What is the purpose of cultivating immortality? Is it really just for the pursuit of great power, and then ascending to become an immortal, and then continuing to repeat the process after becoming an immortal, until one ascends to the very top and enjoys endless loneliness? If it is destined to be an ultimately lonely path, then what's the point of cultivating this immortal? Right, you say, old ancestor Xian Gui? In the last sentence Chu Tianjun suddenly inclined his head in the direction of the ancestor shrine and once again called out the name of old ancestor Xian Gui. After many years, heaven and earth were silent at the moment. Perhaps everyone had thought about why they cultivated immortality and what they ultimately achieved, but few had thought about what the endpoint actually was. After a short period of silence, a voice appeared in the void, and this time, at least half of the people in the Nine Heavens sect knew that the voice was that mysterious supreme ancestor. And this time Yu Xuanji responded to Chu Tianjun with two words. Very true. Ever since parting ways with Ji Xianyu, Chu Tianjun had made a decision that since Yu Xiangui was destined to not be able to cultivate the Tao of forgetfulness to a great extent, it would simply be better to let her fail in her cultivation as early as possible. The criterion for the failure of the Tao of forgetfulness was the recollection of past loves and hates. Chu Tianjun had said so much just to evoke Yu Xuanji's mind, and it was obvious that it was having an effect. Lin Fan should not fight again today. The Nine Heavens sect still has hidden powerhouses. Fairy Yunmun's complexion changed dramatically after hearing those two words that Yu Xuanji sent out from the void, and she whispered a reminder beside Lin Fan. No matter. As long as we let those people who defected to us just now continue to carry the Nine Shao sect flag in the future, this person will not make a move. Today, old Thief Chu and the others must die. Lin Fan waved his hand and said, back then when he was in the Nine Heavens sect, he had also heard rumors about the supreme ancestor Yu Xiangui. I feel that things are a bit forced. This Chu Tianjun is by no means an idle person. If we don't have complete certainty, I suggest that we should think long and hard. Cloud Dream Fairy's heart had already beaten a drum of retreat. She didn't know why. Originally she had absolute confidence in Lin Fan. Suddenly she felt that Lin Fan was not Chu Tianjuan's opponent. Don't say any more. Today I have all the time, place and people. If I don't sweep away the Nine Heavens sect in one fell swoop, what kind of majesty will I have as an alliance leader in the future? Lin Fan was not listening to advice at all. Of course he was also very confident, and this confidence came from the immortal weapons on his body, from the number and quality of strong men under his command that were far superior to the Nine Heavens sect, as well as the unrivaled good fortune in the underworld. Fairy Yin Meng always felt that something was wrong, and she also knew that Lin Fan was indeed far superior to the Nine Heavens sect and Chu Tianjun in every aspect. Neither of them realized that none of these things were Lin Fan's own. Chu Tianjun has been playing a big game of chess, so big that the whole world, including his known and unknown, are the chessboard. and then he himself, all the people around him, including the enemy, including everything seen is a pawn. Today's Lin Fan is Chu Tianxuan's most important piece, and this piece has many uses. Removing the dregs of the Nine Heavens sect, seizing Lin Fan's fortune and resources, increasing the cohesion of the Nine Heavens sect, and disrupting Yu Xuanqi's cultivation of the Tao of forgetfulness. All of these are the purposes he wants to achieve through Lin Fan. On top of that there is something latent and unspeakable. However, one thing can be clear, Chu Tianxuan with the heaven and earth as chess, all things as a child, not simply for their own sake, nor is it to be some kind of play the master of the living world, but only for the sake of his heart's simple and beautiful desire. Chapter 88, I don't need it. Kill for me. Step on the Nine Heavens sect. Lin Fan gave an order. At this point, he really had no reason to retreat. Chu Tianxuan kept his gaze on Lin Fan and Fairy Yin Meng. The real threat to him and the Nine Heavens sect here was actually these two. Just as Lin Fan ordered to make his move, Chu Tianxuan also shook his sleeves, and then the Tianxuan sword flew out. Tianxian, protect Qingshu. Chu Tianxuan said faintly before taking a step forward, his aura enveloping Lin Fan and immortal Yin Meng. At the same time, the Tianxian sword suddenly surged in light, followed by the appearance of a cold young man dressed in a black power suit with the pressure of the transformation god stage emanating from his body. A spiritual treasure? The Tianxian sword is already a spiritual treasure? The crowd of the Nine Heavens sect looked at this suddenly appearing powerhouse and all reacted to the fact that this was Chu Tianxuan's Tianxian sword becoming a spiritual treasure. It was the first time for everyone to see a spiritual treasure, which could cultivate on its own, and in the future, it might even ascend to the immortal realm, which was considered to be an existence of another life form. This was equivalent to the Nine Heavens sect having an additional god transformation stage powerhouse, but the difference in strength between the two sides was still huge. At this time Lu Qingshu is very touched. Are this kind of time? A god transformation stage helpers. Chu Tianxuan did not stay by their side, but used to protect themselves. This is more than any love words straight to the heart. The great battle had begun, and Lu Qingshu and Tianxian Sword were not facing much pressure, because apart from Lin Fan and Yin Meng Fairy, there were still a full 4 god transformation stage powerhouses, and the next thing that would happen would be that this one person and one spiritual treasure would carry off the 4 god transformation stage powerhouses. Among these 4 god transformation stage powerhouses, there was also a great demon with the bloodline of a divine beast from the immortal realm, and at this moment, that fire Yuan had already manifested its own body, and the flames on its body seemed to set the sky ablaze. Fortunately, Lu Qingshue's great ice seal technique innately restrained the fire avatar spell. When the fire Yuan revealed itself, Lu Qingshu was immediately surrounded by snow, and there was a clear-cut collision of ice and fire in the sky. However, no matter how intense the fight was among the bystanders, the final result was still decided between Chu Tianxuan and Lin Fan, and even Yin Meng Fairy, who had the highest cultivation level in the entire field, was not the most important factor. Chu Tianxuan's Yuan Shen had already manifested. Lin Fan was likewise in a Yuan Shen state, and likewise immortal Yin Meng was also a Yuan Shen. This was the first time Chu Tianxuan had actually fought with a void refining stage powerhouse, and he had discovered the difference between immortal Yin Meng's Yuan Shen and the transformation spirit stage. Even though the current Chu Tianxuan could step into the refined void stage at any time, his Yuan Shen still existed in the form of an imaginary shadow. It was pure energy, but even if it was more pure, it wasn't real. It was essentially like light and shadow. As for immortal Cloud Dream's Yuan Shen, although it was not yet completely touchable like a physical body, it was already close to being a solid entity. Some of them are like going from the Qi refining stage to the foundation establishment stage, where the aura in the body is compressed into a spiritual liquid. At this time Chu Tianxuan did not use the Great Cutting technique, but his most commonly used Great Devouring technique in conjunction with the Great Creation technique, and he was mainly dealing with immortal Yin Meng. Lin Fan's attacks he basically received them hard, relying on the 2 divine abilities to absorb and dissolve them. So that's what the refined void stage means, refining the void to become the real, and the great completion of the Yuan Shen can completely abandon the physical body, and even the spirit body can be integrated into the Yuan Shen. This should be considered a more advanced form of life, right? After exchanging blows with Yin Meng Fairy a few times, Chu Tianxuan suddenly said to himself. Cloud Dream Fairy and Lin Fan were both stunned when they heard this. Lin Fan still only felt puzzled, but Cloud Dream Fairy was alarmed. What exactly are you? I see that you don't possess any spirit body on your body, and your strength at the transformation of God stage is already comparable to that of the refining void stage. Do you still have cards that are useless? The more Cloud Dream Fairy thought about it, the more wrong it was. She could see that Chu Tianxuan was not a heavenly pride that possessed a spirit body, but in the face of herself, a veteran void refining stage powerhouse was still cloudy and light, and even in this exchange, The other party seemed to be just studying the void refining stage from himself. At this time, Lin Fan's attacks were still coming towards Chu Tianjun, but he didn't even look at Lin Fan. He just reached out his hand towards Lin Fan's direction and opened his 5 fingers. And after that, a compass shadow appeared, and all of Lin Fan's attacks were blocked, and were turned into his own power by the Great Devouring Technique and the Great Creation Technique. In fact, from the beginning to the end, Chu Tianjun was only worried about Lin Fan's good luck. And this good luck just wasn't very good at killing the other party. It doesn't matter what kind of person I am. What kind of person I want to be is important. Today also counts as you helping me break through the refined void stage. When I kill you later I will be dry and make you as painless as possible. Chu Tianjun said to Yun Mengferi with a smile on his face. Chu Tianjun delayed the breakthrough of the refined void stage. Not that he was not strong enough, but never really understood the refined void stage. Although there are some insights left behind by his predecessors in the door, Chu Tianjun wanted a path that suited him. So far Chu Tianjun's main cultivation technique is only the mutilated 6 instruments heavenly book. But this strange book is so advanced that it doesn't even have an introduction to the realm after becoming an immortal. And what Chu Tianjun is seeing now is only the most superficial things. Now with Yunmeng very close hand to hand, but also his first intuitive understanding of the refining period. With these and then combined with some of the insights of the predecessors, Chu Tianjun also know how to refine the refining period themselves. Chu Tianjun just words let Yunmeng Fairy subconsciously rush back, and Chu Tianjun also just at this time the breath sword, then the dome of the sky on the apocalypse clouds surging, refining the virtual stage of the apocalypse instantly. The heavenly tribulation falls Chu Tianjun is again instantly refining. A moment of his original spirit phantom became a lot more real, no longer that a shadow. The pressure of the refining stage is not the slightest bit weaker than the Cloud Dream Immortal, the veteran powerhouse. Impossible. How can there be such an easy way to cross the tribulation? Even if Lin Fan is favored by his fortune, it can't be this easy. What exactly are you? Seeing Chu Tianjun who was already at the void refining stage in a matter of moments, Immortal Yun Meng was so shocked that she started to lose her temper. She has always thought that Lin Fan is the son of luck. The future achievement is unlimited, but she is also more clear. Lin Fan can break through the transformation of God stage or rely on double cultivation with her to reach by coincidence, while Chu Tianjun is relying on their own, and even a moment on the breakthrough. This doesn't feel like anything until you compare it, but when you do the gap is huge. Now it's the person who wants to kill you. Chu Tianjun answered Cloud Dream Fairy, but the answer was wrong. Chu Tianjun elevated a large realm. There is a great feeling of a monarch in the world, and originally did not fall into the wind his. At this moment it is even more directly crushed Cloud Dream Fairy. A cultivator of the void refinement stage executed the great cutting technique, and Cloud Dream Fairy didn't even dare to oppose it directly. Her surroundings had been blocked by the great cutting technique, and the space was all cut up, as if she was trapped in a cage made of spatial cracks. Don't kill me. I have a rare acacia spiritual body. As long as I am in dual cultivation with me, the chances of breaking through in any realm below immortal can be greatly increased. It is really not easy for me to cultivate for 1,000 years. Please spare my life. Yun Meng is willing to offer everything. Seeing that she was powerless, Immortal Yun Meng directly begged Chu Tianjun for mercy. Unfortunately, in the face of this fairy whose beauty was unrivaled and who also possessed the acacia spirit body, Chu Tianjun didn't even hesitate a bit and directly said, I don't need it. And then several great cutting techniques cut apart the Cloud Dream Fairy Yuanshan, while he probed out with a palm, devouring all of the Cloud Dream Fairy Yuanshan and transforming it into his own cultivation. Having just crossed the tribulation and directly devoured a strong Yuanshan of the refined void stage, Chu Tianjuan's cultivation directly stabilized at the complete early refined void stage. Chapter 89, Enhanced Version of the Great Prayer Technique. Cloud Dream Fairy was almost killed in seconds. This time, the Nine Heavens sect's morale was greatly boosted, while the Alliance's morale instantly fell to the bottom. Lin Fan looked at Chu Tianjun even more resentfully. Yun Meng Fairy was already the third woman he had killed by Chu Tianjun, especially since Chu Tianjun had even begged for mercy before killing Yun Meng Fairy, which made Lin Fan feel betrayed. Isn't it very angry? Today, let me see just how far your good fortune can go, and how much those guys behind you are willing to pour into you. After killing Cloud Dream Fairy, Chu Tianjun looked towards Lin Fan. His words carried a few hints of teasing, making Lin Fan once again feel the feeling of being ignored by Chu Tianjun 10 years ago. Lin Fan could never forget the humiliation of having Xiao Bai in his arms, being killed by Chu Tianjun with a single look, while he himself could do nothing about it. I'm going to thwart you, Lin Fan said viciously, and then the Pudu bell appeared above his head, along with a blood-colored flying sword in his hand. 2 immortal artifacts. This blood money, I am really curious. What exactly do you guys want to get? Could it still be related to the Nine Heavens sect? Chu Tianjun looked at Lin Fan meaningfully. But after these words were said, he raised his head to look at the sky. Compared to the already dead Yi Duan, Lin Fan had obviously gained a greater investment, and it all pointed straight to the immortal realm, especially Lin Fan's evil good fortune, and only the immortal realm stepping in could intervene. From here Chu Tianjun did also determine an important information, that is, even the immortal world cannot directly to this world, or directly to an immortal down to the world is finished. Why let these children of Qi from the beginning of the development? When Chu Tianjun asked these words, Lin Fan's expression didn't have any obvious changes. It was still hate and resentment, while the blood-colored immortal sword had already shot towards Chu Tianjun. This means that Lin Fan shouldn't be aware of it either. He probably doesn't even know his real mission. He's just following a certain inertia. The power of the immortal sword. Chu Tianjun also had to be cautious. The next moment 2 pieces of gold foil flew out. The gold foil seems to have a spirit. Will be the bloody immortal sword to resist the entanglement? The impact of the ringing sound of tinkling. This gold foil material is indeed special, and it is difficult for an immortal sword to hurt it. The immortal sword was blocked by the gold foil of the hexagram heavenly book, and Chu Tianjuan's great cutting technique also began to greet towards Lin Fan. And nowadays the great cutting technique that was performed with the cultivation of the refined void stage was significantly higher than that of the transformation of the divinity stage. This time, when the great cutting technique struck the Pudu bell, this defensive immortal artifact obviously shook even more, and Chu Tianjun felt that as long as the bombardment continued, this immortal artifact, the Pudu bell, would also be scrapped. The next moment Chu Tianjun attacked even more frequently, but that was exactly what happened. Perhaps the existence that bestowed Lin Fan with good fortune in the underworld sensed Lin Fan's danger, and what was originally impossible happened once again. The great cutting technique could cut through space and would leave behind some traces. Originally the space in front of Lin Fan was already in shambles. It was all the tearing sensation caused by the great cutting technique, but suddenly the tearing sensation that originally needed to be slowly recovered disappeared in an instant. And then Chu Tianjuan's great cutting technique seemed to have encountered something extremely solid as it cut through space, and the power of the great cutting technique's power was then consumed at an incredible rate as it passed through space. By the time the great cutting technique hit the Pudu bell again, it could only leave behind a faint clanking sound, which felt like an ordinary mortal soldier slashing at a thick copper bell. This is the start of cheating? Chu Tianjun said with a light laugh, and at this time, Lin Fan also clearly felt the pressure plummet, and his face revealed a joyful color. The next moment Chu Tianjun was even closer to Lin Fan. This time the compass shadow behind him became even bigger, and the circles and layers of the compass began to rotate in an incomprehensible way, some fast and some slow, as if the seasons were alternating. The grass and trees were withering and flourishing, and everything in the sky and the earth was diffusing. This change did not cause any other visions, but Chu Tianjuan's great cutting technique's power had obviously increased quite a bit again. The original unusually sturdy space between him and Lin Fan seemed to be restored as if it was the same as before. The great cutting technique cut on the Pudu bell, making a sound that resonated through the heavens and the earth, and soon sparks were surprisingly flying all over this immortal artifact, and it seemed that if it held on for a little longer, it was going to break apart. In any case, Chu Tianjun at this moment is indeed more like the villain, while Lin Fan is still insisting on fighting, and there is still an unyielding look in his eyes. Chu Tianjun didn't bother to look at Lin Fan's expression at this time. He instead glanced in the direction of Tianxian Peak without any warning. Hazel Moon on Tianxian Peak had been watching everything outside of the clan protection formation, and she had been doing nothing. I know you don't really trust me yet, but no matter what happens today, I will always be with you. Hazel Moon only had Chu Tianjuan's figure in her eyes as she said to herself full of tenderness. Hazel Moon is actually not stupid. After all, even Yishuanqi said that she was the best qualified one in the Nine Heavens sect for 1,000 years before Chu Tianjun. Last time, Chu Tianjun told Hazel Moon that if she could still be trusted, he hoped that Hazel Moon would use the Great Prayer to interfere with Lin Fan's good fortune. At that time, she knew that she didn't really get Chu Tianjuan's trust, but Chu Tianjun also singled out to give her a chance. When Chu Tianjun instantly broke through the refined void stage and killed Yunmeng Fairy with a single move, Hazel Moon understood that even if she didn't put up her own fight today, Chu Tianjun should have the cards to be able to defeat Lin Fan. Although there was a voice inside her that kept telling her to want to see Chu Tianjuan's biggest card, Hazel Moon suppressed it, not allowing herself to miss this last chance. It was also at this time that the existence that had bestowed Lin Fan with good fortune in the underworld should have sensed Lin Fan's crisis again. And at the moment when the immortal artifact Pudu Bell appeared to be cracked, an unprecedented huge change appeared on the celestial dome. In an instant a heaven-destroying and earth-destroying terrifying aura descended. Everyone subconsciously looked up, and then everyone saw that countless meteorites appeared on the firmament. It wasn't a meteor that represented a romantic crossing of the sky. It was a huge extraterrestrial meteorite. The meteorite was burning with a blazing flame, It was truly destructive. One was enough to turn 1,000 miles in a radius into scorched earth, and hundreds of them appeared in the firmament. To say that it was possible for a huge heavenly meteorite to appear occasionally, but for it to appear so at one time, it would be a proper extermination. What was even more outrageous was that these meteorites seemed to have eyes, all facing in one direction, and the target was very precise. The direction where the Nine Heavens sect was located. The power of this one meteorite was comparable to a single strike from a Dongxian stage powerhouse, and these hundreds of them were equivalent to hundreds of Dongxian stage powerhouses striking at one place at the same time. With the feelings of the next person is still a little different. Chu Tianjun exact feeling. These heavenly meteorites are toward their own. That's a bit much, isn't it? Do you still want some face? Chu Tianjuan's face was gloomy as he looked at the firmament. Where there was clearly nothing, he still spoke in dissatisfaction. Chu Tianjun had one hand clasped in his sleeve, as if he was about to prepare to use something. However, at the next moment, an inexplicable aura suddenly arose on Tianxian Peak, and sensing the appearance of this aura, Chu Tianjun also slowly loosened his hand. At the same time, Chu Tianjun looked towards Tianxian Peak and saw Hazelmoon hovering above Tianxian Peak, her hands clasped together and raised high above her head. Although Hazelmoon had a pious look on her face at the moment, it wasn't a look of worshipping heaven and earth, only to see her thumbs of both hands gently touching with her forehead 3 times, followed by the rapid formation of robotic clouds on the firmament. The moment the robbery cloud formed, Chu Tianjun sensed that something was wrong. This was obviously not Lin Fan's good luck, but Lin Fan's bad luck. It was because this robbery cloud was running towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan's face was also ashen in an instant, and he felt very inexplicable. Earlier those meteorites did not let him feel a trace of danger. He even cleared that these meteorites fall, the entire Nine Heavens sect is going to be wiped out. Chu Tianjun all either immediately disappear, or also will only die under this meteorite rain. But at this moment, the calamity cloud made him feel a great danger. He didn't know why he had suddenly triggered the heavenly calamity of the refined void stage. Obviously he was still far away from the peak of the transformation god. However, this was just the beginning. Only to see Hazelmoon's body's peak Yuaning strength instantly being drained by a strange force after she silently prayed. At the same time the power of the heavenly tribulation in the firmament targeting Lin Fan directly doubled. 9 changes of heavenly devil. Again! The thunder of the heavenly tribulation had already brewed, and Hazelmoon suddenly shouted, only to see the 9 lives battle armor on her body explode with pure spiritual energy like a tidal wave. And in just a single breath, Hazelmoon's cultivation once again returned to the peak of Yuaning. The moment Hazelmoon's cultivation returned to the peak of Yuaning, another instant her power was once again drained as if she was performing some kind of great sacrifice. And at the same time the power of the celestial tribulation in the firmament that was targeting Lin Fan was once again a fraction greater. It can still operate like this? Chu Tianjun was also shocked. He could already see that Hazelmoon was using the 9 changes of the heavenly devil to continuously sacrifice her cultivation and then increase the power of the great prayer technique. Hazelmoon used only a few breaths to sacrifice her cultivation 8 times in a row. And when the 8th peak Yuaning cultivation was sacrificed, Hazelmoon also practiced the 9 changes of heavenly devil that no one had ever practiced before. And at this time, the heavenly tribulation in the firmament had become very terrifying. And that terrifying aura was even more frightening than the meteorite that was falling. You're finished, Chu Tianjun said as he looked at Lin Fan with some sympathy. By Hazelmoon sacrificed 8 times the peak cultivation of the Yuaning to get out of the heavenly tribulation. Chu Tianjun has the great devouring art, did not have a trace of certainty can resist. He feels that the power of this heavenly tribulation has already exceeded the heavenly tribulation of the cave Xian stage. Maybe the Mahayana stage of the Ascension tribulation is just like this. Chapter 90, The Last Thing I Can Do For You. It was true that evil things could only be defeated in an even more evil way. And Lin Fan's good fortune had meditatively summoned a meteorite powerful enough to extinguish the world. And Hazelmoon's prayer was for Lin Fan to die. Then his heavenly tribulation inexplicably came early. Then he sacrificed his power. And the power of the heavenly tribulation increased unreasonably. It was a complete encounter between the 2 kinds of chi. The heavenly calamity came first after it had started. And it even shattered those meteorites first in the process of falling, forming a huge meteor shower in an instant. No, impossible. There's no way I'm going to die. Lin Fan looked at the rapidly falling thunder in fear. At this moment he felt a deep despair. An inexplicable and familiar fluctuation also appeared in the heavens and earth at this moment. Chu Tianjun knew that this should be the person behind Lin Fan who was still not dead, wanting to launch good luck again to let him escape from death. But how could Chu Tianjun give the other party back this opportunity? Only to see his hands forming a seal in front of his chest, a seal that he had never used before. The next moment the compass shadow behind him expanded rapidly, instantly connecting the sky above and the lungs of the earth below. At the same time, the 2 pages of the Book of 6 Instruments of Heaven began to vibrate, and a brilliant golden light erupted from it. These golden lights sprinkled on the compass silhouette, and those immortal seals on the compass seemed to have been transmuted into gold, and in an instant the huge compass silhouette also turned golden. And then the compass silhouette rotated in an unprecedented way, and if one had to say that it was different from before, it would be the feeling that it had begun to rotate in the opposite direction. Immediately after the huge compass, a golden column of light rises up to the sky. That column of light did not destroy anything, straight to the clouds piercing the sky. In the eyes of the onlookers, it only felt like there was a golden pillar of light shooting into the firmament. But in Chu Tianxuan's ears, as well as Lin Fan's heart, it was as if he heard the sound of something being shattered, like a mirror being shattered. The next moment Lin Fan felt that he had lost his greatest dependence. He knew that he no longer had good luck. Chu Tianxuan's bottom card had always been the Hexae Heavenly Book. Just so using the Hexae Heavenly Book, his cost was also very huge. Just by stimulating the power of the deeper layers of the gold foil of the Hexae Heavenly Book, it exhausted almost all of the spiritual energy of his refined void stage powerhouse. The successive shocking celestial phenomena that appeared in the sky above Fufeng Prefecture, whether it was the meteorite swarm, the Ascension Heavenly Tribulation whose power was comparable to that of the Mahayana stage, or the final appearance of the golden light that pierced through the firmament, were seen by almost all the living beings in this world, even within the distant Tai Academy Palace in the central state. One by one, powerful people with spatial ripples swirling around their bodies stepped out of the lofty halls and coincidentally looked toward the firmament. After the golden light pillar dissipated, these Dongxian realm powerhouses, as well as a considerable number of old monsters of the void refining stage, all came to an attic at the very center of the Academy Palace, which looked like a book collection building, and looked ordinary, but occupied the best location in the Academy Palace, and the entire Academy Palace was built with it as the center. Husband, just now there was a strong person from the eastern region who pierced through the barrier between the 2 realms, but not for the purpose of ascending to the upper realm. Is it a blessing or a curse for the Academy to have such a strong person come out of nowhere? How should we respond? A late-stage Cave Xian realm Geisher powerhouse bowed to the book depository and asked. His attitude and words were extremely respectful. Everyone's eyes looked hopefully at the book depository, and the next moment an old but thick voice came out from inside. The world of great strife, crisis and opportunity coexist. We all cannot be alone. Learning to use has come to the time to use. Husbandman's words are not much. Also some answers. Some people heard the words thoughtfully. More people are blank. The other side of the heavenly tribulation, whose power was comparable to that of the Mahayana stage, fell on top of Lin Fan's head, and he could only use the Pudu bell to receive it hard. Originally, this Pudu clock was also able to barely resist this kind of heavenly calamity, but his luck was really gone. Coincidentally, the heavenly calamity landed on that crack in the Pudu clock, and in just a few moments this immortal artifact was blasted into pieces. Under the thunder, Chu Tianxuan saw a look of horror on Lin Fan's face, but then the heavenly tribulation that was comparable to that of the Mahayana stage was too terrifying, and even Chu Tianxuan couldn't see exactly what was happening. However, this process ended very quickly, and Chu Tianxuan didn't expect that under a heavenly tribulation of this power, Lin Fan hadn't even died yet, only that a talismanic seal-like object beside him was gradually turning into ashes. A substitute talisman? You really have a lot of good things on you, but now you're at the end of your rope, right? Chu Tianxuan looked at Lin Fan with cold eyes. He sensed that Lin Fan's breath was very shriveled, although he wasn't dead, but he was also like a tiger without claws and teeth. At this moment, the compass shadow behind Chu Tianxuan disappeared. Hazelmoon's great prayer technique aura also disappeared, and of course Lin Fan could no longer obtain heaven-defying good fortune, and everything finally returned to normal. Those alliance cultivators had also stopped attacking the 9 heavenly clans' great formation, and some of the brainy ones were already preparing to slip away. However, just at this time, Chu Tianxuan suddenly shook his sleeves and a copper coffin suddenly appeared. Since you and the others have evil intentions, it would be only natural for me to kill you, right? Chu Tianxuan spoke in a calm tone, which was addressed to everyone in the alliance. The next moment the burial immortal coffin slowly opened, and then that blood mist that could devour blood and flesh flew out of the copper coffin, and the next scene was exactly the same as when Yi Dust blood refined the entire 9 Shao sect back then. That time, Yi Duan blood refined nearly 10,000 people, including about 10 Yuaning stage real people. Today, there are nearly 100,000 people here, and there are as many as dozens of Yuaning stage real people. Chu Tianxuan is somewhat looking forward to what kind of flesh can be birthed from so much flesh and blood essence. Devil, Chu Tianxuan the devil. In vain your 9 heaven sect is still claiming to be righteous. Blood refining 100,000 cultivators. Aren't you afraid that your heart will be haunted by demons in the future? Seeing that the alliance's 100,000 000 cultivators were instantly blood refined by the immortal burial coffin. Lin Fan's demonic redhead couldn't help but shout hysterically. Earlier, you were the ones who said that you wanted to step on my Nine Heavens sect, and now that you know you're going to die, you're starting to double standard? It's true that if you're not a family, you're not a family. You and Lin Fan are really a good match. Lu Qingshu was fighting with this person, and she disliked the other party without Chu Tianjun opening his mouth. The people of the alliance outside the Nine Heavens sect were only left with Lin Fan and the 4 spirit transformation stage cultivators, and the burial immortal coffin seemed to have been refined in blood too much at once, and the entire outside of the immortal artifact was covered in a layer of blood mist, suspended in the void as if it was a huge blood cocoon. Although Chu Tianjuan's aura was locked onto Lin Fan, he didn't make a move. At this time he and Lin Fan were actually in a similar state. Neither of them had much power to use, but the next moment Chu Tianjun whispered, "Lin Yu, I'll leave the rest to you." Before the words fell, Lin Yu appeared not far from Lin Fan with his sword. "Half a year ago I went home like, the fourth uncle and the fourth aunt have aged a lot." Lin Yu opened his mouth and spoke, his tone calm as if he and Lin Fan were still ordinary people more than 10 years ago. "Aren't you proud of yourself? Can you educate me again with a victor? With the posture of an elder brother?" Lin Fan said as he stared at Lin Yu with a face full of resentment. He knew that he had completely lost. Without that heaven-defying good fortune, he really couldn't turn over a single wave. "They don't know about you yet. I told them that you had a good life in the Nine Heavenly Clan all these years. Before you came, I begged the Sect Leader for mercy, hoping that I would be the one to kill you, and when you die I will send your body back to your hometown. And I will tell the fourth uncle and fourth aunt that you died in a battle with a demonic beast, and that this is the last thing I can do for you." Lin Yu's voice was still calm, but the hand holding the red sky sword was still trembling slightly. Chapter 91, taking the initiative to apologize to Hazuki. Lin Yu did take the initiative to request that Lin Fan be killed by himself, because he knew that if it was the Sect Leader's hand, Lin Fan would probably die without even a crumb left. Chu Tianjun also agreed to this request from Lin Yu, and at this moment, he also quietly looked at Lin Yu. When Lin Yu made this request not long ago, Chu Tianjun was also slightly dismayed, but then he was very happy and relieved. And even from that moment on, Chu Tianjun had already cultivated Lin Yu in his heart as a candidate for the future Sect Leader. Later Lin Yu and Lin Fan did not say anything more, although Lin Fan realm has been higher than Lin Yu, but his transformation of the divine stage is also a tricky breakthrough, coupled with the fact that this is the end of a strong crossbow, and how can it be a forward, relying on the constant fighting and killing step by step to cultivate up the opponent of Lin Yu. At the last moment Lin Yu performed a stance that he had never used before. At that instant his fleshly body, his Yuaning, all fused with the sword intent. Everything about him became a sharp sword that was unrelenting. That was incomparably magnificent and dazzling. The sword chopped Lin Fan's Yuanshan to pieces and also pierced through Lin Fan's chest at the same time. Another son of Qi Luck has died. I hope the Nine Heavens sect can live in peace for a while. Chu Tianjun sighed in his heart. He had a bad feeling that as long as he didn't ascend and couldn't really face those forces in the immortal realm, this tiny Nine Heavens sect wouldn't live in peace. As soon as Lin Fan died, all 100,000 cultivators of the Alliance were blood refined, and the only 4 remaining God transformation stage powerhouses planned to escape. But unfortunately, how could they possibly escape at this time? Chu Tianjun didn't even make a move. Lu Qingshu and the Tianxuan Sword, coupled with the sect formation that was turned on in attack mode, as well as a Lin Yu who could fight with the transformation God stage, plus the Zhou Qingfeng and Li Wanhua couple, who were also able to fight with the transformation God with the double swords. The 4 transformation God powerhouses also fell one after another. The Yuanshan of the 4 God transformation powerhouses didn't go to waste either. All of them were devoured by the Tianxuan Sword. Perhaps a bit too much this time. After devouring the 4 Yuanshan, the Tianxuan Sword changed back to its original body and was quietly retrieved by Chu Tianjun, as if it had fallen into a deep sleep. In addition, after Lin Fan's death, the blood-colored immortal sword was also collected by Chu Tianjun, and now he also had 2 immortal weapons. At the moment when the 9 heavenly clans' big formation was closed, an elixir emitting bright light appeared in the sky above the 9 heavenly clan. With the light spreading, all people felt bathed in mild and pure spiritual power. Not only did they instantly soothe their injuries and fatigue, but the depleted spiritual power was also rapidly recovered. The spiritual energy that would have taken 3 to 5 days to recover was actually almost recovered in a few breaths. What is this? Our 9 Heaven sect still has such treasures? It's amazing, recovering so quickly. It's just no problem to fight again. Many disciples were staring curiously at the never-before-seen divine pills. This kind of thing could indeed be called the 9 Heaven sect's treasure of the clan. This is Mistress Njingxiang's original magic treasure. It's not accurate to say it's a magic treasure. It's actually a pill. It seems to be called Divine Pill of Creation. That is to say, it's a pill and a magic treasure. This pill can be constantly upgraded, and in the future, it may even be transformed into a spiritual treasure. Someone quickly explained. This thing was indeed called the Divine Pill of Creation, and it was also the most valuable thing in Han Ningxiang's hands. Refining pills like magic treasures had been mastered by Wu Qingyun some years ago, but Han Ningxiang, a disciple who was better than blue, with the help of Chu Tianjun, she had refined this Divine Pill of Creation not too long ago, which could indeed be continuously refined and evolved, and in the future, it could be transformed into a form and cultivated like the Tianxuan Sword. Afterwards, the disciples of the Nine Heavens sect began to clean up the battlefield. Chu Tianjun and Lu Qingshu both went back to shut down to recover. The two of them had a relatively large loss this time. Chu Tianjun was almost spiritually exhausted, and Lu Qingshu had consumed a lot of energy. Although Han Ningxiang had approached the two of them the first time and sent many pills to quickly restore their spiritual energy, neither of them had asked for them. Some days will recover. These pills are precious. Save them for later when you need them. The two were worthy of being Dao couples. Even the reasons for their answers were exactly the same. And these words soon reached the ears of the ordinary disciples as well. And one by one, Chu Tianjun and Lu Qingshu were even more revered. Now that the Nine Heavens sect had sole possession of the land of 3 domains, there were more than enough piles of that resource to pile up. But the two strongest within the sect were still so frugal, which was a good example for the sect's disciples. From then on, although the Nine Heavens sect is a large family, most of the disciples also carry out a fine tradition. That is, never waste money. Good steel are used on the blade. Chu Tianjuan's cultivation recovered very quickly, and he left Tianjun Peak 2 days later, and then came to Tianxian Peak alone, pushing open the familiar courtyard door in his memory. Chu Tianjun walked in step by step. There was no figure of Hazel Moon in the courtyard, but Chu Tianjun just walked out a few steps. The door of Hazel Moon's bedroom room opened, and behind the door was Hazel Moon, who had a proud figure. Chu Tianjun smiled and nodded towards the other party, still continuing to walk inside. Hazel Moon returned a smile with a pleased face. Before lifting the hem of her skirt and walking down a few steps of the wooden staircase, her footsteps were light, but they still made a thumping sound as they landed on the wooden stairs, and you could tell by the sound that it was a bit of a rush, like a young girl in a hurry to meet her sweetheart. Chu Tianjun noticed from the first moment he saw Hazel Moon that she was only at the foundation establishment stage cultivation now. The two eventually stopped when they were still 3 steps away from each other, both looking at each other as the atmosphere grew a bit awkward. Why don't you use the 9 Lives battle armor to directly restore your cultivation? With your current state of mind, it would be easy to step into the transformation spirit stage with no flaws in your mind. In the end, it was Chu Tianjun who broke the silence and took the initiative to speak. When refining the 9 Lives battle armor, Chu Tianjun had designed that when the 9 Lives battle armor was used for the last time, it would be enough to allow Hazel Moon to impact the transformation spirit stage. If I use it for the last time, the 9 Lives battle armor will also be gone. That is what you sent me. I want to treasure it forever, so I can't afford to use it. It's fine, I'm also light on cultivation. At most 2 or 3 years to regain my cultivation again. It's not too late to impact the transformation spirit at that time. Anyway, my lifespan is still much more. Hazel Moon's cheeks were a little slightly red, but she still spoke directly, and her words were clearly more now than before. Chu Tianjun by all accounts is not a fledgling, but in the face of such a naked display of love, still feel a little embarrassed. He smiled awkwardly, then turned over his palm, more than a jade bottle in his palm. I still have some pills here. They are my personal ones. The foundation establishment stage is still more than inconvenient after all, Chu Tianjun said as he extended his hand forward. Although Chu Tianjun was the de facto controller of the Nine Heavens sect, he had always divided the sect's treasury and private treasury very clearly, and the elixir that he was giving to Hazel Moon now was his private one, and had nothing to do with the sect. Azuki gladly took it. Truly liking someone, one would not refuse the other person's kindness to them. When taking the jade bottle, I don't know if it was intentional or unintentional. Hazel Moon's fingertips gently traced across Chu Tianjuan's palm. Chu Tianjun hastily retracted his hand, but it was Hazel Moon who couldn't help but snort a laugh, and then generously asked Chu Tianjun, "So good to me now? Then can we be Dao couples? There is one more thing I came here today." Chu Tianjun did not answer Hazel Moon, but instead took a step back and said, after saying that he made a bow with both hands, then bowed towards Hazel Moon and said, "There were some things I did wrong in the past, so I've come to apologize to you today." Chu Tianjuan's sudden action confused Hazel Moon, but she quickly realized that Chu Tianjun was talking about the previous deliberate alienation and the sneering and flinging of faces at her. "There is no need to be so. If not so, my character should not change. I quite like the present self. What is in my heart can be said frankly. It should be me who thank you." Hazel Moon generously reached out to hold Chu Tianxuan's wrist. She also said frankly and openly, "On this kind of character, it is estimated that any plotting and scheming can't get out of the misunderstanding." Chu Tianxuan had indeed come to apologize. The refined void stage of him had already determined that those bad memories from before were added to his memory by Yuan without a trace before he entered the Nine Heavens Great Hall to pay homage to his master. However, Chu Tianxuan also determined one thing. That is, the Dongxian stage could not possibly deduce the future to that extent. So the future that was most likely to happen in those 30 years was not deduced by Yuan. And there was someone else behind it. "You still haven't answered the question I just asked," Misty Moon continued to ask, her eyes staring at Chu Tianxuan, her face filled with anticipation. Chu Tianxuan replied with a smile, "We are at best life and death friends now. To be a Taoist couple we still need at least 2 lovers, right? You'd better feel at ease and cultivate to the transformation god stage first. A friend in life and death? That's pretty good too. It seems I'm getting closer to my goal. Next time there's this kind of hard-to-kill son of Qi, I'll definitely be able to fight alongside you," Hazel Moon said happily, with a frank and still somewhat longing look. Chapter 92, the one with the biggest background is still Hazel Moon. Chu Tianxuan sniffed meaningfully and looked at Hazel Moon. He was truly skeptical that he would ever encounter a son of Qi again, and the root cause of all of this would most likely come from Hazel Moon. It seems that there is something very attractive about the 9 heavenly clans. Previously Chu Tianxuan suspected that it was Yuan, but now Chu Tianxuan believes that even people in the immortal world should not dare to project Yuan. Just last time, with Ji Xuanyu as the viewpoint, the blurred figure that appeared in the memory is estimated to be able to stare at an immortal with a single glance. So the problem is definitely not with Yuan. That leaves only one possibility: Hazuki. Moreover, Chu Tianxuan had also projected Hazel Moon in the past 2 days, and under the Great Projection Technique, Chu Tianxuan had discovered that as long as Hazel Moon cultivated to the transformation god stage, some sort of drastic change would occur, so he had been emphasizing on letting Hazel Moon cultivate to the transformation god stage. However, the result of this deduction was very different from the memories he had been forced to implant, because in those 30 years of memories, Hazel Moon had also reached the transformation god stage, and Hazel Moon hadn't changed particularly under that possibility, so Chu Tianxuan again realized that this time, if Hazel Moon reaches the transformation stage, the factor that produces a great change comes from her own change, or the Hazel Moon that has been changed by herself will have an essential metamorphosis, and that's the only way to really get her. Perhaps some of the doubts could be successfully cleared up at that time as well. The two then chatted for a while as if they were friends. Chu Tianxuan really understood Hazel Moon very well. The two naturally talked to each other. When Chu Tianxuan left, Hazel Moon was satisfied and continued her closed-door cultivation. She was now very eager to step into the transformation of God stage, and it was estimated that by that time she didn't even have a heart demon anymore. Chu Tianxuan returned to his residence and took out the immortal artifact Burial Immortal Coffin. The moment the coffin panel was opened, a terrifying aura rose up to the sky, and then a stiff corpse slowly levitated up from the Burial Immortal Coffin. It was a corpse because it was so stiff. It looked motionless, no different from a dead person. However, this corpse had a beautiful appearance and was dressed in an exquisite dress, exactly the same as Chu Yue. Chu Yue's residual soul had already been fused into this powerful physical body by Chu Tianxuan. But this time Chu Tianxuan had miscalculated. Obviously everything was normal. But after Chu Yue's residual soul fused with her physical body, it didn't look like there was any sign of recovery, and it wasn't accurate to say that she was dead, like she had fallen into a coma and had been sleeping for a long time. What the hell is going on here? Originally, the soul has already been stabilized. This physical body is so powerful and can even feed the soul. Even the enlightenment fruit has been given to her to eat, and the heaven repairing pill that can repair the Yuanshan has also been fed to her. How come it feels like the spirit is still unable to awaken? Chu Tianxuan once again researched. He gave such a powerful physical body to Chu Yue, and also had some intention of making up for his guilt. A few days later Chu Tianxuan was still clueless. He was full of apologies as he reached out and gently stroked Chu Yue's cheeks before softly saying, "I'm sorry Yue, you're not able to act like a normal person for the time being, but I'll try to do everything I can to get you awakened as soon as possible. It's a bit inappropriate to let you live in the coffin again. In the future you'll live in the house next to Autumn Rhetoric. You used to have the best relationship with Qingyun. In the future I'll let her take care of you." Chu Tianxuan's feelings for Chu Yue are actually very simple. The memory of Chu Yue is the child he raised. This memory still continues. If Ning Qiuzhu, his daughter, came somewhat inexplicably, Chu Yue was actually more like his daughter. Soon Chu Tianxuan's courtyard was back to life. Chu Yue lived like a vegetable. Chen Yuner, who was already at the Jindan stage, like a personal maid also lived in the courtyard. All she had to do every day was to freshen up and dress up Chu Yue. Shu Yue didn't need to eat, drink, or poop, but Qingyun would take her out every day, to look at the scenery of the Jiushao mountain, or under the peach tree, to give Shu Yue some anecdotes about Jiushao sect. Not long after Lu Qingshu also moved over. After all, it was normal for Dao couples to live together. It just so happened that on this day Ningqiuji also came back, but now she wasn't called Ningqiuji anymore. She was called Chu Qiuji instead. Will father still accept sister Yue as his disciple in the future? Should I call her senior sister? Chu Qiushi curiously sized up Chu Yue. She had heard that Chu Yue's physical body was even comparable to that of a cave Xian stage cultivator, and she almost didn't hold back her hand to pinch it. You will directly call her sister in the future. Anyway, raising Yuan is raising, so simply two together. I originally did not intend to take on an apprentice, so multiple daughters. Chu Tianxuan spoke out the arrangement he had long thought of. He is not a whim, but Chu Tianxuan father has been very experienced, but teaching disciples have no experience, and know that merit to learn how to be a good master again. Anyway, the inner feelings of Chu Yue is also a father and daughter, then simply more daughters. Qingyun stood beside Chu Yue. Just now she felt in a trance that Chu Yue's eyes seemed to have flickered, but she didn't dare to be sure, suspecting that it was just a short-lived illusion. Senior brother, are you being a good father? Lu Qingshu was straightforward and asked coldly. Chu Tianxuan a moment do not know how to answer. Could he really have this special hobby? Luckily, he reacted quite quickly and then said, "Isn't my daughter also yours?" This time Lu Qingshu didn't say anything. Her gaze towards Chu Qiuji and Chu Yue changed. Her heart began to be apprehensive. How was she going to learn to be a mother? After that day, Lu Qingshu did appear to change a lot. She would do something interesting with Chu Qiuji. She would discuss how the clothes would look good together, and she would also personally go and comb Chu Yue's hair and trace her eyebrows, or push that wheelchair-like thing and take Chu Yue to see the sea of clouds and the sunset. This day Lu Qingshu took Chu Yue and Qingyun down the mountain again, saying that she was going to the city to stroll around and let Chu Yue feel the fireworks. Chu Tianxuan and Chu Qiuji did not go. This pair of father and daughter, as long as they are alone together, it must be discussing something big. I'll be in seclusion for a very long time afterwards. As long as I break through the cave Xian realm, it'll be easy for you to achieve Yuan. In addition, your senior sister Ningxiang is already starting to refine pills that can greatly increase the success rate of God transformation. It won't be long before the Nine Heavens sect goes to the next level, and there will inevitably be a battle with the Tai School Palace as well. Chu Tianxuan said with a natural expression. Father, feel at ease closed. Your strength is the key to determine the upper limit of the Nine Heavens sect. In order for that plan of ours, the Tai Academy must also be extinguished. Before that I will let the Nine Heavens sect's combat power complete a metamorphosis. Chu Qiushi eyes some worship look at Chu Tianxuan, and whenever she and Chu Tianxuan said to these serious things, body also no longer in front of outsiders the appearance of a good girl, that live a full of intrigue poisonous warrior. Then arrange another Peach Forest night banquet. This time you will host it, and focus on cultivating Lin Yu in the future. Chu Tianxuan nodded and said. He and Chu Qiuji had some words that didn't need to be said too clearly. This father-daughter duo was really doing it by heart. Lin Yu does have the talent of a commander-in-chief, and since father won't be able to handle too much of the sect's affairs in the future, he is indeed a very good candidate for Sect Leader. I have another problem. I'm afraid that Senior Misty Moon's origin is a bit scary. If you don't handle your relationship with her well, this is the biggest variable. Although Chu Qiuji was not in the Nine Heavens sect all these years, she knew everything that happened in the Nine Heavens sect, and even a lot of the planning was her secretly helping Chu Tianxuan to formulate, and the importance she attached to Hazel Moon had never diminished. I am honest with her. If this is still not in exchange for sincerity, then it is destined to be an enemy, and there is nothing to worry about. It is nothing more than one more strong enemy. Whether it is a strong enemy or a strong aid, the choice is actually not ours. Chu Tianxuan gazed towards Tianxian Peak. He is indeed considered to be honest with Hazel Moon. He is actually honest with everyone around him. What conspiracy set Chu Tianxuan think are meaningless? Sincerity is the best way to get along. Is that really what father thinks? But how do I feel that this is a young conspiracy? Suddenly Chu Qiuji looked at Chu Tianxuan with deep meaning and said, if sincerity is also a young conspiracy, then it is a young conspiracy. My good daughter. Chu Tianxuan twisted his head to look at Chu Qiuji, with a smile on his face. Only the last sentence, my good daughter, was also said in a meaningful way. Chapter 93, Ambitious Nine Heavenly Clans. That night Chu Qiuji hosted a Peach Forest night banquet in the name of Chu Tianxuan, and this time there were even more people, whereas before it was still dominated by the Jindan stage, now it has become dominated by the Yuan stage. Nowadays, there are almost 20 Yuan real people in the Jiushao sect, not counting Hazel Moon, who can return to Yuan at any time, and the spiritual treasure Tianxuan Sword. whose strength has already reached the god transformation stage. As for the plant person Chu Yue, whose physical body strength alone was comparable to that of the cave Xian stage, she was also not counted. Still unrestrained atmosphere. Now there are more people. There are even more talented. Many young Yuaning disciples, all kinds of blowing, playing and singing skills. Chu Tianjun still habitually records everything that happens with a paintbrush, and he has said to those close to him that if time may wear out memories, when one day one is close to forgetting, taking these paintings out will bring back these delightful memories of the past again. We all feel that Chu Tianjun is a sentimental and righteous person, and this group has been the Yuaning stage of the transformation of the god stage of the immortal. But there are still like ordinary people like the attachment. There are many cut-off friends with the same door, and a strong sense of belonging to the clan, all of which is also because of Chu Tianjun, such a soul figure. This model of the Nine Heavens sect was indeed a special case when looking at the immortal cultivation world. The physically and mentally pleasing party was soon nearing its end. And at this time Chu Qiuji stood up and said, taking advantage of the fact that there are more people today, I will speak on behalf of my father with all of the senior brothers and sisters about the clan's next development plan. As soon as Chu Qiuji opened her mouth, the crowd sat upright, because she was speaking on behalf of Chu Tianjun to say these words. Crowd reaction are in Chu Qiushi expected. She smiled and left the seat, and then stood in the middle of the crowd. Continued, after the last time, the land of the three domains has been my Nine Heavens sect a single, but there are still a lot of places we need to go to formally take over. So the next clan to once again take the initiative, the occupation of the veins we want to occupy, the collection for their own use of the secret realm to be collected, the extinction of the clan to be destroyed, the land of the three domains with the Nine Heavens sect as a family is enough. Chu Qiushi said a beat, and then looked at Lu Qingshu, and then bowed towards Lu Qingshu and said, the southern region's devil path is the most chaotic. There are still several god realization stage powerhouses, so I'm going to trouble you, mother, to personally make a trip here. Good. Just how should I respond if Ji Xianyu strikes? Lu Qingshu said yes without hesitation, but at the same time she looked at Chu Tianjun and asked, Lu Qingshu in the transformation of the divine stage is also considered overwhelmingly powerful. The same level she can fight 2 or 3. If a single fight to kill a transformation of the divine stage is not difficult, but she against Ji Xianyu is not sure. Do not say to win Ji Xianyu. At most to ensure that they do not die can escape. Ji Xianyu won't make a move, and you shouldn't go to the sacred demon sect. Chu Tianjun immediately said, good. Within half a year, there won't be any more sects in the southern region besides the holy demon sect. Lu Qingshu said dryly. Her bones also still liked this kind of conquest and killing thing. Senior brother Lin Yu. There were no more problems at Lu Qingshu's place, and Chu Qiuji suddenly looked at Lin Yu and called the other party's name. Lin Yu hurriedly got up. He didn't slow down the other party because he was at the Yuaning stage. Chu Qiuji was at the Jindan stage. After getting up he also arched his hand at Chu Qiuji and said, Miss Qiuji, please command. There are still many dishonest demon clans in the northern region, so I will trouble senior brother Lin Yu. In addition, father will be in seclusion for a long period of time, and there are some matters of the clan that senior brother Lin Yu should be asked to assist with. Chu Qiushi spoke politely. After she finished these few words, everyone present understood that this was to put a burden on Lin Yu. Disciple leads the way. Lin Yu cupped his fists and bowed towards Chu Tianjun. He knew that this was Chu Tianjuan's meaning. Chu Qiuji then called the names of several Yuaning real people. They were all promoted from ordinary Jindan disciples to Yuaning in the past few years. Not heavenly prides but also clan elites. For the sect to develop, it still needs quality fresh blood. Several senior brothers and sisters. The sect is going to expand the recruitment of new disciples next, so I'm tired of you taking the trouble. Chu Qiushi was polite to all of them, but these words were not a discussion, but an order. Several Yuaning real people also clasped their fists and led the way. After a pause Chu Qiuji continued to call out the names of the two men. Senior Xingji, Senior Zhouang. Immediately afterward, two Yuaning real people who still looked young got up. These two had names. One was called Xingji and the other was called Zhouang, and had stepped into the Yuaning stage for several years already. The two of them were the younger generation of disciples who had stepped into Yuaning after Lin Fan and Han Ningxiang. Their qualifications were naturally superior, and they were also the sect's key cultivation targets. I'd like to trouble you two senior brothers to leave tomorrow and head to the central state to gather information on the Tai Academy. Chu Qiushi said directly. All of you senior brothers and sisters, just now all of these things need to be completed within a year. When the time is ripe, the sect will go to war against the Tai School Palace. Finally Chu Qiushi said in a somewhat morose tone. When these words came out all the people present, except Chu Tianjun, all showed surprised expressions, with the exception of course of the plant person Chu Yue. How powerful the Tai School Palace was, these higher-ups of the Nine Heavens sect were well aware of it, although they the Yuaning real people, were high level in the Zhou sect, and were heavenly prides and big shots here. They were only just enough to get started by putting Taiyi School Palace. The sect was going to wage war against the Taiyi School Palace. So naturally, they didn't have a clue in their hearts. The Taiyi School Palace has been passed down for tens of thousands of years, and there are several Dongxian stage powerhouses within the palace. So I'm afraid it's not wise for us to go to war with them in the short term, right? Of all the people, it was Han Ningxiang who was the first to voice her doubts. Seeing Han Ningxiang questioning, Chu Qiuji not only didn't get angry, but also smiled gently at Han Ningxiang, and even Chu Tianjun cast an approving glance at her. Amidst everyone's gazes, Chu Qiuji began to explain. Senior sister Ningxiang, it's actually not that we're going to make war on the Taiyi School Palace, but rather, our rise will inevitably lead to a battle with the Taiyi School Palace, and rather than waiting for the other side to raise their butcher knives, it would be better for us to wield our sharp blades first. In the past, there was no sect that could threaten the Taiyi Academy, and they occupied the best resources, so they transcended the world. But the rise of the Nine Heavens sect has become inevitable, and we still have to continue to grow and develop. So sooner or later we will have to take the central state into our pockets. Clan soldiers strong horse, magic treasure elixir countless, do not go to a hand fight, do not raise good looking? Father has spent his entire life exhausting himself for the clan. If it was only for ascension, he could have enjoyed the resources alone and perhaps could have ascended to immortality a long time ago, but father's grand wish was for the entire clan to travel to the immortal realm, so that everyone in the Nine Heavens sect could become immortal. Chu Qiushi words more and more impassioned. The last 4 words everyone into the immortal is more powerful. Behind all the people are listening to the blood surging. Only one idea left in the heart. That is, to kill over the Taiyi Palace of Learning, Nine Heavens sect exclusive possession of a realm. Han Ningxiang was the first to stand up. She was not a hot-blooded fighter, but was the first to bow to Chu Tianjun and said, Master Palm Teacher is holy. Ningxiang is willing to follow to the death. Palm Sect's holy wisdom, we are willing to die for the sect. Everyone got up and bowed towards Chu Tianjun. As early as the day of the battle with Lin Fan, no one in the Nine Heavens sect had addressed Chu Tianjun as the acting sect master, even though Chu Tianjun himself said that he was the acting sect leader. In the eyes of the onlookers, he was the only sect leader. At this moment no one noticed that Chu Yue, who was sitting in a wheelchair like a vegetable, had a wisp of fire flickering in the depths of her eyes. Chapter 94 Half-Step Cave Xian Realm. Chu Tianjun got up and nodded his head towards the crowd before speaking in a soft tone. Then it will be hard work for all of you. At this moment Chu Tianjuan's body had a temperament that surpassed that of the patriarch's. If the patriarch was authority and intimidation, then he now had more of a godfather's temperament. Autumn rhetoric. What about me? In this incomparably serious atmosphere, Hazel Moon was the one who broke it at the wrong time. Senior, all you have to do is step into the god transformation stage as soon as possible, Chu Qiuji said with a smile. Oh, Hazuki let out a somewhat embarrassed oh. On the second day, the senior members of the sect began to do their own things according to the arrangement, and Lu Qingxue brought a group of elite disciples across the border of Yuezhou to kill the southern region. Lin Yu also took a group of disciples and slaughtered the northern region demon clan again. And now the demon clan is gentler than before, and it is said that many of the demon clan have actively begun to eat veggies, and their biggest hobby has turned into singing and dancing, because it was said that the disciples of the Nine Heavens sect like to sing and dance, and this was considered to be throwing their weight around. Yang Ming had been within the sect. He had led a group of disciples who studied formations to constantly upgrade the sect's formations to refine magic treasures. This was also the way people like them cultivated. Wu Qingyun Han Ningxiang's master and disciple were naturally taking the Dan Dao disciples to refine pills, and right now the 9 condensation cauldron was also being used by Han Ningxiang, who was really refining pills that would increase the success rate of breaking through the transformation spirit stage. Zhou Qingfeng Li Wanhua couple. The same does not leave the Nine Heavens sect much anymore. They are mainly responsible for teaching the disciples. Except for the encounter with Lin Fan that anticlimax, they teach the disciples are actually good. Teaching disciples in this regard is not considered a failure. Hazel Moon's cultivation changed daily. She occasionally took some pills that were the sex quota for Yuaning real people. Last time she played a decisive role in killing Lin Fan. These pills were eaten with peace of mind. It was the bottle of elixir that Chu Tianjun gave her. Hard one did not spare to eat. She didn't seem to be in any particular hurry to restore her cultivation to step into the transformation spirit stage. And although she couldn't see Chu Tianjun even now, she seemed to be quite enjoying this kind of life. Now that Chu Qiuji has also returned, Hazel Moon will also go to Tianjun Peak from time to time to chat with Chu Qiuji, and by the way, she also accompanies the plant person Chu Yue. Lu Qingxue was still conquering the southern region, and not long ago news came back that in just 2 months, Lu Qingxue had already destroyed a dozen or so devil Dao sects. knocked down dozens of cities, and just a short while ago, the Great Ice Seal technique froze 1,000 miles, and with one shot, she picked off a Devil Dao sovereign at the God transformation stage. Perhaps people like Lu Qingshu were not suited for quiet cultivation, and this kind of conquest and killing had in turn allowed her cultivation to skyrocket. These days the busiest is actually Lingyu and Chu Qiuji. The 9 heavenly clans continue to take over the new territory. Chu Qiuji to be fully integrated. Lingyu is responsible for a lot of specific things. The 2 people a front of the stage and a behind the scenes. But will be the huge 9 heavenly clans management in order. Time flies, soon 5 years have passed. Lu Qingshu has long returned to the 9 heavens sect, because Chu Tianjun has not yet come out. She also simply went into seclusion. After half a year of killing and conquering, she feels that she only needs to be in seclusion for a few years, to be able to get to the late stage of transformation of the divine. Hazel Moon recovered to peak Yuan cultivation in the 3rd year after Chu Tianjun's seclusion. Then she waited for another year and saw that Chu Tianjun hadn't come out yet, so she triggered the divine transformation stage heavenly tribulation, which she then crossed without any surprises. And it's true that no heart attack appeared this time. Hazel Moon, who had become at the God transformation stage, automatically gained the status of the Holy Maiden of the 9 Heavens sect, and she became the 2nd Holy Maiden of the 9 Heavens sect, but unfortunately, her status was still inferior to that of Lu Qingshu. After all, she didn't have the status of being a Daoist couple. In the past few years, the Jiushao sect has added several more Yuaning real people, and the Jindan stage has become the mainstream of the sect, and this step is also the sign of a leap in strength. Just as the Tai Chi Palace of Learning, Yuaning is the beginning. In the Jiushao sect, if you don't have the Jindan condensed within 5 years, it is basically the existence of the sect that is being given up. The 9 Heavens sect was a large family, but it didn't keep idle people. One day Hazel Moon was accompanying Chu Qiuji and Chu Yue in the peach forest, with Qingyun beside her, and the several women were discussing which of the several hairpins would look best. Qingyun had wasted quite a bit of cultivation time because she had been taking care of Chu Yue, but she had also been given special care, enjoying pills that were several times that of ordinary disciples, as well as other resources that ordinary disciples couldn't enjoy, and thus even though she hadn't cultivated much, she was now at the half-step of Yuaning. Chu Yue has not changed anything in 5 years. Her eyes are empty and lifeless, and her eyes will not even turn a little. However, just as Hazel Moon and the others looked down at the hairpin, Chu Yue's eyes unexpectedly moved, and her eyeballs, which were originally looking straight ahead, looked in the direction of the courtyard. The next moment Hazel Moon also noticed something and looked towards the courtyard in surprise. Then Chu Qiuju and Qingyun also looked over, and no one noticed Chu Yue's change at this time. In the gazes of several women who were surprised, ripples appeared in the space above the courtyard. And then Chu Tianjun reached out towards the void, and then the whole person walked directly into it, as if he had crossed into another space. What was that just now? Where did father go? Chu Qiuji asked suspiciously. Seems like that is the legendary cave small world, just like the secret realm. Could it be that your father he cultivated to the Dongxian stage? Hazel Moon, who was already at the transformation god stage, still had some insight and recognized that Chu Tianjun just now that was opening the cave heaven small world. However, rumor had it that only the Dongxian stage could touch space, and to open up a cave heaven small world, one would need at least the late Dongxian stage. Chu Tianjun didn't even cross the heavenly tribulation of the Dongxian realm, and directly exerted the skills of the late Dongxian stage, which was truly unbelievable. 5 years Chu Tianjun really did not reach the Dongxian stage, and even he had only just stepped into the late stage of refining void. However, with the strength of the late stage of refining void, combined with the deep power of the hexagram heavenly book, he had unexpectedly touched the mysteries of the cave Xian stage, and after utilizing the power of the hexagram heavenly book, he had shaped a not so large, and very rudimentary cave heavenly small world. Dongxian, the meaning of insight into the subtle. Now Chu Tianjun also early insight into the world of a trace of the subtle. In the cave heaven small world, Chu Tianjun found that there was no such ability to control time, which once again proved that Ji Xuanyu's theory was correct, but soon Chu Tianjun found an approximation. This newly opened cave world inside nothing, but Chu Tianjun can be shaped. This kind of shaping is not out of thin air. Not want mountains have mountains. Want water have water. Not shouting a sentence I want light, and then there is light. It was just that Chu Tianjun could take out things from his storage equipment and arrange them here, such as sowing a seed, and the seed could take root and germinate under the nourishment of the aura. Then Chu Tianjun quickly realized that although he could not control the time of this cave small world, he could slow down or even freeze everything in this space to achieve a similar effect of slowing down the passage of time. This discovery surprised Chu Tianjun, and then he made another even bolder attempt, which was to freeze this space, by constantly drawing in power from the outside world. The process of material decay within the cave world was controlled to 1/10 of its original speed, and surprisingly, it really achieved an effect similar to slowing down time. The same reasoning can then be used to accelerate the process of material decay to achieve a similar effect of time acceleration. This amazing discovery directly allowed Chu Tianjun to possess a gap similar to that of 1 day in the cave party and 10 days already in the outside world. However, this is not obtained out of thin air. When Chu Tianjun used this cave world to suck energy for internal acceleration, Tianjun Peak seemed to appear as if a huge black hole. The aura of heaven and earth were madly swallowed and absorbed. The Nine Heavens sect was also originally a place of abundant aura, and by his sucking, it immediately became barren and thin. No one knows what happened, but Hazel Moon said that it was Chu Tianjun who was like this after he entered the cave world. So Ouyang Ming immediately put down an aura transmission array on Tianjun Peak that was specially designed for that small cave world, and then the clan's spirit stones were constantly being put into the array, and that rich aura was about to turn into a spiritual liquid, and was crazily being sucked up by the small cave world. It was also thanks to the fact that the Nine Heavens sect had taken up a lot of spirit veins and spirit mines over the years, or else it simply wouldn't have been able to support such a huge consumption. In this way time passed for another 5 years. Chu Tianjun finally came out from the cave small world. This 5 years in the outside world, he was actually equivalent to cultivating in the cave small world for 50 years, and at this time his cultivation had already reached the half-step cave Xian realm. Chapter 95, this time it's the Daughter of Fortune? There was no need to ask Chu Tianjun to know that the clan had consumed a great deal on himself this time, but his half-step Dongxian realm was worth its weight in gold to the clan. Chu Tianjun hadn't shown his face for 10 years, and his divine thoughts first swept across the 9 heavenly mountains, taking in the sect. This look at the sect's development was unexpectedly good, especially since apart from Lu Qingshu and Hazel Moon, he found that there were actually 5 other spirit transformation stage cultivators. In addition, the number of Yuan cultivators was even more exaggerated. 10 years had skyrocketed to nearly 60 or so. Due to the appearance of a large number of Yuan cultivators, the landforms of the 9 heavenly mountains had all changed drastically, with one mountain peak rising up to look like a forest. Father, you came out? Chu Qiushi was the first to discover Chu Tianjun. 10 years' time she did not change at all. Or back then Chu Tianjun gave her a hard pull up the early stage of Jindan. Also Chu Yuwei was in the yard, still sitting in a wheelchair, with empty eyes as a vegetable. I have to say that this pair of salty sisters really wouldn't have changed a bit without Chu Tianjuan's intervention. Chu Tianjun nodded towards Chu Qiushi, and then without saying another word, he took a step under his feet, and the person directly disappeared, and in the next moment he had already appeared outside the ancestor's shrine. This was also the generalized divine ability of the Dongxian stage, shrinking the ground into an inch, which Chu Tianjun, who was still in the refined void stage, could also easily perform. Chu Tianjuan's appearance was noticed by many people, especially the several god transformation stages, but at this time, even Lu Qingshu, the Taoist couple, did not go forward, as they saw Chu Tianjun make a respectful bow towards the ancestor shrine before reaching out and pointing his hand into the void, and violent spatial ripples appeared in the sky above the ancestor shrine. At the same time Chu Tianjuan's lips moved slightly as if he was talking to someone, a situation where naturally no one went up to disturb. When Chu Tianjuan's cultivation reached half-step Dongxian, he was already able to perceive the small world of cave heaven that Yu Xianwei had opened up, and as his cultivation increased, his understanding of many things also increased, and naturally, the most important thing was that the Book of 6 Instruments of Heaven had brought him even more power. You cultivate the emotionless Tao and have been hiding in the cave world without coming out because your lifespan is about to run out? Chu Tianjun opened his mouth in a bland tone and asked. This was naturally said to Yuan. That is, it was a very normal opening, but if he didn't want the bystanders to hear it, the others wouldn't be able to hear it. When he perceived Yuanji's cavernous small world, Chu Tianjun realized that the other party's small world was being used in the opposite way as his, and that the process of material decay within it was being slowed down, meaning that Yuanjie was slowing down the process of her own lifespan's decay. Aha! Soon Chu Tianjun got a response, and this time he heard the voice of Yu Xianjun, who was thinly dressed and also ordinary in his memory, with the appearance of a young girl. Although there aren't many pills to increase longevity, I will try my best to get some for you. That day, when you brought me to the mountain, did you forcefully give me a memory of deduction before I entered the hall to pay my respects? Chu Tianjun pointed his finger in the void, forcibly locating the Yu Xiangue cave small world and sending his voice in. Forgot. This time Yu Xianwei answered with 2 words. Chu Tianjun was slightly stunned at his words. He felt that this reply was emotionless. It wasn't that Yu Xuanji was being perfunctory, but that she had truly forgotten. The other party cultivated the emotionless Tao, so forgetting was a real possibility. Then do you still remember the matter of taking me to the mountain? I don't blame you for that memory, no matter how I say it. It also allowed me to take the road less traveled. And you're a leader on my cultivation path. Chu Tianjun asked again. He actually had quite a bit of respect for Yuan. The other party was not only the Nine Heavens sect's oldest ancestor, but also truly his leader. Remember, not much. This time Yuan's reply had a few more words. Hearing this answer, Chu Tianjuan's heart seemed to be moved. He felt that there should be something in his own words that touched Yuan just now. Perhaps she had also forgotten, and then remembered a little. If you need any help, please command. I still remember you said back then that this cultivation path is too lonely. Now I am also a half-step cave Xian. I will soon appoint a young sect master. At that time I will also be a Tianxuan Ancestor, so that you won't be the only Tianxuan Ancestor in the sect. This is our Nine Heavens sect, and it is also yours. Do you think this is good? Chu Tianjuan's tone was somewhat like that of a filial junior, and there was also some flavor of ingratiation. When he ascertained that Yuan was practicing the emotionless Tao because of her longevity issues and had trapped herself in the cave small world, he knew that Yuan wasn't the cold, arrogant, and aloof type, and that she was doing all of this for a bitter reason. You can be the master. The arrangement is quite good. This time Yuan directly said two words. Chu Tianjun thought to himself. Sure enough, when it comes to those related to the Nine Heavens sect, Yuan is much more normal. Chu Tianjun ended Yuan's conversation with a smile. He now had the qualifications to face Yuan directly. As for meeting up, it didn't really matter, and Yuan's state wasn't suitable for leading the cave small world. Chu Tianjun then flew towards the Great Hall of the Nine Heavens in full view of everyone, and just as he entered the hall, several figures followed. The first ones to come were still Lu Qingshu and Hazelmoon. One of them was in the late stage of God transformation and the other was in the early stage of God transformation. Although the cultivation gap was a bit large, Chu Tianjun had a feeling that if it really came down to it, Lu Qingshu would not necessarily be Hazelmoon's opponent. Chu Tianjun directly waved his hand towards the two, signaling to keep quiet for now, and then a few more people arrived one after another, including Chu Qiuji, Lin Yu, Wu Qingyun, Han Ningxiang, and two people Chu Tianjun hadn't seen before. All of these people, except Chu Qiushi, were at the God transformation stage. Congratulations to father for coming out of the gate. Chu Qiushi took the lead in bowing towards Chu Tianjun, and after that, other than Lu Qingshu and Hazelmoon, the other five followed suit. In these 10 years or so, several of you have stepped into the God transformation stage. Zhou Ru, give me a brief account of the situation. Chu Tianjun looked at these people in front of him with satisfaction. He really didn't expect that in just over 10 years, the Nine Heavens sect had already developed to such an extent. In the 4th year of father's seclusion, senior uncle Hazelmoon advanced to the transformation god stage, and in the same year senior sister Ningxiang refined the first transformation god pill that increased the success rate of transformation god, and senior uncle Qingyun managed to step into the transformation god stage in the 2nd year after taking the transformation god pill. In the same year, senior brother Ling Yu broke through to the god transformation stage on his own. In the 7th year of father's seclusion, senior sister Jingxiang refined another god transformation pill, and in the same year senior sister Jingxiang also advanced to the god transformation stage, and in the same year, this senior brother Wang Yi broke through to the god transformation stage on his own. Before father's seclusion, senior brother Wang Yi was at the half-step Yuaning realm. Said here Chu Qiuzhu paused for a moment, and then a person wearing a blue shirt, looks a little bit of scholarly appearance of the person once again towards Chu Tianjun respectfully bowed. Disciple Wang Yi, greetings to the sect leader. Be excused. Chu Tianjun smiled and nodded, his eyes filled with appreciation. Since the other party was a half-step Yuaning before his own seclusion, that means that this Wang Yi only used 10 years to cross the two realms of Yuaning and transformation spirit, and Chu Tianjun did not discover that this person was carrying any spirit body, which belongs to the heavenly pride amongst the heavenly pride. The key was that this person had definitely experienced the battle of the alliance with Lin Fan back then, and there was no longer a need to test his sense of belonging and identification with the Nine Heavens sect. 2 months ago, this senior sister Xiao Shocking Frost broke through to the transformation spirit on her own. Also 2 years ago senior brother Shinxingji, who was far away in the Tai Academy Palace, also broke through to the transformation spirit stage on his own. Chu Qiushi finished his last sentence, introducing the least to the young woman at the end, with only a name, and the time of her breakthrough to the god of transformation. It turned out that in addition to these 7 god transformation stages in the temple, one of the 2 people who were sent undercover to the Tai Academy Palace back then was also at the god transformation stage now. So now there were a full 8 god transformation stage cultivators in the Nine Heavens sect. Xiao Shocking Frost, when were you initiated? Chu Tianjun asked as he looked at this unfamiliar disciple. This woman's green silk is like a waterfall, only using a white ribbon to bind her hair, wearing a white Taoist uniform, looking simple and flowing. The whole person's temperament is cold and noble, and her appearance is since a beautiful country. Reporting back to the sect leader, disciple joined the Nine Heavens sect 13 years ago. Xiao Fengshang bowed and replied, 13 years ago, which happened to be the time when Lin Fan was defeated. This Xiao Shocking Frost should have been one of the first batch of disciples to be included after that event. Chu Tianjun carefully sized up Xiao Shocking Frost. He could see that this woman was carrying a spiritual body, and coincidentally, it was a thunder system spiritual body similar to Lu Qingshu. Specifically what name Chu Tianjun cannot call up, but it can be determined that Xiao Shocking Frost's kung fu aptitude is related to thunder and lightning. Moreover, this woman had cultivated from an ordinary person to the transformation god stage in only 13 years, which was undoubtedly a great fortune. Can't it be that this time it's been replaced with a Heaven's Destiny daughter? Chu Tianjun was naturally somewhat skeptical of this Xiao Shocking Frost. Earlier, Chu Qiuzhu had introduced Xiao Shocking Frost very simply, and should have meant this as well. Chapter 96, he's different from other people's immortal cultivation. Master Sect Leader, there are 2 more God transformation pills here. If I don't refine any other pills, disciple can refine one in a year, and if I refine other pills at the same time, I will be able to refine one in about 3 years. Currently, the ones who have the most hope of stepping into the God transformation stage are Senior Uncle Ouyang and the 2 senior uncles Zhou and Li, and they both want to try to break through on their own. So these 2 pills can be given to other fellow disciples. Han Ningxiang then took the initiative to step forward and report to Chu Tianjun. Relying on pills to break through naturally wasn't as good as breaking through on their own. But in their case, like Wu Qingyun Han Ningxiang, they could only rely on pills to break through. God transformation pill, you keep it. You can bestow it when you find a suitable disciple. You don't need to go all out in refining God transformation pill. Everything will go according to your own planning. Chu Tianjun didn't take away the God transforming pill, and he didn't ask Han Ningxiang to frantically refine the God transforming pill. Han Ningxiang's value had grown. This kind of talent couldn't be used as a laborer. She needed more time to research new Dan formulas. This was the true treasure of the clan. Chu Tianjun then learned about the clan's situation, including the current number of disciples, and the clan's reserves of spirit stones, pills, and magic treasures. Gather all the disciples of the sect tomorrow. I have some big events to announce. In addition, you are all the sect's holy sons and holy daughters now. In order to reflect the difference from the Yuaning true tradition, I will then open up a small cave world for each of you as your exclusive cave residence. Chu Tianjun finally said with a smile. Opening up an exclusive small cave world for these holy sons and holy daughters of the God transformation stage was considered his reward for these people. All of them showed joyful faces. The transformation of the divine stage. They more or less know some of the subtleties of small caves. With small caves, as long as they are willing to smash the resources, but they are able to accelerate the cultivation, or slow down the consumption of longevity. Senior brother, have you really reached the cave Xian stage? Lu Qingshu's straightforward heart directly asked curiously. Half-step Dongxian, but I have all the abilities that the Dongxian stage has, and even against a Dongxian stage powerhouse, I will not fall behind. Chu Tianjun did not hide his true strength. He always acted confident and frank. After leaving the Great Hall of the Nine Heavens, Chu Tianjun returned to Tianjun Peak, where Chen Yuner was pushing Chu Yue under the peach tree as if she was waiting for him to return. Chen Yuner was also at the Yuaning stage now, and Han Ningxiang was even able to refine pills that increased the success rate of the transformation spirit breakthrough, so the Yuaning stage was naturally not a concern. Young Wei still hasn't changed over the years? Chu Tianjun stood in front of Chu Yue and asked with his head bowed. Well, it's still the same, Chen Yuner said with a look of regret. She was watching Chu Yue grow up, and she also witnessed the whole process of Chu Yue's growth from collecting thousands of favorites, to being homeless and depressed, and finally enduring the humiliation of killing Yi Duan, at the expense of self-immolating her flesh and crippling her soul. This is a problem with the soul and consciousness. I can't do anything about it for the time being. Perhaps I can only rely on time to heal it. Chu Tianjun used his divine sense to probe Chu Yue's body and soul, but still saw nothing, giving him the feeling that it was still a shell soul asleep. After a while Lu Qingshu also came. When she saw Chu Tianjun she directly said, I don't want a small cave. I want to move in with you. Besides, my status is not suitable to be a holy maiden like them. Right? Well, then you move in. Tomorrow I will set up the position of Supreme Elder again, corresponding to the refined void stage, which you can naturally obtain in advance. Chu Tianjun agreed without hesitation and also arranged a new identity for Lu Qingshu. Chu Tianjun knows that Lu Qingshu did this for no other reason than that she felt threatened by Hazelmoon, and these Chu Tianjun can understand, and will naturally show his attitude. Lu Qingshu's position in Chu Tianjun's heart could always be unique. Such an arrangement Lu Qingshu is very happy. She rushed back to pack things. She said she would live with Chu Tianjun in the future. But it is not just as simple as moving to the Peach Forest courtyard. This day Chu Tianjun was destined to be very busy. Lu Qingshu had just left in front of her, and Hazel Moon came at the stuck point. She came and stood beside Chu Tianjun with a light smile on her face and did not speak first. It took a few moments before he gently asked, looking at the view, something's wrong? Chu Tianjun answered, it's fine. You look at the scenery and I look at you. This is quite good. Hazel Moon's cheeks blushed a little as she said, although this was said in a fairly calm manner. It could be seen from her uneasy hands hidden in her sleeves that the mood was still unsettled. Chu Tianjun twisted his head and glanced at Hazel Moon before saying with a smile, it's only been 10 years since I've seen you. You've changed too much, haven't you? 10 years isn't short. Besides the first few years I was cultivating, I read a lot of mundane words over the years, and learned a lot of techniques to talk about love. Were you touched just now? Hazel Moon had a look of I'm trying so hard. I have to say that her look really makes it easy for men to be defenseless. However, Chu Tianjun was not moved by this, but changed the topic and said, finally, you've reached the god transformation stage. Congratulations! Misty Moon realized that Chu Tianjun had something to say, and hesitation flashed in her gaze, and just then Chu Tianjun's voice sounded again, is there anything you want to say to me? This time Hazel Moon more confirmed. The thought of Chu Tianjun's character, Hazel Moon heart some fear, if they are not honest with each other, is not to Chu Tianjun and Chu Tianjun drift apart again? After hesitating for a split second, Hazel Moon said dryly, yes, the 9 changes of the heavenly devil that you gave me is not a demonic technique, but rather a precursor to the great sacrifice technique. The great prayer technique with the great sacrifice technique, this is a perfect match. It seems like you've gotten what you wanted, so it's time to leave, right? Suddenly Chu Tianjun looked to the sky and said, no, I'm not going anywhere. This is my home. I haven't done anything wrong, and you're not going to kick me out. This time Hazuki spoke firmly and looked nervous. Chu Tianjun didn't say anything else. In fact, Hazel Moon answering like this had already confirmed many of his guesses, or rather that wasn't a guess at all, but rather a deeper level of information based on a lot of known information. Seeing that Chu Tianjun didn't say anything, Hazel Moon clenched her teeth and asked, if my existence does make the 9 Heavens sect not live in peace, will you want to draw a line with me? If you have not betrayed the clan and have not done anything to jeopardize those around you, I will always protect you. Chu Tianjun answered this question without any hesitation. In fact, this kind of question did not even need to be considered in Chu Tianjuan's mind. Protect with what? Because of one person and make the whole clan destroyed also go to do? Misty Moon's eyes were covered with a layer of water mist. She looked at Chu Tianjun and kept asking after him, use your life. As long as I'm not dead, it's not your turn to die yet. Chu Tianjun said still dry. Really character, this kind of thing is engraved in the bones of the soul, and will not easily change. Misty Moon was silent. She had some urge to hug Chu Tianjun, but felt that she could not do so yet. The book said that feelings should be slow and step by step. The most ideal is to moisten and talk about a moistening. Tianjun, what exactly do you think? Isn't immortal cultivation all about reaching the top and having the power to control everything? Misty Moon was touched, but she also wanted to know more about Chu Tianjun as a person, as she vaguely felt that it was also very important. Chu Tianjun sensed that Chu Choji was approaching, and he also still had some things to discuss with this daughter, so he turned around and walked back. But while turning around, he answered this last question from Hazuki, I don't want to look back the way I came one day and realize that I'm the only one left alone. Chapter 97 Old Man Tianjun. Misty Moon froze in place, did not go after Chu Tianjun. She is still recalling the words of Chu Tianjun. After a long time Chu Tianjun is long gone. She released a smile. Hazel Moon also want to slowly run Chu Tianjun. They are ultimately not yet a Taoist couple. It is not good to stay in the Peach Grove small courtyard. Lu Qingshu fell on this night, as the hostess officially lived in. Tell me in detail about Xiao Shocking Frost's origin. In the small courtyard of the Peach Forest under the night, Chu Tianjun asked Chu Choji about the origins of Xiao Shocking Frost. Lu Qingshu was not an outsider. She quietly sat on Chu Tianjuan's side. Speaking of the Xiao family that Xiao Shocking Frost belongs to, it still has some affinity with me. Her grandfather, Xiao Jiuzhang, was a great minister who assisted my father in establishing the country and ascending to the throne, and was a hereditary Duke of Korea. Now the Duke of Korea's house is his father in charge. Xiao Shocking Frost is the first eldest daughter. More than 10 years ago, also through the Imperial Court's organization to detect the qualification to enter the 9 Heavens sect. Chu Choji spoke in great detail this time, and Xiao Shocking Frost's origins can be said to be very normal, knowing the roots and bases without any cracks. I have also paid attention to her. Not only does this person cultivate a lightning system divine ability, she has also obtained a treasure from somewhere. That treasure is shaped like a talisman. From what she herself said, It is called the Electricity Mother Divine Talisman, and its power is not below that of a spiritual treasure. Qingshu also told what she knew. Because they were both Thunder System spirit bodies, Qingshu had noticed Xiao Shocking Frost very early on. Chu Tianjun nodded thoughtfully. He knew that this Xiao Shocking Frost, at least on the surface, was not doing anything detrimental to the Nine Heavens sect, or else for so many years, with Qingshu's character, and Chu Qiuji's methods, he would not have let her step into the transformation of God stage without any problems, much less still alive. There are secret treasures, these are not important. As long as they do not jeopardize the clan, they should enjoy the treatment they deserve. Or perhaps it is because we have experienced the matter of Yi Duan Lin Fan. There is a bit of wind in our sails. But, Qingshu, you are not far from the refining stage. Tonight I'll give you a good lecture on the refining stage. You strive to step into the refining stage as soon as possible. In this realm our Nine Heavens sect is somewhat disconnected. Chu Tianjun ended up not being overly skeptical of Xiao Shocking Frost and instead expressed his hope that Qingshu would reach the void refining stage as soon as possible. Now that the Nine Heavens sect did have some fault lines, Chu Tianjuan's true strength was already at the Dongxian stage, so that the Nine Heavens sect didn't even have a refining void stage. On the second day tens of thousands of disciples of the Nine Heavenly clans gathered under the Nine Heavenly Hall. Now there are too many people. The Jindan disciples cannot go up to the hall. Only those dozens of Yuaning real people can appear outside the floating Nine Heavenly Hall. Chu Tianjun did not pay attention to the form. Directly announced several important decisions in public. The first was the addition of the positions of Elder and Taishan Elder. Elder was for the God transformation stage, for those unconventional cultivation paths, or for those sect disciples who knew that the God transformation stage was already the limit. These transfiguration stages they could give up the position of Holy Son and Holy Daughter. That is, give up the succession of the sect leader, and thus go and concentrate on something else. For example, this time around, Qingyun was not a saint's son, but became a sect elder. Elder corresponds to the refined void stage. The status is not only above the Holy Son and Daughter, even higher than the head teacher, which belongs to the mainstay of the clan. This time Qingshu, due to the war work, and the strength itself is comparable to the refined void stage, to obtain the status of elder. After the announcement of the elders and the supreme elders, Hazel Moon also took the initiative to give up her position as the Holy Maiden and chose to be an elder. Chu Tianjun agreed straight away on the spot, and he also knew that this was more suitable for Hazel Moon. One of the most important things was Chu Tianjuan's announcement that he was stepping down as the acting patriarch of the Nine Heavens sect, becoming the Nine Heavens sect's second supreme ancestor, and that he would not ask about the daily affairs of the sect from now on. Chu Tianjun was also truly qualified to become an old ancestor, whether it was in terms of prestige or cultivation. Today, the position of sect master of the Nine Heavens sect is passed on to Linyu. Chu Tianjuan's majestic voice resounded through the heavens and earth, comparable to the terrifying strength of the cave Xian stage. These words could not only be heard by the disciples of the Nine Heavens sect, but also by the entire land of the three regions. Linyu hadn't gotten the news beforehand, and when he heard that he was going to be the sect leader, he still had an unbelievable look on his face. Lin Yu, why don't you come forward? Chu Tianjun spoke out again. The next moment Lin Yu came back to his senses, quickly calmed down, and then solemnly walked towards Chu Tianjun, finally kneeling on both knees at a distance of one zhang away. Disciple Lin Yu, I will live up to the old ancestors' high expectations, and will bow and die for the clan. Lin Yu bowed very solemnly. He knew that this was his responsibility and mission. It was even more of a trust from the old ancestor. There was no reason to excuse himself, nor could he. Chu Tianjun nodded towards Lin Yu, and then he raised his hand in front of him and gently wiped it, and then a blood-red flying sword appeared. The moment this flying sword appeared, a terrifying pressure spread out in all directions, and it was these spirit transformation stage cultivators in the hall that felt the obvious pressure. This sword is an immortal weapon. It has been re-sacrificed by me. The original name doesn't matter. From now on it will be called the Nine Heavens Sword. With your cultivation, holding this sword can cut through the refined void stage. I hope that you will hold the immortal sword Nine Heavens and lead the Nine Heavens sect to create another glory. Chu Tianjuan's voice echoed in the Nine Heavens mountain range. He re-sacrificed the immortal sword that Lin Fan had once used and bestowed it to Lin Yu. This was a true immortal weapon. With this sword, Lin Yu could indeed kill old monsters of the void refining stage by crossing the level. And since he was originally a sword cultivator of the broken spirit body, this immortal sword would also be able to exert its maximum power in his hands. In this way the Nine Heavens sect was also equivalent to having a top combatant of the void refining stage, which was considered to be a real good steel used on a knife edge. Lin Yu received the Nine Heavens sword with both hands, raised this immortal sword above his head, and finally solemnly walked out of the Nine Heavens hall, displaying himself and the immortal sword Nine Heavens in front of the tens of thousands of disciples of the sect. Subsequently, In the midst of all the attention, Tianxuan opened up separate small cave worlds for a few of his fellow spirit transformation stage disciples and gave these people something shaped like a talismanic seal, which was the key to opening and entering and exiting the small cave worlds. Lu Qingshui and Misty Moon did not want a small cave. One is determined to choose Tianxuan in the future to live where she lives. One is simply do not intend to shut down the cultivation. A mind only think of love. The next day Lu Qingshui began her seclusion, and although she didn't have a small cave heaven, she went directly to the one Chu Tianxuan had opened up on Tianxuan Peak. These days Chu Tianxuan is quite leisurely, daily accompanied by Chu Qiushi and Chu Yue. Hazel Moon came to a lot of time, almost every day early in the morning to the Peach Grove courtyard, until the evening to go back. Hazel Moon's reason to is also very sufficient. After all, Chu Yue is her relative's descendants. Think of this, she also joked with Chu Tianxuan, said that in terms of seniority Chu Tianxuan should be called her grandmother. Good. You asked me to take Yue as a disciple in the beginning, so you just wanted to take advantage of me? Chu Tianxuan was also someone who could joke around, and talked about the 10-year engagement between the two many years ago, but with that said Hazuki felt guilty and stopped making such jokes. Isn't that Xiao Shocking Frost's mountain peak? Why are there so many people? Hazel Moon happened to be trying to change the subject when she suddenly realized that there were many more people on the Shocking Frost peak in the distance. Oh, doesn't the sect have a new rule? There are 5 inner disciples, 10 outer disciples, and 50 places for miscellaneous servants in the name of the Holy Son and Holy Daughter. Xiao Frightening Frost went back to the Korean Duke's residence in the past few days and brought some of her family's children, and now her Frightening Frost peak is quite lively. Chu Qiushi said with a smile. She still had a better understanding of what was happening in the sect. This is actually the clan's additional preferential treatment for the Holy Son and Daughter. Those quotas are also the corresponding resources, like Han Ningxiang and Wang Yi. These either have no relatives, or close relatives are ancient, is still alone, or choose a few eyes of the disciples to help do some chores. But Xiao Qingshan has a huge family, naturally will not give up this kind of clan benefits. This time went back to select a few excellent relatives of the clan children, and dozens of state government for people smart, also a little bit of cultivation qualifications of the slaves. Chapter 98, Going to Tai Academy in person. Xiao Shocking Frost was definitely the most legendary character of the Nine Heavens sect. Her cultivation speed was even faster than Chu Tianxuan, the supreme ancestor, and in the secular world her fame was even greater. A typical case of one person achieving the Tao of the chicken and the chicken, and she was still the one who had achieved the Tao of the chicken and the chicken. However, Xiao Fengshang did not directly arrange for the full 5 inner disciple slots, and only gave one of them to his own younger brother, Xiao Jingyu, who was an ordinary person, and received the resource quota of a Jindan disciple every month. Of the 10 outer disciple slots, Xiao Shocking Frost had arranged for 6, all of which were the outstanding sons of the family. Although the Xiao family is the state duke's house, or the Nings from the Dragon Meritorious, is also considered to have seen the world. But these children of the Xiao family came to the 9 heavenly clans, all kinds of novelty things into the eyes. A person is also like not seen the world in general. Even Xiao Jingyu kept screaming when she saw the flying magic weapons that shuttled between the peaks of the 9 heavenly mountains, as well as the immortal cranes, and even the scaly dragon-like demonic beast mounts. When these people walked to the top of Shocking Frost Peak and saw the majestic halls and pavilions, they were once again in awe. They thought the State Duke's house would be very large, but the magnificent State Duke's house, and the immediate comparison is simply like a country house than the palace, which is the immortal family style. The Xiao family's children stopped in front of the hall pavilion. The next moment a space ripple appeared in the void above. Then Xiao Shocking Frost stepped out of the small cave heaven. She was like an immortal on the ground, looking down on the Xiao family's children at her feet. Is that the legendary small cave world there? A great man is born between heaven and earth, holding power in his hand overlooking all living beings. Such is life. I wonder when I can reach such heights. At the very back of the Xiao family's slaves, a teenager who looked 17 or 18 years old with a stalwart face and a torch-like gaze was secretly thinking in his heart. The teenager just mumbled the thought in his mind, but the next moment a majestic voice responded in his consciousness. District, a most rudimentary cave small world is nothing, but it is only a whole Shen realm of the little guy opened up. You cultivate the great 5 elements. Art is the 3000 divine ability in the ranking of the most top several supreme divine ability. The future achievement is unlimited. Whole Shen stage can only be regarded as a short-term goal. Even if I recover to my heyday, immortals are nothing more than dirt. Emperor, don't brag. Even if you are more powerful, can you be as powerful as the 9 heavenly swords? I heard that's an immortal weapon. The teenager also responded in his consciousness, and the other party's name was very special. Surprisingly, it was just the word emperor. Che, I'm an immortal spirit weapon. Am I not comparable to an ordinary immortal weapon? Forget it, you don't understand even if you say it. cultivate well. The emperor seemed to feel that there was no pleasure in pretending even in front of an unseen brat, and said a few words before hiding away with a lack of interest. The young man's name is Xiao Han, and he was originally just the lowest servant of the state duke's house. But by chance, he saw a meteorite falling from the sky by the river. Xiao Han curiously went forward and saw that it was actually a seal with 5 dragons coiled around it, and he was about to pick it up when he realized that the seal turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the center of his eyebrows. Then Xiao Han consciousness on more than one voice. The other person claimed to be named Emperor, but also taught Xiao Han 5 techniques, and from then on Xiao Han also began to shine. Not long ago Xiao Shocking Frost returned to the house, but also saw the potential of the Xiao Han, will be admired to bring into the Nine Heavens sect. However, currently, Xiao Han was also just an ordinary person with the status of an odd job disciple of the Nine Heavens sect. Although you are my Xiao family children, now both into the clan. In the future will only be the identity of the clan, whether it is my relatives, or you are slaves, as long as the good cultivation, the future to become the inner door to become a true biography can be, especially you Xiao Jingyu. Although you have the identity of the inner sect, the strength cannot match the status. Long will be reduced to a laughingstock. I only give you 2.5 years of time. If 2.5 years later cannot condense Jindan, get back to the state government. Xiao Fengshang said condescendingly. She is very strict on these relatives and slaves, especially on her own brother more strict. The standard of the Nine Heaven sect is now 5 years of Jindan before continuing to increase the resources to cultivate, and Xiao Fengshang to his own brother's time limit has to be reduced by half. Each of these Xiao family children and slaves did not dare to utter an atmosphere, but the next moment Xiao Shocking Frost waved his sleeve. Countless pills fell densely, and soon divided into dozens of small piles, appearing in the hands of the Xiao family children. Xiao Qingyu obtained the most, and those from slave origins like Xiao Han obtained less, but it was still equivalent to the monthly quota of the Nine Heavens Sect's Foundation Establishment disciples. This is the meeting gift. You guys arrange the rest yourselves. After distributing the pills, Xiao Shokfang dropped a sentence and turned around to enter the small cave sky again. Immediately under the arrangement of a Xiao family's butler-like character, Xiao Han and these slaves were all assigned to the appropriate affairs. They had to maintain the frightening frost peak after cultivation, such as tending the medicinal fields, raising spirit beasts, and some other daily tasks, and Xiao Han was assigned to the job of tending the medicinal fields. Previously Xiao Shockfrost briefly appeared that moment. Chu Tianjun also observed with the divine mind. The other side of the words is very satisfied Chu Tianjun. 3 views are very positive. It was rare to put the clan before the family, so Chu Tianjun was much less wary of Xiao Shocking Frost. As for those Xiao family's children and slaves, Chu Tianjun could not possibly pay attention to them, and by common sense a strong person like him could not possibly look at those people more than once. Hazel Moon came to the peach forest small courtyard early in the morning. She also carried a food box in her hand. After opening it, it was exquisite pastries and sweet soups, and the ingredients were not mundane things, but precious spiritual medicines and herbs. All come and taste. This is what I spent all night making. Hazel Moon greeted Chu Tianjun and Chu Qiuzhu, as well as the vegetable Chu Yue who was also pushed out. Misty Moon wasn't practicing much right now and was very addicted to these, so I guess she was reading some kind of love talk book again. Chu Tianjun did not refuse Hazel Moon to do these than what white porridge is really much more, but also he ate only feel the taste is good. If it is the foundation stage or even the Jindan stage to eat these, more than most of the effective pills are good. But it is a pity that Chu Qiuzhu and Chu Yue this pair of salted fish sisters to eat these also useless. Chu Qiuzhu okay point. Some of the mouth and stomach. Chu Yue can only be Qingyun or feed some sweet soup. Purely just figure a sense of ceremony. Well, how's the flavor? Yuner, you also taste it and give me some suggestions. Hazel Moon looked on with an expectant face and even asked Shen Yuner to taste it as well. Shen Yuner, this mending small capable person, is also a generation of fortune against the heavens to say the least. That year is still practicing Qi stage was favored by Chu Tianjun, although unobtrusive, but she unhesitatingly lived under the Tianjun peak, and then established an extremely deep friendship with the young Chu Yue, although her sense of existence has always been very low, and has never done anything dazzling, and even more so, did not get any chance to get the attention of the public, but it is hard to rely on the relationship of the 7 turns and 8 turns, but was able to live in the Peach Grove small courtyard, enjoying resources comparable to the Holy Son and Daughter of the Holy Spirit, but also often hear Chu Tianjun this old ancestor's teachings. Not bad, quite tasty. Chu Tianjun and Chu Qiuzhu both answered perfunctorily. This father and daughter usually do not care about these. Basically every time is also this kind of answer. In the end, Hazel could only place all of her hopes on Shen Yuner, and then the rest would basically be eaten by Shen Yuner, who would then need to feed her feelings back to Hazel, thus repeating the inexplicable benefits. Hazel Moon. Give me your two-eye mirror. This day Chu Tianjun suddenly spoke to Hazel Moon. Hazuki froze for a moment, but still immediately took out the two-way mirror. I will reconsecrate it and return it to you after some time. Chu Tianjun casually put away the two-eye mirror and spoke naturally. Hazel Moon immediately showed ecstasy. All kinds of thoughts in her heart couldn't be suppressed. Dying to die. This is my original treasure. Being re-sacrificed by him. Can it be used as a token of love? After this day, Chu Tianjun rarely appeared again. And although Hazel Moon still came every day, she would not bother, with nothing but anticipation in her eyes. In the following month or two, Ouyang Ming also stepped into the God transformation stage with the Dao of formation, and Zhou Qingfeng and Li Wanhua both reached the God transformation stage, and all three of them voluntarily chose to become elders. None of these things needed to be asked by Chu Tianjun. It was all being handled by Lin Yu, the sect leader. Now, 3 months later Chu Tianjun reappeared and returned the two-eye mirror to Hazel Moon. Hazel Moon held the two-instrument mirror as if it was a treasure. She could feel that as long as it was carefully nurtured, it was only a matter of time before this two-instrument mirror turned into a spiritual treasure. The key was very meaningful. Zhou Ru, go and call Lin Yu here. I'm going to explain some things, and then I'm going to make a trip to the Taiyi Academy. I'll go with you. As soon as Chu Tianjuan's words fell, Hazel Moon volunteered. Chu Tianjun directly waved his hand and said, now that Qingshu is still in seclusion, it would be best for you to stay within the sect. In case anything happens, you will still be able to take care of one or two things. Although Hazel Moon was regretful, she couldn't say anything else because it was Chu Tianjuan's arrangement and it made her feel valued. Chapter 99, The Seat of the Taiyi Palace of Learning. After talking briefly with Lin Yu, Chu Tianjun entered his cave small world. Lu Qingshu was still quietly practicing inside. Here although it did not accelerate as fast as in previous days, but it was also equivalent to practicing inside for 1 day outside for 2 days. It wasn't time acceleration, and it was very costly, in addition to requiring huge spiritual power support. People and things inside declined twice as fast as outside. Lu Qingshu naturally felt Chu Tianjun appear at the first time. She opened her eyes and revealed a smile towards Chu Tianjun. Cultivate at ease. I'll leave my physical body behind to accompany you, and I'll also leave behind part of my divine sense to peer into the mysteries of longevity, Chu Tianjun said while sitting down not far from Lu Qingshu. And then his Yuan Shen separated from his physical body, while behind his physical body, a not too large compass shadow appeared, seemingly calculating something between rotations. Chu Tianjun was already a half-step cave Shen, and his Yuan Shen had completely materialized, meaning that he had completed almost all of the refining of emptiness into reality. Soon after Chu Tianjun quietly left the Nine Heavens sect, he wanted to go to the Taiyi Academy Palace also cannot go with great fanfare. As for the identity and cultivation, there is the 6 instruments heavenly book cover. Chu Tianjun believed that even if that the Mahayana period of the husband will not necessarily be able to discern the clues. Zhengzhou was far away from the 9 heavenly clans, but Chu Tianjun was now able to perform shrinking ground. But a few moments later he stepped onto the Zhengzhou border. Not long after entering the boundaries of the central state, 2 figures appeared in front of Chu Tianjun, one at the early stage of God transformation, and another at the peak of Yuan. Disciples pay their respects to old ancestor. Both of them bowed towards Chu Tianjun, and they were none other than Xinxingji and Zhouang, who had been undercover in the Taiyi Academy Palace for many years. No need to be polite. Let's not reveal our identities for now, Chu Tianjun said with a smile. This old ancestor of his didn't have much of a stance on weekdays. The two then told Chu Tianjun a lot of things about Zhengzhou and Taiyi Academy. This kind of face-to-face understanding is naturally more intuitive than through the transmission of letters. To say that this time Chu Tianjun came at the right time is also very coincidental. Half a month later is the Taiyi Palace of Learning once a decade on the Taoist General Assembly. At that time the husband will be on stage to preach the scriptures. It's natural to visit such an event. I'll just travel around Central State alone for this half month. You guys don't need to follow along. It's inevitable that you'll be suspected after a long period of time. Chu Tianjun commanded casually and soon separated from Xinxingji and Zhouang. In the following half a month, Chu Tianjun, like a traveler, traveled through the cities and villages of Zhengzhou, and also felt the local customs of Zhengzhou, because this is the territory of the Taichi Palace of Science, so the customs of all aspects can reflect the characteristics of the palace. Chu Tianjun summarized after the hierarchy, especially the importance of genius. Half a month passed quickly. Chu Tianjun came to the Taiyi Academy Palace on the first day of the Dao Conference. Xinxingji and Zhouan still appeared at the first time and arranged a place for Chu Tianjun to stay. Old ancestor, tomorrow's Dao discussion assembly. The higher the cultivation level, the greater the potential of the cultivator, the closer they can get to the husband. If you want to hide your identity, I'm afraid that you can only sit in the center. If you make your identity known, It is estimated that you will be able to sit in front of the husband. Xinxingji introduced Chu Tianjun to some matters of the Tai Academy Palace Dao Discussion Assembly. Tai Academy Palace is not strictly speaking a clan, because even if you are a disciple who worships in other clans, as long as you show talent and potential, or are just inherently strong, it is possible to enter the Tai Academy Palace to study without withdrawing from the original clan. This was naturally a sign of Tai Academy's confidence, and this kind of policy had indeed turned Tai Academy into a behemoth, because cultivators with a little bit of talent, or strong strength, had basically furthered their studies in Tai Academy, and the vast majority of them would be thankful to Tai Academy. Of course there was no lack of reverence for the Tai Academy, and mainly for that Mahayana stage husbandman as well. On the second day Chu Tianjun came inside the Academy Palace, because there was Xinxingji, a spirit transformation stage disciple, leading the way. Chu Tianjun easily came to the inner field of the Dao discussion conference. Xinxingji brought Chu Tianjun to the inner field in front of a refined void stage old monster responsible for arranging the seating. Although the school palace Yuan Huagan is full of people, but the refined void stage is still not much, are all the characters with status and power. This Taoist friend looks familiar. He looks to be at the peak of refined void cultivation. This kind of cultivation can sit in the 4 rows of the armor area. The refined void old monster from Tai Academy Palace said quite politely after sizing up Chu Tianjun. Chu Tianjun smiled and nodded. This was in someone else's house. The basic manners of being a human being he still understood. After all, Chu Tianjun's persona is that of a villain, and only the protagonist is condescending. Most villains are actually quite polite. For this seating arrangement Chu Tianjun has no opinion. He feels that sitting anywhere is the same. Anyway, he is not here to make a splash. Soon Chu Tianjun was brought to his seat. The so-called seat is nothing more than a short table and then a brocade cushion. But this is also a very good deal, because there are only 30 or so such seats, and there are 4 rows in total. Chu Tianjun is in the middle of the last row, and obviously this is the so-called Zone A, and it is also the area closest to the Fuzi. And in addition to the A area, those areas in the back are even more humble. Without the short several only have brocade cushions, and then even the back of the cushions do not even have cushions. Soon after Chu Tianjun sat down, the surrounding seats were filled with people one after another, and after about a quarter of an hour, the doctrine arena was filled with people. In the front row of Area A, there were 7 Dongxian realm powerhouses, and then the rest of the entire Area A were all old monsters of the void refining stage. Finally in the attention of all the people, first 1,000 miles of purple gas appeared in the sky. Then the sky above the Tai Palace of Learning was full of smallpox and haze, and in the midst of this dazzling vision, a majestic old man dressed in white robes, with his beard and hair all white, appeared. As soon as this old man appeared, all the people in the doctrine arena rose in unison and made a respectful bow. Welcome master. Chu Tianjun also followed the crowd and stood up. Not exactly a perfunctory salute. This half-month Chu Tianjun traveled through the central state, although he does not fully agree with the philosophy of the Tai Academy. But at least the central state is really rich. The people can also be said to be living in peace and happiness. And such a way of the world has lasted for 10,000 years. Everything is because of the existence of the Fuzi, whether out of the other side of the age, or the things that Chu Tianjun thinks should still be respected. Please be seated. The husbandman lifted his palm in vain before sitting down in his seat. The crowd was showing anticipation at the moment. After all, it was the only Mahayana sermon in this realm. Even Chu Tianjun had expectations. However, the next moment the husband's eyes looked directly at Chu Tianjun, and asked in public, "This little friend is unfamiliar. Is it the first time to come to the Palace of Learning?" Chu Tianjun was a little surprised, but not very surprised, so he slowly got up, and then replied with a smile, "Greetings to the husband. It is indeed the first time for the late generation to come. Can I ask my little friend a few questions?" "Husbandman please, how much time did little friend use to cultivate to the Yuaning stage?" Chu Tianjun hesitated when he heard this question, but still answered truthfully, 6 years. 6 years Yuaning. You may go up to the front row. The teacher nodded with a smile. The next moment there were disciples from the Academy Palace who came to move Chu Tianjun's seat to the 3rd row. Chu Tianjun came to his new seat and bowed slightly to express his gratitude, but he did not continue to sit down. How much time did it take to cultivate to the Transformation God stage? Fu Zi continued to ask. This time Chu Tianjun did not hesitate and directly replied, 30 years. 30 years of the Transformation of God stage may move up 1 row. The teacher continued, and Chu Tianjun's seat moved forward another row. No one was surprised at this time, because in the Tai Academy, Chu Tianjun's kind of promotion speed just happened to be the standard for geniuses. When he reached the 2nd row the husband continued to ask, and how many years did it take to reach the refined void stage? 40 years, Chu Tianjun still answered dryly. But this time, the entire doctrine arena was boiling. Cultivating immortality becomes more and more difficult the further back you go. 6 years of yuaning in the front. 30 years of transforming into a god. It's not a big deal for the Tai School Palace. But 40 years of refining the void stage is a record that is unprecedented for all of the Tai School Palaces. 40 years of void refining can go to the first row, the teacher said with a bigger smile on his face. After the seats were placed in the first row, side by side with the Dongshan realm powerhouses, Chu Tianjun also sat down directly. But the next moment the husband asked again. I wonder how my little friend is addressed. Ji Xuanyu. Chu Tianjun smiled and uttered 3 words. And when Chu Tianjun said Ji Xuanyu's name, the husband laughed out loud, laughing several times before stopping. The latter husband did not ask Chu Tianjun any more questions, and finally officially began the sermon. But just as Chu Tianjun uttered the name Ji Xuanyu, far away on an inconspicuous mountain peak in the southern domain, the real Ji Xuanyu had just plucked a cucumber from the vine. She rubbed her sleeve over the surface of the cucumber and then just nibbled on it. Just after nibbling 2 bites, Ji Xuanyu's gaze suddenly looked in the direction of the central state, and she squinted her eyes slightly, as if she could see millions of miles away, and could even hear voices. Suddenly Ji Xuanyu laughed, and then said to himself with an expression of watching the fun, "Ha ha, Fong Su Shine, you cowardly and hypocritical guy. Finally someone can clean you up." Chapter 100. The Son of Fortune wants to steal his family. Chu Tianjun sat in a seat very close to the husband and listened to the husband there for half an hour in the sky. Fu Zi actually speaks very well. Many truths Chu Tianjun also recognized, but to his level, the concept has been deeply rooted. Even if the other party is a Mahayana cultivator, will only hold a scrutinizing mentality to listen to. Finally the husband left, and the free time entered in the doctrine arena, and this freedom remained distinct. A few people at the Dongshan stage communicating together, a group of people at the refining void stage communicating together, and a large group of people at the transformation of God stage divided into many small groups communicating together, obviously in one place, but not disturbing each other. Husband all said that the sacred lord can sit in the first row. How about exchanging ideas together if you don't mind? One of the several Dongshan stage powerhouses took the initiative to invite Chu Tianjun. Obviously this person knew Ji Xuanyu. Chu Tianjun also politely arched his hand towards these several Dongshan realms before joining these people in the discussion with a frank expression. Cognizance of the Dongshan realm. Chu Tianjun, this refining stage cultivator, is actually more penetrating than these few real Dongshan stage in front of him. Some things Chu Tianjun said. Several Dongshan stage great powers seem to be enlightened. And look at Chu Tianjun's gaze, gradually some admiration up. After the end of the Dao conference, Chu Tianjun chose to stay in the Tai Academy Palace. He found that the Tai Academy Palace did still have some good things. In the library of the Academy Palace, he saw a lot of ancient books that he had never seen before, and there was no lack of them that were useful to him. Tai Academy Palace's bookstore is very large. Chu Tianjun and do not need to eat and sleep. He is almost always in the bookstore. So a month, 3 months, a year, 2 years, 3 years, later on, everyone in the Tai Academy knew that there was a person named Ji Xuanyu in the bookstore who had been reading books day and night. 6 years had passed in a flash. Chu Tianjun was still reading books in the Tai Academy Palace bookstore. According to his progress, at most another half a year, the entire bookstore of the Tai Academy Palace would be finished by him. On the other hand, 6 years the Nine Heavens sect had developed very rapidly, especially since Qingshu had also successfully stepped into the void refining stage a year ago, and she was living up to her name as the Supreme Elder. Qingshu left the small cave heaven and appeared in the Peach Grove small courtyard, meeting Chu Qiuzhu, who she hadn't seen for a long time, as well as Chu Yue. And of course, Hazel Moon, who was living a leisurely life. The Salty sisters naturally did not change in the slightest, not to mention that it was still the years when Chu Tianjun was absent. But Qingshu was a bit puzzled when she saw Hazel Moon. First of all, Hazel Moon these 5 years is also the cultivation is not the slightest inch. Is really the kind of a slightest growth or not? Normal situation of goddess of mercy stage cultivator, even if not deliberately cultivate. Do not take pills. A few years of time will also have a slight growth of the Yuanshan. Can do Hazel Moon this kind of? There is only one possibility. That is, she is suppressing the cultivation. There was also the most important point. Now that Hazel Moon had seen Qingshu advance to a great realm, she didn't have the same kind of posture that she used to have when she wanted to compare and compete. Just shortly after Qingshu's exit, there was also a small buzz on Frightening Frost Peak, since Xiao Frightening Frost's younger brother, Xiao Jingyu, formed a Jindan at the deadline 2.5 years ago. After almost 3 years, another Jindan was born in the Xiao family. This new Jindan disciple was unexpected to everyone, and also included the equally unexpected Xiao Shocking Frost at the Goddess of Transformation stage. as it was actually Xiao Han, who came from a slave. Xiao Han, you are very good. From now on you are an inner disciple. This Thunderblade is a magic treasure that I used in my early years, so I will give it to you today, and I hope that you will keep your feet on the ground in the future to climb the peak again. Xiao Shocking Frost did not look down on Xiao Han because of his origin. Instead, he gave away a magic treasure. This scene was a scene that made the heart of Xiao Jingyu on the side suddenly jealous, because he had formed a Jindan a few years before, and his sister hadn't even sent herself a magic treasure. Once he thought that he was a Jindan who had cultivated for 2.5 years, while Xiao Han had used a full 5 years and 3 months, all of which had already exceeded the standard definition of the sect's definition of a genius disciple, and his sister seemed to value Xiao Han even more. The more Xiao Jingyu thought about it, the more he became angry. Xiao Shocking Frost was not favoring one over the other, but she was very clear that her own younger brother, Xiao Shocking Yu, that was using countless pills and heavenly materials to pile up a golden dan in 2.5 years, but Xiao Han was relying on his own cultivation to come up. Moreover, Xiao Shocking Frost also knew that Xiao Han had not only been doing chores on Shocking Frost Peak over the years, but had also taken up clan tasks to go out from time to time, which made his cultivation time actually even less, and from the point of view of the time it took to cultivate to Jindan alone, Xiao Han was definitely a genius. Many thanks for the reward, Missy. Xiao Han will live up to Missy's expectations. Xiao Han respectfully accepted the Thunderblade. He did not care about this magic treasure, but he was indeed very happy today, because at the Jindan stage, he possessed the identity of an inner disciple, and was considered to have truly gotten rid of the stigma of being a slave. Emperor, what do you think these people would look like if they knew that it actually took me less than a year to form the Golden Dan? As he bowed, Xiao Han's consciousness was still communicating with the Emperor in a spirited manner. What you condensed is the Great 5 Elements Golden Dan. There are 5 times when you form the Dan. Once this Golden Dan is completed, not only is the wonderful use infinite, but the spiritual potential is 5 times that of an ordinary Golden Dan, and it is only a matter of time for you to become an immortal in the future. At the moment it's better to keep a low profile. There's no need to show it off in front of these mole crickets. The Emperor's majestic voice resounded in Xiao Han's consciousness, advising Xiao Han not to reveal his underpinnings for the time being. I know, summer insects can't talk about ice, and they won't understand if they show their strength in front of these idiots. Xiao Han also recognized the Emperor's statement, and he didn't think about pretending or anything. However, just when Xiao Han was in a state of high spirits, he suddenly heard Xiao Shocking Frost's voice that was obviously much colder. Xiao Han, let me remind you for the last time, this is a sect. There is no Missy. You can call me Holy Maiden or Senior Sister. Remember, this is the last time. Xiao Shocking Frost's voice was not only cold, but also carried a trace of murderous aura, which was different from the previous one that had a face of relief and looked at Xiao Han with a little expectation. Xiao Han was startled in his heart and hurriedly bowed his body even lower before he hurriedly said, Senior Sister's lesson is right. There will definitely not be a next time. Just glancing at Xiao Han, Xiao Shocking Frost once again returned to the small cave heaven, and everyone felt a long sigh of relief when she left. This 9 Heavens sect is indeed a bit of a thing. You and Xiao Shocking Frost are destined to be bound to each other, and she is also obviously favorably disposed towards you, but the sect's influence on her is still so great that she has even moved to kill just by a mere name. The Emperor's voice appeared again, this time becoming very serious. You keep saying that this 9 Heavens sect has unimaginably great opportunities? What exactly is that? Xiao Han also became serious. He had heard the Emperor say that there was an unimaginable chance in this world, and it was basically certain that it was in the 9 Heavens sect. That chance was much bigger than the Emperor itself, and even Xiao Han suspected that the Emperor had sought himself out for this so-called chance, but exactly what it was the Emperor couldn't say a thing about it. Anyway, just know that it's in the 9 Heavens sect. You just need to raise your cultivation as soon as possible, and in the future, be the Sect Leader, be the Ancestor, and have the entire 9 Heavens sect firmly in your hands. No matter what it is, it will be yours, Emperor said dryly. This strategy of his was simple and rough as well. Chapter 101, Cade Xian Shakes the Mahayana. Chu Tianjun is still reading books in the Tai Academy Palace bookstore, and soon the time has come to the 7th year. By now he was standing in front of the last bookshelf, and the book in his hand was the last one in the library. After reading the book for 7 years, Chu Tianjuan's breath became more calm and steady, and when he finished the last page and gently closed the last book, the robbery clouds appeared in the sky above the Tai Academy Palace. A heavenly calamity? Someone from the Academy Palace is going to cross the tribulation? No! You guys see that this apocalypse cloud is very powerful. This is only not an ordinary heavenly calamity. This is at least a heavenly tribulation of the Dongxian realm. The world is about to produce another Dongxian stage powerhouse. Countless murmurs rang out as everyone in the Tai Academy looked to the sky. This heavenly tribulation was precisely Chu Tianxuan's Dongxian heavenly tribulation. And this time he did not directly absorb the heavenly tribulation to refine it, but instead, his figure leaped and flew towards the sky, and then bathed under the endless heavenly tribulation thunder, as if he was being baptized. After crossing the heavenly tribulation so many times, Chu Tianxuan was finally a little more normal. Dongxian, this time Chu Tianxuan's normal tribulation, but through the heavenly tribulation to push back some of the rules of the immortal realm, a true insight into the mystery. Chu Tianxuan crossing the tribulation did not last long, about half an incense burner, and this time there is still no heart demon tribulation. In fact, Chu Tianxuan was very eager for a heart demon tribulation to occur because heart demon tribulation was related to the soul and intention, and in this regard, he had very little research and no channels to go through, and Chu Yaowei's delay in awakening was related to it. If the heart demon tribulation could appear, it is estimated that Chu Tianxuan would have to ravage the heart demon and then drain the so-called heart demon before he would give up. Little friend, please also come and gather. After Chu Tianxuan's tribulation ended and he officially became a Dongxian stage cultivator, Fu Zi was the first to invite him. Chu Tianxuan smiled and landed in front of the pavilion where the husbandman resided, walking in under the guidance of the attendant. The outside looks like a pavilion, but after entering it is actually a small cave world. And husband's small cave world is arranged in a beautiful mountainous landscape, and there is a courtyard between the bamboo forest cover. Husband's son, this place is good. When Chu Tianxuan entered the courtyard, he arched his hand towards husbandman and said. Husbandman got up to welcome him, and then the two of them sat opposite each other in the courtyard, with spiritual fruits and spiritual tea in front of them, in an appearance of sitting and discussing. After the two were seated, the husband was the first to speak. You are not Ji Xianyu. Why shouldn't I be? Because you weren't meant to be. They all say I'm not, but I say I am. A meeting between the two on the Chu Tianxuan is not Ji Xuanyu. This question entangled. Chu Tianxuan is insisting that he is Ji Xuanyu. Seeing Chu Tianxuan so insistent, the husband looked at Chu Tianxuan with some surprise. The next moment Chu Tianxuan's mouth lifted up in a smile, and then his 5 fingers opened, and then slowly closed, making a fist gesture. As he closed his 5 fingers, the aura of the entire Tai Academy palace was being rapidly siphoned off, and ignoring Fu Zi's small cave heaven isolation. The aura within a radius of 100 miles was actually all siphoned off by Chu Tianxuan within a few breaths. The people of the Tai Academy all felt the aura instantly disappear. All of them were shocked, still thinking that the world had produced some huge change. Tiny means of the heaven swallowing creation technique. Now I can be Ji Xianyu? Chu Tianxuan said as he looked towards Fu Zi with great meaning. He was clearly only a cave Xian stage cultivator, but in the face of the Mahayana stage Fu Zi, there was not a single bit of fear. And it was a posture of absolute equality. Now it's whoever you want it to be. Suddenly the husband said somewhat helplessly. Husband is so penetrating. My junior admires. I don't know what kind of instruction husband is looking for me for. Chu Tianxuan still said with a smiling face. The old man Yuan had traveled to the immortal realm. The immortal realm is not a happy land. It is just a world that is even more vast than ours, with even more strict hierarchies, and filled with the weak and the strong everywhere. Suddenly Fu Zi spoke with a somewhat grave tone. Chu Tianxuan is not surprised at all. After all, in front of you this is a living for hundreds of thousands of years, has been cultivated to the extreme of this realm of the Mahayana cultivator. Even if it has been to the immortal world is very reasonable. The next moment Chu Tianxuan also responded bashfully. Isn't that reasonable? Fu Zi understands what Chu Tianxuan means by this reasonable. He means that the immortal world is very hierarchical everywhere, full of the weak and the strong. And these are very reasonable. Little friend is also a supreme figure in this realm, holding great power overlooking all living beings. Would you be willing to go to the immortal realm to be an ant at the lowest level? The husband's son had a bitter look on his face. The implication of this was surprisingly to advise Chu Tianxuan not to ascend in the future. Chu Tianxuan really did not expect the husband to find himself as this meaning. Some unexpected look at the husband, and then the tone of some disdain said, so have been to the immortal world of the husband. You lost ambition? Willing to shrink to be a chicken head, also do not do phoenix tail? Honestly, Chu Tianxuan said this is very adventurous. Basically normal people talk about here will talk about the collapse, not to mention the status of the respected cultivation for this world invincible husband. But the next moment the husband was not angry, but continued to say bitterly, I'm doing this all for the good of all beings. I'm establishing order in this realm to guard all beings. You've seen the prosperity of the central state, and you know about the heyday of the school palace. So what's wrong with that? The way is different, and perhaps the husband thinks it is good, but I feel that what all beings need is the truth. No one wants to live in the illusion woven by others. Ordinary people can't see the scenery above the white clouds, much less know what's outside the firmament. but I know that everyone has had a similar dream of running to the stars and the sea. Chu Tianjun directly got up and said, his and Fu Zi's concepts are indeed very different. In Chu Tianjuan's eyes, Fu Zi is like a supreme person who is addicted to box theater. Because he is addicted, so he also wants others to accompany him. At this point Chu Tianjun already had an impression of Fu Zi, and this impression was negatively labeled. That is, timid, little friend. Everything must be measured. There are too many heavenly prides in this world, as many as the carp that crosses the river, but how many of them can live for thousands and thousands of years? Only those who live are qualified to change the world. Husbandman also slowly stood up. The temperament is still elegant, but the body of the unique belongs to the Mahayana stage of the pressure is already ready to go. That's true, because I'm only a little friend in Fu Zi's eyes, but I think Fu Zi should call me a Taoist friend? Chu Tianjun suddenly smiled again towards Fu Zi and slapped his palm towards Fu Zi before the words left his mouth. At the same time that this palm was slapped out, the shadow of the compass directly emerged behind Chu Tianjun. But this time the shadow of the compass was significantly different from the past, and in the absence of the power projected by the 2 pages of the 6 instrumental heavenly book, the immortal seal on the compass was also of a dazzling golden color. Fu Zi frowned, and he did not slow down in the slightest, and similarly launched his palm to meet Chu Tianjun, while a round of blazing sun unexpectedly appeared behind Fu Zi. That blazing sun emitted an extremely high temperature, and the surrounding space was visibly distorted, and before the 2 men could make contact with each other's palms, this small cave sky could not withstand it and directly collapsed and collapsed. The next moment Chu Tianjun and Fu Zi appeared in the sky above the Tai Academy Palace, each with a vision behind them, instantly attracting countless gazes. But do not wait for these people to react. To the 2 palms as the center, a horror of energy ripples stirred up. Just a moment of the etheric palace as the center, within a radius of 1,000 miles turned into a ruin. Countless monks and mortals suffered. The number of casualties do not know the geometry? Only those Yuaning stage or above, or timely activation of defensive formations, or carry a very good defensive magic treasure of the lucky to save their lives. At this moment, even the school palace that a few whole Shenxian stage great powers are also equally horrified, because even they need to use the means to resist the aftermath of this exchange of blows. Chu Tianjun and Fu Zi's exchanges didn't even look like they were finished yet, but they had already created a great deal of damage. However, after that one energy ripple, there was no more terrifying destructive force that continued to appear. But then many people heard Chu Tianjuan's somewhat sarcastic voice ringing out. Ha ha, Fu Zi, I kind of see. This so-called establishment of order of yours is also just based on your selfishness. If I'm not wrong, you netted the world's talents, seemingly to cultivate and teach them. But in reality there is some kind of ulterior secret, right? When Fu Zi tried to impose his will on Chu Tianjun, to make Chu Tianjun submit with his Mahayana cultivation, he added another impression label to Fu Zi. That is hypocrisy. However, in a few moments, Chu Tianjun realized that Fu Zi was actually a timid and hypocritical person, which was word for word the same as Ji Xianyu's assessment of Fu Zi. Fellow Taoist is not a kind person. You and I casually fight to make life miserable. See, you have no hesitation and guilt in your heart. So why bother to talk about morality? You really want to be my enemy? Husbandman did not deny Chu Tianjuan's questioning, and the address did become a Taoist friend. He also disliked Chu Tianjun 2 sentences back, but also dry. I've never claimed to be a good person, and several of the heavenly fates have called me an old thief and dog, saying that I'm a villain. Since it's a battle of ideas, let's fight it out openly and honestly. This Jiu Shao Sect Supreme Elder Ancestor Chu Tianjun, today announced to the world. From now on Jiu Shao Sect and Tai School Palace start war. Chu Tianjun proudly between heaven and earth. To whole Xian hard to shake the Mahayana. Also let the Mahayana stage cannot be helped, but also directly announced that the 9 Heavens Sect and Tai Palace of Learning to go to war. This result Fu Zi obviously also not surprised. Chu Tianjun initiative that moment he should also think of. The Mahayana cultivator is ultimately not a small person. At this time still cloudy and light, as if everything is in control. With that, Fu Zi and Chu Tianjun closed their hands almost simultaneously, and the visions behind the 2 of them dissipated. Yesterday's interactive gift exceeded $10, so I'll add 2 more chapters today, totaling 10,000 words of updates, with 1 more chapter to follow. P.S. Tomorrow both Rui and Lu and Hazel Moon's identities will be revealed. Chapter 102, The 9 Heavens Sect has no shortage of oddballs. Chu Tianjun wanted to leave, Fu Zi could not stop him, and he took Shinxingji and Zhouang to leave the central state to return to the 9 Heavens Sect. However, Chu Tianjun doesn't know that just a few months ago, a secret realm that has never existed before was opened, and after a brief look by 2 god transformation stage true monarchs of the 9 Heavens Sect to confirm that the secret realm wasn't in too much danger, Lin Yu had the sect release the mission. Let a few Yuaning true legend. and dozens of Jindan inner door deep into the secret realm, because it is the first time to explore the new secret realm on a large scale, so those who take the task not only get the clan reward, the secret realm proceeds are all belong to the individual. The two god transformation true lords had actually found something very remarkable in the secret realm. There was a stone door in the secret realm that was protected by a powerful prohibition, and there were rare immortal seals on the door. In theory, with such a good thing, the Nine Heavens sect should have sent a large number of god transformation true lords to directly forcefully blast open the stone doors in this secret realm. After all, the Nine Heavens sect is now strong. There are more than a dozen god-realizing true monarchs. Lin Yu, the sect leader, is even holding an immortal sword, as well as Ouyang Ming, a master of formations. Put down a little money to spend some time. Immortal weapons can be given to the shattering, but Lin Yu didn't do that. Instead, he found Chu Qiushi at the first opportunity. Sect Master, remember what Senior Brother Yi said? The son of Qi Fortune should have already appeared within the sect. Perhaps this is an opportunity to find out the son of Qi Fortune. Bring Senior Brother Yi here and let's discuss this together. Chu Qiushi didn't immediately arrange to seize the secret realm, but instead mentioned a person called Senior Brother Yi. Soon another god transformation true lord of the Nine Heavens sect appeared, and this person was Wang Yi, who didn't have much of a presence either, but was almost at the same time as Lin Yu, and had only spent 10 years in a row crossing the two major realms of Yuan and god transformation. In the 4th year of Chu Tianxuan's departure to the Tai Academy Palace, this Wang Yi, who could be called the number one otaku of the Nine Heavens sect, suddenly took the initiative to find Lin Yu and told him an unbelievable piece of news. Based on the frequency of secret realms opening over the years, there are many more secret realms that have never appeared before that have appeared, and the third wave of the Qi eruption has already begun. So I've concluded that another son of Qi has already appeared, and based on the entry into these secret realms, this son of Qi is hidden within the clan. Wang Yi said something without a clue, and at first Lin Yu, who was listening, was confused. However, soon Wang Yi made a detailed explanation. It turned out that as early as when Yichen appeared back then, he had detected an increase in the frequency of the opening of the secret realm, as well as an obvious surge in the resource output of the secret realm, as well as the abnormalities of the frequent appearance of some great opportunities. Wang Yi counted and recorded the various data over the years in detail, from the opening and output of the secret realm, to the number of high-ranked cultivators that appeared, and the frequency of the appearance of exotic treasures, for which he also drew up a chart. On this chart, it clearly reflected that there was a wave of Qi eruption around the Nine Heavens sect after Yi Chen's appearance, which briefly smoothed out for a period of time after Yi Chen's death, and then after Lin Fan's appearance. The chart once again showed a wave of peaks. The charts went into a brief lull again a couple of years ago, but the chart trends show that the chakra bursts are once again occurring, which means that a new round of chakra bursts has begun. Then Lin Yu told Chu Qiushi about this matter, looking in front of him justified, in another form, to reach the achievement of the undiscovered. Wang Yi, Chu Qiushi can only silently sigh. The Nine Heavens sect is not short of oddballs. Of course, there was no doubt that Wang Yi was also a talent, or a very special kind of talent, and it was fortunate that this kind of talent also had his heart set on the sect. With Wang Yi's news, Chu Qiushi and Lin Yu paid special attention to this type of situation. At first they all focused on Xiao Qingshan, but Xiao Qingshan, after Chu Tianjun left the clan, she barely left the small cave, and even more so, did not step out of the clan for half a step. In the following years, although the secret realms around the world were frequently opened, and the Nine Heavens sect also had quite a few disciples who gained the opportunity, but there were just too many of these people, and there were no disciples who had that kind of obvious burst of Qi. So for a while the process of searching for the son of Qi was also without any clues. But now that this secret realm that was obviously set up by the immortal realm had appeared, the opportunity had come. So we now have a good chance to find out this son of fortune. This is a brand new secret realm and has great opportunities within it. 9 times out of 10 it is prepared for the son of fortune. As long as we know who is getting the most benefits from this secret realm, then we will be able to basically lock onto the target. What do Sect Leader Senior Brother and Senior Brother Yi think? Chu Qiushi spoke out her thoughts. She wanted to use this secret realm that was obviously prepared by the immortal realm for the sons of Qi to lock down the target. Since it's a son of fortune, then no matter what the arrangements in the underworld will let him enter the secret realm. Release the mission, which will definitely have a son of fortune. When the time comes, we'll arrange another team of trusted disciples. These disciples don't do anything, just monitor and record the harvests of the other disciples will be enough. Wang Yi immediately added a detailed plan. This guy was obviously very knowledgeable in this area. Chu Qiushi had already roughly guessed that this deeply hidden senior brother Yi must have quietly shunned a lot of Yi Chen and Lin Fan's benefits during the first 2 outbursts of Qi. Otherwise, how could he have cultivated so quickly? However, since Wang Yi took the initiative to confess his cards, it was a brush full of sense of belonging to the clan. there was no need to be too wary of it. Having such a talent would only benefit the clan without any harm. Under the conspiracy of these three, the clan mission was released, in which Ying personally selected a Yuan true disciple with a demon bloodline, and a few Jindan disciples who did not have too obvious clique imprints to join the secret realm exploration team. This matter Ying volunteered to take over. After all, Chucho resignation cultivation is not high, but also do not have the heart to stare at these specific things. Lin Yu, the head of the daily affairs of the busy. As for the emergence of cliques, it is also a necessity. The Nine Heavens sect is now too huge. The number of disciples up and down the sect has exceeded 50,000, and the number of Yuaning disciples has broken through the 100 mark. And in the 8 years that Chu Tianxuan has been gone, there have been 3 more disciples who have advanced to the god transformation stage. Once there are more people, some things are inevitable. With a Yuaning true biography as the core, a large number of small groups naturally appeared. These small groups mostly existed in the form of fellow townsmen, same year, or family children like Shao Qingshuang. There are also these years Jiu Shaozong have taught no one. Those who sincerely submit to the Jiu Shaozong demon race, not only will be accepted as a disciple of the clan, and even allows people and demons to fall in love freely, and become a couple or even husband and wife. Have been several cases. There were already a few Yuaning trueborns who were of demonic or human-demon hybrids, and those hybrid cultivators containing demonic bloodlines naturally gravitated towards these trueborns of the same race, and natural cliques were born. In just 1 day's time, the quota for exploring the brand new secret realm was full, and Chu Qiuji, Lin Yu, and Wan Yi all got their lists. There were more than 30 people on this list, 6 Yuaning and 28 Jindan, of which Xiao Han's name was in an inconspicuous position. Chapter 103 Ruyan Lu comes to the door. The most valuable thing in the new secret realm was what was behind the stone door, and as expected by Wang Yi, the stone door that could not be easily opened by several harmonized god-true lords joining hands was inexplicably opened after the arrival of this exploration squad. After the stone door, there are many crises. The strength of this exploration team is also very not bad to say the least. 6 Yuaning plus 28 Jindan, put in the past, is the strength of a medium to large-sized clan. While collecting the treasures behind the stone door, this team also paid a terrible price. 2 Yuaning died and 7 Jindan fell. Emperor, I would have had the opportunity to obtain quite a few of these good things, so why should I easily give them away? Xiao Han looked at many of his fellow disciples along the way who had obtained enviable magic treasures or strange treasures, but Xiao Han had only collected a few spirit grasses and a few things that looked obviously miscellaneous. The next moment the Emperor's majestic voice resounded in Xiao Han's mind. You've already gotten the best. Too much of everything is too little. Being too dazzling will only make people notice you. Not to mention that as long as you obtain the Nine Heavens sect, doesn't all this equate to being yours as well? Xiao Han's consciousness paused for a moment. He felt like he was just picking up rags. How could he say that he had gotten the best? The Emperor probably knew Xiao Han's thoughts and then continued to speak out. The seemingly insignificant stone lamp you collected by the side of the road after entering the stone door just now is the best thing here. How could it be? That is clearly a very ordinary stone lamp. Just the material is barely useful. I was all set to take it back and melt it into materials. Xiao Han did not quite believe it. Haven't seen the knowledge. Although that thing looks ordinary, it's actually a long bright lamp from a holy place in the immortal world. Although it's only a common object for the mansion in the eyes of the immortal elder, but that's after all the thing used by the immortal elder. As long as you rekindle it, the long bright static fire inside is enough to allow you to cultivate your Red Emperor Fire Emperor skill in a great circle. In this way you'll have completed 1/5 of your cultivation of the Great Five Elements technique. With this alone, it will be enough for you to step into Yuaning. The Emperor explained to Xiao Han very patiently, and the amount of information in these words was also very large. Xiao Han and Yichuan Lin Fan has the essential difference. He not only stoic, but also did not want to take advantage of all the benefits of the idea. And even in some ways, Xiao Han is one of those more normal people, and it seems that there is something in the underworld to help him to hide. And to this day still no one has to notice that he's special. After this trip to the secret realm was over, Wang Yi and Chu Qiuji were both dumbfounded. Although the surveillance did have 2 or 3 disciples who had gained great benefits in the secret realm, one of the Yuaning real people even obtained a complete spiritual treasure. However, these people did not overlap at all with those who had shown in the previous secret realms in Wang Yi's statistics, which meant that there was a great deal of chance. There seems to be something wrong with things. The trend of Qi eruption has obviously taken shape, and looking at this trend it's almost close to the peak of the previous 2 times. According to the pattern of the previous 2 times, the sons of Qi should have already gained most of the benefits, but this time, why are these resources being dispersed in such a way? There is definitely a problem here. Wang Yi looked at his statistical chart and fell into unprecedented contemplation. Perhaps, the person who laid it out is even more skillful. Right. and used some means that we haven't discovered yet to interfere. Or maybe that Son of Qi has already obtained something really good. Chu Qiuji was also pondering. She did think of a few possibilities. Right. There is another method. Suddenly Wang Yi seemed to have thought of something as well. Lin Yu and Chu Qiushi both immediately turned their gazes towards him, and then they only saw Wang Yi take out a booklet, and then countless names flew out, and another chart appeared in the void, and then finally, amongst the countless names, there were 3 names that gradually became darker in color, and became extremely eye-catching. Found it. It should be among these 3. The 3 of them are the people who have entered the secret realm the most times over the past few years, and all of them are still alive and well. Wang Yi pointed to the 3 names and said, he found out the people who had entered the secret realm the most times over the years and were still alive and well. It just so happened that among those 3 names was Xiao Han's. Then keep an eye on these 3 people's movements. Lin Yu, the sect leader, immediately nodded and said, finding out the Sons of Qi has always been the most passionate thing for the core hierarchy of the Nine Heavens sect. After all, the Sons of Qi were not only the greatest threat to the Nine Heavens sect, but they also represented a vast amount of resources and an opportunity for the Nine Heavens sect to rise. Xiao Han's demeanor was normal after he returned from the secret realm, and with the help of the emperor, he quickly lit the sacred ground everlasting lamp and then began to draw on the everlasting pure flame. This was a very mild immortal realm flame that immortal elders used to illuminate to create an atmosphere, but it was also an extremely powerful flame for ordinary immortals, and for Xiao Han it was a shortcut to cultivation. Half a month later Xiao Han had cultivated the Red Emperor Fire Emperor skill to great completion, and at this point his cultivation manifestation was already at the late Jindan stage. 8 years to cultivate to the late stage of Jindan cannot be counted as much amazing talent. From the heavenly pride is also still far away, but also belongs to the clan has the potential of the disciple. Resources will also be somewhat tilted. As soon as Xiao Han emerged from the gate, a few disciples who had befriended Xiao Han hurriedly came, and over the years, Xiao Han had also met quite a few friends, and there were even a few who had particularly good relationships. Xiao Han quickly go to Tianxing Terrace. Senior Sister Mingyu and Wansan Luo are fighting. A disciple hurriedly said to Xiao Han. Sister Mingyue's full name was Zhang Mingyue, and she was a Yuan Tian that Xiao Han had known since he was at the Foundation establishment stage, and after following this Sister Mingyue down to the secret realm a couple of times, Xiao Han respected the other party as well. For what? Xiao Han immediately asked with concern. He was aware of the name One Forest, also a Yuan true biography, and this person was also the 10th ranked powerhouse in the Heavens Pride ranking, the man of the hour in the Nine Heavens sect, not long ago a senior sister of Bright Moon Peak and a disciple of Sanluo Peak, at the same time found a spiritual grass. Both of them were in great need of each other, so they went out and fought. The youngest senior sister was hit by the other side of the demonic power, and was injured very seriously, although she was rescued by Bright Moon's senior sister. Her cultivation was very difficult to make progress again. Senior Sister Mingyue then made an appointment with Wansan Luo to fight at Tianxing Tai, to take out her anger on junior sister. Xiao Han's best friend recounted what had happened, which was quite an unusual clan conflict. As for that heavenly pride list, is due to these years Yuan Tuan too much. 9 heavenly sky sect disciples spontaneous got a heavenly pride list, in order to give this hundreds of Yuan Tuan ranked, but only ranked the top 10. And the top of the Heavens Pride ranking was no other than the Qingyun with the lowest presence. She can be at the top of the list, mainly because of that clan competition a few years ago, when Chu Tianjun was not there. Lin Yu held it as usual in accordance with the usual practice. Only now that the clan competition has cancelled the competition below the Jindan, and the Yuaning stage is more interesting. Chu Qiuzhu yelled at boredom. Let Qingyun also go to participate. And then the spiritual power thick to outrageous. Magic treasure is also outrageous. A lot of people have not heard of the name of the person, all the way through the Yuaning fellow invincible. No suspense won the first. Qingyun didn't have heaven-defying chances, but Tianjun Peak had an unimaginable amount of resources, and all sorts of spiritual grasses that increased spiritual energy and increased the ceiling that no one else had seen, but she was able to pick them with her hands. Chu Tianjun or Lu Qingshu will often discard some of the precious edges. These are collected by Qingyun. She also does not seek to refine what superb treasure, but cannot help the precious edges is too much. So many years down the line, she refines the treasure filled with a storage bag and a storage bag. One time to throw out dozens of pieces do not bring heartache. Together with Lu Qingxue and Hazel Moon giving some benefits from time to time. Han Ningxiang refined pills. Qingyun was also in a relatively high priority to try out, and even she herself was not clear about how she became the top of the Heavens Pride list. But compared to Qingyun, this inexplicable top of the list, Tianjiao list of the remaining 9 Yuaning, can be a real knife mountain and sea of fire out of the North Ping Demon Clan. South Destroy Demon Sect, under the secret realm of the Jedi, are all proud. but also basically smooth breakthrough to the existence of Goddess of Transformation. Tianzhou list of the 10th 10,000 Sunluo. Cultivation is the Devil's Way technique, a body of devil's work that is really good. Jiang Mingyue and her would have been a bit of a gap. When Xiao Han came to the front of the Tianxing platform, Jiang Mingyue had already reached the edge of defeat. Senior sister Jiang, go back and cultivate for a few more years. In the end, Wan Sunluo invoked a huge skeleton and struck Jiang Mingyue with a single blow, causing her Yuaning to shrivel up. Tianxing Terrace so many years on the contrary. No one to kill. This kind of clan bottom line everyone still maintains a very good. Jiang Mingyue injured recuperation for a year and a half will not have a big problem. According to the regulations, if you have fought on Tianxing stage, regardless of whether you win or lose, both sides' grudges are written off. Wan Sunluo originally had nothing to lose and won, but when he was about to leave the Tianxing platform, he hesitated for a moment, but still cupped his fists and said to Jiang Mingyue, "I'm sorry senior sister Jiang, that disciple on my peak. I'll teach him a good lesson when I get back as well." Jiang Mingyue actually knew that she wasn't a match for Wan Sunluo, and going up to the heavenly Xingtai was also more of an attitude, letting those disciples who were dependent on her know that there was something that senior sister Mingyue would come out on top, and that the outcome didn't really matter anymore. This matter would have ended here, but just as both Jiang Mingyue and Wan Sunluo were about to leave, Xiao Han, who had been keeping a low profile, suddenly stood out. "Senior brother Wan, senior sister Mingyue has been kind to me. Today I, Xiao Han, will challenge senior brother Wan." Xiao Han's appearance caused an uproar. A Jindan disciple wanting to challenge the 10th heaven's remarkable rankings Yuan Qingshu. The first thing was that everyone thought that Xiao Han was crazy. Wan Sunluo was also a bit good-naturedly angry. His own hallowed strength on the heaven's pride ranking was being challenged by a Jindan disciple. How did it feel like it was not a challenge but a provocation? And it was still in front of a large crowd. Good, Wan Sunluo directly answered. He had the intention to teach this Jindan disciple a little lesson before he could do so. Soon the news that the Jindan stage Xiao Han was going to challenge Wan Sunluo on the Tianxing stage spread throughout the sect. Chu Qiuji and the others subconsciously turned their gazes to the Tianxing stage after hearing about it. And Wang Yi, the holy son of the God transformation stage, even came to the Tianxing stage to watch in person. The competition at the Tianxing stage began quickly, and initially there was also no doubt that Xiao Han was being completely abused, but at the last moment he turned the situation around in an alternative way. Xiao Han had actually triggered the Yuaning heavenly tribulation during the competition and used the power of the tribulation to break Wan Sunluo's demonic power, and then not only did he himself succeed in advancing to the Yuaning stage, he even defeated Wan Sunluo. At this moment Xiao Han had not only become a Yuaning true successor of the Nine Heavens sect, but he had also leapt to become the 10th strongest person on the Heavens Remarks list, and in addition, he had gained the adoration of countless disciples, as well as the embrace of Jiang Mingyue and the rest of the people. "Emperor, isn't it too high profile for me to be like this today? And the purpose is a little too obvious. I'm worried that it won't be easy for my senior sister to pass that hurdle." In the midst of all the attention, Xiao Han, however, spoke to the emperor with some apprehension. "Haven't you always wanted to make a splash? Now the timing is just good. That Chu Tianjun just announced and Tai School Palace War. Is the time to use people? You this kind of talent Nine Heavenly Clan will only pay more attention to. Now you beat Wan Sunluo in one fell swoop. Is already a flag in the true disciples. Can start to form their own forces, as long as then to a very short period of time to reach the transformation of God stage. Began to grasp some of the power of the clan. Will not be long to take its place. This is the art of power." When Chu Tianjun was not also relying on this means to control the Nine Heavens sect, the emperor spoke eloquently and gave Xiao Han a lecture on power tactics. However, the two of them did not know that at this time, Chu Qiuji and Lin Yu, as well as Wang Yi, had already locked on to Xiao Han's identity as the son of Qiluk, determined to be Xiao Han undoubtedly. "Now kill or..." Wang Yi looked at Chu Qiushi and Lin Yu and asked. Right now these two people are the words of the Nine Heavens sect. Lin Yu also did not say anything, but looked at Chu Qiuji. This kind of decision is not even good for him as the sect leader. Or have to look at Chu Qiuji. "Let's wait first. Your father will be back soon." Just as Chu Qiuji was about to make a decision, Lu Qingshu, who had always stayed out of the clan's affairs, suddenly appeared. "Greetings to Mother, Supreme Elder." The three bowed in unison to Lu Qingshu. Their titles were somewhat different, but all were quite respectful. Immediately after Lu Qingshu, Chu Tianjuan's physical body also walked out from the small cave heaven, and then with the body of the Yuan Shen to the central state for 8 years, and then with the husband's son, Fang Xiushem. After fighting with the Yuan Shen to leave calmly, Chu Tianjun also landed on Tianjun Peak, and then the physical body and Yuan Shen fusion. Right at the first time Chu Tianjun returned, on a Yuaning true biography mountain peak, A dignified with a charming, pure and yet flirtatious stunningly beautiful woman's face showed a smile. She slowly got up to look at Tianjun Peak, and then walked towards Tianjun Peak with a few points of expectation and a few points of apprehension. Chu Tianjun returned to the 9 heavenly clans, and soon several other core executives also appeared in the Peach Grove small courtyard, and Hazel Moon was naturally the first to arrive. There were also Han Ningxiang, Ouyang Ming, Zhou Qingfeng Li Wanhua and his wife, and Shen Xingji, who had followed Chu Tianjun back from central China, was also there. Chu Tianjun also does have something to say to these people. After all, has officially declared war with the Taiyi Academy Palace. Immediately a large number of disciples of the 9 Heavens sect will be heading to the front line bordering the central state. A 10,000 years of the immortal cultivation world's largest war is unavoidable. However, Chu Tianjun had not yet finished his deployment, and Chu Qiuji had not yet said that Xiao Han was the new son of Qi, when Chen Yunar appeared with a cautious face, and then carefully said, "Old ancestor, there is a true transmission disciple named Lu Ruyan, who said that he had something important to ask for an audience. I'll go take a look." Before Chu Tianjun could say anything, Lin Yu showed a slightly angry face as he prepared to go out and teach this true disciple named Lu Ruyan a lesson. A Yuaning true biography, directly want to see the old ancestor, is really too unruly, even if there is an important matter at most. It is also the first to see himself as the patriarch. No, let her come in. Other than Qingshu, the rest of you go back first. However, the next moment Chu Tianjun suddenly opened his mouth and said, what made the crowd even more puzzled was that to see a Yuaning disciple. Chu Tianjun had actually screened off the people including Chu Qiushi. Soon Lu Ruyan came in style. She saw Chu Tianjun at the first glance. The smile on that face is even more tender. Lu Qingshu at first glance felt that Lu Ruyan was not right. Instant hostility rose steeply, and as Lu Ruyan took the initiative to open a sentence, the surrounding void not only plummeted in temperature, but also vaguely flickered with thunder arcs. Chu Lang, do you remember Ruyan on the shore of the waveless sea? Chapter 104 Hazelmoon's True Identity. Chu Tianjun indeed never forgot Lu Ruyan. After all, that was the first time he did that kind of thing. At that time, it was indeed also a hot head. The main blame for that forced implantation of memories is too real. Too much hatred for Yichuan, purely to take revenge on Yichuan. Today, Lu Ruyan will take the initiative to come to find himself, but also this vice look at the expression of the first love look at himself. Chu Tianjun really did not expect, but Chu Tianjun is not a person who pities Jade, let alone to Lu Ruyan this person. He now knows a lot of things already, even if there had been in-depth exchanges, but Lu Ruyan will not have a trace of good feelings, plus feel beside Lu Qingshu are about to burst of emotion. Chu Tianjun did not hesitate towards Lu Ruyan a grab, and then Lu Ruyan uncontrollably was lifted up, the neck at the obvious Chu Tianjun with the strength of the pinch. If you think that I won't kill you because we have something, you're very wrong. Give you the chance to say a word. If you make me feel that you have no value, I'll let your godly form be destroyed in the next moment. Chu Tianjuan's voice was icy cold, but this icy cold voice fell on Lu Qingshu's ears, but it immediately calmed her emotions. Chu Tianjun hand force loosened some. Lu Ruyan's face became a little ugly. She should know Chu Tianjun is not talking about playing, so quickly think to organize the language, and then said let Chu Tianjun absolutely will not kill her words. I am a person of the immortal realm. This wisp of split soul went down to the realm originally to assist the young master of the Yi family, one of the 4 great families in the southern wasteland, Yi Duan. In seizing a chance against the heavens, I know a lot of things about the immortal realm, and I also know the biggest secret of this world. I have figured it out over the years. I want to follow you. I don't dare to ask for any fame. I will reflect my own value. Lu Ruyan finished looking at Chu Tianjun with an apprehensive face. She is not really dead when she dies, but she did figure out and see a lot of things over the years. This rapidly rising ancestor of the 9 Heavens sect in front of her is much more reliable than what the Yi family's young master is, and if she can bind Chu Tianjun, her trip to the next world may exceed expectations. Of course there was another reason. After all, her first time was also given to Chu Tianjun. Chu Tianjuan's palm fell, and Lu Ruyan also fell back to the ground, greatly gasping for a few breaths, and then respectfully bowed to Chu Tianjun and said, many thanks to the old ancestor. Chu Tianjun nodded. Although this woman played a trick in the beginning, but the scale grasp is okay, know that this time to change the name of the old ancestor, and Lu Ruyan is indeed very valuable. Picking up the highlights, I'll ask you to answer. Let's start with what is the greatest chance in this realm, right? This should also be the reason why Yi Chen Linfan and the others came to this realm, right? Chu Tianjun opened his mouth and asked. Lu Ruyan's appearance had saved him a lot of things. Lu Ruyan immediately replied, about 10,000 years ago. The Immortal Realm's Wish Immortal Father from the Immortal Realm's Wish Holy Land let out the word that he would split off a strand of his split soul to travel to the lower realms, and then he chose this world belonging to the southern wasteland. Wish Immortal Elder? Immortal Elders are strong in the Immortal Realm? What position is it in? When Chu Tianjun heard the title Wish Immortal Elder, he subconsciously associated it with Hazel Moon. Lu Qingshu on the side also had the same thought, and the two of them even coincidentally glanced at each other, both of them a little shocked. Although Chu Tianjun had always known that Hazel Moon came from a great place, but now it still seemed to be a bit underestimated, and from those few words of Lu Ruyan, he could probably sense that immortal dignitaries were also top-notch in the immortal world. In my perception, an immortal exalt is the supreme existence of the immortal realm. The Wish Holy Land is even a top-ranked top holy land amongst the many holy lands. It can at least be ranked in the top 10, Ruyan Lu said with a serious face, doing so just to show that she wasn't lying. The purpose of you and Yi Chen and the others is for that wisp of a split soul of the Wish Immortal Elder? You guys are also bold enough. Aren't you afraid of that immortal exalt's wrath descending? Chu Tianjun changed his method of questioning, and sure enough, everything revolved around this Wish Immortal Elder. Lu Ruyan's face brought back a smile. She smiled gently. At this time Lu Ruyan also knew that she had saved her own life, and the time to truly reflect her value had arrived. So the next moment only heard Lu Ruyan eloquently said, the immortal world is very big and vast, mainly divided into 4 seas and 8 deserts, 12 large regions. My Lu family is also in the South Desert, and the South Desert has 4 big families, respectively. Yilin Xiaochu 4 families. In fact, the 4 seas and 8 deserts of these families, clans, in the immortal world is only equivalent to the world's mundane dynasty family, even if the 4 great families have a golden immortal powerhouse in the town. In the eyes of the Holy Land, immortal dignity is nothing more than a mole cricket. The 4 great clans sent the best disciples to this world layout, is indeed for the desire of the immortal that a wisp of soul. They do not dare to have any poisonous thoughts, but want to make a good relationship. Good luck if you can be with the immortal soul as a husband and wife couple. That is naturally the fate of the sky. The next point to become a master and disciple, and then do not help as just a friend or even the same door. And so on the return of the immortal soul, casually give a little benefit. It is also unimaginable to the ordinary people. The first time I saw this, it was a very good thing that I was so happy. As for those other holy places, in fact, on the contrary, do not dare to have any thoughts about this split soul, because these exist to move. It is easy to be wished by the immortal god to know. If the immortal god is not in a good mood to wish, that is, the holy places cannot withstand the loss of chi. So like the 4 great families of this kind of immortals in the eyes of the ants, they do a little action immortal also lazy to pay attention. Our Lu family is just an unusual small family. The clan's oldest ancestor is only in the Xianxian realm. I came to this realm as a split soul. I don't dare to have any thoughts about immortal dignity split souls. It's just because the Lu family has a marriage with the Yi family. If the Yi family can reap the benefits here, I will also have a supporting credit, and in the future, marrying into the Yi family's status will be higher, and I will be able to obtain more resources. Lu Ruyan spoke a lot in one breath. This information was very important. A few words not only let Chu Tianjun know the most important cause and effect, but also have a general understanding of the immortal world. How many people in the immortal realm know about the news of the Wish Immortal Split Soul coming to this realm? Chu Tianjun asked another seemingly unimportant question. Everyone knows that. Ruyan Lu immediately replied. Chu Tianjun nodded, and then said faintly, then everything is right. Fong Su Shang, that cowardly and hypocritical guy, must have heard this news in the immortal world, and then came back to create the Taiyi Academy Palace, in a vain attempt to collect talents from all over the world, and then establish a love affair with the immortal eminent Split Soul. His thinking is not bad. The immortal dignitary Split Soul must also be a celestial pride. But there is a great possibility that he will be attracted to the Taiyi Academy Palace. But it seems that this immortal dignitary of ours has decided to identify with this inconspicuous 9 heavenly clans. Many things can be right. Chu Tianjun, most of the doubts are also solved. At least Hazel Moon in his heart no longer have any secrets. As for Hazel Moon herself has not fully awakened these memories. It is still unclear. If not awakened, in fact okay. If awakened, Chu Tianjun also do not know how to face this immortal father. Split soul is not a puppet nor a split. Strictly speaking, the split soul is himself. Chu Tianjun and Hazel Moon all these years happened, is also equal to when Wish Fairy Zune happened. Sooner or later will become a part of the Wish Fairy Zune's past. How to get along in the future really let Chu Tianjun is also a bit of a headache. What is your relationship with Yi Chen? Chu Tianjun had stopped asking questions related to the Wish Immortal. Lu Ruyan's face changed slightly, lowered her head and said with some embarrassment, originally, I was engaged to Yi Chuan, but he was all soul down, and now that he is completely dead, this marriage contract naturally ends. Speaking here, Lu Ruyan paused for a moment, then said in an even smaller voice, that burial immortal coffin is not a Yi family item. It's a token of love between me and my fiancé, and it seems to be in the hands of you, old ancestor, right now. Chapter 105, The Four Great Families of the Southern Wasteland. Delusional. Seeing that you still have some value, at most you will stay as a maid. Before Chu Tianjun could open his mouth, Lu Qingshu spoke in an icy tone. These words surprised Chu Tianjun, while Lu Ruyan was ecstatic, and then without hesitation, she knelt and kowtowed to Lu Qingshu. Many thanks, ma'am. Ruyan will definitely keep to her duties. Lu Ruyan then looked at Chu Tianjun with a hopeful face, only to see Chu Tianjun also nod his head, and then gestured for Lu Ruyan to get up. Next, Chu Tianjun asked some questions about the immortal world, and through Lu Ruyan's answers, Chu Tianjun knew a lot of the information he wanted. First of all, he knows the more detailed situation of the immortal world. In fact, in the immortal world above, the Mahayana stage of the immortal is also belongs to the existence of the aristocracy. The vast majority of people in the immortal world is still in the category of cultivation of immortality. In addition to the bloodline is particularly powerful, or some special reasons. The immortal world of the birth of the people at the beginning of the people are also just ordinary people. Even the immortal realms, Lu Ruyan herself had just crossed over into the immortal realm after hundreds of years of cultivation. However, the immortal realm also had a benefit, and that was that in the realms below immortal, except for the existence of a heavenly tribulation when a Mahayana crossed over to immortal, there was no heavenly tribulation in any of the realms below the Mahayana stage of advancement. But even if there was no heavenly tribulation, with the abundant immortal aura of the immortal realm, coupled with more heavenly materials and treasures, the number of those who could successfully cultivate to the immortal realm would be only 1 in a million. And above the immortal rank there are true immortal, Xian immortal, golden immortal, and immortal exalted, which means there are only 5 major realms of immortal. Later, Chu Tianjun focused on understanding the 4 great families of the southern wasteland. Ruyan Lu didn't know much about the 3 great families outside of the Yi family, mostly news that was known to everyone. From Lu Ruyan's words, Chu Tianjun learned that the earliest layout to this realm was actually the Chu family, but now Chu Tianjun has not yet encountered the son of Qi surnamed Chu. However, to say that it is adept at calculating and layout, looking at the southern wasteland, it still has to count the Shao family. But since Chu Tianjun has only just come back and does not yet know about Shao Han, he has not thought for the time being that Shao Han is the son of Qi arranged by Shao in the immortal realm. The Lin family where Lin Fan was from. Lu Ruyan knew slightly more. She told Chu Tianjun that the Lin family had a treasure of the family, named Tianji Mirror, which could interfere with Qi luck at a certain range. Chu Tianjun's heart stirred, finally realizing the reason for Lin Fan's heaven-defying good fortune. Then he thought that he seemed to have used the 6 instruments heavenly booked across the border and shattered the Lin family's Tianji Mirror as the treasure of the family. So he thought that the Lin family of the immortal realm must have hated him to the bone. I know the Yi family better. The Yi family's oldest ancestor is named Yi Qingmei. At the early golden immortal realm, practicing the great charming technique, Yi Chuan is her 9th grandson. Before Yi Chuan descended to the realm, his original body was only at the Mahayana stage because once he reaches the immortal realm, he can't fully descend to the realm. At most he can only split his soul to descend to the realm. In addition, the one who locked the wish immortal dignitary's split soul in the 9 heaven sect is the Yi family. They might have some secret treasure. What exactly Ruyan doesn't know. In the end, Ruyan Lu introduced the Yi family, and Chu Tianjun realized that it was no wonder Yi Chen's goal was so clear. The 4 great clans have different styles of acting. It seems that our enemies are not only many but also very powerful. Now tell me the reason why you really chose to defect to me. Chu Tianjuan's gaze was like a torch as he looked towards Lu Ruyan and finally asked a question related to Lu Ruyan herself. Chu Tianjun does not think that an immortal split soul will really change its position just because of springing with himself. This kind of factor may exist, but it will only ever be an added value. The real reason Chu Tianjun also knows, but he still has to ask Lu Ruyan, because whether or not the other party is frank or not, it is the key to whether or not he wants to accept Lu Ruyan. Ruyan Lu's gaze obviously then flickered for a moment before she took a deep breath and said, "Yes, I'm sure that you, old ancestor, can see that Ruyan does indeed have a selfish motive. I have a bold guess, and that is why would the wish immortal sovereign split his soul to come to this world. That is certainly not a boring move, and she chose here in preference. When we thought that the wish immortal elder was the greatest chance, perhaps there are still existences that even the wish immortal elder thinks is a chance. If there is, I think it is in the 9 heavens sect." Sure enough, Lu Ruyan's answer coincided with some of Chu Tianjuan's thoughts. Chu Tianjun thought it the first time, wishing for such an existence as immortal dignity. It is not possible to idly split the soul to such a barren small world. Especially puzzling is that she wants to split the soul is absolutely no need to make a big fanfare, but also announced more than 10,000 years ahead of time, as if fearing that ulterior motives do not know the same. You are not stupid. In the future, if the clan is an enemy of your Lu family and the four great families, how will you choose? Chu Tianjun asked again. This time Lu Ruyan didn't hesitate and replied, Ruyan in the Lu family. It's just a tool used for marriage. I didn't have a choice in the past, and in the future I want to live for myself. Go down. I'll call you if I need you. Chu Tianjun nodded and then waved his hand, allowing Lu Ruyan to retreat first. Although it did not renew the previous relationship, but Lu Ruyan felt that the beginning of this is also quite good. After all, is also a deep-hearted generation. Stay in the 9 heavenly clan. She will have the confidence in Chu Tianjun day by day. Waiting for Lu Ruyan to go, Chu Tianjun said to Lu Qingshu with an apologetic face, I am sorry Qingshu, back then I thought I was really reborn, and when I went to the waveless sea, I saw Lu Ruyan, and I made that absurd thing out of hatred. In fact, if I killed her, I also. Without waiting for Chu Tianjun to finish speaking, Lu Qingshu directly interrupted with her words, Senior brother, when you called everyone away and only left me behind, no matter what happened between you and her, Qingshu won't blame you. Ruyan Lu is after all an immortal. Whether it's now or in the future when we go to the immortal realm, she will be of great use. I am now worried about how you will handle your relationship with Hazel Moon. Lu Qingshu didn't care about Lu Ruyan's appearance. She took the initiative to leave Lu Ruyan behind also as a result of rational thinking. That is, when talking about Hazel Moon, Lu Qingshu's face was a bit gloomy, joking that is the immortal dignity, is truly on the top of the existence of the immortal, not a false head of a name. Now Chu Tianjun and Lu Qingshu and Hazel Moon Immortal Zun's real identity gap is simply indescribable. In case the other party regained their memories, the mood is not good to snap their fingers can make the entire 9 heavens sect ashes in smoke. I treated her with sincerity, and I believe she won't go too far. In fact, our 9 heavens sect should also have a great deal to offer. At least the person who left behind the 9 heavens sect's Taoist lineage will not be worse than an immortal exalt in status. Chu Tianjun pulled Lu Qingshu's hand and said softly. This was both a response to Lu Qingshu's trust in himself earlier, and also to put Lu Qingshu's mind at ease. Didn't Ruyan Lu say that an immortal elder is already the immortal realm supreme? Our 9 heaven sect's Tao is even higher than the immortal realm's holy land? Lu Qingshu was also hearing Chu Tianjun say this for the first time and her expression was surprised. Chu Tianjun nodded, then said seriously, Lu Ruyan is but a lowest grade immortal. What does she truly know? Yuxian Gui's Tao of forgetfulness was passed on to her by that being. And our 9 heavens sect should have a great relationship with that being as well. That's an existence that can see today in 10,000 years. And the greatness of its body is so great that I can't even begin to describe it. Chapter 106, There's something about the Shao family in the immortal world. Chu Tianjun could indeed determine that the 9 heavens sect was also of great origin. What Yuxuanqi couldn't forget the most about the Tao of forgetfulness was the 3 words 9 heavens sect, most likely because the 9 heavens sect was the Tao lineage left behind by that great being, and possibly the only thing related to it. How could Yuxuanqi possibly forget the last thing left behind by that being? And such a Tao lineage might also be the reason why the Wish Immortal Sovereign split his soul to descend to the world. Since he has now inherited this Taoist lineage, he should not lose the face of his old ancestors, regardless of what she is immortal dignity. He should first raise his bottom, and do not panic in case of trouble, as if he has a big backer. Chu Tianjun then discussed some things with Lu Qingshu alone, and when he heard Lu Qingshu mention the matter of Shao Han, he called Chu Qiushi Wangi and the others back. Chu Tianjun did not tell these core executives the details of the conversation with Lu Ruyan. Only when he saw Hazel Moon, Chu Tianjuan's gaze was inevitably a little different. But Hazel Moon was very frank. She saw Chu Tianjun looking at herself from time to time, and also very contentedly smiled back. Those who didn't know thought that the two of them were eyeballing each other. Our world is subordinate to the southern wasteland of the 8 wastelands among the 4 seas and 8 wastelands of the immortal world. There are 4 great families in the southern wasteland, which are also considered to be the controllers of our world. These 4 great families are Yi, Lin, Shao, and Chu, and the so-called sons of Qi are nothing more than the leading members of the younger generation of these 4 families, who have come down to the realm in order to scheme for an opportunity that is coveted by those who have put their eyes on the immortal world. Chu Tianjun selectively shared some information to the few people in front of him. That Shao Han is in all probability someone sent by the Shao family from the immortal realm. Why don't we slaughter him now? There's also that Shao shocking frost. Cut off the roots and eliminate the roots lest the night grows long and dreamy. Lin Yu was the first to express his opinion. He was now the sect leader. Naturally everything had to be done in the interest of the sect first. Killing the person from the Shao family in the immortal realm to preserve the sect seemed to be an unbeatable choice. Chu Qiuji did not rush to state her position. She seemed to still be digesting Chu Tianxuan's words. But for a moment, Chu Qiuji's gaze towards Chu Tianxuan flickered with a hint of dissimilarity. Let's not be in a hurry. I heard you guys say that not long ago, Xiao Han defeated the 10th Yuaning disciple of the heavens remarkable ranking with the Jindan realm on the heavenly Xing stage? He also made a breakthrough on the verge of a battle and used the heavenly tribulation to crack the devil's way technique. This shows that this person is deeply hidden and bold. Let's first see what he is doing at this moment. Chu Tianxuan spoke a moment later, showing great interest in Xiao Han. As soon as Chu Tianxuan's words fell, he reached out and wiped his hand in front of him, and then a clear picture emerged. The screen appeared, and when the crowd saw its contents, everyone froze. At this moment, the screen showed that it should be on the shocking frost peak, and the center of the screen was also Xiao Han. Only at this moment, Xiao Han was kneeling on the ground, and a jade talisman treasure was suspended above his head, and that jade talisman was constantly dropping thunderbolts, bombarding Xiao Han over and over again. The discerning can see that this is not what thunder-quenching cultivation, but a kind of punishment. The lightning fell on Xiao Han. Not only will his clothes shattered, but also the skin is open flesh a charred black. Even the Yuaning are trembling under the thunder and lightning. This was not even an ordinary punishment. Even if it was placed in the disciplinary rules of the Nine Heavens sect, it was an extremely severe punishment for committing a major mistake and felony. The punishment seemed to have been going on for so long that no one knew exactly what was going on, and all were somewhat puzzled and curious, because everyone thought that Xiao Han should be in high spirits at this moment. He had just defeated Wan Sim Luo, who was the 10th in the heavens remarks ranking, and had become a Yuaning true biography. Under normal circumstances he should be establishing a mountain peak and inviting his friends widely to celebrate. However, just as the crowd was puzzled, Chu Tianxuan suddenly reached out and pointed to the screen, while the shadow of the compass that had morphed into gold behind him appeared, and in an instant a subtle aura enveloped the 9 heavenly clans. As the compass shadow rotated, the picture unexpectedly regressed in a way that defied common sense, just as if it was a flashback in time, all of a sudden returning to half a day ago. This is naturally not a reversal of time. It is just Chu Tianxuan, with the help of the 6 instruments heavenly book, coupled with his own strength comparable to that of the Mahayana stage, intercepting the information remaining in the void and recreating what happened not too long ago. Such means are absolutely subtle, at least unusual trickery and lies. It is impossible to deceive Chu Tianxuan. As long as the scenario is reproduced, everything will come to light. The picture reappeared half a day ago. It was the picture when Xiao Han accomplished Yuaning, and after being ranked 10th in the heavens remarkable ranking, he returned to Shocking Frost Peak to report to Xiao Shocking Frost, and prepared to set up his own peak to form his own lineage. This moment of Xiao Han is really spirited. His look is also like those who have achieved success and fame of the youth. In his eyes as if the sky is no longer high, the stars are also within reach. However, when Xiao Han's voice was slightly excited as he finished speaking about his achievements to the Shocking Frost small cave sky, Xiao Shocking Frost walked out of the small cave sky with an incomparably cold face. Her gaze first swept a glance at Xiao Han, and then even more coldly swept a glance at those close friends embracing behind Xiao Han. A glance that made a Yuaning true biography like Jiang Mingyue feel as if she had been struck by lightning. Xiao Han, today is your big day. I shouldn't have spoiled your fun, but you're treating my words of the past as if they fell on deaf ears. Since you've joined the sect, why are you still practicing ganging up? After you have been tortured, then go and form your own lineage and establish a mountain peak. Xiao Shocking Frost's voice seemed to contain thunder, and as soon as her words fell, she extended her palm and gently pressed it towards Xiao Han. This palm appeared to be flat, but Xiao Han, who was already in the Yuaning realm and was also practicing the Great Five Elements art, could only kneel on both knees. Anger flashed in Xiao Han's eyes, and he seemed to want to rise up as well, but he quickly suppressed his anger on his own, and also lowered his head and honestly said, "It was me who was wrong in the matter of senior sister's lesson." Immediately after that was when the electricity mother divine symbol appeared above Xiao Han's head and began to drop thunderbolts for execution. What's this for? Bitter meat trick? Or throw pawns to protect the marshal? Xiao Shocking Frost is the real son of Qi of the Xiao family. As if there is no provision that the son of Qi cannot be a female. Chu Qiuji was somewhat unable to understand this operation of Xiao Shocking Frost. According to Xiao Shocking Frost, this operation, it is not impossible to find an opportunity to kill Xiao Han, but Xiao Shocking Frost would really not be able to find a reason to kill even such a heavenly pride disciple, and also defend the disciple of the clan in every way. The clan should also vigorously cultivate it. Chu Tianxuan also faced contemplation, although he left for 8 years, but soon also thought of the Nine Heavens sect. Within the Nine Heavens sect is now sure that small groups of people, gangs and gangs become the wind, which is obviously with the Nine Heavens sect in the beginning of the original intention does not accord with the development of the Nine Heavens sect. but this is also counted as the development of the inevitable result of a certain stage, often at this time and then the need for a change. From the clan's point of view, including the clan rules, ganging up was definitely not allowed, but with most people existing in gangs, it was basically a case of everyone automatically ignoring this rule, but Xiao Shakfang didn't, and she even punished her own cronies in public. Lin Yu then arranged for the clan's elites to run to the front lines and start fighting with the Tai School Palace to take over the central state, and transfer both Xiao Shocking Frost and Xiao Han to the front lines. After thinking for a moment, Chu Tianjun instructed Lin Yu. After saying that, he then formed his hands into a ball and rubbed them in front of him a few times. Purple thunder immediately appeared between his hands. Although these thunder were bound between his palms, those beside him could feel the destructive power. A few breaths later, Chu Tianjun between the palms of more than a fist-sized, amber-like beads. In the beads of purple thunder inside the formation of a party of a small pool of thunder. Thunder was even Chu Tianjun rubbed into the water. Yuner, when Xiao Han's execution is over and he establishes his own peak, you go to Shocking Frost Peak and give this item to Xiao Shocking Frost, saying that it is a reward from the old ancestor in recognition of her cultivating an outstanding disciple for the clan. Chu Tianjun called out Chen Yuner and handed the Palm Thunderwater treasure pearl to Chen Yuner. What are you doing, father? You want to reuse the Son of Qi to use the Xiao family's Qi to fight against the Tai Academy and Fang Su Sheng? Finally Chu Qiushi comprehended Chu Tianjuan's intentions, and her gaze grew more and more adoring as she looked towards Chu Tianjun. Chu Tianjun didn't reply, but nodded his head before speaking. There's something about this Immortal Realms Xiao family. Going forward, our enemies will be the Immortal Realms' four great families. Directly killing the Son of Qi isn't necessarily the most appropriate choice anymore. Chapter 107 The Great Trickery Technique. This decision was completely unexpected, but since it was Chu Tianjuan's decision, no one said anything. The first batch of disciples who went to the front line left the Nine Heavens sect in great numbers that night, including Lu Qingxue, whose strength was second only to Chu Tianjun. It was no surprise that Lu Qingxue was the first to run to the front line. After all, she had never been left behind in the big and small wars that the Nine Heavens sect had gone through, and was always at the forefront of the charge. However, neither Xiao Shakfang nor Xiao Han were on the first list. Xiao Han, you shouldn't have hatred towards Xiao Shocking Frost. Earlier you were too dazzling in your performance on the Heavenly Xing stage. She was helping you. The Nine Heavens sect is a place of rules. Now that she has punished you, even that Chu Tianjun will not strike at you again. He wants to convince the public everything can only be done according to the rules, because these rules were originally established by him, and you have more time to grow. This Nine Heavens sect is like a regime. In fact, that Chu Tianjun didn't just rely on his fists to get to this day. These are the power tactics. At first, Xiao Han did have hatred and unwillingness in his heart as he endured the lightning punishment, but soon the emperor came out and gave Xiao Han a lecture. The next day Xiao Han left Shocking Frost Peak. He still behaved respectfully to Xiao Shocking Frost, and Xiao Shocking Frost also sent a few things when Xiao Han left, saying that these were congratulatory gifts for Xiao Han's promotion to the true legends, and that making a distinction between rewards and punishments was embodied to the fullest extent here in her. Xiao Han was much more low-key this time around, and after the peak was established, only a few of his closest friends celebrated him. Sure enough, when Xiao Han's peak was established, Chen Yuner appeared on the Shocking Frost Peak. By the decree of the Supreme Elder Ancestor, Holy Maiden Xiao Shocking Frost is bestowed with a Thunderwater treasure pearl in recognition of raising an outstanding disciple for the sect. Chen Yuner stood gravely on the Shocking Frost Peak, her voice spreading to every part of the Nine Heavens mountain range. Chu Tianjun only said that she came to send the treasure beads. The specific how to send, how to give Xiao Qingshan said. These Chu Tianjun did not command. However, Chen Yuner had never let Chu Tianjun down in this regard, and with this roar of her voice, the entire Nine Heaven sect knew that the Holy Maiden Xiao Shocking Frost had actually received a reward from the Supreme Elder Ancestor. As Xiao Han grew up, some of Xiao Shocking Frost's remarks, especially yesterday when Xiao Han was in the limelight and spirited, Xiao Shocking Frost personally punished Xiao Han was widely debated, and the core of this matter, in fact, is in the Nine Heavenly Clouds sect a prevailing trend of ganging up, so Xiao Shocking Frost to get the real reason for the reward. Naturally, it is self-evident. When Xiao Han and the Emperor heard Chen Yuner's voice, Xiao Han's expression froze for a moment, and the conscious Emperor was silent for a long time as well. Obviously both of them did not expect Chu Tianjun to reward Xiao Shocking Frost with treasures because of this matter. This Chu Tianjun is a bit difficult to deal with. In the end, the Emperor just sighed very helplessly. This seemed to be a very small matter, but the originally prevalent small group trend was instantly suppressed by the invisible. And even the leaders of many small groups took the initiative to preach to the members of the group that no matter why we came together, we should always remember that the clan comes first. Xiao Fengshang was the first to step out of the small cave sky, and although her face was still devoid of a smile, she also slightly lowered her head when she faced Qingyun. This is certainly not to Qingyun, but is bowing to Chu Tianjun, receiving the Thunder Water Treasure Pearl with both hands. The moment the pearl touched his palm, Xiao Qingshan's face changed slightly, and then he asked Qingyun in a respectful tone, "Does the Supreme Elder Ancestor have any more orders?" Qingyun shook her head, but she didn't leave immediately either, as if she sensed that Xiao Shakfan would ask something else. Sure enough, the next moment Xiao Shakfan spoke once again. "I wonder what the origin of this object is." Qingyun to say that not see the knowledge is also still there. But how does she know Chu Tianjun hand rubbed this thunder water? What origin? Well, in the end, it was an old actor. Qingyun said after a little thought. It was condensed by the old ancestor with his supreme divine ability. Xiao Shakfang actually flashed a trace of shock in his gaze when he heard this, and then bowed in the direction of Tianjun Peak and said, "Disciple pays his respects to the Taishan Elder Ancestor for the reward. Farewell." Qingyun saluted and left. Xiao Fengshang looked in the direction of Tianjun Peak with the Thunder Water Treasure Pearl in her hand. Her gaze was grave, the kind that had never been seen before. "It seems that he already knows our identities. I would have disagreed with this decision of the family, hoping that this trespassing of mine will leave a fragrance for the southern wasteland Shao clan in the future. A single immortal dignity's chance has blinded you all. How can you look up to others in the great Dao contest?" Xiao Shocking Frost spoke quietly. Obviously she had also awakened her memories and came from the clan of the Shao clan in the southern wasteland. "Just saying here." Xiao Jingxiang suddenly paused, and then only read silently in his heart, "Not to mention, what's more, this is also a clan that is named after the word Nine Heavens, and has existed for 10,000 years on the side. It's the fortune carried by this name that is not something that my Shao clan can afford." When Qingyun returned to Tianjun Peak, she happened to see Chu Yuwei sitting in her wheelchair under a peach tree, her eyes staring vacantly at the distant scenery. Tianjun Peak had always been the highest peak in the Jiuxiao sect, and all those peaks behind it could not possibly exceed the height of this place. So standing by the peach forest one could have a panoramic view of the entire Jiuxiao sect. Chu Tianjun and Chu Qiushi were still some distance away from Chu Yuwei, and the two seemed to be talking about something. Qingyun first reported back that she had handed the things over to Xiao Jingxian, and also reported the two sentences that Xiao Jingxian had asked. Chu Tianjun didn't say anything more, so Qingyun walked to Chu Yuwei's side, brushed the petals off her body, and pushed the wheelchair in a different direction so Chu Yuwei could see a different landscape. Father gave Xiao Shocking Frost the Thunder Water Treasure Pearl as a warning to her? Chu Qiushu's gaze also looked into the distance. That direction was where Shocking Frost Peak was located. Then Chu Tianjuan's voice rang out. "That thunder water is made of heavenly tribulation thunder." I was telling her that she already knows their identity. The heavenly tribulation thunder was uncontrollable. In fact, even Chu Tianjun couldn't do anything to control the heavenly tribulation. But his great creation technique could transform his own spiritual energy into heavenly tribulation thunder. Oh, then this Xiao Shocking Frost is really interesting. Knowing that her identity is exposed, she can still be so calm. To be honest, I feel that she is more like a child of Qi than Xiao Han, Chu Qiushi said in a very calm tone. There seemed to be a point in these words. Chu Tianjun laughed and said even more dryly, "Xiao Han is only the son of Qi placed in this realm by the southern wasteland Shao clan. Perhaps Xiao Shocking Frost is the son of Qi of the entire Shao family? And I feel that while the Shao clan is counting on the Wish Immortal Divided Soul, someone else is also counting on the Shao clan. Just like how at this moment, Young Wei and Yuner are looking at the scenery. We are in them, while others are looking at us. This is extremely possible, but unfortunately, my daughter's cultivation is too slow, and there are fewer and fewer places where she can help father in the future." Suddenly Chu Qiushi said with a somewhat lost head down. The next moment Chu Tianjun reached out and touched Chu Qiushi's head, softly said, "The next to the Nine Heavens sect again at the time of the survival of the Nine Heavens sect, for the father will first raise your cultivation to the Yuan stage," said Chu Tianjun direct spiritual power top, and then Chu Qiushi's cultivation to the eye visible speed growth. Then the apocalypse brewing. Chu Tianjun still put his hand on the top of the head of Chu Qiushi. Wait until the apocalypse of the thunder fell. He did not remove his hand, and Chu Qiushi withstood the apocalypse together. Soon the heavenly tribulation dispersed, Chu Qiushi Yuaning was born, and the whole person's temperament had some changes. Chu Tianjun seriously sized up Chu Qiushi, and then asked very directly, "So what is your natural aptitude again?" I don't know if Chu Qiushi noticed that there was a again in the sentence that Chu Tianjun asked, only to see Chu Qiushi lowered his head, feeling as if some shyness is still a little embarrassed, and finally said 4 words in a very small voice, with a few shameful flavors in his tone. The Great Trickery. Chapter 108, If there is a young scheme, why is there a need for trickery? So far, Chu Tianjun had only seen 2 people who had no spirit body and could obtain natural aptitude at the Yuaning stage. One was Hazel Moon, and the other was Chu Qiuzhu in front of her. Hazel Moon, on the other hand, obtained her natural aptitude after she regained her Yuaning for the second time, and the aptitude that she started with was just Note of Forgetfulness, which was only promoted to the Great Aptitude Great Prayer Technique, as she cultivated. Chu Qiuzhu was even more ruthless. As soon as he entered Yuaning, he was directly a Great Deception Technique at the level of Great Divine Power, and the name of this great avatar sounds like it's even more evil nor very proper. So, is our destiny, Chu Tianxuan suddenly said with some frustration. Always frank Chu Tianxuan. This time some words unexpectedly cannot speak. The next moment Chu Qiuzhu hastily knelt in front of Chu Tianxuan. Her hands tightly grasped Chu Tianxuan's robe, and then looked at Chu Tianxuan with a firm gaze, tears in her eyes, and said in a solemn tone, Qiuzhu will always be her father's daughter, and will never change. Chu Qiuzhu focused on emphasizing forever. Chu Tianxuan looked down at her. In fact, even Chu Tianxuan could not tell whether the Chu Qiuzhu in front of him had used the Great Trickery Technique. Perhaps she had always used it, or perhaps she had never used it in front of Chu Tianxuan. The next moment Chu Tianxuan leaned down, as he had done back then in the handyman's yard, and then extended his hand to Chu Qiuzhu. Obviously Chu Tianxuan chose to believe this daughter with whom he had decades of father-daughter love. In the days that followed, wave after wave of the Nine Heavens sect's elites traveled to the front lines of the central state, and Chu Qiuzhu had been setting everything up behind the scenes. One day Lin Yu's Sect Leader Rune Edict appeared in front of Xiao Shockingfrost and Xiao Han, both of whom had also been transferred to the front line in central state. At this time almost all of the disciples of the Nine Xiao sect above Yuaning, including thousands of elite disciples among the Jindan, had already arrived at the front line in central state. Of course, in addition to the direct lineage of the Nine Heavens sect, there were also subordinate sects in the eastern, southern, and northern domains, including some clans that had been conscripted into the battlefield. The only two holy sons and daughters of the God transformation stage who remained within the sect now were Han Ningxiang and Wang Yi, and even Wu Qingyun, an old alchemist, had gone to the front lines to save lives. If the people of the Nine Heavens sect were all destined to die in battle, then in Chu Tianxuan's heart, the two of them would be the last to die. The Yuaning stage ones, except for only a few who weren't good at fighting, as well as Chen Yuner, who was number 1 on the Heavens Remarks list, plus one Lu Ruyan, also went to the front lines. However, today, Chen Yuner took the initiative to apply to Chu Tianxuan to travel to the central state to serve the clan. Go on, pay attention to safety. Chu Tianxuan didn't say much, only admonished. He wasn't too worried about Chen Yuner either. If even Chen Yuner would be in danger, then the Nine Heavens sect was basically at the final throes of destruction. Lu Ruyan did not apply to go to the front line. These days she did find the opportunity to say that she would do a good job of what a maid should do, appearing from time to time by Chu Tianxuan's side, serving tea, pouring water, and asking for warmth. It made Chu Tianxuan have the illusion that he seemed like Lu Ruyan's white moonlight. The Nine Heavens sect has become exceptionally cold and clear, and today Chu Tianxuan personally pushed Chu Yue for a walk in the peach forest. And Hazel Moon always manages to pinpoint just the right time to appear. Chu Tianxuan knew that these were not coincidences, but that Hazel Moon had been staring at his place. Hazel Moon appeared naturally, then first helped Chu Yue to straighten her clothes. Having Chu Yue as a layer of relationship, it really could also invariably bring the two closer together. The entire clan is pouring out their money. How come that kid Lin Yu still won't let me go and contribute to the clan? Tianxuan, it can't be that you've asked him, the sect leader, not to assign me a task. Right? Sitting in front of the stone table that Hazel Moon still got back then, she started to pretend to complain. I arranged it, Chu Tianxuan said dryly. Hazel Moon heard this. The corner of her mouth could not even be suppressed. She has read too many love talk books over the years, subconsciously thought that this was Chu Tianxuan's care for himself, and perhaps there was a little bit of love mixed in. However, the next moment Chu Tianxuan's voice sounded somewhat serious. Should I change my name to you? Hazel Moon isn't your real name either, is it? The corners of her mouth that had just been raised could only be put down again, and Hazel Moon's face also became somewhat serious, but she looked frankly at Chu Tianxuan this time, and seemed to have organized her language before saying, Tianxuan, it's true that after I stepped into the transformation stage, I felt some sort of call from the underworld, and I also felt that as my cultivation increased, I would one day leave uncontrollably, but I really don't know the specifics. Perhaps I don't know as much as you do. I haven't thought of lying to you about anything, and I definitely won't lie to you in the future. After saying those words Hazel Moon paused for a moment, her face looked a bit struggling, and finally gathered the courage to continue. Do you know what the only thing I meditated on in my heart after obtaining the nemesis? That is my prayer, and my long unchanging wish. I want to be with you forever, so even if we part, that must be short-lived. In the face of this naked confession, Chu Tianjun are a little overwhelmed, but fortunately the two are still separated by a plant Chu Yue, so that Chu Tianjun is not too embarrassed, and the atmosphere is not ambiguous enough to do something about it. Chu Tianjun hesitated for a moment and did not give Hazel Moon a positive reply. His expression remained serious as he said, "Not allowing you to go to the front line is indeed because I am afraid that you will have any accidents. After the Mahayana there are the 5 realms of immortal, true immortal, Xian immortal, golden immortal, and immortal Zun. An immortal Zun establishes a holy land, and is a party of hegemony in the vastness of the immortal realm. In the immortal realm there is an existence called the Wish Immortal Elder. If there is no problem with the information, 9 times out of 10 you are the split soul of that Wish Immortal Elder." Hazuki looked fairly calm when she heard those words. Perhaps it was supposed to be the truth, so she knew it was true as soon as she heard it. Seeing that Hazel Moon did not speak, Chu Tianjun then continued, "Right now there is still the Xiao family and the Chu family whose layouts in this realm have not been revealed. Especially the Chu family who is said to be the earliest to lay out a layout, and has most likely been lurking around for 10,000 years, and their goal is the immortal dignity split soul. However, they shouldn't know it's you yet, so as long as you don't show up, the initiative is in the hands of the 9 Heavens sect. I'm an immortal exalted. Why don't you come and hug my thigh?" Suddenly Hazel Moon said with a smirk, and there was some feeling of anticipation in her gaze. Chu Tianjun suddenly smiled as well, still as confident as ever. And then his words caused even Hazel Moon to reveal a shocked look. "Today I just want to tell you that whoever I am good to and want to be good to, I never look at the status of the other person. I know that immortal dignity has already gotten what she wanted. If you are just wishing for immortal dignity in the future, then we are not going to have any relationship anymore. And right now you are just the 9 heavenly clan Hazel Moon in my eyes. The 4 great clans of the southern wasteland want to get benefits from you. Then I will make them pay, because no one can count on bullying my fellow disciples." Misty Moon was very relieved and touched because in Chu Tianjuan's eyes, even after knowing that she was a Wish Immortal Soul split soul, he still treated her as a fellow disciple, and no matter what the 4 great clans of the southern wasteland had planned for Misty Moon, he would stand in the way for Misty Moon. In the evening, Lu Ruyan put Chu Yue to bed, and then went to make tea and prepare pastries, which were prepared for Chu Tianjun. Ancestors don't need to sleep or eat, but as a maid you can't do without, even if it's just laid out in front of you to look good. At this moment Chu Tianjun is still sitting alone in the main room of the small courtyard, which has no doors or windows, and no walls on the front, just bamboo curtains hanging down from the beams, shielding it from the wind and frost and dust and leaves. The bamboo curtain was gently lifted open, and Chu Qiuji walked in. "I've already spoken to Hazel Moon as you arranged, and she doesn't need to make any more moves before entering the immortal realm." Chu Qiushi had just appeared when Chu Tianjun spoke up. Chu Qiuji smiled and sat in front of Chu Tianjun. The two leaned very close to each other. It is the kind of intimate feeling of father and daughter. Immediately Chu Qiuji said as if petulant, "Father folded daughter. Although the daughter lay out, but related to the father. In fact, are in accordance with the wishes of the father in the arrangement, which is not originally also the father's own ideas? Father does not want to do things. That is, how the layout of the next person and what use." Chu Tianjun looked at Chu Qiuji also smiled. It is true that he and Hazel Moon said those words. Is Chu Qiuji a huge plan in a ring? But those words and indeed Chu Tianjuan's own ideas. It can only be said that Chu Qiuji in the layout. Everything is around Chu Tianjuan's intention in the development. Qiuji has indeed become more and more powerful since awakening the great trickery technique. You're no longer in the realm of plotting and scheming, Chu Tianjun said dotingly. No matter the words or the look, he was appreciative of Chu Qiuji. Chu Qiuji immediately snuggled up very contentedly to Chu Tianjuan's side, holding his father's arm. Just like a child who had been praised, only then her voice wasn't cute, nor was it a bit naive as she said, "There is only one kind of unanswerable scheme in the world, and that's a Yang scheme. If there is a Yang scheme, why is there a need for trickery?" Chapter 109, The 9 Heaven Sect's Duobo Realist. The following period of time Chu Tianjun basically meditated. No one knew what he was doing. It was not a seclusion, because no matter if Hazel Moon came or occasionally looked at Chu Yue, he did not enter the cultivation state. On the contrary, Chu Qiuji appeared very little, because the war on the front line of Central State was very stalemate, although she did not go personally, but the logistics, as well as a large number of daily reports from the front line of the war, she had to deal with. Don't think that there is no logistic supply in the cultivator war. This kind of war fight is still spirit stone elixir and magic treasure, because when there is no factor that can absolutely sway the situation of the battlefield exists, consuming each other becomes the only choice. This war looked like the strength of Taiyi Academy Palace was far superior to the 9 Heavens sect, but in fact, the gap between the two sides wasn't too big. The main reason was still that encounter between Chu Tianjun and Fang Xuxing half a year ago. That time Chu Tianjun de whole Xian hard to shake the Mahayana, and finally also calmly left, and Fang Xuxing even a vicious words did not say. In fact, that fight Chu Tianjun has won, and although the Taiyi school palace had a 10,000-year dominant position, this form of the school palace, in turn, made it so that the cultivators in the central state still had their own clans and families, and although they got the benefits of the school palace, and also accepted the leadership of the school palace, it was based on the situation that Fang Xusheng was the only strong one, but now that an existence that could stand apart from Fang Xusheng had appeared, and this existence was younger and had more potential, would one still have to die loyal to the Taiyi Academy? This was a question that many people would consider now. This was also the reason why Chu Tianjun would not hesitate to fight Fang Xusheng and cause great destruction, leaving a psychological shadow on the entire central state cultivators. Chu Tianjun has also long been a person who takes one step to see 100 steps. In fact, from the beginning of the war between the 9 heavenly clans and the Taiyi school palace, there was a situation where the cultivators in the central state turned against the 9 heavenly clans. At first, they were all small families and clans, because they would bear the brunt of the 9 heavenly clans' attack, and in the absence of assistance from the Taiyi school palace, a lot of them surrendered on their own initiative. Speaking of the Taiyi Academy Palace Dongxian stage are several, refining the virtual stage is dozens, but these people also have their own families, their own clans, is not ironclad, especially to the Dongxian stage is even more life-threatening. These people also know that the Jiushao sect has 2 Dongxian stage of the Supreme Ancestor, not to mention rumors Yu Xian Gui than Chu Tianjun is still strong. Several Dongxian stage of the great powers delayed to act rashly. These rumors are generated by who knows how. They didn't exist before and now suddenly they do and they are spreading. One of them said that the Dao inheritance of the Jiushao sect was not passed down from generation to generation, from master to disciple or from patriarch to patriarch, but rather the inheritance was chosen from the best disciples every other generation, and that the true inheritance of the Jiushao sect used to be held in the hands of Yu Xian Gui, but now it was passed down to Chu Tianjun. But there is no exact statement as to what this so-called Taoist lineage, this so-called inheritance actually is. Fang Xusheng of the Taiyi Academy Palace also did not move. Everyone knew that when he moved Chu Tianjun would definitely make a move, and when the two of them exchanged blows, many low-ranked cultivators would have no chance to escape. So right now, the war between the two sides was still mainly focused on levels like the Yuaning stage and the God transformation stage. There had been a few instances of old monsters of the void refining stage striking out in the central state in these half a year. And the first time was a pure follower of the Fang Void Sage, who was also very famous in the central state. Two armies fighting has nothing to do with good or bad, right or wrong. Each position is different. Life and death has its own destiny. There is no need to evaluate his behavior how. Currently, the 9 Heavens sect only had Lu Qingshu, a void refining stage, but this time it wasn't Lu Qingshu who made the move. It was Lin Yu, who only had a harmonization stage cultivation. Lin Yu had only produced one sword. And this was the first time the 9 heavenly swords had appeared in front of the world, and those who had seen that sword still remembered it vividly. The 9 heavens sword carried brilliant heavenly might and chopped out 3,000 li with a single sword. Not only did the sword chop down that old void refining stage monster from the Taiyi Academy Palace by one small realm, but it also left behind a 3,000 li of sword chi, which dissipated only after 10 days. As for why the 9 heavenly swords gave off a heavenly mighty oppression when they came out, no one knew why. Not even Lin Yu, the holder, was clear, and he only knew that the 9 heavenly swords were very strong. The second time the void refining stage struck, it was also the largest and most intense battle since the two sides started the war, and this time it also made the Taiyi school palace's morale suffer a great blow. This was because a late-stage void refining old monster from the Taiyi school palace was beheaded without any Cave Xian realm powerhouses on either side making a move. The one who struck out was none other than Lu Qingshu, who had been fighting for the clan. This time Lu Qingshu not only displayed superb personal strength, but also let people know for the first time that the heaven-splitting running thunder gun had been completely repaired by her. And with the cooperation of this transformation spiritual treasure, Lu Qingshu easily beheaded a late-stage void refining old monster. And the Rift Sky running thunder gun incarnation was a bit different from the Tianxuan Sword. It was not incarnated as a human, but a dragon that could originally only exist in the immortal realm. The war had already lasted for half a year. During this half a year the battle line of the 9 Heavens sect had pushed forward quite a bit, and many cultivators had died on both sides, but there were also quite a number of heavenly prides that had shown in this war, and their cultivation had even skyrocketed, because it was already known that Xiao Jingfan was a person from the Xiao clan in the southern desert of the immortal world. Lin Yu, the sect leader, was directly staring at Xiao Jingfan in person. but Xiao Jingfang did indeed behave without any problems at all. And even Lin Yu had to admit that this was an excellent sect disciple with a noteworthy performance. Xiao Fengshang never ganged up, much less disobeyed the sect's orders. Several frontline crises were resolved by her, fighting hard battles, one of which was even blocking a void refining stage-old monster of Tai Academy alone, giving Ouyang Ming enough time to repair the formation. Right now, aside from Lin Yu, the sect leader who held the 9 heavenly immortal sword, among the 9 heavenly sect's god transformation stage cultivators, Xiao Shocking Frost was definitely the strongest. Yuaning level disciples. The top 10 of the Heaven's Pride list are at the forefront. These are the Heaven's Pride that can cross the level of challenge. Although the Tai Academy Palace is not short of Heaven's Pride, but really compared to the 9 Heavens sect, this is always messing around. Most of the disciples are in the baptism of blood and fire to grow up is still really not good than the Tai Academy Palace strong. Chen Yuner, who had only somehow made it to the top of the Heavens Remarks list, had really shown this time when she came to the front line, and had also gained a name like a thunderclap. To say that she also did not have any powerful magic treasures, did not learn any powerful techniques, but even more so, she did not even have a divine ability, and she was neither good at refining weapons and formations nor alchemy and talisman seals, but in the entire 9 heavenly clans Yuaning disciples, she came the latest, and her battle record was one of the best. In addition to beheading quite a few cultivators of the same rank, the Tai Academy had already had several transformation stages die at the hands of Chen Yuner, and no matter who the opponent is, the death is very miserable, and the death method of each opponent is the same. That is, being smashed to death by the hardness of the magic treasure that can be called the sea. The quality of these magic treasures varied, and the number of extremely high-grade magic treasures was not large, mostly lower or middle grade, but it couldn't help but be large in number. If she encountered an opponent who was a Yuaning real person, Chen Yuner usually flung out 20 or 30 pieces of magic treasures first. If she encountered a group of Yuaning realist opponents, Chen Yuner would fling out 200 to 300 pieces of magic treasures at a time. In a battle in which she had crossed over to kill a true lord of the god transformation stage, Chen Yuner's highest record was to fling out at least 3,000 pieces of magic treasures at once. According to the later recollections of the disciples of the 9 Heavens sect who had watched the battle from afar, that harmonized god true lord of the Tai Academy was directly submerged by the torrent of magic treasures, and in the end, not even a bit of dregs remained of his death. And this wasn't even Chen Yuner's limit. Anyway, it gave the impression that she had so many magic treasures on her that she simply couldn't use them all. Later on, when the people from the Tai Academy encountered Chen Yuner, they directly retreated, thus earning her the name of realist of many treasures. Many people envied Chen Yuner. The Tai Academies even sighed at the 9 Heavens sect's wealth. Only Chen Yuner herself knew clearly that she was just an ordinary disciple who picked up scraps and then refined these scraps into weapons as soon as she had a spare moment. Chapter 110, the Chu family ancestor who has practiced Qi for 10,000 years. The performance of the Yuaning disciples on the Heaven's remarkable ranking were all outstanding. And apart from Chen Yuner, Xiao Han's performance was particularly eye-catching. His great 5 elements art seemed to have been cultivated to a certain level. Not only was he able to switch between the 5 elements of spiritual energy against the enemy at will, but also because of the principle of the 5 elements generating each other. His tactics were surprisingly also close to Chu Tianxuan's great devouring art to increase the effect of the creation art. Of course it was only an approximation. After all, in addition to the 5 elements and the derived powers of the 5 elements, there were still things in this world that were not within the 5 elements. Moreover, the great 5 elements technique had another disadvantage, which was that it was not as direct as the great devouring technique plus the great creation technique, which required a certain process when absorbing and converting the power of the 5 elements. However, this great divine power had also made Xiao Han shine exceptionally brightly, and although he hadn't deliberately tried to gang up on him, he had still gained many followers during his long battles. Under the cultivation and teaching of the Emperor, Xiao Han's art of power tactics had become more and more pure, and the cohesion of this small group of his was very high, and it could even be said that for these disciples gathered around Xiao Han, his words were better than the words of Lin Yu, the sect leader. These issues had not been exposed yet, or Xiao Han and the Emperor were not afraid of being exposed, as they were still fighting for the clan, and the disciples led by Xiao Han this way were the unbeatable vanguard of the 9 Heavens sect, achieving impressive results time and time again. The current situation of Xiao Han is similar to a highly successful and well-loved by the soldiers, and leading the troops outside the general. The 9 Heavens sect is a place of rules and regulations. Naturally, it is not possible to do anything to such a Xiao Han. Emperor, in less than half a year I will be able to reach the transformation spirit stage. But even so I am far from Chu Tianxuan's opponent, and with him in the 9 Heavens sect, even if I can gather half of my disciples around me, the position of the head teacher, the sect's inheritance, is unlikely to fall to me. Xiao Han had learned of the emperor's intentions not long ago, or rather the emperor had laid a bureau for him, a bureau to seize the power of the Nine Heavens sect and replace Chu Tianjun. But Xiao Han belongs to a more normal son of Qi. He is not as dark and vicious as Yi Chen, nor is he as self-righteous as Lin Fan. He does not think that he can really replace Chu Tianjun by this way. The opportunity is naturally there. Soon the Nine Heavens sect will be in a huge crisis. It's an unimaginably strong enemy. Lin Yu the sect leader is stupid to be on the front line himself. As long as he dies, even if he's only seriously injured, you'll have a great chance to become the new sect leader. After completing this step is simple. At that time I will personally kill Chu Tianjun. Once he died, that Yu Xuanqi is unlikely to let the Nine Heavens sect inheritance cut off. Then you, the sect leader, will be able to obtain the inheritance in a natural way. With this inheritance, surpassing your Shao family's old ancestor is only a matter of time. At that time you are establishing a site of the Holy Land is also more than enough. Even, the emperor's voice was filled with the flavor of compulsion, and it seemed to have completely ignored the wish immortal divided soul in its plan. However, before he could finish his sentence, Xiao Han interrupted him later. What exactly is the Nine Heavens sect's Dao inheritance? Is it really that powerful? Since Chu Tianjun has obtained the Dao lineage inheritance, you were still able to kill him? It must be admitted that Xiao Han, the son of Qi, had met all the elements of becoming a protagonist, being calm, decisive, patient, listening to persuasion, not being lustful, not being greedy for money, coming from an unusual background, and having an old grandfather. Emperor hesitated for a moment. Regarding the Nine Heavens sect Dao inheritance, Xiao Han had asked him a few times and he had not said anything the first few times, but this time after hesitating he opened his mouth and answered. That is a great divine power called the Great Devouring Technique, but I estimate that the Nine Heavens sect has mastered just the front-loading technique, and the Great Devouring Technique is amongst the 3,000 divine abilities is enough to be ranked in the top 10, and it's a great divine ability that allows one to cultivate with success in a short period of time. As for how powerful I am, kid, I can only say that you know nothing about immortal spirit weapons. Let me put it to you this way. Due to being limited by the upper limit of power in this realm, I can at most only utilize less than 1/10 of my power. But that power is still enough to easily kill immortals and seriously injure true immortals. Do you think it's enough to kill a Chu Tianjun? Speaking later, the emperor's voice also became proud of itself. If the immortal spirit weapon was really this powerful, then it did have the capital to be proud of itself. Recently, the Jiushao sect's front in the northwestern direction had pushed forward by thousands of miles, and in this newly controlled land, some of the local immortal cultivation families or small clans had seen a reshuffle. The Nine Heavens sect has always had only one policy towards other sects and clans, either to be completely submissive as a vassal, or to be completely exterminated. Now that none of these things needed to be done personally by the disciples of the Nine Heavens sect, those small clans and small lineages that wanted to become subordinate in defect had already begun to act. There were several cities and several mountain ranges in this area, and in a place called the Cloudfall Mountain Range, there were 7 or 8 large and small clans in such a place. One of them was an end-of-the-line sect named Xianxian sect. There were already only a few old and weak people left. No surprise that in a few more decades the Xianxian sect itself would be gone. The immortal Xian clan's patriarch was only a little girl in the middle stage of foundation establishment, and it was only because the clan had no one left that it was her turn. Patriarch named Yao Shuyu. Qualifications can only be said to be general. Placed in the Nine Heavens sect is only just enough to be able to enter the kind of level. Coupled with the Xianxian sect failed to have any resources, she has basically no hope of ending the Dan. Other than Yao Shuyu, the patriarch, the immortal Shen sect was left with only one old uncle at the early stage of Qi cultivation, and 2 early stage of Qi cultivation disciples from nearby farming families who had come to pay homage to the master. These 2 disciples would still go back to their farm work on weekdays, feeling that cultivating immortality was all just a part-time job for them. One day, the door of the Xianxian sect was kicked open, and several foundation establishment stage cultivators came barging in aggressively, shouting directly as they entered. Yao Shuyu, hand over your clan tokens and submit to the Nine Heavens sect together, or there will be no more Xianxian sect from now on. Yao Shuyu was shocked. She knew why these people came, but they just wanted to take themselves, the Xianxian sect, to hand in a pitch to the Nine Heavens sect. It was reasonable to say that Yao Shuyu should also give up her struggle at this time, but once she thought of her master's explanation before he died, and once she thought that her life was all picked up by her master, she sighed and decided that she should still have the backbone to go and meet with the ancestors of the Xianxian clan. How could a foundation stage with no magic treasure and no pills be a match for several foundation stages? After only a few moments Yao Shuyu was defeated, but she fought and retreated, and finally came behind the ancestor shrine of the immortal Xian clan and collapsed in front of a tomb. It was said that this was the tomb of the founding ancestor of the Tianxuan sect, and in addition, the successive generations of sect masters had messages left behind saying that this 10,000-year-old ancestor was only in seclusion and was not dead. Dead or not, Yao Shuiwei does not care. She reckons that surely the old ancestor is dead. Otherwise how could it be 10,000 years? Watching the Tianxuan sect fall? Disciple Yao Shuiwei is incompetent and failed to continue the immortal Shan sect's 10,000 years of inheritance. So today I will cut my own throat to thank for my sins and to avoid being humiliated. Looking at a few cultivators who were eyeing him, Yao Shuiwei put his sword on his neck, ready to die. With the Tianxuan clan as it was, cutting his own throat might have been the best possible outcome. Has it been 10,000 years already? Didn't you say you'd dig me up as soon as the 10,000 years were up? Have you guys forgotten the time? Just before Yao Shuyu was about to kill herself, a voice suddenly came out from that tomb. Then the grave exploded and a young man slowly walked out of the tomb. The aura on his body was only at the refining stage, but he gave off a very ancient feeling, the vicissitudes of the ages. You are the old ancestor? Yao Shuyu asked with a trembling voice as she immediately associated that rumor with successive generations of sect masters. It was just that Yao Shuyu really didn't obtain the words to dig up the old ancestor's grave once the 10,000-year period was up from the previous sect leader. And the words did exist originally. It was just that it was passed down to one generation of sect leaders who thought they were being disrespectful to the old ancestor and didn't pass it on down the line, thus missing out on hundreds of years of time, pretending to be a god. You immortal Xian clan, a Foundation Establishment stage cultivator said in a mocking tone. But he didn't finish his sentence. The young man who stepped out of the grave looked at the several Foundation Establishment stage cultivators with dissatisfaction and whispered, "Noisy." After that, he flicked his sleeve towards a few people. Then a terrifying force swept towards a few people. The next moment in Yao Shuyu's shocked gaze, a few Foundation Establishment stage cultivators were just like sand sculptures in the gusty winds, instantly blown into grains of dust, and then dispersed in the sky and the earth. You, really an old ancestor? Yao Shuyu's mouth opened wide, and this time she used honorifics. You are the current generation of the immortal Xian sect's patriarch? This seat, Chu Yang, is none other than the founding ancestor of this immortal Xian sect. Why is your cultivation so low? How come the sect is also so downtrodden? The young man glanced at Yao Shuyu before his divine sense swept across the entire Cloudfall mountain range like a tidal wave. Chu Yang said, not waiting for Yao Shuyu to recount the encounter. He saw him pointing towards Yao Shuyu's eyebrow, and then Yao Shuyu was shocked to find that her cultivation was climbing, and she soon formed a Jindan, and then in just a few breaths, the Yuaning heavenly tribulation fell, and the Yuaning stage became a reality as well. Old ancestor is so powerful. An old ancestor who has lived for more than 10,000 years. This is at least at the Dongxian stage, right? Yao Shuyu looked at Chu Yang with a face of adoration, brainstorming a lot of information on her own, but in the end, she still couldn't hold back and opened her mouth to try to confirm. Old ancestor, you're so powerful. What realm are you in now? However, Chu Yang's reply left Yao Shuyu in a daze. Qi refining stage. Chapter 111, The Nine Heavens Sect's True Inheritance. Qi refining stage? Old ancestor, how can you be at the Qi refining stage? Yao Shu naturally wouldn't believe it. Although old ancestor Chu Yang did seem to be at the Qi refining stage cultivation, but the might of his strike just now was simply incomprehensible to her. In addition to which there was a Qi refining stage that could live for more than 10,000 years. Not to mention that the old man is still so young? Well, it still feels handsome, because that's the only way to break through the upper limit of power in this realm. Chu Yang replied with a smile. His demeanor was cloudy and light, and there was indeed a calmness in his body that did not match his age. Afterwards, Yao Shuyu brought Chu Yang back to the Xiantian sect's main hall. Said main hall was just a slightly larger room and it looked very worn out. Chu Yang briefly understood the current situation from Yao Shuyu's mouth, as well as the major events that had happened in the past few hundred years. After listening to Yao Shuyu, Chu Yang's expression remained indifferent. Then he smiled helplessly and said, these disciples and grandchildren are really unreliable, but it's good to know that everything isn't too late. So that means that the person I'm looking for is in the Nine Heavens sect? Old ancestor. Nowadays, the Nine Shao sect is very powerful, and it is heard that the Nine Shao sect has two supreme ancestors, both of which are powerful existences not weaker than the Mahayana stage. Yao Shuyu spoke with some apprehension in her voice, speaking about the feat of the Nine Shao sect's annexation of the Tai School Palace. She was still a little afraid that the old ancestor would clash with the Nine Shao sect. Annexation? That's not a bad idea. If we annex the Nine Heavens sect, then the goal will naturally be achieved. Chu Yang said thoughtfully. This southern wasteland Chu clan's heavenly pride seemed to have a little something. Yao Shuyu was a bit speechless. She felt that she and her old ancestor were not on the same channel at all. Then she politely mentioned that the Xian sect was very weak right now, and that there wasn't even a proper disciple left except for her, the sect leader. It's indeed a bit shabby, so it'll be cheaper for these few little guys. Xu Yang had obviously listened to Yao Shuyu's words, only his reply still left Yao Shuyu confused, but soon Yao Shuyu once again opened her mouth wide in surprise. This time the shock was a bit long, and when she came back to her senses, her mouth felt a bit sore, only to see Chu Yan looked outside with a smile, and then with a flip of his palm, 4 drops of blood appeared in his palm, and then he casually flung the blood out, and the 4 drops of blood flew out of the hall, and flew outside and then seemed to have a spirit as they each flew away. The 4 drops of blood didn't fly far, and the closest one landed a short distance from the main hall, where there was an earth dog lying in the corner. However, when a drop of blood fell on the forehead of the earth dog, it immediately invaded its flesh, and then the earth dog's eyes glowed, while a white tiger shadow appeared on top of its head, and gradually the earth dog's body was changing, and it seemed that it was being transformed towards the appearance of a white tiger. The other drop landed a little farther away. It was a flower bed that was overgrown with weeds. Obviously no one in the Xianxian sect maintained it on weekdays. At this moment, a small green snake was basking in the sun in the grass, and when the blood was incorporated into it, the green dragon's shadow appeared. There was also a drop that happened to fly into the colorful sparrow that was twittering on the tree branch, and then the vermilion bird's shadow appeared. The last drop of blood fell into the pool of the Xianxian sect, which was left untended for years and had no fish, but there was a turtle that had lived for hundreds of years, and the blood fell and the turtle turned into a xuanwu. These seem like they are all legendary divine beasts. Yao Shuyue felt like her brain was running out of steam. This short moment of the old ancestor impacting her cognition over and over again. Just a few helpers. Now let's go. Chu Yang gently beckoned, and the earth dog colorful sparrow, and the green snake tortoise immediately ran towards him in a frenzy. Where are we going, old ancestor? Yao Shuyue asked curiously. Go to the Taiyi school palace and merge them into the Xianxian sect. Chu Yang had already taken a step towards the outside. Yao Shuyu froze for a while before coming back to her senses when she heard these words. Jiu Shaozong is more and more cold. Chu Tianjun is still sitting behind the bamboo curtain daily meditation. Recently hazel moon came more and more frequent. Maybe to see Chu Tianjun did not exclude her. Stay longer and longer. Recently, she even came at dawn and didn't leave until late at night. And she didn't bother Chu Tianjun, mostly sitting aside quietly reading. Hazel Moon reads the mundane world's talking book novels, and Chu Tianjun naturally knows what she reads. But the two have never had a discussion about these talking books, because Chu Tianjun saw that the names of these talking books were all very strange. All what cold palace empress? Just want to stay far away from the emperor. Overbearing prince folded for me. The 3rd year after my death. The duke of the country regretted it. The marquis cried and asked me to love him again. The name of the book that Hazel Moon is reading today is even more odd. I became the child bride of the demon lord's untimely death. In just a few words, Chu Tianjun knew that the contents of this book must be very twisted. You like reading this kind of book a lot? Finally Chu Tianjun couldn't help but take the initiative to ask. Hazel Moon suddenly like a child caught in flagrante delicto, hastily hid the book behind her, and then her cheeks slightly red, somewhat embarrassed, said, is a little addictive. Just do not look at it. It feels a day hard to look at it and hard to look at it again a day. It is very abusive and heartbreaking, that kind of feeling. Chu Tianjun nodded, then said in a still more formal tone, these books are good to pass the time and look at. Don't bring your brain. Hazel Moon was even more embarrassed, then hastily changed the subject and said, you're done with your cultivation? Chu Tianjun nodded without making much of a reply. It seems like Autumn Rhetoric is no longer in the clan. Did something happen on the front line? Hazel Moon didn't want to make the atmosphere awkward, so she took the initiative to find a topic of conversation. And this question was what she wanted to ask. Chu Tianjun nodded again, and this time even spoke. The son of Qi Luck that the southern desolate Chu clan arranged in this realm has appeared. In the central state? Hazel seemed to realize something, still nodding in response. Then Hazuki immediately asked again. Strong? Although it was just 2 simple words, Chu Tianjun could feel Hazel Moon's concern, both for herself and for Chu Chiozha, and even for the entire 9 heavenly clans. Above immortals, it should be comparable to true immortals. Chu Tianjun obviously already knew a lot, and these 2 words were said with some gravity. So have you projected the future? Quickly tell me what the best ending is? Hazuki asked more eagerly this time. She didn't ask what the worst ending was. Chu Tianjun knew what it meant. Hazel only wanted to know the best ending, and she would cast the great prayer technique with that ending in mind. But Chu Tianjuan's next reply surprised Hazel. I didn't deduce this time, because I know without deduction that the possibility of surviving is only hundreds of thousands to 1. Chu Tianjuan's complexion changed from the previous gravity to relaxation, and the words were instead spoken with ease and candor. then it should also be deduced you are not alone to face. Even if I spelled God's soul is destroyed, Hazel Moon said with affection, another naked display of love. Unfortunately, she was interrupted by Chu Tianjun before she could finish. Although there are hundreds of thousands of possibilities for the ending, there are only two for me, either success or failure, and this time I'll use my biggest card. And once this card is played, there are only two possibilities. Misty Moon stared blankly at Chu Tianjun. Her first thought was the arcane and mysterious compass shadow that Chu Tianjun was able to conjure up, but on second thought, that thing Chu Tianjun had already displayed it many times, so naturally it wasn't considered the biggest card. And suddenly Hazel Moon remembered the last duel with Lin Fan. Is it something that wasn't used on Lin Fan last time? Misty Moon was sure that even if she didn't make a move to kill Lin Fan that time, Chu Tianjun should have had a backhand. And that time, when Lin Fan died under the Great Prayer Technique, Chu Tianjun didn't use that backhand. Chu Tianjun nodded, and then added, that is also the true legacy of the Nine Heavens sect. Chapter 112, who doesn't have a few sons of fortune in their family? Hazel Moon had been cultivating in the Nine Heavens sect for nearly 200 years, and she knew all the techniques in the hidden scriptures. What was the true heritage of the Nine Heavens sect? She, however, was unclear. You haven't been able to use it. Is it costly? Misty Moon didn't ask what the real inheritance of the Nine Heavens sect was. She knew that it was probably the biggest secret of the sect and not for her to know. All she cared about was the cost for Chu Tianjun to use this inheritance. It might die, Chu Tianjun said casually. Even if you die, I will still accompany you, Hazuki said without hesitation. And at first glance there was a slight flavor of gambling. Then it's also me who will die first, Chu Tianjun said without seeming to back down either. This sentence was not something Chu Tianjun said casually. Back then, before his duel with Lin Fan, he and Hazel Moon had also talked about this topic, and his original words on that occasion were, as long as I'm not dead, it's not your turn to die yet. In fact, this scene is almost exactly the same as it was back then. Why can't it be me who dies first? Hazuki was very competitive this time on the question of who would die first. Are we going to keep going round and round on this issue? Chu Tianjun asked with a somewhat helpless smile. This sentence out, Hazel Moon no longer continued to fight, then also with Chu Tianjun look at each other a smile. This is the first time that the two have such a harmonious atmosphere. This moment Hazel Moon's mouth cannot even be suppressed. In the end Hazel Moon was returning to Tianxian Peak with the corners of her mouth raised, almost 200 years old, tossing and turning on her bed this night, sometimes chagrined and sometimes giggling. Stupid. Stupid. Such a good opportunity. Obviously could have gone further. What was I thinking in my head? Chagrined Hazuki's mind was repeating such words. Not to mention Hazel Moon, who has been completely poisoned into a love brain by the heroine novels. Lu Ruyan appeared in front of Chu Tianjun after she left. When she came in, Lu Ruyan was carrying a tray with delicate refreshments. Although Chu Tianjun only tasted them occasionally, she had always insisted on preparing them for Chu Tianjun. Old Ancestor, it's late at night. Ruyan has prepared refreshments for you. Is there anything Old Ancestor would like to eat tomorrow? Lu Ruyan has always put her identity in the right place. She never took the initiative to show up when Hazel Moon was around. Even when she faced Chu Tianjun alone, she did not mention that one time in the spring night many years ago again. Sit down. I have some things I want to ask you. Suddenly Chu Tianjun pointed to the brocade cushion in front of him and said. Lu Ruyan smiled with a happy face, and then sat down opposite Chu Tianjun in a well-behaved manner. The immortal world isn't set in stone, right? I mean, it is possible for a world like ours to be promoted and integrated into the immortal realm, right? After Ruyan Lu sat down, Chu Tianjun asked a very serious question. Ruyan Lu frowned and thought for a moment before saying uncertainly. Since Ruyan remembered, she has not seen the lower realm as a whole integrate into the immortal realm, but this statement of the old ancestor seems to be true. It seems that many tens of thousands of years ago, there was a lower realm as a whole that merged with the immortal realm and became a part of the immortal realm. How can we make the two realms merge? Chu Tianjun asked again. Ruyan Lu shook her head, but then as if she thought of something, she spoke again. There could be two reasons for this. One is that enough spiritual energy was transformed into immortal spiritual energy, and the other is that there was a powerful existence that forcibly broke through the barriers of the two realms, tearing them apart to a large enough size. I have the impression that that being who ascended with the entire realm seems to have later cultivated to the golden immortal realm in just over 10,000 years. Immortal spiritual power? Chu Tianjun said thoughtfully. Immortal spiritual power he had known for a long time, and had even been able to transform it out by the great creation technique. The power on top of the immortal artifact was immortal spiritual power. In the frontline camp of the Nine Shao sect in the central state, Lin Yu was sitting on the main seat of the marquee and was giving out one order after another. This half-year the Nine Shao sect was advancing smoothly and had almost occupied half of the central state. But in recent times, the two battlefronts had once again changed their positions in terms of offense and defense. The Taiyi Academy had suddenly erupted into an extremely strong battle force recently, and even a legendary divine beast had appeared. And the Nine Heavens sect was now forced to shrink its battle lines and shift into a defensive stance. It is good that this half a year the harvest of the 9 heavenly clans is not small. In addition to subjugating many forces in the central state and obtaining a large number of vassal cultivators and resources, the elite disciples of this clan breakthroughs are even more numerous. The most obvious is the top 10 Yuaning true legends on the Heavens Remarks list. All of them have broken through to the transformation stage one after another in this half year. And the Jindan breakthroughs to the Yuaning stage are even more like a rainbow. Suddenly a huge silver dragon with lightning lingering all over its body flew towards the camp from the sky. And on the dragon's head stood a woman in battle armor with a stunningly beautiful appearance. It was Qingshu who had just returned from a battle with the 4 spirit beasts. Qingshu's current aura was very powerful. Perhaps she was born to fight. This year's almost non-stop fighting not only didn't make her appear tired, but instead, she became more and more courageous. Her cultivation was even soaring all the way to the late stage of refining Void Realm. As soon as the Thunderbolt Silver Dragon appeared, the disciples of the sect within the camp of the Nine Heavens sect all showed reverence. And the current Qingshu was like a C-pin on the front line. The Supreme Elder has returned. Let's go out to greet him. Lin Yu in the tent was the first to sense Qingshu's arrival and brought a group of fellow harmonized God stage disciples out to greet them. Among them Xiao Han was also in the lineup, already at the early stage of harmonized God cultivation. On the contrary, Xiao Shocking Frost was not there because she was already at the peak of the transformation god. Her strength was not below the refining void stage, and now that she was sitting on one side, she would normally not leave at will. I have some words with the sect leader. You guys go down first. Qingshu was always thunderous in front of outsiders, and after the crowd saluted her, she walked straight towards the big tent, followed by only Lin Yu following her in. Lin Yu bowed and followed behind Qingshu. Although he was the sect master of the Nine Heavens sect, there were 3.5 people in the entire Nine Heavens sect who had a higher status than him. 2 supreme ancestors, 1 supreme elder, plus half of Miss Chu Qiuzhu. Ru. Come out. After entering the tent, Qingshu casually waved her hand and a boundary enveloped the tent, and as her words fell, Chu Qiuzhi appeared behind Lin Yu out of thin air. I've met Miss Chu Qiuzhi. Lin Yu was also very polite to Chu Qiuzhi, but he vaguely felt that there was something not quite the same about the Chu Qiuzhi he saw today. This difference wasn't that Lin Yu saw something in it, but it was a difference in feeling after being together for a long time. Chu Qiuzhi had always been the decision-maker behind the scenes of the Nine Heavens sect, and most of the sect's affairs were handled by Lin Yu and Chu Qiuzhi in consultation, so the two of them were in contact for a very long time. Long time no see. Sect Master. Chu Qiuzhi was also very polite to Lin Yu. Lin Yu the sect leader was still qualified. The Qingshu Tianxuan had always recognized Lin Yu very much. Why has Miss Autumn Rhetoric suddenly come to the front line? Is it because the old ancestor has some new arrangement? Lin Yu asked the question he was more concerned about. Sect Master, first tell me about the situation at hand. Chu Qiuzhi didn't reply, but instead let Lin Yu speak on his own first. Lin Yu, after organizing the language, will be the current situation broadly speaking, focusing on these months' Taiyi Palace style obvious transformation. Strategy and tactics seem to have changed a look. However, this sect has also seen the emergence of many celestial pride in this half year. Xiao Shocking Frost and Xiao Han, needless to say, Senior Sister Chen, Senior Brother Shen, Senior Brother Zhou, and Senior Brother Yuan. All of them have strength not weaker than that of the refining void stage. Lin Yu finally spoke about the disciples of the Nine Heavens sect who had distinguished themselves in this war. Among them, Xiao Shocking Frost and Xiao Han were the most dazzling. In the eyes of many people, Xiao Shocking Frost was simply a replica of Qingshu. Both were the kind of powerful existences that could turn the tide of the battle with their own strength, and both of them specialized in the Thunder System avatar. Xiao Han, after stepping into the transformation of God stage, even more revealed the commander-in-chief posture, the comprehensive strength. Xiao Han than Lin Yu, the sect leader, is not much better. If Lin Yu did not have the 9 heavenly immortal swords, perhaps Xiao Han has been slightly better. As for the Senior Sister Chen, Senior Brother Shen, Senior Brother Zhou, and Senior Brother Yuan, in Lin Yu's words, they were Chen Yuner, Chen Xingji, Zhou Ong, and Wan Sunluo, who had lost to Xiao Han. These 4 people also have their own strengths. If not for the fact that the Nine Heavens sect has had too many heavenly prides over the years, and that there are such dazzling sons of Qi like Xiao Shocking Frost and Xiao Han, put elsewhere these people would be at the same level of sons of Qi. Sure enough, even Chu Qiuzhi said meaningfully after hearing this, our Nine Heavens sect is already full of talents. Who doesn't have a few sons of fortune? Lin Yu did not know the meaning of Chu Qiuji's words. He always felt that Chu Qiuji wanted to say something. Even Lu Qingxue looked at Chu Qiuji curiously. But the next moment Chu Qiushi asked an inexplicable sentence. Sect Master, if we put aside other factors, just in terms of comprehensive ability, among these many sect masters and sisters of the god transformation stage, who is the most suitable to succeed you as the sect master? The strongest personal strength is Xiao Shocking Frost, but she is too lonely and arrogant. Senior sister Chen has the best connections. Senior brother Shen is the best at balancing the forces of all parties. Senior brother Zhou is the most rounded and smooth. Senior brother Yuan cultivates the devil's power to kill and destroy with a surplus of roundedness and smoothness. And to say that the best person to choose from, it is still Nan Xiaohan, Lin Yu said directly without much thinking. His evaluation of these god transformation stage prides was still very pertinent and accurate. Chu Qiuji nodded. She knew that at this time both Lin Yu and Lu Qingxue had a lot of doubts in their hearts, so she directly opened her mouth to explain. In fact, 2 months ago, senior brother Yi had already discovered that the Chu family's son of Qi had appeared. This son of Qi had appeared in the central state, and according to senior brother Yi's analysis of the battle report, judging from the recent changes in the Taiyi Academy Palace, today's Taiyi Academy Palace has already fallen into the Chu family's son of Qi Fortune's hands. Soldiers, the way of trickery is also. Next we have to ask Sect Master to cooperate in a play. This plan is a bit dangerous, but as long as it succeeds, we can reap triple benefits. The price is that Sect Master may die. What is there to fear in dying for the great plans of the clan? Miss Autumn Rhetoric, tell me what to do, Lin Yu said decisively without thinking. Then let's start the first step of the plan, Chu Qiuji said with a smile raised on his face. The great art of deceit was different from any divine ability. It wasn't a divine ability that had an immediate effect and immediately produced any destructive power, but rather it was a great divine ability that acted invisibly and left the opponent defenseless.